I repeated my senior year for 4 years. Just because they bound to a divine firepower system. If I just repeat one more year, you can unlock the complete 6th generation fighter jet blueprints. During these 4 years, I've had a 100-fold increase in comprehension, having already self-studied all university courses. But for the system's ultimate reward, I accurately controlled my college entrance exam scores to precisely match the first-tier cutoff every time. This year, the policy suddenly changed. Public schools no longer accepted repeat students. I had no choice but to negotiate with elite private schools, but was humiliated by the dean of academics, who declared that unless my scores reached the Tsinghua Beijing University cutoff, there would be no discussion. Facing this ultimate test, I decided to stop hiding my true abilities. On the college entrance exam physics paper, I wrote answers that could shock the world. Pulse Detonation Engine. Yet when I truly revealed my capabilities, what awaited me was a storm far beyond imagination. Chapter 1: The 4-Year Repeater Oddball. Jinling No. 1 High School. Class 1, Grade 12. The blackboard displays the countdown to the college entrance exams, 2 days left. A group of youngsters with slightly naive faces were either frantically cramming exam questions at their desks or whispering among themselves about this year's college entrance exam difficulty. In the last row of the classroom, however, sat a strikingly handsome young man in a school uniform, appearing conspicuously out of place. Moreover, from time to time, the girls would glance out of the corner of their eyes at the handsome young man sitting in the last row of the classroom. Compared to other boys of the same age in their senior year of high school, this young man appeared more mature. In fact, when they first saw him, they even thought he might be a handsome intern teacher from a normal university, as his age and demeanor suggested someone who had just entered the workforce, the very age when a man is most attractive. In reality, the young man's name was Chen Chu. Is a high school student who has repeated his college entrance exam preparation for 4 years. Unlike typical repeaters, his reason for repeating wasn't poor grades, but rather that his scores consistently barely met the first-tier cutoff, qualifying him for the school's repeater subsidy. When asked why he kept repeating, Chen Chu's standard reply was always, because his dream was to enter the University of Science and Technology of China. However, strangely enough, every subject teacher noticed that Chen Chu had the full capability to achieve perfect scores in all subjects. In fact, with his level of knowledge, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become the top scholar in Jinling. Yet every time he managed to falter at the crucial moment before the college entrance exams. For 4 consecutive years, each year's score was just at the first-tier university admission line. This is rather intriguing. At this moment, Chen Chu stood out from his classmates. Instead of working on college entrance exam questions, he was holding a copy of Introduction to Nuclear Chromodynamics, Quantum Chromodynamics and its Applications to Nucleon and Nuclear Structure Systems. His desk drawers were filled entirely with textbooks like Quantum Computing, based on semiconductor quantum dots and polymer physics experiments, volumes that would give even a Chinese Academy of Sciences student a headache. What no one else knew was that a piece of information kept flashing through his mind. Host, Chen Chu replay progress 4-5. Progress of 6th generation fighter design blueprint unlock 80%. Ability, 100-fold increase in comprehension. Reward item, Pulse Detonation Engine blueprint. Yes. Ever since the first college entrance exam, Chen Chu suddenly received a notification in his mind. The system prompt indicated that as long as he completed the 5-year repetition achievement, he would obtain the divine level firepower system. At first, Chen Chu naturally refused. He had always been a top student since childhood, and for someone like him who treated getting into 985 and 211 universities as child's play, retaking the college entrance exam was nothing short of a humiliation. Until the system notified him. Once he chooses to repeat, he will gain a 100-fold enhancement in comprehension over these 5 years. Not only can he use these 5 years to self-study courses from the University of Science and Technology of China, but even doctoral theses, nuclear physics, quantum mechanics, and more will be at his fingertips. Before, although he had a natural talent for learning, he often found himself racking his brains in deep thought. But after obtaining the 100-fold comprehension enhancement ability, these theses and textbooks, he only needs a glance to grasp their underlying logic. He can even approach them from different perspectives to conceive better ideas and verify their authenticity. Imagine! Who wouldn't want to have supercharged learning abilities? Since he'll have to study for 4 more years after getting into the University of Science and Technology of China anyway, why not utilize this 100-fold increase in comprehension ability to finish these courses in advance? What's even more exciting is that once the achievement of repeating 5 years is unlocked, the system will directly gift the blueprint for a 6th-generation fighter jet. Do you understand what a 6th-generation fighter jet represents? The 6th-generation fighter of the Eagle is just a basic concept. The 5th-generation fighter jets of Dragon Nation currently rank among the world's top 3. This means whoever pioneers the development of 6th-generation aircraft will gain absolute air supremacy and lead the world. History has shown. Firepower is justice. And by simply repeating for 5 years, you directly earn a blueprint for a 6th-generation fighter jet. This definitely isn't something you can achieve through sheer hard study. Therefore, after the system estimated the first-tier cutoff score, Chen Chu decisively chose to control his college entrance exam scores. After reaching the score line for the first-tier universities, I decisively stopped. Why aim for the first-tier college admission score line? Because he couldn't afford the high tuition fees. His family could support him once, but continuous support was impossible. Students who meet the first-tier college admission cutoff score and choose to repeat the year are exempted from tuition fees by the school and receive a monthly living allowance of 400 yuan. Relying on this 400 yuan monthly allowance, he managed to persevere for 4 years. Putting down the book and looking at the countdown to the college entrance exam on the blackboard, Chen Chu took a deep breath. 4 years have passed. With just one final year remaining, I can practically count this as completing the 5-year feat of repeating grades. But, just at this moment, the rhythmic click of high heels echoed through the air, and the entire classroom fell silent in an instant. The homeroom teacher, Pan Ailing, walked in with a complicated expression. She began by giving the usual motivational pep talk to the exam-bound students in the class, then turned her gaze filled with concern toward Chen Chu in the very last row. Tomorrow will be a day off for you to adjust your schedules. The classroom erupted in cheers from the students. Then Pan Ailing raised her hand to signal for quiet before adding meaningfully, "This year's college entrance exam will likely be the hardest one you'll ever face. From now on, there will be a significant decrease in the number of repeat students competing with you in the college entrance exams." The classroom fell silent instantly, and many turned their heads to glance at Chen Chu in the back row. Because in their class, Chen Chu was the only repeat student. "We have just received the latest notice from the Education Bureau. Starting next semester, all public schools will no longer admit repeat students. Repeat students will be limited to attending private schools, so students from economically disadvantaged families will lose the opportunity to retake their academic year." As soon as these words were spoken, the classroom erupted in a chorus of curses. "This is just too unlucky. To make it worse, we have to compete with repeat students, but the next batch won't have to. Yes, this year is indeed the toughest session. Keep your voice down. Isn't Chen Chu the one who's worse off than us? This is his last chance." Pan Ailing also understood the students' complaints. With a meaningful glance at Chen Chu, she said, "So, whether you're a current graduate or a repeater, this will be one of your few opportunities, maybe even the last one." She was well aware of Chen Chu's family situation. Even at Jinling's less prestigious schools, tuition alone cost 30-40,000 yuan per year, with meal expenses exceeding 8,000 yuan per academic year. All told, repeating a year would cost at least 70,000 yuan. This is not something an ordinary family could afford. After Pan Ailing finished speaking, many male students cast somewhat gloating glances toward Chen Chu sitting in the back row. After all, although Chen Chu underperformed in every college entrance exam, he was good-looking and could answer any question in daily life, effectively stealing their limelight. Now, he's underperforming once again. Given his family's financial situation that relied on school subsidies, how could he possibly have any chance? This way, the gap between them would only widen in the future, and the thought of it made most of them rather smug. As for many of the female students, quite a few gazed at Chen Chu with concern. To the extent that after class, the class monitor Wan Yishuan even came over to comfort Chen Chu, saying, "Don't worry about it, Chen Chu. Are you free tomorrow? Since you've helped me with so much of my coursework before, I'd like to treat you to a meal tomorrow and have a heart-to-heart talk to help you unwind. That way, you won't feel so stressed about the college entrance exams." Wan Yishuan usually sought advice from Chen Chu on many issues, and this time she genuinely wanted to help him out. However, Chen Chu calmly shook his head and said, "Thank you, but I probably won't have time tomorrow." Seriously, what good would a heart-to-heart talk do? The reason he barely made the cutoff for first-tier universities every time during the college entrance exams was entirely intentional. It had nothing to do with underperforming. Upon first hearing the national policy cancellation of public schools admitting repeat students, he had already quickly filtered through several private schools in Jinling in his mind. Repeating the year is absolutely necessary. So the immediate problem to solve is how to get the private school to waive his tuition fees, right? With his academic performance, wouldn't private schools be competing to have him as a repeat student? Chapter 2, Retaking Classes Before Even Taking the College Entrance Exam? Votes appreciated. Chapter 2, You're already planning to repeat a grade before the college entrance exam? Thoughts give rise to action. The next day. Qianqiu Private High School. This secondary school integrates elementary, middle, and high school education into one institution, being one of the few private schools in Jinling City with nearly a century of history. Chen Chu arrived at the school early in the morning. The reason for choosing this school was quite simple. For generations, Qingbei High School has been renowned as a prestigious aristocratic institution in Jinling City. Those who come here to study are either wealthy or influential, many having spent money and connections just to get in. Therefore, whether in terms of hardware facilities or the school's qualifications, this institution is certainly not lacking in funds. Then he went to discuss repeating the year. Schools with better financial conditions are more likely to waive tuition fees, making them the primary targets for those seeking tuition exemptions. Moreover, he was confident. After repeating his final year, he truly shone in the college entrance exams. As his alma mater, this school would undoubtedly add a glorious chapter to its history while boosting its enrollment rate. It was a win-win situation, so he dared to seize the opportunity. Today was a day off for all students taking the national college entrance exams. However, the security guard at the school gate didn't get a break. Chen Chu arrived at the gate carrying his backpack. Since he wasn't wearing Qianqiu School's uniform, he was quickly stopped by the security guard. "Excuse me, student, you're not from Qianqiu School, why are you here so early in the morning? Are you getting familiar with the exam location in advance?" The security guard didn't seem particularly surprised either. Qianqiu School, though a private high school, has served as one of the national college entrance examination venues for years on end. High school exam candidates usually visit the exam venue a day before the holiday to familiarize themselves with it. This is also quite a common occurrence. Even teachers from the school sometimes take the initiative to bring their students to familiarize themselves with the exam venue. It's just that in his eyes, this student arrived quite early, and coupled with wearing the uniform of number 1 high school, he naturally assumed the student was both academically excellent and morally upright. However, Chen Chu shook his head. "Uncle, I'm here to see the principal to discuss some matters." "Is the principal currently at school?" The security guard was instantly dumbfounded. Looking for the principal. In the past, those who came to see the principal were either influential parents of students or higher-ups. Never had he heard of a student from another school coming to look for the principal. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "What is it you need to see the principal about, student?" Before coming, Chen Chu had naturally gained some understanding about the principal of Qianqiu School. Graduated from Tsinghua and Peking University, excelling in both virtue and talent. Plus, he also came from a poor background. So he thought this was the opportunity. "It's like this, I'm a student from number 1 high school, and the college entrance exam is approaching soon. I'd like to repeat my senior year at this school, so I've brought some of my materials to show the principal." Of course, Chen Chu had brought quite comprehensive materials. In addition to several certificates he had earned during high school, including awards from knowledge competitions, Olympiad math contests, and debate tournaments. There were also some of his own self-researched papers, including annotations and personal opinions on works by mainstream scientists around the world. But inexplicably, the security guard smiled upon hearing these words. The education sector in Dragon Country is said to be extremely competitive. But when it comes to repeating a school year, it's usually the parents who are overly competitive. He was hearing for the first time about a student who wanted to reserve a spot for repeating a grade even before the college entrance exams had begun. Even if this student was from the top high school, letting him in and taking the matter to the principal would mean jeopardizing one's own job. Moreover, after the official directives came down, the principal had already begun distancing himself from the recruitment of repeat students, leaving it entirely to the dean of academics. So he directly said to Chen Chu, "Regarding your child's decision to retake the college entrance exam, first of all, the exam hasn't even started yet. How can you already be thinking of giving up? Secondly, this is something your parents should be handling. The most important thing, of course, is that the principal isn't handling this matter now. If you're considering repeating the year, you can go in and talk to our academic dean, Mr. Liu. After all, admissions have been under his charge since this year." Chen Chu frowned upon hearing this, but still said, "Is the head teacher in the office now?" "Yes, you can certainly go and try." "All right, thank you." After thanking the guard, Chen Chu headed to the dean's office following the direction he was given. However, once Chen Chu left without showing any emotion on his face, the guard couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. Kids these days are too naive. Don't they know how many people are scrambling to reserve spots for repeating the year? You think you, a mere child, can compete with so many wealthy and influential parents? What makes you think you've got a chance? Just at that moment, a group of students wearing the same high school uniform happened to walk over from nearby. The leader was naturally the class monitor and class belle, Wan Yixuan. She was currently leading a group of classmates, all veterans of the Qianqiu examination hall, to familiarize themselves with the venue. Among them were quite a few students from other classes. As the class monitor, Wan Yixuan naturally possessed strong interpersonal skills. She took out her admission ticket and said to the security guard, "Uncle Security, we're students from Qianqiu Examination Center, from number 1 high school, and we'd like to familiarize ourselves with the exam venue in advance." The security guard looked somewhat surprised. "You're also from number 1 high school?" Wan Yixuan and the students from Yizhong couldn't help but feel somewhat puzzled. "What's the matter? Have other Yizhong students been here too?" "Of course they have," the security guard replied with a smile. Wan Yixuan turned around in even greater surprise, because all the Yizhong students taking exams at Qianqiu School's testing site had been accounted for. None were missing. Just then, a boy wearing a branded tracksuit spoke up, "Uncle, you must have been scammed, right? All the students from Yizhong here at Qianqiu Exam Center are present. How could there possibly be another Yizhong student arriving earlier than us? The speaker was Yang Jun, tall, handsome, and from a well-off family, consistently ranking in the top 10 of his grade in exams. With his qualities, he had no shortage of female admirers in school. But that's just how people are, they always obsess over things they can't have. Wang Yixian had better grades than her, was prettier, and also didn't him. So he always seized every opportunity to get close to Wang Yixian. Ironically, Wang Yixian often deliberately got close to Chen Chu, asking him questions. Now that Chen Chu was finally gone, of course he wanted to show off. Hearing this, the security uncle suddenly panicked. If he really sent a fake student to the dean, wouldn't the dean hold him accountable once he found out? So he quickly recalled the information that student had filled out on the form and asked, "Then is there a student named Chen Chu at your number 1 high school who looks more mature than you guys?" Everyone was shocked upon hearing the name Chen Chu. A handsome guy who consistently ranks first in his grade year after year, keeps winning medals and competition prizes, yet flubs the critical college entrance exam every time. This name truly rings like thunder. Who wouldn't know him? Wang Yixuan was even more astonished. Yesterday this guy said he was too busy to attend counseling, yet today he shows up at Qianqiu school but his exam center isn't even here. As for Yang Jun, hearing Chen Chu's name made him feel like he'd swallowed a fly. Why is this guy so persistent? Finally having a day off, and he still won't let me approach Wang Yixuan alone, right? Wang Yixuan didn't overthink it and quickly asked, "He's a student from our school, but his exam venue isn't here. Do you know why he came?" Hearing this, the security guard first sighed deeply, then recounted Chen Chu's earlier explanation with an emotional tone. If he hadn't said anything, it might have been better. But once the guard shared the story, everyone immediately looked utterly shocked. After the initial shock, opinions started to differ. Wang Yixuan felt somewhat exasperated at his lack of ambition. This guy clearly possessed such profound knowledge and grasped concepts even better than their teachers, yet he kept underperforming in the college entrance exams. That was bad enough. Now, even before taking the current year's exam, he's already planning for another round of retake preparations. Does he plan to spend his entire life taking the college entrance exams? There are so many wonderful things in life, must they be forever wasted on the college entrance exams, which are just the starting point of life? Many of the girls shook their heads, filled with regret. Meanwhile, the other boys, led by Yang Jun, all started grinning at this moment. Ranked first in every test thought he was something great, but turns out he is just a deserter when it counts. Especially when he saw Wang Yixuan's slightly disappointed expression, he felt even more that his opportunity had arrived. So he quickly asked, "Uncle Security, did Chen Chu go to see the principal? I can't possibly meet the principal. I asked him to go find the dean instead." Yang Jun immediately spoke up, "Chen Chu has been our classmate for a whole year. If he wants to retake the college entrance exams, shouldn't we, as his classmates, at least help boost his morale and put in a good word for him?" One of Yang Jun's lackeys immediately chimed in, "Yeah, since we've got nothing to do today anyway, why don't we all go take a look?" Wang Yixuan slightly furrowed her willow leaf brows and said, "We're here to familiarize ourselves with the exam venue in advance. Let's not get involved in Chen Chu's personal privacy matters." But how could Wang Yixuan possibly resist overwhelming opposition at this point? Originally, these boys who usually couldn't compare to Chen Chu wanted to see him make a fool of himself. Combined with the other girls' curiosity to watch the drama, they simply followed the crowd and walked over. In fact, she also wanted to see why Chen Chu was ready to give up before even taking the college entrance exam this time. Chapter 3, Accepting you is fine, provided you meet the Peking Tsinghua admission threshold. As for Chen Chu, the head of academic affairs, Qingbei, was clearly no pushover like the principal he'd investigated. Though the name had feminine connotations, evoking beauty and hairdressing, but Qingbei was unmistakably a man, immaculately groomed with his hair slicked back in a sleek pompadour. He now eyed Chen Chu with a hint of arrogance before speaking slowly. "Chen Chu, I've heard of that name before, and I believe these awards are genuine. Before the policy change, our school would have welcomed a student like you to repeat the year here. But times have changed. And besides, you're asking for tuition exemption." Before Qingbei could finish, his gaze suddenly shifted to a group of students in first middle school uniforms outside the window. "What? Who are these classmates of yours?" Just as Chen Chu was about to argue his case with Qingbei, he turned his head at her words and caught sight of Wang Yixuan, Lu Jun, and others standing by the entrance. "Probably here to scout the exam venue early," Chen Chu replied casually. Upon hearing this, Qingbei's heart stirred. Although Chen Chu consistently underperformed on the college entrance exams, Jinling No. 1 High School had its share of students who excelled academically and came from well-off families. What if any of them performed poorly and wanted to come to Qianqiu school early to retake the exams? She could get to know them. After all, the more competitors there were, the higher the tuition fees would be. So he feigned amiability and said, "Judging by their expressions, they must be here to see you. Since they're your classmates, why not invite them in too?" Chen Chu nodded and opened the door. Before he could speak, he met Wang Yixuan's reproachful gaze. Before Chen Chu could respond, Yang Jun chimed in, "Chen Chu, that's not very fair of you. You're coming to Chen Chu school without telling us we could have come together. Yeah, we were thrilled to see you. We heard you were coming to discuss repeating the year, and we could have put in a good word for you. Clearly, for these male classmates, Chen Chu's decision to repeat the year meant one less competitor. Losing their biggest rival for no reason, wasn't that a blessing? Chen Chu nodded. Come on in, then. Yang Jun's face immediately lit up with delight. Knowing the dean of Qianqiu school meant he had one more backup plan. He promptly said to Wan Yishuan, Yishuan, it's crowded out here. Let's go inside and speak up for Chen Chu. Wan Yishuan's expression was rather complicated, but she followed them inside nonetheless. Yang Jun proved quite articulate, launching into a self-introduction upon entering and presenting his admission ticket. Qingbei scrutinized Wan Yishuan and Yang Jun. After briefly inquiring about their academic performance, she looked quite satisfied. Such promising candidates. If Qianqiu Academy could recruit them as repeat students, wouldn't that mean 2 more top prospects for Tsinghua or Peking University in the future? Only after asking them numerous questions did Qingbei suddenly seem to remember Chen Chu, bringing up his situation. I assume this student, Chen Chu, is quite close to you both. But don't think I'm being unreasonable. While our top-tier university acceptance rate may not match first high schools, our faculty strength certainly holds its own. Therefore, our admission standards are quite stringent. Yang Jun couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. Chen Chu, who was treated like a treasure at Jinling No. 1 High School and adored by all the teachers, had actually been turned away here. He naturally smiled and said, of course. Qianqiu School has a long history, renowned teachers, and advanced facilities. If I were to repeat a year, Qianqiu would be my top choice. We understand. Wan Yishuan's expression, however, immediately darkened. What kind of head of studies was this? Did he even know how many honors Chen Chu had brought to Jinling No. 1 High School? And now he's even going to Yang Jun to complain about not accepting Chen Chu? Doesn't he know the most basic respect for people? It was at this very moment that Chen Chu spoke with remarkable calm. Principal Qi, if you don't intend to approve my readmission to your school, you might as well say so plainly. I don't have many virtues, but I am quite easygoing. Hearing this, Qingbei's expression darkened slightly as she retorted. Mr. Chen Chu, no matter how renowned you are at Jinling No. 1 High School, you must understand this: the college entrance exam is the starting point that determines the height of one's life. Yes, I admit your regular academic performance may be strong, but those are merely practice sessions. The college entrance exam is the ultimate goal. To draw an analogy, no matter how well a soldier trains in peacetime, what good is it if he performs poorly when called to battle? You've already proven this point by taking the gaokao 3 times. Perhaps I could even question the depth of your knowledge. And on top of that, you want the same treatment as students from public schools: tuition waiver plus living expenses. If you were in my position, would you promise a student like this another chance to retake the exam? Before Chen Chu could respond, Wan Yishuan beside him was already trembling with anger. Qingbei was the head of academic affairs, after all. How could she speak with such lack of tact? She knew full well just how terrifying Chen Chu's knowledge truly was. Each time she asked him a question, the difficulty level steadily increased until she reached a higher algebra problem, her own limit. After Chen Chu explained it to her in plain, easy-to-understand terms, she realized just how terrifying his true abilities were. In any field, those who can explain complex concepts simply and clearly are the true masters. A momentary lapse in performance could never represent a candidate's true level. Yet she remained silent, even thinking this outcome might be for the best. If Qianqiu Academy rejected Chen Chu's application to repeat the year, then when he truly gave his all on the college entrance exam, it might just shake up the entire city of Jinling. Yet at this moment, Chen Chu's expression remained utterly unchanged. Because Qingbei's criticism only targeted his poor performance on the college entrance exam. In truth, his poor performance wasn't his fault at all, it was the system's fault. Therefore, he naturally found Qingbei's perspective shallow. With a smile, he countered, what if I do well? Seeing Chen Chu's indifference, Qingbei suddenly found the situation amusing and teased back. If you could have done well, there'd have to be a standard for that, right? Here's the deal: if you score high enough this year to get into Tsinghua or Peking University, we'll agree to every condition you propose. Plus, I'll personally give you a monthly stipend of 400 yuan for living expenses. When these words came out, Yang Jun, who had been smirking quietly beside them, couldn't hold back any longer. Because anyone could tell this was a blatant humiliation of Chen Chu. Even a little cutie knew one simple truth. If you can get into Tsinghua or Peking University, why would you repeat a year? Is there any university in Longwood that someone with scores high enough for Tsinghua or Peking University couldn't get into? What could possibly be a higher aspiration than Tsinghua or Peking? Put another way, if Chen Chu truly achieved it, scored high enough for Tsinghua or Peking University yet still chose to repeat at Qianqiu school, it would be an absolute goldmine for the school. Just imagine the sensation it would cause, the massive external attention it would draw to Qianqiu school. So Qingbei's deal was a surefire win, essentially blocking Chen Chu's path in one fell swoop. As for Wan Yishuan, standing nearby, she finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. Principal Qi, your words are a bit harsh. Chen Chu's consistent performance has already proven his capabilities. Both teachers and classmates who've sought his help can vouch for that. Your school can refuse him, but if he actually gets into Tsinghua or Peking University, why would he choose to repeat his senior year here? Qingbei shrugged, about to retort that he'd forfeit his free retake spot at Chen Chu school. But just then, a voice cut through the silence, tinged with surprise and a hint of joy. Is that really true? Chapter 4, Gaokao, are you taking the 6th generation fighter engine exam? At the sound of that question, everyone's faces froze in shock. Had they heard correctly? They all turned to look at Chen Chu, only to see him genuinely smiling as he repeated the question. Was he out of his mind? After all, if one didn't achieve satisfactory results on the gaokao, they could repeat the year at Qianqiu Academy while enjoying the same benefits as before at the public school. That would be a huge win. But if you've already scored high enough to get into Tsinghua or Peking University, why would you choose to repeat the year when you could be attending the nation's top universities? Was it for the measly 800 yuan monthly stipend? That doesn't make sense. Although Chen Chu comes from a modest background, he could easily apply for student loans once he enters university, which should offer even better terms. So what exactly was he after? Unfazed by the reactions around him, Chen Chu pressed Qingbei, Director Qi, is this true? If I meet the admission standards for Peking or Tsinghua, Jianqiu School will offer me the same retake conditions as public schools? This time, when Chen Chu articulated the question clearly, Qingbei finally caught on. She hadn't misspoken. If Chen Chu truly achieved it, she would be credited with a major accomplishment. What was there to be modest about? Therefore, he quickly smiled and said, of course, provided you meet the admission standards for Peking or Tsinghua University, not a single point less. Deal. Seeing Chen Chu's decisive response, Wan Ishwan and Yang Jun beside her both stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous. Good grief, has Chen Chu hit his head on a door or something? For any normal person, it would be unthinkable to give up an admission offer from Peking or Tsinghua University just for a spot to repeat senior year and an extra 800 yuan monthly subsidy, only to attend a private high school. After all, no one would dare gamble on whether they could get into Peking or Tsinghua again if they tried. Just then, to be on the safe side, Chen Chu drafted a guarantee letter and handed it to Qingbei. Director Qi, to protect both our interests, please sign this. Qingbei was taken aback by the formality of Chen Chu's approach. This kid, is he serious? If he really got into Peking or Tsinghua, she'd have to give up the spot. So he promptly signed his name. Thank you. After receiving the guarantee letter, Chen Chu slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked out of the dean's office. Wan Ishwan immediately rushed after him. Chen Chu, have you lost your mind? This agreement is all harm and no benefit to you. Why would you? But the next moment, Chen Chu smiled and said, you guys go check out the exam room first. I need to go back and review. Review? Among the surrounding crowd were classmates from his homeroom. They knew Chen Chu usually read only extracurricular books even during exam prep. He never touched textbooks, let alone practice problems. Now he was suddenly going to review? Xian, what's gotten into Chen Chu? Wan Ishwan shook her head in confusion. It was Yang Jun who stepped forward to explain what had happened inside, sending shockwaves through the group of Class 1 students once more. Passing the cutoff scores for Tsinghua and Peking University, only to come here to repeat the year? Was he out of his mind? But they all understood that after the college entrance exams, the gap between them and Chen Chu would widen significantly. Because of that guarantee agreement. Chen Chu had only two possible outcomes. Either he fails to meet the admission standards for Tsinghua or Peking University, ending up with scores similar to before and barely scraping into a first-tier university. Or, with no chance to retake the exams, he'd be relegated to the ranks of ordinary people. Of course, the most likely scenario was that Chen Chu had suffered some kind of mental breakdown. Otherwise, why would he sign such a pledge? Could a mind that badly damaged ever pass the entrance exams for Peking or Tsinghua? It seemed utterly impossible. Feelings of pity, smugness, and schadenfreude spread among the examinees, and news of Chen Chu's situation began circulating through the various cliques at First High School. Especially among the boys at First High who had often been overshadowed by Chen Chu, they all felt even more smug. As for Chen Chu, he had no time to care about how others viewed him. After receiving the guarantee letter, he immediately returned to his school dormitory to begin his formal preparations for the college entrance exam. Despite his knowledge level, including having completed the content of all subject tutors through his enhanced comprehension, he prepared for the college entrance exam every year. This preparation was no ordinary one. It involved calculating score control. In the past, to avoid unnecessary complications. Beyond meeting the system's first-tier cutoff score, he also obtained past exam papers to simulate the actual test environment. Balancing the need to hover just above the cutoff line while avoiding subject imbalances and distributing mistakes evenly presented a certain degree of difficulty. It could be said that, without a deep understanding of every single question on the exam, the ability to score perfectly, and the foresight to anticipate the grading standards of the examiners, it was impossible to precisely control the score. Yet he achieved this feat 3 times in a row. This time, his target was the cutoff scores for Peking and Tsinghua universities. The system now displayed the minimum cutoff for admission to Peking and Tsinghua: 695 points. For an academic underachiever, this might be a terrifying number. But Chen Chu had already begun calculating exactly how many points he would lose and where those deductions would come from. The total score was 750 points. That meant he could afford to lose a maximum of 55 points. His primary focus remained on the science comprehensive exam, especially since perfect scores in Chinese, English, and math were rare. Combined with the fact that it was the first exam he took, he quickly made his calculations in his mind. Historically, the science comprehensive exam had been the easiest section of the college entrance exam, yielding the highest number of perfect scores and representing his strongest subject. Therefore, he planned to sacrifice 50 points from the first day's Chinese, math, and English exams. By reserving a 5-point margin for error on the final day's science comprehensive exam, he would have ample room to maneuver. With his plan set, Chen Chu felt an unusual wave of drowsiness wash over him. Lying on his dorm bed, he held the pledge letter in one hand while his mind wandered to the moment he would complete his 5th retake and finally obtain the 6th-generation aircraft blueprints. That moment would mark the end of suffering and the beginning of sweet reward. The eagle of Dragon Nation, leading the world, would finally soar through the skies. Nations that had once humiliated Dragon Nation would tremble, while cold-eyed bystanders would rush to curry favor. So what did the cold stares and mockery he endured matter? At this thought, even his dreams turned sweet. Yet while Chen Chu was finalizing his plan to manipulate the college entrance exam scores, the exam city itself was anything but peaceful. The gaokao city was situated within a sealed city in the Tamgon desert of the zombie city. Due to concerns over exam integrity, it was rumored that each year, the test creators were subjected to a unique form of treatment, being locked away in a small dark room. In reality, it wasn't quite a black room, but gaokao city was very real. Many renowned teachers who had contributed to the exam questions considered it an honor to spend a month in gaokao city. Here, the food, leisure, and other amenities are the most generous perks imaginable. The only downside is the complete isolation from the outside world. Even mobile phones are restricted to playing snake games. Yet within the gaokao city at this very moment, one exam question writer enjoys unprecedented, unparalleled treatment. The dinner table gathered renowned tutors from all corners. Any one of them, if they took on tutoring work outside, would have parents flocking to them. Yet now, these very tutors stood respectfully gathered around an elderly man approaching 60. His hair and beard were streaked with gray, yet his expression was remarkably alert. He even sounded somewhat aggrieved as he declared, "If you ask me, I'm the most wrong person here in this gaokao city." The other teachers, especially those teaching science subjects, immediately nodded in agreement. Exactly. With Mr. Li personally setting the questions, how could ordinary students possibly answer them? Honestly, even if they let old Master Li out and he explained the answers, how many exam takers would actually understand? Professor Li Tsunghai waved his hand with a smile. "You're overestimating me. The questions I set this time, I only half understand myself. They've troubled me for far too long. Now that I think about it, I rather regret setting them. You guys just retired me from the lab, and you thought there were too many perfect scores on the science comprehensive exam these past years. You wanted me to ramp up the difficulty. I thought about it, and then I came up with a question that stumped me and even the entire physics community." The other science teachers all nodded in approval. "Well done, old Li. These students have been spoiled by the easy questions on the comprehensive science exam. When it comes time to forge swords for the nation, they can't even fart one out." Exactly. The college entrance exam should teach them a lesson. "So, Mr. Li, what kind of question did you come up with?" Li Tsunghai narrowed his eyes slightly, smiling sheepishly. "For the final major question, I posed a concept for the engine design of a 6th-generation fighter jet. I wanted to gather diverse perspectives and see if any truly gifted students could contribute." Whoa! The science teachers froze in shock the moment Professor Li finished speaking. The final question on the physics section of the college entrance exam is a major problem worth 15 points. This time around, anyone scoring even 5 points on that final physics question would be considered a genius. Chapter 5: Handcrafting a Pulse Detonation Engine for the Gaokao. Obviously. For a high school student, even if they watched the news broadcast regularly, their knowledge of 5th-generation fighter jets was minimal. Much less offer constructive suggestions for the engines of future 6th-generation fighters. This very fact meant that the final major question on the physics exam had no standard answer. Scoring depended entirely on the creativity level of each student's response. Basically, scoring 5 points already indicated a student with a relatively strong grasp of engine principles. As for a perfect 10? That was reserved for students possessing the innate talent to enter Lonka University, an achievement worthy of bragging about for the rest of their lives. A perfect score, however, was simply impossible. After all, even Professor Li himself would struggle to provide a perfect answer, as 6th-generation aircraft remain in the slow-progressing stages of development and testing. After retiring, Professor Li, unwilling to accept the status quo, decided to use this college entrance exam to see if Longhua had any so-called genius students. After all, the pool of examinees was vast. Perhaps a true prodigy might emerge? Naturally, after Professor Li's revelation, science teachers universally abandoned any hope of students achieving perfect scores on this exam. In their view, this year's exam would only be considered truly exceptional if a student could score within 20 points of perfection. A deduction of only 15 points would be a 1 in a million occurrence. And if someone managed to lose only 10 points? That student would be crowned the national champion in this year's science comprehensive exam. Such a talent would be coveted not just by Longka University, but even Tsinghua and Peking University would spare no effort to recruit them. However, Chen Chu remained oblivious to the buzz circulating within the exam city. After strictly executing his pre-planned strategy on the first day of exams, he moved on to the second day's tests. Since the margin for error on the next day's exam was extremely low, he was prepared to give his all on the science comprehensive test. The first subject on the exam was physics. When Chen Chu received the exam paper, he frowned at first glance. It had become a habit for him to calculate the point distribution the moment he received any exam paper. It had become second nature. Any high-level examinee would do the same. The first step upon receiving the paper is to scan its total point distribution, identifying which questions carry the most weight. Especially the final, most challenging question. With only 60 minutes allotted for the entire physics exam, spending more than 20 minutes on the final question even if answered correctly was extremely inefficient. Yet just by looking at the point allocation, the final question alone commands 20 points. Previously, the final question was typically divided into 3 sub-questions worth 5, 7, and 8 points respectively. But now it's been changed to a single 20-point question. Interesting. The proctors also received their copies at this moment. Since they couldn't use their phones either, and no one would cheat immediately at the start, he too began examining the test paper. His approach to reviewing the exam was identical to Chen Chu's. But when he saw the final physics question, his pupils suddenly contracted. As a new era swordsmith, design a futuristic engine from scratch and describe its performance. Maximum score, 20 points. Keep in mind that the entire physics exam was worth 110 points, and this single question accounted for 20 of them. Moreover, the question demanded an open-ended answer. In other words, there was no definitive correct answer. Moreover, it tested a student's innovative capabilities, requiring rigorous conceptual skills. Beneath boundless imagination lay the foundation of solid, fundamental knowledge. This is absolutely not something that can be completed in 20 minutes. It seems the gap in high scores this year will inevitably be in physics. It makes sense. After all, in past exams, far too many students scored perfect marks in physics, yet the nation continues to lack constructive talent. We remain bottlenecked in various critical core technologies. It's time to tell our students that physics is a subject with boundless depths. Moreover, with standardized difficulty, there's no question of fairness or unfairness. Correct answers earn points, while incorrect ones leave everyone empty-handed. After glancing at the final major question, one could even skip it entirely, focusing instead on securing the first 90 points, treating a perfect score as merely 90 points. Therefore, he offered a timely reminder. Focus first on securing the points you can reliably earn. Time is tight for the physics section. After this reminder, many test takers finally began reviewing other questions. Upon discovering the final problem involved designing a futuristic engine, their eyes widened in astonishment. Some even let out audible "huh"s in the exam hall. Is this what college entrance exam students should be doing? Recalling the proctor's advice to secure points they could reliably earn, they quickly made up their minds. After all, they were all high school students. If the questions were too difficult, everyone would struggle. They'd focus on the foundational problems to show their true ability, and if there wasn't enough time for the final question, they wouldn't even attempt it. Clearly, they had already devised their strategy for success. After a brief mental adjustment, the examinees all began answering the questions. Of course, throughout this process, a solid 99% of them wouldn't even glance at the final question. The proctor periodically made the rounds and confirmed this pattern. This cohort of students had clearly been well taught by their instructors. Don't waste a single second on questions in your knowledge blind spots. Focus your time on questions where you can score points. However, when the proctor passed by an older candidate, they were utterly astonished to discover this individual was tackling the final essay question. Moreover, his answer sheet showed only the multiple choice questions completed, followed by a direct leap to the final essay question. What kind of behavior is this? Suicidal? Clearly, the proctor assumed this student had given up entirely. After all, this year's final question seemed like a long shot, something you'd only attempt if you had time left at the end. Yet this guy had finished the multiple choice section and gone straight for the last essay question. What else could it be but courting disaster? But when he glanced over from a distance, he was slightly taken aback. Because this student's handwriting was as sharp and precise as silver hooks and iron strokes, and he was holding a compass and ruler, drawing a design diagram with all the proper tools. Are you kidding me? And on the answer sheet, he saw the name of this engine. Pulse Knock Engine, the power core of 6th generation fighters. The king of hypersonic flight. Pulse Detonation Engine? Hypersonic? And design schematics? Could this be clickbait? But even if it is clickbait, as long as the blueprints look plausible, it could probably score a solid 70–80%. Seems like China really has a lot of people and some are actually daring enough to tackle questions like this. So he pretended to circle around and approach the candidate from another angle. This time, he saw the blueprint had clearly taken shape. This kid, is he serious? Chapter 6, Daring to Tackle the Final Major Problem? He immediately leaned closer and quickly caught sight of the engine's cylinder, piston, crankshaft, valves, and other components. Surprisingly, a high schooler didn't seem to need any thought at all. It was as if the positions and shapes of these components were already etched into his mind. He didn't hesitate, he just picked up his pen and started drawing. He observed the cylinder sat at the engine's core, housing the piston and combustion chamber. The piston, crankshaft, and output shaft connections were all labeled with remarkable precision. Could this kid's family be in the engine manufacturing business? Then, upon seeing the marked specifications, he was utterly stunned. Cylinder diameter, 1,500 mm. Piston stroke, 1,200 mm. Knockwave propagation path, 3-dimensional annular propagation path, maximum propagation distance 5,000 mm. These answers scribbled on the answer sheet seemed cold and impersonal, but to anyone with basic physics knowledge, they were utterly astonishing. First was the cylinder diameter. 1,500 mm. What does that mean? Typical internal combustion engines have diameters ranging from just tens of millimeters to around 100 mm, a tenfold increase. A cylinder this large means it can hold more combustion mixture, generating far greater thrust. What is this colossal thing? Could it really be a 6th-generation aircraft engine? And looking at the engine's performance, what transmission path is it utilizing? A 3-dimensional ring-shaped transmission path with a maximum transmission distance of 5,000 mm. What a terrifying concept! First, the 3-dimensional annular propagation path refers to detonation waves traveling through the combustion chamber along a 3-dimensional annular path as if propagating within a spherical or ring-shaped space rather than simply spreading across a flat plane. This propagation path design enables more uniform and efficient combustion, allowing the engine to utilize fuel more effectively and boost power output. The maximum propagation distance of 5,000 mm indicates the farthest distance the detonation wave can travel within this ring-shaped path. Ultimately, estimates suggest this pulse detonation engine could achieve a terrifying top speed exceeding 6 times the speed of sound over 7,200 km per hour. While the aircraft's actual flight speed will depend on factors like design, aerodynamics, and thrust, exceeding 6 times the speed of sound over 7,200 km per hour already makes this the world's fastest engine. Good heavens! This guy really dares to dream big. If this becomes reality, wouldn't China's 6th-generation fighter already be unrivaled in speed alone? What does 7,200 km per hour even mean? Take the Pentagon as an example. The straight line distance from Beijing to the Pentagon is roughly 11,000 kilometers. That means a 6th-generation fighter could reach the skies above the Pentagon in just an hour and a half. In a future war, would aircraft carriers even be necessary? Would we still need to slowly transport large fleets of fighters across the Pacific on carriers? Absolutely not. Swarms of 6th-generation fighters would descend like a dark cloud upon enemy borders. No nation on Earth could withstand such terrifying, unnerving speed. What about the F-35? Just shut down production. As time passed, the proctor periodically circled back to Chen Chu's desk, glancing at his answer sheet. Once Chen Chu completed his design blueprint, he proceeded to elaborate on the engine's performance specifications. In contrast, the other examinees had all chosen to abandon this final major question. Some test takers even took a shot in the dark, scribbling out some basic internal combustion engine diagrams. Answers like these were purely meant to demonstrate foundational knowledge, hoping the grader might award some sympathy points. But as time ticked away, he watched Chen Chu finish the final major question with only 10 minutes remaining. The proctor couldn't help but sigh. Though this student was a prodigy of extraordinary talent, he had only completed the multiple choice section. Wasn't he still going to lose points? He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What a waste of such genius, focusing on the wrong things. But 5 minutes later, when he looked back at Chen Chu, who was still furiously scribbling away, the proctor breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately astonished, he walked over again only to see that Chen Chu's exam paper was now densely covered with answers. What the hell? He finished already? Chen Chu was now reviewing his work, unaware that his entire writing process had been observed from start to finish. Originally, his goal was simply to quietly complete this 5th retake and finally achieve scores high enough for Tsinghua or Peking University. But who could have predicted that this year's physics section, usually a breeze, would suddenly feature such a high difficulty problem? He hesitated intensely. If he gave a standard answer, he might get 10 points, or perhaps only lose 5. But with physics suddenly throwing such a monster problem at him, who knew what other traps lay ahead? He dared not gamble. Moreover, if he didn't attempt it, even with the 6th-generation jet engine blueprints in hand, his score wouldn't be high enough for Tsinghua or Peking University. He wouldn't be able to retake the exams, and his mission would fail. then his entire life's achievement would likely be limited to just one pulse detonation engine. No one wants their life's potential capped off like that, right? But scoring full marks would change everything. The system would activate 5th generation fighter design blueprints, permanent 100x insight boost, plus a whole series of rewards triggered by the system activation. Convinced he had sufficient time, he immediately transcribed the pulse detonation engine blueprint obtained from the system onto his answer sheet, detailing its performance specifications and parameters. Even the world's most elite engineers would praise this engine to the skies. Since it was entirely from his own mind, writing it down required no effort at all. He could even use the time spent answering this question to solve others directly in his head. In the final 5 minutes, he simply wrote down the answers to the other questions he had in his mind, reserving the last 5 minutes for review. What Chen Chu didn't know was that other students from First High were also in the same exam hall. How did they perceive Chen Chu? During the physics exam, he started with the final major question. When writing the answers to the other questions, his speed was astonishing, so fast it seemed as if he hadn't thought at all, as if he were just randomly filling in answers. So, after the physics exam ended, the fact that Chen Chu had tackled the final physics problem and spent nearly half an hour on it quickly became the talk of the first high school group chat. Did you hear? I bet Chen Chu is screwed this time. Even his strongest subject, physics, is going down the drain. What do you mean? I saw it with my own eyes. After finishing the multiple choice section, he crammed the last big physics problem with dense writing. Then, with only 10 minutes left, he rushed to write answers for the other questions. No way. Designing a future engine? I gave up on that question the moment I saw it. Someone actually attempted it? No wonder he fails every year. Saving 10 minutes for other questions? That's a recipe for disaster. As the class monitor of Class 1 at First High, Wan Yixuan, who had a wide network, naturally saw this news as well. She was filled with regret. The moment she saw that question, she decided to abandon it and focus entirely on the others. Only after finishing and reviewing the rest did she tentatively sketch out an internal combustion engine, filling in basic knowledge just to try her luck. But Chen Chu had actually spent the entire half hour on the final major question, leaving only 10 minutes for the rest. Could he possibly finish? Even if he did, would he have time to review it? While some were worried, others were overjoyed. Yang Jun nearly lost his mind with joy upon seeing this news. With skills like that, Chen Chu still dared to claim he could hit the admission scores for Tsinghua or Peking University? The college entrance exam demanded balanced performance. Exceptional scores across every subject were required for admission to Tsinghua or Peking. Now that he'd made such a huge mistake in physics, there was no time left for other questions. And with the physics problems being so difficult, could Chen Chu really solve them? He might as well become a national engineer. Yang Jun simply couldn't believe it. The outcome was obvious. Due to his major physics blunder, Chen Chu once again underperformed on the gaokao. He'll likely end up at a regular first-tier university, or even a vocational college. At that point, a huge gap would emerge in their social standing. How vast would the gap be between a graduate of a prestigious university and one from an ordinary college or even a vocational school? Simply put, he could rise through the ranks at a Fortune 500 company and become a corporate executive, only to one day encounter Chen Chu repairing cars in a factory. At this thought, he had already made up his mind. When it came time to fill out his college application, he was going to show off big time. Chapter 7, I'll wait for you at Lonka University. The 3 days after the college entrance exams passed quickly. During those 3 days, the entire First High School, especially the seniors, had thoroughly spread the news of Chen Chu's exam mishap. So much so that every senior at First High knew that senior holdout Chen Chu had, unsurprisingly, failed the exam again. If the students were discussing it, how could the teachers remain unaware? Clearly, every teacher in the high school knew Chen Chu. Upon hearing about his mistake on the physics exam, they couldn't help but feel regret. Given Chen Chu's family circumstances, repeating the year was clearly out of the question. Therefore, everyone assumed that when it came time to fill out his college applications, Chen Chu would inevitably choose some conservative options, like second-tier universities. Though this fell far short of his usual performance, it was still better than not getting into college at all. Nowadays, getting into college meant eligibility for student loans, and completing university would improve job prospects. For Chen Chu, this was his only viable path forward. As for his earlier agreement to retake the entrance exams at Qianqiu School, no one gave it a second thought. Getting into Tsinghua but choosing to retake exams at a vocational college instead? How plausible was that? Early that morning, Wan Yixuan arrived at the classroom ahead of everyone else. Based on her estimated scores, she figured her cutoff would be around 715 points. Therefore, her first choice should naturally be Tsinghua or Peking University. Logically, she shouldn't have been racking her brain or looking so gloomy. Yet from the moment she arrived, she was glued to her phone, scrolling through lists of top-tier universities from first-tier to second-tier institutions. At the same time, she kept glancing around the room, checking to see if Chen Chu had arrived. Even after the homeroom teacher entered the classroom and distributed the application forms, Chen Chu's seat remained empty. The homeroom teacher held the application forms and said, "I assume most of you have no experience filling out these forms. In this final class, I'll explain how to complete them. Since repeating a year has become more costly, we must prioritize stability." Last year, the admission cutoff for Peking in Tsinghua was 685 points. With this year having the largest cohort, if your score is below 688, you should not list either university as your first choice. Of course, those projecting scores above 700 can list them freely. Additionally, students with financially well-off families planning to retake the exam need not fill them out at all. After the homeroom teacher finished speaking, the class erupted in mixed reactions and heated discussions. Some who scored above 700 were thrilled. Others, whose scores fell short of Peking or Tsinghua's requirements, glanced regretfully at the brochures of other universities. Of course, some planned to skip filling out their applications altogether. Only Wan Yishuan kept staring at the empty seat behind her where Chen Chu had sat, feeling particularly uneasy. "I trust you've already considered which schools to apply to. You have another half hour to decide. After that, I'll collect your application forms. Remember, fill out all 3 choices carefully." Clearly, the homeroom teacher had seen too many students get carried away. For instance, some stubbornly insisted on applying to Peking or Tsinghua despite knowing the admission cutoff scores would skyrocket. Thus, necessary reminders remained essential. As soon as the homeroom teacher left, some students began whispering among themselves. "Why isn't Chen Chu here? No idea. I saw him packing up and leaving school this morning. Probably lost all hope and is going to find a job. Possible. The teacher didn't even mention him." Chen Chu had a real spirit of dedication. It's such a shame. Everyone has their own path. Thinking back, Chen Chu was actually a decent kid. Who knows how tough his road ahead will be. Hearing these words, Wan Yishuan felt a pang of unease. Just as she rose to leave, she caught the sound of voices discussing something. "Hey, isn't that Yang Jun over there? What's he doing here? Probably here for Wan Yishuan again." Wan Yishuan immediately furrowed her delicate brows, a wave of disgust washing over her. Yang Jun clearly had no idea what was going on. He exchanged a few words with the boy by the window, who then eagerly relayed the message to Wan Yishuan. "Class monitor, Yang Jun says he needs to talk to you. He wants you to step outside. Ask him what it's about. Don't bother me unless it's important." Wan Yishuan replied with a displeased expression. A moment later, the boy came trotting back and said, "Brother Yang asked which school you're planning to apply to. He wants to apply to the same one." Wan Yishuan had been wondering where Chen Chu had gone. Had he really done so poorly on the exam that he wasn't even bothering to fill out his college application? Now that Yang Jun was pestering her, she naturally didn't have a pleasant expression. Why should he care? Tell him to mind his own business. A moment later, the boy relayed another message. Brother Yang said he scored 694 points too, which is more than enough for Tsinghua or Peking University. He said he won't fill out his second or third choices, he'll definitely go to Tsinghua or Peking University to find you. Wan Yishuan couldn't help but frown. She didn't respond. Instead, she turned and filled in the first choice section of her application form with Lunka University. "Chen Chu, since your dream is Lunka University, I'll wait for you there. And I will find you, I won't let you give up." As for Yang Jun, how could he possibly know what Wan Yishuan had ultimately chosen? Seeing her displeased expression, he assumed it was shyness. This only made him happier, convinced that his persistence would eventually win her over. After all, university spanned 4 years. With his family background, how could he possibly fail to win Wan Yishuan's heart? Besides, proximity brings advantage. At Tsinghua or Peking University, there would be few people from Nanjing. As fellow townsfolk, wouldn't he have the advantage of proximity? Without a second thought, he returned to fill in Peking University as his first choice. As for his second and third choices, he didn't even consider filling them in. After all, Qingbei's highest admission cutoff in previous years had only been 691, and last year it was just 685. With his 694 score, what was there to fear? Besides, with this year's physics exam being so difficult, Peking and Tsinghua's cutoff scores should drop. And Chen Chu? Hearing that Chen Chu had packed up all his belongings and left first thing in the morning made him absolutely delighted. What did this signify? First, Chen Chu had abandoned his college applications, meaning he wouldn't even have a university degree. Second, his contract with Qianqiu Academy's admissions office was null and void. Even if, by some stroke of bad luck, he didn't make the cut for Peking or Tsinghua, his family's resources meant he could always retake the exams at Qianqiu School. Moreover, he was confident that between him and Chen Chu, director-chief from Qianqiu School would undoubtedly choose him. He wouldn't even need to compete with Chen Chu. And just as universities across the country were in the midst of the intense college application process, the grading of the college entrance exam papers had officially begun. Chapter 8, Have we produced a genius? College entrance exam grading. Since the introduction of machine assistants, it had significantly reduced the manual workload for graders. First off, any exam not filled out with a 2B pencil gets automatically rejected. This initial screening eliminates candidates who can't even follow basic rules. Even formulaic questions like multiple choice and fill in the blank can be reviewed by machines. Yet one subject still mobilized the most extensive grading team in history. That subject features this year's most challenging question, the one generating the most heated online debate. Designing an engine for the nation. Historically, grading teachers were typically education graduates with at least 10 years of teaching experience, most holding professional titles. Yet for this year's final physics question, authorities mobilized a team of scientific luminaries. Essentially, every province's physics grading team included a doctoral supervisor with international academic publications in engine technology. As for the other general graders, they all held at least a master's degree in physics. Without this threshold, even with a good engine and a brilliant idea, they wouldn't be able to recognize it. The answer sheets from Jinling City were sent to Jiangsu Province for cross-grading, ensuring greater fairness for all examinees. On the very first day of reviewing the physics essay questions for the college entrance exam, these temporarily hired graders all felt like they were on vacation. One might even say it was a bit boring. Because this year's final physics question was essentially blank across the board. After all, while designing an engine for the nation is challenging enough to make full marks difficult, it's hardly something one would simply give up on, right? Initially, the graders were quite strict. They awarded 1 or 2 points for some naive ideas, such as suggesting a supercharger be added to an internal combustion engine cylinder, unrealistic and vague concepts. But later on, even slightly more reasonable ideas earned 2 or 3 points. After all, daring to answer at all already put them ahead of those who didn't attempt it. According to the rules, only papers scoring over 10 points and approved by the graders would be forwarded to the doctoral supervisors for further evaluation and final grading. But on the very first day, Professor Lin Chunping from Su Province didn't receive a single paper. Good heavens! He couldn't even imagine that in a nation of 1.4 billion people, a province with tens of millions of examinees couldn't produce a single genius. Of course, even if they weren't geniuses, he thought, at least someone could have presented a decent concept worthy of points. But there was nothing. Bored, he sought out other supervisors for feedback. The results were identical. Not only did Jinling yield no perfect scores, but across the 4 provinces of Shanha, not a single paper scored above 10 points on the first day. The capital did produce one answer barely worthy of a perfect score, but that was solely due to solid foundational knowledge, someone with potential for future development. Far from making the leading figures in the domestic physics community feel they had made a mistake. Instead, it only strengthened their resolve to continue setting such challenging problems annually, fostering students' ability for independent, creative thinking. Only through this approach could the nation cultivate more talented individuals. This time, Oldley had truly made the right call. Without this diagnostic test, no one would have realized that so many students nationwide could only tackle college entrance exam questions without developing their own critical thinking skills. When it came to knowledge beyond the curriculum, most students lacked even the courage to attempt it. In the realm of scientific research, such timidity choosing only the safest path, how could it ever forge bold, decisive solutions for the nation? Put another way, if our predecessors hadn't continuously dared to experiment back then, how could Manhwa have developed the mushroom bomb from such a weak national foundation? Without the mushroom bomb, could the Dragon Nation have achieved such remarkable development today? It would likely have been gradually devoured by Western powers long ago. Therefore, cultivating talent must start from a young age. Ideally, all students should develop the ability to think independently and dare to experiment in scientific research. Consequently, on the following day, grading for the physics essay questions became somewhat more lenient once again. Students who had seriously attempted their answers were given partial credit where appropriate. After all, only through such encouragement could students be emboldened to attempt the questions. Yet as the morning break approached, not a single perfect score candidate had emerged in the physics grading room of Su Province. Just as the graders were preparing to take their lunch break, Dr. Lee, the physics grader and mechanical engineering scholar, suddenly received a stack of answer sheets. His task was to process these sheets before the end of the morning session. He had assumed that based on the pace, finishing them all in the morning would be no problem. So he let his mind wander and slacked off for a moment. But what he hadn't anticipated was that upon seeing this particular answer sheet, he felt a jolt in his heart. Over the past 2 days, he had graded at least 1,000 blank or carelessly filled out answer sheets. On average, it took him less than 30 seconds to grade each one. Yes. It was extremely rare for an answer sheet to hold his attention for even 30 seconds. After all, it was just a single diagram and a few words. Merely glancing at the diagram, he could tell whether the student was competent or not. Many had even drawn the engine structure diagram incorrectly. But when he reached the final answer sheet, he discovered something unexpected. Beyond the single diagram, the page was densely covered in writing, neat, precise characters filling every inch like silver hooks and iron strokes. This student actually took the exam seriously? It was important to note that grading was done in pairs. To prevent collusion, the 2 graders were assigned to separate offices. If their scores differed significantly, a third grader would review the paper. Therefore, Dr. Lee had no idea about the other graders' situation, whether they had carefully reviewed this paper. Consequently, he dared not take it lightly. Even though it was lunchtime, he chose to stay seated and continue reading. Sixth generation aircraft engine pulsed knock engine. Upon seeing this eye-catching title, Dr. Lee's interest was instantly piqued. While he admitted the headline had indeed caught his attention, he knew full well that designing a functional engine was no easy feat for a high school student. Could they truly grasp the principles behind a pulse detonation engine? Just as a faint smile touched his lips and his gaze casually drifted toward the engine blueprint, a single glance at the cylinders and other components, including some equipment he'd never seen before, instantly shifted his mindset from relaxed to intensely focused. For real? This engine, it looks like it might actually be something? So he put on his glasses, for this blueprint was so meticulously detailed that some of the fine print could only be labeled with English abbreviations. After casually glancing at just a few of these abbreviations, his spirits immediately soared once more. Many of those abbreviations were unfamiliar even to him. The technical depth was off the charts. What was this feeling? It felt like his professor had taken him abroad for an academic conference and introduced him to a big shot. Could this possibly be the work of some PhD advisor who couldn't resist getting personally involved? The handwriting and the meticulousness of the layout simply didn't resemble the work of a high school student. And while he couldn't decipher the technical terms for certain components in the diagram, he dared not report it, fearing others would laugh at him for not understanding such basics. So he steeled himself and started researching the abbreviations and applications of the components. But as he searched, he confirmed one thing. This answer was no simple matter. Many of the abbreviations and components weren't domestic terms at all. They were specialized designations found only in highly technical and confidential foreign research papers. Only someone with decades of immersion could write these specialized format abbreviations so fluently and effortlessly. Moreover, the parts and structures were logically rigorous and meticulously organized. He was certain this was either the work of a genius, a gift from heaven to the Dragon Nation, or it had been written by some foreign expert and accidentally obtained by this examinee. Yet currently, there was absolutely no precedent in the world for applying pulse detonation engines to fighter jets. Which led to the most terrifying possibility. This student was a genius. Thus, he eagerly plunged into studying these seemingly impenetrable design schematics. Time seemed to stand still as he experienced an unprecedented joy in learning. Simply spending an hour grasping a single principle felt like an immeasurable gain to him. Before he knew it, lunchtime had passed. When Professor Lin Chunping, the doctoral supervisor from Su Province, returned with a group of graders all holding at least doctoral degrees, he looked at Teacher Lee with some confusion. "Lee, what are you reading? Didn't you eat lunch? We're grading papers here. Reading other theses isn't appropriate." Clearly, Dr. Lee was holding an A4 sheet meticulously deriving the feasibility of applying pulse detonation engines to fighter jets. To Lin Chunping, this naturally appeared as reading academic papers. After all, whose student's answer sheet would warrant such close scrutiny? But the next moment, when Dr. Lee snapped back to reality and turned around, his eyes immediately turned red as he looked at Lin Chunping, his voice trembling with excitement. "This is incredible, Director Lin. Our country has produced a genius." Chapter 9, Exam Paper Encryption. A genius? The term felt somewhat unfamiliar to Lin Chunping. In the past era, the scientific field offered abundant opportunities, and talent would emerge periodically both nationally and globally. But in this era, so-called geniuses had become a rare sight. And he knew Lee's level. A student he would call a genius would likely possess abilities that were already beyond his comprehension. An engine design blueprint written by a high school student that he couldn't understand? Surely not? Clearly, Lin Chunping's interest was instantly piqued. "Let me take a look." It's not unusual for high school students to have novel ideas, but wild imagination doesn't necessarily translate into a viable, implementable solution. He chuckled as he picked up the answer sheet. Especially when he saw the title of the sixth-generation aircraft engine, the pulse detonation engine, he became even more certain that young Lee must have recognized the feasibility of this design. He was well aware of pulse detonation engines, which had long been used in rocket launches. Because while pulse detonation engines are inherently fast, they lack endurance. That's why no one had ever seriously considered using one as a genuine fighter jet engine. It seemed he was indeed a wildly imaginative student, just as he had suspected. Yet the next moment, Dr. Lee shook his head. "No, Director Lin, this kid is no ordinary student. His landing plan, complete with detailed parameters, is practically identical to the real thing. I'm already itching to test whether this engine could genuinely power a sixth-generation fighter." "What?" Upon hearing young Lee's words, academician Lin Chunping finally glanced at the engine blueprint. The next instant, he couldn't help but scrutinize the various parameters listed. Only parameters that genuinely met sixth-generation standards would warrant serious research. Now, upon seeing the parameters and calculating a speed of 7,000 km per hour, Lin Chunping was utterly stunned. It was actually a hypersonic engine. This instantly piqued his interest to the fullest. If it truly achieved 7,200 kilometers per hour, it would be the fastest engine in the world, faster than intercontinental ballistic missiles. It could reach Eagle Nation in just over an hour. In a war scenario, what fighter jet could possibly match the speed of a sixth-generation aircraft powered by a pulse detonation engine? Should this technology succeed, the Eagle Nation's so-called invincible fifth-generation fighters would become an international laughingstock. As for sixth-generation fighters, rumors suggest the Eagle Nation is secretly developing them. But whether they've actually achieved it remains unknown. After all, the Eagle Nation's military budget keeps growing. And what about the Dragon Nation? Development of the sixth-generation fighter has been progressing slowly. Compounded by the economic deflation imposed by the Eagle Nation, the Dragon Nation has been preoccupied with resolving its economic challenges. If China's sixth-generation fighter were to achieve breakthroughs at this critical juncture, it would inject immense confidence into the entire nation. China could achieve economic recovery without relying on foreign orders from the Eagle Nation. Therefore, the value of these blueprints is truly priceless. He scrutinized the engine specifications, including internal components like cylinders. Upon discovering parts that would require China to overcome significant technological challenges to produce. At that moment, Lin Chunping truly dared not underestimate this high school student. Particularly concerning were the numerous English abbreviations. These weren't something an ordinary doctoral advisor could comprehend. After all, this required an exceptionally deep foundation in English, one that came from immersing oneself in the academic papers of the world's leading scholars and having them thoroughly internalized. For most people, just understanding this material was difficult enough who would actually memorize it. Considering all this, Lin Chunping wasted no time. Since this question had been set by Oldley, he might as well show it to him directly. After all, as an academician of the Lonka Academy and a giant figure who had just retired from the sixth-generation fighter project, Oldley would surely be able to understand this design blueprint with ease. Surely he should be able to understand this design blueprint with ease? Without hesitation, he turned to the examiner and asked, "Shaoli, is this content repeated anywhere else on this answer sheet?" Shaoli shook his head. "Good. Destroy all your drafts. This answer sheet may well become a state secret. You've done a great service by reporting it. If there's credit to be given, you'll certainly get your share. Additionally, I'll request that this student's physics answer sheet be awarded full marks immediately and that access to it be prohibited." Clearly, as a doctoral advisor, Lin Chunping was well versed in the higher-ups maneuvers. Regardless of whether this design blueprint could truly bring about a massive transformation for the nation or resolve the South China Sea concerns, one thing was certain: this answer sheet and the blueprint absolutely must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Shaoli instantly realized what he had just witnessed. This was a stroke of incredible luck. Though he couldn't know the student's name, this rising star was destined for greatness. To have glimpsed the work of such a prodigy, wasn't that an honor in itself? He nodded immediately, then tossed the student's drafts and notes straight into the shredder. Lin Chunping promptly contacted Li Songhai, who was currently in Beijing. Clearly, Li Songhai was currently in Beijing serving as the chief supervisor for the National College Entrance Exam physics questions. Having just stepped down from his role as chief designer of the sixth-generation fighter jet, this veteran figure had not appointed a successor. Instead, exhausted and drained, he had chosen to suspend the project altogether. For every swordsmith carries a certain pride. That pride dictated that if their work could no longer contribute to the nation, they would never waste a single resource of the state. Even when the president of the Dragon Academy personally intervened to persuade him, he still chose to halt the project. He understood clearly that most of the new generation of researchers had become mentally rigid, struggling to break free from existing contemporary research frameworks and lacking innovative thinking. Therefore, he directly lowered the age requirement, using this college entrance exam opportunity to gauge the situation to see if the young people of Longwa possessed any so-called genius ideas. As the place historically most adept at producing talent in Long Nation, he naturally chose the pinnacle of Long Nation's education system, a place like the capital city. However, judging by the answer sheets from the capital students, although the percentage of students who attempted the questions was significantly higher than in other provinces, there were still no valuable answers. Most were unrealistic fantasies. Just as he began to doubt his approach, feeling like he was grasping at straws in desperation, his phone rang. It was worth noting that design proposals had been steadily submitted from various provinces over the past few days. Yet in Lin Chunping's eyes, they were nothing but naive theoretical musings. Still, he awarded scores above 10 points to those who demonstrated more independent thinking than their peers. Even so, Lin Chunping regarded them with a condescending attitude. It seemed another passable design proposal had finally emerged. Of course, having submissions was better than nothing, though he doubted any student from Su province could genuinely design a sixth-generation fighter jet engine. After all, the finest education was concentrated in the capital, particularly at military academies. Thus, he answered the call. Yet the very first words from the other end left him stunned. Oldly, the engine design for the sixth-generation fighter may have already emerged right here in Jinling. This statement instantly left Li Songhai dumbfounded. After all, Lin Chunping was merely a doctoral advisor. While that was certainly qualify for grading exams, designing a 6th-generation fighter jet engine was a whole different ballgame. He was nowhere near that level. Now he was claiming that engines for 6th-generation fighters had already appeared? Unable to contain himself, Li Sanhai chuckled. Shaolin, do you know what you're saying? Yet Lin Chunping persisted on the other end, pulse detonation engines. That's the solution for 6th-generation aircraft. A high school student in Jilin discovered it, conducted research and surveys, and all his data is credible. His foundational knowledge is so solid it puts me to shame. Clearly, this brief statement sent a shockwave through Li Sanhai's heart. Fundamentals so solid they put Lin Chunping to shame? How could that be possible? A high school student? Where would he find the time to continuously research engines? Even if he'd been passionate about engines since childhood, he still had heavy coursework. Moreover, with limited English proficiency at the high school level, how could he possibly comprehend the world's most advanced papers in scientific research? How could he reach a level that would make Lin Chunping feel ashamed? I won't say more. Mr. Li, please take a look right away. I've already sent you the scanned copies. I'll take a look and get back to you. After hanging up, Li Sanhai couldn't help but shake his head. Was this Lin Chunping's knowledge being grossly overestimated? To be so astonished by a high school student's engine design? He could have simply said the student's concept was promising and suggested improvements. That would have been perfectly reasonable. But instead, he claimed the student's foundational skills made him feel ashamed. What did that even mean? It meant his own fundamentals were lacking, plain and simple. As Li Sanhai pondered this, the scanner on his end quickly produced a document. Since he was alone in the office, he picked up the answer sheet and scanned it. 6th-generation aircraft engine, pulse knock engine. Pulse detonation engines were indeed fast and powerful, but weren't those things used for launching rockets? Li Sanhai was puzzled. Surely Lin Chunping should know this basic knowledge? Just as he was about to call and give him a piece of his mind, he caught sight of the design drawings, the parameters, and the English abbreviations written on the answer sheet due to space constraints. Just one or two abbreviations were enough to make Li Sanhai's body tremble. This was really written by a high school student? Chapter 10, he repeated 4th grade 4 times? Clearly, Li Sanhai had initially approached this with a degree of condescension. After all, this wasn't an exam paper from a military academy student. Moreover, those engaged in scientific research either came from the northwest or the capital. Very few hailed from Su province. That region was renowned for producing scholars and literati. Therefore, he didn't pay it much mind. But when he saw this design blueprint, coupled with those incredibly specialized English abbreviations, some of which even he had to strain to recall, requiring a mental effort and brainstorming to remember. Even with years of studying foreign academic papers under his belt, he could barely make sense of it. In barely a second, he felt a profound connection with this student, the creator of this blueprint. At that moment, he couldn't care less whether this student was a high school senior or an academic heavyweight. He immediately grabbed some scratch paper and began his calculations. Upon confirming the initial parameters were entirely correct, he eagerly began his own verification calculations for the engine's performance. Correct. Correct. Feasible. Feasible. With each verified point, his excitement grew. At that moment, even Li Sanhai, now in his 60s, felt a sense of clarity wash over him. A genius. This was absolute genius. He had already resolved to abandon this project entirely, handing it over to someone more capable. He had resigned himself to never seeing the 6th-generation fighter soaring over the skies of China, guarding the nation. But in this instant, his confidence was reignited. As long as this person took charge, the 6th-generation fighter's development would be infused with fresh blood. He himself was old now. The future belonged to the young. Without hesitation, he dialed Lin Chunping's number. Shaolin, within 10 minutes, I need this student's complete file. And encrypt all his answer sheets at S-level security. Have them reviewed by a designated officer. Yes, sir. And for this matter, you've done a tremendous service. I will report this to higher-ups. After hanging up, Li Sanhai could barely contain his excitement. He knew the 6th-generation fighter's development had new hope. This exhilaration was far too powerful for him to suppress alone. He immediately contacted the president of the Long Academy of Sciences, Nya Lisan. The two men were roughly the same age. They shared a relationship that was both mentor and friend. In terms of academic achievements, Li Sanhai was more accomplished, but when it came to organizational and management skills, Nya Lisan was undoubtedly more accomplished. Li Sanhai had made up his mind that this was precisely why he needed to discuss it with Nya Lisan. Soon, the video call connected. On the other end, Nya Lisan, though also in his 60s, looked noticeably more energetic than Li Sanhai. Oldly, well, you look full of energy today. Your complexion is much rosier than usual. Li Sanhai had no time for pleasantries now. He immediately said, I just saw something that got me excited. Dean, yeah, I have a set of design drawings here. Would you like to take a look? Clearly, Li Sanhai hadn't revealed the designer's identity, wanting Nya Lisan to guess. Nya Lisan didn't refuse. Following the camera angle shift, he looked at the blueprint on his desk. After just one glance, he exclaimed in astonishment. This is a pulse detonation engine? And such a large model? Li Sanhai remained silent, making no attempt to guide Nie Lisan's thoughts. Within 2 minutes, Nie Lisan's expression turned tense. Who is this big shot? Clearly, Nie Lisan's reaction only reinforced Li Sanhai's suspicion that this student was no ordinary talent. He continued to play coy. Take a guess. Nie Lisan immediately replied, regardless of who he is, as long as we can utilize him, we'll promise him the best possible conditions. What if we made him the chief designer for the 6th generation fighter? What do you think? That. Nie Lisan hesitated at once upon hearing this. Old Li, don't be impulsive. You're not at retirement age yet, and besides, we don't know if this person's background is truly clean. I suggest you. But the next moment, Li Sanhai cut him off with a smile. I'm still investigating his background, but as far as we know, he's currently a high school senior. At least he's a pure-blooded Chinese national. What? A Chinese national? And a high school student? Old Li, don't joke with me. Such a professional design blueprint, even our academicians at the Engineering Academy would need months to produce something like this. And this groundbreaking engine design? You expect it to appear in a college entrance exam? Clearly, Nie Lisan had opposed Li Sanhai's decision to include this major question in the college entrance exam from the start. Although the question was standardized nationwide for fairness, its effectiveness was low. It was simply impossible for anyone to design an engine meeting the 6th generation propulsion requirements within the limited timeframe. Even if such a genius existed, would they have time to design this engine after completing all other questions? But now, Old Li was actually claiming someone could pull it off, a pure domestic talent, no less. How could that be possible? Yet the next moment, Li Sanhai revealed the answer sheet format without hesitation. Upon seeing it was indeed an answer sheet, Nie Lisan's mouth instantly formed an O shape. His mind went completely blank in that instant. A high school senior designing a 6th generation fighter jet engine and detailing the entire blueprint down to every component's specifications? What did that even mean? And this genius was a pure-blooded Chinese national, not some so-called expert from another country. With just a little nurturing, his future potential was truly limitless. In an instant, his emotions raced like a roller coaster, shifting from worry to wild elation. This was divine favor upon the Dragon Nation. A high school senior invents a 6th generation fighter jet engine. If this 6th generation fighter were to dive into the South China Sea, wouldn't it shock the world? But what was the most important thing right now? Naturally, it was to first uncover the identity of this high school senior, his name, where he was from, and what his parents did. After all, such genius must have some explanation, right? Throughout history, true geniuses never emerge out of nowhere. Take the most widely recognized example, Jeremy Lin's Linsanity in the NBA. He saved the Knicks overnight and later proved the arrogant Kobe wrong. After the game, Kobe revealed the so-called secret of genius. A talent like this absolutely cannot be born overnight. Either the outside world severely underestimated his abilities, or he was already incredibly strong and no one noticed it. The facts proved it was the latter. Therefore, he must now determine whether this student who designed a 6th generation jet engine while still a high school senior was severely underestimated or had always been a genius, simply undiscovered until now. If it was truly a case of undiscovered raw talent, then accountability must be sought from the relevant authorities. Therefore, he immediately asked, has this child's background been investigated yet? The moment President Nie Lisan of Longqiwan posed this question, Li Sanhai's phone rang. Don't worry, Dean. I've already called someone to look into it. The information should be here by now. Soon, in front of the dean, Li Sanhai answered Lin Chunping's call and immediately asked, well, what's this child's background? Lin Chunping replied nervously, Mr. Li, it's a ghost. This kid's aptitude is nothing special. What? Both Nie Lisan and Li Sanhai froze in shock at that moment. Average in what sense? Poor grades? No, he's repeated his senior year 4 times. Chapter 11, is he a general or a commander? Repeated the year 4 times? This time, both Li Sanhai and Nie Lisan couldn't help but react. That shouldn't be possible. Logically, such a genius should have a grasp of the interconnected nature of the comprehensive science subjects. His ability to comprehend so many academic papers proved his exceptional English proficiency. He wielded specialized technical abbreviations with mastery, even surpassing them. This suggested his academic performance couldn't be too shabby either. Li Sanhai couldn't help but ask, what were his usual scores? Lin Chunping read from the documents, this student is named Chen Chu. What's a bit peculiar is that he took the college entrance exam 4 consecutive times, and each time his score barely exceeded the first-tier university cutoff by just 1 point. If it were just once, that might be understandable. But hitting the cutoff line by exactly 1.4 times? That's a bit peculiar. After Lin Chunping finished, Li Sanhai and Nie Lisan frowned almost simultaneously. Then, Li Sanhai whispered, Dean, as far as I know, the state provides a subsidy for students who reach the first-tier cutoff and decide to retake the exam. Could this kid be doing it just for that subsidy? Nie Lisan immediately countered, that can't be it. The grant is peanuts. Just his designs for the pulse detonation engine alone could fetch a minimum of 50 million yuan. Doesn't he know that? Li Sanhai considered this, then seemed to grasp something. Then why does he consistently score exactly 1 point above the first tier cutoff? I refuse to believe a student of his caliber could genuinely fail to get into Tsinghua or Peking University. Nya Lisin nodded. I see your point. I'll have him serve as your assistant. But manipulating college entrance exam scores? Do you think this is a practice test? If he did it intentionally, do you have any idea how difficult that would be? First, he'd have to precisely calculate the first tier cutoff score. Second, he'd need to know his exact score. How could he manipulate something like essay grading? And if he truly intended to retake the exam, why would he risk writing about pulse detonation engines to score perfect marks this time? After Nya Lisin laid out the logic, Li Sanhai was suddenly at a loss for words. It seemed to make sense. If this kid truly intended to retake the exam, why would he answer the physics question so flawlessly this time? Just as the two were concluding that Chen Chu, though a genius, could still have off days, Lin Chunping suddenly interjected, Wait, Dean, Professor Li. The records say there's a rumor at First High that this kid secured a spot at a private school early this year to retake the exams, but encountered some trouble. What? When Lin Chunping mentioned the concept of securing a spot for retaking the exams, Li Sanhai and Nya Lisin were startled once more. He still intends to repeat the year? But the crucial point was he scored perfect marks in physics. This time, his scores must be better than before, right? But none of that mattered now. This time, through Lin Chunping's words, they finally understood Chen Chu's true purpose. So this guy really was aiming to repeat the year. Don't rush. Take your time explaining. Nya Lisin suddenly became deeply intrigued, eager to unravel Chen Chu's true intentions like solving a puzzle. This kid seems genuinely intriguing. Lin Chunping quickly added, the documents say Chen Chu signed a contract with a private school in Jinling. If he scores high enough to get into Tsinghua or Peking University, he'll get the same repeat enrollment benefits as students from public schools. What? Li Sanhai and Nya Lisin's expressions darkened instantly. Li Sanhai fumed, what kind of ridiculous school is this? They've already gotten into Tsinghua or Peking University, and they still have to repeat the year? Nya Lisin nodded. That demand is indeed excessive. It's essentially forcing the kid to go all in on the college entrance exam, which is why he developed the pulse detonation engine. Just as Nya Lisin thought everything was reasonable, Lin Chunping added, but Chen Chu agreed to it. What? Upon hearing that Chen Chu had actually agreed, the two figures whose every move sent shockwaves through the academic world of Longwa were stunned once more. This was simply beyond their comprehension. Isn't the ultimate goal for a high school student to get into Tsinghua or Peking University? How could he possibly agree to such a demand that could only be described as brainless? Passing up Peking and Tsinghua to attend a private high school and struggle for another year? A brief silence fell over the room. After a moment, Li Sanhai asked, have the scores for the other subjects been released yet? If not, couldn't we request to review his other exam papers to figure out what happened? Nya Lisin nodded immediately upon hearing this, exactly. If his goal really is to retake the exams, he should have just barely made the cutoff for Tsinghua or Peking University this time. By the way, where did he list as his first choice? Lin Chunping had naturally considered this and replied immediately, for the past few years, he always listed Lonka University as his first choice. He never had a second or third choice. This year, he didn't fill it in. He didn't list any? Li Sanhai and Nya Lisin exchanged glances, both sensing this matter was far from simple. Oldly, I need to personally examine this kid's exam papers. Why don't you come to Lonka University and bring all his papers over? I want to see for myself if this kid is really controlling his scores. Right, I'll call the security bureau immediately to request top secret escort. This matter absolutely cannot be disclosed to a fourth person. Clearly, Nya Lisin had already realized this was far from a simple matter. Initially, he had suspected Chen Chu might falter at a critical moment. Though a prodigy, his lack of experience suggested Li Sanhai's return was still needed to restore the glory of Longwa's fighter jets. But if this kid was faking his shortcomings, then the situation was entirely different. Manipulating scores for 4 consecutive years to hit the first-tier cutoff line could be attributed to luck. But if he could precisely control his scores to meet even the admission standards of Tsinghua and Peking University, that wouldn't be described as mere genius. He would be a treasure the Dragon Nation sees once in a century. What's more, this child possesses remarkable composure. Despite such immense talent, he endured 4 years of high school without revealing a single hint of his abilities. So what if he were appointed chief designer of China's 6th-generation fighter jet research division? With Li Sanhai as his mentor, this young man will surely make China's 6th-generation fighter jets soar across the nation's skies. Now, all we need is to see this child's exam papers and final scores to determine whether he possesses the talent of a general or a commander. A tactical genius would be a blessing, destined to become a pillar of Longwa's scientific community. But if he proves to be a strategist, he could very well become the pivotal piece in the nation's revival. Between the two, Nya Lisin naturally hoped this young man was a true strategist. No time to waste. Because the Dragon Academy of Sciences had personally issued the order, even though Chen Chu's exam paper was only a scanned copy, they dispatched J-20 fighter jets to escort it. Along the way, all radio transmissions were jammed, and it was delivered directly to the Dragon Academy of Sciences. Chapter 12, Yang Jun failed the exam? Dragon Academy. The President's Office. As Li Sanhai and Nie Lisan carried Chen Chu's exam paper, disbelief was written all over both their faces. After repeated verification, Chen Chu's score this time was 696 points total. Though the exact cutoff scores for Peking and Tsinghua this year remained unknown, this score was undeniably close to their admission thresholds. Last year, the cutoff for Tsinghua and Peking University was 685. Given this year's record number of history exam takers, the cutoff was only expected to rise. Every single point increase made Chen Chu seem even more terrifying in their eyes. Holding Chen Chu's exam paper, Nie Lisan sighed. So this kid had it all planned out from the start. He deliberately dropped points on the first day, then aimed for a perfect score on the science comprehensive exam the next day. But then he ran into you and that question. To keep his chances of retaking the exam alive, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and go for full marks. This worked out perfectly for us. We got the 6th generation fighter jet engine blueprints. But honestly, what's in that kid's head probably goes far beyond just a 6th generation jet engine. Li Sanhai nodded in agreement. Who could argue with that? I've reviewed this kid's Chinese exam multiple times. His essay was a solid perfect score. The points he deliberately lost were on calculable multiple choice or fill-in-the-blank questions. Every single one of those tricky reading comprehension questions was correct. They can even control scores on the college entrance exam. Back in our day, we'd have to fight tooth and nail for every point on those questions. Nie Lisan chuckled. Perhaps that's the arrogance of youthful genius. Well, we're getting old. Isn't the stage of the future meant for the young? So, Dean, are you saying you approve of him becoming the chief designer for the 6th generation fighter? Li Sanhai couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. He had already felt his age catching up, finding the daily grind of staying up late reading papers exhausting. Coupled with his reluctance to waste national resources, he had been preparing to retire early. He had only halted the project because no suitable candidate had emerged. Now Chen Chu had arrived, such a formidable young talent who had even managed to precisely control his college entrance exam scores 4 times. What couldn't a talent like Chen Chu accomplish? Developing a 6th generation fighter before the Americans shouldn't be too difficult, right? Nie Lisan nodded. I once thought this boy, though gifted, lacked the necessary temperament. But it seems I underestimated him. The chief designer of this 6th generation fighter truly has no other suitable candidate. Li Sanhai's face lit up with delight as he asked. So should we wait until his college entrance exam scores come out before reaching out to him, or should we contact him now? After all, if we don't stop him, he'll probably really do retake the exam. Nie Lisan pondered. Since he wants to retake the exams, we certainly can't stop him. He's manipulated his scores multiple times. Just for this we have no choice but to let him have his way. What? At that little school? Isn't repeating a waste of such talent? Li Sanhai looked utterly perplexed. Such a prodigy, instead of forging swords for the nation, he'd be stuck repeating his senior year at some private school in Jilin? What kind of raw talent wouldn't be wasted that way? But Nie Lisan shook his head. Do you think I haven't sent people to look for him? I've already had the security bureau discreetly investigate. Since the day he left school after submitting his college applications, no one has been able to track his whereabouts. Even through indirect channels, his relatives back home know nothing about his repeat year. This means he has a purpose for repeating, and he doesn't want us to find him. Li Sanhai felt a jolt of alarm in his heart once more. Exactly. A talent like this won't rest until he achieves his goal. But we can't really let him repeat the year. With his knowledge, why would he need to learn senior high school material? Isn't that just wasting his time? Nie Lisan smiled. When we say go along with him, we mean aligning with his objectives to track him down. Rest assured, the day the results are released, he'll show up at that private school. So what do you suggest, Dean? I'll go personally. Personally? Yes. Jinling. In a rural courtyard on the outskirts of town. Hens clucked incessantly. Chen Chu skillfully carried a bucket into the courtyard, filled it with hot water, and carefully placed pure white cocoons inside one by one. Not far away, a white-haired grandmother watched him with a kind smile. Little Chu, she said, how did you do on the exams this year? Grandma loves you, but I still hope you can get into a good university soon. Chen Chu smiled faintly. Don't worry, Grandma. I should be home next summer. A hint of reluctance flickered in the old woman's eyes. You're such a filial child. Every winter and summer break, you come here to do odd jobs, saving your school meal allowance to send home. Next time you get the chance, bring your mother to the city to visit Grandma. Thank you, Grandma. I definitely will when I get the chance. Chen Chu agreed with a smile, his mind drifting back to that summer years ago when he had nowhere to go. He'd come here looking for odd jobs, thinking his skill in boiling cocoons would be useful, and offered to help the old lady with her work. At first, the old lady was wary of him, suspecting he might be trouble. But when he showed her his student ID and they got to know each other, their differences quickly faded. He came to regard her as family. During every winter and summer break, he'd come back to help her. It was both a way to cultivate his character and earn some pocket money, which he'd send back home to his mother. This year would likely be his last visit. Next year, he could return home proudly with his prestigious university acceptance letter. As for the potential impact of the final physics exam question, Chen Chu kept a close eye on the news. But he was confident that since he'd avoided all the cameras along the way, no one would be able to track him down. Besides, he hadn't broken any laws. He had drawn the blueprint for a pulse detonation engine to achieve a perfect score. Now that the nation possessed this design, it would undoubtedly be able to develop the engine itself. It was a win-win situation. As long as he stayed out of sight, he was confident the higher-ups would understand his intentions and leave him be. Calculating the time, only 4 days remained until the college entrance exam results were released. Those with connections could likely access their scores early, and even Chen Chu Academy probably already knew his results. But he wasn't in a rush. He'd wait until the official results were released before fulfilling his promise. The thought that he would be free in just one more year lightened Chen Chu's mood considerably. No one in his family had ever attended university. He'd always told his mother he worked as a waiter in Jinling and was living frugally. He dared not imagine how overjoyed his family would be when they learned he'd been accepted into a prestigious university. And in fact, Chen Chu's guess was correct. The exam papers were typically graded within 5 days before the results were released, with the remaining days reserved for double-checking to prevent errors. So it wasn't just prestigious universities like Peking and Tsinghua that could access student scores early to set admission thresholds. Parents with connections could also learn their children's results ahead of time. Knowing early spared them the anxiety. This had always been an unwritten rule. Yet, inside a villa in Jinling's affluent district, joy and sorrow coexisted at that very moment. Qingbei, director of admissions at Qianqiu School, sat on the villa's sofa, her expression troubled as she said, "Mr. Yang, it's not that I won't help you, but this matter is simply too difficult. If you had approached me during the application period, I might have had spots available. But now, there truly are none left." A steady voice replied, "Director Qi, I understand your position. I know your wife enjoys mahjong. I've already arranged for my wife to join us for a big game tonight." Qingbei understood perfectly well what this implied. Yet he maintained a look of helplessness. "Mr. Yang, I know your son's situation. Getting into Tsinghua or Peking University is impossible, but admission to a regular 985 university is a sure thing. But this kid was too careless, he only applied to Tsinghua and Peking. This leaves me in a tough spot." At that moment, Mr. Yang Fan glared angrily at the teenager standing beside him with his head bowed, none other than Yang Jun, the once confident student from First High School. "Yang Jun, this is all you're doing. Didn't I tell you? Any 985 university would be fine. You had to be so arrogant. Now look how difficult this is for Director Qi." Yang Jun felt bitter inside. He never imagined that even if the admission scores for Peking and Tsinghua University increased, they couldn't possibly jump by 8 points in just 1 year. His own score was exactly 694 points. Although his first choice was Tsinghua or Peking University, his score fell short. That single point was enough to cost him dearly. To make matters worse, even worse news arrived. He had secretly checked Chen Chu's score. Chen Chu had scored exactly 696 points, just 1 point above the cutoff for Tsinghua and Peking. This made him feel worse than eating. What infuriated him even more was that Wan Yishuan had actually gotten into Lonka University. With his score, shouldn't that have been a sure thing? Now, without any college applications filed, his only options were vocational college or retaking the entrance exams. But spots for retaking the exam were fiercely competitive this year. Most had already been snapped up. Right then, it suddenly hit him. Chen Chu and Qianqiu School had reserved spots. That meant if he could snatch Chen Chu's spot, he'd get another year to retake the exams. With just one more chance, given his abilities, he could easily get into Lonka University and find Wan Yishuan. As for snatching Chen Chu's spot? So what? If it weren't for Chen Chu getting in his way, how could he have ended up in such a miserable state now? He took it upon himself to blame Chen Chu for everything, and in that moment, he confronted Qingbei. "Director Qi, how could you possibly have no spots left? Didn't you reserve one for Chen Chu from our school earlier? Think about it, my score isn't that far behind Chen Chu's, and my family can afford the full tuition. Why wouldn't you consider me?" Chapter 13, Status and Money. As soon as Yang Jun spoke, Qingbei felt a sudden headache coming on. Truthfully, ever since receiving Chen Chu's exam results, he had genuinely admired this repeat student from the bottom of his heart. Why? Chen Chu was someone who spoke his mind, took action, and kept his promises. He declared he would retake the exams, and even after scoring high enough to enter Tsinghua or Peking University, he resolutely chose Qianqiu School instead. Why was this considered a choice? Because Qingbei had already found out that Chen Chu hadn't even submitted any college applications. He was dead set on repeating the year. A true gentleman must honor his word. Moreover, Qingbei had received considerable benefits, both overt and covert, and he was determined to keep Chen Chu at Qianqiu School. After all, in the history of Qianqiu School, there had never been a student who had been admitted to Peking or Tsinghua but chose to repeat the year at Qianqiu instead. If word got out about this, just imagine the attention it would bring to Qianqiu School. The principal would likely be overjoyed, and he'd already planned to use this opportunity to curry favor with higher-ups. But in all his calculations, he hadn't accounted for Yang Jun. His scores were only 2 points lower than Chen Chu's. Logically, there was no difference between the two, and Yang Jun could pay the full tuition. Both were gifted students, yet one could pay tuition from a prominent family while the other was penniless, relying on the school to support him. This dilemma weighed heavily on the principal. So Qingbei deflected again. That may be true, but I made a promise to Chen Chu earlier and signed an agreement. At the very least, we should honor our word, right? At Qingbei's words, Yang Jun's father immediately sensed an opening. He quickly smiled and said, "Director Qi, you have absolutely nothing to worry about on that front. Your wife plays mahjong just like mine. As for that kid Chen Chu, if he dares to cause trouble, I can handle it whether it's the city government or the media, I've got it under control. And as for the principal, I'll handle that too." To put it plainly, the expansion project for the new teaching building our Yang family has it covered. What? With Yang Jun's father, Yang Fan, laying it out so plainly, Qingbei couldn't help but be swayed. After all, Yang Fan's father was worth hundreds of millions and owned a construction company. Expanding the school had long been the principal's dream. For Qianqiu School, forming an alliance with him would bring immense benefits. And what was the cost? Merely offending an ordinary high school student with no family connections who had repeated his senior year 4 times. Sure, this student had scores high enough for Tsinghua or Peking University, but how many fresh graduates from those elite institutions actually made it? Not every one of them ended up becoming a powerful figure with connections everywhere. What's more, if Yang Fan pulls some strings, Chen Chu will have nowhere to turn with his complaints. Well, I'll seriously consider this matter. Qingbei smiled, her tone noticeably softening. Yang Jun smiled as he handed her a cigarette, adding, "Director Qi, rest assured. I know Chen Chu's family background inside out. His family is just ordinary folks. His parents have no idea he's secretly repeating the year behind their backs. When he gets rejected from repeating the year and has to go work in a factory, his family will see it as perfectly natural. They won't make a fuss at all." Yang Jun grinned broadly, clearly already envisioning just how miserable Chen Chu's fate would be. He'd scored high enough for Tsinghua or Peking University, yet no school would accept him. What choice did he have but to work? Though Qingbei felt a twinge of pity, the promises made by Yang Fan and his father instantly banished any lingering pangs of conscience. The real rules of this world were all about the strong joining forces, weren't they? Chen Chu, at his core, was just a small-town test-cracking machine with no connections. Rules were made for the weak. Why bother talking about contractual integrity with someone who had no standing? At that moment, Yang Fan added, "Actually, this student is quite pitiful. It doesn't feel right for my son to take his spot for retaking the exams. Since he can't afford to retake them, how about this? I'll give him 20,000 yuan to buy his spot. That should be more than enough for a high school student." Qingbei immediately chimed in, "Mr. Yang is so kind-hearted. That's certainly the best solution." As for Yang Jun, his mouth was numb from smiling. 20,000 yuan, just enough to send that beggar Chen Chu on his way. Given his pitifully poor appearance, he'd probably never seen 20,000 yuan in his entire life. He'd likely kneel down in tearful gratitude. What they didn't know was that plans to recruit Chen Chu were already being secretly formulated within the Dragon Academy. Nia Lisan and Li Sanhai had already submitted the pulse detonation engine technology and reported Chen Chu's name. Without hesitation, the military industry department instructed them, security personnel and all military equipment were at their disposal. To recruit this talent, they were authorized to employ any means necessary. Such an order was unprecedented in their experience. Consider that when old Deng returned to the country, tensions had run high. While Chen Chu's current capabilities couldn't be compared to old Deng's, Chen Chu's advantage lay in his youth. Youthful, brilliant, and possessing limitless potential, such a talent would be fiercely coveted not only by the military and the Dragon Academy, but also by every major university that learned of him. Fortunately, they had proactively applied S-level encryption to Chen Chu's physics exam paper. Now, the two were discussing how to recruit this brilliant young talent to serve the nation in scientific research. Li Sanghai spoke first. "Director, for a talent like Chen Chu, we must plan meticulously. Let's first gauge his attitude." Nia Lisan nodded. "I agree. Here's the plan. We'll send undercover agents from the security bureau to prepare 2 gifts for him. These gifts must demonstrate genuine sincerity." "Which 2? Li Sanhai was momentarily puzzled. Nia Lisan chuckled. "Old Li, you're quite the expert when it comes to academic matters, but when it comes to recruiting talent, you're clueless, aren't you? Let me give you an example. You know the 3 Kingdoms period, right?" "Of course I know it." Li Sanhai immediately looked unconvinced. Nia Lisan nodded. Then do you know why Cao Cao, that cunning villain, has gained increasingly favorable historical reputation while Liu Bei's has deteriorated? Li Sanhai gave a wry smile. I studied physics and engineering, not history. Spit it out, don't keep me in suspense. Fine, I'll tell you. Liu Bei constantly wept and blamed his family to win people over. Even his 3 visits to the thatched cottage had no genuine gesture, just manipulative tactics. Take Liu, Guan, and Zhang, their peach garden oath was just emotional manipulation and empty promises wrapped in national righteousness. Today's youth are sick of that nonsense. But Cao Cao was a real deal maker. To recruit Guan Yu, he even gave him Lu Bu's legendary steed, Red Hair. Even when Guan Yu ultimately left, Cao Cao let him go. This act made Guan Yu remember his kindness for life. So if we want to win over the new generation, we need to be like Boss Cao. After Nie Lisen explained it this way, Li Sanhai immediately understood. So we need to be doers, not talkers. Nie Lisen nodded. Exactly. That's why we need to prepare the 2 things today's youth desire most, status and money. Chapter 14, Principal, I need to discuss something with you. Hearing this, Li Sanhai realized why Nie Lisen could become dean while he couldn't. Nie Lisen continued. Judging by Chen Chu's current actions, he has no intention of attending university. So we'll use status and money to negotiate with him. If he agrees, it'll save us a lot of trouble. If he agrees, he can immediately become the chief designer of Longhua's 6th-generation fighter jet and receive a 50 million yuan patent invention award. With this status, anywhere within Longhua, be it the military, political circles, academia, or business, where wouldn't they give him face? And 50 million yuan is a fortune beyond the reach of most people in their entire lifetimes. Clearly, hearing such generous terms, if Li Sanhai were just a high school student, he'd likely accept without hesitation. But there was always the possibility of a what if. So he cautiously asked, what if that kid Chen Chu refuses? Nie Lisen narrowed his eyes slightly, as if prepared for this. Since orders have come down from above, if he refuses, we'll use every means necessary. In the end, we won't rule out forcibly taking him. Good grief. Even knowing Chen Chu's value to the Dragon Nation, Li Sanhai never imagined it would be this high. If only he'd had such luck in his youth. During the period before college entrance exam scores were released, the entire city of Jinling was anything but peaceful. One noteworthy development was, since securing Qingbei's promise, Yang Jun's affairs progressed smoothly. Construction had even begun on Yang Fan's new development for Qianqiu School. As for Wan Yixuan, she showed no interest whatsoever in Yang Jun's affairs. She merely used her connections to check Chen Chu's scores and learned the cutoff marks for Tsinghua and Peking universities. Learning that Chen Chu had once again met the admission standards for Peking and Tsinghua, she was overcome with excitement. This meant Chen Chu had fulfilled his earlier promise. Chen Chu's dream was Longhua University. If he could get into Peking or Tsinghua after another year of studying, surely Longhua University was within his reach? Then she would be his senior at university. Being a senior must be different from being a junior, right? Therefore, she had already decided, on the day the college entrance exam scores were released, she would personally go to Qianqiu School, because Chen Chu would definitely be there. And she could accompany Chen Chu to find Principal Qi and claim that promise. Time flew by, and before she knew it, the day arrived when the college entrance exam scores would be officially released. Early that morning, a black minivan was already parked outside Qianqiu School. Inside sat 2 men dressed in black, exuding an air of mystery. They held a mysterious red envelope in their hands. Of course, in their hands, there was also a photograph. It was an ID photo, also the one used for the exam admission ticket. The handsome young man in the photo was none other than Chen Chu. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Academy, Li Sanhai and Nie Lisen had also arrived early. In the center of their courtyard stood several J-20 fighter jets, along with genuine Air Force pilots. They were fully prepared. If Chen Chu refused, they would personally travel to Jinling. The distance wasn't great. Armed helicopters could reach Jinling in just 1 hour. Moreover, this operation demanded strict confidentiality, making the deployment of military assets essential. Prior to this, Li Sanhai had also informed Li Nan, the director of the Jinling Municipal Education Bureau, that he would be visiting to observe this year's enrollment situation in Jinling. This served as a subtle reminder. Whenever high-ranking officials were involved, traffic control became imperative. This minimized the movement of surrounding personnel, naturally reducing potential complications. Qianqiu School naturally received this notification, prompting the principal to rush to the campus. Principal Jean Dabin had no idea who the visitor was, only that it was a high-ranking official from above. Who could be acknowledged as a high-ranking official by the Education Bureau itself? Surely, it must be a great scholar from the halls of power and ivory towers. Principal Jean Dabin had always harbored ambitions for a career in public service. Though he was merely the headmaster of a private high school, he still hoped one day to secure a formal position within the system, enter a university, and continue climbing the ranks. Thus, hosting this important figure became the paramount task for Qianqiu School that day. He immediately returned to Qianqiu School and ordered banners promoting positive energy to be hung throughout the campus. He also emphasized that the construction of the new teaching building must be carried out without causing any environmental pollution whatsoever. In short, he needed to project an image of strong administrative competence, someone who could manage a private high school with precision and order. Moreover, today must proceed without a single hitch. As for Chen Chu, he remained completely unaware. Upon arriving at the school, Jean Davin summoned Qingbei to his office and instructed her. How is this year's enrollment progressing? Though puzzled by the principal's sudden interest and the reason for being summoned, Qingbei replied, this year's fresh graduate applications are already up 35% over previous years. It might be because repeat students can only retake exams at private schools. Jean Davin nodded, a smile spreading across his face. It's also good that parents of repeat students are helping build the new teaching building. Remember, today not a single incident can occur. A big shot might be coming today. Qingbei was taken aback. A big shot? Principal, you wouldn't be referring to the director, would you? It couldn't possibly be the director. Jean Davin shook his head. Joking aside, if it were the Education Bureau director, would there be such a big commotion? Though he was their direct superior, they were all familiar with each other. Then, could it be someone from higher up? Qingbei was startled. She'd run into a higher up on an inspection tour. If Chen Chu came over to cause trouble and was seen by the higher ups, wouldn't that be the end of her? Clearly, Qingbei was starting to panic. He wasn't afraid of Chen Chu causing trouble. He knew that even if the principal found out about this incident, he'd likely handle it the same way she did. Yang Jun could pay tuition and fund a new school building. Why should they give such preferential treatment to some kid with no connections? Next year's spots at prestigious universities like Peking and Tsinghua? Yang Jun could get in on his own merits. It wasn't like Chen Chu was the top scholar, making him indispensable to the school. He wasn't worried about Chen Chu going to the media either. Thanks to Yang Fan's solid connections, everything had been taken care of. Chen Chu wouldn't be able to stir up any real trouble. What he truly feared was that the high-ranking officials on inspection might happen to learn about this incident. Then his official hat would be in jeopardy. Worse still, the principal might face repercussions too. His expression immediately turned grim. Principal, I need to discuss something with you. Chapter 15, Chen Chu affecting the city's image? Qianqiu School. Principal's office. After hearing how Qingbei had agreed to Chen Chu's request and then secretly breached the agreement, Jean Davin was furious. Why didn't you tell me about this sooner? Qingbei looked equally tense, unsure how the principal would handle the situation. He knew he'd personally profited from the arrangement. The crucial point was that he had acted in the school's best interests. Just as he was about to protest, Jean Davin sighed and said, "Are you certain that kid has no connections? I don't care what methods you use. If that student comes looking for trouble, resolve this matter swiftly and prevent any negative repercussions." Clearly, Jean Davin's sole concern now was swiftly resolving the Chen Chu incident to prevent it from making headlines. He knew Yang Jun's parents had connections powerful enough to suppress the matter, but if higher-ups got involved, the outcome would be far less certain. This could cost him his job. Therefore, he believed that as long as the matter was handled swiftly before the high-ranking official arrived, it would be sufficient. Upon hearing this, Qingbei felt a huge weight lift off her shoulders. Sure enough, the principal understood the stakes. Now that they were in this together, she felt completely unrestrained. Rest assured, principal. I will handle this matter before the big boss arrives. Give that student some compensation. After all, you were the one who breached the contract first. And whatever you do, don't resort to violence. Jean Davin felt a twinge of compassion at this moment. After all, this was a promising student who had passed the entrance exam for Tsinghua University. Even if his future was ruined, he might still become a valuable talent someday. But when weighing the pros and cons, could he really give that spot to Chen Chu, a kid who'd repeated 4 years and came from a poor family? Moreover, halting the new teaching building project would follow. He certainly didn't want his performance before the big boss to suddenly become empty talk. Rest assured, I will handle this matter exactly as you instructed. Soon, the entire city of Jinling sprang into action. First, traffic restrictions were imposed on all roads leading to Qianqiu School, forcing all vehicles to detour. Next, emergency street cleaning commenced along all roadways. Illegally parked vehicles, including abandoned cars left behind, were promptly towed away. Even the 2 officials dispatched by the Security Bureau to recruit Chen Chu witnessed these measures. However, with their credentials, they were naturally permitted to park their vehicle freely. Meanwhile, Wan Yixuan, dressed in a school uniform starkly different from her usual style, was already waiting at a milk tea shop near Qianqiu. Unlike other top-performing students, she didn't know why Chen Chu was so determined to retake the exam. Yet, as someone who had helped him grasp crucial knowledge during his senior year, she felt compelled to support him. Even though today's events seemed inevitable, she felt that at the very least, her presence could lend Chen Chu a voice. What puzzled her, however, was spotting a black Audi with license plate number 99999 parked outside the shop. He recognized the car immediately. During a sports meet, Yang Jun's father had picked him up in that exact vehicle, and many classmates had gossiped about it at the time. Could it be that Yang Jun was also coming to this school to retake the entrance exams? There wasn't much talk among classmates about Yang Jun. All she knew was that he had only applied to Peking University and Tsinghua University, with no other choices. Could it be that his scores weren't high enough? That was intriguing. He planned to tell Chen Chu about it later, wondered if it would cheer him up. Just as Wan Yishuan was pondering telling Chen Chu about this, suddenly, she spotted a familiar figure at the school gate. It was wearing that recognizable first high uniform. Though the figure was noticeably thinner, it was unmistakable. Seemed like after all these days, this guy hadn't changed a bit. His uniform was still washed so clean it had even turned slightly white, yet his entire demeanor remained crisp and refreshing. Just as Wan Yishuan was about to approach, a black Mercedes-Benz van suddenly pulled up in front of Chen Chu, who was walking toward her. What was going on? Just as Wan Yishuan was about to speak, two people stepped out of the vehicle. One was a woman, the other a man. The man was stocky and muscular, radiating brute strength. The woman's face radiated warmth, but her posture and bearing suggested she was no ordinary woman. Just as Wan Yishuan began to suspect Chen Chu might be a wealthy heir, Chen Chu seemed to have no idea who these two were, looking confused and even a bit resistant. Could it be that he'd run into trouble? That didn't make sense. Chen Chu always carried himself like a model student and had never really offended anyone. Why would anyone want to target him? Recalling the car driven by Yang Jun's father earlier, a sudden sense of foreboding gripped Wan Yishuan. Add to that the traffic restrictions in the area, it felt like some important figure was coming through. Could it be that Chen Chu looked like someone from a lower social class and was being cleared out? But he was here to retake his exams. Just as Wan Yishuan was about to rush over to help, she watched him vanish in the next instant. She immediately gave chase, but how could a person outrun a car? In the blink of an eye, the car vanished from sight. Wan Yishuan felt furious inside. Although Chen Chu's school uniform was faded from washing and he looked plain overall. But these so-called big shots were taking things too far. They demanded he clear the area without explanation. Chen Chu wasn't a beggar, he was just a student. They could have cleared away the beggars and street vendors, but why did they have to chase away a student? Meanwhile, inside the black Audi business van, Chen Chu's tone was clearly impatient. What do you want? Haven't I already written down the core technology clearly for you? Before him stood two individuals who appeared to be security personnel. Yet their demeanor was unusually courteous. The larger man smiled and said, "Hello, Mr. Chen. My name is Long Feng. This is my sister, Long Yu. Since you know why we're here, you should also understand the purpose of our visit, right?" Chen Chu had no desire to deal with these people right now. All he wanted was to finalize his plans for repeating the year as soon as possible so he could get back to his part-time job. Therefore, he stated directly, "I've already given you everything you needed. Now I want to go to the school to finalize my re-enrollment." Long Feng hadn't expected this reaction. Having handled countless classified operations, he was accustomed to encountering individuals, even spies, who greeted his team with utmost respect and fear. But he had never encountered anyone as unflappable as this high school student, Chen Chu. Lang Yu, standing nearby, chuckled at that moment. "Mr. Chen, I must say, you're surprisingly composed." Chen Chu remained unflappable. "I haven't broken any laws, so why should I fear you? If you intend to arrest me for research or interrogate me about how I acquired this knowledge, don't waste your time." Chen Chu finished speaking with a smile, then prepared to roll down the window. But at that very moment, a red document folder suddenly appeared before him. This halted his movement, leaving him momentarily stunned. "What's this?" Chapter 16, 6th Generation Aircraft looks promising. It's an appointment letter. You'll find it interesting. Big guy Long Feng said with a smile, while Long Yu beside him also looked at Chen Chu with an expectant expression. An appointment letter? Although Chen Chu's primary goal now was to repeat his senior year, curiosity still prompted him to open the document. All he could see was the text printed on the paper. Confidential document, following unified approval by relevant national authorities and the Academy of Sciences. Chen Chu, a senior high school student from Class 1 of Jinling City, is hereby appointed as chief designer of the 6th Generation Fighter Aircraft Development Project for the Dragon Nation. Chief designer? Seeing this appointment letter, Chen Chu couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. After all, this very blueprint was what his system had obtained after a year of retaking the exams. He was a man of his word. Having said he would repeat the year at this school, he would certainly do so. But just then, Lang Yu handed him a black bank card. This one is a national gold card. The 50 million yuan inside is a reward for your contributions to the nation. Hearing this, most people would have eagerly agreed on the spot. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Academy, two pairs of eyes were fixed intently on the screen. They could see the scene unfolding here, including the conversation between Chen Chu and the Lang siblings. With the bait already laid out like this, it should be an irresistible temptation for a high school student. Especially for Li Songhai, who at that moment wished he could swap places with Chen Chu and redeem it for himself. If only he'd had such glory in his youth, how many regrets could it have filled? Nia Leeson had never felt this tense before, not even when recruiting foreign scientific experts. He had never felt this uneasy, because this Chen Chu truly didn't seem like an ordinary person. Most high schoolers simply didn't possess such an aura and presence. He sensed that even with these two powerful incentives on the table, success was far from guaranteed. Now it all depended on how Chen Chu would make his decision. But Chen Chu was, after all, Chen Chu. Though he admittedly felt tempted by these two things, he knew exactly what his own goals were. He knew exactly what he wanted. Therefore, upon seeing the card and the appointment letter, after only a moment's hesitation, he asked, "But if I become the chief designer, what about my academic credentials?" This question instantly stunned both men. Their preparations hadn't accounted for this possibility, and they hadn't anticipated Chen Chu completely defying expectations by posing such a question. This left Lang Feng's brain completely fried, utterly at a loss for words. Lung Yu interjected, "You're already the nation's chief designer. Do you really need an academic degree? Your contributions to the country are your best credentials." Seeing this, Lung Feng quickly chimed in, "Exactly. Whatever degree you want, we can arrange it including Peking or Tsinghua. Just say the word." Honestly, even Chen Chu was tempted by such an offer. After all, repeating his senior year was pretty boring. He was about to smile and speak when Lung Feng quickly added, "Don't rush to refuse us. We'll give you ample time to consider. Take this phone call us anytime. Whatever you need, we'll provide support." Hearing this, Chen Chu nodded and accepted the phone. As an adult, he certainly had the right to take it all. For whole years of silence. If he remained low-key and let the world develop on its own, it would be utterly pointless. So he said, "I can accept the reward, but the role of chief designer might conflict with my future plans. I need to think this through carefully and will give you my answer later." After all, Chen Chu was still a man alive with ideals, desires, and ambitions. At the same time, he had people he wanted to protect in this world. People he wanted to be responsible for. Therefore, this money was something he absolutely needed. Yet this response alone had already thrilled Lung Feng and Lung Yu. Their mission was to avoid offending Chen Chu. Even if he refused, they had to remain courteous. Though Chen Chu hadn't explicitly agreed, at the very least, they could see a significant turning point in the situation. Did this mean they had already exceeded their mission objectives? But just at that moment, just as both sides were nearing an understanding, suddenly, the window glass of the car parked by the roadside was struck. Lang Feng and Lang Yu both instinctively reached for their waists, their first reflex. Chen Chu was momentarily stunned. When all three turned to look outside, they saw a delicate, slightly innocent face appearing at the window. Chen Chu was even more bewildered. Wasn't this their platoon leader, Wan Yixuan? What was she doing here? Lang Feng and Lang Yu both wore awkward expressions. And that face, it was tinged with a hint of anger. Lang Feng rolled down the window and looked at the young beauty. But before he could speak, the next moment, the young beauty frowned and snapped at him. "Which department are you from? This is school property. Even if high-ranking officials come, you can't just kick students out, can you? We may be poor, but we're clean and presentable. We're not affecting the city's appearance, are we? You're arresting people without explanation and forcing them out. Even the municipal authorities wouldn't dare act this way. Chen Chu, don't be afraid. I'm here and I won't let you suffer any injustice." At that moment, Wan Yixuan seemed to revert to her innate class monitor persona. Back in class, whenever anyone was bullied, she'd always stand up for them like this. But this left Chen Chu utterly bewildered. How did this girl end up here? And did she think he was being kicked out like a beggar? Cold Blade and Cold Moon exchanged a glance and instantly understood this sudden appearance of the little girl meant she knew Chen Chu. Their guard dropped immediately. Turns out the girl had mistaken them for city management officers. So Lung Feng immediately smiled and said, Right. We just came to ask this young lady about her identity. No ill will intended. After all, the safety of our important leader must be taken seriously." Wan Yixuan's face immediately darkened with displeasure. "He's wearing a school uniform. If he's not a student, what else could he be? I can vouch for him as my classmate. We just finished the college entrance exams together." Lung Feng awkwardly admitted, "It's our fault. We were being overly cautious. Then I'll take my classmate and leave." Without further ado, Wan Yixuan yanked open the car door and grabbed Chen Chu by the arm. This scene left Lang Yu and Lang Feng feeling awkward, but they had no choice but to play along, careful not to reveal their identities. Chen Chu tucked the 50 million yuan and the phone into his pockets. Dragged along by Wan Yixuan, he continued walking toward Qianqiu School as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Nia Leeson and Li Sanhai had already boarded the J-20 fighter jet. Both men were beaming with excitement as they sped toward Qianqiu Middle School in Jiling City. Seriously, Chen Chu had already agreed to half of it at the very least. This meant there was hope for the 6th-generation fighter. Chapter 17, What is Yang Jun hiding? Meanwhile, Chen Chu and Wan Yixuan had arrived at the gates of Qianqiu School. He hadn't explained anything to Wan Yixuan. While he was deeply grateful for her enthusiastic support, there was no need to explain these matters to her. Explaining would only make things more complicated. Yet Wan Yixuan harbored a persistent conviction deep within her: Chen Chu shouldn't be treated with such contempt. After all, he had spent 5 years retaking the entrance exams. Especially this time, Chen Chu had personally proven he could get into Tsinghua or Peking University. Though she didn't know why he'd chosen to repeat another year, she trusted he had his reasons and that was enough. Chen Chu, I just happened to be shopping here with my bestie when I spotted you. Since you're here, I'll tag along to see the principal with you. I'm heading to Disney in a couple days anyway. Hearing this, Chen Chu finally offered a measure of genuine concern. You're planning to attend Peking or Tsinghua University, right? Wan Yixuan immediately furrowed her delicate brows. You don't know where I'm going to college? We were classmates, after all. So where are you going? Longka University. Ha? Hearing this, Chen Chu was somewhat dumbfounded. After all, it was incredibly rare for a girl to choose Longka University as her college choice. At Longka University, female students were practically a rare species, especially someone as pure-hearted and adorable as Wan Yixuan. They were even fewer and farther between. It's truly remarkable for a girl like you to pursue research. Why wouldn't it be? Wan Yixuan clearly believed that the knowledge she gained from Chen Chu would make her stand out even among the elite at Longka University. Of course you can. Your aptitude, in my view, is stronger than most. This doesn't sound like a compliment to me. Wan Yixuan felt a slight twinge of doubt. After all, the aura of genius had always surrounded her since childhood. Yet, whenever she was around Chen Chu, she always ended up at a loss for words. Did Chen Chu really think her talent was utterly mediocre? After all, not everyone was born a research prodigy. Wan Yixuan didn't dwell on the matter for long, quickly shifting her focus. So once I start college, can I still ask you questions when I don't understand something? This question instantly made Chen Chu feel somewhat awkward. He had always taken her questions seriously and helped her understand them thoroughly. But now, her words made it clear. In other words, the questions Wan Yixuan intended to ask would fall within the scope of university-level physics. So Chen Chu instinctively replied, I'm just a high school senior repeating my senior year. You're a fresh graduate from Longka University, probably even valedictorian, asking me questions? That seems a bit inappropriate, don't you think? Wan Yixuan immediately laughed. Cut the crap. Others might not know you, but I sure do. I wouldn't be surprised at all if you got into Tsinghua or Peking University. Honestly, I think you'd be more suited to be the national top scorer. By the way, did you actually attempt the final physics problem on this year's college entrance exam? Wan Yixuan didn't know what possessed her to suddenly ask that question. This caught Chen Chu slightly off guard. To avoid sounding too boastful, he chuckled, I did attempt it. I'd researched it before and just wrote down the ideas floating in my head. Just scraping by for points. Wan Yixuan couldn't help but chuckle at that. Scraping by? Was that really something a genius would say? But neither of them dwelled on the question for long. At least for now, Wan Yixuan was genuinely happy. In just 1 year, she'd get to see Chen Chu enter Longka University. But just as they were about to enter the gates of Qianqiu Academy, a man in uniform suddenly appeared, blocking their path. What are you doing here? The security guard at the entrance had always been a single person. Wan Yixuan and Chen Chu were somewhat taken aback. This security guard knew them. Perhaps with so many people, the guard had selectively forgotten them. So Chen Chu smiled and said, Sir, we're students from First High School. I came earlier to discuss enrollment matters with Director Qi. The guard seemed to suddenly recall something and hurriedly smiled. Oh, that's what this is about. I remember Director Qi saying that if you came, you should just go straight to the office. Chen Chu nodded. Meanwhile, Wan Yixuan beside him couldn't help but beam with delight. In her eyes, this was precisely the treatment Chen Chu deserved. After all, what was his status now? A top student who had passed the admission thresholds for Peking and Tsinghua universities. While not the top scorer, he was undoubtedly a high achiever. In a small city, he was practically a literary prodigy emerging from the Tower of Learning. For such a scholar to choose to repeat a year at a private school, wasn't that a form of self-humiliation? Therefore, the school's attitude toward him should be clear. Chen Chu, however, paid it no mind. After thanking the security guard, he headed straight for the admissions office. Just as the two were walking away, Wan Yixuan murmured, Something feels off. I thought I might have misread it earlier, but now it seems I didn't. Wan Yixuan fixed her sharp gaze on the construction site, her expression shifting to unease as she spoke to Chen Chu. Chen Chu looked at Wan Yixuan with some confusion. It's like this. I just saw Yang Jun's family car today. His dad runs a construction company, right? I thought I was mistaken, but now they're building this new teaching building here. It must be Yang Jun's family that got the contract. Hearing this, Chen Chu nodded in agreement, not giving it much thought. Perhaps Yang Jun had crossed paths with Qingbei last time and discussed the new building with his father. It didn't really concern him. But just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Wan Yixuan's voice rang out, Yang Jun. What are you sneaking around doing over there? Chen Chu turned toward the sound. He caught sight of a figure darting away. From the back, it looked very much like Yang Jun. That's strange. Wasn't that Yang Jun just now? Why did he run away when he saw us? Wan Yixuan murmured to herself, clearly sensing something off about Yang Jun today. If it were the usual Yang Jun, he'd have been over here showing off in a minute flat. Never mind. Let's just focus on sorting out your re-enrollment first. The two headed toward the admissions office. Just as they reached the door and Chen Chu was about to knock, they heard someone inside answering a phone call in the voice of another middle-aged man. Dean, rest assured. I'll resolve this matter as swiftly as possible. It won't cause the slightest trouble for the school's reputation. And with Mr. Yang here, you have nothing to worry about. Chapter 18, Mr. Yang calls the shots? Chen Chu heard this and didn't think much of it. But a woman's intuition had already alerted Wan Yixuan to something amiss. Despite this, Chen Chu knocked on the door. Immediately, Qingbei's slightly nervous voice came from inside. Who is it? Chen Chu? Director Qi, it's me. Chen Chu had nothing to fear. His scores were readily accessible at any time, and he had brought the guarantee letters signed by the two individuals earlier. He certainly wasn't worried about Qingbei reneging on her promise. Come in. The door isn't locked. Chen Chu pushed the door open, and Wan Yixuan followed him inside. Once inside, the atmosphere in the office was distinctly unwelcoming. Logically speaking, Chen Chu had been admitted to prestigious universities like Peking and Tsinghua, yet he was willing to return to Qianzhou School for a second attempt. This should have been a glorious honor. Director Qi, if not wearing a fawning expression, should at least have greeted him with a smile. Yet the entire admissions office was filled with an incredibly awkward atmosphere. Even after Chen Chu entered, Qingbei didn't acknowledge him, instead glaring coldly at him. Chen Chu was naturally puzzled. He glanced around the office and noticed another middle-aged man. This man bore a slight resemblance to Yang Jun, though he appeared more sullen and calculating. Just then, Wan Yixuan whispered softly in his ear, "That's Yang Jun's father, young fan." Hearing this, Chen Chu immediately sensed the tension in the air. Yang Jun's instinctive avoidance upon seeing them clearly betrayed a guilty conscience. Why else would he shy away? Yang Jun's father was overseeing the construction of a new teaching building for Qianzhou School. Now he appeared here, combined with Qingbei's earlier mention of settling matters. Connecting these dots, Chen Chu couldn't help but draw some conclusions. But he wasn't certain yet, so he spoke up. "Director Qi, I've done what you asked of me. Isn't it time to fulfill your promise?" Clearly, Chen Chu wasn't beating around the bush. Qingbei, feeling somewhat uneasy, avoided Chen Chu's gaze and casually replied, "I did promise you before, but enrollment matters aren't within my control now." Chen Chu and Wan Yixuan both looked utterly perplexed. Wan Yixuan, whose temperament was noticeably more straightforward than Chen Chu's, couldn't help but voice her confusion. "What do you mean? Aren't you the teacher in charge of admissions?" Qingbei nodded. "That's correct. I am an admissions officer. However, the enrollment quotas are determined by Mr. Yang, the entrepreneur." At this point, Qingbei glanced at Young Fan, who nodded in agreement and explained. "Exactly. To put it simply, all repeat students will move into the new teaching building next semester. Who gets in and who doesn't is entirely up to our investors." Hearing this, anyone could tell Qingbei was shifting blame and that the two were undoubtedly involved in some under-the-table deal. Wan Yixuan, always straightforward, looked utterly perplexed. What does being an entrepreneur have to do with it? He's not an educator. Why should he get to decide? He just helped build your school building, right? If he tells your principal not to let you in, does that mean your principal can't let you in? Yang Fan's eyes brimmed with contempt. "Young lady, that money didn't come from you. How would you know why it's not allowed?" "You." Wan Yixuan already despised Yang Jun, and now she discovered his father was cut from the same cloth. Chen Chu ignored Young Fan entirely and turned to ask Qingbei instead. "Director Qi, so you're saying that just because someone helped you build the school building, the enrollment matters have nothing to do with you anymore, and the signed commitment letter can be nullified? Is that right?" Qingbei felt a twinge of unease, but seeing Yang Jun's composed expression and recalling their pre-arranged plan, she gained confidence. Therefore, he didn't hold back and stated, "Yes, enrollment quotas were already tight this year, and more students are applying to our school. This decision is to ensure more students have better development opportunities." Hearing this, Wan Yixuan could no longer contain herself. She had witnessed Chen Chu's genius firsthand, and she had also seen the unfair treatment this prodigy endured. Being whispered about behind her back at school and enduring all sorts of gossip was one thing. Now, having earned admission to Tsinghua or Peking University on her own merits, she still intended to honor her promise. Yet now he was being manipulated by Qingbei, this treacherous villain. And this villain had the audacity to justify it with such lofty rhetoric, sacrificing Chen Chu for the sake of considering more students? Therefore, she couldn't help but sneer coldly. "So, if it's for the sake of more students, would you be willing to sacrifice your own child? It's only because Chen Chu's parents aren't here that you dare say such things. Let's be honest, you took money from the Yang family, didn't you? We all saw Yang Jun earlier. He applied to Peking and Tsinghua but wasn't admitted, right? Did you take Chen Chu's spot?" Upon hearing Wan Yixuan's words, both Qingbei and Yang Fan's expressions darkened. Though it was the truth, this delicate matter was best left unsaid. Yet unexpectedly, this sharp-tongued little girl had seen right through it. Yang Fan, however, remained completely unfazed. Little girl, I know your family background. Your father and I have some history. Stay out of this matter today, it's none of your business. We do owe Chen Chu for this matter, so we'll provide him with some compensation. Yang Fan spoke as he pulled 2 stacks of bills from his leather briefcase and handed them to Chen Chu. Here's 20,000 yuan. If you plan to retake the entrance exams next year, this should cover your tuition. Upon seeing this so-called compensation, Wan Yishuan was utterly enraged. 20,000 yuan? You think 20,000 yuan can buy a student's future and make up for wasting a whole year of his life? I don't care what kind of relationship you have with my father. Right now, I am me. Mark my words, I will expose your actions and your ugly faces to the media. I refuse to believe there's no justice left in this world. Clearly, in her view, Chen Chu's family was already struggling financially. Not only had Yang Jun and his son stolen Chen Chu's spot to repeat the year, but they were also using this 20,000 yuan to humiliate him. Was this how an entrepreneur should behave? What infuriated her even more was that the admissions director seemed to think she was off the hook. She refused to believe that once this scandal hit the internet, thousands wouldn't rally to Chen Chu's defense. But to Qingbei and Yang Fan, Wan Yishuan's words sounded utterly naive. It wasn't like someone had died. In today's society, with enough money and connections, what can't be swept under the rug? And relying on the media? Who owns the media anyway? Do they really dare report anything? Therefore, Yang Fan laughed and said, "The law? Which law exactly have we broken? Based on that one guarantee letter? That was nothing but childish play. Go ahead and do whatever you want. If Chen Chu doesn't want the 20,000 yuan, then there's nothing we can do about it." Yang Fan's stubborn attitude made it clear he was no stranger to bullying others with his influence. Fuming, Wan Yishuan grabbed Chen Chu's arm, ready to storm off and find the media. But Chen Chu, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. He knew exposing this to the media would be futile. Although he had kept his word by enrolling at Qianqiu School to retake the entrance exams using his admission scores from Peking and Tsinghua, the school's admissions office had broken its promise. However, if this matter were made public, it would equally provoke public outrage. Repeat enrollment spots were already scarce, and pre-arranged admissions were a form of resource hoarding. Besides, he intended to retake the exams anyway. If he really went to court with Qianqiu School, would he even be able to retake them? Therefore, the only recourse was tit for tat. With that, Chen Chu smiled and said, "Director Qi, I see what you mean now. You're suggesting that as long as we build a new teaching building for the school, we can dictate the number of repeat enrollment spots, correct? Then I'll take responsibility for the teaching building this entrepreneur is constructing." Chapter 19, Demolition. What? When Chen Chu uttered those words, Qingbei clearly didn't grasp their meaning. Yang Fan also looked utterly perplexed. They had imagined 1,000 ways this penniless student might react, including a violent confrontation, and had even prepared to call security. But they never imagined this penniless student would remain so calm. And now he was spouting this utterly baffling nonsense. Wan Yishuan, standing nearby, stared at Chen Chu with equal bewilderment, unable to fathom his meaning. "Chen Chu, what do you mean by that?" Qingbei was the one who voiced the question. Chen Chu replied with an expression of utter calmness, "What I mean is, since your esteemed school needs a new teaching building, then I will build this building. I will cover the costs." When Chen Chu clearly stated he would cover the costs, it instantly stunned both Qingbei and Yang Fan. The two exchanged glances, each seeing utter disbelief in the other's eyes. Are you kidding me? A poor student offering to build a school building? Did he even know how much it cost to build one? Wan Yishuan, standing nearby, was equally stunned. She assumed Chen Chu was just talking big to save face, so she tugged at his sleeve. If it was about reaching out to the media, she could help. But building a classroom building? She didn't have the money to give Chen Chu either. So how could she not panic? Wan Yishuan's reaction caught Qingbei and Yang Fan's attention, and they both burst out laughing. Yang Fan remarked, "Young lady, I might believe you can handle your studies, but building a school? Given your family's circumstances, that's probably wishful thinking." Qingbei was even more blunt, "You little beauty, your family might be wealthy, but building a school building? That's not something just anyone can pull off in Jinling." But Chen Chu wasn't just talking. He pulled out his phone and sent a voice-to-text message to Long Feng and Leng Yu. "Arrange a construction company for me. I plan to build a new teaching building. Of course, the first step is to demolish the foundation that was just laid. Be here within half an hour." After sending the message, Chen Chu turned to Qingbei and said, "Director Qi, since you claim that building a classroom block gives you the authority to decide on repeat enrollment spots, I'll grant your wish. The demolition crew should be here soon." Seeing Chen Chu send the message with such seriousness, Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh. "Kid, do you think there's any construction company in Jinling I don't know? You might fool others, but if you think you can pull this on me, let's see who you've got today." Hearing this, Qingbei also couldn't help but laugh. "Chen Chu, this is unnecessary. I suggest you take the 20,000 yuan and come back next year. I've looked into your family situation. Forget about building a house costing tens of millions. I doubt you could even scrape together tens of thousands. Chen Chu replied calmly, that's not your concern. The demolition crew will be here within half an hour. Ha ha ha, alright then. We'll just wait and see. Qingbei and Yang Fan burst into uncontrollable laughter. But Wan Yishuan wore a look of deep concern. She knew Chen Chu's family situation too. They truly couldn't scrape together tens of thousands. And from what she understood, Chen Chu wasn't the type to make empty boasts. Basically, everything Chen Chu said came true. This included scoring high enough to get into Tsinghua or Peking University this time. But building a skyscraper was a matter of tens of millions. It wasn't like an exam. This was disastrous. She'd be humiliated right alongside Chen Chu. But she couldn't just tell Chen Chu to leave with her now. That would be admitting defeat. So she leaned close to Chen Chu's ear and whispered, I still have over 100,000 yuan in savings. Do you want to go with me to withdraw it? It should be useful to you. This was pocket money she'd saved over many years. She rarely spent it, putting it all aside. Now that Chen Chu needed it, she was certainly willing to part with it. Seeing Wan Yishuan like this, Chen Chu felt somewhat touched inside. Yet he smiled and said, don't worry, it'll be fine in a moment. This scene drew another round of snide laughter from Qingbei and Yang Fan. What kind of arrogant young punk was this? They might believe him if he said, 30 years on the West Bank. Don't underestimate a poor youth. Once I pass the civil service exam and become an official in a decade or so, I'll make them pay. But now he was talking about digging up tens of millions to rebuild the teaching building? Was he dreaming? What these few didn't know was. Inside the Audi business van parked outside, Lang Feng and Lang Yu stared at the message with equal bewilderment. They confirmed Chen Chu had gone inside, and the message came from him. But they were equally baffled. As State Security Bureau agents, why would Chen Chu ask them to demolish a teaching building and rebuild it? What kind of operation was this? Yet, when it came to matters involving the nation's sixth-generation fighter jet designer, how could they dare to delay? Therefore, Lang Feng immediately contacted Nielisen. Dean, there's been a change in plans. Chen Chu sent a message instructing us to rebuild the teaching building. What was Nielisen doing at that moment? He was flying over in a J-20 fighter jet with Li Sanhai. Hearing Lang Feng's words, he froze in surprise. In an instant, he realized Chen Chu must have hit a snag in his re-enrollment. If they wanted to recruit Chen Chu to serve the nation, how could they not resolve his situation? He immediately ordered Lang Feng, whatever Chen Chu says, do it. Lang Feng, go directly to the Municipal Construction Bureau and lead a team to demolish it. Additionally, Lang Yu, investigate exactly what Chen Chu is facing. Remember, use iron-fisted measures, but don't alert them. Understood. We'll proceed immediately. Upon receiving their orders, the two men immediately split up to carry out their tasks. Though unaware of Chen Chu's predicament, they both understood that recruiting him to serve the nation would be a monumental achievement. Moreover, it was evident Chen Chu was facing difficulties. Given his intelligence, who could be so blind as to provoke him? They could only predict that person would suffer terribly. As for Nielisen, he too sensed the gravity of the situation. Regardless of what had transpired, he was determined to ensure that a nationally scarce talent like Chen Chu suffered not the slightest injustice. Therefore, to be on the safe side, he directly contacted Jinling City, placing a phone call. Hello, you're the duty officer at Jinling, right? Hello. This is a joint operation between the Dragon Academy and the Security Department. We're giving you advance notice that Security Department personnel will be heading to the Municipal Construction Bureau shortly. Could you please give us the green light? Upon hearing this, how could the other party dare to delay? Got it. I'll notify the Urban Construction Department immediately. P.S. Duty officer is a term from the ancient Chinese art of, meaning the highest authority. Chapter 20, they want to demolish our teaching building? Municipal Construction Department. When Lang Feng and Lang Yu arrived, they had already received a call from Jinling City's Jifu informing them. Only after meeting Lang Feng and Lang Yu in person and hearing their explanation did they grasp the true nature of the task. It turned out they were actually tasked with demolishing illegal structures first. And the target of this demolition was none other than the newly constructed teaching building of Qianqiu School. It should be noted that the construction approval for Qianqiu School's new teaching building had actually been completed last year. By all accounts, with all the necessary paperwork in order, it couldn't possibly be considered an illegal structure. So why did the higher-ups suddenly order its demolition, and why did they send such a large force? The construction was perfectly legitimate. There's only one possibility, either the principal or someone from the construction team offended a powerful figure they couldn't afford to cross. So who at Qianqiu School could have offended someone so influential that it required the involvement of the State Security Bureau? At the very least, it's clear that involving the Lonka Institute points to someone from the scientific community. And they were well aware of the new school building construction at Qianqiu School. It was under Yang Fan's supervision. Yang Fan had some connections with the city's construction department. Therefore, squad leader Wang Yang understood the situation perfectly. Before the operation, he confiscated all personnel's cell phones and proceeded directly with the action. Why? Because the situation was crystal clear, the top leadership had spoken. They would rather offend Yang Fan than allow the new building to stand. And if they were going after Yang Fan, how could they possibly let anyone tip him off? Of course, there was a time constraint. They had to arrive within half an hour. By the time Ling Feng and Lang Yu arrived, 20 minutes had already passed. That meant only 10 minutes remained. How could they possibly make it in time under these circumstances? They didn't have a J-20 fighter jet to fly over, did they? So, it was squadron leader Wang Yang who came up with a solution. They first found a nearby contractor, Yesi Engineering. This company's construction crew had no connection to Yang Fan. They were all unfamiliar faces, the kind you could hire with enough money. They issued a strict order. Money was negotiable, but they had to arrive at Chen Chu school within 10 minutes and demolish the newly constructed teaching building. They were instructed to ignore anyone in the way and proceed with violent demolition. They would take full responsibility for any consequences. This order left the newly arrived Yesi engineering team in Jinling City somewhat bewildered. But who was the financier? The municipal construction department? Building connections with officials was crucial, and they certainly wouldn't worry about funding from above. Thus, they immediately dispatched personnel to Qianqiu School, equipped with sledgehammers and even demolition excavators. A large force marched in full force toward the school. Meanwhile, inside Qianqiu School, Yang Fan and Qingbei had no idea that Chen Chu was a man of his word. They still thought he was just a poor student. How poor? So destitute he'd lost all sense of self-respect. For if one possessed self-respect, there would be no need to prove anything to the outside world. The less one possesses, the more one feels compelled to prove oneself to others. Take a simple example: someone born into wealth, with hundreds of millions in assets, who's told by a poor person that he can't afford an iPhone, and called his limited edition phone junk. Would this wealthy person need to prove anything? Absolutely not. But if someone is jumping up and down in frustration, it shows they're genuinely poor. Right now, Chen Chu clearly fits the description of someone desperate to prove himself. In their eyes, just how poor was Chen Chu? A faded school uniform, worn to the point of fraying, with patches still visible. A student this poor? Forget building a new classroom building, he couldn't even find someone to demolish the foundation they'd already laid, could he? After all, construction wasn't a small project. The money required would make even Yang Fan wince a little. Therefore, even though Qimei knew she needed to resolve Chen Chu's situation quickly, she couldn't resist waiting half an hour to see the spectacle unfold. Only then would Chen Chu truly grasp the gulf separating him from the Yang family. One had a father worth hundreds of millions, with deep pockets, while the other couldn't even afford tuition and needed to freeload off the school. Even his grades were only 2 points behind Yang Jun's. Under these circumstances, why choose the child of a poor man over that of a wealthy one? So being ruthless and letting Chen Chu see society's harsh realities sooner was actually a good thing for him. Little did they know that Chen Chu had no need to prove anything. Because every word he spoke was true. He genuinely intended to demolish and rebuild the teaching building Yang Fan had constructed. After all, with 50 million yuan at his disposal, funding a new building was more than manageable. Wan Yishuan, standing nearby, was equally unaware of this. During her wait, time seemed to crawl at an agonizing pace. This half hour of torment felt like solving advanced math problems from Princeton University. The agony alone was bad enough, but the worst part was that the outcome she might face at the end was likely to be a bad one. With every minute ticking closer to the half-hour mark, she knew she was drawing nearer to that humiliating moment. Still, she wasn't one to abandon a friend. Despite everything, she remained steadfastly by Chen Chu's side. Yang Fan kept glancing at his Rolex watch. Finally, with just 2 minutes left, he picked up the watch and pointed at it, saying to Chen Chu, "2 minutes left, kid. You should know that for us industrialists, time is our most precious asset. If you haven't found a construction crew by then, you won't be getting that 20,000 yuan compensation." Clearly, Yang Fan's ability to become such a big boss stemmed from his extreme stinginess. He didn't bat an eye at spending tens of millions to grease the wheels for connections. After all, it meant providing his son with a better learning environment. But shelling out 20,000 yuan to Chen Chu offered no tangible return. Not a single penny was worth spending. Qingbei chimed in, "Chen Chu, we're not trying to discourage you. But do you know who Mr. Yang is? He knows 90% of the construction companies in Jinling. If anyone dared touch his project, he'd have been notified already. You have 2 minutes left. We're giving you a chance to save face. Leave now, and I'll personally give you 2,000 yuan. Otherwise, when the clock runs out, you'll walk away with nothing." Though Qimei felt some sympathy for Chen Chu at this moment, a young man who couldn't even afford college, he knew that in this dog-eat-dog world, compassion wasn't worth a single penny. Chen Chu watched the clock silently, saying nothing. He believed that if the state security department couldn't dispatch a construction crew within half an hour, they wouldn't be worthy of their name. But Wan Yishuan, standing nearby, suddenly snapped angrily. "Stop pretending to care. Don't think having a few stinking bucks makes you special. With Chen Chu's scores, if another school takes him, won't he be richer than you guys someday? Qingbei and Yang Fan exchanged a glance, both smiling. That might be true, but it'd take decades to catch up. What era are we in? Are you going to say don't look down on a poor youth? When I was his age, I had at least tens of thousands in my pocket. I had dozens of people following me, if not dozens, then at least a dozen or so. And him? What does he have? Wan Yixuan trembled with anger once more. Still sheltered within the confines of campus, she had been protected too well, never having witnessed the ugly realities of the world. She never imagined such despicable people existed in this world. Chen Chu was still a student. Besides studying, when would he have time to earn money? Even if he tried now, it would be too late. Was she really going to witness evil triumph over justice today? She dared not imagine the psychological trauma it would inflict on her if Chen Chu didn't receive fair treatment today. Just as Qingbei and Yang Fan were laughing heartily, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Director Qi, it's bad. A group of people just showed up outside with sledgehammers and excavators, threatening to tear down our new teaching building. What? Chapter 21, hit a brick wall? Upon hearing that someone intended to demolish the teaching building, Qingbei and Yang Fan's boisterous laughter froze instantly. Instead, their faces were filled with utter disbelief. Qingbei looked at Yang Fan with confusion and asked, Mr. Yang, is this your doing? Yang Fan was equally stunned inside. He looked utterly bewildered. If anyone intended to touch his teaching building, they would certainly notify him. In the entire Jinling real estate industry, he was the ultimate authority, and back in the day, he was a formidable figure. What other construction company would dare cross him? Besides, he's building the school building legally and properly. Under these circumstances, what construction company would dare to demolish Yang Fan's project? Could it be that Chen Chu actually has some kind of backing? Could that be possible? He glanced at Chen Chu again, sizing him up from head to toe. While Chen Chu seemed intelligent in demeanor, he certainly didn't look like the son of wealthy parents, let alone someone with powerful connections. Someone who spends all day studying at school, how could he possibly know anyone outside? Come on, let's go take a look. After the two hurried out. Wan Yixuan was equally stunned. She stared at Chen Chu in utter disbelief, clearly not expecting him to follow through on his words to such an extent. She immediately pressed herself against the window and saw a large group of people marching in. They had clearly clashed with security, even smashing the retractable gate at the school entrance. The large group marched toward Xianqiu School, most wielding sledgehammers and wearing hard hats, clearly construction workers. Had Chen Chu really summoned these people? Wasn't Chen Chu famously broke? He relied on school subsidies for basic necessities. How could he afford to hire so many people? Or was Chen Chu secretly a rich kid all along? Wow, so he's been playing dumb all along, huh? As she stared in astonishment, Chen Chu addressed her, What? Aren't you coming out to see? By the time he finished speaking, Chen Chu had already risen and started walking toward the exit. Wan Yixuan naturally followed immediately. To her, Chen Chu's image had suddenly transformed from that of a model student into something far more mysterious. Once they stepped outside, they clearly saw a figure locked in a confrontation with an outside construction crew. What are you doing? This is my contracted property. What right do you have to tear it down? Cut the crap and tear it down. The man confronting the construction crew was none other than Yang Jun, who was planning to repeat his senior year at Xianqiu School. For him, his family had secured this construction project, which was precisely why he had managed to snatch the re-enrollment spot from Chen Chu. If the site were demolished now, his chances of re-enrolling would vanish instantly. So how could he possibly let them tear it down? As for Qingbei and Yang Fan witnessing this scene, they were utterly dumbfounded. But Yang Fan, with his sharp eyes, immediately recognized the uniforms worn by the construction crew. Seeing Qingbei's panic, he said, It's fine. These guys are from Yesi Engineering. I don't know what possessed them to mess with me. He then turned to Chen Chu, his expression shifting to surprise before turning dismissive. Kid, I don't know where you got the money to call them in, but to us young family, they're nothing but trash. You've really stepped on a landmine today. This isn't over. Just wait to get arrested. Your life is over. With that, Yang Fan stormed toward the Yesi Engineering demolition crew. Only then did Qingbei relax upon hearing this. Put simply, Chen Chu had somehow obtained a sum of money and hired Yesi Engineering to demolish the building. But he knew full well, so what if Chen Chu had a little money? Mr. Yang was a figure who could shake Jinling City with a single stomp. How could Chen Chu, a penniless student, possibly compare to him? Now, hiring a bunch of random people to demolish the building even if they succeeded meant certain doom afterward. Therefore, he coldly retorted to Chen Chu, Chen Chu, I never imagined you'd stoop so low, saving money for 20 years just to hire people to tear down my building? And that money, it's all from national tuition subsidies you saved, isn't it? How utterly despicable. Thank goodness I didn't give you that repeat enrollment spot. You ungrateful bastard, sucking the nation dry. Qingbei spat out the curse, then rushed forward to block the demolition crew. Chen Chu, however, smiled. Wan Yixuan beside him couldn't stop grinning either. Chen Chu, I can't take this anymore. Director Chi was putting on such a righteous act at first, but now he's lost all pretense and started cursing. Chen Chu chuckled, so you think I used the school's education subsidy money to hire the demolition crew? Wan Yixuan shook her head immediately. 400 a month? Even if you didn't eat or drink, you'd only save 16,000 over 4 years. How did you manage it? Chen Chu chuckled. Secret. Put. You better figure out how to clean this up. Yang Jun and his dad aren't the type to let things slide. Why don't we just run now? We've already gotten our revenge. Wan Yixuan clearly had this in mind. While she wasn't afraid, Chen Chu might be. If the Yangs retaliated, with Chen Chu's background and connections, how could he possibly be their match? But Chen Chu shook his head, clearly not taking the Yangs seriously. As if that was enough to satisfy him? Today, he wasn't just going to tear down this building, he'd tear down the entire school if he had to. And he'd get that repeat enrollment spot back. Meanwhile, over at the demolition crew, Yang Fan stepped forward and bellowed. Only then did the crew leader pause and glance at Yang Fan. Well, if it isn't Mr. Yang. Remember me? Lu Si from Yesi Engineering. Remember how you snatched a bunch of projects from my brother before? The leader removed his hard hat. Only then did Yang Fan recognize him. Yes, engineering was run by brothers Lu Yi and Lu Si. Lu Yi handled negotiations while Lu Si managed construction. When they first arrived in Jinling, Yang Fan had snatched numerous projects from them. Over the years, they'd barely managed to gain a foothold, but the projects they secured were all small-time, low-profile gigs. His sarcasm came immediately. So it's you, the Lu family outsider. When did you start cozying up to some penniless student? When did you sink so low that you take on a job for a few 10,000 yuan? Lu Si, however, looked utterly bewildered. A poor student? He might be in construction, but after all these years in the business, how could he possibly get by without being sharp? The information he'd received came from the Municipal Construction Bureau. The Municipal Construction Bureau was tearing down the teaching building, and they had all the proper paperwork. There was only one reason for this. Yang Fan had offended someone. And he'd really stepped on some powerful toes. This poor student Yang Fan mentioned was most likely the person who had clashed with him. Anyone who could make the Urban Renewal Authority willing to antagonize Yang Fan just to demolish the building couldn't be just anyone. Thus, he searched everywhere and indeed spotted Chen Chu in his school uniform. Chapter 22, The Strong Dragon Must Yield to the Local Snake. The sight was astonishing. He truly carried himself with an air of nobility, clearly no ordinary person. He immediately shot Chen Chu a friendly glance, then grinned at Yang Fan. A few $1,000 isn't much, but tearing down your building? I'm happy to do it. With that, he donned a hard hat and bellowed at the construction crew. Guys, get cracking. The Yesi engineering workers seemed to be pumped up like they'd been injected with adrenaline. They swung their hammers and smashed into the foundation Yang Fan had worked so hard to build. Walls that had just been laid began crashing down with thunderous booms. Stop this, you bastards. Yang Fan watched the scene unfold and shouted angrily, but how could he possibly stop them? Fortunately, Yang Jun was nearby. He roared, Are you all looking to die? How dare you touch the Yang family's construction site? My father's connections will make sure you don't live to see tomorrow. Before he could finish, Lucy smacked him square in the forehead. He was knocked aside and kicked viciously by the other workers. Since demolition was already underway, this fool still dared to block them my way to beat him? Seeing his son beaten ignited Yang Fan's fury. He glared at Chen Chu and roared, You little bastard. I'll let you destroy everything today, but you won't get away with this. He immediately grabbed his phone and dialed a number. Meanwhile, Qingbei watched in anguish as the newly constructed teaching building was demolished. The foundation had finally been laid, and rebuilding would only delay the schedule. But thankfully, Boss Yang was thoroughly enraged. What did that mean? With Boss Yang's connections spanning both legitimate and underworld circles, Chen Chu was definitely going to get what was coming to him. As for the minor issue of him secretly allocating spots? Who would bother pursuing that? Therefore, he addressed Chen Chu with visible disappointment. I never imagined you were involved with the underworld. Just wait, Mr. Yang has already contacted the police, prosecutors, and courts. A student like you isn't worthy of stepping foot on our Qianqiu school grounds. Instead, you'll be waiting to enter a cell. Clearly, in his eyes, their school expansion was entirely legitimate, no illegal construction here. Yet Chen Chu, driven purely by personal grudges, had paid a construction crew to demolish their lawful teaching building. That alone was bad enough, but he'd even resorted to physical violence. Without paying $1 million or so in compensation and serving 7 or 8 years behind bars, how could they possibly appease Boss Yang's fury? If this kid isn't disciplined properly, he'll definitely become a gang boss someday. Meanwhile, Wan Yixuan retorted coldly, Mafia? I think you lot are the real mafia here. Only gangsters would seize someone's property without any justification. If you hadn't snatched Chen Chu's re-enrollment spot, would this mess even have happened? Bandits like you are the ones who should be brought to justice. Clearly, Wan Yishuan felt incredibly satisfied watching the new teaching building being demolished at that moment, for each blow struck right at the heart of Qingbei's vanity as the director of admissions. Though uncertain of the consequences, she knew Chen Chu must be in the right. Yet Qingbei sneered coldly, "Who's the real gangster here? That's for the judicial authorities to decide. Do you really think you can get away with spouting nonsense just because you're some little girl? The enrollment quota is one thing, but demolishing our school building is another. That's your fault. And you even resorted to violence. Don't even think about running, kid. Not a single one of you will get away." After these words were spoken, the glint in Yang Fan's eyes grew even more ruthless. Yet the more they acted like this, the more Chen Chu felt like laughing. Yet he also grasped a truth: in this world, if one focuses solely on studying, even the most talented might remain buried. In other words, if an ordinary student stood here today, facing an admissions office blinded by greed and backed by wealthy, powerful entrepreneurs, what could they possibly do? Wouldn't they be left with no choice but to endure the bullying? But unfortunately, he wasn't an ordinary student. Right now, he could only find the clownish principal before him utterly laughable. Though Wan Yishuan beside him was also spouting harsh words, she understood clearly that things were about to get messy. Even though she hadn't lost the battle of appearances, deep down she knew exactly what was coming. It seemed Chen Chu had indeed earned money through other part-time jobs. After all, with his sharp mind, making money was a piece of cake. Moreover, the mathematical knowledge in Chen Chu's mind shared similarities with engineering principles. That's how he connected with these construction crews and made money. But money was one thing, but Chen Chu's status remained that of a student. Moreover, his family background was no match for Yang Jun's. Once the authorities arrived, even if Chen Chu was in the right, a victim whose spot had been stolen. But the fact that he had people vandalize Yang Jun's construction site was undeniable. When the victim becomes the aggressor, it might be morally justifiable, but legally, it's a losing position. Therefore, she was also contemplating how to help Chen Chu escape. In this situation, what else could they do but flee? Even if he'd likely be caught eventually, fleeing first meant she could later have her father figure out a solution. Meanwhile, Yang Fan hung up the phone. This time, he was genuinely furious. He immediately mobilized all his connections, including the Public Security Department, the court system, and the Claims Assessment Department. What puzzled him was that his connections at the Municipal Construction Bureau had suddenly gone cold. Calls went unanswered. He didn't dwell on it, though. As long as he dealt with that kid Chen Chu for now and got him locked up, he could handle the Yesi project later. Anyone who dared to hit his son would be locked up. Yet the situation here was perfectly clear to Lung Feng and Lung Yu, the brother and sister duo from the security department. Upon learning of Chen Chu's intentions, Lung Yu swiftly launched an investigation, deploying drones to quickly uncover the situation inside. Combined with their prior intelligence on Chen Chu, the picture became clear. Since Chen Chu was there to repeat the year, the person who clashed with him inside must have been involved in that matter. And if Chen Chu was targeting this entrepreneur, it meant the entrepreneur had definitely stolen something. She immediately relayed this information to Lung Feng. Lung Feng, currently riding in a Municipal Construction Bureau vehicle, heard the news and was furious beyond words. This was outrageous. The chief designer of the nation's 6th-generation fighter jet had been snubbed by some private entrepreneur for a re-enrollment spot? Even if that spot was insignificant, this was unacceptable. If striving to enter the halls of power meant enduring such indignities, then what was the point of so many people risking everything to get there? Find out everything you can about this entrepreneur. Today, the mighty dragon must subdue the local tyrant. And inform Yesi Engineering everything must follow Chen Chu's orders. Chapter 23, Clownish Behavior. Meanwhile, Yang Fan remained utterly unaware of the unfolding events outside. He was busy networking as usual. Seriously? An out-of-town fly-by-night construction company dares to tear down their building? Did they really think hiring a few extra hands gave them free rein? This is a society governed by the rule of law. After making all his calls and pulling every string, he patted his chest and assured Qingbei. Director Qi, rest assured. The new teaching building will definitely meet its schedule. Once we deal with these small fry, we'll resume construction later tonight. Qingbei was well aware of Yang Fan's local influence. Though he felt some discomfort at the delayed construction schedule, he harbored no doubts about the building's eventual completion. Therefore, he added, it's fine to delay a bit. The most important thing now is to quickly apprehend these thugs. They're acting like gangsters. And that poor student who's in cahoots with them? He'll pay the price too. Yang Fan nodded. Absolutely. They dared to harm my son. What could possibly motivate them to spend tens of thousands of yuan? It's because those Lu Yi and Lu Si brothers have a grudge against me. If I let them tear it down now, I don't believe they'll have the money to pay for it. This kid won't earn enough in several lifetimes to cover the damages. Yang Fan understood perfectly well that no matter how gleefully Lu Si tore things down now, he'd still have to pay full compensation later. And Chen Chu, as the instigator, couldn't escape responsibility either. With the measly sum he'd scraped together using school resources, he could barely afford to get Lu Si's crew to tear down one foundation. As for compensation? Where would he even find the money? Therefore, Yang Fan and Qingbei remained calm, waiting for Lucy's crew to demolish the foundation. With the excavator, the foundation removal progressed swiftly, taking barely over 10 minutes, less than 20 minutes in total. Now it was Wan Yishuan's turn to worry. What was she supposed to do next? Chen Chu only had a few tens of thousands of yuan. Now that the foundation had been demolished, where would he find the money to pay them? Not to mention the impending compensation payments. What she hadn't anticipated was that Chen Chu was now staring blankly at the teacher's building beside him. This building had stood by Qianqiu School for decades, its exterior walls yellowed with age, housing even the principal's office. Chen Chu believed that since the school had resorted to such dirty tactics to sell repeat enrollment spots, the principal must bear responsibility for inadequate oversight. Therefore, he was determined to thoroughly reform the school's culture today. He planned not only to construct a new teaching building but also to demolish and rebuild the old one. Thus, just as Lu Si finished his task, Chen Chu beckoned him over. "Come here, Foreman Lu." Lu Si, who was well aware that this young man likely had powerful connections, immediately scurried over. Chen Chu pointed directly at the old-style classroom building and asked, "If you were to build a new one like this, what would the approximate cost be?" Lu Si's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Could this kid actually be a genuine rich kid? Otherwise, how could he be so bold, not only wanting to build a new teaching building, but also demolishing the old one for reconstruction? As for Qingbei and Yang Fan standing nearby, they were stunned once again. This kid, could he possibly be planning to tear down the old building too? Where would they work then? Outdoors? Lu Si, unsure of himself, could only answer honestly, "So, boss, how many stories do you want to build?" Chen Chu narrowed his eyes slightly. Since he planned to return to this school for remedial studies later, it definitely needed to be built well. He made a gesture for six stories? That's a major project. At market rates of 1,500 to 1,600 per square meter, 2 5-story teaching buildings would cost around 20 million. Hearing this figure, Yang Fan remained silent. It was indeed accurate, they were essentially building the Qianqiu school buildings at 20% off cost price. But 2 buildings? Even he wouldn't dare make such a bold claim. Was this Chen Chu out of his mind, or did he genuinely think Yang Fan had that kind of money? Qingbei, meanwhile, couldn't help but sneer inwardly. He knew Chen Chu, this student, had a strong sense of pride. But to put on airs here for the sake of so-called dignity? 20 million yuan, could he really come up with that? He probably couldn't scrape together the tens of thousands needed for demolition and reconstruction. Wouldn't he be reduced to eating plain steamed buns? Yet upon hearing the figure, Chen Chu wore a look of dissatisfaction. "If we're building, let's build something decent. I'll be repeating my senior year here. I want that direct drinking water system. Deal, I'll give you 30 million. 30% down payment. But here's the catch, you must complete at least one building before the semester starts." "Ha? Is this too good to be true?" Lucy's forehead started to sweat at the offer. "Money. This is crazy money. Way more generous than any big boss I know." Meanwhile, Wan Yishuan tugged at Chen Chu's sleeve, urging him to stop showing off. 30 million yuan? Even her family would have to sell everything they owned to come up with that kind of money. Chen Chu was just a high school student, how could he possibly have that kind of money? Meanwhile, Qingbei had already begun sneering coldly. 30 million? Who knew how many years their school had waited to build a single teaching building? It took a full decade just to secure an 8 million yuan grant. Now this kid Chen Chu casually drops 30 million? Like hell he has 30 million. Would you spend 4 years repeating high school? Any normal person with 30 million, especially from a poor family, would either study abroad or just drop out and enjoy life, right? Yang Fan couldn't stand it any longer. He sneered at Lucy with contempt. "Lucy, this is the best you'll ever amount to in your life, being duped by a high school kid. 30 million? He can't even scrape together 3,000. Hearing this, Lucy felt a pang of uncertainty. Though the young man seemed to have connections, it was possible his family merely held influence. Whether they were willing to cough up the cash remained an unknown. Just then, Chen Chu produced a premium credit card and asked, "You have a POS machine, right? I'll swipe 9 million now. Then you tear down this old building." Chen Chu reasoned that the down payment had to be made immediately. Since reconstruction was required, it should be thorough and expedited. This scene instantly left Qingbei and Yang Fan standing nearby utterly speechless. Could this kid really have it? Impossible. How could that be possible? With his penniless state, could he possibly come up with 30 million? Wan Yishuan beside them sucked in a sharp breath. Holy crap, 30 million? Could Chen Chu really have 30 million? What kind of family does he come from? Is 30 million just pocket money for him? Then, as the POS machine successfully processed 9 million yuan, Lucy's eyes turned red. He hit the jackpot. He really hit the jackpot this time. As for Yang Fan and Qingbei, their eyes widened like copper bells at that very moment. What happened to the poor student? Where did this kid get 30 million yuan? Wan Yishuan clutched Chen Chu's school uniform even tighter. She'd met plenty of rich kids, but none could casually pull out 9 million as pocket money, especially not a high school senior. Good heavens, where on earth did Chen Chu get that money? Now that she thought about it, Young Fan giving him 2,000 yuan seemed like a joke. Chapter 24, Don't blame the change in authority. In fact, Yang Fan and Qingbei exchanged a knowing glance. Qingbei wore an innocent expression, as if to say he had no idea. Mr. Yang, you must hear me out. Your son mentioned this kid too. He really is penniless, eating in the cafeteria every day. If you ask me, that money is probably dirty. He disappears every winter and summer break. Who knows what he gets up to? Hearing this, Yang Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. So what if he has a few stinking bucks? What's he acting so high and mighty for? Besides, the richer Chen Chu gets, the more it fuels his greed. Because all that money would just end up being paid back to him anyway, right? As an entrepreneur, wasn't extorting money his specialty? He pulled Qingbei aside and whispered, since this kid's loaded, I say let him tear down your teaching building. Once my connections show up, we'll squeeze another chunk out of him. At this, Qingbei's eyes lit up. It was like a battered old car. If someone bumped into it, it was the perfect excuse to stage an accident and get it repaired. Now that Chen Chu had money, wasn't this the perfect opportunity to pull a scam? But he quickly thought of something and hurriedly said, but the principal is still working inside right now. The principal wouldn't turn down demolition compensation, would he? This kid is practically a money tree right now. With Yang Fan's prompting, Qingbei instantly calmed down, knowing exactly how to explain it to the principal. After all, as long as their interests weren't harmed in the end, wouldn't that settle it? So what if this Chen Chu had a little stink money? He's still just a poor student, isn't he? Could he possibly have connections like Mr. Yang, able to mobilize so many resources at once? If you've got the skills, flaunting your wealth is a good thing. People will respect you. But if you lack ability, connections, or influence, showing off your money here just means that money becomes someone else's. Wan Yishuan beside her clearly grasped this point too. As Lu Si made his move, she pulled Chen Chu aside and whispered, Chen Chu, what exactly are you trying to do? I don't know where you got the money, but if you really tear it down and rebuild it now, what does that have to do with you? Simply put, Wan Yishuan couldn't fathom what Chen Chu's true purpose was. Even if you have money, that's not how you spend it, right? This plot of land belonged to Chen Chu School. You spend all that money building it for someone else. What's in it for you? Plus, Yang Fan has connections here. What if he sets his sights on the money once you've built it? Chen Chu saw the worry in Wan Yishuan's eyes. Since Wan Yishuan had always supported her and shown such loyalty, a rare quality in women these days, Chen Chu smiled and said, don't worry about that. If I'm building it, I naturally have my reasons. Chen Chu was brimming with confidence at that moment, for he understood exactly what the sixth-generation fighter meant to the nation. Now he wasn't just building a new teaching building, but also reconstructing the old one. How could this possibly be working for someone else's benefit? Soon, Lu Si had the excavator move back to the teacher's building. Holding a megaphone, he shouted inside. Attention! Everyone inside must evacuate the construction site immediately. Failure to comply will be at your own risk. This area has been designated for demolition. All non-essential personnel must evacuate immediately. Lu Si's voice boomed through the megaphone with unusual volume. Several staff members still inside the building immediately fled in panic. Principal Jean Dabin, who had been in his office, remained completely unaware of the commotion outside. Although the demolition of the new building's foundation had caused considerable noise earlier, he had assumed it was part of the construction process and therefore normal. But now, hearing the demolition orders, how could he possibly remain calm? When he finally rushed outside, he saw a construction crew he'd never encountered before driving an excavator straight toward the building. His eyes widened in disbelief, his face etched with confusion. What on earth were they demolishing? Why was his office building being demolished? He immediately stepped in front of the excavator and barked sternly, what are you doing? Who authorized this demolition? Show me the paperwork. Jean Dabing barked the orders while glancing toward Qingbei and Yang Fan nearby. Who's going to indulge you? If you don't move out of the way, we'll tear down your old bones along with the building. Lu Si clearly wasn't about to kowtow to this principal. Since higher-ups had ordered them to follow this young man's lead and he was both wealthy and well-connected, what was there to fear? Hey! Which construction crew are you with? Jean Dabin could no longer maintain his previous composure. He lunged forward to pull the excavator operator out, but was stopped by Qingbei rushing over. Hey! Principal, calm down. Don't get worked up. They're tearing down my office, and you want me to stay calm? What the hell is going on here? Principal, please hear me out. We should let them demolish it. Qingbei immediately put on a fawning expression and explained the entire situation, including what should be done next. That's how it is. Who knew this penniless kid suddenly struck it rich? He pulled 9 million out of thin air. Now we let him tear it down, and soon our old teaching building and office building will be renovated. Only then did Jean Dabin's expression begin to soften. Could this really be true? Though he had initially blamed Qingbei for handling such a minor matter so ineptly, upon hearing the rest, he realized her approach and Yang Fan's actions were sound. Originally, they could only build one new teaching building. Now both the office building and the teaching building could be rebuilt for free. Wasn't that just adorable? Especially when he heard Qingbei exaggerate that Chen Chu was a poor kid who had struck it rich, acting like a nouveau riche, and had even gotten involved with gangsters. Thankfully, they hadn't admitted such a student for remedial studies. He immediately roared at Chen Chu's direction, "You must be Chen Chu. I'm the principal of this school. Your re-enrollment application is rejected, and I approve it. Do you have any idea how damaging it is for the school to be associated with vagrants like you? Don't think a little money will get you readmission at Chen Chu Academy. We don't welcome students like you here." Chen Chu had already harbored doubts about the principal's competence. Seeing him emerge with such a smug expression only deepened his disgust. Therefore, Chen Chu coldly addressed Jin Dabing. "Doesn't your Chen Chu school only welcome wealthy students? You offer benefits new teaching buildings in exchange for spots. Fine. I'll build you a teaching building. If you still refuse to let me repeat the year, then you're the ones being unreasonable. Since your so-called authority has abandoned all principles, don't blame me for taking that authority away from you." Chapter 25, What If I Believe Too? Upon hearing the phrase change of authority, Jin Dabin, Qingbei, and even Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh. Was Chen Chu just foolish, or was he naive? If you called him foolish, he knew full well that authority was the very force that established rules in this world. Yet he stubbornly believed that building a teaching building and having money were the criteria for entering Chen Chu Academy. If everything were discussed openly in Manhwa, nothing would ever get done. And if authority could change hands so easily, this kid must have watched too many TV dramas. They've all been rooted in Jinling City for decades. It's safe to say that even if the highest-ranking official came to Jinling City, they'd think twice before touching these men. Especially Jin Dabin, a perennial outstanding principal who was a prime candidate for promotion. To name just one thing, under his stewardship, Zhenqiu School's college acceptance rates have climbed steadily, and this year enrollment surged by 40%, leaving other private schools far behind. This was a clear sign of an impending promotion. How could he possibly lose his position? Therefore, Jin Dabing was the first to speak. "Young student, don't think that money alone can dictate how this world operates. Your words and actions reveal two words to me: immaturity." Qingbei immediately flattered him. "Principal, your words are so precise and eloquent." Yang Fan nodded in agreement. Indeed. As a man of letters, the principal truly knows how to wield words. Upon hearing these words and seeing the smug expressions on their faces, Wan Yishuan's delicate frame trembled with anger. In plain terms, this was a textbook case of power for money dealings. They were clearly blinded by greed, bullying a student like Chen Chu for personal gain. Now that they saw Chen Chu wasn't penniless, they intended to use their authority to crush him. Had this been an ordinary student, they would have already slunk away, with nowhere to even file a complaint. Now they were turning it around, accusing Chen Chu of colluding with gangsters and threatening to use legitimate channels to target him, all because they coveted his money. But Chen Chu is just a student. Seeing him manipulated by these seasoned old foxes of society only fueled Wan Yishuan's fury, making her even more determined to fight for Chen Chu's rights. But just then, a cacophony of sirens pierced the air outside the school gates. Police cars and court vehicles began gathering at the school entrance. Lin Yu, who had been monitoring the situation, immediately reported to Nie Lisen. "Dean, the situation has changed. The principal of Qianqiu School has summoned the court and the criminal investigation team. Should we intervene?" Nie Lisen knew immediately that something was amiss. After all, who was Chen Chu? He was destined to be a pillar of the nation. If he suffered any injustice at this critical juncture, it would likely breed resentment, a disastrous outcome. Therefore, he quickly said, "Contact Jinling Market Shifu immediately and have him come handle this. I don't want Chen Chu to suffer even the slightest injustice. Also, I'll be there in half an hour. Make sure the scene is cleaned up. This matter must not be leaked under any circumstances." Understood. After hanging up, Nie Lisen couldn't help but reflect on the scene Lin Yu had described. If an ordinary high school student had faced this situation today, how would they have handled it? He'd have nowhere to turn for justice. Damn those school administrators. Damn the corrupt deals. A rising young genius, stifled in its infancy by them. No wonder the nation's talent pool has dwindled in recent years, with many choosing to go abroad. It's because these parasites are gnawing away at it from within. If young people lose hope in the nation at such a tender age, who will build this country? Meanwhile, the Security Bureau was also piling pressure on Jinling's market supervisor. Jinling Market's symbol was bombarded with calls, making him feel like the Japanese invaders were about to storm the gates. When he finally grasped the full story that they were being sent to assist a high school student, he was utterly dumbfounded. As for why they were helping this high schooler? Even at his level, he couldn't fathom it. Just how high had this high schooler risen? He dared not even speculate, immediately setting off for Senkyu Academy. At Senkyu Academy. Clearly, Qingbei, Jin Dabin, and the others had no idea what was happening outside. Seeing Yang Fan's smug expression, they knew the visitor must be someone familiar to him. And if it was an acquaintance, things would surely be easier. All they had to do was play the victim, claim that Chen Chu was a thug, and threaten to tear the school apart and beat people up if he wasn't given a spot to repeat the year. Sure enough, several police officers soon emerged from the patrol car. They looked like squad leaders or higher-ups. The one in charge was tall, standing at nearly 1.9 meters. He adjusted his military cap and strode over. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man emerged from the court vehicle. They clearly knew each other and exchanged greetings. Yang Fan immediately stepped forward to offer cigarettes. However, neither the police nor the court officials accepted them. Tiger Squad, Tiger Squad. That's the guy, he's the one who called people to demolish my foundation. Tiger Squad nodded, then glanced at the construction crew still working over there. He barked at the officers under him, "You guys, go tell them to stop working over there." Several officers immediately stepped forward to intervene. As for Chen Chu standing nearby, Tiger Squad didn't even bother to give him a proper look. He merely glanced over, noting the high school student and the female student behind him. He walked over while asking what was going on. Jean Dabin and the others immediately acted like wronged little girls, hurriedly explaining. "Officer, it's like this." They recounted the story with dramatic exaggeration, conveniently omitting the private contract between Qingbei and Chen Chu. After listening, Tiger Squad nodded. He knew Yang Fan, of course, but whether to help him depended on the other party's status. If Yang Fan was truly an easy target, then it would be business as usual, a routine matter with a favor thrown in for Yang Fan's sake. Meanwhile, the court official also nodded and began discussing the matter with Tiger Squad. "Tiger, something about this doesn't sit right with me. That kid looks so broke, where'd he get the money to hire a construction crew?" The court official's words made doubt creep into Tiger's eyes. "So you're saying this kid has connections?" The court official shook his head and stated bluntly, "Bull. That kid's family background is crystal clear. That money is most likely ill-gotten gains. My take is, make him compensate for this first, lock him up, then our court will investigate the source of his funds. If the money is illegally obtained or from overseas investments, we have grounds to confiscate it outright." Ha! Hearing this, Huzi's heart skipped a beat. This guy seemed even more ruthless than himself. Still, he forced a smile and approached Chen Chu, demanding, "Name." Before Chen Chu could answer, Wan Yixuan snapped angrily, "What do you think you're doing? We're not criminals. Why aren't you asking us what happened?" Huzi shook his head. "Young lady, we're following legal procedures. Do either of you have ID? Besides, it was the person you called who injured someone. There's still an injured person over there." Sure enough, young Jun had been kicked several times and now stood nearby, clutching his chest with a pained expression. Wan Yixuan shot young Jun a look of utter contempt, though she was at a loss for words now. As for Jean Dabin, Yang Fan, and the others, their expressions were nothing short of elated. Did they think having a few stinking bucks and calling in gangsters would solve everything? Now the police were here. Let's see how arrogant he could be now. But no one expected Chen Chu to speak up at that moment. "Are you sure you want to know my name? Once I tell you, you might never forget it for the rest of your life." When Chen Chu spoke with such bravado, the Tiger Squadron froze in their tracks. As for Jean Dabin and the others, they were even more convinced that Chen Chu was courting death. Earlier, they'd dismissed his brash talk as bravado fueled by his gangster backup. But now? He dared speak like this to the police, to the squad leader, no less. This kid really wasn't afraid of dying. Wan Yixuan couldn't help but swallow hard. She hadn't imagined Chen Chu would be this bold. Was he planning to take her to the station with him today? As for Tiger Squad, he merely smiled and nodded. "Well then, let me tell you this, even if you were the son of Qin Shi Huang himself, it wouldn't matter here in Jinling today. Demolishing a school at such a young age, organizing gang violence even as a minor, we can arrest you according to the law." Chen Chu simply held out both hands. "Arresting me is easy. Getting me out is another story." Clearly, he saw no point in wasting words on someone like Tiger Squad. With State Security Bureau agents present, how could they possibly arrest him? Besides, only the powerless spouted empty threats. Those with real authority would have already taken him down. Chen Chu's calm gesture, however, instantly stunned the Tiger Squad. He'd dealt with plenty of juvenile offenders before, most of whom wet themselves in fear at the sight of him. But this kid? Talking back with such arrogance? Could he really have some kind of god-tier connections? Yang Fan, watching from the sidelines, couldn't hold back any longer. He immediately stirred the pot. "Tiger Squad, look at my son beaten like this. Just a kid, and he dares to organize a gang? Truly, ignorance breeds audacity. He doesn't even know the principle, yet he got his hands on some money from who knows where and dared to involve gangsters. What will happen when he gets even more money?" The court official's brother-in-law immediately rushed over. "A high schooler with this much cash? We're from the Jinling court. We have the authority to investigate whether your funds are legally obtained. Hand over your bank cards." Seeing the court step in, Wu Team naturally took a step back, saying nothing. Meanwhile, on Chen Chu's side, Wan Yixuan was furious. "Are you people a court or a gang of thugs? What business is it of yours what he does with his money? My brother-in-law replied sternly, he's just in high school with tens of millions in assets. Feedback indicates his family background is average. If that's not illicit wealth, what is it? What if it's money earned by betraying the country? Can you afford the consequences? Impossible. I trust him. For the moment, Wan Yishuan could only muster that response. But it was precisely this statement that sparked uproarious laughter. Trust? You're not a judge, what good is your belief? Her brother-in-law laughed too. Little girl, go to court someday and ask a judge if belief alone can get someone acquitted. Even the Tiger Squad chuckled at this. Jean Dabing and Qingbei felt a surge of satisfaction. How dare a mere civilian act so brazenly and provoke them? But just then, a voice of immense authority cut through the air. What if I add that I believe? Chapter 26, Confiscation? Who gave you that authority? Didn't I just say? You believe. The brother-in-law's words abruptly halted mid-sentence. He suddenly realized that this voice sounded strangely familiar. He turned around and instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Before him stood a man in a bespoke suit, sporting a proper official's haircut, flanked by several assistants. He was a familiar face on TV, with an impressive track record that suggested a future promotion to a ministerial-level position. Isn't this the chief of staff? How did he end up here? A mere high school student's matter has actually stirred up the duty officer? For a moment, his entire mind went blank, unable to utter a single word. As for Yang Fan and the others, they recognized this figure all too well. Seeing him now, they were nearly scared to death, cold sweat breaking out on their brows. Especially Yang Fan. He'd once had the privilege of dining with the duty officer. But under what circumstances? It was a large-scale merchants' association gathering. He tried to curry favor by offering toasting, only to be intercepted by the assistant. This was his first time encountering the Jinling City Market symbol up close. And it seemed this Jinling City Market symbol was actually going to help Chen Chu? How could that be possible? As for Qingbei, needless to say, he felt a chill run down his spine. Impossible, right? What kind of qualifications did that nouveau riche upstart Chen Chu have to warrant the attention of Jinling City's chief of staff? Was the chief of police here to make a joke? As for Yang Jun, his legs were already trembling uncontrollably. Wasn't Chen Chu just some bookish, penniless nerd? Now he's got all this money, and on top of that, he's got such powerful connections backing him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What gives Chen Chu the right? Sure, his studies weren't bad either. Only Jean Dabin remained relatively composed at this moment. He'd seen his share of important figures, and his mind was already racing through contingency plans for every possible scenario. But the next moment, the duty officer rushed over to Chen Chu with a look of panic, his eyes fixed entirely on him. This left Wan Yishuan beside him utterly stunned, her delicate frame trembling uncontrollably. They were just high school students. They'd only ever seen the duty officer on TV before. Seeing one in person was one thing, but now the duty officer was actually coming over to help Chen Chu? Moreover, she deliberately glanced at Chen Chu, only to find his gaze remained as still as a well. It seemed as if even the duty officer held no special significance in his eyes. This guy's got some serious nerve, doesn't he? What kind of nerve? In truth, Chen Chu understood perfectly well. What kind of status comes with being a sixth-generation fighter jet designer? Once admitted to the Dragon Academy, one becomes a special talent. If one wished to enter politics, it was highly likely they could directly join a ministry, choosing freely between the military commission or the political commissariat. Local officials might manage their regions well, but talents like him capable of aiding the entire nation were precisely what the country truly lacked at present. Thus, Chen Chu remained relatively composed at this moment. But the duty officer didn't see it that way. A talent so highly valued by both the Ministry of State Security and the Dragon Academy, what terrifying force would that become in the future? With his influence, even entering a ministry would merely place him at the center of power. But this young man had already managed to gather the influence of two departments. If he were to connect with the Central Military Commission in the future, his prospects would be limitless. Such a figure, so young, how could he dare to offend him? Thus, he immediately adopted a concerned tone. I just heard about your situation. How are you? Did they give you a hard time? This tone of genuine concern left Yang Fan, the Tiger Squad, Qingbei's brother-in-law, and the others utterly speechless once more. Could this be a dream? A high school student with a background so clean it bordered on poverty, and the duty officer was showing him this much concern? What astonished them even more was Chen Chu's utterly calm response. It's fine. Just some jail time and financial losses. What? Hearing this, the duty officer's heart skipped a beat. Imprisonment? Financial loss? If the Dragon Academy and the security department found out about this, wouldn't they hold him personally responsible? His face darkened as he glared at the enforcement team. His brother-in-law sighed and demanded in a low voice, is this true? Both his brother-in-law and Tiger team were now looking pale. They had no idea what the duty officer meant, their speech stumbling as they tried to respond. Only Yang Fan interjected at this moment. Chief, you haven't fully understood what this kid did. He's a gangster. Yang Fan's implication was to indirectly alert his brother-in-law that the duty officer might mistakenly view Chen Chu as some promising young entrepreneur. Entrepreneurs could indeed boost employment and enhance political achievements for a city. But this kid was not one. Once this misunderstanding was cleared up, the duty officer would surely change his attitude. But the next second, the duty officer glared at Yang Fan. Who are you? Did I ask you anything? Yang Fan immediately lowered his head, not daring to utter a word. His brother-in-law seemed to snap out of it and hurriedly interjected. Yes, Chief. This kid is just a high school student who took the college entrance exam this year. Since the school wouldn't let him repeat the year, he resorted to thuggery by calling in construction crews to beat people up. Plus, the source of his funds is suspicious. A high school student casually pulling out 9 million yuan for construction payments? That's highly suspicious. I was just about to investigate him myself. 50 million? Even the duty officer was startled by that figure. According to the department that had contacted him earlier, this Chen Chu was likely a scientific genius. So where did this money come from? It must be a bonus. Under the current bonus system, a bonus reaching the tens of millions level could only mean a first-class invention contribution award. And what does 50 million yuan signify? Only an S-level award would be that high, right? Just how gifted is this kid? Just in that moment of shock, his brother-in-law and the others could clearly sense a hint of relief. It seemed like any reasonable person would want to investigate. After all, where would a high school student from a poor family get that much money? This made them all feel safer. Wan Yishuan, however, grew anxious once more. Could it be that Jifu, unaware of the truth, was being manipulated by these people again? Especially when her brother-in-law stepped forward at that moment, adding fuel to the fire. Jifu, this is 50 million yuan. Seizing such a huge sum of stolen money will definitely make national headlines. I was just about to search him and confiscate his bank cards. Her brother-in-law wore a smug expression, and Yang Fan and the others felt much better. Now it seemed like there was one more person to share the pie with, and with the duty officer protecting them, they could divide it up with greater peace of mind. At worst, Chen Chu was just some lowly student with no standing. What could he possibly do to fight them? But precisely at that moment, a sharp slap echoed through the room. Accompanying it was the duty officer's roar, laced with a growl. Who gave you the authority to do this? Chapter 27, not academic? Can't investigate? That slap, along with the furious, snarling roar, echoed throughout the campus of Qianqiu Academy. This instantly froze the smiles on Jean Dabin and the others' faces. Instead, his face was filled with bewilderment and shock. What the hell? The duty officer. Has he lost his mind? Why would he go out of his way to help a high school student like this, disregarding his status and resorting to physical violence? This was the part they couldn't wrap their heads around. By all logic, even if Chen Chu had tens of millions, so what? Jinling City has hundreds of tycoons worth over 100 million. As for status, Chen Chu's family was probably too poor to afford his retake year. He was on the school's financial aid program, after all. What kind of background could he possibly have? As for his academic performance, Chen Chu had only managed to scrape by on the minimum cutoff for top-tier universities for 4 consecutive years. It was only this time that he finally hit the admission threshold for Peking or Tsinghua. How many spots for Tsinghua and Peking University does Jinling City produce each year? At least 70 or 80, easily. So even if Chen Chu squeezed into the top 100, what difference would it make? Would a single admissions officer even notice him? Therefore, in their eyes, it must have been due to sheer bad luck. Unaware of the supervisor's true intentions, no one dared speak up. The next moment, the duty officer stormed over to the Tiger Squad and barked, "Abuse of authority. Seizing commoner's property without authorization. Lock him up immediately. Dismiss him from duty and investigate thoroughly. I want a complete and thorough investigation." The Tiger Squad swallowed hard. Thankfully, they hadn't been handling any cases recently, otherwise, wouldn't they be the ones getting arrested now? Guided by the principle of better my comrade die than me, he immediately handcuffed Yang Fan's brother-in-law. Though the brother-in-law wore a look of grievance, the distinct handprint on his cheek sobered him. Now, he could only look to his brother-in-law for help, his eyes pleading. But what could Yang Fan and Yang Jun possibly do now? The duty officer was right there, and his stance was crystal clear. What could they possibly say? The duty officer turned to Chen Chu with another apologetic look. "Young man, I don't have all the details yet, but I can assure you if anyone bullies you, I'll make sure you get the fairest resolution possible." Seeing the duty officer's approach, Chen Chu nodded slightly, finally showing a hint of satisfaction. Fairness is what I seek. Clearly, he wasn't seeking special privileges, just reclaiming what rightfully belonged to him. Without further ado, he pulled a concise contract from his backpack. "This is the repeat enrollment agreement I signed with Qingbei, the director of admissions at Qianqiu Academy. Though it may seem rudimentary, it's fully documented and legally binding. You may review it." Seeing Chen Chu's attitude soften, the duty officer finally took the contract from his hand with a look of relief. However, upon reading the contents, his heart skipped a beat and rage surged within him. What kind of unequal treaty is this? Even Japan's 21 demands back then wouldn't have been written this way. Only those who gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University but choose to forego enrollment there in favor of repeating the year at Chen Chu school would be exempt from tuition, fees, and meal costs. What kind of scheming villain came up with this? Are there any schools in Manhwa better than Peking and Tsinghua? They've already gotten into Peking or Tsinghua, why would they choose to repeat a year at your school? His eyes immediately flashed with fury as he glared at Qingbei, wishing he could permanently expel this person from the education sector. But for now, he forced himself to remain patient and continued questioning. And then what happened? He knew Chen Chu must have scored high enough to qualify for this program, which was why he was repeating the year. But under these circumstances, it was a huge win for Chen Chu Academy. Students who scored high enough for Tsinghua or Peking University should come to Chen Chu school for their second attempt. It was their privilege. Why hadn't he succeeded? Chen Chu school had no reason to refuse him. Just as Chen Chu was about to answer the question, Wan Yixuan had already composed herself and spoke up for him. Principal, it's like this. I'm Chen Chu's classmate. When we arrived, we assumed the school would definitely arrange for Chen Chu to repeat the year. After all, the agreement was already in place here. But unexpectedly, this Qingbei went back on her word and claimed there were no spots left. What's even stranger is that another classmate of ours, Yang Jun. Wan Yixuan gestured toward Yang Jun as she spoke. You know, the developer's son? He showed up here and he failed the entrance exam. And his dad is in charge of the construction project for Chen Chu School's new teaching building. At this revelation, the duty monitor's eyes widened again, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Such a thing happening right under his nose. If he dared abuse his authority with such a minor power, what would happen if he had more? Qingbei felt as if she'd fallen into an ice cave. Desperate for help, she grabbed Yang Fan's arm. But Yang Fan, surely wanting to clear his own name, was scrambling to distance himself. How could he possibly care about her? He immediately snapped at Wan Yixuan. You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you have any proof? It's perfectly natural for us to repeat the year at this school. What does that have to do with the teaching building? But the duty monitor didn't even glance at him, continuing to question Wan Yixuan. Go on. Keep talking while I still have the patience. Wan Yixuan could see right through it now. The duty monitor was here to help Chen Chu, so she naturally spilled everything. And Director Chi just said that Yang Jun's dad built the teaching building, so he got the spot. Then Yang Jun's dad offered 20,000 yuan to Chen Chu to settle this privately, but we refused. If you don't believe me, search his bag. There's definitely 20,000 yuan in there. 20,000 yuan? A student preparing for the college entrance exam, giving up spots at top universities like Peking or Tsinghua to retake the exam at a private school if he fails to get in, his entire future is ruined. Can that really be settled with just 20,000 yuan? Is a student's future really worth only 20,000 yuan? Would he give his son 20,000 yuan to abandon the college entrance exam for life? Search him. Ji Fu's face darkened as he barked the order. Officers immediately moved in. Sure enough, within moments, they found 20,000 yuan in Yang Fan's backpack. The duty officer's expression darkened to a terrifying degree. For an ordinary child, facing this situation would mean not only losing their spot and ruining their future, but also being humiliated by the loss of 20,000 yuan. What could they possibly do? Fortunately, Chen Chu was no ordinary child, he could see through this. But what about the children he couldn't see? Especially since these blind fools still thought he was just an ordinary child. Therefore, he addressed Chen Chu directly, rest assured, I've already sorted this out. Not a single one of them will get away with this. When the duty officer uttered these words, both Qingbei and Yang Fan were inwardly stunned. Though they felt doomed, they were genuinely resentful. What they couldn't accept was why the esteemed duty officer would go out of his way to help a lowly student. And what terrified them was that Jean Dabing was the sole exception at this moment. He lifted his head and sneered coldly, Duty officer, you may oversee Jinling City, but I once worked at the Academy of Social Sciences. If you wish to investigate me, it should be done by the Academy of Social Sciences or the Academy of Dragon Sciences, not by arresting me outright, right? Clearly, in Jean Dabing's view, he had merely been negligent in his duties, but his credentials were impeccable. Therefore, he saw no reason why he should be in trouble. Considering the university's long-term interests, he didn't believe he had done anything wrong. Chapter 28, This is the president of the Dragon Academy. Any former principal or dean would understand his reasoning. When faced with the choice between admitting a student who could secure a new teaching building for the school and boasts outstanding academic achievements versus a poor student with no family connections, wouldn't any reasonable person choose the former? Therefore, as long as the higher-ups investigated, they would understand his perspective. Besides, he hadn't handled the matter personally. Even now, he remained unapologetically defiant. But those words made the duty officer want to laugh. This so-called principal really doesn't know when to quit. Doesn't he realize what kind of trouble he's gotten himself into? Forget scholars, even if an education department official showed up now, they'd have to treat Chen Chu like royalty. Let alone a principal who dared to facilitate this kind of private quota trading. That said, Jean Dabin had a point. The duty officer couldn't arrest him on the spot, so he held his tongue. This gave Jean Dabin an inexplicable confidence, prompting him to turn the tables with sarcasm. As for you, deputy principal, helping a student from the countryside with no family connections, you must have received quite a few benefits, right? I'll be sure to report this matter to the higher-ups. Hearing Jean Dabin's words, Qingbei and Yang Fan suddenly felt as if a glimmer of hope had appeared before them. After all, the duty officer must have had motives for backing Chen Chu. Since Chen Chu had no extraordinary connections, the only explanation was that he must have paid off someone. If they could leverage this, perhaps they could all escape punishment. Jean Dabin's words infuriated Wan Yishuan once more, for he knew Chen Chu's character was utterly incapable of paying the duty officer. Just how upright was that guy? Even if the homeroom teacher offered private tutoring, he'd refuse. If invited over for a visit, he'd decline. How could someone like this possibly pay the duty teacher to curry favor? But she couldn't fathom why the prefect would go out of his way to help Chen Chu like this. Could it be that pure justice, the kind that genuinely aids the weak, truly exists in this world? But just then, the roar of helicopter blades suddenly pierced the sky. A J-20 fighter jet circled overhead, hovering above Qianqiu Academy. The surrounding area echoed with the constant scraping sounds of tracks against the ground. What's going on? Is the eagle coming to attack? A police officer exclaimed. Haven't you seen the news? That's a J-20, it's ours. And those are armored vehicles. Our country's? What's going on? Clearly, everyone except Chen Chu, including the security personnel, looked utterly bewildered. If war had broken out, why would they come here? This isn't a concentration camp, nor a military stronghold, and certainly not a supply depot or command center. Just as everyone was puzzled, numerous soldiers in military uniforms descended from the J-20s and immediately sealed off all entrances to Qianqiu School. The scene was so shocking that Wan Yishuan wondered if some international criminal had emerged here, warranting such a massive manhunt. Could it be? Recalling Chen Chu's inexplicable acquisition of tens of millions, she couldn't help but make this connection. After all, the school principal couldn't possibly be the target. She was a minor figure, even Principal Jean Dabin was insignificant. So who exactly were these heavily armed forces here for? Jean Dabin, Yang Jun, Yang Fan, Qimei, and the others exchanged glances, each sensing a sudden glimmer of hope. They guessed it too, this operation was most likely targeting Chen Chu. That kid suddenly had so much money, it definitely came from shady sources. It could even be from betraying the country. As long as Chen Chu was arrested, what else could happen to them? And bribing the duty officer? That would make his crimes even worse. They might even get their compensation back. Never give up until the very last moment. Who knows? Maybe luck would strike and the situation would turn around. As the J-20 slowly touched down, two elderly men emerged from the cockpit. When Jean Dabin saw them, his eyes widened in disbelief. Dean, yeah, elderly. He couldn't help but exclaim in shock. This is actually the president of the Dragon Academy, an elderly. I never imagined they would come to Qianqiu School. At that moment, Jean Dabin even wondered if they had heard about Qianqiu School's achievements over the years and had come to inspect it. If he participated in the first-tier selection, perhaps today would be his chance to turn things around. As for Wan Yishuan, she was filled with worry. Academics? That meant she was connected to Jean Dabin? With such powerful connections, no wonder he wasn't afraid of the duty roster. Didn't that mean Chen Chu was in danger again? But what no one expected was that when Nie Lisin descended, his first words were directed at Jean Dabin, barking. Jean Dabin, you just claimed the academic world couldn't touch you. Do you think we measure up? Li Songhai also glanced at Chen Chu with a look of delight before turning his gaze back to Jean Dabin, his expression as cold as if he were looking at a corpse. Jean Dabin, don't tell me you think your judgment is flawless? Your Qianqiu Academy missed an opportunity to make a name for itself throughout the ages. As its principal, you're not fit for the role. What? When two giants renowned throughout China's academic circles simultaneously turned their sights on Jean Dabin, the entire room erupted in shock. Especially Wan Yishuan, her mouth formed a perfect O in astonishment. Chen Chu. Just how many influential figures does Chen Chu actually know? This is the Dean of the Dragon Academy. Chapter 29, Perfect Score in Physics? Clearly, from the start, Wan Yishuan had thought Chen Chu was incredibly lucky to have received help from the class monitor. After all, she believed she knew Chen Chu well. He didn't even own a cell phone, and his family background was quite ordinary. But she never imagined that with the duty officer's help, he actually knew the president of the Dragon Academy? If Chen Chu didn't know him, then why would the Dragon Science Academy's dean publicly berate Jean Dabin in front of everyone? What on earth was going on? Could it be that Chen Chu's true identity wasn't what it seemed on the surface, just a repeat student? What was this guy hiding from her? Even Wan Yishuan found it strange, let alone Qimei. He stared at Chen Chu again, disbelief etched across his face. Not only was this kid no ordinary high school student, but he had the support of the class monitor, and now he was backed by the dean of the Dragon Academy in the academic world? This was the president of the Long Academy, after all. Most people wouldn't even get within sight of its gates until they were 50. Such an opportunity to enter this ivory tower was the ultimate dream for anyone in the academic world. What on earth had Chen Chu done to deserve this? Besides the stunned Qingbei, there were also the terrified young fan and his son. Originally, the duty officer and others might have suspected Chen Chu of private bribery. But now, with the J-20 fighter, the heavyweight from the Dragon Academy, and the armored vehicles surrounding the place, could it be that Chen Chu was a red second generation? Where else could he have gained such immense influence? But even if he were, how could he possibly get the Dragon Academy's director to personally intervene on his behalf? Good heavens, what kind of trouble had his son gotten himself into? Meanwhile, upon seeing Nielisan, Yang Jun was overcome with regret. Even Wan Yixuan no longer seemed appealing to him. If he had the chance, he'd rather wait another year to retake the entrance exams. Why did he have to snatch that spot meant for Chen Chu? Getting dragged into this mess with the duty officer was bad enough, but now they'd even involved the president of Lonka Academy? If he'd known Chen Chu was this formidable earlier, how could he have dared to provoke him? Now he realized those campus beauties must have known Chen Chu's true identity all along. Why else would they fawn over him so? Among those stunned by the revelation was none other than Xianqiu Academy's principal, Jean Dabin. As both a principal and an academic figure, his greatest obsession was fame, the pursuit of a lifetime. He idolized principals like Jean Dabin, viewing them as role models. He had even fantasized in his dreams about meeting Principal Nia one day. Yet he never imagined he'd encounter Principal Nia under such circumstances, and that this idol would humiliate him outright over a high school student. Yet at that moment, what weighed heavily on his mind was a single phrase. That was what old Li had said, that he had missed the opportunity for Qinqiu School to gain eternal fame. What did that mean? Clearly perplexed, he looked at old Li and Nielisan and asked, "Mr. Li, what do you mean by that? What chance to make a name for itself that will last for ages?" Li Sanhai instantly wanted to make this blind old fool regret his words. But just as he was about to speak, Nielisan pulled him back. Because the approach was wrong. "Jean Dabin, do you know why we're here?" Despite the raging fury boiling within him, Nielisan suppressed it. For no punishment could be more satisfying than seeing this old fool consumed by regret and collapse. Therefore, he composed his words and spoke slowly and deliberately. The moment the words left his mouth, not only Jean Dabing but the entire Tiger Squad, including the previously captured brother-in-law, Yang Jun, Yang Fan, Qingbei, Wan Yixuan, and even the duty officer were all filled with curiosity. They were all dying to know what exactly Chen Chu had done to cause such a commotion. Up until now, they had only observed that Chen Chu possessed a good temperament and solid academic performance. Nothing else stood out. Of course, the duty officer knew a bit more, especially with the security department's involvement, which only added to the mystery surrounding Chen Chu's identity. Yet at this moment, Chen Chu's expression remained unchanged. In his view, since low-key repeating the year was no longer feasible, adopting a high-profile approach would save him a lot of trouble. The next moment, Jean Dabing naturally asked with a puzzled look, "Why? Could it be because he's the son of some high-ranking official?" Hearing this, Nielisan and Li Sanhai instantly concluded Jean Dabin was beyond redemption. How could someone with such a filthy mindset possibly educate good students? Appointing someone like him as principal would only ensure talent remained buried forever. Take Chen Chu, for instance. If not for scoring perfect marks on the physics section of this college entrance exam, what fate would have awaited him today? Without the chance to apply for university, he might have abandoned his studies altogether, completely ruining a child's future. So when they heard Jean Dabin spouting such ideological nonsense, how could they not be infuriated from the bottom of their hearts, even resentful toward this guy? But since he'd asked, they'd make him understand just how foolish he truly was. With that, Nielisan smiled. "High-ranking official? We're in academia. With your mindset, you don't deserve to be in academia, let alone teach students. How about this? We'll give you a hint. Have you seen Chen Chu's college entrance exam scores?" The moment the word college entrance exam was uttered, the expressions on everyone's faces grew even more puzzled. The college entrance exam? What does that have to do with the Lonka Academy? Jean Dabing and Qingbei knew that Li Sanghai had set the questions this time, so... No way? Could it be that Chen Chu's exam paper had been seen by Li Sanghai? Impossible. College entrance exam candidates versus the Dragon Academy, what a gap. Forget Chen Chu, even if it were the top scoring student in the entire exam, their paper wouldn't be reviewed by Li Sanghai, the esteemed Professor Li. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But as they repeatedly dismissed the idea, Wan Yixuan and Yang Jun felt as if lightning had struck their minds. Because on the very second day of the gaokao, they heard an unofficial rumor. It came straight from the exam hall. Chen Chu had spent nearly half an hour tackling the final physics problem. The entire school went wild with rumors. Negative comments poured in: brain dead, moron, chokes under pressure, and so on. If he had spent so much time on the final problem, he clearly hadn't had enough time for the rest of the exam. This led everyone to doubt that Chen Chu could possibly achieve the scores needed to get into prestigious universities like Peking or Tsinghua. But now, not only had Chen Chu passed, he hadn't even filled out his college preferences. Now he had even drawn the attention of the esteemed Professor Li from Lonka Academy, and even the academy's president. Could it be that Professor Li had set the original question, and Chen Chu's answer had astonished him, making him recognize Chen Chu as a genius? In that instant, Wan Yishuan understood everything. No wonder there was such a commotion. No wonder even the head of discipline came to assist Chen Chu. His talent had finally been recognized and acknowledged. At this moment, Wan Yishuan felt more exhilarated than when she herself had entered the Dragon Academy. Because this proved her judgment hadn't been mistaken. Chen Chu was an unquestionable genius. Xianqiu Academy had been blind, and Yang Jun had been blind. For a moment, a flicker of fear returned to Yang Jun's eyes. Chapter 30, standing before you is the chief designer of Long Nation's 6th generation fighter. This is ridiculous, right? Back then, the entire school had criticized Chen Chu's approach as misguided. By focusing solely on that one problem, he risked not only failing to score high. Even if he did, he wouldn't have time for the other questions. And now, that one problem had attracted the attention of the Long Academy? And the president of the Dragon Academy came personally. If I'd known that, I would have tackled it too. But how could he have known how many others nationwide had tackled that final physics problem just like Chen Chu? But those who could catch old Li's eye. Not even 1 in 10,000. Chen Chu's exam paper was the only one that even he found terrifying. As for the invigilator and the others, they naturally didn't grasp the meaning behind Dean Nia's words. They only suspected that Chen Chu's college entrance exam results might have been tampered with, potentially yielding a higher score than the current one, perhaps even making him the top scorer. But even if he were the top scorer, Jinling City produced so many provincial top scorers every year, wouldn't all this fuss be unnecessary? Therefore, Jean Dabin remarked, I'm well aware his total score barely surpassed the admission cutoff for Peking and Tsinghua by a single point. The students we plan to admit are only 1 point below those institutions' standards. In my view, the college entrance exam hinges on timing, location, and luck. Clearly, Yang Jun just lacked a bit of fortune. After Jean Dabin uttered these words, Nia Lisan and Li Sunhai both laughed in exasperation. This finally pushed Li Sunhai over the edge, prompting him to press further. But do you realize you just rejected the only student nationwide who scored perfect marks in physics? Perfect score? Hearing this, Jean Dabin lost his composure. He shot a reproachful glance at Qingbei, wondering why she hadn't informed him of such crucial information. Qingbei, meanwhile, looked utterly bewildered. He hadn't bothered to check Chen Chu's individual subject scores. In his view, Chen Chu had simply gotten lucky and managed to get into Tsinghua or Peking University. As for Wan Yishuan and Yang Jun, they were stunned once more. Full marks? They knew that on the day they got their scores, they'd asked many people about their physics grades. Anyone who had deducted 15 points or less could make it into the top 1,000 or 100 in the province. But Chen Chu not only solved the final major problem, he got perfect scores on every single other question? Is this even human? And that was a 6th generation fighter jet. A 6th generation fighter jet engine. If Chen Chu scored perfect marks, did that mean his proposal would be adopted outright? Could Chen Chu be on the verge of joining the Dragon Academy? Wan Yishuan was so overwhelmed with excitement she dared not think about it. Chen Chu is 22 years old. At that age, even if he were to attend Tsinghua, Peking University, or Lonka University, he would be considered an older student. But if he were to enter the Dragon Academy, he would far surpass ordinary people, even transcend the constraints of age. This was a genius among geniuses. Accumulating strength for a powerful breakthrough. And the perks? Beyond what most people could ever imagine. You must understand that in this era, knowledge evolves at an astonishing pace. Especially with the advent of artificial intelligence, various academic qualifications have already depreciated. Many individuals, even those holding doctoral degrees, struggle to secure decent employment. Upon entering companies, they often find themselves lacking comprehensive skills and must relearn many things. But gaining admission to the Lonka Academy signifies something entirely different. Without achieving authority-level expertise in a specific field, one simply lacks the qualifications to enter the Dragon Academy. In fact, the members of the Dragon Academy can even lead the evolution of knowledge. The thought left Wan Yishuan utterly speechless. And here, Jean Dabing finally felt a twinge of regret. That was the national physics champion. The final physics question this year was about 6th generation jet engines. This proved that Chen Chu's design had undoubtedly inspired Old Li. Such a talent was willing to come to their Qianqiu school for a second attempt at the exams, even giving up admission to prestigious universities like Peking and Tsinghua. Yet he had let such a student slip through his fingers, listening to Qingbei's advice in choosing the rich kid Yang Jun for the sake of convenience in the teaching building. How incredibly foolish he had been. He had poured so much effort into climbing the career ladder and building his reputation. And now, he'd squandered such a golden opportunity. As for the duty officer beside him, he promptly asked the assistant what Professor Li's words truly meant. Upon realizing the final physics problem involved a sixth-generation jet engine, he instantly grasped just how extraordinarily talented Chen Chu truly was. He couldn't help but glance at Jean Dabin with a hint of schadenfreude. This physics prodigy, a genius who could get special admission to any top-tier university in minutes, was willing to repeat his senior year at their Chen Chu school? Was this some kind of divine blessing? How could they have misjudged him? Principal Jean, if you ask me, hasn't Chen Chu school ever produced a top scorer in any subject over all these years? Ji Fu was right. Definitely not. They were only considered the best among private schools, but still second-rate. Getting 5 students into Peking or Tsinghua in a year would be pure luck. Such sarcasm made Jean Dabin's face turn even paler. No. Absolutely not. He absolutely couldn't let such a gifted student slip away. Therefore, Jean Dabin hurriedly turned to Chen Chu and asked, "Chen Chu, are you still willing to come to our Chen Chu school for your retake year? I had absolutely no knowledge of this matter, and it wasn't handled by me. Since you chose our Chen Chu school, you must have some attachment to it, right? I'll have these individuals detained and fully cooperate with the investigation." Clearly, in Jean Dabin's view, Qingbei was in charge of admissions, and it was he who colluded with Yang Fan. From start to finish, Jean Dabin himself had never taken a single bribe. At most, he had misjudged the situation in the name of the school's development. For failing to supervise his subordinates properly, he would receive a disciplinary warning. As for his position as principal, he should be able to retain it. Thus, no matter how humiliating it was now, he had to make this request. When Wan Yixuan heard her utter such shameless words, she immediately spat in disgust. What is this principal's face made of? Why thicker than city walls? He was the one who misjudged the situation. Now that he saw Chen Chu's ideas were being adopted by the Dragon Academy, he immediately wanted to recruit Chen Chu into the Chen Chu school. But this remark instantly ignited the fury of Nielisan and Li Songhai. Good grief, doesn't this old codger realize what's going on? Daring to poach their talent? Nielisan barked back instantly, "Jean Dabin. Do you know who you're talking to? Standing before you is Chen Chu, chief designer of Long Nation's 6th-generation fighter." Chapter 31, How many firsts should Jinling have? What? When Nielisan directly revealed Chen Chu's identity, the entire area in front of the Chen Chu Academy teaching building erupted as if a massive bomb had detonated. Almost everyone's mind went blank in an instant. What does a 6th-generation fighter even mean? Remember when the J-20 first debuted? It filled every Chinese person with pride. We could finally stand toe-to-toe with the Eagle, no longer subject to bullying, and no longer lacking leverage in diplomatic negotiations. Yet, as the Eagle's F-35 continued to make strides in development, that confidence and pride gradually faded once more. Even voices worldwide have begun to criticize us. China only copies. Because if the Eagle Nation doesn't update its weapons, then the Dragon Nation won't either. There's nothing left to copy. This time, however, the Eagle Nation has implemented stringent secrecy protocols for its 6th-generation fighter, leaving the Dragon Nation unable to reverse engineer it. China has indeed encountered significant challenges in developing its 6th-generation fighter, with little to no related news emerging domestically. But now suddenly it's been revealed that not only is the 6th-generation fighter currently under research, but it already has a chief designer. And this designer is actually a high school student. Good heavens! Wan Yixuan felt as if she were dreaming at that very moment. She had always thought Chen Chu was remarkable. After all, he could explain complex extracurricular knowledge, even university-level concepts, in simple terms. That level of knowledge far surpassed the average high school student. But just when she thought that was impressive enough, Chen Chu went and scored the first perfect score in the national physics competition. And that wasn't all. Now she was being told that Chen Chu had suddenly become the chief designer of the 6th-generation fighter jet. How could she possibly accept this? The gap between them had instantly transformed from being negligible, even with her holding a slight edge, to one where he was on the ground while she had soared into the heavens. Following a normal trajectory, even if she worked tirelessly for decades, she might at best gain admission to the Academy of Sciences. As for being solely responsible for a research project, that was still a distant dream. Now, Chen Chu, still just a high school student, had accomplished a feat that would take her decades to achieve. How could she not feel terrified? As for Yang Jun, his legs were now trembling uncontrollably. Chief designer of the 6th-generation fighter? This is ridiculous. Clearly, who was the person standing before them? The president of the Dragon Academy. The other Mr. Li was most likely from the Ministry of Defense. These two are essentially the official authorities in the scientific community. What they say should be beyond doubt. What does that mean? It proves Chen Chu is truly the chief designer of the 6th-generation fighter. All this time, I'd been targeting the nation's top scientific talent. As for Qingbei, she was itching to throw herself at Chen Chu right then and there, clinging to his leg and begging for mercy. But Chen Chu's current status was now so formidable that he dared not approach. It was simply too far beyond his rank. What a stupid mistake he had made. When that kid Chen Chu first approached him, he should have recognized the boy's extraordinary nature. After all, what normal high school student would possess the audacity and presence of mind to negotiate tuition-free re-enrollment with him? Most high schoolers from poor families grew up insecure, too timid to speak up. But Chen Chu? Eloquent and commanding. He'd truly been blinded by greed. Right now, he wanted nothing more than to grind Yang Fan and his father into dust and scatter their ashes. They'd ruined him. As for Yang Fan, he'd been calculating all along how to extricate himself from this mess. At first, he thought Chen Chu was just some rich kid and tried to extort him. But when the Jifu arrived, he realized Chen Chu was likely a second-generation tycoon who wielded influence to bully others. In that scenario, he could still expose the incident, leverage the media to build momentum, and perhaps turn the tables with public pressure. But now, upon learning Chen Chu's true identity, genuine fear gripped him. A top-tier national scientist. Even someone as clueless about military technology as he was understood what the sixth-generation fighter meant for the Dragon Nation and its people. Offending someone like this meant he was nothing in the face of national interests. It's over. This time, it's truly over. As for Jean Dabin, he was already filled with regret. Now, upon learning Chen Chu's true identity, he felt his guts twist in horror. Good heavens! He'd never even been qualified to enter the Dragon Academy in his entire life, yet this genius had become the chief designer of the sixth-generation fighter jet while still in high school. And this genius had even considered repeating a year at his school. If Chen Chu had entered Shenzhou Academy as the chief designer of the sixth-generation fighter jet, the school would have lived up to its name and become legendary for centuries. Yet all of this was ruined by Qingbei's foolishness. And he had played a part in it all. It was over. Everything was over. He dared not entertain even the slightest hope of pleading with Chen Chu to repeat his senior year at Shenzhou School. After all, would the chief designer of a sixth-generation fighter jet really need to repeat high school? As for the headmaster, even with his stature, the news sent shockwaves through him. Sixth-generation fighter. Chief designer. At the age of 22. Good heavens. For Jinling City to produce such a talent, what an incredible blessing this was. In his vision, Jinling City might not excel in every field, but it absolutely must achieve supremacy in several key areas. Now, he saw hope. That is, the nation's top physics student. The top physics prodigy among high school students. He only regretted discovering this gem too late, otherwise, he would have made a huge fuss about it. If only he could have cultivated a relationship with Chen Chu earlier, what a splendid opportunity that would have been. But precisely at that moment, Chen Chu's voice drifted over, cool and detached. Dean, yeah, you're making decisions for me before I've even made up my mind. A hint of reluctance tinged his words. When those words were spoken, everyone was stunned once more. Especially Wan Yixuan. She was convinced Chen Chu had lost his mind. Good heavens! What did this mean? It meant that the Dragon Academy and the Military Technology Department were begging Chen Chu to become the chief designer of the sixth-generation fighter jet, yet he still seemed reluctant to take the role? Had he lost his mind? This is the job every child of the Red Flag dreams of. A golden opportunity. Therefore, she immediately tugged at Chen Chu from behind. Though she didn't want Chen Chu to suddenly reach heights she herself couldn't attain. But she certainly hoped to see Chen Chu take off immediately. As for the others, they were all stunned once more. This kid must be addicted to showing off. Nia Lisan and Li Sanhai were also momentarily stunned. Though inwardly annoyed by Chen Chu's bluntness, the mere thought of his erudite blueprints and vast professional knowledge instantly calmed them. Of course not. This is entirely negotiable. What exactly are you dissatisfied with? Chapter 32, First Fight in 1 Year. Once Nia Lisan and Li Sanhai made their stance clear. At that moment, even the duty officer realized just how high Chen Chu's standing truly was. And Chen Chu wasn't just showing off, he genuinely needed to repeat the year. As the chief designer, he could manage it. But he had to complete his final year of repeating the course to obtain the master blueprint from the system. Therefore, his primary focus remained on his academic retake. Thus, he stated bluntly, I'm afraid I won't have much time for the role of chief designer, as I'm certain I'll need to repeat the year. However, if there are any structural issues, feel free to consult me anytime. What? When Chen Chu announced he needed another year of review, Nia Lisan and Li Sanhai were utterly stunned once more. This kid is stubborn as hell. They say talented people have temperaments, and this certainly seemed to be the case. Still, the fact that Chen Chu hadn't outright rejected the role of chief designer was already a blessing for them. Therefore, Nia Lisan immediately said, of course. As long as you're willing, you can choose any university in the world. But this statement immediately prompted the duty officer to reluctantly step forward. Dean, yeah, that's not quite right. Chen Chu is from Jinling City, how can he go to another school? The duty officer understood clearly the pivotal role Chen Chu's presence in Jinling played for the city's development. Once the sixth-generation aircraft was truly completed, the eyes of the entire world would turn to Jinling. This would be crucial for Jinling's advancement. Nia Lisan looked awkward. How did this turn into a showdown? You're not even from the scientific community, deputy director. Isn't this a bit much? But the duty officer couldn't care less. He immediately declared, "Arrest these individuals immediately. And Li Hu, you're not clean either, return for investigation. Should any collusion with these individuals be discovered, you will face severe punishment." Instantly, Jin Dabing, Qimei, Yang Fan, and Yang Jun all wore expressions begging for mercy. Yang Jun even dropped to his knees. "Chen Chu, spare me for the sake of our past as classmates." But Wan Yishuan retorted with satisfying satisfaction, "Now you remember we're classmates? Why didn't you think of that when you were trying to snatch Chen Chu's spot? And your family deserves it too, not a single one of you is innocent." As for Chen Chu, he couldn't be bothered to glance their way. After these people were cleared away, only Chen Chu, Wan Yishuan, Nia Lisan, Li Tsanghai, and the duty monitor remained at the school gate. With no outsiders present, Chen Chu spoke plainly, "Dean Nia, elderly, the truth is, I still want to repeat a year at Xianqiu school. But before that, I want to reform this school, and I might need your help." Seeing Chen Chu's resolve, the others could only nod in agreement. As for the duty officer, he was secretly delighted and quickly said, "Student Chen Chu, whatever help you need, just ask." Chen Chu nodded. "I'd like to change the school's name. Also, I feel my personal capabilities in the military engineering field are still lacking, so I need a professor of weapons engineering to teach me a specialized course." Chen Chu, of course, had his own calculations. During this year of repeating his senior year, he would inevitably obtain the master blueprint for the 6th-generation fighter jet. But he also possessed the ability to amplify his comprehension. Over the past few years, he had already systematically absorbed all knowledge and integrated it into his mind. Now, it was time for output. Does the Dragon Nation truly need only one 6th-generation fighter? Clearly not. Aerospace carriers, space air mechs, drone swarms, automated holographic combat systems, and controllable fusion energy, these are all equally vital for Dragon Nation's advancement. Therefore, with just a mentor to guide him and unlock some of the domestically constrained technologies, his hundredfold insight enhancement ability could achieve breakthroughs. Yet when Nia Lisan and Li Tsanghai heard Chen Chu's words, they found them utterly absurd. Was Chen Chu being too modest? After all, when they examined his blueprints, the specialized knowledge displayed was beyond even their grasp. Could anyone at the Dragon Academy possibly possess the expertise to mentor him? But these were minor concerns. What truly concerned them was the development of the 6th-generation fighter. The Eagle Nation should be pushing out their 6th-generation fighter within 3 to 5 years at most, so Dragon Nation absolutely cannot afford to fall behind. Thus, Nia Lisan stated, "We can accommodate any request you make. But as the chief designer of the 6th-generation fighter, when do you estimate the fully operational prototype will be ready?" In their view, Chen Chu was somewhat neglecting his primary responsibilities. After all, the 6th-generation fighter's timeline was non-negotiable. Numerous technical challenges would inevitably arise in its development, and Chen Chu's continued presence at the high school would make resolving them exceedingly difficult. Hearing this question, Chen Chu replied with unwavering confidence, "Within a year. If a fully functional, expected 6th-generation fighter fails to materialize within that year, I will accept whatever disposition the nation deems fit and comply with all arrangements made for me." What? 1 year? Nia Lisan and Li Tsanghai were both stunned. After all, a 1-year timeline would already far exceed the timeframe the Eagle had announced for its 6th-generation fighter. Moreover, Chen Chu's tone was resolute. If he truly failed to develop it within a year, they could simply have him reside permanently at the RD base. Given Chen Chu's talent and vast knowledge, if he dedicated himself wholeheartedly to the nation's cause, he might not necessarily lag behind the Eagle's pace in developing a 6th-generation fighter. Moreover, the nation's own timeline for the 6th-generation fighter was already projected to be a year or two behind Eagle's. After all, while the nation recognizes the Dragon Kingdom's technological capabilities have significantly improved, there remains a substantial gap compared to the Eagle Nation. Even lagging behind by a year or two after the Eagle Nation completes its development would be considered a decent outcome. From this perspective, regardless of the final outcome, it would be acceptable to them and they wouldn't be held accountable by higher-ups. Agreed. Any other requests? Nia Lisan seemed quite satisfied with the outcome of this negotiation. Chen Chu thought for a moment before adding, "I also need to establish a laboratory. After all, there are students here and I require adequate safety measures." "No problem." Upon hearing this, Nia Lisan naturally had no objections. Chen Chu developing military technology was a good thing. After all, at his level, did he really need to reinforce his high school knowledge? Meanwhile, Wan Yishuan, observing the outcome, felt genuine delight. First, Chen Chu's long-cherished wish to repeat the year had been fulfilled. Second, Chen Chu was now the chief designer of the 6th-generation fighter jet. Such a dazzling identity meant he likely wouldn't suffer any further injustices. But just then, she heard Chen Chu make another request. "Additionally, I'm afraid I'll need to trouble Dean Nia once more. This classmate of mine possesses remarkable talent for scientific research." "What?" Wan Yishuan's heart fluttered violently. Chapter 33, Pulsed Laser Electromagnetic Cannon. Clearly, Chen Chu was someone who remembered favors. Though in his eyes, Wan Yishuan hadn't really done him any favors. But he knew exactly who was kind to him and who wasn't. Back when he was looked down upon at school, it was Wan Yixuan who consistently sought his advice. She was also the one who helped him apply for various school benefits. He disliked owing favors, so this debt of gratitude had to be repaid. Moreover, he had genuinely observed Wan Yixuan's dedication to research and her strong comprehension skills, traits well suited for a career in science. Thus, this arrangement seemed like a win-win situation. Only Wan Yixuan herself was unaware of her own capabilities. She was so nervous at that moment that she had secretly grabbed hold of Chen Chu's shirt collar. While Nye Lisen and Li Sanhai had readily agreed to the earlier requests, both fell silent when this particular issue arose. Nye Lisen pulled Li Sanhai aside, and the two began conferring. Dean Nye, this isn't right. Could this girl be Chen Chu's girlfriend? Seems likely. But if we refuse, won't this early romance further jeopardize Chen Chu's future? True. In my opinion, we should send this girl to the military or a lab somewhere she can only contact the outside world once every few months. Sounds good to me. Or maybe send her to old Zhang's place. Clearly, the two quickly reached a consensus. In their view, Chen Chu's demands weren't unreasonable at all. A more ambitious person would likely have sought benefits for their parents or even a move to the capital. But Chen Chu's requests were all about future development. Only this girl could be so close to him, she must have some potential. After settling the matter, the two returned once more. Wan Yixuan was extremely nervous, even ready to blame Chen Chu, for she truly believed she was nowhere near qualified to enter the Dragon Academy, not even as an assistant. Wasn't Chen Chu just setting her up for embarrassment? At that moment, Nye Lisen spoke up. Well, young lady, we've discussed it. Are you interested in military engineering? We have a new project in need of an intern. You could maintain your student status and participate without failing any courses, but it might be demanding, like being unable to contact the outside world for a month or so at a time. As soon as Nye Lisen finished speaking, Chen Chu immediately objected. Dean Nye, female students probably can't handle such harsh conditions. I think she should shadow an academician to gain experience. After all, she's attending Lonka University. However, the very next moment, Chen Chu was proven wrong. Who says I can't endure hardship? I absolutely insist on going. Clearly, in Wan Yixuan's current eyes, Chen Chu had already reached a height far beyond her reach. If she continued down the conventional path, she might never earn Chen Chu's genuine recognition. Only through truly rigorous self-discipline could she grow strong enough, if not to surpass Chen Chu, then at least to be of some use to him. Therefore, without a moment's hesitation, he agreed. All right. Chen Chu nodded, offering no further comment. But at that very moment, a notification suddenly flashed through his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on fulfilling the 5th reread condition. Reward, electromagnetic pulse laser cannon blueprint. Electromagnetic pulse laser cannon? What was that? Could an electromagnetic cannon actually fuse with a laser cannon? Seems he was right after all. Before completing the replay, he would indeed receive some system rewards, random ones at that. But this scrap paper is a bit much, isn't it? Still, he knew that with his current hundredfold boost in comprehension, even scrap paper could be turned into blueprints. Given enough time, he could even produce the finished product directly. At this thought, he couldn't be bothered with further chatter. He wanted to dive straight into researching the electromagnetic pulse laser cannon. Nye Lisen and Li Sanhai clearly didn't share his urgency. Both were visiting Jinling for the first time, and Li Sanhai needed to stay a bit longer to report back to his superiors. Well then, it's settled. Young Chen, care to grab a bite at the Jinling Hotel? Bring your girlfriend along? However, just as he extended the invitation, he noticed Chen Chu had already adopted a pensive expression. Chen turned and walked away. Directorly, Dean Nye, I have prior commitments and must take my leave. Chen Chu's abrupt departure caught both men off guard. Wan Yixuan offered an awkward explanation. Chen Chu was like that, sometimes he just walks off mid-conversation. One second he's here, the next he's gone. Nye Lisen and Li Sanhai exchanged helpless smiles. Geniuses really are eccentric creatures, aren't they? Nye Lisen said, well, since Chen Chu has left, we won't keep you any longer. Little girl, what's your name? Wan Yixuan immediately replied, Dean Nye, my name is Wan Yixuan. Very well. Report to Lonka Academy when classes resume. In the meantime, keep him company whenever you can. Wan Yixuan flushed instantly. Dean Nye, you misunderstand. I'm Chen Chu's classmate, not his girlfriend. Clearly, both Nye Lisen and Li Sanhai shook their heads, looking unconvinced. After all, in their eyes, Chen Chu was a boy who seemed to want nothing for himself, yet he was actively seeking benefits for this female classmate. Wasn't that a bit suspicious? Nye Lisen didn't press the matter further. Instead, he said to Wan Yixuan, go see him first. We'll discuss a few matters with He Shifu and then leave too. All right. Wan Yixuan nodded and hurried after Chen Chu. Next, Nye Lisen discussed matters with He Shifu. First, the name of Xianqiu School would be changed to Jinling City National Defense High School. As for the new teaching building constructed by Chen Chu, it would be named Chen Chu Building. Additionally, the laboratory would be constructed to national level standards and must be completed within 2 months. Ji Fu was naturally overjoyed. With Chen Chu and Jinling, it seemed the city was truly going to become formidable. Meanwhile, Wan Yishuan caught up with Chen Chu. However, Chen Chu was muttering to himself before turning to her and asking, "Do you know where I can buy magnets around here?" Chapter 34, Boss, a box of magnets. What? Wan Yishuan was somewhat dumbfounded. She had caught up with Chen Chu specifically to confront him about when exactly he had kept things from her. Especially after seeing those people talking to Chen Chu in the car earlier, she had assumed they thought he was disrupting the city's appearance. But now it seemed Chen Chu had known all along, yet deliberately kept her in the dark. Why was this guy so mean? That's why she wanted to confront him and demand answers. Even though Chen Chu was now the chief designer of the nation's 6th-generation fighter jet. But even a chief designer needs friends, right? Deceiving friends and causing them worry was still wrong. What she hadn't anticipated was that Chen Chu had no such intentions whatsoever. Instead, he asked her where she could buy magnets. What for? You're the chief designer of a 6th-generation fighter jet, surely you're not studying magnetic force? But women are like that, even if they complain, their bodies tell the truth. She pulled out her phone and navigated to a store. There's a place that sells magnets, just 2 kilometers away. Thanks. Chen Chu glanced at the map in her hand. Clearly, he rarely used his smartphone for anything else over the years. He mostly downloaded international research papers, many dating back years. No choice, harsh conditions meant he could only study old manuscripts from big names. So obviously, Chen Chu didn't know how to use navigation. Don't mention it. You wouldn't actually need me to guide you, would you? Wan Yishuan was somewhat dumbfounded at that moment. She hadn't expected the chief designer of the 6th-generation fighter jet to be clueless about navigation. Not knowing how to use a smartphone was one thing, but now he actually wanted her to lead the way? Well, I suppose I'll have to trouble you then. Wan Yishuan felt a headache coming on. If she hadn't spent so much time with Chen Chu, she genuinely would have thought he was from the 60s or 70s. Some of his habits were remarkably similar to those of her father, no, her grandfather's generation. He stuck to a strict schedule of early to bed and early to rise, never engaged in gossip, never followed entertainment news. Even the recent multiplayer sports craze, including rumors about 2.5-year training periods, went completely over his head. If he didn't even know about the gossip, then naturally, he knew nothing about those Miha mobile games either. Look, you're not your old self anymore. You're not just some ordinary high school student. There are certain things you should use, right? Right now I'm here, but once school starts and I'm not by your side, what are you going to do? Amidst Wan Yishuan's constant grumbling along the way, Chen Chu had already arrived at the magnet station. Owner, give me a box of magnets, the whole set. And some coils, please. Thanks. By the time Chen Chu bought the magnets, Wan Yishuan was starting to get a little curious. What on earth was Chen Chu buying these for? Traditionally speaking, she felt Chen Chu's status had clearly changed, and who knew how many tens of thousands he had now. Logically, shouldn't a man with money start acting up? If it were any other guy from her class, based on what she'd overheard, he'd probably be sneaking off to some club by now. At the very least, they'd be buying houses or cars. Wasn't Maybach a common male catchphrase? Surely Chen Chu could afford that now? Even if we take a step back, now that he had money and such a prestigious status, wouldn't it be natural for him to return home in glory? But Chen Chu? He doesn't seem to have a single thought about that. With money, status, and having made it big, the very first thing he does is come by magnets. What on earth is he up to? Could he be assembling toys? Today, she was determined to follow Chen Chu around and see what made his mind so different from everyone else's. But Chen Chu couldn't care less whether Wan Yishuan was following him or not. His mind was completely occupied with figuring out how to integrate laser weapons with pulse electromagnetic cannons. Logically speaking, the two were entirely different systems. But pulse detonator engines were his most familiar territory. Since the system had prompted him, he naturally had to give it a shot. What if it actually succeeded? He quickly made the connection. The greatest weakness of the pulse electromagnetic cannon was its insufficient destructive power. Compared to intercontinental missiles armed with TNT, it couldn't be considered particularly devastating. That's why it's rarely mounted on fighter jets. But if the pulse electromagnetic cannon were fused with laser technology, the situation would be entirely different. As is widely known, laser weapons possess a certain degree of armor-piercing capability. If laser weapons are used first to penetrate defenses, the subsequent pulse electromagnetic cannon will unleash its maximum power, meaning it will deliver 10 times its normal destructive force. Therefore, Chen Chu's current objective is to integrate the pulse electromagnetic cannon with the laser cannon. He only had a rough sketch in his mind, so he now needed a laboratory. Since the laboratories at Chen Chu Academy had been dismantled, Chen Chu had no choice but to turn to the facilities at First High School. When Chen Chu arrived at First High School, Wan Yishuan immediately wore an expression that confirmed her expectations. It seemed men were all the same after all. What Chen Chu truly couldn't let go of were the teachers at First High. Buying magnets and such was merely a cover. His true purpose was to return to First High, to tell the teachers, the security guard, and all those familiar faces that he had succeeded. He was no longer the boy he once was. But what she hadn't anticipated was that Chen Chu would once again defy her expectations. Ignoring the main gate, he climbed a low spot and scaled an old tree, clearly intending to leap over the wall. What are you doing? Wait, we're supposed to be good students, you're actually going to climb over the wall? Clearly stunned by Chen Chu's actions, Wan Yixuan was at a loss. She had always been a model student at school, never once breaking any rules. Throughout her entire 3 years of high school, not once had a teacher reprimanded her. Now, seeing Chen Chu about to scale the wall, she couldn't help but try to stop him. But Chen Chu merely glanced back at her and asked, "What? Not coming? Or should I tell the guard I'm climbing over the wall?" This statement instantly ignited Wan Yixuan's competitive spirit. What a joke! She was already a graduate, no longer a student of this school. So what if she climbed over the wall? Not only would she climb over, she'd do it faster than Chen Chu. Despite wearing her school uniform, Wan Yixuan gritted her teeth and climbed the tree, scaling the wall just like Chen Chu. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't have known Chen Chu was so adept at scaling walls. It seemed he must have done it quite often. But the more Chen Chu acted like this, the more Wan Yixuan wanted to know what exactly he was trying to accomplish by scaling the wall into First High. Chapter 35, Enlightenment Achieved. Vote for gold. Chapter 35, Enlightenment Achieved. Soon, the two of them entered First High. Given that Jilin First High had multiple teaching buildings, the security guard at the gate wouldn't suspect anyone would climb over the wall to enter the school. After all, the college entrance exams were over, and the scores had already been released. Who would enter a school at this time? Besides, even the boldest thief wouldn't dare steal school equipment. And so, Chen Chu walked right into the physics lab of number 1 high school. The next challenge facing the two of them was the lab's combination lock. Thanks to Chen Chu's connection with the physics teacher, Chen Chu entered the code in seconds and stepped into Jilin number 1 high school's physics lab. Inside, engines, internal combustion engines, and even equipment demonstrating thermal expansion and contraction were displayed in abundance. Seeing Chen Chu's practiced ease, Wan Yixuan couldn't help but chuckle. You're something else. I bet the physics teacher never imagined the thief was one of their own. But the next moment, Chen Chu paid Wan Yixuan no mind at all. He immediately began assembling a pulse pipeline using magnets. His deep familiarity with pulse conduits, combined with his understanding of electromagnetic forces and electrodes, allowed him to swiftly assemble a winding magnetic circuit using various curved magnets. Then, in the next instant, he placed a flexible tube inside the magnetic conduit. Wan Yixuan watched the entire process with her jaw dropped. She gradually understood exactly what Chen Chu was doing. Damn! So criminal! It proved that the line between genius and criminal was indeed razor thin. With her physics background, she could clearly see that what Chen Chu was building was the conduit for an electromagnetic railgun. Magnetic poles are divided into S and N types. Beyond these symbols, there are two distinct forces at play. One is attraction, the other is repulsion. But Chen Chu's arrangement clearly produced only repulsion. In other words, what Chen Chu was building was a magnetic cannon. So, what the hell is this guy up to? Install an electromagnetic railgun on a 6th-generation fighter? While the concept is sound, if electromagnetic railguns truly possessed such devastating firepower, they would have been deployed long ago. Frankly, electromagnetic railguns have always suffered from a fatal flaw: high precision but insufficient destructive power. So Chen Chu must understand this flaw himself. Should she offer him some advice? But then she thought about it. She was just a high school student now, but what was Chen Chu's status? Chen Chu was already the chief designer of the nation's 6th-generation fighter jet. In the realm of 6th-generation aircraft design, his word carries immense weight. And what about her? Although she had gained this opportunity to touch the threshold of scientific research, and had indeed learned a great deal during her time with Chen Chu, but she was acutely aware of the gap between them, a chasm that felt utterly insurmountable. It seemed as though they had started from entirely different starting points. Just as Wan Yixuan was lost in her thoughts, she suddenly saw that Chen Chu had already assembled the pulsed electromagnetic tube and presented a design objective. But when she saw the design target, she found herself both amused and exasperated. Chen Chu had used a small knife to carve a piece of eraser into a makeshift bullet, which he then fired at an empty water bottle from the water dispenser. Sure, it was a pulse electromagnetic cannon, but a piece of eraser? Penetrating a water dispenser bottle was going to be tough, right? At best, it might knock it over. And clearly, Chen Chu was already preparing to fire it right then and there. Watching from the side, Wan Yixuan found it quite amusing. Chen Chu's electromagnetic cannon model was indeed fascinating, not something just anyone could design. But she already sensed it was impossible to penetrate the target. Sure enough, the next moment, when Chen Chu generated thrust, the eraser shot through the magnetic tube. Visibly propelled by the magnetic force, the bullet-shaped rubber bullet shot through the conduit at ghostly speed, hurtling toward the water dispenser bottle with astonishing velocity. Moreover, it struck the exact spot Chen Chu had marked with a red marker earlier. A loud thud echoed immediately, followed by the sound of impact. Despite its small size, the eraser still caused Wan Yishuan to instinctively cover her ears. The force was considerable. The water bottle was knocked backward, tumbling off the chair. Failed? Wan Yishuan looked at Chen Chu, but to her surprise, his face showed no trace of defeat. Instead, his expression was utterly calm. It didn't penetrate. How could he be happy about that? If the sixth-generation fighter truly possessed only this level of combat capability, it would likely be laughed at internationally. After all, Chen Chu's engine had undoubtedly scored full marks. This meant even Old Li would find Chen Chu's engine formidable, and it had passed President Nia's scrutiny. If the weapon system suddenly malfunctioned now, it would inevitably downgrade the sixth-generation fighter's classification by a tier and significantly weaken its combat effectiveness. Therefore, she addressed Chen Chu, I think you should try using iron. It might penetrate. Hearing Wan Yishuan's suggestion, Chen Chu smiled and shook his head. While iron could penetrate it, it wouldn't achieve the weapon effect I'm aiming for. What I want is for rubber to pierce the bottle. Ha! Upon hearing Chen Chu's objective, Wan Yishuan was momentarily dumbfounded. Seriously? Was Chen Chu being stubborn or just plain naive? Even with magnetic force propelling it, wouldn't it be nearly impossible for an eraser to pierce through a mineral water bottle? Especially a water dispenser bottle, the thick kind. She wanted to persuade him to give up, but the words wouldn't come out. But just then, she watched as Chen Chu suddenly pulled out a black marker and began to paint the entire surface of the mineral water bottle a uniform black. No way? Wan Yishuan's head was filled with question marks once more. What was Chen Chu trying to do? He just hit it, and pretty accurately at that. There's no need to go and blacken that spot with a marker, right? It just lacks a bit of destructive power. But Chen Chu clearly didn't bother explaining any of this. But the next moment, it pulled out a small laser device. At Jinling First High School, this laser had been gathering dust, a low-power, compact unit used for demonstrating optical principles, laser characteristics, and laboratory measurements. As long as safety protocols were followed, it posed no harm to humans. The next thing they saw was Chen Chu adjusting the focus and directing the beam precisely at the previously blackened spot. After a while, sure enough, a faint scorched smell began to waft from the mineral water bottle. Wan Yishuan instinctively frowned and covered her nose. But then, inspiration struck her. Others' problems presented opportunities. If the electromagnetic cannon lacked sufficient lethality, then Chen Chu's current implication was that laser weapons could reduce target defenses. Naturally, that would indirectly boost the electromagnetic cannon's attack power. No wonder Chen Chu painted that section black, because black absorbs heat. Good heavens! This, genius? Indeed, the thinking of ordinary people is far too conservative. If this research succeeds, the sixth-generation fighter will be absolutely unmatched in offensive capability. Chapter 36, Not a Single Year to Waste. The next moment, Chen Chu pulled out the eraser again and placed it inside the railgun barrel. With a compressing sound, the eraser once again targeted that black dot. But this time, unlike before, the eraser missile passed through the water dispenser's mineral water bottle without any resistance whatsoever. The cost, however, was that the eraser fell straight into the bottle and couldn't get out. Only Wan Yishuan remained, her eyes wide with astonishment, still reeling from the shock within. Though merely a prototype, theoretically, it had succeeded. Continuing down this research path would undoubtedly lead to equipping fighter jets with laser electromagnetic cannons. At that moment, she even began to regret why she had agreed to Dean Nia's request earlier. If she had applied to work directly under Chen Chu, might she have had a chance to participate in the sixth-generation fighter design? But she was also acutely aware of the vast gap between her current abilities and Chen Chu's. Working alongside him, she clearly wouldn't be able to contribute much. Meanwhile, on Chen Chu's end, a prompt appeared in his mind. You observe the firing process of the pulse electromagnetic cannon and comprehend its design blueprint. You observe the basic principles of laser cannons and comprehend the laser cannon blueprint. You have received a gift from the system, High-Efficiency Laser Design Blueprint. High-efficiency laser incorporates laser generation and amplification systems to produce high-energy, highly focused beams. Equipped with advanced optical systems and integrated with a coordinated control system, enabling synergistic operation between two weapon systems. Chen Chu's mind raced through a rapid brainstorm. Soon, not only the electromagnetic cannon blueprints but also the laser cannon schematics along with their control systems and coordination protocols became crystal clear. This was not only due to his heightened comprehension but also stemmed from his 4 years of studying academic papers from around the world, giving him a foundation far more solid than the average person's. Moreover, he now possessed sufficient funding to independently develop the laser electromagnetic cannon. When these two weapons combined, no armor in the world would be able to withstand or deflect their combined force. Materials resistant to fire and high temperatures inevitably lack sufficient strength and would be penetrated by the electromagnetic cannon. However, metals capable of withstanding electromagnetic cannon fire cannot endure the intense heat of laser cannons. After all, even in ancient wisdom, the principle that fire overcomes metal remains an immutable truth. Therefore, he deduced this weapon would be invincible. With the idea formed, action followed naturally. He quickly retrieved his phone and instructed the duty officer to clear a plot of land adjacent to Chen Chu Academy. There, he commenced research and design work on the laser electromagnetic cannon. Given the national security implications, absolute secrecy was imperative. Meanwhile, Nya Lisan and Li Sanhai were not so fortunate at this moment. For them, this negotiation with Chen Chu meant they hadn't lost anything. However, the leaders of the Military Industry Department and the Central Military Commission were extremely dissatisfied. Nya Lisan fared relatively well, given his status as the director of the Dragon Academy. But Li Sanhai, who had to report back to the Central Military Commission, was in for trouble. Inside the office of the Military Commission's Science and Technology Department, an elderly man in military uniform, adorned with numerous medals, glared at Li Sanhai with eyes blazing with fury. "This is the outcome you brought back? This is sheer nonsense. Such a promising young talent, and you let him repeat a year at that shabby private school in that backwater town of Jinling? Have you never heard the story of Zhong Yon? What did I tell you to do?" Shui Shanhai's face was now flushed with anger. Clearly, upon receiving the news from the Dragon Academy, he was overcome with excitement. The sixth-generation fighter jet, long abandoned by the Dragon Nation, had finally achieved a breakthrough, and it was all thanks to the blueprints designed by a genius high school student. He had seen those blueprints with his own eyes. Even at his level of expertise, there were many aspects he couldn't fully comprehend. Yet this did nothing to diminish his recognition and judgment of the blueprints' value. Essentially, with such blueprints, any competent engineer in the country could develop the technology. But such a prodigy would surely have ideas and designs for other aspects of the fighter jet as well. Therefore, he approved the appointment of this prodigy as the chief designer of the sixth-generation fighter. Yet he was acutely aware that despite the boy's extraordinary knowledge, he was still young, and his temperament inevitably had some shortcomings. Furthermore, it was possible that his strengths lay in specialized areas. So, what was his plan? Appoint Chen Chu as a designer, then have the veterans casually teach him more practical skills so he could gain deeper insights. But what did Li Sanhai bring back? He kept such a talent in Jinling City. That alone would be bad enough, but to have him repeat his senior year? Isn't that a waste of a promising young talent? After repeating the senior year curriculum for 4 years, what meaningful insights could he possibly gain? Is he supposed to become a professional college entrance exam taker? Even if it's the final year, how crucial is a single year for a nation? How could they delay an entire year just for one person? And yet Chen Chu insists he'll design a sixth-generation fighter within a year. Is he joking? Without the absolute top talent, without a conducive environment, without the perfect alignment of timing, resources, and human factors, how could a sixth-generation fighter even be designed? So in his view, failure was almost certain. This young man was being rather arrogant. But what infuriated him most? The child's immaturity, and the adult's lack of maturity. He couldn't understand why Nya Lisan and Li Sanhai could genuinely accept this outcome, allowing the kid to repeat a year at a school like Chen Chu Academy with its teaching resources. Even if they fired the principal and dispatched academicians to teach him, what could they possibly accomplish? Therefore, he immediately gave Li Sanhai a thorough scolding. Li Sanhai, looking utterly aggrieved, protested, "Director Shui, you don't understand. This child's temper is exceptionally stubborn. If we hadn't agreed to let him repeat the year, we might well have become his enemies. Why? Is repeating senior year his dream more important than forging swords for the nation?" Clearly, Shui Shanhai was scratching his head in utter confusion, unable to fathom the underlying reason. Li Sanhai was equally perplexed and could only say, "I don't know either." Anyway, the kid said he'd deliver the design blueprints within a year. So Dean Nya and I thought, a year isn't that long. What do you mean a year isn't much? Do you know how many years a person's prime lasts? No one has good fortune forever. This kid is in peak physical and mental condition now. If he waits a year, who knows what could happen? And are you really so sure he can deliver a complete design blueprint within that year? Let me be perfectly clear, if we let this kid go off on his own now, he's finished. No way. I'm going over there right now. The more Shui Shanhai thought about it, the more anxious he grew. He'd seen too many so-called geniuses whose potential was squandered due to neglect, ultimately fading into mediocrity. He'd also witnessed countless researchers whose entire careers peaked in just a few years of relentless scientific innovation. Therefore, in his view, he absolutely had to go personally to save this child. After all, a year must not be wasted. Chapter 37, The Core of Intelligent Control. Ha! Isn't it a bit awkward for you to go now? Old Nya and I both promised him. Won't he think we're breaking our word? Li Sanhai was feeling a bit nervous now. After all, he'd dealt with Chen Chu before and knew the man had his own ideas. If someone disrupted his plans, it was indeed possible to be marked as an enemy. Moreover, orders had been issued from above. They must cultivate a relationship with Chen Chu and absolutely avoid offending him. If Director Shui goes over now, wouldn't that risk sparking a direct conflict with Chen Chu and turning them into enemies? Shui Shanhai chuckled. Why don't you use your brain? Old Li, you're really something. You're a master at research, but when it comes to social etiquette, you're truly hopeless. Does going over mean I have to be forceful? I could go inspect the progress. If there's no progress a month after the semester starts, then I can demand he come directly to the 6th generation aircraft base, right? After all, it's still vacation time. If the kid needs to relax, let him relax. Hearing this, Li Sanhai couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Chen Chu. The pressure is just too much, isn't it? They'd agreed on delivering the blueprints within a year, but now, barely a month in, the leadership wanted an inspection. Even their 6th generation fighter experimental base had never been audited before. What? Old Li, do you think I'm being too harsh? Do I never put pressure on you? Li Sanhai shook his head hastily. Not at all, Director Shui. You set different standards for different talents. You know my level no progress is normal for me. But no progress from that kid Chen Chu? That's not normal. Shui Shanhai nodded in agreement, praising him. Now you're starting to sound like you know what you're talking about. But the next moment, Shui Shanhai seemed to suddenly recall something and abruptly asked Li Sanhai, regarding the duty officer in Jinling City, how did you handle the briefing? Li Sanhai immediately adopted a serious expression. We instructed him to cooperate with Chen Chu unconditionally, of course. Anything related to the research must be supported 100%. And frankly, we probably didn't even need to say it. The Jinling City duty officer would be thrilled to have Chen Chu stay in Jinling indefinitely. It would significantly boost the city's reputation. So even without us saying anything, he'd cooperate. Li Sanhai expected his superior to praise him for handling the matter well. But unexpectedly, Shui Shanhai's expression darkened again the next moment. Did you even think this through? What we need right now is for Chen Chu to come to the base. We don't want him wasting time repeating the year. If you have the chief of staff helping him, how could he possibly want to leave Jinling? Ha! Li Sanhai was jolted awake by this realization. It seemed he was absolutely right. If he really let the Jinling City duty officer assist Chen Chu, and he himself wanted Chen Chu to stay in Jinling City, then inevitably, Chen Chu would remain in Jinling City. He blamed himself for not thinking it through earlier. Therefore, he hurriedly asked, then what should we do? Shui Shanhai pondered for a moment before saying, you should tell the Jinling City duty officer directly. If he knows what's good for him, he'll send Chen Chu to the base. Such talent belongs to Jinling City. But if he lets that talent go to waste, keeping him in Jinling City serves no purpose. No, you must also inform the provincial chief. Only then can you keep him in check. Understand? Ha! Li Sanhai was stunned. That was ruthless. One moment he was saying to cooperate fully with Chen Chu's work, and the next he was telling people not to cooperate. Even a chameleon couldn't change its colors that fast. Though Li Sanhai inwardly disapproved, he understood Director Shui's logic. Allowing a talent like Chen Chu to repeat a year would be a colossal loss for both the nation and Chen himself. Whatever means necessary, as long as they could get Chen Chu to the base and nurture his growth under their careful guidance, it would be absolutely worth it. Directive received. Upon receiving the directive, Li Sanhai immediately contacted the authorities in Su province. Naturally, this required some explanation, including who Chen Chu was and why he was so crucial to the nation. It was noteworthy, however, that the duty officer in Su province was exceptionally cooperative. Why? Because the duty officer understood that while Chen Chu's success should Jinling City truly develop 6th generation fighter blueprints would indeed bring world-shaking impact to Su province. But by the time he reached out to Chen Chu, it was already too late. So the credit for this achievement would likely not be his. And with his subordinates hogging all the limelight, what could he do? Being overshadowed by his own subordinates like this, he was bound to panic. Without hesitation, Su province's chief administrator agreed and immediately called Jinling City's chief administrator. Listen, Little Li, Jinling City has made solid progress in recent years. But forcing talented individuals to stay will inevitably draw criticism from higher-ups. Besides, these talents never truly belonged to Jinling in the first place. Don't indulge in that sort of privatization. After this lecture, the Jinling City duty officer was furious. This was blatant bullying. Just moments ago, they'd pledged full support for Chen Chu, promising to meet every demand. Yet barely days after the talent departed, they'd abruptly reneged on their assistance? This seemed no different from that Qingbei. And to make matters worse, Chen Chu had actually urged him to hurry up and finish the lab building he needed to start his experiments. Though he recognized Chen Chu's talent, Jinling Shichifu now understood that the decision made by higher-ups was utterly irreversible. Besides, he suspected that without full state backing and support, Chen Chu alone would struggle to achieve much. Therefore, beyond providing Chen Chu with materials, he deliberately stalled on the laboratory construction. After all, it only needed to be finished by the start of the semester. Yet during this period, Chen Chu's name had truly resonated throughout all of Jinling. The reason was simple. Jin Dabin, the principal of Qianqiu School, and Qingbei, the head of teaching and admissions, had both been arrested. Along with them, the private entrepreneur Yang Fan and his son were also taken into custody. Shortly thereafter, Qianqiu School underwent a name change. Jinling National Defense High School. Seriously, just how intimidating is the name Jinling National Defense High School? This meant Xianqiu School would likely become a feeder high school for the Dragon Academy, supplying it with students. How terrifying would that be? Add to that Chen Chu's earlier announcement about repeating his senior year at Xianqiu School, the existing conflicts, and the arrest. Suddenly, rumors were swirling throughout all of Jinling City. Some even went to check and discovered the new teaching building had been renamed the Chen Chu Building. In an instant, Chen Chu's name became practically a household name throughout Jinling. And the public's assessment of Chen Chu was entirely positive. Why? Because Jinling City suddenly gained a national defense high school. Was this a blessing or a curse for the city? It was definitely a good thing. It meant that children in Jinling City would have more avenues for advancement. And all of this is thanks to Chen Chu, who wouldn't think he's done something truly remarkable? So parents all over Jinling started comparing their kids to Chen Chu, even encouraging their own children to follow his path of repeating a year. What's so great about getting into a top-tier university? Repeat senior year once, twice if needed, even 3 times. As for Jinling TV, they were bending over backwards trying to secure an interview with Chen Chu. Of course, if not for the military's strict control, the public's curiosity would have already dug up every last detail about Chen Chu. This, in turn, only intensified the Central Military Commission's determination to bring him directly to the base. But what was Chen Chu up to? After acquiring the artificial intelligence control system from the system, Chen Chu immediately gave it a name, the Intelligent Control Core. Chapter 38, Test Flight in the No-Fly Zone. This AI system could detect and analyze target characteristics and environmental conditions in real time through extensive sensors and data analysis, enabling coordinated operations between lasers and pulse electromagnetic cannons. With the blueprints in hand, his next step was naturally to build it. However, to create such sensors including 2 weapon systems without Jifu's assistance, he could only build a single drone for simulated training. This turned out to be a blessing in disguise for Chen Chu. Otherwise, it would have taken at least 4 or 5 months. Now, without the opportunity for large-scale testing, only small-scale tests were needed. Chen Chu could naturally conduct these tests using the drone, allowing him to achieve his goal even faster. Thus, before summer break ended, Chen Chu, with Wan Yishuan's assistance, successfully built the first combat drone equipped with 2 attack systems. This drone carried 2 weapon systems, a pulsed electromagnetic cannon and a laser cannon. With the assistance of its intelligent control system, it could not only detect materials to determine which laser to use but also seamlessly integrate both weapon systems. Wan Yishuan couldn't understand why, despite her repeated urgings, the laboratory in Jinling City still hadn't been completed. This delay meant that this summer was destined to be somewhat disappointing. In the end, Wan Yishuan never witnessed the moment the pulsed laser cannon test succeeded. As she boarded the departure train, Chen Chu smiled and told Wan Yishuan, "Don't worry. The moment the test succeeds, I'll be sure to let you know." This summer, Wan Yishuan had indeed been of considerable assistance to him. Therefore, not letting Wan Yishuan witness the experimental results was still somewhat regrettable. As for the military commission, they naturally remained unaware of Chen Chu's progress. After all, without the assistance of the command symbol, what could he possibly have developed in their eyes? But just as the new semester began, Shui Shanhai urgently summoned Li Sanhai to his office. Li Sanhai found it somewhat odd. Hadn't they said the semester would last 2 months? It was barely the start of the semester. Could Director Shui already be losing his patience? Thinking this, he inwardly felt Director Shui was being overly impatient. However, Director Shui was now extremely anxious. "We can't wait any longer, old Li. You must come with me to Qinqiu School right now. They started classes today." What else could Li Sanhai say? Li Sanhai's silence and speechless expression only made Shui Shanhai more anxious. "Don't you know? The Eagle Squadron is already planning to integrate Hellfire-class weapon systems into their 6th-generation fighters. Our 6th-generation fighter research absolutely cannot be delayed." Clearly, when Li Sanhai was previously in charge of the 6th-generation fighter program, the Eagle Squad hadn't made any significant moves yet. Now that the Eagles had made their move, Dragon Nation couldn't afford to lag behind, could it? Moreover, they were fully aware of the terrifying destructive power of weapons like Hellfire. But Chen Chu still needs to repeat the year. Li Sanhai lamented. Shui Shanhai shook his head. "There's no time. I'll contact Chen Chu immediately. My purpose isn't anything else, it's to shorten the agreed timeline. Didn't you agree on a 1-year timeline before? If he makes no progress within 3 months, he should come over and focus entirely on designing the 6th-generation fighter. That shouldn't be a problem, right?" Clearly, Shui Shanhai wasn't being unreasonable. The 6th-generation fighter program was pressing. If the Eagle Nation developed theirs first, it would gain international leverage and inevitably increase diplomatic pressure on the Dragon Nation. Such pressure would inevitably trickle down from the top leadership, and wouldn't that spell trouble for the military industry department? The leadership cared little about technological gaps or the shortage of engineers. They only demanded results. Thus, he had no choice but to shift the pressure onto Chen Chu. After all, previously there had been no glimmer of hope, only blind recruitment. Now, this young man possessed such talent and capability. So why not let Chen Chu focus entirely on designing the 6th-generation fighter for the nation? Even if he failed to deliver, it wouldn't be a complete failure. But wasting time in his senior year while delaying the 6th-generation fighter's development, that wasn't an ideal outcome for either him or his superiors. Upon hearing this, Li Sanhai finally grasped Shui Shanhai's predicament. He asked, "Well, Dean Nya, should I call him over?" Shui Shanhai immediately replied, "Of course we should call him over. We need one of us to be the stern one and the other the kind one. Someone has to talk sense into this kid, right? Do you seriously think we can turn a small school like Qianqiu into a national defense high school? That's nothing short of a pipe dream." Clearly, just thinking about that national defense high school in Jinling City made Shui Shanhai furious. He couldn't fathom why Nye Lisan had ever agreed to Chen Chu's suggestion of such a name in the first place. Anyone unaware might assume it was for special recruitment. Wouldn't that just stir up resentment among high schools in other cities? Li Sanhai immediately nodded. "I'll contact Dean Nya right away. Director Shui, your idea is definitely the right one." Soon, the call reached Nye Lisan. At that very moment, Nye Lisan was grappling with a headache of his own. He had already held 3 meetings to assign an academician specializing in weapons engineering to be stationed in Jinling, but strangely enough, the results were extremely poor. Not a single academician was willing to go to Jinling, and many even viewed it as a demotion. Consider this: if they could establish contact with a genius like Chen Chu, his name might one day be associated with world-shaking technological breakthroughs. If not for his own status, Nya himself would have wanted to go. Yet now, not a single person was stepping forward. Just then, Li Sanhai's call came through, instructing him to accompany the delegation to Jinling. Upon learning the purpose, he was utterly astonished. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about this Chen Chu kid. Yet after their first encounter, he found Chen Chu to be utterly unproblematic, the kind of person who seemed flawless in every way. First, the kid had a crystal clear sense of his goals. No matter what others said, he remained unshaken, fully aware of what he wanted. When conflicts of interest arose, he never backed down. Moreover, he genuinely considered others' feelings, not the kind of person who stubbornly clung to his own way. Only when he heard that the 6th-generation fighter's development schedule was already extremely tight did he feel a pang of regret. He still wanted to believe in Chen Chu. But in this situation, circumstances were stronger than people, and he had no choice but to agree to go along. Of course, to avoid disrupting the local area, the group agreed to wait until after school dismissal, when the campus would be largely empty, before proceeding. As for Chen Chu, he had no idea what the Central Military Commission was thinking at that moment. Truthfully, his mind was occupied by a single thought: to get into the lab's simulated environment as soon as possible after school ended and test whether the 2 combat systems installed on the drone would conflict with each other. After all, they hadn't tested it yet, and he was getting impatient. But what a twist! The very lab he had secured hadn't even finished preparing the necessary equipment at this critical moment. But Chen Chu was never one to be defeated by circumstances. If the conditions weren't there, he'd create them himself. So he decided to head straight to a no-fly zone after school for a test flight. Chapter 39, Shoot It Down? What exactly is a no-fly zone? It's an area where aircraft are generally prohibited from flying. Such zones exist in Jinling too, though they tend to be quite remote. These areas were typically used by military aircraft for transit. Naturally, where military aircraft fly, there are also military training grounds. Though there was a risk of getting caught, Chen Chu couldn't wait any longer. After school, he hailed a cab and headed straight for the military aircraft training grounds in Jinling City. By this time, dusk was approaching, so naturally, no military aircraft would be training here. Chen Chu's drone was equipped with a high-definition camera, allowing him to clearly see everything inside the range. He remained calm, knowing that if any aircraft appeared, the worst outcome would be being shot down. However, with the pulse detonator engine, even a single drone should be capable of tactical evasion. That was precisely why Chen Chu dared to conduct the test flight here. At 6 p.m. sharp, Chen Chu slipped on a baseball cap, pulled the brim low, and quietly launched the drone outside the military base. Thanks to its infrared night vision capabilities, the entire base lay exposed before him. The nighttime airfield was eerily quiet, exactly what Chen Chu had hoped for. Unlike other locations, the military base genuinely possessed aerial strike targets. These targets were typically suspended mid-air. Without hesitation, Chen Chu launched the drone. Approximately 300 meters above ground, several hot air balloons were visible. These were training targets used routinely. Chen Chu swiftly eliminated several with his drone. Of course, such training targets rarely required the laser cannon. But after testing it a few times, Chen Chu discovered that when used together, the laser speed was so fast that the balloons would often explode mid-air before the laser even reached them. Chen Chu felt rather helpless. He could only search for other targets. Unless absolutely necessary, he really didn't want to destroy the training range's targets outright. Meanwhile, in another part of Jinling City's no-fly zone, At that moment, Shui Shanhai was leading Nie Lisen and Li Sanhai toward Jinling City's National Defense High School. To avoid drawing attention, they had notified civil aviation authorities in advance that they would be flying through the no-fly zone. Throughout the journey, Shui Shanhai remained unusually relaxed. After all, this was Dragon Nation's own territory, and nothing had ever happened here before. They had even informed the commander of the local airbase to suspend training operations for the day. The group was discussing how best to persuade Chen Chu next. As this was a military commission mission, Shui Shanhai had brought along the domestically produced J-20, the legendary fighter jet. After all, the Central Military Commission possessed no other fighter jets that could match its speed or performance. This divine aircraft had been a source of national pride since its inception. Particularly the materials and weapon systems employed in the J-20 have consistently been a source of national pride for Dragon Nation. Even on the global stage, it ranked among the top 5 fighter jets. The pilot was none other than Zhang Shui, a familiar face to Shui. A major in the Air Force, Zhang was a trusted pilot. This gave Shui Shanhai even greater peace of mind. Even if foreign airstrikes were launched, encountering the J-20 would be tantamount to suicide. But, just as the three were discussing, Zhang's slightly puzzled voice suddenly broke in. Director Shui, did you not receive the notification? There's an unidentified flying object below us. Shui Shanhai immediately frowned. What was going on? Hadn't they already been notified that the airfield was restricted today? These people were really just coasting through their jobs. But just to be safe, before he called to yell at them, he double-checked. Xiao Zhang, are you sure there's a flying object down there? Can you see what it is? Xiao Zhang shook his head. I'm certain there's a flying object, but it's not very large. Hearing it wasn't very big, Shui Shanhai felt a bit puzzled but also relaxed his guard. After all, something that small couldn't possibly be an airplane, right? Could it be a hot air balloon? Li Sanhai asked doubtfully. Xiao Zhang shook his head. If it were a hot air balloon, it wouldn't move that fast. This object has instantaneous bursts of speed, but it can hover. Instantaneous speed? You mean burst speed? How fast? Li Sanhai was clearly intrigued at once. What kind of engine was this? It was exceptionally fast even for the J-20, which meant it was no ordinary engine. Nie Lisen also felt a sudden sense of confusion. Could it be an unidentified flying object? Clearly, in Nie Lisen's view, no domestic aircraft could currently match the J-20's speed. That left only two possibilities, either a foreign reconnaissance aircraft or an unidentified flying object. But how could a foreign reconnaissance aircraft achieve such speeds and dare fly this close? Could it possess some kind of stealth system? But it didn't have stealth capabilities either, since it was detectable by radar. What did this mean? It meant the likelihood of an unidentified flying object was far greater. But no sooner had Nie Lisen voiced this theory than Shui Shanhai scoffed. Director Nie, as a member of the Dragon Academy, you're bound to advocate atheism. What UFO nonsense? Zhang, shoot it down if necessary. Zhang felt a sudden surge of tension at the order. After all, he had never encountered an unidentified flying object before. Yet among pilots, such phenomena were hardly uncommon. Especially overseas, where such sightings were commonplace. The US alone reported hundreds of incidents annually. This might be his first encounter, and he was being ordered to engage it. Couldn't this invite trouble? But then he thought, this was a J-20 fighter jet. What was there to fear? The J-20 was currently the most powerful combat aircraft in the Dragon Nation, wasn't it? Roger that. Zhang immediately reduced speed, waiting until he descended to the same altitude as the unidentified object. The others gathered curiously around him. What unfolded before them was an utterly bizarre spectacle. The hot air balloons in the sky were being blown up by lasers fired from a small white aircraft. Laser weapons? What the hell is this thing? Li Sanhai's heart suddenly trembled. Could this be aliens? Had these balloons been interfering with their signals, prompting them to eliminate them? Nie Lisen was also tense, as such laser weapons were extremely rare worldwide. Xiao Zhang swallowed hard. This felt just like Ultraman's laser beam. Thankfully, the J-20 was built with heat-resistant materials. Ordinary lasers would only weaken the airframe at most. As long as they didn't attack the unidentified flying object, a confrontation should be avoidable. But just as Zhang was about to retreat, Shui Shanhai exclaimed excitedly, Zhang, that thing's pretty powerful. Do you think you can take it down? Chapter 40, Drone vs J-20? Ha! Xiao Zhang was instantly dumbfounded. He'd simulated air-to-air combat before, but he'd never actually engaged such a small target. First off, accuracy would be a major issue. Second, its firepower looked formidable. Still, he steeled himself and replied, laser weapons are probably only effective against hot air balloons. The J-20's heat resistance shouldn't be a problem. But I have no idea what material this thing is made of, and it's hard to see clearly at night. Good. Don't let it escape. Studying this laser weapon will significantly boost our combat capabilities. Clearly, Shui Shanhai wasn't one to shy away from trouble. Now that they had a chance to shoot down this mysterious flying object, they absolutely had to bring it down for study. Who knows? Maybe they'd truly master alien technology and become unbeatable? He believed in the adage, the bold thrive, the timid starve. Li Songhai and Nye Lisen, however, couldn't help but feel tense. Fortunately, they weren't flying too high. If anything went wrong, they could land quickly. They just hoped nothing disastrous happened. Amidst their silent prayers, Zhang, acting on Shui Shanhai's orders, fired directly at the white small flying object. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, multiple bullets surged toward the small flying object. Meanwhile, Chen Chu, who had grown bored of shooting at the hot air balloon, suddenly heard the drone defense system alarm. Attack detected. Explosive evasion system activated. What? Chen Chu froze. Under attack? From the drone's perspective, he couldn't see anything ahead, but if he was under attack, he had to get out of there. He immediately activated the pulse blast function. In the next instant, the sudden acceleration propelled the drone out of the attack zone. To Chen Chu, it was just a simple maneuver, but Shui Shanhai and the others aboard the J-20 were stunned. From their perspective, the unidentified flying object had been hovering in midair and was actively attacking and eliminating the hot air balloons. But, the very next instant, this unidentified flying object suddenly accelerated. And this acceleration felt like a warp jump. It abruptly vanished from one location and reappeared in another. This exceeded the limits of human vision. Xiao Zhang broke out in a cold sweat. Thankfully, this thing wasn't targeting them. It seemed the unidentified flying object was merely warning them to stop. Nye Lisen and Li Songhai both breathed a sigh of relief. What kind of aircraft was this? How many years ahead of human technology must it be? They probably couldn't design a craft with such instantaneous teleportation capabilities in their entire lifetimes. However, while the others were panicking, one person was utterly thrilled. That man was Shui Shanhai. In his view, the reason Eagle Chow experienced a technological boom during the Cold War was precisely because of alien assistance. It was only by signing some kind of pact with extraterrestrials that Eagle could land on the moon. And the Eagle Nation had dominated for so many years. If the Eagle Nation could do it, why couldn't the Dragon Nation? He even believes that everything stems from the Roswell incident, that the Eagle Nation captured aliens back then, gaining the leverage to negotiate with them. These aren't mere speculations. Shui Shanhai had actually seen some top-secret documents. So now, could they also capture an alien and negotiate with extraterrestrials? After all, their goal isn't to destroy the world, but to enhance the Dragon Nation's defense capabilities and self-preservation, fostering better global development. After all, what has always been the guiding principle of the Dragon Nation? It has always been to drive the quality of life for its people through economic development. Yet over the years, they've endured far too many injustices. Now that they finally possess the strength to confront the Eagle Nation head-on, and knowing the Eagle Nation would pay a heavy price to defeat them, they've raised tariffs. This has led to the Dragon Nation's current economic development being far less robust than before. Why should we always have to dance to the Eagle's tune? If we possessed alien technology, Dragon Nation wouldn't necessarily become the world's dominant power, but at least the playing field would be level. The Eagle wouldn't dare act so recklessly. Therefore, he turned his gaze back to Xiao Zhang and demanded, "Xiao Zhang, are you confident you can shoot it down? We're flying the J-20. It represents the peak of our nation's current combat power." Xiao Zhang was already terrified out of his wits. Hearing the order to engage in combat only made him panic even more. Are you kidding me? This is alien technology. Though he was a soldier, expected to be fearless in the face of death, humans inherently harbored a primal dread toward the unknown. And this unknown entity had just demonstrated formidable teleportation abilities. And just now, when it attacked the hot air balloon, it had demonstrated remarkable firepower. Such a small thing, yet it possessed terrifying destructive force. What did this signify? It meant that behind this thing must lie an incredibly powerful civilization. Therefore, Zhang hesitated at this moment and said, "Director, I don't think it's a good idea. That thing just avoided us, which means it's not aggressive toward us. If we attack it rashly now, I'm afraid something bad might happen." Nye Lisen chimed in, "Exactly. Our mission here isn't to engage with unknown technology like this." Li Songhai nodded repeatedly. "Let's go. This thing is too dangerous to provoke." Just as everyone was about to leave, Shui Shanhai shook his head firmly. "Take it down. I'll take responsibility if anything happens." Evidently, Shui Shanhai had already made up his mind to take the gamble. After all, the pressure from the Eagle was simply too immense. Given the current international situation, the global economy had been wrecked by the Eagle-wielding powers, and they wouldn't hesitate to swing their scythe and reap the world. Wasn't the recent Hong Kong crash their doing? Only by mastering the latest defense technology could they turn the tide against the odds. Therefore, taking calculated risks was nothing out of the ordinary for them. Xiao Zhang couldn't say much more at this point. Within the Dragon Nation's military, obedience trumps all else. When the leadership speaks, ask no questions, just obey. He nodded and immediately initiated the weapon scan and targeting system, locking onto the unidentified flying object and activating tracking mode. So-called tracking missiles essentially predict the target's trajectory in advance. Typically, once the J-20 locks onto an enemy's flight data, it can engage lock-on mode by analyzing the target's flight speed and maximum maneuverability. Although the success rate of this tracking mode hovers around 50%, it still ranks among the world's best. Therefore, Zhang felt confident that with the J-20 locked onto its target, this time, the tracking missile had a high probability of hitting its mark. Nia Lisan and Li Sanhai couldn't help but feel tense. After all, they were both researchers who had never participated in combat before. Now, their first experience was this? A battle against an unknown civilization and unknown aircraft. This could be written into a book and published when they were old. But clearly, neither had the mind for writing books at that moment. They could only silently pray for their own safety. They knew full well that whether they hit the target or not, the outcome might not be favorable. What about the Roswell incident? It was the UFO that crashed on its own, not shot down by the Eagle, so there might have been contact afterward. But this time, the Dragon Nation is actively attacking the UFO. Doesn't that seem a bit excessive? Meanwhile, on Chen Chu's side, after initiating pulse shock acceleration to evade, he issued a warning to the aircraft conducting test flights here: do not attempt to engage him. After all, this was a no-fly zone, and its presence here meant he was in the wrong. But Chen Chu was also acutely aware that this drone represented his life's work. It absolutely could not be destroyed. Thus, he demonstrated its uncanny speed as a warning, nothing more. What he hadn't anticipated was that just as he prepared to recall the drone, this enemy aircraft had the audacity to attack him. Was it mad? Moreover, when he shifted position, he discovered the missile was actually in homing mode. But this posed no challenge to Chen Chu. So-called tracking missiles were merely simulations. But what exactly was this simulation? It could keep up while calculating the maximum evasion speed and distance of the target. Though the drone's power was insufficient, its pulse detonator engine made it incredibly agile. Therefore, Chen Chu immediately activated the fastest pulse detonation mode. Amidst thunderous detonations echoing across the sky, the drone evaded the tracking missile once more. Meanwhile, Shui Shanhai and the others were stunned by the scene. The J-20's tracking missile couldn't keep up. Even with radar lock-on, it couldn't keep up. What did this mean? It meant this wasn't even a battle between equals. Call it off. If the battle continued and that unidentified flying object retaliated, it would deal a devastating blow to them. But Shui Shanhai remained undeterred. Zhang, fire continuously. I refuse to believe we can't take it down today. It dared to enter our Dragon Nation's airspace, a no-fly zone. No matter how far it flees, it shall be destroyed. Clearly, Shui Shanhai now sensed something was amiss. If this technologically advanced civilization harbored any hostile intent toward the people of Dragon Nation, and if they couldn't fight back, how could they protect the health and property of their citizens? This is Dragon Nation. Zhang's fighting spirit ignited instantly. He immediately unleashed a barrage of attacks from the J-20's weapon systems against the small unidentified flying object. Chen Chu watched the scene unfold, utterly dumbfounded. He tried to break free, but the enemy aircraft relentlessly pursued, unleashing another barrage of missiles. It seemed determined not to relent until it received a lesson today. Therefore, after evading 2 missiles, Chen Chu showed no mercy. He immediately activated targeting mode and locked onto the enemy aircraft's fuel tank. The aircraft had 2 fuel tanks, and Chen Chu targeted the auxiliary one. The auxiliary fuel tanks were located on the aircraft's 2 wings. The reason fuel was stored here was purely because placing it elsewhere would compromise the aircraft's balance. This highlights the ingenuity of human design. Placing fuel within the wings helps maintain proper balance, and pilots can adjust the balance of the wing tanks to optimize flight performance. However, if a fuel tank is punctured and fuel begins leaking rapidly, the aircraft's balance becomes compromised, necessitating an immediate halt to combat operations. This was precisely Chen Chu's current mindset. To escape amidst such dense missile fire, the only option was to render the aircraft incapable of combat. Therefore, it directly targeted the aircraft's left fuel tank. Instantly, a blindingly bright beam erupted from the drone's attack pod. On board the J-20, Shui Shanhai and the others watched the scene unfold, tension mounting among them. Nia Lisan shouted, "The thermal ion attack should be fine, right?" Li Sanhai shook his head. "Laser attacks shouldn't be too much of a problem." Xiao Zhang gritted his teeth and immediately began maneuvering the aircraft. If the enemy could evade, why couldn't he? However, reality proved vastly different from his expectations. Based on his knowledge of the J-20, it utilized heat-resistant materials that offered some defense against laser weapons. As long as the cockpit wasn't hit, there should be no danger. It's targeting our fuel tanks, the most heavily protected part of the aircraft. Xiao Zhang's gaze was intensely focused, and he didn't seem overly concerned at that moment. Shui Shanhai and Nia Lisan felt slightly relieved upon hearing this. As long as it was manageable, it was fine. If laser weapons were truly that powerful, they would have been deployed worldwide long ago. Though it possesses thermal energy. But thermal energy requires a prolonged process to deliver an effective strike. Take a simple example. In League of Legends, the Dragon King champion deals significant damage to enemies only by continuously spewing fire. But his ultimate, Heavenly Waterfall, deals explosive damage. Therefore, laser weapons simply couldn't compare to bombs in terms of damage output. After all, they weren't like hot air balloons that would explode just from heating up. Moreover, with Zhang constantly moving, the laser couldn't lock onto him for long. Yet, just as they began to relax, the J-20 suddenly sounded an alert. Warning! Fuel tank under attack. Quick! Move now! Clearly, none of them were afraid. With the J-20's rugged construction, what was there to fear from laser attacks? Xiao Zhang kept maneuvering the J-20 to evade. But just as it dodged the laser and they were beginning to think this alien tech wasn't so formidable after all, the J-20 suddenly issued another alert. Warning! Auxiliary fuel tank breached. Make an emergency landing immediately. This left everyone utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Where did that laser come from? Didn't we dodge it the instant it hit? Why? Why did it still get penetrated? Shui Shanhai immediately flew into a rage. What's going on? Didn't you say it couldn't penetrate? Xiao Zhang looked utterly innocent. I don't know either. I dodged it the instant it came. At most, it grazed us. The J-20 isn't made of paper, how could it get pierced through like that? Li Songhai swallowed hard, his nerves on edge. This was beyond his comprehension. His research on laser weapons aligned perfectly with Xiao Zhang's perspective. To him, penetration was impossible. Fortunately, it had only hit the auxiliary fuel tank. If it had been the cockpit, they would have been finished. Nya Lisen broke out in a cold sweat. Thankfully, this alien technology didn't seem to harbor such hostility toward them. Otherwise, the outcome would have been unpredictable. They might not have even seen the sun again. Watching fuel leak steadily from the damaged tank, the other side could only compensate by transferring fuel across. But this makeshift balance would last less than 10 minutes at most. Thus, Zhang had no choice but to make an emergency landing. Shui Shanhai gritted his teeth. Though deeply frustrated, he could only watch helplessly as the extremely valuable unidentified flying object vanished from their sight. Get down there and inspect it immediately. It attacked us at the very least, we need to understand why it failed. Our research efforts must now focus on this direction. Clearly, Shui Shanhai was intrigued. Though merely a small piece of alien technology, its combat prowess was overwhelming. How overwhelming? Even the J-20, currently the most formidable fighter in the Dragon Nation, would seem like a weakling in its presence. If actual combat occurred, facing a single fighter jet, this thing could take down an entire J-20 squadron. Only now did Shui Shanhai truly grasp its terrifying potential. If only, just imagine if this were China's 6th-generation fighter. But how could he dare entertain such a thought? Dragon Nation certainly had talent, but compared to Eagle Nation's expertise in this alien technology, they were still far behind. Currently, only the genius Chen Chu seemed capable of developing Dragon Nation's own 6th-generation fighter. Soon, the group landed swiftly. When they reached the auxiliary fuel tank, they had initially assumed the tank had been scorched open. Typically, such a hole would be enormous, yet the fuel wasn't leaking particularly fast. This puzzled Zhang and felt contradictory. It wasn't until they actually saw the hole that they were truly shocked. Director Shui, this doesn't make sense. Shui Shanhai felt humiliated enough by his defeat, and Zhang's loud outburst only made him more irritated. What's wrong? Can't you see the fuel is almost completely drained? Shui Shanhai snapped irritably. But the next moment, Li Songhai chimed in, it's definitely wrong. The damaged area doesn't look right. Only then did everyone turn their attention to the hole. They saw that the hole in the auxiliary fuel tank, which was continuously leaking oil, wasn't large at all, it was barely the size of a peanut. What the hell is this? Shui Shanhai exclaimed in disbelief, didn't you say it was a laser weapon? What the hell is this? It looks just like my bullet. Xiao Zhang, Li Songhai, and Nya Lisen were all stunned into silence. Could it be that their eyes were playing tricks on them? How else could they have mistaken a bullet for a laser? Bullets may produce a flash, but they're fundamentally different from lasers. Even their colors looked completely different. Li Songhai was immediately intrigued. He promptly suggested, why don't we take it apart and see? Let's find out what kind of bullet it is. Clearly, Li Songhai had always been fascinated by research, especially when it involved phenomena beyond their understanding. A laser cannon suddenly firing bullets? They absolutely had to figure out what was going on. Though Shui Shanhai felt a pang of regret over the J-20's value, he gritted his teeth. Having been defeated in an instant, they absolutely had to understand why they lost. Otherwise, it would be too frustrating. Take it apart. Yes. Xiao Zhang could only retrieve the hose, drain all the fuel, and open the auxiliary fuel tank. To him, it was indeed bullets. But when he saw the empty auxiliary fuel tank, that's when the real shock hit him. Chief, you guys gotta come see this. What now? Shui Shanhai was growing weary of the young man's constant fussing and hurried over with growing impatience. But when he saw the inside of the fuel tank, his eyes widened in disbelief. Burned like this? This must be a laser weapon. Shui Shanhai was stunned once more. Li Songhai also rushed over at the sound. What he saw was the J-20's once hardened hull, seemingly bulletproof, now cracked on the surface. The outer hull resembled scorched earth, and cracks had even formed inside. What the hell was this? Was it a laser cannon or bullets? Clearly, whatever it was, they now shared one thought: this thing was no ordinary weapon. If they could master it, it might grant them unstoppable dominance in air-to-air combat during S3. Chapter 41, is this rubber bullets? Before the J-20's auxiliary fuel tank, Shui Shanhai, Li Tsunghai, Nia Lisan, and Zhang stood in awe, their faces etched with reverence for this mysterious technology. If 6th-generation fighters truly possess this kind of power, then we could finally carve out a place for ourselves in the skies. Shui Shanhai sighed, his eyes gleaming with desire for this advanced technology. Li Tsunghai nodded in agreement. Indeed. If we could harness this technology, it would significantly enhance our national defense capabilities. Nia Lisan mused thoughtfully, if alien technology weren't this formidable, perhaps we'd be truly disappointed. But now, at least we know we're pursuing the right path. Just as they were discussing how to utilize this technology, Xiao Zhang suddenly shouted, "Wait! Look! The fuel in the auxiliary tank is gone." Everyone crowded around to see the auxiliary fuel tank completely empty, its contents entirely drained. Xiao Zhang reached inside, searching for the culprit behind this. His hand groped around inside the tank. Suddenly, his expression turned intensely complex as he slowly pulled something out. All eyes followed his hand, revealing what he held, a rubber bullet. How is this possible? Shui Shanhai's voice trembled slightly. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Li Tsunghai was equally stunned. He took the rubber bullet and examined it closely, confirming it was indeed made of rubber, not the high-powered laser weapon they had imagined. Nia Lisan stood frozen in place, his mind unable to recover from the shock. He muttered to himself, "Rubber bullets? Why rubber bullets?" Xiao Zhang looked utterly incredulous, checking it over and over to make sure he wasn't mistaken. He stammered, This really is a rubber bullet. It's not like any ammunition we know." The four exchanged bewildered glances, their minds swirling with questions. The appearance of this rubber bullet completely overturned their understanding of technology and deepened their curiosity about the origins of this mysterious flying object. In that moment, they realized this enigmatic technology was far more complex than they had imagined, and their understanding of the world might be nothing more than the tip of the iceberg. The instant Li Tsunghai took the rubber bullet, his professional instincts told him this wasn't some profound alien technology. He meticulously examined every inch of the bullet, from its material to its manufacturing process, his brow furrowing deeper with each detail. "No, this isn't right," Li Tsunghai murmured, his voice tinged with confusion and reluctance. "This material, this manufacturing method, these are all Earth technologies and very basic ones at that." Nia Lisan and the other two men gathered around upon hearing Li Tsunghai's words, their eyes fixed on the rubber bullet in his hand, searching for any clues. "Old Li, are you suggesting this bullet isn't what we thought it was?" Shui Shanhai asked, his eyes flickering with a complex light. Li Tsunghai nodded solemnly. "Yes. This bullet is too ordinary. You could find something similar in a typical middle school lab. It has nothing special about it, let alone any alien technology." Xiao Zhang felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing Li Tsunghai's words. Then what on earth is going on? Have we all been fooled? Nia Lisan pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. "No. This actually proves we're facing an exceptionally skilled adversary. Their ability to cause such immense destruction with such ordinary materials is itself a testament to highly advanced technology." Li Tsunghai concurred with Nia Lisan's assessment. "Exactly. For this rubber bullet to pierce the J-20's armor, there must be scientific principles at work that we haven't yet grasped. We must delve deeper into the research and not be fooled by appearances." The four men re-examined the seemingly ordinary rubber bullet, their minds now filled with fresh doubts and challenges. This mysterious projectile and its technology were no longer merely alien in origin, they pointed to a deeper scientific enigma. In the quiet laboratory, the determination and curiosity of the four researchers were reignited. They knew the secrets hidden within this rubber bullet would lead them into an entirely new scientific frontier. A realm that could fundamentally reshape humanity's understanding of technology. A flicker of resolve passed through Shui Shanhai's eyes. His line of thinking diverged from that of Li Tsunghai and Nia Lisan. If this rubber bullet was an alien technology, then there was only one answer: it was the work of someone from Jinling. If this is an alien technology, then the creator of this mysterious flying object must be someone or some team from Jinling City. Shui Shanhai's voice carried an unquestionable resolve. He immediately picked up his communication device and contacted the duty officer of Jinling City, his tone tinged with urgency and gravity. "Duty officer, I need you to act immediately. The importance of this matter far exceeds your imagination." Shui Shanhai's voice was deep and commanding, his words conveying a sense of urgency. "This is Shui Shanhai. I have an urgent mission for you. An unidentified flying object has appeared within the no-fly zone. You must deploy all available resources to conduct a covert investigation. Furthermore, this object may pose a threat to our national defense security. We must ascertain its origin and maintain absolute secrecy." On the other end, the duty officer sensed the gravity in Shui Shanhai's tone. Though unaware of how this mysterious object connected to him, he responded nervously. Understood, Director Shui. I will deploy all available resources to ensure the investigation's secrecy and efficiency. After ending the call, Shui Shanhai turned to the other three with an unusually grave expression. We may be facing an unprecedented technological breakthrough. This investigation into the unidentified flying object must be kept strictly confidential. Not a single detail can be leaked. Li Sanhai and Nie Lisen exchanged glances. Though surprised by Shui's decision, they agreed with his stance. Young Zhang appeared tense yet brimming with determination. Director Shui, what do you think this unidentified flying object could be? Xiao Zhang asked, his voice trembling slightly. Shui Shanhai pondered for a moment before replying, whatever it is, we must uncover the truth as quickly as possible. This could be an opportunity, or it could be a threat. Li Sanhai added, most crucially, we must ensure this technology isn't misused. If it falls into the wrong hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. Nie Lisen offered his perspective. We need more information. A single rubber bullet is nowhere near enough. Zhang, continue examining the aircraft's damage to see if you can uncover further clues. Zhang acknowledged the order and immediately returned to his work, meticulously examining every inch of the aircraft in hopes of uncovering further clues. Shui Shanhai, Li Sanhai, and Nie Lisen gathered together, beginning to discuss how to further investigate the origins of this mysterious flying object. Chapter 42. If it's a drone, we're in big trouble. Meanwhile, due to Shui Shanhai's immense influence, the incident was soon thoroughly investigated by the duty officer in Jinling City. Hearing Shui Shanhai's tone, he assumed it must be something. He was convinced aliens were invading, posing a massive security threat to the entire city. After all, if even the J-20 fighter jet had been damaged, how terrifying must this alien technology be? He immediately took action, first sealing off all traffic within a 10-kilometer radius and conducting door-to-door visits. Another team was tasked with surveillance and investigation. Good evening. Have you seen any unusual flying objects tonight? The investigators politely knocked on residents' doors, tablets in hand displaying simulated drone footage. Residents gave varied responses. Some claimed to have seen a meteor, others a glow-in-the-dark kite, but none mentioned the white flying object. The investigators recorded each response, knowing full well the information might be irrelevant. Meanwhile, another team sat in the surveillance room, their eyes darting across rows of monitors, searching for any suspicious signs. Time ticked by, the night deepening, yet they still found no clues. The duty officer stood outside the monitoring room, his face etched with confusion. If truly no human intervention was involved, then what exactly was this white flying object? Could it really be alien technology? Would the next attack unfold in Jinling City? Just then, an investigator burst into the room, his voice tinged with excitement. Report. We spotted the white flying object on surveillance, but it looks like a drone. A drone? Isn't that the kind of thing kids and old folks play with nowadays? Are you sure? Definitely a drone? 90% certain. You'll see for yourself. Upon hearing this, the duty officer's tense heart instantly relaxed by half. Could it be a mistake? Still, just to be safe, he went to check for himself. When he saw a drone slowly flying into the no-fly zone, he finally relaxed completely. So it was just a drone. That meant the J-20's damage was likely caused by something else. Evidently, Shui Shanhai hadn't mentioned how the unidentified flying object had severely damaged the J-20. It was simply too embarrassing. So the duty officer naturally assumed the fighter jet must have been injured by something else. Overjoyed, he immediately grabbed the surveillance footage and rushed toward the conference room where Shui Shanhai and the others were gathered. What was the scene like in the conference room at that moment? Li Sanhai rose to his feet, his voice echoing through the room. Gentlemen, I believe we cannot lightly dismiss the possibility of extraterrestrial technology. While current evidence points to a drone, we must consider, what kind of drone could evade all our surveillance systems and fly at such astonishing speeds? Nie Lisen quickly added, yes, Director Li is correct. Let's not forget that even rubber bullets, if used by aliens, could possess firing mechanisms and precision far beyond our comprehension. We cannot dismiss extraterrestrial technology based on a single material. The experts began whispering among themselves, debating Li Sanhai and Nie Lisen's perspectives. The tension in the conference room rose once more as each reassessed their understanding of the phenomenon. Another expert, Professor Zhang, joined the discussion. We've investigated this for so long. If this is human technology, why haven't we found a single clue? That defies logic. Exactly, Dr. Wang nodded in agreement. We may be facing technology beyond our comprehension. We cannot let complacency blind us to a genuine threat. As the discussion deepened, the experts in the conference room gradually reached a consensus. They began to believe that the force behind this unidentified flying object might truly be beyond human comprehension. Shui Shanhai watched as the experts voiced their opinions one by one, his own mind filled with doubt and unease. Yet he knew that as the leader, he must make a decision. Everyone, Shui Shanhai's voice rang out again, restoring calm to the room. I believe we can no longer ignore the possibility of extraterrestrial technology. We must take action and prepare to confront a potential alien threat. The experts nodded in unison, their eyes reflecting a steely resolve. They understood this could be a turning point in human history. After all, this alien technology had already reached such a formidable level. It could operate freely within Jinling City's no-fly zone at any time, and could even casually destroy hot air balloons. This was simply too brazen. Though they might not have a solution for this drone now, that didn't mean they never would. Yet tension began to grip the room, even their breathing grew heavy. Still, they found some solace in the realization that humanity simply didn't possess such advanced technology. If even the J-20 could be defeated so easily, what fighter jet in the world could possibly stand a chance against that unidentified flying object? Even if the Eagle's fighter jets arrived, wouldn't they ultimately meet the same fate? But just then, outside the conference room door, the duty officer's voice rang out, "The investigation is complete. We have results." At this announcement, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Could they have truly found extraterrestrials? The duty officer appeared at the conference room door, drenched in sweat, holding a USB drive. He announced, "We've restored the high-definition footage and finally identified the true nature of that unidentified flying object. It's a drone." What? When the duty officer delivered this answer, everyone's faces turned ashen once more. How could that be? All these experts had been convinced it was likely alien technology, and now they were being told it was just a drone? Who even knows what a drone is? It's something anyone could use. If it was a drone, then the difficulty level would drop by who knows how many tiers. Drones were affordable for anyone, and then there were those rubber bullets. Rubber bullets are already commonplace. But drones? What the hell kind of bizarre speed is that? Therefore, Li Sanhai immediately retorted, "Is this footage real or fake? Play it for me to see. If that thing is a drone, whether civilian or military, this could be a major scandal." Chapter 43, Another Chance at Repeating the Year? Clearly, Li Sanhai knew. If this were truly alien technology, that might be acceptable. But if it was a civilian drone, it would be a massive embarrassment for all the researchers. After all, they'd spent half their lives researching without developing a weapon system capable of defeating the J-20. How could this drone possibly be equipped with such an advanced weapon system? And even with just rubber bullets, it could penetrate the J-20's armor. This seemed highly improbable. Yet the fact remains, this very scenario has unfolded. Shui Shanhai nodded in agreement. He understood clearly that if this truly was a drone, it essentially narrowed down one possibility: this was the work of humans. And most likely, it was the work of Jinling operatives or perhaps a civilian expert. Of course, he absolutely refused to associate this with Chen Chu. After all, in his view, while Chen Chu was formidable, that prowess remained largely theoretical. When it came to hands-on execution, Chen Chu still had significant gaps. He was a promising prospect. But he needed better cultivation and training to hone his practical skills. Therefore, Shui Shanhai now wanted to know exactly which scenario applied. Release it. We're all here. If it truly is a drone, the classification level of this incident will be elevated another tier. The duty officer nodded, now fully grasping the gravity of the situation. Though he wasn't sure if some misunderstanding had led to the J-20 being shot down, since the experts were taking it so seriously, it was best to release the results. The next moment, as the duty officer played the retrieved footage, everyone in the room held their breath, eyes fixed intently on the LED screen in the conference room. Tension was written all over their faces. Why the tension? Because they all understood that this outcome held immense significance for the scientific community. If handled poorly, it could lead to disgrace and ruin. Thus, their nerves were stretched to the limit. At this critical moment, many scientists still clung to the belief that this must be alien technology. Only such an explanation could justify their failure to replicate it. After all, they were all on the government payroll. If they couldn't match the achievements of a civilian researcher, the consequences were all too clear. The next moment, the screen displayed a view of the sky and a courtyard wall. Clearly, this section of the surveillance room. It was established to prevent unauthorized entry into the no-fly zone by scaling the walls. Seeing this kind of surveillance, everyone relaxed, especially Li Sanhai. He felt that such monitoring should provide a clearer view. After all, the distance was so close. But the next moment, to everyone's surprise, a sudden flash of white light erupted. Accompanied by a thunderous crack, it felt like something had flashed before their eyes. The experts and scholars who had previously suspected alien technology now wore expressions of utter shock, which quickly gave way to wild excitement. It seemed that what old Li and the others had said earlier was true. What else could this be but alien technology? Not even China's fastest aircraft could match this speed. No, it was more accurate to say that no human-made flying machine possessed such an eerily swift velocity. To call this a drone was utterly preposterous. Shui Shanhai, though already stunned once before, was utterly astonished now at the sight of this bizarre speed, now merely a blur. He affirmed with certainty, "You're absolutely right. You've done us a great service. This is the aircraft we've been searching for." The duty officer nodded. "We'll now adjust this time period to play back at 10 times slower speed. We've tested this before, only at 10 times slower can we make out some outlines. As the duty officer slowed the footage, everyone finally saw it. That white object that had flashed by had two wings, white ones. Upon closer inspection, what was this? It was clearly a civilian drone. Clearly, an expert on site had already recognized it and exclaimed, "Good heavens, it really is a civilian drone. I know this one too well, you can buy it at the mall around here." Are you serious? The entire conference room erupted into chaos. Everyone had been completely outmaneuvered. They had calculated every possible scenario, but never anticipated this. This alien technology was actually achieved using existing human technology. Li Sunhai, however, looked utterly perplexed. But how could a civilian drone outpace the J-20? That doesn't make sense. Clearly, whether in the surveillance footage or what they had witnessed firsthand, this drone had moved with ghostly speed. On a battlefield, if equipped with stealth radar, it could easily penetrate any fighter jet. Nia Leeson, who had remained silent until now, added, "If this truly is a civilian drone, then there are two mysteries surrounding it. First, its bizarre burst acceleration. It can accelerate instantly or decelerate at will. That level of controllability is terrifying. Second, its weapon system can penetrate incredibly sturdy armor with ordinary munitions." With both luminaries weighing in, curiosity naturally surged among the others. If this were true, it would be utterly terrifying. Shui Shanhai nodded in agreement before asking, "Are there any other recordings? The flight base should have specialized recording equipment, right?" Shui Shanhai had some knowledge of the flight base. He believed that since such technology had emerged, it must be thoroughly researched and developed. If the original creator truly couldn't be found, they could still study this technology and become unbeatable on the battlefield. He was clearly growing disappointed in Li Sunhai. Given his advanced age, Li Sunhai was certainly incapable of developing this technology. But Chen Chu was different. This young man, Chen Chu, clearly possessed extraordinary talent. Therefore, in Shui's view, the future genius held promise for developing this technology. Regardless of the research outcome, his primary objective in coming to Jinling this time was to prevent Chen Chu from wasting any more time in his senior year of high school. Previously, there might have been time, as the Eagle project hadn't been fully developed yet. But today, even the civilian sector possessed such formidable technology. There was absolutely no room for delay on Chen Chu's end. Next, the duty officer decisively released another set of footage. This is footage we captured of its attack on the J-20 fighter jet. Two segments show it evading the J-20's assault, while another depicts its counterattack. With this revelation, everyone understood. It appeared the J-20 had overreached by initiating the attack on the drone, while the drone itself shouldn't have been in the no-fly zone. Both sides bore some responsibility. Since both parties were at fault, the question now was who would bear the consequences. Judging by the outcome, the J-20 clearly bore the brunt of the damage. Shui Shanhai's expression darkened noticeably. He had ordered the attack on this drone precisely to acquire its technology. He understood the principle that opportunities like this don't come twice. Now that it had been exposed, it was somewhat embarrassing. But what was the source of that embarrassment? It was that the J-20 had failed to defeat the drone. This time, with clear slow-motion footage available, everyone could now clearly see that the drone's burst acceleration was sufficient to evade the J-20's bullets. This left the academic heavyweights utterly speechless once more. But the truly shocking moment came when the drone launched its counterattack. A blazing laser beam was seen striking the J-20's auxiliary fuel tank. No explosion sounds were heard on site. After firing this single shot, the drone immediately accelerated away. The next instant, the J-20 began leaking fuel like a sprinkler truck in the sky. This is absurd. What kind of attack is this? How could a laser possibly penetrate the J-20's armor? That's impossible. Clearly, everyone present was utterly baffled. They had already considered the possibility of some unseen advanced technology. But seeing it with their own eyes still left them utterly speechless. Could a single laser beam really blow up the J-20's fuel tank? Now everyone understood, at least for the time being, the J-20's weapon systems including its defenses were already obsolete. But the J-20 was still ranked among the top 5 fighter jets internationally. How could it be so vulnerable? At this realization, the assembled experts fell into a collective silence. At this point, they felt the most critical task was to locate the operator of this drone and study this technology. Meanwhile, they must accelerate their own development efforts. If they were being outpaced by the Eagle, they could still accept it. But being crushed by an amateur technology? How could they possibly accept that? They were all legitimate intellectuals who had emerged from the ivory towers of higher education. Reflecting on these realities, Shui Shanhai remarked, "You all saw it. That represents our most advanced combat capability today. To be defeated by civilian technology, one don't know if your faces are burning, but mine certainly is. The reason why the J-20 lost to a laser cannon is now something you need to investigate and research. Got it?" With this vivid example before them, no one dared to argue. If they couldn't figure it out, they might lose their jobs. After all, layoffs were happening everywhere. Even government jobs might become scarce. Meanwhile, Shui Shanhai addressed Nie Lisan and Li Sanhai. Gentlemen, with the situation this dire, do you really think we should keep a talent like Chen Chu buried away in a high school? With proper cultivation, he could develop weapon systems just like this one. If before, Li Sanhai and Nie Lisan had shown great respect for Chen Chu's decisions, now, they both understood just how dire the situation truly was. Not only had the Eagle Nation advanced its 6th-generation fighter research, but civilian-developed weapon systems capable of overwhelming the J-20 had already emerged. The J-20's development must be accelerated. And Chen Chu's re-enrollment would take a full year. What does this imply? It means that by next year, the J-May 20th only just have its first set of blueprints. That's far too slow. If 6th-generation fighters emerge, we'll be left riding the Eagles back for a year before even starting our own 6th-gen program. By then, all concessions will have been made. What's the point? So at that moment, both men nodded in agreement. Looks like tomorrow is the time for us to make a visit. It's too late today. Nie Lisan added. Li Sanhai nodded in agreement. Let's continue studying this advanced weapon system tonight. Tomorrow, we'll head to the National Defense High School. Seeing both men so firmly behind him, Shui Shanhai visibly relaxed. After all, without their support, the outcome would inevitably be disastrous, potentially even delaying the most critical opportunity. With both men now on board, this was undoubtedly the best possible outcome for him. He nodded. Given my temperament, I would have gone to see Chen Chu today. But since you both say so, I'll visit him tomorrow. Meanwhile, the duty officer standing nearby felt a pang of regret. He understood perfectly well why Shui Shanhai and his men had come to poach talent. Yet he himself lacked the means to retain Chen Chu. A talent like Chen Chu, if he stayed in Jinling, what tremendous development he could bring to the entire city. Especially in education and academia. With a genius like Chen Chu as an example, Jinling High School could boast producing the chief designer of a 6th-generation fighter jet. Such a reputation would surely bring immense prestige to the city's chief administrator. Thus, pondering this, he felt a pang of regret. He would attend the gathering tomorrow too. While he couldn't guarantee stopping Chen Chu's departure, he would at least make an effort. As for Chen Chu at this moment, he had no idea that simply test flying a drone and experimenting with an advanced 6th-generation fighter weapon system would indirectly lead to a group of people trying to prevent him from repeating his senior year. He had already tested it today. The combined laser electromagnetic cannon system proved devastatingly lethal. Currently, no nation in the world possessed the capability to fuse these two technologies. Indeed, it was doubtful any country had even discovered the underlying principles. Truly, the greatest truths are the simplest. Chen Chu understood this matter must remain classified. If other nations learned of this secret and began research, they might genuinely develop it within a decade. Chen Chu understood this all too well. To endow the 6th-generation fighter with the capability to dominate the world, it must also possess its own unique characteristics. Currently, the 6th-generation aircraft development program has already incorporated pulse detonation engines alongside weapon systems like laser electromagnetic cannons. Combined, these advancements represent over a decade's worth of research for other nations. Tomorrow, all that remains is laboratory verification before these two developments can be officially implemented. Of course, in Chen Chu's view, his most pressing goal right now was to finalize his plans for repeating the senior year. He had once conducted an experiment, enrolling nominally in high school to repeat the year while secretly slipping away. This way, he wouldn't have to waste time sitting in school. But the system quickly detected him and declared that leaving school without genuinely repeating the year would be considered failure. Thus, Chen Chu became even more certain that he had no choice but to stay put in the senior high school campus and diligently complete his final year. Chapter 44: Experts from Above? Meanwhile, Shui Shanhai and the others had a completely different perspective. After discussing it all night, they had already devised what they believed to be the best solution. They had already promised Chen Chu that he could repeat the year here. If they suddenly reneged on their promise, it would damage the credibility of the state. Thus, Shui Shanhai convened a small meeting with Li Sanhai and Nie Lisan to address this issue. The three sat together, each wearing a look of deep concern. Although Shui Shanhai was known for his autocratic ways, he recognized that Chen Chu was exceptional talent. His design blueprints clearly surpassed conventional thinking and the imagination of ordinary people. Moreover, he possessed solid foundational skills, a talent difficult to find domestically at present. However, Chen Chu's practical skills were undoubtedly lacking. Even with his formidable knowledge base, once on the battlefield, he would easily become all talk and no action. This was precisely why Shui Shanhai had resolved to bring Chen Chu to the military industry department for cultivation. Li Sanhai sighed wryly. That kid Chen Chu is stubborn. If you ask me, we should just tell him the truth tomorrow that advanced drone technology is already in Jinling City. We might not even know if hostile forces are testing us. Nie Lisan nodded in agreement. I think hostile forces are highly likely. After all, their target was our J-20 fighter. If this incident gets reported in international media, the impact on us would be significant. Shui Shanhai rarely saw both men agree with his perspective, though they differed on the approach. But this disagreement was something Shui Shanhai could easily mediate. Therefore, Shui Shanhai inquired, so tell me, is there a more moderate approach? After all, Chen Chu hasn't committed any wrongdoing yet. Taking him away so abruptly and forcefully would definitely be unwise. Both men nodded, yet neither could suggest a solution. Then let's revisit the case. Chen Chu excels in theory, correct? Does that mean he lacks practical capability? Shui Shanhai was the first to voice this question. After all, practice makes perfect. Even if Chen Chu had knowledge from countless experts fused within his mind, without actual hands-on ability. Since others struggle to comprehend the knowledge within his mind, perhaps we should focus our efforts on this very weakness. Li Sanhai immediately agreed, Director Shui, I agree with your point. Chen Chu still seems like a child. Even though he's past high school age, if placed in the military industry department, he'd definitely be a greenhorn. Calling him a greenhorn might be a bit harsh. I'd wager Chen Chu has barely assembled an engine, given how infrequently he attended physics classes. Modern education doesn't prioritize hands-on skills either. After all, exams don't require you to conduct experiments directly. Nya Lisan's point hit the nail on the head. Shui Shanhai nodded repeatedly, finding this point well taken. They intended to take Chen Chu away, but they also wanted to do so without any grounds for criticism. Under the circumstances, there was only one viable approach. Expose Chen Chu's weaknesses. Once Chen Chu recognized his true shortcomings, he would understand what needed changing. With them present, solutions would naturally follow. With this in mind, Shui Shanhai proposed, how about this? Let's have a comrade from the military industry department assemble an engine. Start with the simplest task, installing a pulse detonation engine onto a drone for testing? Clearly, the drone was the most manageable project at hand, yet it also demanded the most hands-on skill. It was the easiest to operate because the risk was relatively low, and it tested hands-on skills because drones were quite intricate. Disassembling and reassembling them presented a certain level of difficulty even for a high school student. Upon hearing this, Li Sanhai, who had previously looked somewhat hesitant, immediately perked up. Director Shui, that's an excellent suggestion. We'll have our comrades from the military industry department assemble the drone, then pit it against Chen Chu's. If Chen Chu performs poorly, we'll have grounds to take him away. Only Nya Lisan felt a bit awkward. Who were the folks from the military industry department? They were either veterans who had seen combat or seasoned veterans with deep expertise in military drones and firearms. Or they were graduates of the National Defense Science and Technology University, possessing solid foundational experience in both design and hands-on capabilities. But Chen Chu? While he possessed extensive knowledge, when it came to hands-on skills, the two simply couldn't be compared. Yet now, they're actually asking Chen Chu to compete? Isn't this just plain bullying? Therefore, he asked awkwardly, isn't this a bit unfair? Shui Shanhai immediately stiffened his expression. How is this unfair? If Chen Chu truly is a genius and wins, we should be even happier. If he loses, we should still be happy. Why wouldn't we pursue a win-win situation? We're considering Chen Chu's future, not trying to harm him. Clearly, after Shui Shanhai laid out his reasoning, Nya Lisan had no retort. After all, their goal was to prevent Chen Chu from repeating his senior year. What sense would it make for such a prodigy to endlessly cycle through senior year material? If he wasted most of his day in classroom lectures, when would he have time to research sixth-generation aircraft? What truly defines the spirit of scientific research? It's about losing track of time in the lab. That's the true essence of research. Alright, I agree. Li Sanhai raised no objections. While he admired Chen Chu, he believed the young man had taken a wrong path, especially after witnessing tonight's terrifying drone, likely belonging to hostile forces. They certainly had their reasons beyond advancing drone research. They needed Chen Chu to accelerate his progress. After all, time waits for no one, and opportunities don't linger. As for any talk of patriotic education or urging Chen Chu to consider the greater national good, he probably wouldn't understand that either. After all, he knew Chen Chu well, a man who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. If someone told him that the Eagle Squadron was nearly finished developing their sixth-generation fighter, or that hostile forces possessed terrifying weapons, likely new concept weapons threatening national security, Chen Chu would likely retort, so what? But from another angle, it was different. If they could make Chen Chu recognize his own shortcomings, then taking him away would be entirely justified. After the three had discussed their plan, they began searching for candidates within the Ministry of Defense. They focused on experts with deep knowledge of military drones, carefully selecting from among them. Of course, they didn't seek out the absolute best, but rather a seasoned military drone expert with considerable experience in the field, Lu Yang. He had transitioned to the military industry after serving in the armed forces. This guy once assembled over 100 drones in a single day, exporting them overseas and making significant contributions to arms contracts. Afterward, he went abroad to study engine technology. Upon his return, he had become the brightest rising star in the weapons division, so much so that even the division chief greeted him with a beaming smile. After finalizing their choice of him, Shui Shanhai and his team contacted Lu Yang immediately, urging him to arrive the next day for a critical test. The task was to integrate the principles of pulse detonation engines into military drones. As for the project leader, he was ordered to work through the night to complete the laboratory setup and ensure its urgent completion. This left the duty officer feeling utterly bewildered. He hadn't anticipated that higher-ups would one moment demand one thing and the next demand another, delaying the schedule was their doing, yet they also ordered accelerated progress, all within a single day. With no other choice, he rose personally, summoned the construction crew, and supervised the work himself. He understood clearly that all his actions served a single purpose: to send Jinling City's talent away. Though he deeply regretted Chen Chu's departure from Jinling, the pressure from above was simply too great. After all, Chen Chu had already achieved the near-miraculous feat of overcoming the principal of Qianqiu Academy and the social entrepreneur. He could certainly handle these individuals too. But this time, the director of the military commission, the president of the Dragon Academy, Li Sunhai, the patriarch of military industry and science. Even the provincial governor was on their side. Could Chen Chu possibly prevail against such formidable opponents? Moreover, that mysterious drone had indeed demonstrated eerily formidable capabilities. The nation was likely under immense pressure. This individual had to be released whether they wanted to or not. The realization filled him with helplessness. It seemed his authority simply wasn't sufficient. If only he held a higher position, perhaps he wouldn't feel this frustration and powerlessness. But Chen Chu clearly had no idea what he was actually facing. He just kept scrolling through city news before bed. Because deep down, he was still a little panicked. Shooting down a J-20 fighter jet was no small offense. Even if it was purely in self-defense, the no-fly zone was strictly prohibited. Flying there for experiments was one thing, but shooting down a J-20? If word got out, he'd likely end up behind bars. Thus, Chen Chu scrolled through the news like a fugitive. When he reached nearly 10:30 p.m. without any official reports, he finally relaxed. It seemed the military found the incident embarrassing and opted to sweep it under the rug. Well, that made things easier. But just as he was about to read a book and go to sleep, his phone suddenly rang. It was Wan Yixuan who accompanied him to buy the new phone. On WeChat, Wan Yixuan sent over many beautiful photos from military training. In them, she stood tall and straight, radiating a delicate, unassuming beauty. Though not breathtakingly stunning, there was an inexplicable warmth that made her instantly approachable. Chen Chu recognized Wan Yixuan. So he symbolically sent a thumbs-up emoji. Wan Yixuan chatted about her university life, mentioning how delicious the food was at Longkou University. Ultimately, however, their conversation turned to weapon design for pulse detonator engines. Since Wan Yixuan had been involved in the process, she understood it at least better than some experts. To be honest, Chen Chu faced considerable difficulties at the moment. But he didn't complain. Since deciding to repeat the year, the obstacles had only grown more numerous, yet he never uttered a single word of grievance. No matter how big the difficulty, just stepping over it was his style. Noticing Chen Chu's reluctance to discuss the matter, Wan Yixuan prompted him. "Do you know why I asked to talk to you today? Because I genuinely worry about you. You've got talent and ability, but you're just too clumsy with words." Chen Chu sent a question mark. "Well, not exactly clumsy, but too honest. You know how that makes you an easy target, right? So, I have a close friend who's also at at National Defense High School doing a repeat year. She used to be at number 2 high school, and she's heard your name around. Being admired is an honor for anyone. But to Chen Chu, it had become second nature. True masters lose interest when admirers multiply. It's like a beauty praised for her looks since childhood, another compliment feels utterly mundane. Thus, Chen Chu simply replied, "Oh." Wan Yixuan on the other end was clearly furious. "Listen, I've already talked to my best friend. Her grades aren't great, but she knows a lot of people. She can make sure you won't get bullied. She'll come find you tomorrow. If you have time, could you tutor her?" But did Chen Chu have any desire to tutor someone else right now? Back at first high, he helped out because he had nothing else to do and others needed guidance. But now, he was racing to integrate the laser electromagnetic cannon into the 6th-generation fighter jet. There was simply no time for that. But the next moment, Wan Yixuan sent a video clip. The photo showed a stunningly curvaceous girl in a leather jacket, her waist-to-hip ratio breathtaking and her cleavage ample. Chen Chu sent 3 consecutive question marks. "Guys like you who are too honest can only get help from girls like this. Don't worry, with her around, no one will ever bully you again." Chen Chu sent 3 more ellipses. He decided to go to sleep decisively. But Chen Chu's silence didn't mean trouble wouldn't find him. The next day, Chen Chu arrived at school. Just as morning self-study ended, a girl with a ponytail walked up to their classroom door, specifically asking for him. "You're Chen Chu, right? I'm Lu Zian, a friend of Xuanchuan's. She says you're pretty amazing, but too honest. I'll look out for you from now on." Clearly, Lu Zian's reputation had already spread throughout the entire campus, even though she was only repeating her senior year at Qianqiu School. Chen Chu now found himself receiving quite a few envious glances. But Chen Chu's reputation was naturally even greater. Seriously, whether it was the mysterious background Chen Chu had brought him or the legendary story of someone who could get into Tsinghua or Peking University yet still chose to repeat a year, Chen Chu was someone no one at Qianqiu school dared to mess with. Yet while Chen Chu's background remained unknown, Lu Xian's was undeniably real. Her family had 3 generations of military service. It could be said that if Jinling City had hidden powerhouses, her family was undoubtedly one of them. Thus, Chen Chu naturally drew envious glances. After all, Lu Xian had always been aloof toward everyone, possessing a fiercely independent spirit. Otherwise, she wouldn't have abandoned her family's arrangements to become a military doctor under the Central Military Commission, choosing instead to repeat her senior year at Qianqiu Academy. But Chen Chu had no clue about any of this. He could only smile and say, "Then why are you helping me? Do you want me to acknowledge you as my boss? No need for that. You're a great student, just teach me. No matter who you've offended, I can handle it for you. How about it?" If not for Wan Yishuan's sake, Chen Chu would have written her off as a complete nutcase. But at that moment, he nodded. "No need for help. If you really have questions, you can ask me, but only when I'm free. As for when I'll be free, that depends on my mood." With that, Chen Chu turned and walked away. Clearly, he wasn't going to give this girl a second thought. After all, he knew exactly what his goal was. However, just as noon approached and classes were about to end, Chen Chu received a notification from the duty officer. "Chen Chu, the lab was completed this morning. They've assigned an expert to conduct experiments on your pulse detonator engine using military drones." Chapter 45, Military Drone Omniscience. Seeing this message, Chen Chu couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The lab he'd waited so long for was finally complete. This meant he could access the new lab this afternoon and conduct experiments on both the pulse detonator engine and the laser electromagnetic cannon. Once these 2 projects were completed, 2/3 of the 6th generation fighter's overall design blueprint would be finished. Without delay, Chen Chu replied, "Thanks, duty officer. I'll head to the lab this afternoon once the expert arrives." But the duty officer replied with a meaningful tone, "That expert is quite renowned. Be careful. I won't say more. Keep up the good work, you're the pride of Jinling City." Hearing this, Chen Chu felt a pang of confusion. The duty officer was clearly hinting at something. A renowned expert, isn't that a good thing? Wasn't he supposed to be here to help? Chen Chu's mind began racing with possibilities. Could it be someone didn't want him to repeat the year? Or is higher up distrusting me, thinking I can't complete the 6th generation fighter design? True, Jinling isn't a research base and lacks the facilities to build a 6th generation fighter. But every component of such a fighter, from the propulsion system to the weapons systems, all of these components can be manufactured. The final step was merely assembling these components, a task any domestic expert could handle. However, since deciding to repeat the year, Chen Chu had weathered countless storms. He had long cultivated a mindset of facing whatever came his way head-on. Therefore, he didn't dwell on it. Meanwhile, early that morning, Lu Yang had traveled from the military-industrial base to the Jinling Grand Hotel where Shui Shanhai and the others were staying. Upon hearing the purpose of this trip, he was utterly stunned. "Director Shui, oldly, I've heard that this Chen Chu is a genius. Our military engineers were all amazed by his pulse detonation engine design. They said it was Nobel Prize material. You want me to bully him like this? That doesn't seem right, does it?" Clearly, Lu Yang was aware that his mission this time was to defeat Chen Chu, to make him understand that armchair theorizing was useless. But honestly, even with years of overseas experience, he had never encountered such a theoretical genius. Though he was utterly confident he could crush Chen Chu, he couldn't help but feel a weight on his conscience. Shui Shanhai and the others had originally intended to keep the news of the J-20 being shot down under wraps. But to ensure Lu Yang could execute his plan more thoroughly, Shui Shanhai laid all the cards on the table. "Lu Yang, we know you value talent, but we must be frank with you. It's possible that foreign forces have developed weapons far surpassing our capabilities." "Ha?" Lu Yang was utterly baffled. What did that mean? Having spent so much time abroad, how could he not know? Li Tsunghai mysteriously drew the curtains shut. Then Shui Shanhai pulled out that rubber bullet, placed it on the table, and said, "Did you know? Last night, a J-20 fighter jet was shot down by a drone. And the culprit? This rubber bullet right here." "Ha?" Lu Yang felt his brain couldn't process it all at once. The information overload was staggering. First, the J-20, currently the most formidable fighter jet in our national defense arsenal, was easily shot down. That alone was shocking enough. But the projectile that attacked it was a rubber bullet? Would that even kill a bird? "We know you might not believe it, but this new drone weapon fires a laser beam. It hit our auxiliary fuel tank, and the next moment, we had no choice but to make an emergency landing. The situation is far more dire than you could possibly imagine." Damn it! Hearing this, Lu Yang couldn't stay calm either. He knew that if this were true, even the J-20 couldn't withstand this new weapon. If war truly broke out, what chance of victory would Dragon Nation have? How could they protect the safety of the people? Shui Shanhai's voice carried a weighty tone as he continued, "Do you now grasp the critical importance of your work? Only a genius like Chen Chu could conceivably develop such a revolutionary weapon. So tell me, how could we not be deeply concerned seeing him still repeating his senior year in high school? The urgency of the situation struck Liu Yang like a bolt of lightning, suddenly making him acutely aware of the weighty mission he carried on his shoulders. Yes, what he was doing was just. A genius like Chen Chu wasting his time in a substandard high school, especially with the current situation so dire, was absolutely unacceptable. I understand. I'll make sure he realizes that so-called high school experiments are child's play. What none of them knew, however, was this. Though Chen Chu was physically in the classroom, his mind was racing as he rapidly absorbed knowledge about military drones, all because he would see the real thing that very afternoon. The smartphone proved to be a game-changer for his research and studies. Moreover, his approach to military drones was systematic and structured. Prompts kept popping up in his mind. Ding detecting host observing drone fundamentals. Automatically acquiring military drone modification techniques. Detected host observing drone automatically acquiring omniscience of military drones. Simply put, thanks to the system's hundredfold increase in comprehension, assembling drones had become muscle memory, fused into his very being. Now, given a military drone, he could unleash even greater power than before. This filled Chen Chu with considerable anticipation for the afternoon's task, assembling new concept weapons for the drone and applying military-grade technology. Chapter 46, The Damned Tiger Squad. Meanwhile, Liu Yang was inwardly anticipating the afternoon's confrontation with Chen Chu, this so-called young genius. Over the years, he had seen his share of geniuses, many were mere flashes in the pan. After all, a person's luck rarely remained consistently strong and enduring. This was an eternal truth, for everything followed its own patterns. Take celebrities, for instance. They might skyrocket to fame with a hit song, but their popularity usually fades within a few years. Their careers often plummet, and some even end up behind bars. Take the example of the elderly scientist Tu, who won the Nobel Prize. After a lifetime of diligent work, she finally saw her fortune rise and gained recognition from the world. Although she now stands at the pinnacle of national weapons engineering, in her youth she was just like any other young person, with her own hobbies. She even engaged in fandom activities, with Jay Chou's music being her absolute favorite. Yet it's undeniable that even such a talented singer is subject to the concept of fortune, as every hit song he produced was created within a decade. After that, the quality of his work inevitably declined. Even the genius writer Liu Cixin, whose work once prompted President Trump to demand updates, struggled to produce new works after his breakthrough success. This only further supports the notion of destiny. Whether it's Liu Cixin or Jay Chou, they likely regret not pushing harder during their peak periods of fortune to leave behind more timeless masterpieces. Thus, upon hearing Shui Shanhai's briefing on the current situation, Liu Yang felt even more indignant toward Chen Chu, a genius who seemed unambitious. He could have entered the most prestigious institutions, studied the most cutting-edge knowledge, and created technology that would astonish the world. Yet he chose to waste a year repeating his studies. Didn't he realize how many people, after losing their peak state, dream of returning to it? Of course, Liu Yang also understood that traditional methods of persuasion were useless on such a squandered talent. It was like telling a student who'd already decided to drop out that society would be cruel without an education. It wouldn't work. He needed to feel that cruelty firsthand, to grasp just how insignificant he truly was. Therefore, Liu Yang had prepared all the military drone technology, intending to shock Chen Chu into realizing that a genius like him would never reach his true potential by staying in senior high school studying useless knowledge. Even if he could learn some advanced theories, without hands-on experience, he would never be able to take that crucial next step. Shui Shanhai and the others offered Liu Yang all kinds of encouragement, even installing high-definition live streaming equipment in the lab. Yes. While they wanted Chen Chu to join the research base immediately to absorb knowledge and rapidly develop the sixth-generation fighter, they still had to avoid any appearance of impropriety. After all, they had just agreed to let Chen Chu repeat his senior year. How could they possibly go and contradict themselves so soon? Thus, after thorough preparations, the time soon approached the afternoon dismissal period. Security forces had long been deployed around the National Defense High School. Ever since its incorporation into the National Defense High School, the campus had been under close surveillance by Jinling City's security forces. Coupled with the previous incident where a drone shot down a J-20 fighter jet, security here had naturally become even more stringent. Originally, few students dared to come here. But when Chen Chu arrived today, he discovered a crowd of students had gathered around the perimeter. Why won't they let us in? Isn't this lab meant for us? Who doesn't dream of a strong nation? Experts from above have come, shouldn't we get to see them too? Exactly. I heard big shots from weapons engineering are visiting today. Isn't this the dream and mission of us National Defense High students? Clearly, most of the students at Qianqiu School, being a private institution, had gotten in primarily through family connections. Those with genuine aspirations and the drive to pursue them were few and far between. But since its transformation into a National Defense High School, they had inexplicably felt a sense of mission. Especially after hearing Chen Chu's story, they realized that if a genius could emerge from humble origins, why couldn't they achieve greatness with better educational resources? Thus, when experts were dispatched from above, many students became genuinely excited. Truthfully, very few genuinely loved learning or aspired to contribute to the nation's development. Most were simply trying to show off. After all, in such a scene, all they needed to do was record a video and boast that experts had come to their national defense high school to work on national defense projects. How incredibly pretentious. They could even earn a decent allowance from their parents. But now that the lab was built and experts had arrived, they as students of this very school were barred from entering. That was going too far. That's why they started arguing at this moment. Outside the cordon, a familiar figure to Chen Chu stood guard, none other than the former Tiger Squad leader. Clearly, he'd been implicated in the previous incident too, demoted from squad leader to auxiliary police maintaining order. His towering frame still stood like a wall, blocking students hundreds of meters from the lab's cordon. He declared, "Let's be clear, this lab has nothing to do with you ordinary students. After school, just go home." This left the leading students visibly displeased. "Fine, playing these games, huh? We're going to find Sister Xian." "Yeah, I refuse to believe it. It's our school's lab, we're students, why can't we go in?" "Regular students? Aren't you just a regular cop?" Soon, several girls among them made phone calls. Before long, a somewhat bold female voice came through. "Why won't you let us into our school's lab? Which squad are you from?" Tiger Squad's brow instantly furrowed. Already unlucky enough, he now faced a student daring to confront him. He frowned and turned to the girl. "Student, please understand the situation. We are here to ensure your safety and order in a lawful and legitimate manner." Lu Xian was never one to shy away from a confrontation. Frankly, she wasn't afraid of anyone in Jinling, not even the duty officer. So she retorted to the Tiger Squad. "We can ensure our own safety. Open the cordon, we're entering our own lab." Just as the Tiger Squad leader was about to explode, a colleague tugged at his sleeve and whispered Lu Xian's identity to him. Tiger Squad had intended to make an arrest, but now he could only say sternly, "Miss, if you cause any more trouble, we can legally arrest you. The people here today aren't just ordinary visitors. You." Lu Xian's face darkened with indignation. But just then, she spotted Chen Chu approaching. And Chen Chu clearly looked ready to fight, causing Lu Xian's delicate brows to furrow. Could this guy really be planning to fight? She could afford to offend anyone else but not Chen Chu. Besides, she had promised Wan Yishuan she'd protect him. Therefore, she hurried to intercept Chen Chu. But it was clearly too late. Since this lab belongs to the National Defense High School, students here are certainly allowed to enter. When Chen Chu's voice echoed through the room, Lu Xian felt a pang of frustration. The other students were momentarily stunned. Could Chen Chu's connections possibly be stronger than hers? If Lu Xian couldn't even get through to him, why was he butting in? And he was saying the exact same thing? What good was that? Therefore, Lu Xian immediately wanted to say, "Leave it to me." But unexpectedly, the next moment, the Tiger Squad stared wide-eyed at Chen Chu, their expressions as if they'd seen a ghost. Chen Chu, we follow the duty officer's orders here. If anything goes wrong, we can't take responsibility for it." When everyone saw the Tiger Squad's completely different attitude, they were all stunned. "It's fine. I'll take responsibility for any issues. Let them all in." "Ha? Alright, fine. Alright. Lu Xian's eyes instantly widened like copper bells. Chapter 47, a weapons expert versus a high school student? What the hell? Clearly, in Lu Xian's eyes, this Tiger Squad was the type of reckless hothead. Logically, such people should be stubborn to a fault. But how could they suddenly back down just because of one sentence from Chen Chu? The other students also turned to stare at Chen Chu in disbelief. While they had known Chen Chulu was likely related to Chen Chu, and that he'd given up admission to Tsinghua and Peking University to retake the entrance exams here. But they could never have imagined that beyond his academic prowess, Chen Chu also carried such clout. The next moment, events unfolded exactly as they'd anticipated. The Tiger Squad instantly parted to form a passage, allowing the students to enter the experimental area for their tour. Just as all the students were overjoyed, thrilled at the prospect of experiencing a national-level laboratory during their high school years, a sudden, menacing voice echoed from within the lab. "What are you doing? This is utter nonsense." The man who emerged was none other than Liu Yang. He was dressed in full military uniform, adorned with numerous medals of honor. The Tiger Squad and others immediately sealed off the entrance again. The Tiger Squad hurriedly bowed and scraped, saying, "Sir, I did follow orders." Liu Yang nodded, cutting him off, then fixed his gaze directly on Chen Chu through the crowd. Truthfully, he had felt a slight flicker of nervousness earlier. But as a soldier, his ability to adjust his mental state was evident. Once he confirmed who Chen Chu was, he had come out immediately to intervene. Allowing the students into the experimental base wasn't unreasonable. After all, exposing them to endeavors that bring glory to the nation at such a young age could serve as a positive role model, potentially helping them find their direction. But Liu Yang saw this as the perfect opportunity to give Chen Chu a stern warning. Therefore, he strode directly to the front of the crowd and looked at Chen Chu, asking, "Are you Chen Chu? Did you let these students into the lab?" When Liu Yang posed this question, most of the students visibly flinched and took a step back. After all, the man before them was military personnel, possibly even a weapons expert. How could students dare offend someone of such stature? Lu Zian, however, showed no fear. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Chen Chu confront Liu Yang without a hint of hesitation. "Yes, it was me. Is there a problem?" Clearly, Chen Chu believed there was nothing wrong with allowing students to tour the lab, especially since it was built on the grounds of the original Qianqiu School, the National Defense High School. It was only natural, and she didn't believe researchers were somehow superior. Liu Yang, however, kept shaking his head. "I used to think you were talented. But now it seems confining your perspective to the high school level has truly held you back. What is this place? An experimental facility. Bringing a bunch of high schoolers who know nothing here, what if they damage the equipment? How will you compensate for that? High school students should focus on learning textbook knowledge. They shouldn't be doing things unrelated to their studies." Clearly, Liu Yang's words instantly offended every high school student from Qianqiu Academy, including Lu Zian. But at that moment, no one dared to speak up. Who was this man? He was a high-ranking official with military connections. Meanwhile, Shui Shanhai and others watching the live feed couldn't help but grin. Shui Shanhai chuckled, "This Liu Yang, isn't he being a bit harsh?" Li Songhai understood Shui Shanhai's perspective as a leader and replied with a smile, "How is that going too far? Isn't this just making Chen Chu keenly aware that high school students only possess theoretical knowledge?" Nya Lisan nodded in agreement. For someone like Chen Chu, sometimes a harsh wake-up call is necessary. I think Liu Yang handled it well. Clearly, with Liu Yang launching into such a fiery attack right off the bat, the group grew increasingly eager to see the outcome of today's challenge to spur Chen Chu on and see what he could deliver. Meanwhile, at the school, several class monitors from Qianqiu School had also communicated with Lu Zian and were now discussing the matter beside Chen Chu. "Sis Zian, this expert seems pretty high profile. We probably shouldn't offend him, right? Yeah, if we talk to him nicely now, maybe he'll let us take a look inside. After all, it's right next to our school, there's probably nothing to it." Exactly. Our main goal is to broaden our horizons and see what a military research base looks like. Clearly, after hearing their reasoning, Lu Zian understood that if they wanted access to the experimental base now, they'd have to play nice with this high-ranking expert. But was that her style? Clearly not. So she snapped at Liu Yang, "Are you trying to bully people with your authority? Didn't you even finish high school?" Seeing that Chen Chu remained silent while a girl spoke up, Liu Yang suddenly felt a twinge of conscience. He chuckled, "Of course I went to high school. But back then, I certainly didn't have the privilege to visit a military experimental base. Still, if you guys want to see it. Besides not touching any equipment, you must send someone to compete with me in drone assembly and modification. Of course, I won't give you an unfair advantage, just the most basic tasks. As long as you don't fall behind me by more than half an hour, it's fine. Fail to meet this condition, and not only will you forfeit your tour eligibility, but any future unauthorized entry will result in a major disciplinary record or even expulsion." What? After Liu Yang delivered this ultimatum, the entire crowd fell into stunned silence. Damn it, this is just too much. A national defense weapons expert challenging a high schooler? Does this guy have any shame? This was clearly an attempt to drive them away. But they dared not accept the challenge. Even Lu Zian was speechless. While she had family connections, she knew absolutely nothing about this lab or the drone modification technology involved. And even if she did, the other guy was an expert in this field. What could she possibly compete with? If they lost, all the students would lose their right to visit this place forever. She might dare to be the one to step forward, but she couldn't risk everyone else's rights. What? No one dares? If not, then disperse and go home. Liu Yang's eyes gleamed with a hint of smugness, while the students gritted their teeth in frustration, powerless to act. But just then, a calm voice cut through the air, "No need to back down. How about we compare the performance of our assembled drones?" Chapter 48, "With such cowardice, how could you protect me?" Clearly, while all the students cowered in fear, only Chen Chu stepped forward. First, because the usage rights to this lab belonged to Chen Chu. The state held the right to regulate and maintain it, but in Chen Chu's view, even if he feared these students might damage the equipment, the decision should rest with him, not some experts sent from above who could interfere with all his decisions. In short, he was arrogant. Moreover, Chen Chu understood clearly that if he didn't demonstrate some strength, incidents like today's wouldn't be isolated. Various disruptions and interferences would keep cropping up in the future. This clearly contradicted his original intentions. With the system's assistance, his understanding of military drones was now no less than that of ordinary drones. If it came down to drone assembly, perhaps Liu Yang could reach a proficient level and win by a hair, but what would be the point? Since these were military drones, the true test lay in their combat capabilities. Only by truly impressing him and those above him would they fully respect every decision he made. Therefore, if he was going to do this, he would go all out with his most decisive and assured approach. That was Chen Chu's original intention. But at this moment, how could these students possibly know what Chen Chu was thinking? They had no idea just how absurdly powerful Chen Chu had become, nor could they fathom that his drones could take down a J-20 fighter jet. To them, Chen Chu had merely passed the entrance exams for Tsinghua or Peking University and likely possessed some research achievements, which was why he had the Chen Chu building. But Chen Chu was still fundamentally a high school student, an identity he couldn't change. So how could a high school student like Chen Chu possibly compete with a weapons expert from the Ministry of Defense in building military drones? How could that even be a fair comparison? Even just assembling them put him at a huge disadvantage. And now they were comparing the combat effectiveness of the assembled military drones? Wasn't this just ridiculous? And what was Chen Chu betting with? He was betting the entire student body's access to the experimental base. This isn't just Chen Chu's decision alone. Immediately, several squad leaders stepped forward and shouted at Chen Chu, "Chen Chu, don't drag us into your own decision. Chen Chu, you're being reckless. Have you lost your mind? You don't even have an advantage over the assembled drones, and now you want to modify them and compete in combat effectiveness? Chen Chu, who do you think you are? What gives you the right to speak for us?" Clearly, no one was willing to accept the foreseeable consequences and impending losses. Even Lu Ziyan looked torn between conflicting emotions at this moment. He had indeed heard Wan Yishuan talk about Chen Chu's prowess. Chen Chu's creative thinking and theoretical knowledge far surpassed those of the average high school student. But Chen Chu was still just a high school student. He might not even match a weapons expert in specialized knowledge, let alone practical skills. She felt it would be better to compare theoretical knowledge, where Chen Chu might actually stand a chance of winning. Therefore, Lu Ziyan now approached Chen Chu's side, her expression troubled as she hesitated to speak. Chen Chu narrowed his eyes and asked, "You want to stop me too?" Seeing his expression, Lu Ziyan clenched her jaw and asked, "Are you truly confident? I promised Xinxian I'd look out for you, but you're just too prone to stirring up trouble." Seeing Lu Ziyan's predicament, Chen Chu couldn't help but laugh. "With that much courage, how exactly do you plan to protect me?" Clearly, this remark struck at the very core of Lu Ziyan's vulnerability. "Who do you think lacks courage?" "Chen Chu, today I'll go all out with you." Clearly, Lu Ziyan couldn't stand being provoked. At Chen Chu's words, she immediately turned and shouted at the class monitors. "Enough! If any of you think you're more qualified to compete, step forward. If you don't have the guts, then let Chen Chu do it." Among the crowd, there were clearly those unafraid of Lu Ziyan. One immediately challenged, "Lu Ziyan, if Chen Chu loses, none of us will be allowed in the lab anymore. Can you take responsibility for that?" "So what if I take responsibility? Chen Chu is under my wing. We'll figure out the consequences later. Don't embarrass me now, that's going against me, Lu Ziyan." Clearly, Lu Ziyan's words silenced the others. If she was willing to take responsibility and back Chen Chu, what more could they say? As for Lu Yong standing nearby, his mouth was already twisted into a wide grin. He'd initially assumed Chen Chu must wield absolute leadership among these students. Now it seemed he needed a girl to back him up. Evidently, Chen Chu must lack any real backbone in his personal life. What did that mean? Lacking decisiveness in daily life meant he probably had no hands-on skills. He likely spent his days holed up doing research. Such people might be excellent at theoretical work, but when it came to practical application, they were hopeless. He'd seen it all too often. Now this armchair theorist actually wanted to compete with him over the combat effectiveness of modified military drones? Wasn't that just wishful thinking? His mission was to thoroughly dampen Chen Chu's enthusiasm. And now presented the perfect opportunity. Refusing would be the real fool. Without hesitation, Lu Yang nodded. "Since you've made up your minds, come on in. But this is a contest. Absolute fairness is non-negotiable. Don't expect me to go easy on the younger generation." At these words, the students tensed up once more, while only Chen Chu walked in with an expression of utter calm. Meanwhile, Shui Shanhai and the others watching the livestream from behind were now bursting with excitement. Shui Shanhai was the first to pat Li Songhai on the shoulder, chuckling, "Looks like this Chen Chu really is just as you described, arrogant beyond belief. He has definitely a talent." Clearly, as a military man, Shui Shanhai favored individuals with strong personalities. He had no regard for those who were utterly dull and unremarkable, for such people were rarely true talents. What nonsense about geniuses hiding their brilliance? Impossible. As the saying goes, only the brave can enjoy the world. Li Songhai nodded repeatedly. It seemed Director Shui finally understood how difficult his situation had been earlier. Chen Chu was genuinely hard to deal with. Basically, he was completely unyielding. Therefore, he was now fully on board, smiling as he said, "Director Shui, you're absolutely right. If you hadn't come up with the idea of using Lu Yang, where else could we have found a way to blunt Chen Chu's edge? Now, I truly don't believe that Chen Chu, someone who gains knowledge solely from books and forums, can really match our veteran experts who've spent years immersed in the military industry." Shui Shanhai nodded with satisfaction, then turned to Nye Lisan beside him and asked with a smile, "Dean Nye, what's your take? Who do you think has the better chance of winning? Chapter 49, Comparing Combat Capabilities. You're using rubber bullets? Nya Lisan's face practically darkened. Who has a better chance of winning? Wasn't that obvious to anyone with eyes? What did Shui Shanhai mean by asking him this? Could it be that he saw Chen Chu as someone like himself? So, for the sake of appearances, he cleared his throat and said, well, I think that kid Chen Chu is a bit of an enigma. The outcome is uncertain. What do you mean uncertain? Shui Shanhai looked utterly perplexed. How could it still be uncertain at this point? A high school student versus a weapons expert with overseas training, there was no comparison in practical skill, right? Nya Lisan immediately interjected, boldly, you know just how extraordinary Chen Chu is. Based on our previous analysis, this kid has successfully manipulated his college entrance exam scores for 4 consecutive years, no, 5 years straight, with an error margin of only 2 or 3 points each time. Achieving that level of precision isn't easy. Even if we tried, success wouldn't be guaranteed. Plus, he excels at creating things no one expects, like that pulse detonation engine. So in my opinion, the outcome is far from certain. Shui Shanhai shot Li Tsunhai a puzzled look, wanting to ask if that was the issue. But this time, Li Tsunhai's opinion clearly diverged from Nya Lisan's. Li Tsunhai shook his head. Dean Nya, in my view, you're overthinking this. I know Chen Chu's capabilities, but that's theoretical knowledge. You came from high school too. Even for someone of our caliber, if we were asked to invent something back then, it would have been incredibly difficult, right? True. Even if Chen Chu was that 1 in a million genius who mastered drone operation, assembly, and even modification over summer break, though that's highly improbable, let's assume he did. But what exactly is he competing to demonstrate? The combat effectiveness of a modified drone. What makes you think Chen Chu could not only figure out the assembly and modification of military drones in 1 summer, but also master weapon systems research and integrate the most advanced weaponry onto a drone? The combined probability of all that happening is probably less than 1 in 10,000, right? Nya Lisan's face flushed slightly upon hearing this. After Li Tsunhai's analysis, Chen Chu truly had no chance of surpassing Liu Yang. He chuckled, you have a point. I know Chen Chu is no ordinary guy, but if we're arguing, you win this one. Ha ha ha. Shui Shanhai also laughed, which was rare. These two old guys could be quite entertaining when they bickered. So he couldn't resist adding. Seems even scientists can get caught up in mysticism sometimes. Well then, today we'll see whether mysticism wins or science prevails. Meanwhile, as Shui Shanhai and the others shared this sentiment, one person sat before a live streaming screen in his office, his face tense with anxiety. This person was none other than the duty officer of Jinling City. Seeing Liu Yang try to make Chen Chu realize his shortcomings and abandon Jinling's technological development for the military industry department filled him with intense resentment. Clearly, he had sided with Chen Chu this time. He genuinely hoped Chen Chu would thoroughly humiliate this so-called military technology expert, putting an end to his arrogant demeanor. Though he knew Liu Yang was putting on an act, this pretense was truly repulsive to him. Chen Chu, you better give it your all and really turn up the heat. Clearly, the current duty officer, constrained by various pressures, was unable to offer Chen Chu any tangible assistance. Thus, he could only root for him in spirit. Although the nation urgently needed the 6th-generation fighter to be completed, he was equally aware that Jinling City needed Chen Chu just as badly. If Chen Chu could develop the 6th-generation fighter in Jinling City without delaying progress, wouldn't that be a win-win situation? It was precisely this realization that made the duty officer feel Chen Chu absolutely had to step up and deliver. Meanwhile, Chen Chu entered the laboratory to find Liu Yang had clearly been prepared for this moment. Since you want to compare firepower, I don't want you to say I'm bullying you. I'll have someone prepare 2 sets of disassembled military drone equipment right now. You can tell the assistant what equipment you need. In an hour, we'll assemble the drones and have a contest. Chen Chu nodded in agreement upon hearing Liu Yang's proposal. Frankly, what did he want most right now? Of course, it was to directly mount the laser electromagnetic cannon onto a military drone and test its destructive power. So whether they had a contest or not wasn't really that important to Chen Chu. But just as Chen Chu nodded, Liu Yang continued, of course, Chen Chu, I've heard of you before coming here. I hold your theoretical knowledge in high regard. We're also conducting experiments on pulse detonation engines, but the experimental difficulty is quite high. So today, we'll stick to conventional engines. Why? This point baffled Chen Chu. If the pulse detonation engine was so simple that he could install it on a common civilian drone, shouldn't military engines be even easier for experts to handle? Why? The classified documents for the pulse detonator engine haven't even reached me yet. So the most basic one will do. Besides, what you're competing for isn't combat capability, is it? True. After hearing Liu Yang's explanation, Chen Chu nodded. Then assemble the most basic engine. I'll use the pulse detonation engine. What? Liu Yang was stunned by Chen Chu's audacious declaration, convinced the man had lost his mind. The pulse detonation engine blueprints had only just been released. Even if they could be built, it would take at least a year or 2. Now Chen Chu wanted to build one immediately that was bad enough, but to top it off, he planned to use a standard engine. Well, so be it. This would give Chen Chu a taste of what it meant to be all talk and no action, and what real-world reality truly entailed. Fine. Since we're comparing firepower, what kind of ammunition do you need for the drones? I'll get someone to prepare it for you. Lu Yang certainly had no intention of unfairly bullying Chen Chu. In the military, preparing any type of ammunition was absolutely permissible. However, just as Lu Yang heard Chen Chu mention the possibility of needing some advanced bullets, he suddenly heard Chen Chu say, "Bullets? Regular rubber bullets will do." Lu Yang instantly furrowed his brow, convinced he'd misheard. Rubber bullets? Aren't we talking about combat effectiveness? You're putting rubber bullets in a drone? Rubber bullets have zero combat effectiveness. Their conversation reached Shui Shanhai's ears. While Lu Yang wore a look of contempt, Shui Shanhai and his men were utterly horrified. Rubber bullets? Could it be? Chapter 50, Rubber Bullets Exposed? Clearly, Shui Shanhai, Li Canghai, and Nie Lisan all had their jaws drop simultaneously. For the past 2 days, what had cast such a deep psychological shadow over them? It was precisely those tiny rubber bullets. This single rubber bullet had effectively taken down the invincible J-20 fighter jet. And to think, it was a drone that took them down. They even suspected it was alien technology. Could it be that this was invented by Chen Chu? Yet as they pondered this possibility, they kept shaking their heads. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Are you kidding me? Chen Chu was just a high school student. Even with his extensive theoretical knowledge, how could he possibly build a drone on his own without guidance from a master? And achieving that bizarre speed was one thing, but developing such an advanced weapon system was another. Therefore, they all concluded it must be pure coincidence. In the observation room, a rare consensus emerged. No one mentioned the J-20 or that mysterious drone at this moment, because everyone believed it was impossible. Who would be foolish enough to bring it up now? They'd just make themselves look like fools and get shot down by the other side. Who would want that? But at that very moment, another person sat before the screen, overcome with excitement. Rubber bullets. Could it be that Chen Chu was the one who used a drone to take down the J-20 in the no-fly zone that day? Clearly, everyone knew this drone was likely an alien creation, yet Jinling City had never heard of any extraterrestrial presence. As the duty officer of Jinling City, he had personally investigated all past mysterious incidents in the city over the past few days, and there had never been any reports of unidentified flying objects. The thought sent a thrill through the duty officer, who sprang into action immediately. He immediately called his subordinates. "Hello, Criminal Investigation Division? This isn't about solving a case or making an arrest. I need you to use your investigative skills to look into someone for me. Investigate him thoroughly. Yes, his name is Chen Chu. Get all purchase records. Track his every move through surveillance footage." After hanging up, though still harboring disbelief, the duty officer had at least planted a seed of hope within himself. If that drone truly was Chen Chu's creation, then keeping him in Jinling City and advancing the city's technological achievements would be one step closer. Clearly, no one else besides Jifu would even consider this possibility. Especially since Chen Chu intended to install the pulse detonation engine on military drones, an idea utterly inconceivable to them. As for the students outside, they couldn't hear a word of the conversation inside and naturally remained unaware of the situation. Lu Xian's claim that she wasn't worried was clearly false. Although the other students had previously voiced some criticism of Chen Chu, most of them now secretly hoped he could defeat this weapons engineering expert. They knew it was unlikely, but what if? Unbeknownst to Chen Chu, the commotion outside had already begun. He had moved to the other side of the lab and requested the equipment and materials he would need next. These items were fairly commonplace. Of course, Chen Chu wasn't about to make everything for others to observe. Especially when it came to installing pulse detonator engines on military drones, he didn't need any help with that. For him, moments like this were pure immersion, his favorite kind of activity right now. Thus, throughout the entire process, Chen Chu tinkered away with things others couldn't comprehend. As for Lu Yang, he hadn't given Chen Chu's activities a second thought. In his view, military drones were his area of expertise. Especially after returning from his overseas training, he was even more convinced that his drone assembly and modification skills were among the best in the country. Moreover, his assistant was swiftly providing support alongside him. This led to an imbalance in their progress. On one side, Chen Chu's assembly and modifications were overly complex, demanding considerable time. On the other, Lu Yang's assembly and modifications had become streamlined and formulaic. This made it clear to Shui Shanhai and the others watching that Chen Chu was deliberately taking his time. Li Canghai was the first to grasp the implication. It seems Chen Chu isn't playing by the clock after all. Judging by the current gap, he's fallen considerably behind. Nie Lisan nodded in agreement. That's pretty much how Chen Chu is. He never takes risks unless he's certain. This time, he was just a bit reckless. Shui Shanhai chuckled. Truthfully, speed doesn't truly define a weapons engineer's professionalism. As military personnel, we naturally prioritize greater firepower. Slow is acceptable, but it must be effective. So that's not the issue. The real question is, can you two even figure out how Chen Chu intends to modify the military drone? Shui Shanhai's question left both men looking somewhat awkward, for they genuinely couldn't discern Chen Chu's modification approach. First, there was Chen Chu's pulse detonation engine. Back then, they'd been stunned by its underlying principles, but their actual memories of the practical implementation methods were limited. Now, watching Chen Chu operate it himself, they genuinely doubted whether he could succeed. As for the weapon system he was building, that was even more beyond their comprehension. He was using rubber bullets, and all they could see was him winding wires around various components before installing a central driver module onto the mainboard, essentially a complete overhaul of the drone. Such extensive modifications would likely leave even DJI technicians shaking their heads in disbelief. Chen Chu clearly lacked expertise in this area, yet he dared to make such drastic modifications. His audacity was staggering. Even DJI technicians wouldn't casually tinker with the mainboard. But time ticked away, second by second. In less than an hour, Liu Yang had already assembled a fully functional military drone in his hands. Mine's done. Chapter 51, Liu Yang's completion. When Liu Yang held up the drone, Shui Shanhai and the others naturally turned their gaze toward it. Li Sanhai immediately showered him with praise. As expected of Liu Yang, the assembly and modifications on this drone show no signs of workmanship. Integrating the latest alloy warheads into a drone represents cutting-edge technology today. Nielisen nodded in agreement. From my observations, military drones worldwide rarely carry weapon systems. Most are used for reconnaissance. But judging by this, weaponized military drones won't be inferior in any way. As for Shui Shanhai, after nodding in agreement, he added, "Do you think someone with Chen Chu's talent should remain in high school? If he stays confined to a small high school, he might never reach Liu Yang's level in his lifetime." After Shui Shanhai voiced this assessment, the others all turned their gaze toward Chen Chu. Sure enough, Chen Chu's station was still focused on modifying multiple systems and had not yet begun assembling the drone. Of course, in their eyes, this clearly meant Chen Chu didn't know how to do it and was too proud to consult the manual. Wasn't this precisely the result of lacking experience, coupled with a lack of truly useful education? Consequently, they all nodded in agreement, fully endorsing Shui Shanhai's decision. Indeed, keeping Chen Chu here any longer would be a waste of his talent. He must feel utterly helpless right now, right? We're doing this for his own good, there's no other way. Hopefully, he'll remember this helplessness now. It will undoubtedly be crucial for his future growth. If everyone thought this way, naturally they wouldn't place much hope in the drone Chen Chu had just modified. To begin with, they hadn't expected him to actually modify a military drone. It was merely that he had happened to show them something that aligned with their expectations. But, meanwhile, at the duty officer's station, after receiving the investigation materials from the criminal police squad, he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Because his investigation had indeed confirmed that Chen Chu had purchased drones. Moreover, Chen Chu had also purchased numerous engine components and electromagnetic tubes, items that were originally subject to strict controls. Yet, due to Chen Chu's status, acquiring them proved remarkably easy. Combined with the fact that he built it himself, the duty officer became even more convinced that the drone that destroyed the J-20 that day was the work of Chen Chu. But what truly shocked the duty officer? Surveillance footage from the vicinity clearly showed Chen Chu rushing toward the no-fly zone. Although he was still some distance from the restricted zone, he was carrying a black package. It couldn't be ruled out that Chen Chu had brought his military drone into the no-fly zone and directly destroyed the J-20. Oh my god. Just how many miracles does this kid Chen Chu possess? Clearly, the duty officer at this moment did not wish to relay this news directly to Shui Shanhai and the others. He knew that even if he did tell them now, it would be futile. Why? Because they simply wouldn't believe it. If he told them, wouldn't he just be made to look like a fool? Even if he laid all the evidence before them, it would be pointless. After all, wasn't Chen Chu already modifying military drones? That alone proved Chen Chu had no intention of hiding anything. Since there was nothing to conceal, it would be better to let Shui Shanhai and the others witness Chen Chu's capabilities firsthand, especially in Jinling, where he was demonstrating his prowess entirely on his own. Wouldn't that be far more effective than him running over there like a fool to explain? Back at the site, Liu Yang had finished modifying his military drone first. Impatient, he carried it over to Chen Chu. How much longer will you need? Chen Chu remained focused on modifying the drone's weapon systems. He had already completed each system individually, all that remained was assembly. But he disliked being interrupted, so he simply said, "Go ahead and test it at the firing range. I can monitor the situation outside from here." Liu Yang interpreted Chen Chu's response as stubborn pride, thinking he was just putting on a brave face to avoid embarrassment. He chose not to press the issue. After all, once he demonstrated his drone's formidable combat capabilities, Chen Chu would have no reason to remain in Jinling. Besides, there were witnesses present. He wasn't worried Chen Chu would later deny seeing anything. No problem. Let's show these high schoolers how military drones currently serve the nation in the battlefield. With that, a hint of smugness flashed across his face as he carried the military drone out of the lab. Outside, many students' first priority was heading home after school. Yet now, drawn by the chance to witness a national-level military laboratory in action, they lingered at the entrance. And this was a showdown between their classmate and a military expert, a spectacle they might not witness again for years. Naturally, they all wanted to be present for this moment. What they hadn't anticipated was that after waiting so long, the first one to emerge was Lu Yang, the military expert. This naturally left them somewhat displeased. What annoyed them even more was that Lu Yang now held a drone emblazoned with the national flag, as if flaunting his status, position, and technical prowess. Lu Yang then addressed the high school students. I have completed the drone modification first and will conduct the test flight. As fellow high school students of our nation, today you will witness the pinnacle of cutting-edge technological prowess. Next, I will demonstrate on the firing range just how capable the most advanced military drones currently available truly are. The targets at the range are divided into 3 tiers. The first tier tests precision. Simply hitting the target meets the accuracy standard. The second tier tests firepower, designed to penetrate standard steel, the kind found in cars, ships, and other common metals. The third tier represents the pinnacle targets made of bullet-resistant armor-grade alloy. Though the high school students felt deeply unsettled, they could do little about it. After all, Lu Yang represented the pinnacle of China's military drone technology. Well, seeing it would be worthwhile. As for Lu Ziyan, she wore a look of utter disdain. So what if he's an expert? Does that give him the right to be so arrogant? As for Shui Shanhai and the others, while they felt Lu Yang was putting on a bit too much of a show, this was also a way to indirectly make Chen Chu and these high school students understand just how vast the gap was between staying at the high school level and possessing the true expertise of a specialist. Chapter 52, Rising Star at the Range. The early morning at the shooting range carried a hint of chill, yet a flame of anticipation burned in every heart present. Lu Yang, the drone expert from out of town, stood at the center of everyone's attention. His hand steadied the remote controller as the hunter-shadowed drone, like an extension of himself, traced dazzling, intricate paths through the air. Under Lu Yang's precise command, the hunter shadow demonstrated astonishing flight capabilities. It executed one complex maneuver after another, each roll in turn as calculated as if programmed. The audience was utterly captivated by this masterful display, and the atmosphere at the range grew electric. As the performance transitioned to the firepower demonstration, the air at the range seemed to freeze. Lu Yang's fingers danced lightly across the controller, and the machine gun roared to life with a deafening roar. Bullets shot toward the distant targets at astonishing speeds. The target was instantly riddled with bullet holes, each impact producing a dull thud. The destructive power of the alloy rounds left everyone present in awe. Lu Yang's drone not only demonstrated exceptional flight capabilities but also possessed firepower that commanded respect. Shui Shanhai, Li Sanghai, and Nie Lisan, the 3 observers standing at a distance, exchanged glances that spoke volumes of their approval. Shui Shanhai thought to himself, Lu Yang's skills are truly formidable. If he can win this contest, Chen Chu will understand what real capability looks like. Perhaps then, he'll be willing to join our lab and get his hands dirty in the research and development. Li Sanghai and Nie Lisan exchanged a knowing glance, equally confident. They believed Lu Yang's performance would make Chen Chu recognize his own shortcomings, leading him to willingly join their team. Lu Ziyan stood among the crowd, an inexplicable dread rising within her. Watching Lu Yang's drone, she couldn't help but think, is this the caliber of an expert? How could Chen Chu possibly match such technology? Would all his years of effort vanish into thin air today? Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Jifu sat in his office, watching every move on the firing range through the surveillance screens. His brow furrowed with deep concern. Chen Chu is the pride of Jinling City. His wisdom and innovative spirit are our invaluable assets. If Shui Shanhai and his team truly win, will they take Chen Chu away? Jinling cannot afford to lose such a genius. As the test flight concluded, Lu Yang's drone touched down smoothly. Turning toward the audience, his face beamed with the smile of a victor. The atmosphere at the range reached a fever-pitch applause, and cheers nearly shook the entire field. Lu Yang knew that today he had not only demonstrated his technical prowess but also brought honor to Jinling City. His name, alongside the Shadow Hunter drone, would become a source of pride for Jinling. Back in the office, the duty officer finally let a smile slip. He knew Lu Yang's performance would leave an indelible mark on Jinling's history. Yet a thought lingered in his mind. Chen Chu, you absolutely cannot lose. At the target range, Lu Yang's face beamed with triumph. His Shadow Hunter drone had just completed a spectacular performance, and he was certain his victory was assured. Chen Chu's drone design was complex. In Lu Yang's eyes, how could a high school student possibly assemble a high-performance drone in such a short time? He felt secretly triumphant, certain of victory. Amid the crowd, Lu Ziyan's brows were furrowed, her heart heavy with worry. After all, Chen Chu was just a high school student. Compared to seasoned weapons experts, this contest seemed too daunting, too unfair. She couldn't help but wonder, Chen Chu, should you give up? Shui Shanhai and the other experts looked relaxed. They believed Chen Chu's defeat would provide the perfect justification to persuade him against repeating the year. They were already contemplating how to use this opportunity to make Chen Chu understand his place. Yet, at that very moment, an unusual sound shattered the shooting range's tranquility. From above the rear laboratory, a drone slowly emerged, accompanied by a crackling sound. Watching through the camera feed, Li Sunhai recognized the sound as vaguely familiar. He murmured to himself, "Why does this sound so familiar?" Shui Shanhai also recognized the sound, but he quickly shook his head and said to Li Sunhai, "Don't overthink it. It's probably just a coincidence." Yet on the ground, the drone's crackling sound stirred unease among everyone present. Some even murmured, "Could this drone have been assembled incorrectly?" Tension spread through the crowd as everyone worried about potential mishaps. Just then, the drone hovered steadily in midair, and the crackling sound ceased. Shui Shanhai and Li Sunhai scrutinized the drone through the live feed. Their expressions shifted from initial ease to growing gravity as they realized the drone's movements bore an uncanny resemblance to the previous one. But how could Lu Yang possibly know what the drone that defeated the J-20 looked like? On the firing range, Lu Yang watched the drone approaching from the lab direction, a mocking smile curling his lips. He turned to Chen Chu, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Chen Chu, what exactly are you doing? Are you planning to showcase a drone that hasn't been properly assembled? If you feel you can't compete, you're perfectly free to withdraw. There's no need to stubbornly persist and make a fool of yourself," Lu Yang continued, his voice dripping with contempt. The surrounding students began whispering among themselves, finding Chen Chu's actions embarrassing. In their eyes, Chen Chu was too fond of showing off, always attempting things beyond his capabilities. Such behavior not only made him look foolish but could also cost the entire class future access to the lab. Yet amidst the murmurs, the drone had already silently reached the target range's airspace. When everyone finally looked up, they were stunned to find it already hovering there. "What's going on?" someone asked in astonishment. "Did I see wrong?" "I didn't notice when the drone flew up there," another person rubbed their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. The drone's speed surpassed everyone's expectations. It made no sound whatsoever, appearing to teleport instantly over the target range. In contrast, Lu Yang's drone had taken nearly a full minute to reach the same location. Chen Chu's drone speed stunned everyone. They began to realize that this seemingly dilapidated drone might not be as simple as they had imagined. Could there really be hope? Chapter 53, Where Did Your Bullet Go? On the firing range, Lu Yang witnessed Chen Chu's drone's astonishing performance, his eyes filled with disbelief. In his mind, how could a drone that looked ready for the scrap heap possibly outpace his meticulously designed shadow hunter? "I must be seeing things," Lu Yang muttered to himself, his mind racing through every possible explanation. Impossible. There's absolutely no drone capable of accelerating hundreds of meters in an instant. Yet Li Sunhai began to harbor doubts, picking up on subtle details. The drone's ghostly speed and its stability while hovering in midair felt eerily familiar with every movement. Even the crackling sound seemed to come from the same source as that drone. "Director Xue, look at this drone." Li Sunhai's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. "Doesn't it bear a striking resemblance to the one we encountered before?" Nye Lisen also frowned deeply. While he believed, based on technical analysis, that this drone couldn't possibly be the work of a high school student, the current situation forced him to reconsider. "Indeed," Nye Lisen said gravely, his gaze fixed on Chen Chu's drone. "Based on the characteristics displayed so far, they are remarkably similar." Shui Shanhai, fearing his plan might be proven wrong, hastily denied it. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. We should get Zhang over here to take a look. He's a pilot, he should know more about drones." They decided to call Zhang, hoping he could come in person and use his expertise to determine the drone's true identity. Soon after, Zhang received the call and rushed to the observation room. As an experienced pilot, Xiao Zhang possessed deep understanding and insight into drones. Upon entering the conference room, his gaze was instantly drawn to the drone hovering overhead. "Xiao Zhang, what do you think of this drone?" Shui Shanhai asked urgently. Xiao Zhang didn't respond immediately. He continued observing for a moment before speaking slowly. "Judging by its flight characteristics and design details, I must say this drone bears a striking resemblance to the one we encountered earlier." His words struck Shui Shanhai like a heavy hammer. If this drone was indeed identical to the one that had downed the J-20, then the technology Chen Chu possessed far exceeded their expectations. The tension in the conference room thickened. All eyes fixed on Chen Chu's drone, awaiting Zhang's further analysis. Although the drone's primary features appear similar at first glance, this is merely superficial. "We should adopt a more objective approach and examine its weapon systems. After all, it demonstrated the capability to precisely strike the tether lines of those weather balloons." Xiao Zhang's words detonated like a bombshell, sending ripples through the conference room. Shui Shanhai, Li Sunhai, and Nye Lisen all wore expressions of varying degrees of surprise and deep contemplation. Xiao Zhang's analysis struck at the heart of the matter, compelling them to reassess the situation before them. "Indeed, we cannot judge solely by appearances," Shui Shanhai agreed solemnly, his brow furrowed, eyes flickering with complex emotions. Li Sunhai appeared more composed, nodding slightly with a faint, bitter smile. "We mustn't let appearances cloud our judgment," he said calmly, though the turmoil within him surged like a tidal wave. Nielsen observed their reactions silently, a fierce internal debate raging within him. We must gain a deeper understanding of this drone. His words carried a resolute tone, as if he were prepared to face any outcome. Meanwhile, at the firing range, Chen Chu's classmates gathered around the drone, murmuring among themselves. Their faces were etched with worry and doubt. Their eyes kept drifting toward Chen Chu, as if seeking some kind of answer. "Chen Chu, are you really confident?" one classmate couldn't help asking, a tremor in his voice. After all, while Chen Chu's drone was fast, it looked like it could fall apart at any moment. "Yeah, if you lose, we might not even get access to the lab anymore." Chen Chu stood there, his expression calm, his eyes revealing a steely resolve. His silence seemed the best response. Lu Ziyan stood among the crowd, her brows slightly furrowed, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. "Ignore those voices," her voice firm. "This is a weapons system contest. As long as our firepower is strong enough, we can win." Lu Yang approached Chen Chu with a hint of contemptuous amusement, his eyes brimming with provocation. "Chen Chu, you know the rules of this contest, right?" His voice carried an air of confidence, as if he already saw the dawn of victory. "Of course," Chen Chu replied, his voice calm and unruffled. Lu Yang's smile widened. He slapped Chen Chu on the shoulder. "Good. I hit every target perfectly earlier, all within the 7th ring." A hint of smugness tinged his tone. "I won't give you an unfair advantage. As long as you don't exceed the 5th ring, you win." Chen Chu nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to his drone. In that moment, his heart was filled with resolve. He knew this wasn't just a competition, it was his chance to prove himself. Standing at the edge of the shooting range, Chen Chu's gaze was focused and calm. As he gently pressed the button on the remote controller, the electromagnetic cannon system mounted on the drone suddenly emitted a deep rumble. Instantly, a blinding beam of light sliced through the air, striking the distant target. For an instant, the air itself seemed to freeze. Yet, when the shot concluded and all eyes turned to the bullseye, astonishment spread across every face. First came the classmates, staring at Chen Chu in disbelief, followed by anger. "What the hell was that? Chen Chu, don't joke with us. We trusted you so much. Ziyan, see? I told you this guy was unreliable. He gambled away our future lab access rights." As for Lu Yang, he breathed a huge sigh of relief. Thank goodness this guy was just bluffing. All he heard was a sharp crack, he didn't even see the bullet. It must have hit somewhere else. With that, he grinned. "Want to see my score?" Lu Yang walked over to his target with a grin and declared, "See that? I cleanly pierced the 8th ring. Everyone here can vouch for it." "And you? Where's your bullet?" Lu Ziyan, disregarding the danger, rushed straight to the shooting range. She searched for the bullet in disbelief, knowing full well that Wan Yishuan had said Chen Chu was a genius. How could a weapon crafted by a genius fail to hit the target? As for Shui Shanhai and the others in the conference room, they were all laughing themselves silly. Their worries had clearly been unnecessary. Chen Chu's drone was clearly fast, but accuracy? Where was that? They couldn't even observe the moment it hit the target. Could they start persuading Chen Chu to join the weapons engineering department right away? Shui Shanhai immediately chuckled. "I told you we can't judge things by appearances alone. In truth, many things in this world are like that." But before he could finish, Lu Ziyan's voice rang out, "I found the bullet." Everyone turned to look again. But when they saw Lu Ziyan had actually picked the bullet up off the ground, they burst into laughter once more. A bullet on the ground? Then where the hell did it go? At the scene, the expressions on the faces of the National Defense High School students were all incredibly awkward, as if they wished they could sink into the ground. Even if they knew they were going to lose, they couldn't have lost in such an embarrassing way, could they? The other team scored 8 rings, and you could have won with just 5 rings, but your bullet vanished into thin air? A smug grin spread across Lu Yang's lips. But just as he was about to deliver a cutting remark, Lu Ziyan continued, "Wait, this bullet tip is clearly deformed. Let me see if it even hit the target." But when Lu Ziyan followed the rubber bullet's trajectory to the target, her previously worried expression instantly turned pale with shock, her mind blank for a moment. This can't be possible? Chapter 54, Truly the Son of Myth? Lu Ziyan's gasp instantly silenced the students, who had been filled with mockery and sarcasm moments before. Could it be? They glanced at Chen Chu's reaction, utterly unruffled from start to finish. No way? At that moment, some students couldn't hold back any longer. Like Lu Ziyan, they began charging toward the target range. Even the Tiger Squad couldn't stop them. After all, the Tiger Squad had witnessed Chen Chu's extraordinary feats firsthand. That he was stunning everyone again wasn't exactly surprising, was it? Even he couldn't resist the urge to go see for himself. And clearly, the students provided him with the answer. The students who had reached the target range now glanced at the bullet in Lu Ziyan's hand, then at the target itself. One by one, their faces contorted with utter disbelief. But that disbelief quickly gave way to wild excitement. Holy! Chen Chu, how the hell did you do that? You're a genius. You scared the hell out of us. We won. A crowd of students swarmed around Chen Chu, their earlier sarcastic attitudes completely vanished. If not for the crowded space, some female students would have gladly massaged his feet right then and there. Lu Ziyan watched the scene unfold, her eyes stinging with tears. Wan Yixuan had been right, this guy truly was a walking miracle. At least in this first round, Chen Chu had truly defeated the weapons engineering expert sent by headquarters. And what was Liu Yang doing at that moment? Clearly, the moment he saw Chen Chu's bullet retrieved from the ground, he couldn't resist turning to the camera and boasting to Xue Shanhai and the others. Genius? A genius is merely a stepping stone to challenge me. But now, hearing the students' overwhelmingly enthusiastic cheers, he couldn't help but frown. What's going on? Have these students lost their minds? Surely they don't genuinely believe that with just a high schooler's practical skills, they could actually build a drone outperforming one crafted by experts? Especially seeing Chen Chu surrounded by celebratory students only deepened his confusion. Self-comfort? Mental victory? Ah, Q? Refusing to believe it, he strode straight up and barked, "What's going on here? What are you doing? Is this target range even open to you?" After dispersing some of the students, he squeezed his way to the front of the targets. But the moment he saw the target Chen Chu had hit, he froze as if struck by lightning. His expression shifted from smug satisfaction to utter disbelief. This can't be real? Auto-aim? Liu Yang's reaction was, of course, witnessed by Xue Shanhai and the others monitoring the situation. Li Sanghai and the others had been ready to celebrate, thinking Chen Chu could finally graduate and stop wasting time. But Liu Yang's reaction instantly sobered Li Sanghai. How about we zoom in and take a closer look? Li Sanghai, Nia Lisan, and little Zhang immediately crowded around the screen, eager to see what exactly was happening on the target. Only Xue Shanhai's expression darkened. As the head of the military commission, he couldn't have really recruited a kid who ended up making him look like a fool, could he? Fear is a natural response to the unknown. Even Xue Shanhai, a man born into the military, felt fear in the face of failure. So at this moment, he chose not to look. But the next moment, Li Sanghai and the others let out shocked cries. Is this thing made by a drone? No wonder Liu Yang was stunned. I'd be stunned too. Damn it, looks like we really misjudged that kid Chen Chu. He must have had his reasons for repeating the year. You bet. I actually believe that if we gave him enough resources and support, he could actually build a sixth-generation fighter. To Xue Shanhai, these words felt like a brutal slap in the face. Therefore, even though he might face failure, he gritted his teeth and stepped forward. You didn't even see the target hit, and here you are spouting nonsense. But his words trailed off abruptly. Because right then, the large screen was zooming in on the target. It was clear. At the very center of the target, in the spot for a perfect 10, a dent half a finger deep had appeared. And the depth of this dent perfectly matched the rubber bullets fired by Chen Chu earlier. In other words, though the rubber bullet hadn't penetrated the bullseye, it had struck it with pinpoint accuracy. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. Even Xue Shanhai, with his composed nature, couldn't help but feel a surge of awe. Turning to Chen Chu, now surrounded by his students, their cheers seemed to make the world spin around him. Liu Yang, who had been so cocky moments before, now seemed utterly crushed. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. His eyes had lost all their light. Of course, there was one person even more excited at this moment. None other than Jinling City's market symbol. Watching Chen Chu at the center of the crowd, it felt like at least half the frustration he'd swallowed down earlier with Xue Shanhai was finally pouring out. So satisfying. So satisfying. He even wanted to see Xue Shanhai's expression right now. Wasn't it said that Chen Chu, just a high school student, had no practical hands-on capabilities whatsoever? Now not only had Chen Chu personally designed this combat-ready military drone, but he'd also demonstrated precision far surpassing the world's most advanced combat drones. And what's more, Chen Chu was about to reveal something truly terrifying. What could it be? It was, of course, his investigation confirming that Chen Chu was 90% certain to be the legendary figure who had used a drone to take down a J-20 fighter jet. He wondered what reaction Xue Shanhai would have once he truly grasped this revelation. Meanwhile, at the scene, the students who had previously doubted Chen Chu all apologized one after another. Chen Chu, don't dwell on what happened earlier. I don't think anyone represents us better than you. Yeah, screw those so-called experts. What's so great about them? They still lost to us. I've never felt this good in my life. From now on, I'll respect only you in this school. Seeing this scene, Lu Ziyan couldn't help but feel even more excited. She began to feel genuine gratitude toward Wan Yixuan from the bottom of her heart. What a true friend. But Chen Chu didn't care about any of this. He just wanted to test whether the pulse laser cannon would be more effective when applied to military drones. He turned to Liu Yang and asked, "So, wanna keep going?" Clearly, Liu Yang, standing there alone and dazed, didn't register the question. Continue competing? Yes, it wasn't over yet. At that moment, Xue Shanhai's command crackled through Liu Yang's earpiece. Liu Yang, I command you in my capacity as the Central Military Commission, pull yourself together. The capabilities Chen Chu has demonstrated are crucial for our nation's military development. Use every means necessary to make him abandon his plans to repeat the year. If you can win, you'll be promoted 3 ranks. Clearly, Shui Shanhai was a soldier, possessing an iron will. In his view, Chen Chu had achieved such results without any assistance. What level could he reach with formal training? Therefore, he must spare no expense to ensure this talent receives the most formalized guidance and training. Incidentally, he also wanted to see just how astonished this prodigy, Chen Chu, could make him today. Chapter 55, Shui Shanhai, Lu Yang, hold on. As for Lu Yang, who had been crushed by Chen Chu, the moment he heard about the immense temptation of a triple promotion, he instantly came alive. For an ordinary person, what magnitude of achievement would be required to earn 3 consecutive promotions? At the very least, 3 consecutive special grade meritorious service awards. Now, all he needed to do was defeat Chen Chu. Moreover, defeat wasn't inevitable. He had only witnessed the precision aspect of Chen Chu's combat drone's capabilities. But since these are combat drones, how could precision be the deciding factor? Against an enemy's sturdy armor, is merely hitting the target enough? It's all about destructive power. Besides, what exactly was Chen Chu using? Rubber bullets. What destructive power could rubber bullets possibly have? With this thought, coupled with Shui Shanhai's orders, he immediately laughed. Compete? Of course we'll compete. I admit your drones have excellent precision, which is a huge help to our military technology department. But when it comes to firepower, yours falls short. Of course, if you say no to the contest now or want to switch weapon systems, I'll give you that chance. After speaking, Lu Yang had someone replace the target with one equipped with an alloy shield. This shield is crafted from the most advanced nanomaterials currently used in our military region and indeed, the world. Only alloy projectiles can barely penetrate it. I suggest you switch your ammunition. Lu Yang intended to win convincingly, after all. Using rubber bullets against alloy projectiles felt somewhat unfair. But switching to rubber bullets himself was clearly out of the question. That left only one person to make the change, Chen Chu. Hearing Lu Yang's words, the students at the shooting range immediately began urging Chen Chu to comply. Chen Chu, that shield is incredibly thick, looks bulletproof. Why not switch to rubber bullets? Yeah, the expert said so himself. Be fair, switch yours too. What nonsense are you suggesting? Do you think Chen Chu is dumber than us? He'll definitely switch. Even Lu Zian, who was now squeezing Chen Chu's rubber bullets in her hand, clearly recognizing their lack of destructive power, advised. Chen Chu, you really should switch them out. These bullets are weaker than slingshot stones. Clearly, she'd been a wild child growing up too. Immersed in that environment, she'd picked up some knowledge about firearms and could easily tell that Chen Chu's rubber bullets were far too weak. But Chen Chu shook his head. It wasn't that he wanted to show off, he simply didn't need to change them. His laser electromagnetic cannon already delivered explosive destructive power. Using even more destructive bullets would be overkill. Besides, there wasn't enough time to change them anyway. Therefore, he addressed Lu Yang, no need to change. Same as before, you go first. What? This time, even the classmates who had previously supported Chen Chu looked utterly perplexed. Had Chen Chu lost his mind? Rubber bullets? Expecting them to pierce shields? That's like hitting a stone with an egg. Chen Chu, have you lost your mind? Just a couple compliments and you're already getting cocky? What makes you think your rubber bullets can compete with theirs? Switch them out. Clearly, after Chen Chu made this decision, his classmates were all displeased. After all, Chen Chu's accuracy had never been in question before. Take a simple example, which causes more damage to a rock, throwing an egg at it or hitting it with a sledgehammer? Even a 3-year-old knows that, but Chen Chu apparently didn't? What good is your accuracy? How accurate is your fist compared to a bullet? But at this critical moment, Lu Zian stepped forward and snapped at the students, enough. Before you question Chen Chu, why don't you try it yourselves and see if you can win? At the very least, Chen Chu has already won in accuracy, hasn't he? You're questioning the outcome before it even happens. What makes you any different from those keyboard warriors? But, even a 3-year-old knows? Someone else tried to argue, but Lu Zian suddenly roared, Tiger Squad! What are you standing around for? Tiger Squad froze at the command. What does this have to do with me? So I'm the one who has to play the bad guy, huh? But as a fellow Jinling native, he still hoped Chen Chu could truly represent Jinling and defeat this expert from the capital. So he immediately led his men to clear the area. Lu Zian also retreated from the shooting range. Even so, she knew that if Chen Chu truly lost today, her authority at the school would likely be gone. After all, if Chen Chu was genuinely outmatched by this expert from the capital, she could accept that. But refusing to even reload his bullets? That was pure arrogance. And losing because of arrogance? That was far less forgivable. And who knew how people would criticize her for indulging Chen Chu? But what could she do? She had promised Wan Yishuan, and besides, she was the type to stick up for her own. Chen Chu, you absolutely cannot lose. As for the other students, though they inwardly resented Chen Chu's showboating, the die was cast. They could only hope from the bottom of their hearts that he would win. Please, please, you have to win this. Lu Yang watched this strangely familiar scene unfold. Even with the precedent from before, he still felt certain this time. In the accuracy contest, he'd been confident his expertise would win him the victory, but he hadn't expected to lose. This time, however, it was different. The shield's durability and the bullet's penetration power were undeniable facts. Besides, last time Chen Chu had hit the bullseye but failed to penetrate even a standard target. How could he possibly breach a shield? Thus, his confidence surged once more. Back in the conference room, Shui Shanhai and the others watched Chen Chu's actions and collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Although Chen Chu's drone now closely resembled the mysterious flying object from that night, judging by the previous attack, this drone's destructive power still fell short. After all, if it couldn't even penetrate a target, how could it possibly destroy a J-20 fighter jet? However, Chen Chu's previous performance had made them all acutely aware of just how crucial he was to the development of the 6th-generation fighter. Simply put, if Chen Chu could now focus solely on developing the 6th-generation fighter, his value would be even greater. Liu Yang, deploy maximum firepower immediately. Roger that. Upon receiving the order, Liu Yang grabbed the drone joystick and began piloting his shadow hunter back over the firing range. Chapter 56, Will their misdeeds be exposed? At that moment, everyone was clearly tense. Especially the students from National Defense High School. In their eyes, Chen Chu was almost certainly going to lose. After all, Chen Chu was using rubber bullets, while his opponent wielded alloy projectiles. His chances of winning were minuscule. Yet there remained one possibility, a draw between Chen Chu and Liu Yang in this round. Because if Liu Yang couldn't penetrate the shield either, and neither could Chen Chu, wouldn't that mean a tie? And the winner of the first round was Chen Chu. With one win and one draw, wouldn't Chen Chu still emerge victorious in the end? Thus, many began silently praying that Liu Yang's drone firepower wasn't too formidable. Among them, of course, was Lu Xian. She had staked everything on Chen Chu. If he lost now, especially when he clearly had a chance to win, she would become an even bigger laughingstock at school. As for Shui Shanhai in the conference room, his thoughts were completely opposite. He was praying that Liu Yang's side wouldn't encounter any mishaps. Although Chen Chu's drone appeared similar to the one that had defeated the J-20 that night, its firepower system was still far inferior. Moreover, this was Liu Yang's best chance to win. After all, Chen Chu was using rubber bullets. If he couldn't win with that, what else could he possibly do? If Liu Yang lost this, his entire overseas education would have been wasted. He might as well go back home and farm the land. As for Li Sunhai and the others, their expressions were incredibly complex. They both hoped Liu Yang would win and didn't want Chen Chu to lose. After all, they had witnessed firsthand how the word miracle was spelled when it came to Chen Chu. Given time, Chen Chu inventing a 6th-generation fighter was only a matter of time. Besides, they had promised to let Chen Chu repeat the year. If they went back on their word now, how would Chen Chu view them? But Director Shui was right too. Returning Chen Chu to the capital would clearly offer him more support. In a professional environment, his progress would accelerate significantly. This created a conflict within them, causing their expectations for the current outcome to waver. Only one point remained undisputed. When it came to the firepower of the drones, Chen Chu's rubber bullets could never match the intensity of Liu Yang's alloy projectiles. For a high school student to design a drone with greater precision than weapons engineering experts based solely on his knowledge was already remarkable. The next moment, under everyone's gaze, Liu Yang's hunter shadow launched its attack directly at the shield in the firing range. As the button was pressed, the drone seemed to spit out a tongue of fire. In the next instant, a rapidly spinning bullet erupted from the drone's barrel. Less than 2 seconds later, a thunderous explosion erupted from the shield. Clang! This was followed by a series of buzzing vibrations. As if the shield couldn't withstand the hunter shadow's bullet assault, even the pole began to shake. Witnessing this scene, the students present all wore expressions of utter disbelief. After all, when Chen Chu's drone launched its attack earlier, it hadn't been nearly this dramatic. Even the sounds of destruction it produced were pitifully faint. If the pole itself was shaking, how could the shield above it possibly remain intact? Shui Shanhai finally exhaled a long breath. Although Liu Yang had lost the previous round, the match was now tied. At least he could make Chen Chu recognize his own shortcomings. This would provide a solid angle for persuasion later. Li Sunhai and the others felt a hint of regret. Had Chen Chu heeded their advice and used the alloy projectile, he might have truly been able to match Liu Yang blow for blow. It seemed Chen Chu had ultimately underestimated his opponent. Youngsters were like that, their temperaments weren't steady enough. Still, it was for the best at least they hadn't let a high schooler humiliate their weapons experts. Even so, this was enough to add another bold stroke to Chen Chu's resume. Liu Yang breathed a sigh of relief and immediately ordered an inspection. Report! The shield has been cracked and punctured with small holes. Upon hearing this report, Liu Yang's face finally regained its confident smile. He had managed to penetrate it, albeit barely. But at the very least, this proved his hunter shadow was ready for active duty. And now, Chen Chu's chances of defeating him were even slimmer. Because penetration and mere impact were fundamentally different concepts. Naturally, this report plunged the National Defense High students into panic once more. See? I told you to make Chen Chu change his bullets. He actually penetrated it. No need to watch anymore. We're doomed. Chen Chu couldn't even hit the target before, let alone this kind of defensive shield. Just admit defeat. With Lu Ziyan backing him, what can we possibly say? Lu Ziyan, hearing these words, found herself at a loss for how to respond. However, just then, a crowd of people arrived at the scene. Among them were students, and naturally, some teachers who had heard about the contest had come to watch the spectacle. The physics teachers, in particular, pushed their way to the front. Among them, of course, were teachers from First High School. What's going on? I heard our former First High student, Chen Chu, not only assembled a drone but also outperformed the experts sent from headquarters? The question came from Zhao Xingming, a physics teacher at First High. As the physics teacher who had supervised Chen Chu's experiments, he had naturally heard the news and rushed over immediately. After all, Chen Chu was, in a sense, his student. Immediately, someone at the scene chimed in, "Won? He did win the first round for accuracy, hitting the bullseye. But he clearly had a chance to win the second round. He was just too arrogant." Zhao Xingming frowned in confusion. "Oh? Arrogant? I taught Chen Chu. He doesn't strike me as that kind of student. Not like him?" During the second round's firepower contest, he could have switched to more lethal alloy bullets, but he insisted on using rubber bullets to compete. That's like trying to crack an egg with a stone. His rubber bullets can't even penetrate a regular target, let alone these specially designed shields. Zhao Xingming froze in place upon hearing this. He recalled the first day of school when he was enthusiastically conducting an optics experiment with his students. But just as he went to get a drink, a student informed him that the large mineral water bottle in the water dispenser had been damaged. When he went to investigate, he saw it right away, a rubber bullet inside. That alone would have been bad enough, but the large water bottle also bore scorch marks. The scorch mark was a perfectly round circle. He investigated for ages but couldn't figure out who did it. To make matters worse, the surveillance footage only stored for 7 days and was long gone. Could it be that kid Chen Chu? Chapter 57, is Chen Chu doing research or magic? Of course, Zhao Xingming's thoughts remained unknown to anyone. Of course, if Shui Shanhai and the others ever found out that Chen Chu had conceived and implemented all this entirely on his own, who knows how shocked they'd be. A high school student, without any institutional backing, not only designed a world-shaking engine like the Pulse Detonation Engine, but he'd also independently developed a weapon system like the Pulse Laser Cannon. And to make matters worse, this research was conducted secretly in a high school lab. Who could possibly accept that? Where would the national-level engineers they knew put their faces? But at this moment, Shui Shanhai and the others clearly had no idea. In the conference room, Shui Shanhai and the others watched Chen Chu preparing for the upcoming firepower test, their faces radiating confidence. This time, with Lu Yang's bullets holding an absolute advantage, how could they possibly lose? Are you kidding me? Rubber bullets versus alloy projectiles. To put it in more tangible terms, it was like comparing a long sword to an endless blade. Could the damage dealt by these two even be compared? Li Sanhai and Nia Lisan shook their heads at that moment. It was undeniable that Chen Chu was a genius with formidable hands-on skills. But the greatest flaw of genius is often arrogance. The sin of arrogance was evident even in the earliest Chinese fable, The Tortoise and the Hare. Now, despite his exceptional learning, Chen Chu still made such a mistake. Could it be that even the most gifted individuals ultimately cannot escape human nature? In the conference room, only pilot Zhang Eske's seemed slightly off. No matter how he looked at it, the launch tubes of the weapon system on Chen Chu's military drone seemed familiar. Yet he couldn't quite place them. After all, he was a pilot, not a weapons engineer. Meanwhile, in Jiling City, the duty officer in the command center felt a surge of excitement upon seeing Chen Chu prepare to launch the weapons. It seemed the moment had finally arrived. What of the experts sent from above? A genius is a genius, hit them hard. A genius like Chen Chu, if he stayed in Jiling, just imagine the attention it would bring to the city. Most crucially, even if the state wanted to conceal him, it would be utterly impossible. Why? Because Chen Chu is still repeating his senior year at the National Defense High School. As long as he's in Jiling, the GDP boost he'd generate is beyond measure. So if he could speak to Chen Chu right now, he'd blurt out without hesitation, "Chen Chu, stop hiding. Show us the skills that took down that J-20. Whatever happens, I'll take the fall for you." Amidst the students' anxiety at National Defense High, too afraid to look, Shui Shanhai's eager anticipation, and Li Sanhai and Nia Lisan's complex emotions, Lu Yang finally spoke. "The shield over there is yours. Also, if you need to reload now, I'll allow it." Clearly, Lu Yang knew that a genius like Chen Chu wouldn't stoop to such a compromise. But he was, after all, the expert sent by higher-ups. After being so humiliatingly crushed by Chen Chu earlier, this time he absolutely had to put on a show of magnanimity. After all, what if word got out that Lu Yang had bullied a high school student? Seeing this final opportunity, the students of National Defense High School all turned their hopeful gazes toward Chen Chu. But in the next instant, Chen Chu simply said calmly, "Let's begin." Damn it! The National Defense High students seethed with frustration, but all they could do now was grit their teeth. Some were already waiting to mock Chen Chu coldly once he lost. Chen Chu wasted no words. Once the range was cleared, he immediately aimed the joystick at the same shield Liu Yang had targeted earlier. A sly smile flickered across Liu Yang's lips. The prospect of advancing 3 ranks was simply too tempting. So he had tampered with the shield. Though made of the same material, its concentration was significantly higher. It was like comparing a gram of 99% pure diamond to a gram of 50% pure diamond. The former was undoubtedly harder. And Chen Chu was using the former. Compounded by the fact that Chen Chu's bullets were rubber rounds, even with the weapon system's enhanced power, it was impossible for them to leave any mark on this particular shield. Of course, Chen Chu had no way of knowing this. When he pressed the firing button, everyone present could almost picture it in their minds, a rubber bullet being fired as if it were a joke. Upon striking the shield, it made barely a whisper, not even splashing a single droplet of water. Especially Lu Ziyan, though she was backing Chen Chu and supporting him, she knew full well his odds of winning this round were less than 1 in 1,000. Even that 1 in 1,000 was based on her prior belief that Chen Chu could win that small round. So at this moment, she nervously closed her eyes, unable to bear witness to what was unfolding. Many students in the audience, especially the girls, closed their eyes at that moment. But just as they closed their eyes, suddenly, a blinding white light erupted before them. It was as if something dazzling had emitted a tremendous glow, yet it didn't feel scorching hot. Impossible. Even if a streetlight had turned on at that moment, it wouldn't have been completely without heat, right? Lu Ziyan, in particular, wondered if she was hallucinating. Even if Chen Chu had lost, she couldn't have gone straight to heaven, could she? Could it be that an angel was about to take her away, granting her a glimpse of light? But the next moment, an unbelievable sound reached her ears. Holy, what the hell is this thing? I've never seen a weapon like this before. Blinding my titanium alloy dog eyes, this is too cool. Is this a sci-fi movie set? What the hell? Lu Ziyan's mind froze. Sci-fi movie? Weapons? Blinding light? The light she had just sensed, was it coming from Chen Chu's drone? The roaring sounds all around her made her heart pound wildly. Could it be? Chen Chu had another trick up his sleeve? Could it be she had bet correctly? She immediately opened her eyes in excitement. Just one glance sent a wave of wild joy crashing through her heart. Even her delicate body trembled slightly at that moment. For all she could feel was that on the firing range, Chen Chu's combat drone, resembling a flying saucer from a sci-fi movie, had fired a laser beam. And the laser was aimed directly at the shield in the firing range. The scene was epic, words couldn't describe the awe gripping her heart. If Lu Ziyan was this stunned, the other students at National Defense High were even more speechless. Their mouths gaped wide open, forming perfect O's wide enough to fit 2 eggs inside. This can't possibly be a sci-fi movie shoot, right? And even sci-fi movies need nighttime lighting, the sun hasn't even fully set yet. Was Chen Chu conducting scientific research or practicing magic? This spectacle left Lu Yang, who had been fantasizing about skipping 3 grades, standing frozen in place, his jaw hanging open as he swallowed repeatedly. Even though it was just a combat drone, the scene was so epic it made him feel utterly insignificant. If this was alien technology, then he was like a mayfly shaking a tree? If even Lu Yang was this stunned, what about Shui Shanhai and the others still in the conference room? If Li Sanhai and Nie Lisan had harbored doubts about Chen Chu's drone's origins before, could they possibly remain unconvinced after witnessing that laser beam, a spectacle straight out of an epic? Chapter 58, He born to be the protagonist. Li Sanhai and Nie Lisan exchanged glances, each seeing a flicker of terror in the other's eyes. They had already observed from Chen Chu's drone that it shared many similarities with the one that had downed the J-20 fighter jet. But they hadn't yet witnessed its most crucial weapon system. So they still clung to a sliver of hope, thinking it might not be so. But now, upon seeing that familiar beam, the laser, the last shred of hope in their hearts vanished completely. Good heavens! Just how brilliant a genius would it take to design such a laser weapon? Even before witnessing the final outcome of the attack, they already knew the result. If even the J-20 couldn't withstand such an assault, how could that alloy shield possibly block Chen Chu's laser weapon? That's ridiculous. Therefore, both of them glanced at Shui Shanhai at this moment, wanting to see his reaction. Even Director Shui, a man who'd seen battle, would likely struggle to maintain his composure under these circumstances. Director Shui had managed to compose himself during previous incidents, but what was Chen Chu demonstrating this time? It was a weapon system that Director Shui had witnessed firsthand, one capable of shooting down a J-20 fighter jet. Though they didn't understand its underlying principles, they knew full well they'd been struck by it. They were the ones who'd treated this weapon system as a hypothetical adversary. That drone had been right before their eyes. They'd initially suspected alien technology, and during subsequent meetings, they'd firmly concluded it represented a level of advancement currently beyond human civilization's reach. Given that assessment, didn't Chen Chu's demonstrated capabilities now reach heights only an alien civilization could achieve? And this was something Director Shui had already acknowledged. In truth, Shui Shanhai was reacting exactly this way. Even with his composure, his pupils dilated in shock. The higher he had praised that drone earlier, the more painful the embarrassment felt now. Rubber bullets could be dismissed as coincidence, even the engine sounds could be written off as coincidence. But laser weapons? That couldn't possibly be a mere coincidence, could it? What could be said now? What had been his purpose in coming here? It was to persuade Chen Chu to join the system, to abandon his high school student identity. After all, a high schooler tinkering with 6th-generation fighter jets was nothing short of absurd. He possessed skills that rivaled, if not surpassed, the nation's top experts, yet he chose to waste his time repeating his senior year. What hands-on capability could a high schooler possibly have? That was precisely why Shui Shanhai had come to persuade Chen Chu. Moreover, after encountering that unidentified flying object, Shui Shanhai had become even more acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. But now, he was being told that the terrifying flying object capable of shooting down the J-20 was designed and invented by Chen Chu, a high school student. What else could he say? The crisis was averted. Moreover, if this drone was indeed designed and invented solely by Chen Chu, what did that prove? It proved that this genius possessed the complete capability to independently invent a 6th-generation fighter jet without any human intervention. And the so-called experts within the system who could offer assistance, like Liu Yong. In Chen Chu's presence, they were utterly crushed into dust. So what exactly is the outcome of bringing Chen Chu into the system? Has it truly transformed him into an expert like Liu Yong? Is this a blessing or a curse? It would actually destroy him. The very essence of genius lies in its uniqueness. Therefore, Shui Shanhai had no choice but to concede. Now we only need to verify that this was developed solely by Chen Chu. If that's truly the case, then our mission here might be rather redundant. Upon Shui Shanhai's admission, Nie Lisan and Li Songhai were visibly shaken. Even though Shui was Li Songhai's superior, Li couldn't help but interject, "Director Shui, I've said it before, this kid Chen Chu simply defies conventional understanding. When Dean Nie and I first met him, we knew he was no ordinary person. I couldn't quite put my finger on it then, but thankfully, Chen Chu still doesn't know we doubt his abilities. If he ever found out, a genius like him might very well develop resistance." Nie Lisan nodded in agreement. If it's proven that Chen Chu accomplished this entirely on his own, then from now on, we absolutely must not harbor even a shred of doubt about him. Moreover, we must provide him with every assistance within our power. Evidently, Shui Shanhai had softened his stance. He gave a rare nod and smiled. "You're absolutely right. That kid Chen Chu really can create miracles. But there's just one thing I don't quite understand." "What?" Li Songhai and Nie Lisan both looked puzzled. Shui Shanhai asked, "Doesn't it strike you as odd? Chen Chu is just a high school student. Developing a pulse detonation engine is one thing, call that genius. But now he's come up with this entire weapons system and invented it all himself. Don't you think that's a bit too much genius?" "Yes, I know how crucial such genius is for our nation. But where there's smoke, there's fire. I still can't bring myself to believe our country could produce a high school student capable of such independent invention, especially when his creations resemble alien technology." After Shui Shanhai said this, Li Songhai perked up. Had anyone else said this, he might have dismissed it as nonsense. But coming from Shui, they couldn't deny there was something off about it. Li Songhai immediately asked, "So, Director Shui, are you suggesting there's some hidden force behind Chen Chu?" Shui Shanhai nodded. "We can't rule out that possibility. We absolutely must investigate Chen Chu's development process." Nie Lisan sighed wryly. "Aren't you guys overreacting? Chen Chu is just a high school student. What kind of forces would target him? In my opinion, he's as clean as they come." Clearly, Nie Lisan had dealt with Chen Chu before. If Chen had been the type to make demands or harbor ulterior motives, he would have noticed long ago. But based on their interactions, what kind of person was Chen Chu? Put simply, Chen Chu was a protagonist. Why say that? In this world, there are indeed gaps between people. There are those who drift through life aimlessly, lacking any direction. They simply go through the motions each day, doing whatever others assign them. Such people become lost the moment their goals are taken away, often making mistakes and falling under others' influence. Then there are those who are the exact opposite. They have too many goals. Today they want to do this, tomorrow that perhaps each idea is sound, but they never follow through, ultimately achieving nothing. Only one type of person stands apart, those with clear goals who never stray from their path, relentlessly pursuing their objectives until they succeed. And Chen Chu happens to be precisely that kind of person. Whether it's the pulse detonation engine or today's weapon systems, all efforts are directed toward the overarching goal of developing the 6th-generation fighter. For someone like this, could it really be that some other power is backing him? Such individuals are born protagonists. If they could play a supporting role on Chen Chu's path to success, it would be a tremendous honor. Therefore, Nie Lisan had every reason to believe that all this was developed and researched entirely by Chen Chu alone. Chapter 59, What does bread cannon mean? After Nie Lisan's explanation, Li Songhai recalled his interactions with Chen Chu and began to waver in his convictions. However, Shui Shanhai was a man of absolute authority. Faced with Nie Lisan's perspective, he still stated his position. Let's see the results first. After some discussion among the three, their attention returned to the live fire range. Amidst the continuous gasps of astonishment erupting from the crowd, waves of cheers soon followed. The reason was simple: Chen Chu's laser weapon was simply too dazzling. Compared to Liu Yang's unassuming weapon system, Chen Chu's laser weapon seemed to have ascended to an entirely new level, surpassing everyone's expectations. In their minds, laser weapons still belonged in science fiction novels or Marvel movies. Yet here it was, materializing before their very eyes and wielded by someone who was, like them, just a high school student. And it happened during a competition against a weapons engineering expert sent from the capital. How could the audience not be thrilled? How could they not cheer? Victory was uncertain, but at the very least, Chen Chu had already surpassed everyone's expectations. Chen Chu hadn't committed the sin of arrogance, he had his own reasons. His current laser weapon was proof enough. Once the misunderstanding was cleared up, those classmates who had previously mocked and ridiculed Chen Chu now trembled with excitement. Chen Chu is amazing. Damn, that laser weapon wins just on coolness alone. No wonder Chen Chu doesn't need to reload lasers, don't use bullets. Zhang Shuai publicly apologized to Chen Chu. Lu Zian, noticing this sudden shift in her classmates' attitudes, felt an unusual sense of pride welling up inside her. Though victory wasn't yet secured, she felt proud of her choice to believe in Chen Chu and support him. Because Chen Chu didn't seem arrogant at all, contrary to what others claimed. And this was a laser weapon. Could just anyone develop something like this? Even some teachers from the National Defense High School seemed utterly stunned by the dazzling laser weapon, as if their worldview had been turned upside down. A high school student designing such a weapon system? What more could one ask for? As for Liu Yang beside her, his brow was deeply furrowed. Even knowing Chen Chu was a genius, this level of genius is just too outrageous. It's just a drone, yet you've equipped it with a laser weapon and it looks like it packs quite a punch. As for the outcome, he was already too nervous to watch. Clearly, Chen Chu had outdone him in style. If he also beat him in the outcome, how humiliating would that be? But then again, he had given it his all. After all, Chen Chu was the one who designed the pulse detonator engine. While he himself was a prodigy within the system, comparing himself to such a prodigious talent, and he hadn't underestimated him either. He hadn't achieved anything remarkable, but he hadn't made any mistakes either. He was simply outclassed. After adjusting his mindset, Liu Yang could only force a wry smile as he followed the evaluators to see the results. This scene once again sent a wave of tension through the crowd. It was common knowledge that laser weapons had never materialized precisely because their destructive power was underwhelming. Even Tesla's legendary death ray remained purely theoretical. Now that Chen Chu had actually invented a death ray weapon, no one knew how devastating its lethality would be. This moment was the true test of the death ray's might. How could anyone not feel tense? Even Shui Shanhai and the others, who had already witnessed it, couldn't help but feel tense as they awaited the outcome. Liu Yang and the appraiser approached the shield. The moment they saw it, both men's eyes widened almost simultaneously, and they froze in place. Liu Yang, in particular, knew full well that this shield's density far surpassed that of the one he had previously pierced through himself. Yet despite its higher density, under Chen Chu's so-called laser cannon, it shattered as easily as a piece of bread? What kind of weapon is this? Liu Yang glanced at the shield, then couldn't help but look at Chen Chu and ask. Chen Chu's expression remained calm as he replied, "Laser electromagnetic cannon." Laser electromagnetic cannon? Liu Yang was utterly astonished. What laser electromagnetic cannon? This is more like a bread cannon. Clearly, Liu Yang's words caused a stir among the crowd. Bread cannon? What on earth did that mean? Was Chen Chu's laser cannon actually for baking bread? Whispers spread among the students. What's that supposed to mean? The shield got turned into bread? Can you eat it? Eat my ass. Just announced the results already, this is killing me. Lu Zian was also on edge, as no one could fathom the meaning behind this bread cannon. If one took the worst-case scenario, it could even be interpreted as meaning this laser was only suitable for making food. But what kind of lethal force could food possibly have? Meanwhile, Shui Shanhai and the other two in the conference room were itching to slap Liu Yang across the face. Just announced the results already, you bastard. What's with all the suspense? Think you're so funny? Li Tsunghai and Nie Lisen were equally exasperated. What the hell was this bread cannon nonsense? Would it kill you, to be clear? They knew firsthand the destructive power of these laser electromagnetic cannons. They could even blast through the reinforced armor of a J-20 fighter jet. This alloy shield shouldn't stand a chance against that laser cannon. Could it be that Chen Chu had made a mistake? Or perhaps their initial assumptions were wrong? Chen Chu had indeed seen laser cannons before, but only a one-to-one replica that failed to achieve the desired effect? At this moment, any conclusion could lead to entirely different outcomes. It could even completely overturn their previous assessments, which is precisely why they were now so anxious. They glanced at Chen Chu's expression, only to grow even more furious upon seeing it. Because this guy, Chen Chu, had maintained essentially the same expression from start to finish. Unflappable. As still as a deep well. As if everything had been within his calculations all along. Damn it, would showing a little reaction kill you? Naturally, this only heightened their anxiety about the outcome. But as people of standing, they wouldn't dare show their inner anxiety. So no one suggested switching the camera feed that would be beneath their dignity. What's the harm in waiting a little longer? Couldn't they see the final outcome anyway? But while they could wait, the students at the scene couldn't stand it any longer. Stop beating around the bush. Just tell us who won already. My mom called 10 times telling me to come home for dinner. Hurry up. Then why aren't you rushing home? Can you even eat without seeing the end? True. While the students were buzzing with discussion, Lu Yang also began talking with the appraiser beside him. Finally, the appraiser declared, this round goes to Chen Chu. However, the firepower level is impossible to quantify. Chapter 60, Exposed. The experimental results must credit First High School. The appraiser's statement left the students on site utterly baffled. They heard the first part and were about to cheer with excitement. But the second half left them utterly bewildered. You've heard the results. You can go home and eat now. What the hell are we supposed to eat? How can we eat when we don't understand what's going on? Yeah, what the heck does unstatusable even mean? Clearly, the examiner's words once again made the students present unwilling to leave. They insisted on seeing the results for themselves. Even Tiger Squad felt his emotions churning. He knew Chen Chu, representing Jinling High School, had won. Yet he still felt it wasn't over. Even he wanted to see the final outcome. What state was the target in that could warrant such a statement? Therefore, the Tiger Squad deliberately loosened the security cordon. What did this lead to? It unleashed the students' innate curiosity. Without hesitation, they surged toward the target range, all eager to see for themselves why Chen Chu's pulse laser cannon was being called a bread cannon. Lu Zian, of course, saw the students rushing over and couldn't resist joining them. Even some teachers, overcome by curiosity, began crowding around the target range. This commotion even made Shui Shanhai and the others in the conference room feel a bit restless. But Shui Shanhai managed to restrain himself. After all, as a member of the military commission, how could he possibly lose his composure like those children and teachers? Yet the very next moment, waves of gasps erupted from the playground. Holy crap, it really is a bread-making cannon. No wonder they describe it that way. This is terrifying. Even Lu Zian couldn't help but exclaim, this is way too over the top. This left the three people in the conference room unable to sit still. Li Songhai hurriedly said, well, let's take a look. Nya Lisin nodded. I want to see it anyway. After all, the scene had erupted into chaos. The students from National Defense High School had once again surrounded Chen Chu, their cheers ringing out non-stop. We won. Now us high schoolers can use this lab too. Exactly. Chen Chu's just a high schooler, right? High schoolers are unstoppable. What could possibly stop this laser cannon now? In this atmosphere, Li Sanhai and Nya Lisin also directed their cameras over. When they saw the shape of the shield erected on the firing range, their jaws dropped in unison. Director Shui, look at this. This is terrifying. What's so frightening about it? Shui Shanhai feigned composure before leaning in for a closer look. But that single glance made his jaw drop even wider than Li Sanhai and Nya Lisin's had been. What he saw was this, the once impregnable shield now bore a small circular area. Within that circular area, the shield had turned crumbly. Even more vividly, chunks of iron were crumbling off its surface. It looked exactly like a piece of bread. Within the circular area, the marks left by the rubber bullets were even more pronounced. Only at this moment did Shui Shanhai truly grasp the extent of Chen Chu's prowess and where it truly lay. No wonder the J-20 couldn't withstand the pulse laser cannon's assault. Under the laser cannon's assault, the J-20's fuel tanks had been reduced to a piece of bread, so what about the rubber bullets? Even a piece of rubber could pierce through that. No wonder Lu Yang described it that way. Now he saw it was spot on. This was a bread cannon. Then it suddenly dawned on him why Chen Chu never needed to reload, because rubber bullets were more than sufficient. As all these doubts dissolved, a chill ran down his spine. His entire brain tingled with waves of numbness, as if it wasn't the shield that had been pierced, but his very mind. His very understanding. Chen Chu wasn't some arrogant genius, he was a true strategist. Everything had been within his calculations all along. Li Sanhai and Nya Lisin shared the same realization. They had already witnessed just how terrifying Chen Chu truly was when they faced Yang Jun and his son last time. He could precisely calculate the admission cutoff scores for Tsinghua and Peking University. And to precisely calculate his own scores, down to the last point for each subsequent subject. This time, it felt exactly the same. A genius, truly a genius. They had already considered Chen Chu a once-in-a-decade prodigy, but now they realized that even that description had underestimated him. Only a genius one in a billion could conceive of such an attack strategy. As for Chen Chu, whose arrogance had been thoroughly humbled, his stature in the hearts of National Defense High students grew even larger. With Chen Chu at National Defense High, they were in for a treat. Not only would they gain access to opportunities beyond the reach of ordinary high schoolers, but they might even catch the attention of higher-ups. Better yet, they could potentially skip the gaokao hurdle altogether. And all of this was thanks to Chen Chu, wasn't it? As for Lu Zian, she felt even more grateful to Wan Yixuan. Had Wan Yixuan not entrusted Chen Chu to her, she would likely have remained just another admiring classmate today, nothing more. At the very least, she and Chen Chu were now acquainted. Developing a friendship between them was entirely possible. Why bother with Lonka University? If she were Wan Yixuan, encountering a man like this, she wouldn't go to school at all. She'd just stay by his side every day, at least that would give her some sense of security. After all, she knew all too well that after today, it wouldn't just be National Defense High School who knew how many women across all of Jilin would set their sights on Chen Chu. Would Wan Yixuan be able to withstand that? As for Shui Shanhai, after a series of spine-chilling revelations, he became even more certain of one thing. The person who conceived such terrifying ideas, possessed such terrifying design capabilities, and demonstrated the hands-on skills to create an attack system that rewrites the rules of aerial combat, how could that possibly be a high school student? Especially after seeing that shield, now crumbling to dust, it only solidified his conviction. Behind Chen Chu, there must be a powerful force aiding him. Otherwise, how could Chen Chu possibly prove that all this was his independent creation? Therefore, he turned to Li Sanghai and Nielisen at that moment and said, "It seems my guess was right. I believe Chen Chu, a high school student, designed the blueprints for a 6th-generation fighter jet engine. But designing such a weapon system and actually bringing it to fruition, do you truly believe an ordinary high school student could accomplish that?" At this moment, even Li Sanghai and Nielisen, who wanted to speak up for Chen Chu, found themselves at a loss for words. Indeed, the abilities Chen Chu had demonstrated were simply too extraordinary. So extraordinary it seemed unreal. Previously, they could explain away the pulse detonator engine as the result of years of accumulated knowledge. But how could they explain this drone equipped with a pulsed laser cannon? In just 2 short months, how could Chen Chu possibly have accumulated enough knowledge to achieve this again? I suggest we conduct a thorough investigation into Chen Chu. If the forces behind someone like him decide to scheme against us, the consequences. Shui Shanhai had barely finished his sentence when chaos erupted across the entire laboratory's firing range. What's happening? Why is it chaotic over there? Li Sanghai quickly noticed the commotion on the live feed. Everyone's gaze shifted back to the scene. There, an old-fashioned teacher was yanking Chen Chu by the collar, shouting, "You little brat. I knew those rubber bullets from first high school had to be somewhere, and those mineral water bottles that turned into crumbly bread. Turns out it was all you're doing. You're doing experiments at our first high, and now the results belong to National Defense High, is that it? No way. This achievement must count as first high's contribution too." Shui Shanhai, Li Sanghai, and Nielisen witnessed this scene. Their emotions, which had just begun to settle, erupted once more. What does this mean? Could this really be the result of Chen Chu's solitary experimentation and implementation? Chapter 61, Hope for Revival. Clearly, the sudden appearance of this physics teacher from first high school sent a chill down Shui Shanhai, Li Sanghai, and the other spines once more. But before they could react, another voice rang out from the crowd. "Don't just count first high. That kid bought magnets from our hardware store, give us credit too. And the drone parts he bought from my shop. Again?" This time, Shui Shanhai, Li Sanghai, and Nielisen all widened their eyes in disbelief. Designing pulse detonation engines, laser electromagnetic cannons, and actually building them. This guy really is a genius high school student. Clearly, what was there left to doubt at this point? All evidence pointed to Chen Chu. He had purchased the materials right here in Jinling City, and he had secretly conducted experiments in the facilities of First High School. The entire chain of evidence was irrefutable. For a moment, recalling all that Chen Chu had accomplished, Li Sanghai felt a lump rise in his throat. He had devoted every waking moment to the nation. While other students traveled during summer break, what kind of life did Chen Chu lead as he worked to build China's 6th-generation fighter jet? Scraping together funds to buy materials. He hid and evaded to conduct his experiments. This inevitably reminded him of certain domestic expert teams who possessed excellent conditions yet struggled to make progress on their projects. They had access to the finest equipment, with any requested tools provided immediately. Yet, year after year, their projects often made no progress whatsoever. Yet even the slightest progress required writing reports and earning praise from higher-ups. Chen Chu, however, relied entirely on himself. Even when deliberately denied access to the lab, he showed no complaints or slackening, still finding every possible way to complete his experiments. Yes, sneaking into First High to conduct experiments was wrong, and testing in the no-fly zone was reckless. But hadn't the root cause been the stagnation of the National Defense High School lab project? What was most infuriating was that even after overcoming every obstacle and succeeding, Chen Chu was still suspected of not doing it himself. Worse still, he was suspected of having unknown forces backing him. Compared to his sacrifices, was any of this recognition fair? He was the one who deserved the glory most. At this thought, Li Sanghai's eyes reddened. Even Nielisen, who had seen it all at his age, couldn't help but tear up for Chen Chu. With such young talent in the Dragon Nation, revival was within reach. In his eyes, the spirit of hard work and dedication among the youth had been declining with each generation. Yet, in Chen Chu, he truly saw the hope of young people shouldering the heavy responsibility of forging swords. How could the nation allow such a talented, action-oriented individual to suffer even the slightest injustice? Thus, both men's gazes turned to Shui Shanhai at that moment. Even without a word spoken, Shui Shanhai sensed the meaning behind their shared stare. What does this mean? Yes, I mean these achievements might not be solely his work, but now that it's proven he accomplished them independently, isn't that even more of a win-win situation? Li Sanhai and Nie Lisen exchanged a glance. Who the hell would be happy about this? If they really started suspecting Chen Chu today, how would Chen Chu ever look at them again? Not a single word of false accusation against Chen Chu could be tolerated in this matter. Therefore, even if it meant offending their superiors, Li Sanghai summoned his courage and said, Director Shui, regardless of anything else, the fact that we came here today to wrong Chen Chu is undeniable. I believe we owe him a sincere apology. Nie Lisen nodded in agreement, exactly. While we didn't do anything overly extreme, the very thought behind it was wrong. He's such a good kid. To have us here maliciously speculating about him. If it were our own child, who could bear it? With both men speaking so plainly, Shui Shanhai understood perfectly well that he was in the wrong. Persisting now would only make him a laughingstock. Therefore, he responded sincerely, I understand your point. It was indeed my oversight to propose coming to Jinling this time. Comrade Chen Chu is a fine young man. Regardless of anything else, I will personally ensure he receives the best possible compensation. Furthermore, whatever he requires going forward will be addressed immediately. Besides, we've been hiding for so long. Shouldn't we go see him in person? Shui Shanhai glanced once more at Chen Chu, who was still surrounded by the crowd at the shooting range. Li Sanhai and Nie Lisen both nodded with smiles. If compensation was offered, that would be acceptable. After all, Director Shui was a big shot at the Central Military Commission. If he were to grovel and apologize to a high school student, it wouldn't look good if the news media got wind of it. Moreover, compensation promised by Director Shui would undoubtedly be substantial. That kid Chen Chu seemed to be in for a windfall. Sure enough, the next moment, Shui Shanhai turned to the pilot and ordered, go prepare a military uniform and a medal. Li Sanghai and Nie Lisen were overjoyed. This meant a major reward was coming. Meanwhile, at the scene, even though the Tiger Squad had nearly pulled down the pants of Zhao Songming, the physics teacher from First High School, Zhao Songming still clung to Chen Chu. Those around them urged. Teacher Zhao, Chen Chu was once your student. You should be proud. Why get so angry? Exactly. Whether it's the honor of First High or the National Defense High, isn't it all the pride of Jinling City? Zhao Songming stubbornly insisted, no way. This experiment was done at our First High. Besides, Chen Chu, you brat, you didn't even think to tell your teacher about this. You need to compensate the school that nurtured you. Chen Chu could only smile bitterly. When it came to scientific research, he was unstoppable. But facing his former teacher in the school that had nurtured him, he simply couldn't maintain his tough stance. After all, without the school's tolerance and support in his early years, he wouldn't be where he was today. If it were just the teachers from First High, it might have been manageable. But now, hardware stores near National Defense High had joined the fray, and their teachers were equally determined. The situation instantly turned into complete chaos. Even Lu Zian felt overwhelmed by the sight of all these people. But just as both the Tiger Squad and Lu Zian were at their wits' end, a commanding voice suddenly rang out from nearby. How dare you? Do you know who you're surrounding? Military personnel of our nation, do you think you can just hassle them? This thunderous shout instantly silenced the entire National Defense High School firing range. Everyone felt as if they had misheard. When did Chen Chu become a military official? Chapter 62, Can I get a fighter jet? Clearly, the moment the shout rang out, all eyes turned toward the source. The night sky was beginning to show signs of dawn. Yet three figures could still be seen approaching from the distance. The one standing in the center, the one who had spoken, was clad in full military uniform. It was impossible to discern his rank. Lu Zian and the others all looked utterly bewildered. Beside the Tiger Squad, a police officer asked, Tiger, who is this? You served in the military, you should recognize him, right? Tiger squinted. I was just an enlisted soldier. I haven't seen every single officer out there. Besides, it's pretty dark now. Hard to make out clearly. Just then, a streetlight flickered on, casting its beam directly onto the visitor's shoulder. The insignia became starkly visible. Tiger Squad, who hadn't paid much attention earlier despite hearing rumors of a high-ranking official arriving, suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief upon seeing the insignia. Holy, that's an olive branch. It's the bigwigs from the Central Military Commission. Military Commission? Although the police district and military district operate under entirely separate systems, even the police understood this fact. What the Central Military Commission represented. It's the entity that holds absolute command authority over everything from the Army, Navy, and Air Force down to the armed police border defense companies. It could be said that if one managed to curry favor with the Central Military Commission, then one's lifetime of power and influence would be assured. Gaining entry into the armed police system meant boundless prospects. And now, such a powerful figure has actually come to Jilin? And for a high schooler like Chen Chu? Damn, that's just too enviable. The murmurs among the police naturally reached the students at the National Defense High School, and from there, they drifted over to the shooting range. Holy, a top leader from the Central Military Commission. The Central Military Commission? A department where even a janitor can decide a soldier's fate? Clearly, even among high schoolers, there were plenty of military enthusiasts. Upon hearing that a big shot from the Central Military Commission had arrived and that Chen Chu was military personnel, countless envious eyes instantly turned toward him. How incredibly enviable. Chen Chu was barely in his early 20s. While that might be considered relatively old for a high schooler, if he actually held a military rank, he'd be an absolute phenomenon. And with the big shot from the Central Military Commission personally confirming it, that military rank was practically guaranteed. Even those who didn't understand the implications couldn't help but look on with envy after hearing the explanations from those in the know. Getting a military rank after repeating a year 5 times? Forget 5 years, they'd gladly do it for 10. Lu Zian, upon hearing the term military commission, paused slightly and turned to look at the visitor. Given her family background, she was quite familiar with military affairs. Upon clearly seeing the shoulder insignia, she couldn't help but feel envious of Chen Chu. For ordinary people to obtain a military rank, they must first enlist and serve in the armed forces. Even her father needed approval from the Central Military Commission to promote a non-commissioned officer. But Chen Chu had bypassed the entire officer system entirely, gaining direct recognition from the Military Commission and being awarded a military rank. This was nothing short of a meteoric rise. After all, who would dare oppose a rank directly conferred by the Central Military Commission? With this new status, Chen Chu probably wouldn't need to protect himself anymore, right? But now, she turned her amused gaze toward the teacher from first middle school who was yanking Chen Chu's collar. Sure enough, the next moment, Zhao Tsangming immediately released his grip on Chen Chu's collar, helped him straighten it, then swallowed hard as he watched the 3 approaching figures. As for the other hardware store owners who had been eager to curry favor, they instantly vanished without a trace. Are you kidding? Chen Chu already held a military rank. Could they really afford to provoke him? Chen Chu himself, however, looked at the newcomers with some confusion. People from the Central Military Commission? He'd never had any contact with the Central Military Commission. So why had his research been repeatedly obstructed? Why had the lab's completion been delayed time and again? Why was appealing to the duty officer useless? It seemed the pressure was coming from the Central Military Commission. But now that he had proven his independent creative abilities, it wouldn't matter if the CMC came knocking or even the commander-in-chief himself. After all, Chen Chu understood clearly that all these abilities stemmed entirely from his retake year. If he abandoned his repetition for short-term gains, he would instantly lose everything. So even if the commander-in-chief came to persuade him, it wouldn't work. Fortunately, the visitor who approached him now showed no intention of persuasion. Xue Shanhai stepped forward, extending both hands to Chen Chu with an enthusiastic expression. Comrade Chen Chu, I've long heard of your reputation. Meeting you today, I see it's truly well-deserved. Chen Chu felt slightly awkward and could only nod with a smile. It was Li Sanhai who introduced them. Chen Chu, don't be nervous. This is Director Xue from the Science and Technology Department of the Central Military Commission. He's the one who approved the 6th generation fighter project. He heard about you and came personally to see you. Only then did Chen Chu nod properly. Director Xue, nice to meet you. Xue Shanhai smiled approvingly. No need to be formal. As for the rest of you here, those with contributions can report to the duty officer. But today's success is primarily down to Chen Chu. So those not directly involved, please step aside. As soon as Xue Shanhai finished speaking, the Tiger Squad immediately moved in to clear the area. Zhao Tsangming dared not linger a moment longer. He wanted nothing more than to flee as far as possible. As for taking credit? He wouldn't dare. Only Lu Zian remained by Chen Chu's side. Xue Shanhai glanced at her but made no move to dismiss her. As for the other students, who among them had any appetite for dinner at home right now? Bro, why aren't you home for dinner yet? Your mom's been calling your phone, but it's turned off. How the hell could I eat knowing Chen Chu hasn't been awarded his rank yet? Yeah, we absolutely can't leave. Clearly, many people in Jinling City had been awarded military ranks. But those were all active duty personnel. Never before had a high school student been awarded a military rank. In other words, this was a first for Jinling City. You could even say it was the first time in the entire Dragon Nation. How could one possibly miss witnessing such a historic moment? Yet, at that very moment, a notification flashed through Chen Chu's mind. Ding, congratulations, host, on completing the pulse laser cannon design. In recognition of the host's diligent study, the following reward is granted: plasma cloaking technology advanced. Upon hearing this news, Chen Chu instantly erupted with excitement right where he stood. All manner of stealth technologies surged through his mind at lightning speed. The full picture of 6th-generation aircraft is gradually coming into focus, and stealth technology remains an indispensable component of these next-generation fighters. However, this iteration differs significantly from previous designs. Previously, drones could serve as substitutes, but if this stealth technology is still being tested on drones, it will inevitably delay progress when it comes time for practical implementation. If only he could get his hands on a real fighter jet. At this thought, Chen Chu jolted awake. If he held an Air Force rank, then, could he obtain a fighter jet? He wasn't asking for much, a decommissioned one would suffice. If they could just provide a decommissioned fighter jet for the National Defense High School, it would significantly accelerate the research progress on the 6th-generation fighter. Chapter 63, commissioned as second lieutenant. But how could Shui Shanhai and the others possibly know what Chen Chu was thinking? After the firing range cleared, Shui Shanhai patted Chen Chu on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Chen Chu, the weapon system you developed this time has truly made a major contribution. This weapon has the potential to change the rules of aerial combat. So, what reward do you want?" Li Sanhai and Nielisen kept shooting meaningful glances at Chen Chu, clearly urging him to ask for something. They both understood that Shui Shanhai had come this time with a sense of guilt. Therefore, whatever Chen Chu asked for, there was an 80% chance it would be granted. Even if Chen Chu asked for 100 million, Shui Shanhai would deliver. After all, the research budget for the 6th-generation fighter jet was in the hundreds of billions. What's 100 million? But what kind of man was Chen Chu? He possesses crystal-clear clarity about his objectives and an unwavering determination to achieve what he desires. Therefore, he absolutely won't accept anything that doesn't interest him or isn't essential. What he truly desires is a fighter jet that can be modified. But that was a bit challenging given his current status. Thus, he spoke up at this moment, "Director Shui, are you certain I can have anything I desire?" At these words, a hint of displeasure flashed across Shui Shanhai's face. He felt Chen Chu was questioning his capabilities. It was time to prove his worth to Chen Chu. "Zhang, bring up the military insignia." At Shui Shanhai's command, Zhang promptly brought forward the military uniform and insignia. Upon seeing this, Li Sanhai and Nielisen couldn't help but look on with envy. "Second lieutenant. Director Shui really went all out this time. Since you're currently researching the 6th-generation fighter, I'm temporarily granting you the rank of second lieutenant. Additionally, this card contains 100 million yuan. Consider it your research funding. In fact, if you need any materials, just ask me." When Director Shui's words echoed across the shooting range of Jinling City's National Defense High School, the entire campus erupted in excitement. Holy crap! A 20-year-old second lieutenant. And that's not all, a 20-year-old billionaire to boot. Good heavens! They wished they could all be Chen Chu right now. How awesome is that? Money, fame, and fortune. If this isn't the pinnacle of life, what is? For ordinary people, achieving even one of these accomplishments in a lifetime would make them stand out from the crowd. But Chen Chu has snatched both at once. And he can even make demands of big shots like Director Shui. Getting a house or beautiful women shouldn't be a problem at all, right? Clearly, such immense rewards made even Lu Zian beside him feel her heart pounding. For a young man like Chen Chu, this reward was simply too immense. With power and wealth suddenly at his fingertips, wouldn't his character be corrupted? After all, in her view, men were all the same. Once they had money and power, they would inevitably turn corrupt, their desires growing insatiable. Shui Shanhai, meanwhile, felt considerably better about himself. He had indeed been remorseful for shortchanging a talent like Chen Chu. That was precisely why he now felt compelled to compensate Chen Chu. What he hadn't anticipated was the complete absence of joy on Chen Chu's face. Was the official rank too low? After all, Lu Yan was merely a sergeant. Li Sanhai was an honorary captain, but Chen Chu was the youngest second lieutenant and not even an honorary one. This meant that if Chen Chu truly joined the Air Force Department, even the Air Force commanders would have to acknowledge him. Moreover, the 100 million yuan reward, though labeled research funding, meant Chen Chu wouldn't need to purchase anything. Whatever research materials he required, they would be provided. So that 100 million was essentially free money. Shui Shanhai's brow furrowed. It seemed this kid Chen Chu had rather big ambitions. Just as he was thinking Chen Chu might be a tough nut to crack, Chen Chu spoke up, "Director Shui, these offers are generous, but if possible, could I exchange them for something else?" Hearing this, Lu Zian beside him looked utterly astonished. Chen Chu doesn't want it? Has he lost his mind? Money and power, weren't these things every man's dream? The entire Qianqiu Academy erupted in commotion at that moment. Damn it, has Chen Chu lost his mind? He's turning down the rank of second lieutenant? What does he want in exchange? Women? Don't embarrass yourself. If Chen Chu wanted women, wouldn't they be throwing themselves at him by the minute? What else could possibly be more appealing to a man than power and money? Clearly, this was also what Shui Shanhai, Li Sanhai, and Nielisen were wondering. Before Shui Shanhai could speak, Nielisen asked, "Chen Chu, I don't know what interests someone your age, but can you tell me what could possibly be more appealing than these rewards? What could possibly be worth trading the second lieutenant rank and the bonus for?" Facing this question, Chen Chu smiled and replied earnestly, I admit, both the second lieutenant rank and the 100 million yuan are very appealing to me. But what makes us human is that we live to achieve our goals. So achieving my goals holds far greater appeal for me. And my current goal is to build the most powerful 6th generation fighter jet. So I can trade these military ranks for the conditions needed to achieve that goal. Upon hearing Chen Chu's response, both Li Songhai and Nie Lisen were taken aback. Goal. Something utterly beyond their reach at their age. Once upon a time, they too had burned the midnight oil for those 2 words. But as the years piled up, they gradually lost their focus on goals. Yet in this moment, in Chen Chu, they glimpsed a shadow reminiscent of their own youth, yet one that far surpassed anything they had ever achieved. This was the most precious quality a person could possess. For only those who maintain an obsessive, single-minded focus on their goals are the most formidable adversaries. Meanwhile, Lu Ziyan beside him seemed utterly stunned. Chen Chu's response was simply too impressive. If this were a speech, it would have earned a perfect score. Of course, she could see in Chen Chu's eyes that he wasn't merely giving a speech, he was genuinely expressing his innermost thoughts. But what does this guy want? That he'd trade these 2 things for it? Chapter 64, Shui Shanhai, terrified. Clearly, after Chen Chu finished speaking, some people were moved to tears. Others were curious, what could Chen Chu possibly want that was worth trading away his second lieutenant rank and 100 million yuan? Shui Shanhai nodded in agreement, fully endorsing Chen Chu's perspective. It's truly rare for a young man to possess such resolve. Rest assured, these are your rewards. They rightfully belong to you, and no one can take them away. In the future, even if you violate military discipline, as long as it's not an unforgivable major offense, your rank will remain unchanged. So tell me, what do you want? Shui Shanhai had always felt a sense of guilt toward Chen Chu. After all, here was a man so devoted to his country and scientific research, yet forced to work with rudimentary equipment. Given all that, he still had to doubt this young man. That sense of guilt alone made him willing to consider Chen Chu's request as long as it didn't involve his own position. Seeing Shui Shanhai's willingness to compromise, Chen Chu spoke plainly, I want a fighter jet for experimentation. Oh, you want a… Shui Shanhai's initially calm response suddenly perked up when he heard it was a fighter jet. A fighter jet? Clearly, he was taken aback. Even with his temperament, he never imagined Chen Chu would actually dare to ask for anything. Money, official positions, those he could provide. But a fighter jet? That was a whole different story. Li Songhai and Nie Lisen beside him were equally stunned. Only pilots from the Air Force Department were authorized to fly fighter jets, and even within the Air Force Department, they were an extremely scarce resource. Otherwise, there wouldn't be scenes of pilots training on simulators. Now Chen Chu was requesting a fighter jet and to station it at the National Defense High School? Who would dare approve that? At that moment, Chen Chu spoke with utmost seriousness. My current research progress has outgrown the capabilities of drones for experimental needs. Therefore, if conditions permit, I request a fighter jet. Under my modifications, it will be assembled into the latest 6th generation fighter. Shui Shanhai frantically shot warning glances at Li Songhai and Nie Lisen. Joking aside, even though he'd made bold promises, could these 2 really stop Chen Chu? Building a fighter jet was feasible, but directly requesting one from the Air Force Department even for him presented significant challenges. And to use it for experiments, placing it in the hands of a high school student? This was simply too risky. As for Lu Ziyan standing nearby, her eyes were filled with utter disbelief. Has Chen Chu lost his mind? Placing a fighter jet at the National Defense High School? Does that mean they'll have to build an airstrip too? After all, fighter jets aren't ordinary things. There are only tens of thousands nationwide, and each one costs over 500 million yuan. If it came down to a trade, it could indeed be done. A second lieutenant's rank could fetch 400 million yuan. Most people would jump at the chance. Yet, to Shui Shanhai's surprise, both Li Songhai and Nie Lisen chose to stay silent at this moment, refusing to clean up his mess. After all, you're the one who made the bold claims, now you have to deliver, right? Besides, if it really got modified into a 6th generation fighter, wouldn't the credit ultimately go to the sky? With matters having reached this point, Shui Shanhai could only grit his teeth and reluctantly say, alright then. The fighters are currently in service. If any are decommissioned, I'll arrange one for you immediately. Really? Even Chen Chu couldn't hide his delight at this. Because a Real fighter jet was absolutely crucial for his upcoming research. Shui Shanhai chuckled wryly, would I lie to you? I'll contact the Air Force Department right away. The moment Shui Shanhai gave his word, the entire National Defense High School erupted in excitement once more. After all, even the wreckage of a fighter jet was something students could only hope to see in a museum. Now, thanks to Chen Chu, they would actually get to see a fighter jet appear right here at National Defense High School. Selling admission tickets alone would likely make Jinling High School a fortune. Moreover, the fighter jet's presence meant the entire National Defense High School would be under tight security. What did that mean? It means National Defense High School will become the coolest, most prestigious, and safest high school around. How much prestige would that bring them when they graduate? Thus, waves of cheers erupted once more throughout the entire National Defense High School. Chen Chu is amazing. It's a fighter jet. Does that mean I'll get to see it every day now? Guys, Chen Chu is a god. Tomorrow I'm raising the flag at Chen Chu Tower. Absolutely. He's my new idol. As for the female students at National Defense High, their eyes sparkled as they stared at Chen Chu, who was still on the firing range. What a stroke of luck for Lu Ziyan. If only she'd realized the connection between Chen Chu and Chen Chu sooner, she might have gotten to ride in that fighter jet with him someday. How incredibly cool would that be? That would be way cooler than riding some wild motorcycle, wouldn't it? But Lu Ziyan clearly wasn't thinking that far ahead. After glancing at Chen Chu, she turned to leave. But unexpectedly, the next moment, Shui Shanhai suddenly called out to her. Wait a moment. Ha? Me? Clearly, Lu Ziyan wasn't afraid of Shui Shanhai, for she had no desires or needs. With nothing to lose, she felt no fear even in the presence of a high-ranking official. Shui Shanhai nodded at Lu Ziyan and asked, Hey, are you Chen Chu's girlfriend? Ha? Lu Ziyan looked utterly bewildered. You just rushed in looking for bullets, aren't you Chen Chu's girlfriend? Clearly, Shui Shanhai recognized Lu Ziyan. Back when Lu Shichang was in the military, he'd often show off her photos, bragging about having such a beautiful daughter. That was precisely why he hadn't let Lu Ziyan leave earlier. Lu Ziyan's face flushed instantly. Her earlier actions had stemmed purely from her protective nature. I was just helping a classmate, she hurriedly explained. Don't go spreading rumors. Ha! Interesting. Judging by how you're helping your classmate, you must be the class monitor, right? Lu Ziyan was instantly stumped. With her academic record, she was certainly no class monitor. Well then, since you seem to care about your classmates, I might suggest to your teacher that you become class monitor. You could look out for them more. That's definitely commendable. As the head of the military commission, what Shui Shanhai said was never ignored by his subordinates. His true motive, of course, was knowing that Chen Chu, having become a second lieutenant at such a young age, would inevitably face challenges ahead. He was based in the capital and couldn't stay in Jinling permanently. But with Lu Ziyan by Chen Chu's side, she could indirectly protect him. Moreover, her background was solid enough to safeguard Chen Chu and Jinling. That was precisely his intention. Upon hearing the praise, Lu Ziyan. Chapter 65, Is the early warning aircraft feasible? As for what followed, Shui Shanhai proposed organizing a celebratory banquet with the duty officer present. Though the 6th generation fighter project wasn't complete, this level of progress absolutely warranted a celebratory banquet. Despite Chen Chu's repeated attempts to postpone it, his mind entirely focused on the upcoming plasma stealth technology. His absence meant the others couldn't proceed without him. Thus, he reluctantly joined the gathering. Then, as if someone had sparked the idea, fireworks suddenly erupted across the streets of Jinling City. Throughout the city's streets and alleys, the song Today is a Good Day filled the air. The Jinling Daily was the first to report on today's events. Of course, to avoid revealing state secrets, the 6th generation fighter program was rebranded as an armed drone project. In no time, footage of Chen Chu's pulse electromagnetic cannon competing against the experts sent from above flooded platforms like Douyin in forums. Netizens' eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of Chen Chu's pulse electromagnetic cannon. Holy, this was invented by a Jinling high schooler? I thought I was watching a sci-fi movie. Impressive. This is from a Jinling National Defense High School student? Many National Defense High students proudly commented. Yep, that's Chen Chu from our National Defense High. I was there, it was incredible. Experts from the capital city were no match for him. As a member of National Defense High, tonight I am immensely proud. Meanwhile, far away at the Dragon Academy. In the freshman dormitory classroom, Wan Yixuan found herself unusually free. Sitting in the classroom flipping through a book, she noticed her classmates all scrolling through Douyin. Being far from home, a pang of homesickness stirred in her heart. So she pulled out her phone and set her location to Jinling. Though she was no longer physically in Jinling, this was her hobby. What she hadn't expected was that after scrolling through just 2 store review videos, a striking news headline suddenly appeared. Jinling High School student defeats capital city expert. The entire city is buzzing. The video was filmed beside a bubble tea shop. The street was packed with people. Among them were some people whose names she could actually call out. Like Mr. Liu from First High School. The familiar bubble tea shop, the familiar surroundings, and those familiar faces. Could it be that guy? Wan Yixuan couldn't quite believe it at first. She scrolled through a few more videos and then saw fireworks going off everywhere on Jinling Street. If you didn't know better, you'd think Jinling had just won its Olympic bid. Then, she finally found the original video. It clearly showed a drone firing a laser cannon. The entire campus erupted in excitement. The experts from the capital looked utterly defeated. One high school student was surrounded by the crowd the entire time. The surrounding crowd erupted in cheers. Though his face remained obscured, that figure was unmistakably familiar to Wan Yixuan. Besides Chen Chu, who else could it be? Good heavens! Chen Chu's gone viral again. She hadn't taken it seriously at first after all. Chen Chu was naturally eccentric, so beating an expert wasn't surprising. But when she saw Chen Chu being awarded the rank of second lieutenant and beside him appeared a figure even more familiar to her as a woman, she couldn't stay calm. Why hasn't Chen Chu replied to my messages? That spot beside him, which should have been hers, was now occupied by Lu Zian. But then she remembered she was the one who sent Lu Zian to help Chen Chu. So maybe it wasn't such a big deal after all. Yet then she spotted a related search term. Lu Zian's smile made me fall in love. What was so special about Lu Zian's smile? She clicked on it, but after just a few seconds, she was completely overwhelmed. Are you Chen Chu's girlfriend? Then came Lu Zian's shy smile. That's it? And they're dating? Pretty ordinary, huh? Wan Yixuan instantly felt her teeth itch with frustration. Clearly, there was no such thing as genuine cooperation between women, especially when it came to conflicts over men they could turn on each other at any moment. Even Wan Yixuan was no exception. Adding to her unease, the comments were all praising Chen Chu's boundless future prospects, making Wan Yixuan feel even more bitter inside. No, she had to find time to go back. If things continued like this, she would truly drift further and further apart from Chen Chu. But just then, her phone buzzed with a message. Wan Yixuan, thank you. The sender's name read, Chen Chu. In that instant, an involuntary smile spread across her face. If someone had snapped a photo of her now, she wouldn't look any less radiant than Lu Zian. She considered feigning ignorance and chatting with Chen Chu for a bit longer, but he didn't reply. So she simply said, you're welcome. I'll be back for the weekend since I have time off. You'll have to keep me company then. Only after sending that message did Wan Yixuan settle back into her book with peace of mind. As for Chen Chu, after finishing his meal and having a few drinks, he had no choice but to go to sleep. But while Chen Chu could sleep, Shui Shanhai couldn't rest easy. Especially Li Sanhai. He had already arrived at the Jinling City Air Force Command headquarters. A cold wind whistled through the air. The words echoed relentlessly in his mind. How could this not concern you? As the chief commander of the 6th generation fighter program, isn't it your duty to secure a fighter jet for Chen Chu? This matter falls squarely on your shoulders. He'd seen people pass the buck before, but never someone this adept at it. At this moment, Li Sanhai could only contact the Jinling City Air Force Command with resignation. He soon arrived at the minister's office. The minister was utterly stunned by the request. What? You want a fighter jet? Yes. Li Sanhai's face flushed with embarrassment, but he steeled himself and confirmed the request. This is incredibly difficult to arrange. Even for research purposes, we couldn't provide one, let alone for a high school student's research. Well, a decommissioned one might work. Retired? We don't even have any retired fighters in the Jinling theater. Besides, retired fighters are basically unusable. They'd be useless to you. Then what can we do? The minister pondered for a moment, then suddenly brightened. Wait, what about an early warning aircraft? Early warning aircraft? Li Sanhai frowned. The minister explained, we have several AWACS aircraft sitting idle here. Unless assigned special missions, they're basically grounded. If you really need one, we could allocate one after all. That kid Chen Chu is a bona fide second lieutenant. There is one drawback, though. Under international law, early warning aircraft cannot be equipped with overly powerful weapon systems. They emphasize speed and reconnaissance. I see. I'm not sure what Chen Chu's requirements are. I'll give him a call to ask. Upon hearing this, Li Sanhai called Chen Chu late that night. Chapter 66, Fighters are coming? Li Sanhai dialed 3 times before hearing Chen Chu's sleepy voice. Hello, Professor Li? What is it? Li Sanhai immediately felt guilty. Chen, sorry to wake you so late. There's something I need to discuss. You mentioned needing a fighter jet, right? I'm currently at the Jinling Air Force Command. I made some inquiries for you. They don't have any retired fighters here, but they do have an early warning aircraft. Would you like that? An early warning aircraft? What's that for? On the other end, Chen Chu's voice instantly perked up. Li Sanhai chuckled. Well, these early warning aircraft are primarily for detecting enemy movements. There's a rule under international law, they can't be equipped with heavy weaponry. So I wasn't sure if it matched what you wanted in a fighter jet. That's why I called to check with you. Chen Chu's mind raced at that moment. His next research project was plasma stealth technology. Wouldn't this reconnaissance early warning aircraft be even better? And if it can't carry weapon systems, then configure it for automatic defense. After all, if it can't launch attacks, shouldn't it at least be able to protect itself? Wasn't this precisely what he needed most right now? Without hesitation, he replied, that's perfect. Thank you, Professor Li. You're welcome. We'll certainly do our best to fulfill our promises to you. But there's one thing, once it's actually deployed on a mission, this early warning aircraft will be on call for others. But I just confirmed the early warning aircraft is rarely deployed. It only responds to major missions, typically just once or twice a year. Chen Chu found this perfectly reasonable. It was their property to begin with, and he was grateful they were willing to lend it to him at all. He readily agreed. After hanging up, Chen Chu lay awake in bed for a long time. Was he finally going to have his very own fighter jet? His mind rapidly absorbed information about plasma stealth technology, realizing why the system hadn't yet revealed the 6th generation fighter's design because this stealth technology hadn't been invented yet. Stealth technology for fighter jets had long been a major international challenge. As phased array radar research matured worldwide, achieving stealth on fighter jets became increasingly difficult. Therefore, relying solely on special materials became less reliable. Designers shifted their focus to the fighter's external shape. This inevitably sacrifices aerodynamic design, compromising the aircraft's speed. Essentially, the more unusual a fighter jet's appearance, the more it is designed for stealth. But the cost of achieving stealth is simply too high. If a 6th generation fighter lacks the technology to achieve stealth, it truly doesn't deserve to be called a 6th generation fighter. But what if this 6th generation fighter isn't sleek enough? What good is stealth then? As a true millennial, Chen Chu understood all too well just how crucial a 6th generation fighter's sleek design truly was. Therefore, stealth must be achieved without sacrificing the fighter's cool factor. Meanwhile, the duty officer in Jinling City received orders immediately to construct and maintain an aircraft runway at the National Defense High School. It could be said that tonight, he was the happiest and most excited person around. Especially upon hearing the fighter jets had arrived, the duty officer grew even more thrilled. This time, Jinling City has truly stolen the spotlight, with joy spreading to nearly every household. The emergence of the fighter jet signifies that Chen Chu's research will advance even further. If the world's first true 6th generation fighter were to be born in Jinling, its significance to the city would be self-evident. Even key universities would be relocated to Jinling. Therefore, even though it was already night, he immediately summoned the engineering department personnel. They worked through the night, pushing to complete the runway and other maintenance projects. The next day, when Chen Chu returned to Jinling National Defense High School, he saw a large crowd of students gathered near the laboratory. Holy crap, they're really building a runway. We're going to see fighter jets. That can't be possible, right? This is a school campus. The military wouldn't give such broad approval, would they? As soon as Chen Chu arrived at the school gate, the curious students all rushed over to him. Chu God is here. Holy crap, God Chu, are we really going to see fighter jets? Yeah, they've even built a runway. The fighter jets can't be far off now, right? Chen Chu was momentarily stunned. He hadn't anticipated being mobbed on campus. If this became the norm, it would be a huge hassle. Fortunately, just then, the roar of a motorcycle echoed through the air. A pair of long legs stepped down from the vehicle, stamped the ground once, and a sharp command rang out. Don't you have classes to attend? The previously noisy students scattered like startled birds. Holy, it's Lu Ziyan. Run. If you don't run, you're a little cutie. Clearly, after Chen Chu earned his 2nd lieutenant rank, Lu Ziyan was personally appointed squad leader by Director Xue, the head of the military commission. Of the two, Chen Chu was somewhat more approachable, but Lu Ziyan was someone you really didn't want to mess with. So the moment they heard Lu Ziyan's voice, they scattered like birds and beasts. Chen Chu, seeing Lu Ziyan remove her helmet to reveal her pretty face, chuckled, looks like quite a few people are scared of you. Lu Ziyan's appearance today was noticeably more innocent than her usual style, but at Chen Chu's remark, she immediately retorted. That's all because of you. Fine, next time I won't bother with you. Chen Chu waved his hand dismissively. No, I'm terrible at dealing with people. Research is my only strength. Hearing this, the corners of Lu Ziyan's mouth lifted involuntarily. She smiled at Chen Chu and asked, tomorrow's the weekend. Got any plans? Plans? I'll probably be pretty busy. Clearly, Chen Chu was still deep in the process of mastering plasma stealth technology. Once the early warning aircraft arrived, he would undoubtedly dive straight into practical application. Naturally, he wouldn't have much free time. Lu Ziyan immediately frowned at his response. She slapped Chen Chu's shoulder and said, come on, you just invented the laser electromagnetic cannon. Can't you give yourself a weekend off? Xian is coming back tomorrow. Aren't you going to spend time with us? Ha! Only then did Chen Chu recall that Wan Yixuan had indeed mentioned coming back. As for the sudden reason for her return, he hadn't asked. What ha? It's settled. Tomorrow you're coming with us to the mall. Before Chen Chu could protest that he might not be free, Lu Ziyan had already strided ahead toward the school entrance, leaving his somewhat stunned Chen Chu behind. But what could he do? She had helped him out, and Wan Yixuan had been supportive before. Besides, the early warning aircraft hadn't arrived yet. But reality unfolded far faster than he'd imagined. By midday, as Chen Chu sat in the classroom writing down the principles and formulas of plasma, a sudden commotion erupted within the room. Did you hear that? The roar of aircraft. What? Are fighter jets coming? Instantly, the entire class erupted in excitement. Even Lu Ziyan immediately stood up and couldn't help but look out the window. Chapter 67, Reporting to Lieutenant Chen. Sure enough, at that glance, she saw a crimson fighter jet appeared above the clouds, steadily approaching National Defense High School. At that moment, even the so-called nerds who usually focus solely on their studies crowded around the windows, eager to catch a glimpse of the fighter jet. After all, despite years of grueling study, they might never have the chance to own one themselves. Now, Chen Chu hadn't even entered university yet, and he already possessed one. How could they not be envious? Perhaps one day they too could own one, but at least for now, this fighter jet truly belonged to Chen Chu. Yet, once the initial shock wore off, the students clearly sensed something was amiss. Why haven't I seen this aircraft in the news? Yeah, what model is this? Who knows? It's just so cool. Clearly, for boys and girls of this age, coolness was paramount. Especially the sight of this fighter jet piercing through the clouds at high altitude was utterly breathtaking to them. Even Chen Chu, with his composed nature, couldn't help but glance up. Seated near the window, he looked up to see a crimson fighter jet weaving through the clouds, slowly heading toward National Defense High School. As a man, who hasn't dreamed of flying a plane as a kid? Even if you didn't aspire to be a pilot, surely you watched the Shook and Beta cartoons as a kid? Therefore, not wanting to own an airplane of one's own was simply impossible. Now, this very aircraft was about to belong to him. Even for Chen Chu, this was an extraordinarily thrilling prospect. At this very moment, the happiness felt almost unreal to him. But he knew that his own sixth-generation fighter would one day outshine this plane more dazzling, more celebrated, and brimming with greater glory. In the future, he would not only build a sixth-generation fighter that leads the world, but also construct aircraft carriers and starfighters, fulfilling his childhood dream of conquering the stars and oceans. Of course, his immediate focus remained firmly on plasma stealth technology. Before long, the early warning aircraft seemed to find its landing trajectory, gently descending toward the laboratory area of the National Defense High School. At the National Defense High School, who didn't know Chen Chu by now? Thus, when the school leadership received the notification, they immediately came to escort Chen Chu to claim his fighter jet. The other students could only gaze on with envious eyes, craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the ceremony. Chen Chu followed the school leadership directly to the school playground. Even Lu Zian craned her neck to watch Chen Chu on the field, secretly snapping photos with her phone. Before long, a military officer in Air Force uniform strode onto the field. Tall and imposing, he wore sunglasses, though his age suggested he was at least approaching 40. Each step he took was incredibly steady, showcasing the military's dashing charm to the fullest. It was no wonder female students adored military men and fell for their instructors. Many girls at the National Defense High School, knowing Chen Chu wouldn't notice them, cheered loudly at the sight of the pilot. The pilot is so handsome. Is this the Air Force? If I become a flight attendant when I grow up, can I marry a pilot? Lu Zian chuckled at these starry-eyed remarks. You're dreaming. At best, he'd be a colleague. Besides, haven't you noticed his age? Plus, I zoomed in and saw Chen Chu's rank is higher than his. What? The mention of military rank left the girl stunned. Judging by his uniform, this pilot was clearly quite distinguished. And given his age, how could his rank possibly be lower than Chen Chu's? But the next moment, the pilot officer cheered by all the boys in school and called handsome by many girls stepped before Chen Chu and immediately snapped to attention. His voice boomed with unmistakable authority as he declared. Sergeant First Class Pei Ji, 6th Division, Air Force Headquarters, Jiling Military Region, Dragon Nation, reporting for duty to 2nd Lieutenant Chen. This scene instantly sent shockwaves through the entire school once more. Holy crap! Normally, when they saw pilots like this, even those with military ranks, they would feel nothing but deep respect. But now, seeing such a formidable hero salute Chen Chu, how powerful must this second lieutenant be? The girls who had always admired Chen Chu felt a surge of pride welling up inside them. Especially those who had watched him transform from a high school underachiever mocked for choking under pressure during crucial moments into someone now capable of bringing honor to his family. To them, Chen Chu had become nothing short of an exemplary role model. Chen Chu, now the center of all attention, clearly felt a surge of delight. The system had indeed granted him the capability to design sixth-generation aircraft, but it hadn't given him the piloting skills to fly them. Therefore, if he could have a pilot to assist him, it would be the best possible outcome. Without hesitation, he inquired, Sergeant Pei, what is the nature of your assignment this time? Pei Ji removed his sunglasses, revealing a face marked by years of service. A hint of awkwardness flashed across his features. Reporting to you, Ensign, he said, I am here on standby to assist you in familiarizing yourself with the early warning aircraft's operational protocols and to perform maintenance on the aircraft. Upon hearing this, Chen Chu nodded. That meant he had full authority to operate this early warning aircraft. Once he mastered the controls, he could indeed operate it. But if he chose not to learn, Sergeant Pei could still assist him in completing the research. One thing remained certain, when missions arose, this early warning aircraft would still take flight. Yet if he could modify it successfully and achieve significant results, then anything he wanted to modify next would be possible. An AWACS aircraft it is, then. Chen Chu therefore said to Sergeant Pei, then please take me to see the early warning aircraft. Soon, the two headed toward the newly constructed helipad. Even from a distance, Chen Chu could see that the airborne early warning aircraft, which appeared modest in size amidst the clouds, was actually terrifyingly large in reality. This airborne early warning aircraft was originally modified from a Russian-made E-276 into an A501 model. It has a length of 46.59 meters, a height of 14.76 meters, and a maximum detection range of 370 kilometers. Clearly, this was Pei Zhi's area of expertise. He immediately began reporting the KJ-1000 specifications with precise accuracy. In Chen Chu's mind, the concept and role of an early warning aircraft quickly took shape. An early warning aircraft operates at high altitudes to detect enemy stealth targets while simultaneously commanding the entire battlefield. Typically deployed during military exercises to support training operations. Internationally, the most renowned early warning aircraft was the Eagle's E-3B Sea Tower. During that conflict, the E-3C demonstrated devastatingly superior capabilities, nearly crushing the enemy nation and prompting nations worldwide to rush to procure the American E-3C Sentinel. However, in this world, the Dragon nation's early warning aircraft appear significantly underwhelming. First, its radar has a maximum detection range of only 370 kilometers. While this might rank among the top 10 globally, it presents a significant disadvantage in actual combat against major powers. Consequently, after multiple military exercises, the KJ-1000 became obsolete. Later, it was deployed only for large-scale transport missions when absolutely necessary. Even then, intelligence provided by KJ-100 pilots was sometimes met with misjudgments and skepticism. This likely explains why the authorities allowed me to study this decommissioned KJ-1000. After all, it could still perform missions, albeit with low efficiency. Considering its $250 million price tag, discarding it outright would be a tremendous waste. However, an idea quickly formed in Chen Chu's mind. What if the early warning aircraft could become stealthy? Couldn't it achieve a surprise effect on the battlefield? After all, countering the KJ-1000 was straightforward: simply maintain a distance of over 370 kilometers, and it would remain undetected. But what if the KJ-1000 itself became invisible? How could the enemy possibly pinpoint its exact location? Chapter 68, Chen Chu actually let us through. The issue of radar detection range can be addressed later. After all, upgrading radars would require retrofitting all fighter jets, and some aircraft simply don't warrant radar replacements. But plasma stealth technology is a different matter. For plasma stealth technology, he only needs to build a plasma generator to form a plasma cloud around the aircraft. By controlling the plasma's energy, ionization level, and oscillation frequency, enemy radar waves hitting the plasma cloud would be partially absorbed and partially deflected. At that point, any early warning aircraft with limited radar detection range could be equipped with one. Perhaps many things would come to light. Realizing this, he understood he didn't need to learn how to fly at all. It would be a complete waste of time. Just as Chen Chu was pondering this, Pei Zhi asked, "Captain Chen, do you need to learn how to fly an aircraft?" Clearly, in his view, although Chen Chu was a high school student, he was nonetheless a top-tier talent in the military-industrial sector. Among military designers, especially in Jinling, the highest-ranking individuals were at the general level. Such designers and engineers were protected by the state. Someone as young as Chen Chu undoubtedly had a bright future ahead, so he hoped Chen Chu would learn more about this field. But Chen Chu shook his head. "Well, learning to fly isn't necessary. Just tell me how to open the cabin door and give me a general overview of the interior layout." "Oh, all right." Hearing the word layout, his heart sank slightly. Before coming, he had heard that Chen Chu had developed a new weapon that the Air Force would likely adopt, one that could fundamentally change the rules of future aerial combat. But he doesn't even have a solid grasp of basic aircraft construction? Wasn't this a bit of an exaggeration? Of course, he dared not show any disrespect. He promptly took Chen Chu through a general overview of the aircraft's internal structure. Throughout the process, he sensed that Chen Chu didn't seem interested in learning about the aircraft at all. Within 3 sentences, Chen Chu would ask, "Can this part be modified? What would happen to the aircraft if this part were modified?" These were questions he'd never even considered before, some he couldn't even answer himself. Yet Chen Chu grasped concepts with astonishing speed, comprehending the fighter jet's basic structure and operational logic in under half an hour. Once he was familiar with the aircraft's internal structure, Chen Chu suddenly asked, "Sergeant Pei, are you from Jiling?" Pei Zhi was taken aback by the question but replied, "Yes." "Then how long has it been since you last went home?" Pei Zhi paused. Though he was indeed a native of Jinling, his military service had consumed him. He himself had lost track of how long it had been since his last visit home. 2.5 years, maybe 3. He didn't know why Chen Chu was asking this, so he could only answer truthfully. Chen Chu nodded. "Well, since you're here with me, I'll give you 2 days off." "Huh?" Pei Zhi was utterly bewildered. He'd only just arrived, and already he was being given time off? Was this even possible? Defending our homeland isn't easy. Since you have some time now, go home and see your family. If anything comes up, I'll notify you. Seeing the earnest look on Chen Chu's face and remembering he was his superior, Pei Zhi immediately nodded, his expression softening. "Thank you, Captain Chen." Chen Chu smiled. In truth, he had already decided where to modify the KJ-1000. The next step was simply to get Pei Ji out of the way. It wasn't fear of leaks or anything like that. He knew full well that if Pei Ji stayed here, he'd likely try to stop him from conducting various experiments on the aircraft. After all, the technology came from the system itself, there was no way it would fail. And since the results were guaranteed, he might as well act first and report later. Of course, before that, Chen Chu still needed to conduct the experiment. After sending Pei Ji away, Chen Chu buried himself in the lab. Even so, he didn't skip his afternoon classes. After school let out, he remained in the lab. Since tomorrow was the weekend, he slept right there in the lab. By the next morning, he had finished building the electron gun and integrated it with the vacuum system. The next task was to mount the sealed electron beam onto this early warning aircraft. However, what followed presented Chen Chu with a dilemma. He had already chosen the location, mounting it on the seats. The KJ-1000 early warning aircraft had 15 seats, far too many. Where in actual air combat command would so many personnel be needed? Therefore, removing just 5 seats would be sufficient to accommodate the sealed electron beam system. But aircraft seats weren't something you could just rip out. Moreover, he couldn't lift them by himself. Thus, Chen Chu had to find someone to assist him, but he couldn't find anyone on short notice. The lab had indeed assigned assistants, but they hadn't been properly assigned yet. Plus, this was something he'd decided on his own without applying for permission. The chances of approval were slim, so he had no choice but to act first and report later. That meant he had to find someone completely clueless to help him. But who exactly should he ask? Just as Chen Chu was feeling stumped, he happened to open his phone and saw that his calls were blowing up. The calls were from Lu Ziyan and Wan Yixuan. Lu Ziyan was even bombarding him with messages. "Chen Chu, where are you? Didn't we agree you'd take us shopping today? Xian finally came back for a visit, and this is how you treat someone who helps you." Seeing this message, Chen Chu's mind stirred. Wasn't it perfect timing? Clearly, Lu Ziyan and Wan Yixuan knew nothing about fighter jets or modifications. Plus, Lu Ziyan has a pretty wild personality, doesn't that make her perfect for this kind of thing? Therefore, Chen Chu immediately replied, I just woke up in the lab last night. You guys come over to the track first. At that moment, in a Starbucks in Jinling City. Fuming, Lu Ziyan slammed her motorcycle key fob on the cafe table and huffed, Xian, this guy is really something. He didn't refuse yesterday, yet he still hasn't shown up today. You finally made it back from Lunka University, and doesn't he get the hint? Wan Yixuan's face flushed slightly at this. Ziyan, don't say things like that. I really did have business to attend to. Besides, hasn't Chen Chu been swamped lately? They just finished building his lab upstairs. Lu Ziyan's eyes lit up at this. Right. Speaking of labs, I have to tell you something. Our university has a fighter jet now. And it belongs to Chen Chu. Do you think he might have a surprise in store for us? Wan Yixuan was taken aback by this revelation. A fighter jet? Could they even keep one at a high school? Don't be ridiculous. Fighter jets aren't something to joke about. What's wrong with a fighter jet? If Chen Chu learned how to fly it, I'm definitely getting him to take me for a ride. But with that Sergeant Pei around, it'll probably be tough. Just as Lu Ziyan sighed, her phone screen lit up. She gasped, Chen Chu really invited us over. Really? Upon hearing the news, Wan Yixuan's heart skipped a beat. Though Chen Chu didn't seem like the romantic type, who knew? After all, every girl dreams of marrying a hero who walks on clouds. I'll try to get some hints. Lu Ziyan typed her reply as she spoke, are you sure? That Sergeant Pei is so intimidating. I got rid of him. Upon seeing Chen Chu's reply, both girls couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Chapter 69, You Bastard, Chen Chu. Even though Wan Yixuan and Lu Ziyan knew Chen Chu wasn't the type of annoying sycophant. But men love to show off, and since Chen Chu was someone who knew gratitude, they naturally assumed they'd get to board the fighter jet and witness its grandeur. Soon, Lu Ziyan revved up her motorcycle and sped off toward National Defense High School with Wan Yixuan in tow. Along the way, the two beauties naturally drew plenty of admiring glances. Damn, two beauties, one fierce and stunning, the other pure and captivating. Where are they headed? Judging by the route, it must be National Defense High School. That place has been on fire lately, beautiful women are flocking there. These murmurs clearly reached the ears of the two women. Though they were no strangers to such compliments, what beauty doesn't enjoy being praised? Especially when it was pure, unguarded admiration, exaggerated praise without ulterior motives. That was what they cherished most. Even though Wan Yixuan had already known about the fighter jets at National Defense High School beforehand. But when they finally approached the school's laboratory, she was utterly stunned by the fighter jets before her eyes. She hadn't expected the fighter jets, which looked small on TV, to be so majestic in person. They must be 4 or 5 stories tall. And judging by its length, it must be at least 60 or 70 meters long. At the entrance, the two were only briefly questioned. Upon learning they were students of National Defense High School, they were granted entry, likely thanks to Chen Chu's prior arrangements. The two women's anticipation naturally grew even stronger. Only when they reached the base of the early warning aircraft did Wan Yixuan truly grasp its full appearance. The KJ-1 bore a striking red 5-pointed star emblazoned across its hull, a symbol that instantly evoked profound patriotic sentiment. The word stunning barely did it justice. See, Xian? I told you this fighter jet was incredibly handsome. Lu Ziyan explained with a hint of pride. After all, while she had been allowed near the laboratory yesterday, access to the fighter jet area had been strictly forbidden. Today's access was only possible because Chen Chu had made arrangements in advance. Wan Yixuan nodded in agreement upon seeing the fighter jet. While she had anticipated its grandeur, witnessing it in person still stirred an overwhelming sense of awe within her. Still, she understood this fighter jet was no joke. Not just anyone could get on board. Even for girls like them, even if they grew up to become flight attendants, such opportunities remained rare. Female pilots in the Dragon Nation were few and far between. Just then, the door of the airborne police one suddenly opened. In the next instant, a staircase slowly descended. Chen Chu's voice suddenly echoed from inside the fighter jet. Want to come aboard for a tour? Hearing Chen Chu's voice, Lu Ziyan and Wan Yixuan couldn't help but feel excited. Lu Ziyan, in particular, felt even more certain her judgment was correct. With two stunning beauties present, even Chen Chu would inevitably try to show off. After all, only by showing off could one win the hearts of beauties. So she teased him playfully, there's no one else up there. You wouldn't be thinking of taking advantage of us, would you? Wan Yixuan immediately pinched her arm. With no one else up there, Chen Chu hadn't considered it before, but what if her reminder made him think that way? Chen Chu, up above, froze. Had his plan been seen through already? Ah well, if they saw through it, so be it. It was just a small favor anyway. Selling a little labor shouldn't be too much to ask, right? So he proposed directly, you two wanted me to accompany you shopping, right? Helping me out with a small favor shouldn't be too much to ask, should it? Upon hearing this, Wan Yixuan and Lu Ziyan, who had been about to ascend, froze in place. Help? A small favor? What normal girl wouldn't jump to conclusions hearing that? Even Wan Yixuan, who had been about to step forward, hesitated mid-stride and froze in place. Help you with what? Lu Ziyan asked quite boldly. Clearly, she suspected Chen Chu might have the audacity but not the guts. After all, she was practically the queen bee at school. Targeting her would be nothing short of suicide. What Lu Ziyan hadn't anticipated was Chen Chu's calm reply. It's simple. Just spare a little physical effort. It won't take long. Lu Ziyan and Wan Yixuan both trembled almost simultaneously. Exert a little physical effort? It'll be over soon? Instant gratification? Rage surged instantly from the depths of their hearts. Chen Chu, you one-night stand guy is bad enough, but now you actually want to hit on two people at the same time. Even if you genuinely wanted to, couldn't you just ask one person? What do you take us for? Do you really think being a national researcher gives you free rein to act lawless? They were independent, empowered women of the new era. Lu Ziyan immediately charged forward, rushing toward the KJ-1000. She was determined to find Chen Chu and beat the crap out of him. Wan Yixuan tried to hold her back, but clearly couldn't stop her. Ziyan, don't be impulsive. Although Wan Yixuan was also furious at Chen Chu's disrespectful behavior, she understood that Chen Chu was of a different age than those high school students. After repeating the year for so long, she could appreciate that being surrounded by teenagers might have suppressed his own needs. Lu Ziyan, however, had a temper that flared at the slightest provocation. If she really beat up Chen Chu, what would happen afterward? But just as Wan Yixuan was thinking this, she suddenly saw Lu Ziyan, who had stepped forward, freeze stiffly at the cabin door. Then she gasped. You, who are you? That question instantly sent a chill down Wan Yixuan's spine. Who? Someone else? She couldn't believe it, her heart trembling with fear. That meant Chen Chu wasn't alone up there. It was highly likely that Sergeant was there too. So it was highly probable that Chen Chu had called them over to curry favor with that sergeant. Damn you, Chen Chu. Now Wan Yixuan was furious too. She instantly recalled Chen Chu's earnest, focused demeanor from before, so all that had been fake. Today, she finally saw Chen Chu's true colors. As for fear? In broad daylight, under the clear sky, and with Lu Ziyan present, what was there to be afraid of? Therefore, she rushed straight to the cabin door. But when she saw the person inside, she froze in her tracks. Chapter 70, The Joker was them all along. Wan Yixuan could only see. Before her eyes, the cabin interior was nothing like the clean, orderly planes she was accustomed to. Besides the foul smell of engine oil, there were seats tilted out of place. What struck her as even more unbelievable was the sight of a tall, slender figure in a school uniform, hands and face covered in grime and thick layers of engine oil. Had Wan Yixuan not been Chen Chu's classmate and even briefly shared a desk with her, she would never have recognized this figure as Chen Chu. Chen Chu, realizing his rudeness, flushed with embarrassment and offered a sheepish smile. Sorry, I'm a bit busy right now, so I didn't have time to clean up. Lu Ziyan was equally astonished. So you really are Chen Chu? How did you end up like this? And what exactly do you need our help with? Chen Chu immediately laughed awkwardly. Well, I'm a bit embarrassed to say. This remark caused Wan Yixuan and Lu Ziyan to frown again. This guy, he wouldn't be asking them to do it here, would he? And with his hand like that, he couldn't possibly be asking them to do that kind of thing here, could he? If not, why would he be too embarrassed to say? At that thought, Lu Ziyan couldn't hold back any longer. She snapped, enough. Chen Chu, I never imagined you'd be this kind of person. You brought me and Xian here just so we could do that kind of thing for you? Ha? Chen Chu instantly looked utterly embarrassed. Is it that difficult for you? Lu Ziyan's eyes widened again. Of course it was awkward. What kind of twisted logic did Chen Chu have? What made him think any girl would agree to do that kind of thing? Especially in a place like this, under these circumstances, and with two people involved? What did he take girls for? Lu Ziyan was itching to punch Chen Chu right then and there. Wan Ishwan, however, showed more restraint. She tugged at Lu Ziyan's sleeve and addressed Chen Chu. Chen Chu, we know you don't interact with girls much, but if you want them to do something like this for you, you should at least show some basic respect. And at the very least, not in a place like this? Xian, why bother talking to this jerk? If it were me, I'd just punch him and knock some sense into him. Lu Ziyan, already wearing leather gloves, began clenching her fists, her knuckles cracking audibly. Hearing Lu Ziyan's threat, Chen Chu's eyes lit up. Perfect timing. Therefore, he promptly said, alright then, Xian, you don't need to do it. Lu Ziyan, you come help me. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and raised his hands, careful not to soil his clothes. But this gesture, along with his words, left both women stunned once more. They had expected Chen Chu to apologize or admit his mistake, but never imagined his face could be this thick. And then to say, Xian doesn't need to help, Lu Ziyan, you do it. Lu Ziyan trembled with fury. What did that even mean? What did he mean by Xian doesn't need to help? Did that mean Wan Ishwan was somehow more noble than her? That he could do such things, but not Xian? Clenching her fists, she strode toward Chen Chu. Even Wan Ishwan knew at that moment that Chen Chu was about to get beaten up. After all, Lu Ziyan was fearless. Once she got worked up, not even 10 oxen could pull her back. Fine. I'll fix you. I'll give you a proper beating today. Clenching her fists until they cracked, Lu Ziyan marched toward Chen Chu with a cold expression. But neither of them expected that just as Lu Ziyan approached, Chen Chu spoke again. Wait, don't you need to change clothes? Lu Ziyan's eyes widened again. Change clothes? Who would have thought that Chen Chu, who seemed so honest, had such a twisted taste behind the scenes? Fine. Let's see what tricks you've got up your sleeve. Change into what? Lu Ziyan asked, just as Chen Chu slipped on a pair of gloves and handed her an airplane survival suit. You're dressed so neatly. If you get this dirty, it'll be hard to wash. Put this on instead, it'll look more professional. Lu Ziyan's eyes widened in shock. More professional? So Chen Chu was into this sort of thing? A life jacket? Even Wan Ishwan beside her furrowed her delicate brows at that moment. Chen Chu, your taste is just too unique. She'd heard of all kinds of uniform fetishes, but she'd never encountered anyone with a thing for life jacket uniforms. Lu Ziyan, meanwhile, had reached her absolute limit. Seeing Chen Chu's earnest expression as he handed her the life jacket, she immediately swatted it away and snapped. Enough! Chen Chu, I never imagined you'd be this kind of person. We must have misjudged you. Of course, the thought of hitting Chen Chu considering all he'd done for the country made her hesitate. If she couldn't hit him, then leaving was the next best option. This time, even Wan Ishwan didn't hesitate. Dragged by Lu Ziyan, she turned to leave as well. Chen Chu, however, was left dumbstruck. We were classmates, surely we can't come to this? Fine, I'll do it myself. Chen Chu sighed, then crouched down to dismantle the seat himself. The two women who had been about to leave stopped in their tracks upon hearing his words. He's doing it himself? Could Chen Chu really be that twisted? Thus, just as they were about to exit, they paused and couldn't help but glance back. But that single glance left both women puzzled. Because Chen Chu wasn't doing what they'd imagined at all, he was actually there, earnestly tightening screws. Didn't you say you'd do it yourself? I was planning to film it, why aren't you coming? Lu Ziyan said petulantly. I am doing it myself. It's just a bit more effort. Chen Chu replied as he used the screwdriver to dismantle the seat, quickly removing 2 screws. He set the screws aside and said, when I carry it out later, could you guys give me a hand? Ha! Hearing this, the two women were once again filled with confusion. What did he mean? So, what exactly did you want our help with just now? Lu Ziyan couldn't help but ask. Help me dismantle these chairs. I need to install a plasma generator, and there's no other space to put it. Chen Chu replied matter-of-factly, didn't you just see it yourselves? Lu Ziyan immediately swallowed hard. That's it? Yeah, what else? That's it? Why are you saying you're embarrassed? Lu Ziyan felt utterly embarrassed. Well, making a girl do physical labor really is a bit embarrassing. Hearing this, Lu Ziyan and Wan Ishwan finally understood. If you hadn't explained, I would have thought. Thought what? Nothing. Lu Ziyan and Wan Ishwan both flushed crimson, utterly unprepared for the revelation that Chen Chu was far more innocent than they'd imagined. The fool was me all along. Chapter 71, The Plasma Cloaking Effect. Clearly, after having wrongly accused Chen Chu earlier, The two girls couldn't help but feel guilty upon seeing his request. 2 hours later. After the two women and Chen Chu disembarked from the KJ-1000, despite their utmost caution, it was unavoidable. Their faces and arms were still smeared with engine oil. Yet their faces all bore the joy that comes after hard work. The results were tangible, the work was truly done. 2 entire rows of seats had been removed by them, and Chen Chu had installed plasma generators in their place. But they clearly had no idea what that large box was, so Wanishwan couldn't help but ask. Chen Chu, what did you just install? A TV? Clearly, plasma technology bore a striking resemblance to the superwave televisions flooding the market, except one produced images while the other disrupted electromagnetic waves. Before Chen Chu could answer, Lu Ziyan chuckled, come on, this guy is definitely secretly working on some research project again. But we too have no idea what it is, we're just helping out. Clearly, Lu Ziyan hadn't heard about the J-20 incident last time. She had heard about the incident where Chen Chu went to first middle school to conduct an experiment and blew up someone's water dispenser bottle. Especially since she had heard Wan Yishuan's first-hand account as an eyewitness. So naturally, she assumed Chen Chu was up to something similar again, some strange, bizarre experiment. If there were any credit to be had, she wanted her share. But if things went south, they definitely wouldn't be held responsible. After all, Chen Chu was the mastermind, they were just helping out, and ignorance was bliss. Chen Chu chuckled, Wan Yishuan, you're half right. This is indeed related to TV, but it's not a TV. You'll see once I demonstrate. At that moment, Chen Chu pulled out his phone and opened the micro-radar scanning app. Since phones also emit electromagnetic waves, he held his phone up. The signal bar remained full. Then Chen Chu pressed the trigger on the transmitter gun. The next moment, Chen Chu's phone signal suddenly dropped to 0. Is this signal blocking? My phone lost signal too. Lu Ziyan and Wan Yishuan simultaneously pulled out their phones, only to find their devices displaying no signal. This left them both staring at Chen Chu in surprise. Chen Chu nodded. This is essentially a super powerful signal blocking emitter. It can completely block any electromagnetic wave signals, or indirectly interfere with them. Then, Chen Chu pressed the button again. This time, faint images began appearing on the radar display of Chen Chu's phone. However, since the phone's radar was essentially toy grade, it took a long time to gradually scan out some features. The moment the phone's scan revealed the image, both women's eyes widened almost simultaneously. In disbelief, they exclaimed, Mickey Mouse? Clearly, they had never encountered such a thing before. Especially Wan Yishuan, she'd only ever heard of signal jammers used in exam halls, never something that reflected electromagnetic waves. Lu Ziyan, however, possessed some knowledge of military warfare. Upon seeing Chen Chu's Mickey Mouse projection, she knew it was no ordinary device. On the battlefield, radar operated on electromagnetic waves. If the enemy scanned the skies or waters and detected a Mickey Mouse silhouette, what would they think? Immediately after, Lu Ziyan posed a crucial question, what's the range of this electromagnetic wave interference? Chen Chu thought for a moment, seeing no reason to conceal the truth, about 800 kilometers. In truth, 800 kilometers was a conservative estimate. The plasma cloud acted as an energy shield, reflecting any radar waves back to their source. Theoretically, even if electromagnetic waves were emitted from Mars and struck this plasma cloud, the reflection back would still be Mickey Mouse. Could the distance between Mars and Earth possibly be 800 kilometers? Certainly not. Even so, Lu Ziyan looked utterly astonished. 800 kilometers? That's farther than the observation tower's detection range. If we were at war, wouldn't enemy reconnaissance planes see Mickey Mouse too? Would enemy bases also see Mickey Mouse? Is that what you mean? Hearing Lu Ziyan grasp the concept and describe it so vividly, Chen Chu nodded calmly. Pretty much. Lu Ziyan's almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief. Could such a terrifying invention really seem so ordinary to him? Didn't he realize how profoundly such an invention would shake the entire world? Would showing a little more excitement kill your pride? Even if a national team invented this, they'd probably issue a global announcement immediately, right? But Chen Chu, just a high school student, invented this and remained so calm? So, do the higher-ups know about this? Lu Ziyan asked cautiously. After all, modifying aircraft required official approval, and Chen Chu's achievement was so monumental it might even warrant a promotion. But Chen Chu clearly had no interest in promotions. In his view, the sooner he could monetize the system's gifts and develop a sixth-generation fighter, the better. After all, he genuinely didn't want to repeat his senior year. If he had the time, he even wanted to install the pulse detonation engine on this KJ-200 airborne early warning aircraft. If he had to report every single thing to the higher-ups, the process would take forever. Therefore, he shook his head. No. Wan Yishuan and Lu Ziyan wished they could vanish on the spot. You bastard, dragging us into this mess. We never came here. Just pretend we never came. The two women exchanged a glance. Who smeared oil on my face? Was it you, Chen Chu? Who messed up my clothes? What did I just do? I can't remember. Their banter made Chen Chu want to laugh. Relax, this has nothing to do with you. Besides, that early warning aircraft won't be deployed for a year or two. We just need to cover it with a tarp for now. Alright. Hearing it wouldn't be used for a year or two, they finally relaxed. Why didn't you say so earlier? Now we're all dirty too. Let's go home, freshen up, and then go out to play. Chen Chu, you've got no excuse now. You took home all that bonus last time, this round's on you. No problem. Chen Chu agreed generously. However, unbeknownst to them, a major event was unfolding elsewhere. Chapter 72, Unexpected. Dragon Nation, Foreign Trade Mission for Arms. This was the department responsible for Dragon Nation's arms exports. Over the years, Longhua's arms export orders had repeatedly suffered setbacks. Several major contracts had been lost consecutively, and Lu Tianhe, the head of the Foreign Trade Department, bore significant responsibility for this. Now, he faced the prospect of losing yet another major contract. Minister Lu, as you know, your nation's weapons systems pride themselves on cost-effectiveness. However, I regret to inform you that the cost-effectiveness of your early warning aircraft is simply too low at present. Therefore, aside from the VT-4 main battle tanks, we are cancelling the order for the early warning aircraft. Ambassador Chaya, cancelling the order is acceptable, but could you please inform us what specific issues the early warning aircraft has? I cannot disclose that information. After hanging up, Lu Tianhe was furious. The buyer was Titanium Nation. Historically, Dragon Nation's global arms sales had been concentrated in Central Asia, desert nations, and Africa. Titanium Nation had always been a relatively stable buyer. While Dragon Nation's early warning aircraft had never been particularly advanced in performance, the nations capable of producing such aircraft worldwide were all top-tier powers. While Eagle's early warning aircraft were superior, their exorbitant cost allowed Dragon Nation's models to maintain a niche in the international market. Unexpectedly, even Titanium Nation, a long-standing partner, recently cancelled its order for Dragon Nation's early warning aircraft. This development is nothing short of adding insult to injury for the Dragon Nation's arms industry. Lu Tianhe had previously obtained some insider information regarding the reasons behind this. Many nations that terminated cooperation with the Dragon Nation promptly turned to purchasing arms from the Stick Nation. In recent years, the Korean Peninsula's share of the global arms market has skyrocketed. Initially, they gained a foothold by aligning with the Eagle Nation. But recently, they've extended their reach directly into some Central Asian nations. While their involvement in smaller drone sectors might be tolerable, their attempts to muscle in on early warning aircraft deals were unacceptable. It must be understood that with its military might, the Dragon Nation could crush the tiny Korean peninsula into dust at any moment. In terms of military strength, the Dragon Nation ranks among the top 3 in the world. Yet the Dragon Nation does not disclose or sell all its military capabilities. But Korea is different. They are a nation that will stop at nothing to make money. Their previous mass production of effeminate pop stars to exploit female markets abroad already exposed their shamelessness. Now that they've pivoted their focus to the arms market, they're mobilizing the entire nation to develop military technology purely for profit. Naturally, they spare no means in selling off their most advanced military tech. If they keep up this level of competition, the Dragon Nation simply cannot keep up and will inevitably suffer defeat in the market. If this continues, the Dragon Nation's share of the Central Asian arms market will inevitably be completely overtaken by the Stick Nation. Therefore, this time, Lu Tianhe refused to tolerate it. He directly called the Defense Bureau and discussed the matter with Director Ho Guoping. How dare they? Does this bastard nation really think our civilized country will concede everything just because we're polite? Ho Guoping's face was twisted with fury. If not for the peace treaty, he'd have dropped 2 mushroom clouds right on this despicable nation. They'll steal anything now. They've even stolen our partner after all these years of cooperation with Titanium Nation. Did they lack even the most basic sense of decency? He turned to Lu Tianhe and demanded, Minister Lu, how do you intend to handle this? The Ministry of National Defense will fully support you. Lu Tianhe had already devised a countermeasure and now stated, given Titanium Nation's unilateral breach of contract as a major power, we must demonstrate resolve and force them to cancel. However, we absolutely must make an issue of the VT-4 tank escort. How so? Don't the Koreans love to snatch things? Then let's use the pretext of delivering supplies to showcase our strength. This time, we'll transport the VT-4s via the Y-20 transport aircraft, escorted by the KJ-1000 early warning aircraft and J-20 fighters, with our most elite pilots assigned to the mission. This will make the Koreans understand we can tolerate it once or twice, but not a third time. Should such an incident occur again, it's highly likely the J-20s will be deployed right to their doorstep. The early warning aircraft. Alright, I'll make the arrangements. Defense Minister Ho Guoping promptly made calls to coordinate with all major military regions. As luck would have it, the major military regions either had their aircraft on missions, their early warning planes undergoing maintenance, or lacked sufficient pilots. After verification, this was indeed the case. The reasons were understandable. Early warning aircraft rarely saw operational duty. This sudden cross-border arms delivery mission had caught many units off guard, with numerous aircraft still in long-neglected maintenance states. Finally, Ho Guoping reached the Jinling military district. Upon receiving Ho Weiguo's call, the commander of the Jinling military region immediately took it seriously, relaying the message through the chain of command all the way to the Air Force Command headquarters. Reporting to the commander, "We do have one early warning aircraft here, but it is currently on a mission." "What kind of mission?" "Well, it's..." Upon hearing this, the division commander erupted in fury. "What on earth is going on? Even if it's for research, mission execution should take absolute priority. Recall that pilot immediately. Once the mission is successfully completed, the higher-ups will commend the Jinling Military Region Air Force Command." "Yes, sir." Xian Ping, the head of the Jinling Air Force Command, was feeling a bit of a headache at that moment. They just sent the early warning aircraft out for research, and now it was being called back for a mission? Fortunately, Pei Zhi was right here in Jinling. He immediately placed a call. Before long, Pei Zhi's voice came through the line. "Hello, reporting to the director." "What are you doing?" "Visiting a grave." Pei Zhi answered truthfully. "You went home?" "Yes. Lieutenant Chen approved it." "All right. Headquarters needs an AWACS aircraft for a mission now, and there's no one else available. You'll take over. Haven't you always felt there's little room for advancement flying AWACS? This opportunity is right in front of you. You must seize it." "Roger that." Pei Zhi immediately perked up. "But what about Second Lieutenant Chen? The research can certainly be put on hold for a few days. Besides, this matter shouldn't have been reported in the first place. If it gets passed up the chain, there could be disciplinary action. I'm sure Second Lieutenant Chen will understand." "All right. I'll report this truthfully to Second Lieutenant Chen." Clearly, Chen Chu, who was currently out shopping, had no idea that the newly modified early warning aircraft was about to be deployed on a mission. Just as he was lugging bags of purchases, his phone rang. "Lieutenant Chen, my apologies. I'm already at the lab. National duty calls I cannot refuse. I'll return after completing this mission and face the consequences." "Ha?" Chen Chu was momentarily stunned. A mission? So soon? What about the plasma cloaking device he'd modified? His 6th generation fighter hadn't even been unveiled yet. Could this stealth technology be made public? But just as he was about to explain and ask if the technology could be made public, Pei Zhi had already hung up. Damn it! He had tested the plasma cloaking technology, it worked flawlessly. But his modification of the KJ-1000 hadn't gone through proper channels. If he reported this, wouldn't he get in trouble too? Forget it. When the time comes, I'll just pretend I never knew. He hoped Pei Zhi wouldn't find out. Chapter 73, The Koreans Poaching Talent. Clearly, the situation had spiraled beyond Chen Chu's control. Since he couldn't manage it, he might as well stop thinking about it altogether. In truth, although Pei Zhi sensed Chen Chu might have something to say, he dismissed it as they were about to embark on a mission. Once aboard the airborne early warning one, he did find it odd that the rear seats were covered with a black cloth. Since it wasn't needed, he didn't ask further questions and simply piloted the KJ-1 toward the Northwest Military Region. Meanwhile, the Minister of National Defense and the Minister of Foreign Trade had already notified the Central Military Commission of the incident. The Central Military Commission took it extremely seriously, urgently dispatching Shui Shanhai to the northwest to organize the entire operation. In Shui Shanhai's view, it had been only a few days since he last left Jinling. Upon hearing that the military order from Titanium Nation had been cancelled, forcing Dragon Nation to demonstrate its military might, he was furious. If only Chen Chu's 6th generation fighter had been completed by now, it would have stunned the world. How could such a fiasco have occurred? But even if they currently lack such cutting-edge, world-shaking military technology, that bastard country shouldn't have been able to stick their nose in, right? Arms dealing inherently concerns the global order. When friendly nations purchase arms from each other, it signifies alignment within the same bloc. Now that Titanium Nation had cancelled its arms purchase, acquiring arms from the Stick Nation could shift the global balance, making the Dragon Nation situation even more precarious. Therefore, he attached immense importance to this incident. Upon arriving at the Northwest Military Region, he immediately deployed forces to the scene. Within roughly 3 hours, he had mapped out the route, J-20 fighters escorting the VT-4 to Titanium Nation. Pei Zhi and the fighter pilots were all furious. If they could fly directly over the Korean peninsula, they would have loved to strike Seoul itself. Yet everyone understood that anger alone was useless. In this era, only strength held sway. Without strength, one could only tolerate such disgusting incidents happening around them. What the Northwest Military Region didn't know was that at this very moment, inside the South Korean Military Command Center in the Gangnam district, row upon row of monitors displayed a dazzling array of information. Several commanders, looking delicate and soft-skinned in their military uniforms, were vividly recounting to a Titanium Nation ambassador. As friendly nations, we are sharing this information with you. Dragon Nation's current military hardware is several generations behind the world standards. Their military exercises are utterly mismatched, and the military region's capabilities are severely outdated, especially in radar detection. Look, this is footage captured by our satellite currently surveilling the Northwest Military District. The footage indeed showed satellite imagery of the Northwest Military District, along with some on-site footage. Is this what your Forgua reconnaissance aircraft detected? Impressive. The speaker was none other than the ambassador of Titanium Nation, Chaya. Since ancient times, Titanium Nation and Dragon Nation have shared an inseparable bond. Frankly speaking, Dragon Nation has always been Titanium Nation's senior partner. Even in the hearts of its citizens, the history of centuries under its protection remains indelible. Although the Dragon Nation, this elder brother, had also suffered its share of bullying in modern times, a great nation remained a great nation. Protecting a small country like Titanium Nation was no problem at all. Thus, they consistently purchased arms from the Dragon Nation to solidify bilateral ties and demonstrate their loyalty. But what Chaya hadn't anticipated was this. This time was different from before. The Titanium Nation's International Procurement Department forcibly halted his purchase of early warning aircraft from the Dragon Nation. After all, only major powers in this world possess the capability to manufacture early warning aircraft. Dragon Nation, Bear Nation, Eagle Nation. Although in recent years, the Korean Peninsula's arms sales have even surpassed those of the Dragon Nation, when it comes to relationships, the Titanium Nation still maintains closer ties with the Dragon Nation. When real trouble erupts across Asia, wouldn't Dragon Nation remain the ultimate authority? Therefore, their first choice has always been Longwa. But this time, Chaya received a secret order: cancel the pre-order for China's early warning aircraft and make a covert trip to South Korea. Before arriving, he had no idea what was going on. Only upon arrival did he understand why the country had sent him to South Korea. Thanks to Eagle Chan's technological support for democratic nations. Over the years, the military-industrial capabilities of the Korean peninsula had undergone a remarkable transformation. Modernized forces were everywhere, with drones and information-based warfare. Even South Korea's reconnaissance aircraft operated under unmanned command systems. Since the Korean peninsula couldn't sell arms, it had to form its own self-defense forces. So the Eagle Nation handed over its Asian arms sales to Korea and secretly aided their military industry. What's even more alarming is that South Korea now possesses stealth technology for reconnaissance aircraft and has gained comprehensive insights into the Dragon Nation's military industry. This visit to the Korean reconnaissance base has revealed just how precarious the Dragon Nation's military industry has become. Should war break out, their intelligence would be detected by the enemy first. How could this possibly protect the United States? At this point, if we don't follow the Eagle's lead, what good life can we expect? Even the decades of prosperity the Dragon Nation enjoyed before, wasn't that earned by working for the Eagle Nation, serving as the world's factory? As for the Eagle's subsequent targeting of them, in their view, how could the world's dominant power ever be surpassed? Thus, Chaya now keenly realized that even a tiny nation like Korea could undergo such a transformation, proof of how crucial it is to align with the right superpower. Meanwhile, within the Jiangnan military district, Commander Kim Tae-sang of the Korean peninsula observed the shift in Chaya's expression and couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. Historically, we should not have interfered in your relations with the Dragon Nation. But since your Titanium Nation now seeks to purchase early warning aircraft, we know their KJ-1000 all too well. We cannot let you fall into that trap. Kim Tae-sang wore an expression of sincere concern, appearing like a benevolent soul offering truthful advice without seeking reward. In reality, their mission was to sell weapons produced with Eagle San's technology to Asian and African nations, markets Eagle San had previously deemed unworthy. China had seized that opportunity, but now the Eagle wants to dominate even these markets, which is why they've propped up the Korean regime. Thus, their mission was essentially no different from undermining the foundation. First, they would undermine the Dragon Nation's position. Next step. To dissuade the US from purchasing Dragon Nation's early warning aircraft, he naturally continued citing the KJ-1000 specifications. According to our intelligence, the KJ-1000's operational ceiling is only 8,000 meters. During recent engagements with numerous Dragon Nation early warning aircraft, we discovered that as long as we maintain altitudes above 10,000 meters, enemy early warning systems fail to detect us. However, we are currently testing just how poor the KJ-1000's radar performance truly is. Therefore, today we will descend to 8,000 meters to verify this. Chapter 74, Report. I've spotted something strange. Upon hearing this, Chaya finally grasped the objective of the Koreans' operation today, to thoroughly test every capability of the KJ-1 through their 4 reconnaissance aircraft. This was naturally a positive development for their country. After all, if the KJ-1 turned out to be junk, wouldn't their country look like a laughingstock internationally if they bought it? But for the Dragon Nation, it would spell disaster. After all, the Dragon Nation was still unaware that with Eagle's assistance, the Korean nation could deploy reconnaissance aircraft into the northwest airspace to conduct covert surveillance. In reality, the Dragon Nation clearly remains unaware of the Korean peninsula's 4 reconnaissance aircraft. Shui Shanhai's sole objective was to transport the VT-4 combat tanks to the US via the Y-20 and KJ-1 aircraft. Once all personnel were in position, Shui Shanhai immediately ordered the full deployment. At his command, the Y-20s and KJ-10s began rolling slowly down the runway, while armed helicopters demonstrated the formidable might of the Dragon Nation's military spirit. It could be said that aside from radar stealth technology, whether it was the Y-20's massive payload capacity or the J-20's combat prowess, this contingent alone could stand toe-to-toe with the world's most elite fighting forces. Meanwhile, on the Korean peninsula, reconnaissance aircraft had clearly observed this deployment. Master Cha, they've mobilized. Their KJ-1 is about to take action. Our objective is to prove to you that the KJ-1 cannot detect us. If you purchase the KJ-1, you will become an international laughingstock. After Kim Tae-sang finished speaking, he issued orders to the reconnaissance aircraft pilot. Lee Jiam-ju, I order you to maintain constant surveillance on the enemy's KJ-1 while keeping a safe distance. Monitor its movements at all times. Roger that. As a pilot from the Republic of Korea, Lee Jiam-ju had initially braced himself for certain death when first assigned to conduct reconnaissance over China's military zone. However, after several reconnaissance missions, he observed that the intelligence from the Dragon Nation matched exactly what the Eagle Nation had provided. This realization gradually bolstered his courage. After several reconnaissance missions, his rank shot up from corporal to lieutenant. This time, for him, if he could prevent the United States from purchasing Dragon Nation's military hardware and sever military ties with Dragon Nation, that alone would be a major achievement. Upon his return, he might even be promoted to captain. How could he not be excited? Titanium Nation was a wealthy country. Purchasing arms could easily cost billions of dollars, which represented a significant amount of foreign exchange for the current Korean nation. Once they secured that foreign exchange, how could he not get promoted? Thus, while piloting the 4 reconnaissance aircraft, he quietly ascended to an altitude of 8,000 meters. Based on observations, this was the altitude where the Dragon Nation's KJ-1 early warning aircraft typically operated most effectively. They were confident that with the F-35 stealth materials and specialized aerodynamic design, their reconnaissance aircraft would remain undetected by the KJ-1 even within a 360-kilometer range. He immediately reported to Kim Tae-sang, reporting, "We have reached 8,000 meters altitude. No enemy early warning aircraft detected. Should we continue approaching?" Clearly, he knew the direction from which the Dragon Nation's early warning aircraft would approach. What surprised him slightly was that the Dragon Nation's aircraft seemed slower than usual, still not appearing on radar. Kim Tae-sang was evidently focused on completing his mission to persuade Chaya. Moreover, after so many trials, they had long since mastered the KJ-1's capabilities. Therefore, Kim Tae-sang commanded directly, "It appears the Dragon Nation's KJ-1 is also slowing down now. Proceed with the approach. They won't detect us." Kim Tae-sang was well aware that the 4 Gwa reconnaissance aircraft featured stealth materials and a stealthy exterior personally designed by Eagle sauce experts. Even approaching within 360 kilometers posed no issue unless observed with the naked eye. How could it possibly be detected? This material, combined with its specialized shape, maximally reflected or even absorbed electromagnetic waves. Within 300 kilometers, it was absolutely invisible. Roger that. When Lee Jinzu's voice came through, even Chaya, watching nearby, couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed for the Dragon Nation. Especially with this KJ-1 airborne early warning aircraft, why was it moving so slowly? They'd been waiting this long and it still hadn't shown up? Just as everyone in Korea assumed the Dragon Nation's forces must have deliberately slowed down, Lee Jinju's voice suddenly rang out again. Report. Radar detects numerous aerial targets below. They appear to be Dragon Nation forces. Kim Tae-sang couldn't help but frown. What the hell? Did Longhua not send out an early warning aircraft this time? Could it have broken down en route? Clearly, Kim Tae-sang understood the basics. Early warning aircraft typically depart ahead of the main force. Yet reconnaissance planes had already spotted the large troop movements, including the Y-20 transport aircraft. So why hadn't the AWACS detected them yet? Only 3 possibilities remained. Either the Dragon Nation backed down, knowing their early warning aircraft would be humiliating, so they opted not to deploy them in advance. Or, the AWACS was right above them. Or, the early warning aircraft has gone stealth. How could that be? After ruling out the other possibilities, Kim Tae-sang concluded there was only one remaining scenario. The Dragon Nation's KJ-1 had wisely chosen to fly at a higher altitude this time. Of course, under normal circumstances, that would only be 10,000 meters. Therefore, to be safe, he instructed Lee Jinzu, climb another 2,000 meters and search again for any early warning aircraft. Yes, sir. Lee Jinju immediately pulled back on the control stick, sending the reconnaissance aircraft straight upward. As they continuously pierced through cloud layers, the radar dots representing the J-20s and Y-20s grew smaller and smaller. When they neared the altitude limit, Lee Jinju reported. Reporting, we've reached the maximum altitude of 13,000 meters. No enemy early warning aircraft detected. Preliminary assessment, the enemy likely realized it was embarrassing and withdrew their early warning aircraft. On the Korean side, Kim Tae-sang nodded. That seems likely. Who would have thought the Dragon Nation would show restraint this time and not deploy their early warning aircraft? But it doesn't matter. As Ambassador Chaya witnessed, their early warning aircraft are already beyond operational use. However, just then, a startled cry erupted over the radio. Report. I've detected something strange. It's appearing on my radar. Chapter 75. I'm invisible? I had no idea. Originally, just as Kim Tae-sang was gloating and Chaya was shaking her head. Upon hearing Lee Jiam-ju's words, Kim Tae-sang suddenly froze. What strange thing? Describe it. Lee Jiam-ju, aboard the reconnaissance aircraft, looked utterly bewildered as he exclaimed, "It's bizarre, my radar picked up a Mickey Mouse." Mickey Mouse? At that moment, Kim Tae-sang and the entire rear command post were struck dumb with astonishment. They'd heard of radar malfunctions, but never of Mickey Mouse appearing on it. And did this kid have any sense at all? Doesn't this indirectly imply that the stuff their hawkish dads developed is prone to malfunction? Forget it. If we can't find the early warning aircraft, just track them. Kim Tae-sang immediately issued another order. But Chaya wasn't having it. So even Eagle's gear has issues? What the heck is this Mickey Mouse business? Hold on, Minister Kim. I admit Dragon Nation's radar tech isn't great, but Eagle's radar has problems too? If we buy your reconnaissance aircraft and the radar shows Mickey Mouse, isn't that worse than detecting nothing at all? Clearly, Chaya understood that false intelligence was far more dangerous than no intelligence at all. He couldn't let them brush this off. If they used this radar in a future war and suffered defeat, he'd be the one facing execution. Kim Tae-sang chuckled, impossible. This radar was provided by Eagle sauce experts. It's likely some kind of Mickey Mouse-shaped weather balloon, or maybe a satellite debris. Lee Jiam-ju. I order you to investigate this Mickey Mouse business immediately. Clearly, Lee Jiam-ju didn't take it seriously either. After all, it was just a Mickey Mouse-shaped object, right? These days, satellites come in all shapes and sizes. Maybe one just fell into the Dragon Kingdom, and he happened to spot it. For a pilot, that wouldn't be anything unusual. Roger that. He immediately flew toward the location where the radar showed Mickey Mouse. Meanwhile, on the airborne early warning aircraft number 1, Pei-ji was completely dumbfounded. Ever since takeoff, it seemed as though he'd lost contact with headquarters. He hadn't received a single instruction. This had happened before too. He'd only managed to contact headquarters by activating the backup Y-ray frequency communication system. Now, the same situation was repeating itself. The moment he switched to the backup signal, he heard Shui Shanhai's furious curses. Pei-ji, what the hell? Did you fall asleep after takeoff? Put it on autopilot? Pei-ji felt utterly wronged inside. Not at all, Director Shui. I've been doing my job diligently the entire time. Diligent and responsible. None of the radars detected you, and you claim you were doing your job? Where the hell did you go? Honestly, I was just escorting. My current coordinates are XXXX. Pei-ji felt like something supernatural was at play. Had he somehow slipped into a parallel universe? Why else would no one else's radar pick him up? The most terrifying part was that radio signals were being jammed. Your coordinates are within the normal formation range. This is strange. Report what your radar is detecting now. Got it. 3 aircraft below and to the east, 3 at 9 o'clock. This is bizarre. Everything you're reporting is accurate. Are you cloaked? Shui Shanhai looked utterly bewildered. At this point, it seemed like the only possible explanation. How else could the entire electromagnetic spectrum be blocked? How could I possibly cloak? Also, did you guys send another early warning aircraft? There's no other one. You must be out of your mind. Shui Shanhai was speechless. This early warning aircraft had been transferred all the way from Jinling. Where would a second one come from? Successfully completing this mission would be proof enough of the KJ-1's capabilities. But the next moment, Pei-ji's voice rang out again in alarm. Report. There really is another early warning aircraft. It's at the same altitude as me and heading straight for me. Shui Shanhai's brow instantly furrowed. Falsifying military intelligence was punishable by firing squad. Could this be real? But they hadn't deployed a second early warning aircraft. Could it be an enemy plane? But how the hell could enemy aircraft be so brazen? Flying openly in our airspace instead of hiding, actively seeking out our early warning aircraft? That's suicide. Besides, with J-20 squadrons escorting them, even the Eagle wouldn't dare hijack them, right? Report. Radar shows it's getting closer directly below us. Pei-ji's voice suddenly tightened with tension. If only I hadn't come. At this altitude of 10,000 meters, it feels like I'm seeing ghosts. Calm down. I'll immediately dispatch 2 J-20s to investigate. Shui Shanhai immediately directed 2 J-20s to open backup communication channels with Pei-ji. At the same time, a possibility crossed his mind. Last time in the Jinling no-fly zone, they'd encountered a drone. That time, it was that kid Chen Chu pulling a stunt. Could it be Chen Chu again this time? No, if Chen Chu truly had the capability to build an early warning aircraft, why would he need to apply to him? Impossible. Could it really be an unidentified flying object that he had encountered? But if an unidentified flying object could be detected by radar, that would be pretty lame, wouldn't it? However, Shui Shanhai quickly considered another possibility. A possibility that sent chills down his spine. Could it be that this was a surveillance drone from the Eagle or some other hostile power? Previously, they could gauge the detection range of the KJ-1 early warning aircraft, so they always maintained a safe distance. But this time, Peiji's KJ-1 had gone stealth, causing them to suddenly lose track of their target and exposing themselves in the process. Realizing this, he immediately contacted Peiji. Peiji, you're likely in stealth mode right now. I don't know how you did it, but maintain it. Monitor the UFO's position. Even if it's just a little gray alien today, you're going to catch it for me. Clearly, Shui Shanhai realized this was his chance to make a name for himself. If this truly was an alien, then tough luck for them, they could always run. But if it was a foreign surveillance drone, capturing it would undoubtedly cause an international uproar. The KJ-1 early warning aircraft would instantly become world famous. At that point, which country in the world would dare to look down on the Dragon Nation's early warning aircraft? Peiji's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. He had gone stealthy inexplicably and had no idea how to maintain it, but he knew clearly that a soldier's first duty was to obey orders. Therefore, he immediately ascended again, adjusted his angle, and scanned the area below. This time, he finally saw it. Not far away, a white Taiji aircraft was searching for something. In that moment, goosebumps erupted all over his body. Chapter 76, detected by the Dragon Nation's early warning aircraft? The white Taiji national flag displayed only 4 trigrams from the 8 trigrams. Wasn't this a military aircraft from the Korean peninsula? How dare a military aircraft from that country fly into Dragon Nation's airspace? Then he thought about it. In recent years, Dragon Nation had faced immense difficulties in arms sales. The biggest beneficiary of this situation? Naturally, it's Korea. With the backing of the Eagle Nation, their military technology has been advancing rapidly. If it were merely American assistance, competing openly with the Dragon Nation would be one thing. But now, conducting covert surveillance and observation, what exactly are they up to? Gathering Dragon Nation's military intelligence, reporting it to the Eagle Nation on one hand, while leaking it to other countries on the other to interfere with Dragon Nation's arms deals. As a son of the Dragon Nation, how could I tolerate such actions? Today, if not for his own stealth early warning aircraft, he would never have detected the Korean military aircraft. He immediately reported the situation to Director Shui. Reporting to Director Shui, critical situation, we've detected a fighter jet bearing the Taeguk flag over our national territory, attempting surveillance operations. Upon hearing this report, Shui Shanhai's face instantly turned green. He had anticipated the Koreans' audacity, but never imagined they could stoop so low in the military-industrial sphere. Tracking us was bad enough, but now they're resorting to spying? Did they truly believe that having the Eagle's backing allowed them to act with impunity? As the top commander of the military region and a key operational leader, he immediately ordered Peiji, maintain surveillance without alerting them. Report its precise coordinates. All J-20 fighters, immediately encircle this enemy aircraft. Clearly, capturing this military aircraft today would be a massive morale boost for the nation and a statement to the world. Even if the Eagle meddles and proxies some puppet arms dealer, their military capabilities absolutely cannot match Dragon Nation's. With just a modicum of serious effort from the Dragon Nation, these so-called paper tigers would be exposed. Moreover, capturing this aircraft would provide leverage to pressure the Korean peninsula in the future. Internationally, the rule of law prevails. Capturing this aircraft would secure immense compensation from the Korean peninsula, along with signed agreements forcing them to yield to the Dragon Nation on critical matters. For Shui Shanhai, this would be a tremendous opportunity. But why would an early warning aircraft be stealthy? He quickly realized something. Could it be that brat Chen Chu was behind this again? That couldn't be. The early warning aircraft had only been in his possession for a few short days. This level of technology has actually managed to counteract the most advanced stealth technology of the Eagle Nation? Even the most brilliant minds couldn't possibly be that brilliant, could they? But he didn't have the time to dwell on it. He quickly issued orders to the other J-20s, everyone, switch to backup communications and follow Peiji's commands. Encircle the enemy aircraft. Initially, the J-20 pilots were confused about the situation. Only when they heard Peiji report detecting enemy aircraft, specifically enemy aircraft from the Korean peninsula, did they understand. So, it really was the Koreans behind this. Why hadn't they caught these bastards before? Frustration gave way to mounting rage. Meanwhile, back at the Korean side? Inside their command center, Kim Tae-sang couldn't help but laugh again. See? Nothing there. Where in Dragon Nation do they have such advanced stealth technology right now? And they can even jam our radar readings? Dragon Nation's education system has always been a failure. Everyone follows the same path from childhood, making it impossible for them to produce world-leading scientific geniuses. Compared to our great Korea, what do they have to compete with? Chaya, observing the blank radar screen beside him, couldn't help but sigh in realization. It seemed the strategy of leaning on Dragon Nation's big brother was now completely untenable. After all, in terms of military capability, a single reconnaissance aircraft from the Korean peninsula could infiltrate their territory undetected, while Dragon Nation's early warning aircraft dared not even show up. Wouldn't they end up clinging to the eagle's leg just like Korea? At the very least, when S3 erupted, aligning with the right side would prevent them from becoming a defeated nation. It seemed that upon returning this time, thorough preparations were essential. But just then, news came in from Lee Jinju, reporting, radar shows 5 enemy aircraft approaching us. What the hell? At those words, Kim Tae-sang's face instantly fell. 5 enemy aircraft? Could it be the J-20s dispatched by the Dragon Nation? Could it be they've been discovered? Impossible. The technology provided by the Eagle Nation incorporated the most advanced stealth techniques available, both in terms of external design and stealth materials. With Dragon Nation's pitiful research capabilities, how could they possibly have the means to detect them? Meanwhile, Chaya, upon hearing the news, froze in place. Could it be they're really coming? Clearly, the Dragon Nation he knew was a mysterious superpower that had stood firm for millennia. In foreign wars, to say nothing else, it had few rivals in Asia. How could it possibly be that weak? Could it be they'd already detected the Korean reconnaissance aircraft? This is going to be interesting. Though Kim Tae-sang found it hard to believe, he still instructed Lee Ji-ju, don't panic. Immediately change course and see if they've locked onto your position. Lee Ji-ju responded immediately. He swiftly turned the reconnaissance aircraft around and fled at high speed toward the southwest at a 60-degree angle. However, all of this was observed by Bae Jik. The primary function of an early warning aircraft was battlefield command and enemy position tracking. Attention! Attention! Enemy position shifting 60 degrees southwest. Copy that. Copy that. 6 consecutive responses echoed as 6 J-20 fighters immediately raced toward the southwest corner. Upon witnessing this scene, Lee Jinju was once again utterly stunned. Report! They've caught up. They've locked onto my position. His voice was filled with utter disbelief. Similarly, Kim Tae-sang's face was now frozen in utter disbelief. How could this be? He muttered, radar scans downward or forward, how could they possibly detect and lock onto you from above? Could it be, above you? As the words left his lips, goosebumps instantly broke out all over his body. Chapter 77, This is Dragon Nation Airspace. Clearly, even Kim Tae-sang felt a chill run down his spine as he uttered those words. Dragon Nation, did they really have early warning aircraft? And they'd even detected his team? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If Dragon Nation's early warning aircraft were truly that formidable, why hadn't they shown up on radar? Not showing up on radar would be one thing, but especially since they'd been observing and monitoring the Dragon Nation military zone for so long. If Longwa truly possessed such capability, how could they have tolerated this situation for so long? Given Dragon Nation's aggressive wolf warrior diplomacy, wouldn't they have already shot their reconnaissance aircraft to smithereens? And after all this time, if they had stealth early warning aircraft, why hadn't they deployed them? But just as Kim Tae-sang dismissed it as impossible, Lee Ji-ju's tense voice rang out again. Reporting, I genuinely feel like I'm being watched. That Mickey Mouse silhouette has reappeared, fluctuating in size. What kind of Dragon Nation technology is this? This time, Lee Ji-ju's voice carried a hint of terror. Hearing this, Kim Tae-sang was utterly dumbfounded once more. The radar display fluctuating in size? What the hell was this? By all logic, stealth technology is designed to be either active or inactive, it doesn't just fluctuate. A stealth fighter is a stealth fighter, it doesn't just turn stealthy on command or switch off at will. But now it seemed that if the Dragon Nation truly possessed stealth technology, it appeared to be the kind that could be turned on and off at will. Isn't that just nonsense? Hearing this, he immediately retorted, Lee Jinju, starting now, don't worry about those fighters chasing you. You must believe you haven't been exposed. The cooperation between our country and the Eagle Nation is impossible for a backward country like Dragon Nation to surpass. Clearly, after all these years of democratization, being capitalist meant one thing in their eyes. Wealth. Progress. Take the world's superpower, the Eagle Nation. That's the richest, most advanced nation on Earth. But the Dragon Nation, just like their neighbor North Korea. Its citizens are starving, skin and bones, poverty being its defining characteristic. In such a poverty-stricken environment, what kind of economic and military strength could possibly develop? And how could it possibly produce the talent needed to invent such stealth technology? Yet the next moment, he clearly heard the warning broadcast from the Dragon Nation Air Force above Lee Jinju. This is the Dragon Nation Air Force. Nanling Military District. This is Dragon Nation Airspace. Enemy aircraft ahead, report your identity and purpose immediately. Make an emergency landing. At that very moment, Pei Zhi received Shui Shanhai's intercept order and immediately dropped all pretense, bellowing at the South Korean reconnaissance aircraft below. Upon hearing this news, Kim Tae-sang's scalp instantly tingled. He asked nervously, what's going on? What happened? Lee Ji-ju's voice trembled as he stammered, it's terrifying. The Dragon Nation's airborne early warning one is actually above me. It's been tracking us for ages. We've been under their control the whole time. Oh my god. Am I doomed? Ever since arriving in Dragon Nation for reconnaissance, Li Jiamju had anticipated this might be a suicide mission. But after Eagle Sauce's technology gave him confidence, greed took hold. He even began scheming to build up military assets, dreaming of a life of luxury in Korea. Yet just as he glimpsed hope for a life of power and privilege in Korea, the Dragon Nation's military crushed it outright. Naturally, he feared death. At that moment, Kim Tae-sang's resolute voice rang out, "Li Jinju, do not be afraid. What are your chances of destroying the enemy aircraft and escaping? How far are you from the border?" 1,662 kilometers. Report, I need at least 3 hours of continuous flight to evade the Dragon Nation's military aircraft and reach our country. I have no certainty now their 6 fighters have me completely surrounded. Hearing of the Dragon Nation Air Force's astonishing speed, Kim Tae-sang's entire face instantly turned ashen. Could the Dragon Nation Air Force truly possess such formidable efficiency and aerial combat prowess? They managed to encircle their reconnaissance aircraft without a sound, and the pilot remained completely unaware. Had they truly underestimated the Dragon Nation? Meanwhile, Chaya stood beside him, equally stunned. He knew full well that the Dragon Nation was not as backward as Western nations claimed. Moreover, the KJ-1's formidable stealth capabilities were a blessing bestowed upon their own Titanium Nation by the Dragon Nation. Yet now, they had chosen to betray the Dragon Nation. This scene made Chaya realize that if the Dragon Nation harbored resentment toward Titanium Nation, their days in Asia would become unbearable. Yet Kim Tae-sang's indomitable will propelled him to leap from his chair. He quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. If this incident were exposed internationally and Li Jiamju arrested, what kind of situation would Korea face on the global stage? Extorted by the Dragon Nation, how could they possibly explain this to their own people? It would be an utter disgrace beyond measure. Thus, he devised a plan: make Li Jiamju disappear without a trace. Li Jinju, I will take good care of your family, including your sister who is studying. Your task now is to leave no evidence for the Dragon Nation. You are a hero of the people, a hero of our country. When these words reached him, Li Jinju's heart shattered. But he understood all too well. Today, his fate could only end in one of 2 ways. The first, surrender as a prisoner, becoming a bargaining chip for the Dragon Nation to pressure his own country. This path might spare his life. But his sister, his family, they would all be branded as traitors to the nation. Their investigation into the Dragon Nation and their unauthorized entry into its airspace would be exposed. This would deal a devastating blow to their nation. He was certain the country could never withstand such consequences. But if he chose suicide, then the nation would surely treat his family well. Though he now recognized the despicable nature of the bastards, he knew he had no choice. As for Shui Shanhai's situation at that moment, orders were immediately issued. Pei Ji, whatever methods you employ, you must not open fire. And document the entire process on video. Roger that. Clearly, Shui Shanhai understood precisely how crucial this enemy reconnaissance aircraft was. In the future, once the Dragon Nation gained sufficient strength, this could easily serve as the spark to ignite war with the Koreans. Chapter 78, Has this kid done it again? But Li Jinju's resolve to die was now unwavering. He immediately addressed the Dragon Nation fighter jet. Please assign me a runway for an emergency landing. First, please state your nationality. Which Asian country are you from? Clearly, Pei Ji was also trying to extract information from him. But Li Jinju remained silent, only emphatically insisting he needed to make an emergency landing. After Pei Ji relayed the message, Shui Shanhai had no choice but to agree. After all, even if they refused, their only recourse would be to attack the enemy fighter. Moreover, in accordance with humanitarian principles, if the enemy showed no resistance or intent to resist, attacking them was absolutely forbidden. Otherwise, they would face certain prosecution at the International Military Tribunal. But when Shui Shanhai ordered the J-20s to follow Li Jinju, he witnessed Li Jinju, upon descending to 5,000 meters, immediately plunge toward a mountainous terrain. You shameless Dragon Nation scum! Your stealth technology has been exposed. Our great cold netherworld nation will avenge me. Boom! A deafening crash followed. At that moment, when Shui Shanhai heard these words over the intercom, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. It was good news, after all. But if they could capture this guy, it would be a double blessing. Unfortunately, they hadn't. Still, it didn't matter. At the very least, they had discovered just how immense the contribution of Airborne Police One had been this time. At the same time, Shui Shanhai's phone rang. It was Defense Minister Ho Guoping calling. What have you done? The question came out of nowhere, causing Shui Shanhai to furrow his brow. The guy had barely died, and the Ministry of National Defense already knew? Could it be that the Korean peninsula had already begun contacting the Dragon Nation? He hurriedly replied, it wasn't us. But before he could finish, Defense Minister Ho Guoping cut in, You've done a tremendous job. Not only did Titanium Nation renew their order, they've added 10 more units. That's a $100 billion order. What? Shui Shanhai was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? They hadn't even caught the culprits yet, and out of nowhere, Titanium Nation was reordering the KJ-1 airborne early warning aircraft? Minister Ho, I haven't told you what happened yet. Shui Shanhai immediately relayed the intelligence from this side. The defense minister was immediately overcome with excitement. So the Titan Nation got the news faster than us? But regardless, 100 billion yuan order is an undeniably good thing. You've done a tremendous job this time. What's the name of that KJ-1 pilot? Award him a first-class merit. Ha? Shui Shanhai quickly interjected, Minister Ho, there's something I need to clarify. The KJ-1 was modified. So the real hero of this operation is actually a researcher. What? Modified? Who? One of old Nia's people? Shui Shanhai shook his head. You could say yes, you could say no. He's still just a high school student. What the hell? A high school student? Minister Ho's voice shot up an octave. What kind of international joke is this? Their early warning aircraft had initially been rejected as defective, yet now, thanks to this kid's modifications, they'd sold 10 times the original order. This was actually a high school student? Yes. A week ago, I wouldn't have believed it either. But last time that kid. Clearly, Shui Shanhai realized his mistake mid-sentence. What kind of project is the 6th generation fighter? It's Dragon Nation's top secret project. While it hasn't reached the top secret level, anyone wanting to know about it still needs to apply to higher-ups. Ho Guoping immediately retorted, Director Shui, that's not fair. Old Ho here has served the nation faithfully, even fought monkeys for it. What could I possibly be kept from knowing? Could this kid even get transferred to our Ministry of Defense? What? The Ministry of National Defense? Upon hearing this, Shui Shanhai instantly grew tense. After all, Chen Chu was currently with the Air Force Department. A transfer to the Ministry of National Defense would mean he was at least a major general. Once someone reached general rank in Dragon Nation, it was highly likely the Eagle Nation already had files on them. While Shui Shanhai had no objection to Chen Chu, a talent like him, being promoted to major general, he absolutely could not tolerate him being scrutinized by the Americans. Before the 6th generation fighter was unveiled, Chen Chu had to be kept hidden as Long was trump card. Therefore, he immediately refused. I know exactly how to reward this boy. You just focus on your duties at the security department and report the facts as they are. With that, he dashed Ho Guoping's hopes of retrieving the pilot, then made arrangements for the recovery of the South Korean pilot's remains. Then, he placed a call to Li Songhai. And what was Li Songhai doing at that moment? In the various apartment buildings of the Central Military Commission compound. Wearing an apron, Li Songhai was armed with a toilet brush and plunger, meticulously cleaning each household in the Military Commission's residential compound. Clearly, he had been disciplined. The reason? He had taken the fall for Shui Shanhai. While the early warning aircraft wasn't a major issue, it required a direct order from above. That was impossible to obtain. Therefore, Shui Shanhai had no choice but to send Li Songhai. And how could Director Shui possibly be at fault? Li Songhai was the designated scapegoat. Compounding matters, he was already planning to retire. By volunteering for this task, he naturally incurred punishment. He received a major demerit and was assigned to clean the family compound. He hadn't really complained at first, but he never expected the higher-ups to actually make him sweep. He was an old man, and after cleaning just a few houses, he was already so exhausted he could barely stand up straight. If he'd known this thankless task would be so grueling, he never would have taken it on. But just then, Shui Shanhai's call came through. He answered immediately, Director Shui, I'll get right back to it. Getting old, can't keep up with the physical demands. But the next moment, Shui Shanhai burst out laughing on the other end. Oldly, you don't seriously think I'm the kind of person who'd go back on my word, do you? You're under me. How could I let you suffer like this? Even if it kills me, I won't let you keep doing this. Starting now, you don't have to do it anymore. What? Li Songhai was instantly dumbfounded. I said you don't have to work anymore. You've done something great this time, you're getting selected for the military commission. Why? Li Songhai couldn't fathom how he'd just made a mistake and suddenly become a hero. Shui Shanhai stated bluntly. Did you know? Chen Chu modified the early warning aircraft and as a result, discovered a reconnaissance aircraft that had been lurking in our country all along. What? Upon hearing this news, Li Songhai was so overwhelmed he nearly fainted. Chen Chu, that kid pulled off another feat? Chapter 79, Retired J-17. Evidently. At that moment, Li Songhai was so overcome with excitement he even dropped the plunger he was using to unclog the toilet. That kid Chen Chu never disappoints. Last time, he earned major credit for making tremendous progress in the weapons development system advancements that could reshape the global military landscape. But who would have thought that not long after, this kid would achieve another remarkable feat? And this time, it wasn't merely a research achievement. Discovering the enemy nation's reconnaissance aircraft, what did that signify? It means we've prevented potential national losses by uncovering this mole. Originally, he thought that was the extent of the achievement. But the next moment, when Li Songhai heard that this discovery of the enemy nation's reconnaissance aircraft had actually recovered an order that had been lost to Titanium Nation. And we're talking about a multi-billion-dollar order. Upon hearing this news, Li Songhai could no longer sit still. No wonder Shui Shanhai had said he could still enter the Central Military Commission. He had mentioned that only first-class merit could secure entry into the commission. Simply locating an enemy reconnaissance aircraft might not prevent national losses, but helping the nation recover a lost order? That was entirely possible. He had always believed that at his age, if he couldn't develop a sixth-generation fighter capable of stunning the world, his political career would likely end there. After all, the highest rank a researcher could attain was Major General. He had already reached the pinnacle. Who would have thought that encountering Chen Chu in his twilight years would lead to him being admitted to the Central Military Commission through an exceptional appointment? He truly owed that young man, Chen Chu, a debt of gratitude. Without Chen Chu, he likely would never have had the chance to enter the Central Military Commission in his lifetime. Still, he couldn't help but ask Shui Shanhai with a hint of confusion, "So, does Chen Chu know about this?" Shui Shanhai chuckled. "I haven't mentioned it to the kid yet. Frankly, I'm a bit stumped about how to handle Chen Chu now. We've already given him so many rewards. We can't just hand him a Major General's rank out of nowhere, can we? While he could certainly be promoted to Major General now, that rank would inevitably draw attention from the Eagle Nation. Just look at the reconnaissance aircraft from the Stick Nation this time. If things keep going like this, it'll be hard for the Eagle Nation not to notice Chen Chu's existence." Clearly, Shui Shanhai's concerns were not unfounded. The Korean spies clearly used American technology to infiltrate China. So what about their own capabilities? How much intelligence did they possess about the Dragon Nation? And any intelligence unknown to the Eagles would become Dragon Nation's trump card. Who would want fewer trump cards? Especially an ace like Chen Chu for the Dragon Nation, he was absolutely indispensable, a talent of the Zhongxing class caliber. Even if the sixth-generation fighter hasn't emerged yet, these inventions alone are enough for Shui Shanhai to envision just how terrifying the future sixth-generation fighter will be. When it finally takes to the skies, the entire world will tremble in awe. And even if the sixth-generation fighter never materializes? Chen Chu isn't merely the designer of the pulse detonator engine or the inventor of the laser electromagnetic cannon, he's also the pioneer of stealth technology. Which of these achievements alone doesn't make him a talent of national revival level significance? What does national rejuvenation level talent mean? It meant the hope for a prosperous and mighty nation, one capable of shattering the existing world order and challenging hegemonic powers. For this reason, Shui Shanhai naturally did not want Chen Chu's information to fall into the hands of the eagle-eyed Americans. Moreover, unforeseen accidents could always occur in the future, so he dared not take any chances. Upon hearing this news, Li Songhai's face also darkened with concern. Indeed, Director Shui's concerns seemed entirely justified to him. Chen Chu's rank had risen far too rapidly. If he continued developing like this, how could the Eagle not eventually trace it back to Chen Chu? Back in China, this wasn't such a problem. Even if investigated, they wouldn't know the specifics of Chen Chu's research. But this time was different. They had prematurely exposed their stealth technology and forced a reconnaissance aircraft from the Korean peninsula to crash. Once this reached the Americans, they would undoubtedly analyze and study the incident. When that happens, things won't be so simple. Given the Eagle's intelligence capabilities, they might very well trace it back to Chen Chu. If they learn about the sixth-generation fighter in advance. At that point, they might issue an early warning. Either they'd step in and do everything possible to interfere, or they'd prepare countermeasures in advance to neutralize the sixth-generation fighter's intended impact. Either outcome was something the two men wished to avoid. Therefore, Li Songhai suggested at this moment, Chen Chu is a fine young man in every way, but he's too exceptional. I propose we reward him discreetly this time, including imparting certain concepts to him. Shui Shanhai nodded in agreement. That aligns with my thoughts. We could confer a rank upon Chen Chu, but it must be done discreetly. Furthermore, his security must be prioritized from this moment forward. If Chen Chu refuses to move into the family compound, then we must assign him a bodyguard. Ha! Li Songhai froze at the mention of bodyguards. He didn't even have bodyguards himself. This kid Chen Chu was already at the level where he needed bodyguards? What ah? If you were the Eagle, wouldn't you want to eliminate someone who could invent a sixth-generation fighter jet? True. Then let's go pick someone from the Security Bureau. While we're at it, we should also assign an assistant to Chen Chu to relay messages for us. Otherwise, who knows if something like this will happen again, getting stealth features installed without us even knowing. Ha! You wouldn't be thinking of your granddaughter, would you? Shui Shanhai understood Li Songhai's implication perfectly. Young talents like Chen Chu hadn't yet made a name for themselves or gained global recognition. But everyone knew that someone like him was destined for extraordinary achievements. If he could be tamed by some girl at this stage, that would be a true blessing. Don't be fooled by Chen Chu's lack of background. His talent, his knowledge, and his unwavering resolve are his true credentials. A man with almost no weaknesses was undoubtedly the most formidable. Many lack the connections, yet countless individuals both openly and covertly now seek to curry favor with Chen Chu. Lead Sunhai, being in the prime position, aims to seize the opportunity first. Lead Sunhai chuckled, Director Shui, my granddaughter isn't half bad either. She's been at 404 for at least 10 years. She should be able to offer the kid quite a bit of help. Well, I can't say for sure. If Chen Chu isn't interested, there's nothing we can do about it. Oh, and this time, let's just give him a decommissioned J-17 for his experiments. Chapter 80, Stripping Military Rank? Confiscating the airborne early warning aircraft? Evidently. The recent incident where Longwa's early warning aircraft demonstrated its might is currently classified as S-level top secret. Not just the Jinling military region. Even the major commands and state security departments are maintaining strict secrecy. The reason is simple. While this is a major event demonstrating national prestige, and as the victim, Dragon Nation has done nothing wrong. However, at present, first, the Dragon Nation has not yet gathered all the evidence. Second, if the Dragon Nation were to inform the world that the Korean nation had secretly infiltrated its territory, it would have to reveal that it possesses stealth technology capable of overwhelming the world. This would instantly spark global envy. While disclosure itself isn't inherently problematic, they haven't fully deciphered the technology themselves. It was entirely developed by that kid Chen Chu. How could they possibly announce with certainty that they truly possess it? Moreover, they must examine the wreckage of the enemy aircraft to find incriminating documents and determine exactly what classified information the Korean nation had stolen. Only then could they decide the appropriate level of retaliation. Therefore, for the Dragon Nation, the only option now is to gather evidence first and only fight battles they are certain to win. Moreover, the longer they delayed taking a stance, the more anxious the Korean peninsula would become. Everyone connected to this incident was secretly detained. Even Beijing, who had achieved remarkable military feats, along with 6 fighter pilots, all lost their personal freedom within a short period. This also ensured that the escort mission for the battle tanks maintained the highest level of secrecy throughout the entire operation. However, this also created a problem. That is speculation. First, who is the subject of the speculation? Naturally, the Jinling military district. After all, Pei Ji was a non-commissioned officer, an outstanding pilot, and an air commander. Yet during a mission, he went completely silent for 3 full days. Naturally, this sparked endless speculation throughout the entire Jinling military region. Many even knew that Pei Ji's early warning aircraft had previously been taken to the National Defense High School for a senior student's experiment. The state's emergency lockdown on all information regarding the KJ-1's operation only fueled speculation, leading many to connect the research activities with Pei Ji's disappearance. They were already aware that the KJ-1's operational capabilities were severely lacking. First was the radar issue, and second, its detection range was simply too limited. As for Chen Chu, the high school student, they were well aware of him. Though the specifics of his national research project remained unknown, he had gained some recognition in Jinling, though that fame was confined solely to his achievements in drone technology, where he had outperformed experts from the capital. A high schooler's understanding of fighter jets was practically non-existent. After all, looking at the life paths of all pilots, it was clear that when they applied to aviation universities, they were all clueless. They just thought pilots and planes were incredibly cool. At most, they might have looked up different aircraft models or seen them in the news, but they couldn't possibly understand the inner workings of an aircraft, even now. They wouldn't dare claim full mastery of fighter jets or early warning aircraft. Even now, with knowledge evolving at breakneck speed, they couldn't be sure if what they learned today would be obsolete tomorrow. This time, when Pei Ji was assigned to a mission with information tightly sealed off, most of them immediately linked the matter to Chen Chu. Why? Throughout his career, no matter the mission, stability had always been Pei Ji's top priority. Even if he didn't achieve anything remarkable, he never made mistakes, a fact evident from his previous records. So this time, with Pei Ji encountering trouble, there were only 2 possibilities: either he had achieved something remarkable or he had made a mistake. And regardless of which, the implications were immense. But what could he possibly have accomplished? With the capabilities of the KJ-1000, even with Pei Ji's extensive experience, what could he possibly achieve? Over the years, whether in actual combat or exercises, there has never been a recorded instance of the KJ-1000 achieving anything noteworthy. Therefore, only one possibility remains: he made a mistake. Given Pei Ji's cautious and meticulous nature, it's highly unlikely he would make a mistake. So, there's only one possible reason for him to have made a mistake. It's highly probable that something happened to the KJ-1, and this incident is connected to Chen Chu, a high school student. Because the KJ-1 had only passed through the hands of that high school student. Moreover, due to the urgency of the mission, Pei Ji failed to thoroughly inspect the KJ-1, leading to problems during takeoff and mission execution. Once this logic took hold, rumors began to spread like wildfire throughout the military district. Some claimed Pei Ji had perished when the early warning aircraft caught fire mid-flight, while others said it crashed into a mountainside shortly after takeoff. Regardless, the cause was singular. That it was all the doing of Chen Chu, that high school student. What difference did his rank of second lieutenant make? In the military, once you make a mistake, you're treated no differently than an ordinary soldier. Moreover, Chen Chu's rank was essentially parachuted in, leaving him with no emotional ties to the soldiers of the Jinling military region. So those who risked their lives for the nation couldn't stand Chen Chu. Rumors began spreading like wildfire, even alarming the military district commander, who repeatedly called higher-ups to inquire. But what was the outcome? What was the response? The matter is currently under investigation. No further information can be provided at this time. This left the Jinling military district's deputy commander utterly dumbfounded. With the commander-in-chief absent, if higher-ups issued orders to reorganize the Jinling military district over Pei Zhi's case, the trouble would be immense. Thus, the entire Jinling military district launched discussions on how to address the Pei Zhi issue, including making advance preparations. Amidst this turmoil, a lieutenant named Zhou Yang volunteered. Report. As Chen Chu's superior, I have the authority to initiate a preliminary investigation into Chen Chu. Should any violations be found that resulted in serious consequences, we have the right to strip him of his rank. Furthermore, we can revoke his right to conduct experiments on the airborne early warning aircraft number 1. Clearly, the Jinling military district feared for their lives and dreaded higher-ups' blame. Even with Li Songhai backing him, the highest authority above him was merely Shui Shanhai. If blame were to fall, who could say whether Shui Shanhai would sacrifice his pawns to protect his king? Better to strike first than wait for death. Go ahead. Proceed as you suggested. Chapter 81, Commander-in-Chief of the Jinling Military Region Air Force. Just as Zhou Yang prepared to act and head toward the National Defense High School, Shui Shanhai, too, had taken action. This time, heading to the Security Bureau. Where would they allocate the J-17s? The Security Bureau, of course. Where would bodyguards be selected? That would definitely be the Security Bureau too. After all, Chen Chu had achieved such monumental merit, a feat of immense significance for the entire Jinling military district. Moreover, future equipment upgrades would be prioritized for the Jinling military region. Moreover, they'd heard that the Air Force commander of the Jinling military region was currently at the Security Bureau, awaiting further deployment orders. Currently, the Dragon Nation has 7 military districts. Each military region comprises 3 branches: naval, ground, and air. However, these military regions are all under the command of the Central Military Commission and the General Staff Headquarters. In other words, the Central Military Commission holds the highest authority, followed by the State Security Bureau, and then the General Staff Headquarters. Although the Security Bureau had concealed the earlier discovery of the Korean reconnaissance aircraft incident, it was still necessary to notify the major commands. Consequently, the Security Bureau has now gathered the commanders or deputy commanders of all 7 Air Force military districts across the entire Dragon Nation. Historically, such gatherings signaled a full-scale military mobilization for war. This time, however, was entirely different. Director Tianjin of the Security Bureau sat at the head of the conference room, observing the Air Force commanders before him, and remarked with a smile. Having so many commanders gathered here today is indeed a fortunate occasion for our Security Bureau. Under normal circumstances, it would be no easy feat to see all of you assembled. And every Air Force commander knew full well that being summoned like this could only mean one of 2 things. It meant either war or criticism of the Air Force's overall capabilities. Sure enough, the Security Bureau chief wasted no time, continuing, "The reason for gathering you all today is to announce something. We've discovered that the combat effectiveness of the Air Force currently lags behind that of the Navy. Enemy reconnaissance aircraft entered our airspace and we were completely unaware. What's more outrageous is that this wasn't isolated to a single military region. Commanders, you should all reflect on this." Even the head of the Security Bureau, who wasn't part of the Central Military Commission, wasn't particularly alarmed. But now, with this incident unfolding, how could they possibly show the slightest disrespect? If higher-ups blamed them, all 7 military regions would face restructuring. Fortunately, this failure affected multiple major military regions rather than just one minor one. Otherwise, should the blame fall squarely on them, it would undoubtedly result in severe disciplinary action, a career-ending blow to any hopes of ever reaching the Central Military Commission. We truly never anticipated this. It seems our air defense technology has fallen behind to such an extent without our realizing it. The commander of the Northwest Military Region was the first to step forward, candidly admitting his mistake. The other commanders nodded in agreement, with the Jinling Military Region commander nodding emphatically. Clearly, as the smallest military region in terms of organization, they had never held much sway. Therefore, he believed that no matter what, the larger military regions would take the fall this time. But the next moment, the Northwest Military Region commander shifted his tone. "Truthfully, we can't be entirely blamed. This isn't negligence on our part, it's that our technology simply can't keep pace. Those bastards have the eagle-eyed ones backing them. If we had scientists like theirs, we wouldn't have been spied on by those bastards for so long." The other commanders nodded in agreement. This blame could easily be shifted onto the scientific researchers. If the Military Industry and Technology Department couldn't take the fall, then let the Dragon Academy of Sciences shoulder it. After all, this was a technical rout. In truth, none of them knew the final outcome. They'd only heard before arriving that a Korean reconnaissance aircraft had infiltrated the vicinity of the military region undetected. Meanwhile, the director of the Security Bureau, hearing the blame being shifted onto the researchers, erupted in anger. Science and technology, you blame every problem on the researchers. Why don't you reflect on how your military treats them? You commanders and field officers know full well how many of those military industry officials do you genuinely respect? Every one of them wants to be a field commander, leading troops into battle. But this is the information age. If you don't cultivate scientific talent, how can you keep shifting every blame onto them? The Security Bureau director's words instantly silenced the commanders of the major military regions. Evidently, the fact that military technology personnel were unwelcome within the military regions was undeniable. Otherwise, how could it be that military technology personnel rarely rose above the rank of major general or lieutenant general, and not a single commander had a background in military technology? Within the military regions, the idol was the elite soldier, fostering a cult of personality. How could anyone possibly want to dedicate themselves to studying technology and firepower? Your mission this time is straightforward. From now on, you must elevate the status of military technology personnel within the armed forces. Any military region found disrespecting these talents or paying lip service while acting otherwise will face severe punishment. The moment those words were spoken, everyone knew it was the higher-ups' directive. After this incident, the nation would undoubtedly place even greater emphasis on military talent. Indeed, if circumstances permit, it's not inconceivable that a deputy commander might emerge from among these military industrial talents in the future, or even someone entering the Central Military Commission. Consider this: even Lee Sun-hai, currently the foremost figure in military industry, holds only the rank of lieutenant general. It seemed that upon returning, even if it was just for appearances, absolute obedience from military personnel toward defense industry commanders must be enforced. Then, the next words from the director of the Security Bureau sent shockwaves through the commanders of all major military regions. However, this time, we must commend one military region, the Jinling military region. Their approach to treating military industrial talent will serve as our model going forward. What? Upon hearing this news, commanders from all military regions turned to the Jinling military region commander in disbelief. Their military engineer, 2nd Lieutenant Chen Chu, modified the early warning aircraft, enabling us to acquire the stealth system. All other military regions should learn from him. Upon hearing this, the commanders of the other military regions all turned to look at Lu Xingli, commander of the Jinling Military Region Air Force Department, with expressions of utter disbelief. For Lu Xingli had always been a low-profile figure among the 7 major military regions, and even the fighter jets assigned to his command were outdated. As for military engineers, very few were ever assigned to the Jinling Military Region. How on earth did this guy pull it off? As for Lu Xingli himself, he was utterly bewildered. He had indeed received a transfer order recently. Chen Chu had been promoted to 2nd lieutenant in the Jinling Military Region Air Force and had developed a laser electromagnetic cannon. But he'd been too busy to pay his respects yet. He never imagined that in such a short time, this guy would develop a stealth system? And he hadn't even heard about this early warning aircraft approval. The Security Bureau director continued, although 2nd Lieutenant Chen Chu's unauthorized modifications were irregular, the Jinling Military Region's strategy of special management for exceptional talent is something other commanders who rigidly follow procedures and cling to dogma should learn from. Instantly, commanders from other military regions broke into applause. Commander Lu could only nod awkwardly and force a smile. Had he done nothing to deserve this unexpected windfall? What he never expected next was Tianjin continuing. Now, let us warmly welcome Director Shui of the Military Commission to present Commander Lu with his commendation. Chapter 82, The J-20 arrives. The Central Military Commission? Director Shui? Clearly, the mere mention of the Central Military Commission instantly commanded the utmost respect from these commanders. As the saying goes, a rank higher can crush you. Much less the director of the Central Military Commission. Lu Xingli rose to his feet without delay. Immediately afterward, he saw Shui Shanhai, adorned with several medals, striding toward him. In recognition of Commander Lu's performance, he is hereby awarded the Guardian Star Medal. Director Shui's appearance, along with this medal, instantly sent the entire conference room into an uproar. Are you kidding me? This is the Guardian Star Medal. It was at least a first-class merit or higher. If that kid Chen Chu had been a bit more capable and earned a few more medals, wouldn't Commander Lu have been promoted to the Central Military Commission by now? Lu Xingli's face flushed crimson. He hadn't lifted a finger, yet he'd been handed this prestigious honor. Was he just incredibly lucky? But the next moment, Shui Shanhai extended another medal. Commander Lu, congratulations. This Light of Wisdom medal must be personally awarded to Chen Chu by you. Lu Xingli understood the implication the instant he heard it. Clearly, Director Shui had given him this honorary medal to ensure he looked after Chen Chu, sparing no effort to save his face. Add to that the commendation he received at the Security Bureau meeting. What did this signify? It showed just how highly the higher-ups valued this researcher. Otherwise, why go to such great lengths to have him personally award Chen Chu? Thus, he instantly deduced at least two pieces of information. First, Chen Chu had powerful connections above him. Second, based on current policies and trends, Chen Chu must be prioritized, even elevated to the foremost position within the Jinling Military Region Air Force Command. Moreover, since he himself had benefited from Chen Chu, how could he not protect him? As the saying goes, he who pays the piper calls the tune. Lu Xingli now understood that he could no longer afford to overlook this researcher. Therefore, plastering on a smile, he addressed Shui Shanhai, Director Shui, rest assured on this point. I have always placed great importance on scientific research talent. This awards ceremony, I will personally oversee it and ensure it is conducted with the utmost solemnity. You should also understand the principle that tall trees catch the wind. Regarding Second Lieutenant Chen's security, you must take full responsibility. After all, he still needs to complete his senior year of high school. Whether it's ensuring his personal safety or maintaining security at his school, you must exercise strict oversight on both fronts. Lu Xingli immediately caught on. Then, should we assign him a few bodyguards from the security bureau? That's perfectly acceptable. In fact, that's precisely why I came here. Soon, the group reached a consensus and immediately began selecting bodyguards for Chen Chu from the Security Bureau's Special Operations Department. The Special Operations Department was essentially the National SWAT Division. Special police differ from armed police. While armed police still fall under the police system, special police belong to the military system. The elite among special police are often only those who have proven themselves as the best of the best. Elite soldiers naturally include both men and women. Adhering to the principle that mixed teams work more efficiently, this selection naturally focused on female elite soldiers. It could be said that Shui Shanhai and Li Xingli had spared no effort in their selection. They conducted a comprehensive screening process assessing marksmanship, tactical skills, personality traits, and even physical appearance to ensure that the first glimpse of her face would not repel Chen Chu. So what kind of face wouldn't be disliked? At first glance, men naturally preferred youthful, cute-looking women. Girls with oval faces appeared harmless and non-threatening. Secondly, such women could be dressed to blend in seamlessly with civilians. This way, even if Chen Chu disliked her, she could remain inconspicuous and provide covert protection. In short, she needed to be a woman with ordinary hobbies and a normal life, someone who wouldn't be immediately recognized as a soldier at first glance. The one who ultimately stood out was a female SWAT officer named Long Yu. At 23 years old, she earned the title of Goddess Shooter for achieving a 90 ring score at 100 meters using a Type 92 modified rifle. She has a cute appearance but possesses astonishing explosive power. Put simply, she might ask a guy she likes to help open a bottle, but if she dislikes him, she could snap the bottle cap off herself. Crucially, she was also from Jinling. Once everything was ready, Shui Shanhai led the group straight to National Defense High School, planning to surprise Chen Chu. Why a surprise? If he knew, would it still be a surprise? Therefore, even Commander Lu was instructed not to give advance notice. They intended to make a surprise landing at National Defense High School, showing Chen Chu just how cool it was to contribute to the nation's development. This time, they arrived aboard the J-20 fighter jet, accompanied by a J-17 fighter jet that Chen Chu could modify however he wished. Even if Chen Chu stripped the entire fuselage, it wouldn't matter in the slightest. What no one knew, however, was this. At the National Defense High School. In recent days, after Chen Chu informed Lu Ziyan that the KJ-1000 had been taken away, Lu Ziyan had been unable to focus on a single class. Why? Because she was terrified. What was she afraid of? Chen Chu had taken it upon himself to modify the KJ-1000, even removing the rear seats. To make matters worse, Sergeant Major Pei Jijun was away on a mission. This situation was bound to be exposed. And who knew what the outcome would be? Could there be performance issues? Could she even be held accountable? Since she had assisted Chen Chu, if anything went wrong, she would be an accomplice. Yet every time she asked Chen Chu if any accidents might occur so she could help him find solutions in advance, Chen Chu remained strangely calm about the whole thing. How calm? It was as if no matter how grave the situation became, it simply had nothing to do with him. What kind of mindset is that? Was he just incredibly thick-skinned? Or did he believe that no matter what mistake he made, someone would always cover for him? After all, modifying active-duty military equipment without authorization carries far heavier penalties than tampering with civilian vehicles. It wasn't just Lu Ziyan who was worried. Similarly, students at the National Defense High School were all speculating after seeing the news about Airborne Police 1. Seeing Lu Ziyan so preoccupied, they began to wonder if Chen Chu had gotten into trouble. After all, given Lu Ziyan's background, she wouldn't dwell on trivial matters. What Chen Chu had done must have been no small matter. Consequently, even the teachers at the National Defense High School began to speculate, and their attitude toward Chen Chu gradually grew distant. But today, as a fighter jet appeared, gasps echoed through the entire teaching building once more. The J-20. They actually brought the J-20. Chapter 83, Investigating You on Orders. Clearly, upon seeing the J20, the students of National Defense High School began buzzing with discussion. Could this be targeting Chen Chu again? Of course it's Chen Chu. Why would it be about us nobodies? But honestly, Chen Chu's been getting the cold shoulder from higher-ups lately. Could something have happened? I agree. Even the early warning aircraft they promised him got taken away. Lu Ziyan overheard these whispers. Though inwardly annoyed, she felt uncertain about the situation. All she could do was silently pray that this wasn't about settling scores with Chen Chu. Otherwise, even if she pulled strings through her family connections, she might not be able to protect Chen Chu. Still, one person came to mind. She immediately sent a message to the duty officer. Although the military district and the municipal committee weren't under the same department, the duty officer had previously given her his contact information, specifically so she could reach out if Chen Chu ever faced trouble. After all, Chen Chu was an independent and strong-willed person who often found it difficult to ask for help himself. When Lu Ziyan informed the duty officer about Chen Chu's potential predicament, he was shocked. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he immediately pledged to come at once. Clearly, in the duty officer's eyes, Chen Chu was the shining light of Jinling. Despite the fact that Chen Chu's achievements were likely to be claimed by the Jinling military district, as the duty officer of Jinling City, the emergence of such a prodigy in Jinling meant that he would inevitably be noticed. As the duty officer, he was bound to be noticed. For an officer, being noticed was crucial, and protecting talent was equally vital. Of course, retaining talent was paramount. That's why he had always sought to keep Chen Chu in Jinling. With Chen Chu present, high-ranking officials would frequently visit Jinling, granting him more opportunities to showcase his abilities. Now, hearing that Chen Chu might have erred by privately modifying the early warning aircraft, as the duty officer of Jinling City, he must step forward. After all, no one is perfect. Besides, Chen Chu represented his hopes for promotion and could very well become his powerful backer in the future. He absolutely had to protect him. Without hesitation, he cancelled several meetings and rushed straight to the National Defense High School. Amidst the swirling rumors, the J-20 fighter jet swiftly touched down on the Defense High School's helipad. The entire campus, especially the newly constructed Chen Chu building, was packed with students. The moment they saw the words, Jinling Military Region Air Force, emblazoned on the J-20, they instantly realized something was terribly wrong. Lu Ziyan, in particular, now feared that Chen Chu had truly gotten himself into trouble. She immediately sent another message to the duty officer, explaining the situation and confirming it was the Jinling Military Region. Soon after, several middle-aged men in crisp military uniforms descended from the J-20 onto the school's helipad. The students of the National Defense High School quickly recognized the rank of the man leading them. Lieutenant. It's actually a lieutenant. An Air Force lieutenant. That rank is higher than Chen Chu's. Good heavens. The sergeant major last time was already quite handsome, but this time it's a lieutenant. Clearly, Zhou Yang had never visited National Defense High School before. Seeing the towering Chen Chulu sign and overhearing the students buzz about his rank, he couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. He had heard rumors about a genius high school student here who had defeated military industry experts from the capital. He didn't understand the specifics of the technology. But he'd seen his share of geniuses. In the military, rank symbolized status. The saying half a rank can crush you wasn't a joke. And this time, Chen Chu had clearly made a huge mistake. Moreover, military industrial technology-related ranks were inherently considered inferior within the military hierarchy. Therefore, at this moment, he naturally intended to teach this young upstart Chen Chu a lesson to make him understand that he shouldn't be so ostentatious, thinking he was someone special just because he'd achieved a few minor results. And demanding the KJ-1000 for experiments? Why not ask for an FJ carrier or AB-52 to test on? Didn't you realize that any one of those would cost over $1 billion? Thus, his visit today served not only to strip Chen Chu of his rank but also to revoke his future privileges to utilize military resources for experiments. He strode forward with his men and demanded of a teacher-like figure, "We need to see Second Lieutenant Chen." "Where is he?" The teacher immediately stammered, Second Lieutenant Chen is in class. Someone go fetch Chen Chu." Clearly, the teachers at the National Defense High School were pitiful too. Not only had their benefits and compensations seen no improvement whatsoever, but since Chen Chu's arrival, they frequently encountered individuals they couldn't afford to offend: high-ranking officials, military personnel. They were teachers, but in their daily lives, they were just ordinary citizens. How often did they get to meet such people? It would be fine if these visits were purely positive, but unfortunately, each time they came, it made his heart pound like crazy. Offending even one of them would spell trouble. It was precisely at this moment that Lu Ziyan stepped forward and asked, "Excuse me, I'm Chen Chu's homeroom teacher." "What business do you have with her?" Zhou Yang froze upon seeing Lu Ziyan. "No need to tell you that. Just get her over here." Clearly, Zhou Yang's tone lacked any warmth. Lu Ziyan immediately picked up on it. But she was naturally protective of her own, especially since Director Xue had personally appointed her as class monitor. She pressed on, "But Director Xue from the military commission specifically said I should assist Chen Chu." So if there's anything, you can tell me. The military commission? Upon hearing Director Shue's name, Zhou Yang's brow did indeed furrow slightly. But in the next instant, he immediately realized something. Shui Shanhai was probably in serious trouble himself right now. After all, with Peiji's incident, could Shui Shanhai still protect Chen Chu? Besides, out of sight, out of mind. Even if Shui Shanhai truly ruled the military region like an emperor, so what? Would he really go out of his way to protect a high school student like Chen Chu? Therefore, he merely sneered at the girl's attempt to invoke Shui Shanhai's name. Director Shui, is it? Then kindly inform Director Shui that we need to speak with Chen Chu regarding an investigation. Investigate what? That's none of your business. Zhou Yang's tone remained unyielding. Clearly, with his lieutenant rank, he saw no need to engage with a high school girl. Even bringing up Shui Shanhai wouldn't sway him. But just then, Chen Chu's voice finally reached them. What is it? The moment Zhou Yang heard the voice, he immediately turned to look. There stood a young man in a high school uniform, tall and thin, looking completely harmless. But his demeanor? Not a trace of a soldier's bearing. Therefore, he sneered coldly, I am Lieutenant Zhou Yang of the Jilin Military Region Air Force Department. I am here to investigate you on orders. Chapter 84, Dare to Touch Chen Chu? Citywide Police Mobilization. Investigation? Hearing this, the students of National Defense High School began to lose their composure. Could Chen Chu really have done something wrong? Embezzlement? But why would he? Chen Chu's bonuses alone had already surpassed 100 million yuan. That meant he now possessed at least over 100 million yuan in assets tax-free, no less. Could it be that Chen Chu had dared to conduct another risky experiment? Lu Zian couldn't help but feel that the lieutenant's words confirmed her earlier suspicions. She was one of the participants too. While ignorance might be bliss, she had still taken part in the modification. Therefore, at this moment, she couldn't help but glance nervously at Chen Chu. But Chen Chu remained utterly unfazed. This guy truly fears nothing. After all, Sergeant Pei had gone on a mission and hadn't returned yet. Could it be that something had happened to him? And if an investigation revealed that this mishap was connected to Chen Chu's modifications to the early warning aircraft? Considering this, even someone with Lu Zian's background couldn't help but feel a flicker of panic. But what about Chen Chu? At the mention of investigation, he showed not a shred of concern. Why? Clearly, he understood perfectly well. He had installed the plasma cloaking technology and modified the early warning aircraft, but this device posed no safety hazards whatsoever for flight. It merely rendered the early warning aircraft undetectable by radar. In other words, it had become invisible. What trouble could stealth possibly cause? It wasn't like he'd ripped out the early warning aircraft's radar or swapped in an uncertified engine. Therefore, the KJ-1000 was absolutely safe. Moreover, since Shui Shanhai hadn't come to see him this time, Chen Chu made his conclusion almost instantly. Pei Ji had indeed met with an accident. But whether this incident is a blessing or a curse remains to be seen. Even Lieutenant Zhou's attitude toward him suggested he was unaware of Pei Ji's current situation. Therefore, he naturally felt no panic and asked, What are you investigating? What are we investigating? Zhou Yang's brow furrowed as his gaze sharpened on Chen Chu. His tone turned stern as he demanded. What did you do to Sergeant Pei's KJ-100? According to our intelligence, your favorite pastime is acting on your own initiative, something strictly forbidden in the military. When Zhou Yang bluntly stated the reason for seeking out Chen Chu, the entire student body of the National Defense High School instantly fell into panic. Those who idolized Chen Chu felt immense distress and worry, while those who envied him grew excited at this turn of events. They'd already witnessed Chen Chu hogging all the limelight, with practically every girl in school adoring him. For their hot-blooded, youthful arrogance, how could they possibly tolerate that? Now, seeing Chen Chu about to fall, how could they not gloat? Yet Chen Chu remained remarkably composed. His certainty deepened. The Jilin military district had no clue what was unfolding with Pei Ji. If they had truly uncovered the plasma cloaking technology, they wouldn't be asking him what he did, they'd be demanding why he modified the KJ-1 and what that box was for. Thus, he laughed with even greater impunity. Do I need to report my actions to you? And what exactly happened to Comrade Pei Ji? Zhou Yang's mouth twitched visibly at those words. How audacious. Had military engineers become this arrogant? Didn't they realize that soldiers like them, who would be sent into battle, held the highest status within the military? And Chen Chu was only a second lieutenant. What if he became a captain? At least he had confirmed one thing, the KJ-1000 had definitely been modified by Chen Chu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have admitted it. Therefore, he immediately declared, First, as your superior officer, even if you hadn't informed me, modifying military equipment without authorization requires reporting to the military region. Your actions violate standard procedures and breach military regulations and discipline. As for what happened to Comrade Pei Ji, for now, you'd better hope it's nothing serious. Otherwise, the punishment you face won't be as simple as what you're getting today. Hearing Zhou Yang's righteous tone, Chen Chu almost laughed. So, what exactly is my punishment? He asked calmly, his expression composed. Zhou Yang's lips immediately curled upward, then he delivered the next sentence with a hint of ruthlessness. This is your disciplinary notice. Your second lieutenant rank has been revoked. Additionally, we will confiscate the KJ-1000. When Zhou Yang mentioned revoking the Airborne Police 1000, Chen Chu's eyes clearly flashed with displeasure. As for the classmates who envied Chen Chu, their eyes now gleamed with excitement. So what if he's a genius? One misstep, and he's just like them, an ordinary person. Lu Xian's pretty face began to break out in a cold sweat. Her heart raced with anxiety. Why wasn't the duty officer here yet? Only the duty officer could rein in this lieutenant. But just then, a stern voice suddenly rang out from nearby. Nonsense. A military rank personally conferred by Director Shui, do you think it can be revoked so casually? Hearing this voice, Lu Xian's heart immediately leapt with joy. Many classmates turned to look in the direction of the voice, just in time to see the duty officer rushing over. He approached with a furious expression, accompanied by several administrative staff. For the first time, a hint of surprise flickered across Zhou Yang's face. He hadn't anticipated that confiscating a military rank could draw the attention of the Jinling duty officer. Could it be that this duty officer was unaware of the current situation unfolding in the military district? Or that something seemed to have happened to Pei Ji? Coming to Chen Chu's aid at this moment was nothing short of inviting trouble. Clearly, in Zhou Yang's view, trouble for Pei Ji was inevitable. As for whether it was good or bad trouble, that was obvious without even thinking about it. Chen Chu had absolutely no clue about fighter jets. In other words, Chen Chu had never even touched a fighter jet before, yet he tampered with it recklessly. And since he just admitted it, that meant the KJ-1000 modified by Chen Chu was the reason for Pei Ji's accident. And if this kid doesn't know what he's doing, could anything good possibly come from his modifications? It's definitely bad news. Therefore, Chen Chu is definitely going to get into trouble. What good is the duty officer arriving now? Can it change the fact that Pei Ji got into trouble? That's why, when he saw the duty officer, his expression remained unchanged. The duty officer approached and immediately barked at Zhou Yang. Which military district are you from? This is the National Defense High School, not your military district. Zhou Yang, observing the duty officer who had indulged Chen Chu, showed no leniency this time. He stated, I am Lieutenant Zhou Yang of the Air Force Department, Jinling Military District. Here is my credentials. I am here to execute orders from higher command to confiscate Chen Chu's military rank. Chen Chu is also a soldier. No matter where he is, he falls under the jurisdiction of our military district. Hearing this, the duty officer clearly grew even angrier. Military districts and government agencies typically operate independently, each minding their own business. Now this guy had come to enforce the law outside the military zone without even notifying him. This was a clear sign of disrespect toward his position as duty officer. Moreover, their jurisdiction had indeed been overstepped. Even so, the duty officer remained more concerned about what offense Chen Chu had committed. Thus, he forced himself to suppress his anger and asked, Then may I ask what military discipline violation Comrade Chen Chu has committed? Zhou Yang sneered coldly, What military discipline? The duty officer should know exactly what crime it is to modify active duty military equipment without approval from higher-ups. At best, this is insubordination and defiance of superiors. At worst, it's a capital offense punishable by court-martial. Since the consequences remain unknown, we're only imposing disciplinary action for violating military regulations. Hearing this, the duty officer immediately laughed. You're imposing punishment when the consequences aren't even known? While I have no jurisdiction over your military district's affairs, this handling of the matter is laughable, to say the least. Witnessing this, Lu Xian inwardly applauded the duty officer. This was what a people-oriented official should be like. Chen Chu had no connections, yet now the duty officer seemed to be acting like a parent, standing up for him. This was a good official. But to Zhou Yang, these words only made the duty officer court-deaf. As a public official, he should focus solely on the people's livelihood and economy. Yet here he was meddling in military affairs and shielding someone who violated military discipline. If accountability were pursued, he would bear joint responsibility. Therefore, Zhou Yang nodded. Ji Fu, this is a matter for our military district. How we handle it is none of your concern, is it? The duty officer nodded. Yes, I certainly won't interfere with your military affairs. But Chen Chu also holds another identity. He's a student at the National Defense High School. He's one of our citizens. As a lieutenant in this military district, don't you understand that law enforcement must not disrupt civilian life? These words, brimming with authority, sent shockwaves through the hearts of the National Defense High School students who supported Chen Chu in an instant. For Ji Fu's words embodied a commitment to every citizen. This is what a good public servant should be. Lu Xian's impression of the duty officer was completely transformed. Before, she had suspected he was merely trying to curry favor with Chen Chu, but now it was clear this man was a true gentleman. Even when matters fell outside his jurisdiction or capabilities, he still did everything in his power to protect talent. Zhou Yang, meanwhile, was completely stumped by the duty officer's response. Indeed, he had come to the National Defense High School wielding the deputy commander's imperial mandate to resolve the issue, which gave the duty officer grounds to challenge him. But so what? He had the imperial mandate. Would the higher-ups let Chen Chu drag them down? The higher-ups certainly weren't as foolish as this duty officer. Therefore, he smiled at the duty officer and said, "We came to see Chen Chu with the command headquarters authorization. If you have any concerns, you can discuss them with him directly. If that proves impossible, we can also take Chen Chu to the military district headquarters for resolution." Clearly, Zhou Yang felt he had made the greatest concession possible at this moment. Taking Chen Chu to the military district for handling would minimize the impact while still achieving their objectives. At that moment, the duty officer fell silent. The students present all felt a sense of dread. It seemed that even with the duty officer present, Chen Chu was still going to be taken away. As for the other students who envied Chen Chu, they now gloated with satisfaction. So what if Chen Chu had connections? There's always someone better out there. Even Zhou Yang, seeing the duty officer fall silent, felt a surge of satisfaction. The headquarters held no less authority than the duty officer. Chapter 85. This is neither a military parade nor a drill. In Dragon Nation, there were only 7 major military districts. The number of cities in the Dragon Nation needn't be mentioned, but the provinces alone numbered over 20. By comparison, the rarity of a commander's position relative to that of a duty officer becomes clear. Even a deputy commander held far greater weight than a duty officer. If that command insignia is meant to protect Chen Chu, who knows how many people it might offend? Besides, even if Chen Chu were to receive an award from Director Xue, what difference would it make? Director Xue's stance remains ambiguous. Can his command insignia truly represent Director Xue's authority? But Zhou Yang? He represents the deputy commander of the military region. Thus, the comparison speaks for itself. Even the duty insignia lacks such authority. But unexpectedly, the next moment, the duty officer clenched his teeth and declared, "One word at a time. Are we students of National Defense High School just anyone's to take away? What do you mean?" Zhou Yang froze in shock. Has this duty officer lost his mind? What do you mean? Has Chen Chu reported to your unit since receiving his second lieutenant rank? Hearing this question, Zhou Yang sensed something was off, but he still answered. No. Exactly. He hasn't even reported for duty yet, so he's not officially enlisted. What gives you the right to discipline him? Shouldn't you wait until he reports to your military region before taking any action? After the duty officer raised this point, the entire student body of the National Defense High School turned to stare at Chen Chu in astonishment. That's Chen Chu for you. Even when he's in the wrong, he still gets defended by the duty officer like this. And to voice it so convincingly, it sounded utterly flawless. Chen Chu hadn't even reported for duty yet. How could he be punished? Lu Ziyan couldn't help but chuckle. For the first time, she realized the duty officer could be this endearing. As for Zhou Yang, the duty officer's logic left him thoroughly flummoxed. If he couldn't be punished before starting work, and taking him away wasn't an option either, what was he supposed to do? You're the duty officer, there has to be a limit to how much you can cover for someone, right? This finally pushed him over the edge. He snapped at the duty officer. If that's the case, then we'll bring Chen Chu to our military district to report first. We'll complete his onboarding procedures before punishing him. Is that acceptable? The duty officer shook his head. No. When he reports, is Chen Chu's personal choice and his right. If you force him to do it, that falls under my jurisdiction. Damn it! Zhou Yang felt like cursing at the moment. Was this duty officer out of his mind? Was it really worth going to such lengths over a high school student? Fine. If you want to play this game, let's see who's got the stronger arm. He gestured to his men right in front of the duty officer, and a soldier behind him moved to arrest Chen Chu. But in the next instant, uniformed police officers suddenly surged out from all around. What the hell? What the hell? This is National Defense High School. Who dares make arrests here? In an instant, baton-wielding officers stormed in, plunging National Defense High School into another wave of excitement. In their eyes, Chen Chu's stature soared to new heights. This was simply incredible. For the duty officer to deploy police forces to protect him, what immense power that must require. Lu Ziyan had seen her share of grand scenes and influential figures, but nothing quite like this. Though police and military forces weren't part of the same system, but conflicts between the two had been virtually unheard of. Now, a confrontation had erupted right here. And in this standoff, the police weren't backing down at all. And if we're talking about firearms, the police had them too. Even in movies, she'd never witnessed anything like this. This scene only made Zhou Yang's expression grow even more grim. How could disciplining a high school student escalate to this? His subordinate approached and whispered, "Lieutenant Zhou, should we proceed?" Zhou Yang wanted to curse under his breath. Move your hands? Given the current situation, could a soldier really take on 10 police officers alone? And they had guns too. Their physical conditioning wasn't exactly weak. Soldiers train daily, but don't police officers train too? Therefore, he wisely picked up his phone and said to the duty officer, "Hold on, I need to call the deputy commander." Then, right in front of the duty officer, he reported the incident. At that moment, in the office of the deputy commander of the Jinling Air Force military region, when Sharpailan heard the news that a duty officer had dared to interfere in military affairs to protect a high school student, anger flared within him. This was a blatant disregard for the Jinling military district. Clearly, he knew that Commander Liu had been summoned to a meeting and would undoubtedly be furious upon his return regarding Chen Chu's incident. If he didn't anticipate this and handle the matter first, he would face charges of dereliction of duty. Commander Liu would blame him, and then who would care what punishment the duty officer received? Nonsense. This was utter nonsense. How many soldiers aren't hot-tempered? With that, he slammed his fist on the table and barked at Zhou Yang, "Wait here. I'll handle this personally. What's a duty officer anyway? Let him see the might of our Jinling military district." He immediately dispatched 10 J-20 fighters, boarding one himself as he soared toward the National Defense High School. Along the way, anyone unaware might have thought war had broken out. Mobilizing this many J-20s at once signaled either a military parade, an active operation, or an exercise. As the J-20s sliced through the clouds, the entire city of Jinling shook as if hit by an earthquake. News of this reached the duty officer. Upon receiving the call, he never imagined the military would demonstrate such resolve, dispatching J-20s to a national defense high school to apprehend a mere high school student. But this only fueled his anger further. He had personally intervened to buy Chen Chu a few days until the truth emerged, yet the other side showed no regard for his face. Since they refused to show courtesy, he saw no need to hold back either. He immediately notified the Ministry of Public Security, the Traffic Police Department, and every relevant administrative agency. Now, with every department mobilized, police stations, riot squads, and SWAT teams across Jinling City were dispatched en masse. Drones and SWAT bomb disposal vehicles swirled incessantly over Jinling City's skies. Within half an hour, nearly all units were in position. It must be noted that SWAT units are absolutely no less formidable than armed police forces, especially since many SWAT officers have participated in international counter-terrorism operations. This deployment was nothing short of massive and intimidating. Even Zhou Yang couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight. Is it really necessary to make such a huge fuss just to arrest someone from the military district? To the uninitiated, they might have been mistaken for a terrorist organization. Chen Chu's classmates were utterly dumbfounded by the spectacle. Those who envied Chen Chu grew even more jealous. What gives him the right? How could someone who made a mistake get such an enormous protective operation? Even if they spent their entire lives breaking the law with every ounce of effort, they'd never achieve such a sensational impact. As for those who supported Chen Chu, they were now so overcome with emotion they were on the verge of tears. This was the sheer influence Chen Chu wielded, the ability to mobilize the entire defense resources of Jinling City. Lu Ziyan watched the scene unfold, her scalp prickling with shock. She knew Chen Chu was formidable, but surely not to this extreme? The military and government were scrambling to secure him, with the city mobilizing its entire police force, even deploying SWAT teams. It seemed as though every SWAT officer in Jinling was on the move. The expressions on these SWAT officers' faces were resolute. They all understood their mission: prevent the military from entering the National Defense High School. This was the absolute bottom line. Clearly, they'd endured no shortage of military harassment in their daily work. After all, many compared them to the armed police, arguing that while the armed police protected the nation, they protected the people, and thus their combat effectiveness must be inferior. But today, they finally had this chance to prove that protecting the people was equally noble, that they were closer to the common folk and superior to the armed police. How could they let this opportunity slip? Besides, they all believed that even if it came to an actual confrontation, unless those Air Force personnel dared to use J-20 fighters against them, their drones wouldn't be pushovers either. Just as the students of the National Defense High School thought the spectacle had reached its peak, J-20 fighters pierced through the clouds and descended onto the school's helipad. That was when the true awe began. 1, 2, 3. A full 10. When they saw the screen nearly overflowing with J-20s, that was when they were truly stunned beyond belief. Just how formidable is Chen Chu to cause such a huge stir? The previous chief of the general staff was already formidable enough. Now, not only has the entire city's police force been mobilized, but the military region has also deployed so many J-20s. This isn't a military parade. This isn't some drill either. This is all just to claim ownership over Chen Chu. And even if, hypothetically, Chen Chu were taken to the military zone and stripped of his position, it wouldn't amount to much. But his heroic feat today will be forever etched in history, making him the most formidable figure Jinling has ever known. Chapter 86, Director Shui returns. As Deputy Commander of the Air Force Military Region, Sharpailan. He had anticipated that Jinling City's duty officer might have lost his mind and dispatched some SWAT teams to confront them. But when he stepped off the plane and witnessed the actual scene, he was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? This duty officer wasn't just crazy, he was completely insane. Flying tigers, drones, SWAT vehicles, fully armed personnel. This was treating them like a terrorist organization, launching a full-scale counter-terrorism operation, right? But witnessing this spectacle only fueled his rage further. Why? Because you, a mere duty officer, are mobilizing an entire city's public resources just to interfere with a military investigation. What about the people who should be handling those positions? This is dereliction of duty, mixing personal feelings with official business. Therefore, upon disembarking the plane, Sherpailan gave the duty officer nothing but a cold shoulder before leading his team straight to National Defense High School. What good would the city's entire police force do? If it came to a fight, these were highly trained Air Force personnel not easily intimidated. Moreover, 2 J-20 fighters were on standby overhead. He refused to believe the duty officer would dare order an attack. Stepping before the duty officer, he sized him up coldly. "You're Jinling City's duty officer, right? What do you think you're doing?" The duty officer, upon seeing the deputy commander, showed no sign of fear. He knew Chen Chu would never do anything to harm the nation. Protecting Chen Chu this time would be a major achievement. With this understanding, the duty officer addressed Deputy Commander Sherpailan. "I've already explained everything to Lieutenant Zhou. Your arrest procedures are illegal and non-compliant. In Jinling City, this falls under my jurisdiction." Sherpailan was no small fry like Zhou Yang. He wasn't about to be swayed by the duty officer's empty words. He understood perfectly well that this duty officer was Chen Chu's backing today. If it came down to a showdown of military force today, even if they took Chen Chu to the military base for handling, the cost would be devastating. Soldiers and police clashing over a high school student? What kind of image would that project? Casualties would inevitably lead to disciplinary action against him. Therefore, all he needed to do was deal with this duty officer. If force wouldn't work, then he'd resort to tactics. After grasping this, Sherpailan snorted coldly. "Your jurisdiction? You seem unaware of the current situation. Sergeant Pei is already missing. If you insist on protecting someone the higher-ups want taken down, I doubt you'll be able to bear the consequences." Clearly, he understood the nature of punishment from higher-ups. Military personnel who violated discipline were never spared, no matter how talented or gifted they might be. The state has its laws, and families have their rules. Therefore, Chen Chu must be apprehended today. Even if the duty officer truly obstructed him, as long as Chen Chu fulfilled his duty, the remaining responsibility would fall entirely on the duty officer. Though the duty officer felt uncertain now, his mind was filled with images of Chen Chu's relentless dedication to research, including scaling the wall at First Middle School to conduct experiments. Though his methods were sometimes reckless, he never strayed from his goal. What harm could someone striving to build a 6th-generation fighter jet possibly inflict on the nation? Just as the duty officer was about to speak, Sherpailan continued, "Of course, I can give you the courtesy. But once we leave today, the responsibility falls solely on your shoulders. To put it plainly, our military district has done all it can." With matters stated so plainly, even the duty officer couldn't help but begin weighing his options internally. Should he trust Chen Chu, or simply do his best? Witnessing this scene, Lu Ziyan grew tense once more. She knew what Chen Chu had done to the early warning aircraft, but she didn't know the consequences that would follow. What she was certain of was this. If Chen Chu was detained by the duty officer, then the duty officer himself might face punishment. At best, it would be a formal reprimand. At worst, he could even be placed under investigation. Therefore, she pursed her lips and immediately thought of someone suitable to step forward at this moment. But just as she was thinking this, suddenly, a black minivan sped up from a short distance away. An elderly man in his 60s stepped out. His eyes blazing with fury, he jogged over. "This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous." Upon seeing the old man, Lu Ziyan instantly beamed with delight. Ji Fu also breathed a sigh of relief. Even if they had to take the fall, at least there was someone else to share the blame, especially someone from the scientific community. However, on the other side, Zhou Yang and Sherpailan frowned upon seeing the arriving elder. What the hell? Clearly, information about the old man flashed through their minds. The president of the Dragon Academy. No way. First, they had to deal with Chen Chu, and it was bad enough that Jinling City's chief of security was involved. Now the president of the Dragon Science Academy had shown up too? What the hell did that kid Chen Chu do? According to their investigations and understanding, Chen Chu had merely defeated the weapons expert dispatched by higher-ups. But was that enough to warrant the president of the Dragon Science Academy traveling all this way to find him? In truth, Nia Lisan had received the duty officer's message and rushed straight from the meeting. He had finally made it. Though he didn't know what reckless act Chen Chu had committed this time, it definitely didn't fall under the jurisdiction of the military district. Because Chen Chu was still a member of the scientific community. Fuming, he strode up to Sherpailan and Zhou Yang, snapping, "Who gave you the authority to arrest someone?" Zhou Yan looked visibly awkward. Sherpailan, however, replied respectfully, "Dean Nye, 2nd Lieutenant Chen violated military discipline. We were merely punishing his actions. With Sergeant Pei's life hanging in the balance, we couldn't let him recklessly put himself in danger." Nye Lisan snorted coldly. Since ancient times, scientific experiments have always been conducted through practice. To put it plainly, even rocket launches. Do you know how many scientists worldwide have contributed to that? Have you ever seen any scientist get blamed by the military when something went wrong? The results aren't even in yet, and you're already pinning the blame on us scientists? After Nye Leeson put it that way, Pailan dared not take the blame. Dean, yeah, it's not like that. Second Lieutenant Chen isn't a researcher, he's military personnel. He's a second lieutenant. Second lieutenant? He's part of our Dragon Academy. An honorary professor. What? Upon hearing this, Pailan shot Zhou Yang a disbelieving glance. When Zhou Yang looked just as bewildered, sighed wryly, Dean, yeah, come on. Chen Chu is still a high school student. How could someone with that level of education be an honorary professor? Nye Leeson snorted coldly. So what if he's a high school student? His research in engine technology and new weapon systems far surpasses what a mere professor could achieve. Pailan let out a bitter laugh. Why was it so complicated just to enroll a high school student? First, a duty officer showed up, mobilizing the entire city's police force. That was bad enough. But then the president of the Dragon Academy got involved, claiming Chen Chu was also affiliated with them. Were these people all so fearless? So that meant everyone would have to take the fall for Chen Chu's mess? In his view, even if the duty officer and the Dragon Science Institute teamed up to take the fall for Chen Chu, there was no way Chen Chu would walk away completely unscathed. Clearly, if he had been brimming with confidence before, now he felt like he was being bullied. If only Commander Lu were here, or the military commission, or if Pei Zhi's body were found, then surely no one could protect Chen Chu anymore? Even those trying to protect Chen Chu would suffer the consequences. Meanwhile, Pailan's stance was being observed by others. There was no way around it. Chen Chu's backing was simply too formidable. As things stood, unless the Central Military Commission arrived in person or an official directive came down from above, no one in Jinling could touch Chen Chu. After all, the duty officer was the highest-ranking official in Jinling, while Nye Leeson held the highest position at the Dragon Academy. With these two standing their ground, even the deputy commander of the Jinling military district would be utterly powerless. Lu Zian exhaled a long breath of relief. It seemed Chen Chu had been protected today. Moreover, even if something arose later, the higher-ups would see their stance in safeguarding him and likely let it slide. As for Chen Chu's classmates, those who had supported him, they all rejoiced for him. Those who envied Chen Chu, however, found themselves in an even more uncomfortable position. Knowing the duty officer and receiving his care wasn't particularly remarkable, but for the duty officer to risk his career to protect him, what caliber and influence must Chen Chu possess? Moreover, the director of the Dragon Research Institute was willing to risk pitting researchers against the military to protect Chen Chu. What kind of power was that? Chen Chu's standing within the scientific community was beyond question. Zhou Yang recognized this too. He whispered, Deputy Commander, should we call the Commander-in-Chief? In his view, walking away now would leave the Jinling military region open to ridicule from other commands, forever tarnishing their reputation. Moreover, the thought that Chen Chu, as his subordinate, had ignored him upon arrival and refused to salute him felt like a personal insult. Pailan, equally embarrassed, nodded and pulled out his phone to call the Commander-in-Chief. At that moment, above Jinling, Shui Shanhai remained unaware of the unfolding events in Jinling. However, Pilot Zhang alerted him at that moment. Reporting, 2 J-20 fighters from the Jinling military district have been spotted circling over Jinling city. Shui Shanhai immediately narrowed his eyes. He felt a moment of confusion. Their operation was supposed to be classified. Why would military aircraft be flying over residential areas? He immediately glanced at Commander Lu beside him. Commander Lu looked equally bewildered, even leaning closer to the window for a better look. Upon confirming it was indeed their military district's fighter jet, he chuckled, that might be a patrol, or perhaps another military district got wind of it early and came to greet us. I'll make a call to check. He pulled out his phone, ready to call Pailan, but unexpectedly, Pailan's call came through at that very moment. Chapter 87, What? Chen Chu has distinguished himself? Commander Lu was overjoyed. He had inexplicably earned so many medals of honor and saved the director of security's face in such a major way. All of this stemmed from a high school student named Chen Chu, whom he hadn't even met yet. Add to that the fact that Chen Chu had garnered the attention of so many influential figures, including Director Shui. It was clear that this young man would grow into someone worthy of admiration. Moreover, within the 7 major military regions, he had always been an insignificant figure with little influence. Therefore, his immediate priority was to keep Chen Chu within the Jinling military region permanently, if possible. After all, how much glory would such a talent bring him in the future? Seeing his subordinates anticipate his intentions and dispatch J-20 fighters for escort in advance filled him with inner satisfaction. The moment the call connected, before Pailan could speak, he blurted out, Pailan, did you arrange this National Defense High School matter? On the other end, Pailan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing the question. How could the Commander-in-Chief know so quickly? Could it be that orders had already been issued from above? Or had that kid Chen Chu pulled strings and reached out to Shui Shanhai? Just as he was beginning to worry and prepare to admit defeat, Commander Lu's voice came through the line, sounding thoroughly pleased. Well done. I'm currently over Jinling and will arrive shortly. Make it a grand affair. After hanging up, Commander Lu immediately smiled at Shui Shanhai and the others. Well, someone down below must have gotten wind of this somehow and prepared the grand reception for us ahead of time. Hearing this, Shui Shanhai and Li Sanhai both chuckled. Though Shui Shanhai was quite pleased, he still cautioned. In my opinion, we should have the ceremony, but it's a bit too grand. It's not good to disrupt the students' classes. Right. I'll give them a good talking to when I get back. Today, let these kids enjoy the excitement. Shui Shanhai nodded and instructed Little Li to prepare for landing on the helipad of National Defense High School. Witnessing this scene, even Chen Chu's bodyguard, Lan Yu, couldn't help but speculate inwardly. This Chen's second lieutenant was merely a high school student, yet he commanded such a grand display. But at that moment, she sensed something was off. Director Shui, Professor Li, Commander Lu, the military deployment makes sense, but why are there so many SWAT officers below? Ha! Upon hearing this, Shui Shanhai and the others immediately looked down. Only then did they see National Defense High School completely surrounded, the ground swarming with SWAT teams, police officers, and even drones deployed. To the uninformed, it looked like they were busting some major criminal syndicate. But given the current harmonious atmosphere, Li Sanhai immediately chuckled. What else could it be? That guy Jinling Jifu was always around. Having him here is good. It would be a bit awkward to have the military maintain order. Well, if you put it that way, the duty officer seems to have thought things through pretty thoroughly. Shui Shanhai nodded in agreement. Clearly, none of them gave it much thought. Meanwhile, on the other end, Sherpailan, whose call had been abruptly ended, was equally overjoyed. He knew Commander Lu's fiery temper well. If things went wrong, severe punishment was inevitable. After all, military discipline in the Jinling military district had always been exceptionally strict. His decision to act preemptively stemmed from anticipating that inaction would inevitably draw Commander Lu's blame. Now, by striking first and earning Commander Lu's praise, he was suddenly brimming with motivation. So what if the Dragon Academy and the value symbol were providing escort? With Commander Lu as his backing, even if the Security Bureau showed up today, they wouldn't stand a chance. Besides, the fact that Commander Lu came personally meant that Chen Chu had gotten himself into serious trouble. Anyone caught up in this could very well face dire consequences. He immediately turned to Zhou Yang with a smug look and declared, Commander Lu said we're doing a great job and will be here soon. Everyone, get your formations ready. Don't embarrass the Jinling Air Force. Zhou Yang perked up at the news and immediately ordered everyone to stand by, ready for combat. For the Jinling military district, the one thing they absolutely couldn't afford to lose was face. After all, when Commander Lu arrived, wouldn't he be wielding the imperial sword to punish Chen Chu? How could they possibly stop him then? Once Chen Chu was brought to the military region, he'd make sure these few paid dearly. It wasn't about punishing the duty officer or Nialisin that was unlikely, but he could certainly make their lives miserable. He could gloat. Sherpailan's gloating left Nialisin and the duty officer utterly perplexed. Especially Nialisin. Having roughly grasped why the military wanted to take Chen Chu away, he now saw their smug satisfaction and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it be that Chen Chu really had gotten himself into some serious trouble? After all, even though he was now the chief designer of the 6th generation fighter, arbitrarily altering military equipment was still unacceptable. But this matter could be minor or major. Since he did it to accelerate the 6th generation fighter's development, as long as it didn't cause any serious consequences, it could be completely overlooked. But if it had indeed caused serious consequences? Then the military coming to take him away, armed with official documents from higher-ups, would leave them utterly helpless. After all, you can't exactly stage a rebellion, can you? Besides, even if you did rebel, they have the military. He glanced at the duty officer again, noticing now that the officer's complexion also looked somewhat off. As for Lu Zian, she sensed trouble brewing even more keenly. Judging by his expression, it was highly likely that the official document had arrived, ordering the commander himself to come and make the arrest. If she still wanted to protect Chen Chu, she'd have to call in reinforcements from other military units. But, no matter how much she pleaded, would other units really help Chen Chu? Despite this, she knew the situation was dire. She quietly stepped back, pulled out her phone, and without hesitation, immediately called home. Meanwhile, Sherpailan approached with a smug expression. Turning to the duty officer and Nialisin, he declared, Duty Officer Jinling, Dean Nya, we all serve our country and its people. I sincerely advise you it's still possible to withdraw now. If Commander Lu arrives shortly, I could pretend not to notice your actions today. But inevitably, the men below might start talking. Zhou Yang nodded in agreement. We have military regulations, but soldiers are human too, aren't they? The duty officer's expression darkened further. Standing nearby, Nialisin now faced a difficult choice. Only Chen Chu remained utterly composed. And silently, he took it all in. Once upon a time, his dream had been nothing more than getting into college. His parents had faced financial hardship when they were young, forcing his father to take a factory job early on. His mother had managed to enter university, but his grandfather favored sons over daughters and funneled all the family's resources into his younger uncle's education. Thus, his mother's sole wish was for him to enter university, fulfilling her own unfulfilled dream of higher education. Though he had always excelled academically, the system forced him to repeat his senior year. But he knew his family couldn't afford to support him repeating the year. He wanted to give his mother an even greater surprise, so he chose to persevere for 5 years, designing 6 generations of machines. But now, just one step away from success, this unexpected situation arose. Just then, as if moved by his thoughts, a notification appeared on his phone. "Son, I've saved every penny you've sent me over the years. It should cover another year of retaking exams. Rest assured, even if it kills me, I'll make sure you get the chance to go to college. Your father's health is still good, though money has been tight these past 2 years. But we've saved up enough for your college tuition. I'm transferring all this money to you now. Spend it wisely and focus on your studies." Immediately after, my bank card received a series of transfers from various banks, all under my mother's name. For a moment, Chen Chu's eyes involuntarily welled up with tears. The remaining projects for the 6th generation fighter must utilize retired combat aircraft. On this point, he could not compromise. Regardless of the outcome, he was determined to complete the 6th generation fighter design. This matter was his alone to bear. If higher-ups truly sought to assign blame, he would not allow others to be implicated. Therefore, he addressed Nia Lisan and Ji Fu. "Thank you both. But since we've reached this point, I alone will bear any consequences. My stance remains unchanged, regardless of who comes." Ji Fu and Nia Lisan both stared wide-eyed. How foolish. The commander of the Jinling Air Force headquarters was no one to trifle with. Chen Chu was still just a high school student, and now he was going to face him alone? Students who liked Chen Chu instantly thought he must be out of his mind. Even if his connections might not hold sway now, they were still his greatest asset. If Chen Chu went alone, what did he have besides that second lieutenant rank? Wasn't this just playing the hero? What else did he have besides that second lieutenant rank and whatever right to modify fighter jets? Why not just hand it over? Even those who envied Chen Chu were now stunned. How incredibly bold was this guy? The commander-in-chief of the Jinling military district is coming. He commands the entire Air Force military region. Do you have any idea how much power that entails? And he's likely coming with full authority to make decisions. But on the other side, surprisingly, Lu Zian held her phone, looking utterly bewildered. "Dad, what did you say? Chen Chu distinguished himself? The Jinling military region is here to commend Chen Chu?" "Yes. It's spreading like wildfire across all 7 military districts. A high schooler named Chen Chu modified a fighter jet that detected enemy reconnaissance aircraft. He defeated the Eagle's stealth technology." "Yes. That stealth thing. Are you classmates? You better watch your step, kid. Don't cross him. The higher-ups are likely to groom him as a key talent." "Got it. I'll keep that in mind." After hanging up, Lu Zian's emotions were like a roller coaster. One moment she'd been so desperate she'd called her old man, but now she was ecstatic. Not only had Chen Chu not made a mistake, he'd actually achieved remarkable military accomplishments. And the Jinling Air Force Command dared to treat him like this? How interesting. Truly interesting. Thinking of Zhou Yang and Deputy Commander Shi Pailan's smug expressions, she instantly began anticipating just how miserable their downfall would be. Chapter 88, No Mercy. Clearly, Shi Pailan had no idea what awaited him. He coldly eyed Chen Chu, along with the awkward-looking duty officer and President Nia, inwardly sneering. Keep up this display of warmth, this so-called loyalty. It's utterly worthless in the face of absolute power. The directives from above, that was what truly mattered. The longer they delayed withdrawing now, the worse the fallout would be later. As for that kid Chen Chu, though he hadn't dealt with him directly, one thing was certain, that self-willed streak alone made him the kind of soldier he despised. So what if he's talented? In a vast nation like Longwa, how many truly talented individuals are there? And how many are mere flashes in the pan? Even the most gifted geniuses must lie low like tigers and coil like dragons in a place like the military. His head grew even more haughty. Yet the next moment, the duty officer and Nia Lisan didn't retreat a single step. Instead, they stood firmly beside Chen Chu. This made him frown. Looking for trouble. Commander Lu himself had arrived. Did they really think these SWAT officers could do anything? With the armed police here, they're all finished. As the J-20 touched down, every soldier in the Jinling Military Region Air Force headquarters visibly tensed. Shi Pailan, in particular, shot a fierce glare at Chen Chu and the signal officer before instantly switching his expression. He broke into a smile and jogged toward the J-20 squadron dispatched by the Central Military Commission. Before leaving, he warned Zhou Yang, "Stay alert." "Yes, sir." Zhou Yang immediately understood. With Commander Lu arriving at this moment, it was essential to play the victim. He promptly signaled to the surrounding soldiers, then led them in laying down their sidearms on the ground. On the other hand, the police forces from Jinling City remained on high alert at the duty post. If an uninformed observer arrived now and witnessed this scene, they would instinctively assume the duty officer was a local bully oppressing the military. Those in the know were disgusted by the shamelessness of the Jinling Air Force. How shameless could they be? From start to finish, it was the Jinling Air Force who had been acting arrogantly and tyrannically. Not only did they refuse to grant Chen Chu the right to use military equipment for future experiments, but they also brazenly attempted to take Chen Chu away. All these police forces were here to protect Chen Chu, yet now they were bullying the military personnel. But the duty officer knew that integrity casts no shadow. Even so, he didn't withdraw the police force. Commander Lu's appearance likely meant the conflict was about to escalate. If he withdrew all these officers, those who truly intended to take Chen Chu away would become even more emboldened. Nie Lisen felt a surge of anger, yet he was also somewhat helpless. Before arriving, he had called Li Songhai, but the line remained out of service. He didn't know if Li Songhai was on some special assignment. When he called the military commission, he was told Director Xue was unavailable. He had no choice but to step in. With the situation escalating to this point, he steeled himself and picked up the phone again to call Li Songhai. But just as he lifted the receiver, he noticed something utterly familiar about the J-20 fighter jet parked on the tarmac. Wasn't this the military commission chairman's personal aircraft? He had even flown in it himself. Others might not know, but he certainly did. But he couldn't feel happy at this moment. The fact that the Central Military Commission had come personally, coupled with Sherpailan's cheerful expression, likely meant, even if it was the Central Military Commission, they were undoubtedly here to target Chen Chu. No wonder Li Songhai wasn't answering his phone, it was likely deliberate. Even with Chen Chu's status as a sixth-generation fighter designer, could he withstand the consequences of this mistake? At this moment, he could only relay the news to the duty officer. That's Director Xue's private jet. The duty officer nodded. I know. The duty officer's gaze grew profoundly deep, his expression grave as if deep in thought. He recognized this special aircraft, of course. But he couldn't fathom why, given Chen Chu's immense value, the higher-ups would dispatch the Central Military Commission personally to handle matters over a sergeant major's incident. And why make such a grand spectacle of it? When had the path to Dragon Nation's rejuvenation ever been without blood and sweat? Once the sixth-generation fighter saw the light of day, how many lives of future pilots would it save? Perhaps even secure victory without a single shot fired. Times had changed. Only technological talent could win wars without gunpowder. Did the higher-ups still not grasp this truth? Yet, as he clung to his last shred of hope and looked toward the J-20, seeing Director Xue, Li Songhai, and Commander Lu all chatting and laughing with this Sherpailan, the disappointment on his face was impossible to hide. Nie Lisen also wore an expression of profound embarrassment. How could Director Xue be so inconsistent? First, he insisted on bringing Chen Chu into the national team. Then, he supported every aspect of Chen Chu's work. Now, he arrives with an official document to punish Chen Chu? But what neither of them knew was this. At that moment, Sherpailan wore a fawning smile as he addressed Commander Lu and the others. I never imagined this matter would escalate to such a degree that Director Xue was involved. But this is actually a good thing. Such matters should be handled by our esteemed Central Military Commission. Xue Shanhai, Li Songhai, and Commander Lu clearly had no idea what he meant. Especially Xue Shanhai and Li Songhai. Seeing Commander Lu's demeanor, they assumed the military district had come to support Chen Chu, naturally regarding Sherpailan as one of their own. They felt obliged to show some courtesy to Commander Lu's men. After all, they could still look out for Chen Chu's interests later. Xue Shanhai even nodded in agreement, though I'm unsure how Commander Lu's subordinates obtained this information so swiftly. He's quite right. The Central Military Commission must make its stance clear on matters like this. We can apologize for any impact on the people, but there are certain situations where we simply must make our stance clear. This remark once again led to a profound misunderstanding of Sherpailan. He had even envisioned himself making a strong impression on Director Xue and eventually taking over the Jinling military district. Thus, as he led the group toward Jinling High School, he remarked, Indeed, Director Xue. We've done everything possible this time. All these J-20s, don't they clearly demonstrate our military stance? But actions like Jinling's duty officer must not be tolerated. Clearly, Sherpailan believed Chen Chu had become someone who simply had to be dealt with. But how could dealing with Chen Chu alone be enough? The forces backing Chen Chu must be eliminated as well. Especially since this duty officer showed him no face at all, leaving him utterly humiliated. Today was the perfect opportunity to deal with them all together. The Academy of Military Sciences president must also be warned, otherwise, where would the military region's face be in the future? Yet when he voiced this plan, Xue Shanhai and the others were utterly dumbfounded. What's wrong with the Jinling duty officer? We're all on the same side. Xue Shanhai looked at Commander Lu with puzzlement. Commander Lu was also taken aback, immediately sensing the tense atmosphere in the room. What was going on? Could it be that the Jinling city commander is also trying to claim credit? He then snapped at Sherpailan, What's this? Someone's trying to snatch our military district's operational authority? Pylon nodded immediately. Yes, Commander Lu. This Jinling duty officer is being unreasonable. He insists that Chen Chu is a citizen of Jinling City and hasn't reported to our military district yet, so he doesn't fall under our jurisdiction for now. Bull. Commander Lu erupted in anger. What kind of joke was this? No wonder he's earned so many medals. Was this Jinling duty officer trying to steal credit and personnel right from under his nose? He immediately addressed Director Shui, minor issue. This Jinling duty officer probably just wants to jump the gun. I'll sort it out with him. I see. Shui Shanhai recalled that the Jinling duty officer had indeed been quite favorable toward Chen Chu. While the two competing for credit might look a bit unsavory, the outcome was ultimately positive and still a minor issue. As long as it benefited Chen Chu, that was all that mattered. With a smile, he added, it's no big deal. Let's go together. Meanwhile, the duty officer and Nie Lisen had no idea what had transpired. They only saw Pylon whispering to Shui Shanhai and Commander Lu, who both clearly sided with her, their brows furrowed deeply. Chapter 89, You dare take on Chen Chu? Clearly, in everyone's eyes, Director Shui was already Chen Chu's strongest backing. If Shui Shanhai were to align with Chen Chu's opponents, what significance would the remaining supporters hold? Yet even so, Jifu and Li Sanhai remained steadfastly by Chen Chu's side at this critical moment. Jifu, however, kept shaking his head, his expression filled with profound disappointment. He had watched this young man grow step by step to where he stood today. Put simply, Chen Chu had endured both triumph and humiliation to achieve his current glory. Under this educational system, it had become increasingly difficult for Longwei to produce such innovative talent. Children's innate potential was being stifled by rigid social hierarchies. More and more children were choosing to lie flat, content to coast through life. Even those with talent felt there were few opportunities worth striving for. Even he himself had no background. Through sheer effort, he became one of the few college graduates in his village, carefully navigating his way to where he stood today. Even in his era, when opportunities abounded and the nation desperately needed talent, finding a path forward was no easy feat. This made him acutely aware of how incredibly difficult it is for young people without connections to rise through education in today's world. Yet now, the nation has finally produced a talent like Chen Chu, a once-in-a-century gem. Facing a rigidly stratified society and intricate networks of connections, he remained steadfastly true to his convictions. How many such individuals remain today? Yet now it seems that such a talent, for committing a mere minor error, is to be stripped by the Central Military Commission of everything he worked so hard to achieve. Is this truly fair? Even he has begun to contemplate stepping back. Exhausted. Utterly exhausted. Beside him, Nie Lisen stood guard, defending what remained of the dignity of researchers. Yet the light in his eyes seemed to have dimmed considerably. Once upon a time, when the nation faced hardship and was bullied from all sides, countless scientists and scholars threw caution to the wind and stood up for their country. The 2 bombs and 1 satellite, our own fighter jets, our own aircraft carriers. But now that the nation has prospered, in this era of prosperity, fewer and fewer talents are willing to dedicate themselves to cutting-edge scientific fields for the country. Why? Wasn't it because Longwei was a society of personal connections, where cliques and factions ran rampant, leaving these researchers disillusioned? Now even a pure researcher like Chen Chu risks losing everything he worked so hard to achieve over some experimental matter. What meaning remains in forging swords for the nation? Just as both men were sinking into despair, Commander Lu approached with a stern expression and a hint of displeasure on his face. Jinling duty officer, I'm aware of the situation. You are in the wrong here. This concerns our military district. Everything must follow proper protocol and precedence. Even Director Shui approached with a smile. Quite right. Chen Chu is at least a second lieutenant now. Surely he has connections with the Jinling military district? The duty officer was known for his hot temper. How could he tolerate such remarks? Even Director Shui sided with Commander Lu and the others? He gritted his teeth. But this only emboldened Pylon further. He chuckled. Commander Lu, this fellow was quite defiant just now. Then, with a look of contempt, he turned to the duty officer. Aren't you the duty officer of Jinling? You're obstructing the military. Director Shui is here now. Go ahead, order your men to shoot. Behind him, police officers and SWAT members glared with fury, raising their guns once more. Zhou Yang and the others immediately raised their weapons in response, creating another standoff. Commander Lu, we lowered our weapons earlier, but this Jinling duty officer refuses to budge. He's likely working with Chen Chu. Ha! The atmosphere was so tense that Commander Lu and Shui Shanhai clearly sensed something was amiss. Especially Li Sanhai, who greeted Nie Lisen with a smile, only for Nie Lisen to abruptly turn his head away. Shui Shanhai's expression hardened as he turned to Commander Lu and demanded, what does this mean? Commander Lu looked utterly bewildered. Logically speaking, it was just someone trying to take credit. It was a minor matter. Why make such a fuss over it? And what did he mean by colluding with Chen Chu? He immediately barked at Pylon, what's going on? Everyone lower your weapons. Is this embarrassing or what? Zhou Yang and the others looked grim, but at Sherpailan's silent command, they lowered their weapons. Now explain to me, Commander Lu demanded, what do you mean by Chen Chu's accomplice? Commander Lu demanded. Sherpailan immediately put on an innocent expression, no problem. He's shielding Chen Chu and won't let us deal with him. Isn't that being in cahoots? This time, Li Sanhai couldn't hold back. He strode up to Sherpailan and barked, say that again. You want to take down Chen Chu? Sherpailan looked utterly bewildered. Yes. Chen Chu tampered with the early warning aircraft, putting Sergeant Pei's life at risk. Shouldn't he be arrested? Hearing this, Xue Shanhai's expression darkened to a terrifying degree. He had clearly come to award Chen Chu a medal, yet now it seemed he was here to deal with him? No wonder Jifu and the others nearly came to blows. No wonder the duty officer and director Niao looked so disappointed in them. After achieving such monumental service for the nation, to now face false accusations and suffer this punishment? Who could bear such a fate? As for Commander Lu, his face instantly flushed bright red. It's fine. This Sherpailan affair wasn't my doing, they shouldn't blame me for it. But if Chen Chu and Director Xue were to pursue this matter, this military district commander would definitely face severe disciplinary action. Therefore, without hesitation, he immediately rushed forward and slapped Sherpailan's fat pig face. Who gave you the right? Ha? Who gave you the right to lay a finger on Chen Chu? He's a researcher. Without researchers, we'd still be using millet and rifles. Sherpailan was stunned into stupor by the blow. This contempt for researchers wasn't something he had instigated. And this time, Director Xue had come, wasn't he here with official directives from higher-ups? Therefore, he hastily defended himself. I didn't want to touch him, Just what? Commander Lu's eyes narrowed menacingly, his ferocity laid bare. But Sherpailan found himself at a loss for words. The duty officer and Nielisen standing nearby both looked utterly bewildered. Just then, a female voice chimed in with malicious glee. Deputy Commander Sher, he was about to say he'd strip Chen Chu of his rank and revoke his right to modify fighter jets in the future. Upon hearing this remark, Xue Shanhai's expression darkened noticeably. Sherpailan immediately shut his eyes in terror, mentally cursing the entire family of the woman who had spoken up. The next second, sure enough, a vicious kick slammed into his stomach. A sharp pain shot through his gut, but Sherpailan gritted his teeth and scrambled back to his feet. Lu Zian then stepped forward to fan the flames. Commander Lu, I recall that before this deputy commander arrived, it was that lieutenant who came and even made Chen Chu salute him. Chapter 90, no mistake made, but merit earned? When Lu Zian suddenly jumped in, the entire Jinling Air Force unit was stunned. The fury instantly ignited, burning fiercely toward Zhou Yang, causing sweat to break out all over his body. Why was this anger directed at him? He had clearly come to strip Chen Chu of his rank. Even if Chen Chu hadn't made a mistake, why should the Air Force Department be blamed? Therefore, even after witnessing Commander Lu brutally beating Sherpailan, he remained both terrified and utterly perplexed. He was only trying to protect the Air Force Department's reputation and avoid punishment. But just as he stood there looking aggrieved, Commander Lu strode over to Zhou Yang without the slightest hesitation and raised his hand to slap him across the face once more. Smack! The sharp crack of the slap and the searing pain made Zhou Yang's expression darken to a deep, ominous shade. That damn Chen Chu, his connections are rock solid. Not only did he tamper with military equipment without authorization, but now he'd brought such powerful connections to deal with him. How could a researcher possibly compare to someone like him, who risked his life day in and day out for the nation? This stability he fought for was earned with his very life. It wasn't just Zhou Yang, even Sherpailan shared this sentiment at that moment. They both hated Chen Chu to their very bones. Clearly, this kid broke the rules first by tampering with military equipment. Now that they're here to enforce the law, they're the ones getting beaten and punished? Who could tolerate this? At this thought, the other soldiers lowered their heads, their expressions clearly betraying their resentment. But the next moment, Commander Lu roared. Who gave you the authority to punish a national talent who has repeatedly distinguished himself in battle? Repeatedly distinguished? Their faces now showed even greater confusion. Even if Pei Zhi hadn't died. That hardly counts as meritorious service, does it? But the next moment, Xue Shanhai spoke up. The affairs of the Jinling Air Force were not originally under my direct jurisdiction. But now that such an incident has occurred, one that even involves personnel from important state organs, I must step in. Comrade Chen Chu, this stealth technology has earned the highest commendation for our nation in safeguarding territorial sovereignty and integrity. Therefore, your actions are disgracing the military. This is reckless, unauthorized conduct in complete disregard of military discipline. Moreover, as military personnel possessing combat advantages, you have clashed with police officers tasked with protecting civilians. Did the state arm you so you could flaunt your weapons before the people? Now explain to me what exactly is going on with these 20 fighter jets? Xue Shanhai's temper was far more volatile than Commander Lu's. He knew full well that Dragon Nation and Eagle Nation were currently locked in a race. Whoever developed the 6th generation fighter first would gain the upper hand in air superiority. Chen Chu was the key to this sixth-generation fighter. He couldn't express how desperately he wanted Chen Chu to help the nation overcome its challenges. He'd gladly give his own heart to Chen Chu. But now, to see someone in the military region treat Chen Chu like this, putting on airs, and to strip him of the rank he personally conferred? What audacity! This wasn't just targeting Chen Chu, it showed utter disregard for Shui Shanhai himself. Did the military district really need people like this? When Shui Shanhai finished speaking, the entire scene fell into a deafening silence. Boom! Everyone's ears seemed to have heard the explosion of a little boy, temporarily deafened. Two critical pieces of information swirled relentlessly in their minds. Stealth technology. Special merit award. So, Pei Ji hadn't been in any trouble at all? And thanks to Chen Chu's modifications, he'd actually earned a special merit award? The moment this news broke, they felt like the dumbest fools on earth. No wonder Commander Lu flew into such a rage upon learning they'd betrayed Chen Chu. No wonder Commander Lu wanted to beat them senseless. If they were in his shoes, they'd react exactly the same way. As pilots, they understood perfectly well just how crucial stealth capabilities were for aircraft. And since Chen Chu's stealth technology had earned the nation a special merit award, then it was clear this technology was no empty claim. Yet they had targeted such a special talent, even threatening to strip him of his rank. If he actually succeeded in doing that, he'd probably end up behind bars. At the same moment, a buzzing sensation erupted in Jifu's mind, leaving him momentarily disoriented. He had already braced himself for the worst, quitting his post outright. He had tasted the bitterness of disappointment. The nation clearly valued talent not at all. When he saw Director Shui genuinely caring about Chen Chu, he had only felt a slight surprise. Perhaps Chen Chu hadn't made any mistakes at all. But when Director Shui revealed that Chen Chu had modified the early warning aircraft and even earned a special merit award for the nation, he was utterly stunned. From making a mistake, to not making a mistake, to achieving a great feat. Just how many miracles was this kid, Chen Chu, going to pull off? Didn't this mean that he himself had also performed a great service? This time, he had protected a key national talent. If not for his intervention, Chen Chu might very well have been stripped of his military rank. It must be understood that the revocation of military rank is a matter of great gravity, and restoring it might seem like an instantaneous process. But while a military rank can be restored, but what about hearts? It's like a man caught cheating. Getting back together after sweet-talking his girlfriend is relatively easy. But truly mending the relationship and healing the emotional scars? That's incredibly difficult. Once Chen Chu internalized the notion that his rank could be stripped away, would he still dare to innovate so boldly? Absolutely not. So this time, I've truly earned my stripes. Even Nia Lisen beside him wore an expression of sheer delight. After all, he had initially felt utterly disheartened, convinced that even the heavens themselves couldn't save Chen Chu today, that this genius was destined to fall. What he hadn't anticipated was that Chen Chu didn't need saving at all. Not only did Chen Chu avoid making a mistake, he actually achieved something remarkable. Though he didn't know the specifics of the achievement, he had heard something about an invisibility function. For a sixth-generation fighter jet, such a function was undoubtedly indispensable. Especially since this stealth capability could earn a special merit award, one that safeguarded national territorial integrity. Clearly, it had gained the upper hand in combat and contributed to the nation. With such a distinguished achievement under his belt, weren't Sher Pylon and his crew as good as dead? But then it suddenly occurred to him, Lu Zian had spoken like that earlier, and after making that phone call, she hadn't seemed the least bit flustered. Could it be that she already knew something? That girl, if she knew, why didn't she say anything? She's driving us crazy. Still, you gotta hand it to her, she pulled it off. Even the high school students at the National Defense Academy now stared at Chen Chu with looks of utter disbelief. She's done it again? Chapter 91, Me? The deputy commander saluting a captain? In their eyes, Chen Chu had become nothing short of a monster. How long had it been since his last feat? This time, they'd assumed he'd probably messed up badly. After all, he only had a high school education. But unexpectedly, he'd pulled off another feat: unauthorized modifications to the fighter jet, and even developing some sort of stealth capability. What immense service to the nation was this? He'd practically brought glory to his entire lineage. It's unlikely Jiling will ever see such a genius again, not in its history, nor in the future. Even Lu Zian, who had known the outcome all along, couldn't help but look at Chen Chu with genuine emotion. To be honest, she had personally participated in the modification this time. Although her role was merely helping to move things around, she, like many others present, had experienced the entire process from anxiety and fear, to a long sigh of relief, and finally, wild elation. Therefore, she understood all too well the immense difficulty Chen Chu had faced. Even Long Yu, Chen Chu's new bodyguard, witnessed the young man standing in the spotlight amidst the crowd and sensed his extraordinary nature. Unfazed by praise or criticism, a talent for governing the world. It seemed Director Shui and the others were right. Protecting Chen Chu meant safeguarding the nation's future. By this point, Zhou Yang's head was clearly no longer held as high as before. Commander Lu stepped beside him, holding the captain's medal about to be awarded to Chen Chu and flashing it before Zhou Yang's eyes. According to your previous statement, your rank is lieutenant. Chen Chu should salute you. But now, Chen Chu is about to be promoted to captain. What about you? What should you do? Hearing Commander Lu's words, Zhou Yang couldn't help but twitch his lips. Though Chen Chu himself hadn't been showing off at all, the people around him were each more arrogant than the last. Bowing to Chen Chu was one thing, but once he did, the looks he'd get from the others would be pure mockery. After all, he was still a lieutenant. Saluting a high school student in public? That just wouldn't be right. Yet, just as he hesitated, the duty officer and his men weren't about to let him off the hook. The duty officer, already deeply dissatisfied with Zhou Yang's earlier arrogance, now barked at him, "Lieutenant Zhou, what do you think you're doing? Do you have no regard for military discipline? Captain Chen is standing right before you. Shouldn't you be saluting him?" Zhou Yang's face instantly darkened to the extreme. Damn it, how could someone be so shameless? 1 second ago, this man claimed Chen Chu was just a citizen of Jinling City, a student in Jinling City. The next second, he's suddenly an Air Force captain? Truly, whatever suits his purpose, that's what he claims to be? But what he hadn't anticipated was that Lu Ziyan spoke again immediately. "Zhou Yang, you're not going to deny your own words, are you?" "Like hell I do." Zhou Yang's expression darkened further as he turned to Director Shui with a look of desperate appeal. Surely a soldier should retain some dignity? But Shui Shanhai didn't even hesitate before saying, "I think everyone has a point. Zhou Yang, you're still a lieutenant in the Air Force this very second. Go salute Captain Chen." Damn it! Though Zhou Yang's face burned fiercely, the shame he felt now stung even more than the physical pain. Before he could hesitate, Commander Lu kicked him again. "Get over there." After speaking, Commander Lu led the way toward Chen Chu. Without another word, he pinned the captain's insignia onto Chen Chu's school uniform. Zhou Yang stood nearby, his face a bruised and swollen mess, looking every bit the fool. But with no other choice, he steeled himself, raised his hand, and saluted Chen Chu. "Zhou Yang of the Jinling Air Force Command, reporting to Captain Chen." As he spoke, his eyes tried desperately to appear resolute, but his mind kept drifting to Lu Ziyan snickering nearby and the duty officer mocking him internally. Even Director Nie Lisan himself would likely see him as a clown. His gaze darted nervously from side to side. Sure enough, Zhou Yang's salute broke the solemn atmosphere at the National Defense High School, filling the air with laughter. The other airmen who witnessed this scene couldn't hold their heads up, feeling this was more humiliating than suffering a defeat. Yet one person was delighted. That person was Shi Pailan. For he knew exactly what his position was. Deputy Commander of the Air Force Headquarters. Even if Chen Chu was now a captain, could his rank possibly surpass Shi Pailan's? Therefore, it was already generous of Chen Chu not to salute him. There was no way Shi Pailan would salute Chen Chu in return. But just then, Commander Lu turned back, glanced at Shi Pailan, and asked, "What about you?" "Ha?" Shi Pailan was utterly bewildered. He was the deputy commander. Was he supposed to salute a mere captain? There was no such rule in this military region. The others were also puzzled. Even if Chen Chu had been promoted, he hadn't reached the rank of deputy commander, had he? Commander Lu snorted coldly. "What is that? You're a lieutenant now." "What?" Upon hearing this news, Shi Pailan's mind went completely blank. He had been demoted to lieutenant? After all, he was the deputy commander. He'd braced for punishment, but even if demoted, he'd expected at most to be reduced to a major general or similar rank. But to be demoted straight to lieutenant? That was outrageous. As for Lu Ziyan and the others, they burst into laughter at that moment. None of them had expected Commander Lu to be this entertaining. To make sure Pailan salute Chen Chu, he'd demoted the deputy commander to lieutenant. Even the duty officer felt a sense of satisfaction at that moment. Framing a national-level talent, what did it matter if he was a military officer holding a high-ranking position? He still deserved severe punishment. As for the surrounding police officers who had previously felt intimidated by the military's air of authority, they all felt a sense of relief. If they could witness such a spectacle every day, how delightful that would be. Wouldn't that be far more satisfying than running 10 kilometers daily? Faced with the superior's demand, Shi Pailan immediately looked at Commander Lu with pleading eyes. "Commander Lu, this can't be done. Director Shui is still here. I did this for the sake of our military region. Think about it, if something truly happened to Peiji, our entire military region would face severe punishment." "Shut up." Commander Lu grew even angrier and slapped him again. "What the hell do you mean by that? Are you implying our military district is full of cowards afraid to take responsibility? I was considering demoting you to lieutenant, but now it seems someone like you, a cowardly bastard, should be sent to the front lines to toughen up." "No, no." Shi Pailan's legs buckled instantly, nearly dropping to his knees before Commander Lu. But this pathetic display immediately provoked Shui Shanhai's fury. "Commander Lu, your suggestion is spot on. Officers lacking responsibility like this should be sent to the front lines. Comrade Peiji has proven himself capable. He'd make an excellent lieutenant." Shi Pailan wanted to strangle Zhou Yang. If he hadn't suggested this idea in the first place, would he have offended Chen Chu and director Shui? Who knew Chen Chu would be such a tough nut to crack? Now, he could only cry out in desperation, "I salute! I salute! Second lieutenant is perfect!" He immediately scrambled to salute Chen Chu. But the next moment, Commander Lu kicked him hard to the side. Does a private have the right to salute a lieutenant? Chapter 92, Lu Xian's Decision. Laughter rippled through the National Defense High School. Shui Shanhai made no move to stop it. So what if the military district was laughing? What was good, and what was bad. Since it was already done poorly, why fear being laughed at? Of course, he wouldn't stoop to kicking someone when they're down. He knew full well. This time, they had indeed captured a reconnaissance aircraft from the Korean peninsula. But who could say whether enemy aircraft were still monitoring from unknown locations? A formidable national defense capability was what the Dragon Nation urgently needed at present. Even if pinning all hopes on a high school student seemed exaggerated, who else but Chen Chu could consistently achieve such breakthroughs? The future belonged to the young. For now, all he could do was provide this young man with every form of assistance he needed. He cannot remain in Jinling forever. But those around Chen Chu now could. Especially the duty officer. Without his assistance this time, Chen Chu would have been in genuine peril today. Therefore, as Commander Lu reprimanded his subordinates, he approached Jinling's duty officer. "You handled this well." He patted the duty officer on the shoulder, and the duty officer nodded in response, saying, "It was my duty." Publicly, Chen Chu is a top national talent, the hope for our nation's rejuvenation. Privately, he is a citizen of Jinling and a student of Jinling. Of course I should protect him. Shui Shanhai looked fully in agreement. "I will report this incident truthfully. Your actions will certainly be commended." After speaking, his gaze turned resolute as he looked directly at Chen Chu. Stepping beside Chen Chu, he smiled. "Young man, it hasn't been long since we last met, has it?" Chen Chu remained silent, prompting Nielisen to nudge him impatiently with his elbow. Though slightly embarrassed, Shui Shanhai laughed it off. It's fine. I know how Chen Chu is. I came here to show my appreciation for your hard work and bring you something." Clearly, Shui Shanhai wasn't bothered by Chen Chu's silence. He understood precisely what Chen Chu needed. First, he pinned the National Defense Medal of Honor onto Chen Chu's school uniform. Then, smiling, he said, "Though it feels a bit rushed in this setting, I know you researchers probably don't care much for formal ceremonies. But with this medal, no one below the rank of Major General in the military region will dare speak to you in a raised voice. Military rank, honorary medals, and years of service, these three elements combined form the symbols of a soldier's status and standing. The shorter the service time, the more military ranks and medals one holds, the greater the respect commanded. For it signifies limitless potential for future advancement." Even the Air Force officers who had previously crossed Chen Chu now wore looks of envy. One special merit medal could be attributed to luck. But, two? Could that still be called luck? And this was achieved in less than a year of service, unprecedented in Air Force history, even during times of war. Nielisen couldn't help but feel envious. Though he had long since retired from the military, he had only ever reached the rank of lieutenant general. It had taken him nearly 35 years to get there, and his hair had long since turned white from the grind. In his 60s, he finally transitioned from the military to the Lonka Academy, but his entire youth had been sacrificed. But what about Chen Chu? At his current pace, he'd likely only be around 40 when he reached lieutenant general? Who knew how many miracles this guy would create? As for Li Songhai, he too felt immense envy toward Chen Chu. After all, Li had already been 45 when he reached the rank of captain, while Chen Chu had skipped over 20 years of his own winding path. How could he not be envious? As for the students at the National Defense High School, they were all green with envy. After all, they were studying senior year material daily, yet the person they saw every day was a genius specially honored by the nation. While this served as motivation, it was motivation in spades, so much so that their eyes were red with envy. And at that moment, there was another person whose almond-shaped eyes were red. That person, of course, was Lu Xian. Before meeting Chen Chu, she'd been rebelliously repeating her senior year at Qianzhou High, drifting through her days without purpose. When her family suggested she join the military, she couldn't muster any interest. But after meeting Chen Chu, she initially thought he was a dim-witted fool, just like the academically gifted kid she used to bully back in the day. Yet as she got to know him, she realized that someone like Chen Chu, driven by purpose and striving relentlessly toward it, was truly living. Sure, he might miss out on some pleasures and material comforts along the way, but at least he was burning himself to the ground. Frankly, the rank of captain meant little to her. After all, she'd only attained it through family connections. Even if she ever reached that rank, Chen Chu wouldn't respect her for it. Thus, a thought took root in her mind, a bold and reckless one. She looked at Shui Shanhai and asked, "Director Shui, what about me?" "Ha?" Shui Shanhai stared blankly at Lu Xian, who had suddenly spoken up. Lu Xian retorted indignantly, "I even personally installed that stealth device for Chen Chu. Ask the security guard if you don't believe me." Shui Shanhai burst into laughter. "Of course I believe you. What reward do you want? Lu Ziyan glanced at Chen Chu, who seemed lost in thought, and suddenly felt a pang of reluctance. She quickly recovered her composure and smiled. I haven't decided yet. I'll let you know later. Alright. Shui Shanhai didn't dwell on it, instead turning his attention back to Chen Chu. Kid, now I'll show you your gift. Shui Shanhai turned and clapped his hands. All eyes turned toward the rear, where a J-17 fighter jet now approached with a commanding presence. A chorus of gasps erupted instantly. Holy! A J-17. Is this for Chen Chu? How awesome is that? Will I ever get to be this impressive in my lifetime? From top to bottom, every single person wore an expression of envy. They all knew exactly what Chen Chu needed, a fighter jet he could modify himself. Now, Chen Chu must be over the moon, right? But surprisingly, Chen Chu remained silent. This couldn't help but make people wonder if Chen Chu was being a bit unreasonable. He had been so eager for a fighter jet before, and although he ended up with an early warning aircraft instead, now Director Shui had personally brought him a J-17 one that was still in active service and had just been reassigned. Such trust, and Chen Chu showed no reaction whatsoever? Just as the duty officer was about to intervene and remind Chen Chu, Shui Shanhai immediately smiled and said, "Of course, the state has prepared a special gift to compensate you this time. Lang Yu, come here." Chapter 93, No Need to Study Senior Year Material? Seeking Gold Tickets. Chapter 93, No Need to Study Senior Year Material? Clearly, in Shui Shanhai's view, people all have their preferences. Almost every time he saw Chen Chu, there were always some pretty girls around him. Could this mean Chen Chu might have a thing for beautiful women? A beauty like Lang Yu was pleasing to the eye, and with her professional training, she could also serve as Chen Chu's bodyguard. Most importantly, she was highly skilled in military facilities and possessed a more mature figure. At that moment, Lang Yu emerged with a hint of shyness. Though wearing a military cap, her skin glowed with a healthy flush, and her marching steps were crisp and precise. Lang Yu, Firearms Division, State Security Department. At your service, Captain Chen. Many students at the National Defense High School had their eyes sparkling at this moment. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but she was also genuinely capable. And she was obedient too. Having a female bodyguard like this would make anyone drool in their dreams. If they were Chen Chu, they probably wouldn't be able to keep their guns steady right now. Even Zhou Yang swallowed hard. This girl was stunningly beautiful. Why didn't the Air Force have girls this gorgeous? Turns out they were all stashed away in the security bureau. Sure, Pylon was seething with envy. As a deputy commander, he'd never been assigned a female bodyguard, let alone one this stunning and obedient. If he had one, what would he care about risking his life? As fellow men, Nia Lisan and Li Sanhai couldn't help but feel envious. Even though researchers might have bodyguards, they were usually male. Chen Chu's treatment was truly unmatched. But they were old now. Complaining about unfairness was too late. They could only glance resentfully at Shui Shanhai. At that moment, only Lu Ziyan's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment. She glanced at Chen Chu, then saw he neither responded nor refused. She bit her thin lips slightly. Yet this moment went entirely unnoticed. The cold moon's radiance had already overshadowed every woman present. Even Shui Shanhai now looked at Chen Chu with eager anticipation. He wanted to see a glimmer of satisfaction in Chen Chu's eyes. Even the slightest hint would suffice. But there was none. Chen Chu remained as unresponsive as if made of stone, showing no reaction to any reward. Now Shui Shanhai felt his face burning with embarrassment. Just as he was about to ask Chen Chu what he wanted, Chen Chu suddenly spoke. But what he said next was terrifying. By utilizing the ionosphere's reflective properties or ground wave propagation technology, radar signals can bypass the curvature of the Earth to detect distant targets. So that's how it works. Clearly, the crucial element of the 6th-generation fighter design had already crystallized in Chen Chu's mind. Over-the-horizon radar. While observing the scene, he rapidly analyzed and reasoned about the over-the-horizon radar in his mind. For the 6th-generation fighter, aside from the final piece of the puzzle aerodynamic design, the penultimate piece was the over-the-horizon radar. For while the 6th-generation fighter could achieve plasma stealth, it also had a drawback. Without the ability to detect enemies from long distances, it would have no way of knowing when to activate its stealth capabilities. But once equipped with over-the-horizon radar, the two capabilities complement each other perfectly, creating a true stealthy aerial assassin. And what does the concept of beyond visual range mean? It expands the range. Not only will enemies be unable to detect the 6th-generation aircraft, but it will detect them no matter how far away they are. Simultaneously, the system delivered another message. Due to his outstanding performance during his 5th year of retaking exams, his restrictions on repeating grades have been lifted. He is no longer confined to the school or classroom. This meant he was no longer confined solely to National Defense High School and didn't have to endlessly repeat senior year courses. This freed up even more of his time and sparked an idea. He could secure an admission letter through special recruitment and bring it home. Once the 6th-generation fighter was completed, he could then enter a higher institution or choose not to pursue further education at all. After all, at his current level, academic credentials held little weight. The reason he sought this acceptance letter wasn't to show off, but because he hadn't been home in so long. He wanted his mother to know he hadn't been wasting his life or given up. With this letter, his mother would be reassured, and he wouldn't have to worry about home distracting him. He could have waited until the 6th-generation fighter was complete to tell his mother he was its designer. But that approach had two drawbacks. First, for someone who hadn't even attended university to become the chief designer of a 6th-generation fighter jet, telling his mother that would be too much of a leap. She might not believe him, and he feared it would frighten her. The second drawback was his parents' exhaustion. While familial bonds might seem something that could wait, how much time did his parents actually have to spare? If he doesn't tell his parents, how will he give them the money? Isn't his drive to succeed precisely to provide a happy life for himself and his family? Now that his parents were giving him this money, how could they possibly afford a decent life? Furthermore, he currently needs to personally oversee all projects. As the workload grows, handling everything himself severely reduces efficiency. Now that he's free from campus constraints, he needs to focus on areas where he can be more productive. Therefore, the special admission offer from Lonka University is precisely what he needs right now. These were the thoughts that had absorbed him earlier, though he'd taken in everything else that needed to be said. But when the others heard Chen Chu's words, their eyes widened in surprise. So this guy had been thinking about research the whole time? After everything that had happened to him, after all the commotion, he could still be so single-minded about research? Was this something to praise him for? Or was it something to praise him for? Shui Shanhai was the first to laugh. Little Chu, your dedication to research is admirable, but you really need to relax. Everyone's worried sick about you. The others nodded in agreement, expressing their concern and urging him to rest when he needed to. Chen Chu replied, "It's fine. I haven't missed anything important. Thank you, Director Shui. But I do have one more request to trouble Dean Nia. Whatever you need, just ask." Shui Shanhai trailed off mid-sentence, only then realizing he'd addressed President Nia. The awkwardness was palpable. Nia Lisan, flattered and a bit taken aback, hurriedly asked, "What could possibly require an old codger like me?" Chen Chu smiled. "President Nia, this might be a bit much to ask, but I'd like to obtain a special admission letter for Lonka University." The moment those words left his mouth, the room erupted in a collective gasp. But almost immediately, their expressions shifted to one of delighted surprise. Chen Chu, had he finally come to his senses? Even Director Shui wore an ecstatic expression. He had repeatedly urged Chen Chu not to waste time repeating the year here, and now the young man had finally seen the light. A genius like him belonged among other geniuses, where he could access more national resources and truly accomplish great things. Yet, just as Shui Shanhai was ecstatic that Chen Chu was finally ready to make his mark, a small hand tugged at his sleeve. Shui Shanhai turned to see Lu Zian, her expression complex. "What is it, kid?" "Director Shui, you owe me a reward. I'd like to cash it in now." Shui Shanhai couldn't help but chuckle. Could this girl be jealous? Does she want to go to Lonka University too? Then she should talk to Nia Lisan. Curious, he followed Lu Zian to the side. He heard her declare with unwavering resolve, "Director Shui, I want to go to the Northern Military District." Chapter 94, The Confession Kiss Seeking Gold Votes. Chapter 94, The Confession Kiss. Shui Shanhai was utterly dumbfounded, even a bit taken aback. He knew Lu Zian's family background. With her background, even if she joined the military, it would be the Southern Military District. With her family connections, her future would undoubtedly be skyrocketing. But the northern border had historically been the most dangerous region, bitterly cold, and with recent conflicts flaring up with the North Korean border, it was clearly the most likely place for hostilities to erupt. Had this girl lost her mind? Well, I can't guarantee this reward. Even Shui Shanhai shook his head repeatedly. Joking aside, agreeing to this condition would surely earn him the undying hatred of Lu Zian's father. But Lu Zian spoke with unwavering resolve, "Director Shui, I'm going to the north to prove myself. I'll handle the family aspect myself. All I need is your approval." Clearly, Lu Zian's tone had turned serious. Shui Shanhai had never seen a girl before who possessed this kind of spirit, usually only found in male soldiers. He pondered for a moment. Her resolve was likely tied to that kid, Chen Chu. Originally, Lu Zian could have protected Chen Chu, but now with Lang Yu around and Chen Chu also wanting to go to Lonka University, what would become of Lu Zian? If she wanted a future with Chen Chu, she'd have to prove she was worthy. And how could she possibly rely on family connections to do that? Once he understood her reasoning, Shui Shanhai found himself nodding in understanding. If the future belongs to the young, what right did he have to stand in their way? As long as your family agrees, I'll give my approval. But you must prioritize safety. Thank you, Director Shui. I certainly will. Lu Zian's face lit up with visible delight before she added, "Director Shui, could you please keep this a secret? Don't tell Chen Chu." Shui Shanhai paused at her request before smiling. "Why not tell him? Are you afraid he'll look down on you?" "There's no need for that. Chen Chu isn't that kind of person." Lu Zian shook her head. "No, I'm afraid he'll try to stop me." Shui Shanhai nodded. "All right then, kid. Thank you for helping Chen Chu these past few days. This is our gentleman's agreement. Meanwhile, over at Chen Chu's end, the scene was entirely different. Nye Leeson was stunned when he heard Chen Chu's request. Chen Chu's request was almost too simple. Lanka University? That was the most basic place for research. With Chen Chu's caliber, how could he possibly settle for just a special admission spot at Lanka University? Therefore, he considered another possibility, that Chen Chu was after that girl, Wanishwan. So he asked, "Kid, you miss your little girlfriend?" Chen Chu shook his head immediately. "It's just that my family has always had this regret. They hoped I could get into university. If I bring back an acceptance letter, it'll make them happy and keep them focused." Upon learning Chen Chu's true purpose, Nye Leeson's eyes lit up with excitement. If Chen Chu wasn't doing this for that little girlfriend, then things would be much simpler. "Well, do you think Lanka University's special admission program would satisfy your mother?" "I think Lanka Academy's special admission is quite good. It would grant you the title of academician directly. What do you think?" Clearly, once Nye Leeson realized this was all about making his family happy, he understood immediately. To him, the special recruitment offer from Lanka University seemed far too low level. He had to aim higher. If it weren't for the strict confidentiality surrounding the 6th-generation fighter project, he might have even shown Chen Chu's mother the appointment letters for chief designer and chief engineer of the program. But Chen Chu shook his head. The assistant title is acceptable. A professor position at the Lanka Academy? That's still too grand. Nye Lee nodded in agreement. He understood that Chen Chu's family came from a working-class background. If they suddenly learned their son had achieved such prominence, his parents might not believe it and it could backfire. Fine. Then let's go with the special admission letter from Lanka University and the title of project leader for the experimental initiative. But you absolutely must participate in this project. Saying this, he pulled out his phone to see if any projects were currently understaffed. At first glance, however, there really weren't any projects in need of personnel. On the contrary, many academicians and professors were currently unemployed. Chen Chu seemed to sense Nye Leeson's dilemma and suggested, "How about the over-the-horizon radar project?" "Over-the-horizon radar? The one you were just muttering about?" A flicker of excitement immediately lit up Nye Leeson's face. He knew full well just how formidable Chen Chu's capabilities were. Essentially, nothing Chen Chu researched had ever failed. And in the field of radar, the potential for enhancing military combat effectiveness was immense. In other words, if this project got greenlit, it would be at least an S-level endeavor. How could he not be thrilled? "Then I'll assign you as the project's chief director? You can select personnel from the Dragon Academy to work alongside you?" Nye Leeson asked with a serious expression. Chen Chu immediately frowned. The system had stated he could leave the university, but his student status must remain intact. Therefore, even if he received a special recruitment letter, the enrollment date would be set for next year. He could only be a specially appointed staff member at present. He immediately refused. "The position of chief coordinator is out of the question. Just recruit me from high school as a specially appointed member for this project." Nye Lee heard this and, though he found Chen Chu's approach peculiar, he thought, what genius doesn't have an eccentric personality? Take a genius like Tesla, wasn't he also reclusive? In comparison, Chen Chu was already quite adept at navigating social dynamics. Although Chen Chu was a specially appointed member of this project, it was sufficient for others to understand that he was the absolute core leader. No problem. We can certainly arrange such a minor detail for you." Chen Chu nodded with a smile. "When might this project kick off?" "I'll send you my design blueprints tomorrow. As for staffing, basic engineers will suffice." Nye Leeson nodded habitually, but this time, he froze mid-nod. "Tomorrow, you'll have the blueprints? That's incredibly fast." At that moment, he genuinely felt Chen Chu was a monster. Every essential innovative piece of equipment for the 6th-generation fighter, he could produce it at breakneck speed. The pulse detonator engine was one thing, but then came the laser weapons, followed by plasma stealth technology. Now even the over-the-horizon radar had blueprints ready so quickly. Nye Leeson began to suspect Chen Chu might be a time traveler cheating by copying someone else's work. How else could it happen so fast? Chen Chu chuckled. "I'd say it's about average speed." In truth, he had now grasped the system's rules. Every time he invented a technology and successfully implemented the system's provided blueprint, once it demonstrated tangible results in use, he would unlock new technological capabilities. He was genuinely curious what the system would offer him next after completing the 6th-generation fighter design. An aerospace carrier? A starfighter? Or perhaps controllable nuclear fusion? Clearly, whatever the technology might be, it was something Dragon Nation needed right now. While future prospects were promising, staying grounded in reality was equally crucial. Therefore, Chen Chu asked Nye Leeson, "So, Dean Nye, when do you anticipate the lab will be finalized?" "Well..." Nye Leeson wasn't sure if Chen Chu was in a hurry, so he assured him, "Well, if you're particularly pressed for time, we could pause other projects. It should take no more than 5 days." "Dean Nye, that's not what I meant. What I'm asking is how much time I have to go home." "I see. I'll notify you as soon as the lab is ready. You can go home without worry. If you need anything, just let us know. Under normal circumstances, it shouldn't take more than 10 days. Nia Leeson understood perfectly well. It was just a radar lab, after all. Building it was a hassle, but scrapping other projects that wasted national resources would solve the problem. As for objections from others? Who cares? If it's ineffective, it should be scrapped. On Chen Chu's end, learning he'd have a window to visit home eased his mind. Although the 6th generation fighter was nearing completion, numerous tests would follow its debut. By then, he might not have time for another visit home. With both sides having reached an agreement, everyone returned feeling thoroughly satisfied. For the first time, Chen Chu turned to Long Yu. Noticing her slight displeasure at being overlooked, he smiled and said, Long Yu, sorry I was lost in thought earlier. Let me properly introduce myself. I'm Chen Chu, an ordinary high school student. Long Yu, who had been feeling a bit sour inside, suddenly burst out laughing. A high school student? If you were just an ordinary high school student, would the country have sent me to protect you? The others all burst into laughter as well. Only one face remained dark Lu Xian's, of course. She had already decided to leave, so she shouldn't have felt jealous. But seeing Chen Chu and Lang Yu laughing and chatting together like that, it was clearly preferential treatment. Therefore, she was naturally displeased and reached out to grab Chen Chu. Even if she was leaving, she wanted to make an impression on Chen Chu before she went. Chen Chu, come here. I need to talk to you. Chen Chu was pulled along, feeling a bit bewildered as Lu Xian dragged him behind the school playground. Lu Xian, have you lost your mind? Gazing at his wrist, now red from her tight grip, Chen Chu was thoroughly perplexed. She could have waited to talk about whatever it was. He still needed to tell Director Shui and the others about going home and say goodbye. But upon hearing this, Lu Xian bit her thin lips until they turned purple. She stared intently at Chen Chu, her tone softening as she asked, Do you hate me that much? Chen Chu had no idea what she was up to and could only give a wry smile. Sis, my hand is swollen. Can't I react a little? Yet Lu Xian's almond-shaped eyes suddenly misted over. Then, suddenly, she stood on tiptoe and leaned in, pressing her lips against Chen Chu's face. In that instant, Chen Chu's mind went completely blank. The scent of jasmine filled his nostrils and his face felt damp and soft. But his heart was in turmoil. What new trick was this girl playing on him now? Chapter 95, Going Home, Seeking Gold Votes. Clearly, Chen Chu was utterly bewildered at that moment. In his eyes, Lu Xian was usually a scatterbrain, but suddenly kissing him like this, was she trying to play a prank on him? But the next moment, Lu Xian simply trotted off. Chen Chu, wait for me. Hearing this, Chen Chu was even more baffled. Meanwhile, back at the National Defense High School campus, the Jinling Air Force unit was undergoing a major purge. With Chen Chu gone, Shui Shanhai handled matters with increasing boldness. Sure Pylon, effective immediately, you're being reassigned to the front lines. Zhou Yang, someone like you has no place in the military region. Collect your discharge pay and get out. Though Zhou Yang and Sure Pylon's eyes burned red, they could do nothing but grit their teeth, accept their orders, and be led away by Commander Lu. The entire Jinling High School fell silent as the duty officer dispersed the crowd. Yet though the crowd had dispersed, it didn't mean Chen Chu's exploits hadn't once again sent shockwaves through all of Jinling. That a high school student could attract the attention of the Central Military Commission was already astonishing. But not only did he repeatedly draw the attention of high-ranking military officials, what was even more terrifying was that even the deputy commander of the Jinling military district held no sway over this high school student. Such terrifying power was enough to crown him the strongest high schooler. Nia Leeson acted swiftly, immediately reporting to the Central Military Commission and submitting a proposal for the Beyond Visual Range Radar project. Of course, how could Chen Chu's application possibly be rejected? Nia Leeson immediately contacted the Longka Academy, extending an invitation to Chen Chu as a specially appointed researcher. Naturally, he had to subtly make it clear that Chen Chu was the project's chief designer. When this news reached the Dragon Academy, it sent shockwaves through the entire institution. Beyond line-of-sight radar for the current Dragon Nation military, this was nothing short of the most urgently needed military equipment. The entire academy immediately mobilized, initiating a comprehensive talent selection process across all departments. Naturally, some of these opportunities, including internships, were reserved for Dragon University graduates. Several professors and doctoral advisors seized this chance to bring in their star pupils for a prestigious stint. Although Li Sanghai already served as the chief engineer for the nation's 6th-generation fighter jet engine, he concurrently took on the role of chief engineer for the Over-the-Horizon radar project to ensure its smooth execution. The position of chief designer, however, was deliberately left vacant. Unusually, Li Sanghai selected an intern from Longka University. Typically, only graduate students were permitted in the laboratory, but this time, Li Sanghai made an exception by selecting a freshman, Wan Yixuan. This news immediately sent shockwaves through the entire Longka Academy. But what was Li Sanghai's reputation? In his earlier years, he personally designed the J-20 engine and consistently demonstrated mastery in international engine research forums. Although he lacked notable achievements in the radar field as the chief engineer of the 6th generation fighter program, everyone knew this new over-the-horizon radar was undoubtedly a core component of the nation's 6th generation fighter program. Therefore, his word carried absolute authority within this project. No one dared question his decisions. However, since Old Lee is not a domestic authority in the specialized field of radar, several experts in the field were also assigned to the over-the-horizon radar research project. Among them, the most renowned are Liu Hezhang, who designed the radars for the J-20 and J-17 fighters, and radar engineer Chen Chang. The two have collaborated for years and both hold the esteemed rank of meritorious academician at the Academy of Sciences. This clearly demonstrated the nation's high priority for this over-the-horizon radar research project. But Chen Chu remained unaware of these developments. After submitting his design blueprints to President Nye, he soon received a special admission offer from Lanka University. Of course, upon returning home this time, Chen Chu did not make a big fuss about it. His sole purpose was to let his family know that his years of wandering hadn't been wasted. He had earned his special admission to Lanka University through his own efforts. Given his circumstances, he could have brought back far more impressive gifts, even a J-20 fighter escort if he'd desired. But would that truly benefit his family? Clearly not. First, his work on the 6th generation fighter jet design and development was an S-level classified project. Drawing too much attention before the jet completed its test flights would be unwise. Second, his mother's expectations for him were simply that he get into a good university. If he acted too flashily, revealing everything and letting everyone in the family know, his mother might end up being exploited by those with ulterior motives. Thus, this special admission letter was the perfect gift to bring his mother joy and peace of mind. After getting everything in order, Chen Chu didn't impose too many restrictions on Lung Yu. Since she also had her own mission, he simply instructed her to keep her distance and follow along. Additionally, Chen Chu directly deposited 300,000 yuan into her account to ensure she faced no financial constraints. Of course, the state would reimburse this expense. Besides, he himself was not short of money. His account now held nearly 200 million yuan. But before the 6th generation fighter was completed, he simply had no opportunity to spend it. For himself, he purchased a greenskin train ticket bound for Yexian, a small county adjacent to Jinling. Though separated from Jinling suburbs by less than 100 kilometers, the prosperity gap between the two places was roughly equivalent to a trillion yuan difference in GDP. After disembarking the train, Chen Chu followed the familiar path back to his home. His home belonged to one of those rural villages. While every household appeared to have a villa, the land itself held little value, a backward area destined to be overlooked in any demolition and relocation projects. After winding through several streets, he finally caught sight of his family's familiar courtyard. He recalled leaving this place as a naive teenager with a youthful face. Now, returning, he carried an added measure of maturity. Upon reaching the front gate, he was surprised not to see his parents waiting outside. Instead, he spotted a Ford with out-of-town license plates parked in front of the house. Approaching, he heard murmurs of conversation inside. "Wait a little longer. Xiao Chu will be back soon." His grandmother adored him when he was little. But a man's displeased voice cut through the conversation. "Sis, Mom just worries about you. We still have Xiao Fan at home. He's doing so well now. Mom can't wait." "I don't like hearing that. Our Xiao Chu has always been an excellent student since childhood. Besides, we're all family. What's wrong with waiting for my son?" Hearing the voices inside, Chen Chu frowned. The voice inside wasn't unfamiliar to him. Besides his parents, it belonged to his uncle. From the tone, it seemed something had happened to his maternal grandmother. The mere thought of his maternal grandmother sent a rare pang through Chen Chu's heart. In his memories, she was the only relative he truly felt affection for. When he was very young, every visit to his grandmother's house meant being ostracized by his cousin's children as a country bumpkin. Only his grandmother treated him equally. She even secretly gave him more New Year's money each year than his cousin, Yufifan. Hearing now that his grandmother was unwell, Chen Chu immediately rushed inside. "What's wrong with Grandma?" Inside, besides his mother, Yu Shuemin, and his father, Chen Yuxing, there was another man one he recognized well. It was his uncle, Yu Zibiao. Yu Shuemin and Chen Yuxing both wore delighted expressions as they immediately pulled Chen Chu close, asking after his well-being and whether he had lost weight. Yu Zibiao smiled from the side, little Chu's back. "You see, your grandmother had a stroke a few days ago. I figured it wouldn't be convenient for your mother and brother-in-law to come into town, so I specially came to pick you both up." Seeing this uncle stirred no emotion in Chen Chu, let alone any sense of closeness. The reason his mother had passed the college entrance exam but never attended was to support this uncle's education. Even when his uncle married and bought a house in Luqing, it was funded by the family's hard-earned savings. Don't assume his father was a failure just because he was a laborer. In truth, his father began learning a trade at 14, working diligently and steadily. By the time his uncle finished university, the family was quite well off. They had even planned to buy a house in Jinling, which was well within their means at the time. But later, under Yu Zibiao's smooth talk and grandpa's favoritism, they lent him the money to buy a house instead. Over the years, housing prices have skyrocketed, and Lu City's real estate market is nothing like it used to be. By the time the money was repaid to the family, its purchasing power had diminished by more than tenfold. How could they possibly afford to buy a house in Jinling now? Perhaps feeling indebted to their child, the family channeled all those funds into funding his education in Jinling. This was why Chen Chu had spent all these years seething with determination, vowing to make something of himself. But upon his return this time, all that was now history. Through his own efforts, he had achieved a generational leap for his family. As for his uncle's family, his uncle now held an executive position at a foreign enterprise, and word had it his son had been admitted to graduate school, a case of both academic excellence and privileged background. Having become a sixth-generation fighter jet engineer for the nation, Chen Chu naturally felt these achievements were insignificant and not worth comparing. Besides, his own situation back then had been failing the entrance exam. Now that he had a university offer, simply sharing this news with his mother would be enough to thrill her. Thus, Chen Chu nodded to Yu Zibiao. "Uncle, how is Grandma doing?" Yu Zibiao replied casually, "Not great. She's lucid at times and confused at others. She's still hospitalized. Since you're back, it's perfect timing. Let's head to Lu Shui together." "All right." Chen Chu nodded. From what he understood, Lu City's current development was now on par with Jinling. While the nation faced negative population growth and first-tier cities experienced massive outflows, only Lu Shui City bucked the trend with counter-cyclical growth. The reason stemmed from when the entire nation was pursuing land-based fiscal policies. Lu City alone took the opposite approach, prioritizing talent development by welcoming Lonka University and the Lonka Academy. This transformed Lu Shui into a city prioritizing talent and technology. Where there are people, opportunities naturally abound. Moreover, this trip to Lu Shui City would allow him to visit his grandmother and then seamlessly proceed to the Lonka Academy afterward. In the car, he clutched his bag, waiting for the right moment to tell his parents he'd received a special admission offer from Lonka University. But throughout the journey, his mother, Yu Shuemin, was preoccupied with Grandma's condition, making it difficult for him to bring it up. It wasn't until she asked about Yu Fifan that Yu Shuemin received a stern look from his father, Chen Yuxing. But Yu Zibiao suddenly seemed to seize the moment, smiling warmly as he said, "Xiao Fan, he just got accepted into a doctoral program. He has a mentor guiding him now." This remark naturally left Yu Shuemin and Chen Yuxing feeling awkward. Their son had been just as academically capable as Yu Fifan in his youth, but after failing the college entrance exam, he chose to work instead. Over the years, he had consistently sent money home. Without formal education, how much could their son possibly earn? Simply supporting himself was difficult enough, yet he still sent money home. They were already quite satisfied. But just as the awkwardness hung in the air, Chen Chu chimed in with a smile. "Even though my cousin is 3 years older than me, getting into a PhD program at 26? That truly makes him a dragon among men." His uncle had started dating in college and became a father right after graduation, which is why he was in such a rush to buy a house and get married. So even though he was his uncle, Yu Fifan was indeed his cousin. His remark clearly wasn't meant to belittle his uncle's family. If even professors bowed and scraped before him, what was a PhD? He just wanted to use this opportunity to tell his parents about his special admission to Lonka University. Moreover, earning a doctorate at 26 was truly an extraordinary achievement, and the praise was genuinely heartfelt. Yu Zibiao, who was driving, immediately broke into a smile. Whenever he talked about his child, his face lit up with pride. A PhD at 26, even if it was just recently earned. But even in Manhwa, that was a rare feat, so he casually added, "Xiao Chu, how are you doing? What kind of work are you doing now? If it's not working out, come to Lushong. Uncle can find you a good job." At that moment, Chen Chu's parents' expressions inevitably darkened, tinged with self-reproach. In their eyes, they bore some responsibility for Chen Chu's poor performance on the college entrance exam. If they had gritted their teeth and bought a house in Jinling back then, they could have been by Chen Chu's side. So, consumed by their own guilt, they never once blamed Chen Chu. Hearing Yu Zibiao's words now only deepened their sorrow. But Chen Chu smiled at that moment. "No need, uncle. Working while doing research suits me just fine. Oh, Mom and Dad want to show you something." With a smile, Chen Chu pulled out the special admission letter he had prepared. "Mom, I tinkered with some things, and Lonka University offered me a special admission. I'll be enrolling in the second half of next year." Originally, Yu Shuemin and Chen Yuxing had assumed Chen Chu was about to show them some small invention he'd made. When they saw it was an admission letter, a look of disbelief spread across both their faces. Yu Shuemin's hand trembled slightly as she reached out. But before she could grasp it, Yu Zibiao's hand snatched it away. "Lonka University? Isn't that where Xiao Fan goes?" Chapter 96, This special admission letter is fake, seeking gold votes. Upon hearing the news, Yu Shuemin and Chen Yuxing visibly grew even more excited. Lonka University, the same school as Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan was already a PhD candidate. Wouldn't that mean he could look after Xiao Chu? Who would have thought that Xiao Chu would stumble upon an invention and get specially recruited by the university? Yu Shuemin immediately threw her arms around Chen Chu in excitement, while Chen Yuxing kept patting his son's shoulder. Xiao Chu, I knew it. I knew you wouldn't give up on college. Longka University, once it's established, the state guarantees job placement. Dad knew you could do it too. Seeing the pride and excitement in their eyes, Chen Chu felt a wave of emotion wash over him. At least this proved that all his persistence and hard work had been worth it. But just as his parents were overcome with emotion, Yu Zibiao casually remarked, "Congratulations, Xiao Chu. But what exactly did you invent that earned you a special admission to Longka University?" This question immediately shifted the couple's focus to what exactly Chen Chu had invented. After all, someone capable of inventing something that caught the attention of Longka University was likely destined for a career as a scientist. Chen Chu had anticipated this reaction. He didn't intend to make anything up, so he answered truthfully, "You'll see it in time." "I can't say anything yet." For the first time, Yu Shuemin's face lit up. Though her son wasn't yet a doctorate holder, he had at least entered the realm of scientific research and without ever attending university. His future prospects were undoubtedly boundless. Chen Yuxing nodded in agreement. I understand. Xiao Chu, show this acceptance letter to your grandmother later. She adored you when you were little, and she'll be overjoyed to hear this news. Just as the two were basking in their joy, Yu Zibiao pressed on, "As far as I know, Longka University doesn't admit students through special recruitment for inventions, right? What level of academic achievement would that require? And judging by the date, enrollment isn't until next year. Little Chu, are you sure you haven't been scammed?" His words were veiled, stopping just short of accusing Chen Chu of fabricating the story himself. Chen Yuxing immediately grew displeased. "What do you mean by that, Zibiao? Are you implying my son fabricated this?" Yu Shuemin also spoke with displeasure. "I trust my son. He's never lied to us since he was a child." "Little Chu, it's okay. Mom and Dad believe you." Caught off guard, Yu Zibiao forced an awkward smile. "Of course not. Do I not know Xiao Chu's character? I just worry with so many diploma mills around, Xiao Chu might get scammed. This is what we'll do. I'll show this special appointment letter to Xiao Fan. He graduated from Longka Academy and now holds a PhD. He should be able to verify its authenticity." At this, Chen Yuxing and Yu Shuemin both fell silent, turning their gaze to Chen Chu, seeking his opinion. Chen Chu, confident in his integrity, smiled and said, "Of course. This special appointment letter was personally issued by Dean Nye. It was impossible to forge. In fact, even someone of Yufifan's standing had likely never seen one. What was there to fear?" After Chen Chu spoke, how could Chen Yuxing and Yu Shuemin harbor any doubts? The entire ride, the two happily bombarded Chen Chu with questions about Longka University, their faces radiating uncontrollable pride, especially Yu Shuemin. When they first got into the car, she had looked worried, but after Chen Chu pulled out the acceptance letter, the clouds completely vanished from her face. It seemed she could finally prove to her father, the man who had chosen her younger brother over her, that even if she herself hadn't made it to university, her child was no less accomplished than her brothers. Little did they know, however. Luz City. First People's Hospital. A kindly-faced elderly man with graying hair lay hooked up to tubes, his lips moving incessantly. "Where's Xiao Chu? Has Xiao Chu come with Shuemin?" Beside him, another gray-haired elder with high cheekbones, Yu Tianyang, scolded, "Didn't you send Zibiao to pick them up? Your own grandson is here. We've arranged everything perfectly for your hospital stay, yet you still call for your granddaughter." A young man in his late 20s smiled beside them. "It's okay, Grandpa. Grandma hasn't seen Xiao Chu in so long. It's only natural she misses him. I'll call my dad to check on things." He was none other than Chen Chu's cousin, Yufifan. He picked up his phone and immediately saw the admission letter, accompanied by a message. "Xiao Fan, Xiao Chu brought home an admission letter. I can't quite make sense of it. Could you check if it's real?" At first, Yufifan assumed it was some vocational college. After all, in his eyes, Chen Chu hadn't even gotten into university and could only attend a vocational school. But since he'd gone off to work and hadn't retaken the exams, he hadn't paid much attention to his cousin. Yet when he saw the name of the university, his brow furrowed. Longka University? And a specially appointed position? Chen Chu's maternal grandfather, Yu Tianyang, leaned in and asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Yu Fifeng shook his head. "Nothing. My dad said Xiao Chu got specially recruited by the university. I was just surprised to see it was Longka University." Longka University? That kid from the Chun family? Clearly, Yu Tianyang was equally incredulous. In his mind, his daughter Yu Shuemin had always been the unremarkable one in the family, with little promise. Wasn't raising a daughter just to marry her off to a good family so they could have a reliable connection in the future? But this girl. She'd excelled from elementary through high school, only attending thanks to tuition waivers. Yet when it came to college, she insisted on going regardless of the family's financial situation. With 2 children in the family, the younger one also studied hard. If she didn't go out to work, how else could she afford the younger one's education? That alone was bad enough. But then she went off to work and ended up with a good-for-nothing man. She ignored his objections. If it weren't for buying a house for the younger child later and his wife's constant persuasion, they would have had nothing to do with each other for the rest of their lives. Of course, even after buying the house and repaying the money, he still looked down on his daughter and son-in-law from the bottom of his heart. Naturally, he despised his grandson, Chen Chu. Even though Chen Chu did well in school as a child, in his eyes, all the village kids were so mischievous. Wouldn't they all turn out to be good-for-nothings when they grew up? When Chen Chu failed the college entrance exam, he was overjoyed. What did that prove? It proved his daughter had terrible taste and she deserved her miserable life. But now, hearing that Chen Chu had actually gotten into Lunka University, how could he possibly feel good about it? Just as his worries began to surface, Yufifan spoke up. Xiao Chu getting into Lunka University is certainly the best outcome, but there's something off about this acceptance letter. Yu Tianyan's expression instantly turned priceless. Sure enough, children from poor families would stoop to anything faking admission letters. He'd definitely have to give his daughter and grandson a good scolding later. But just then, Chen Chu's grandmother cried out, Little Chu got into college too? Yu Tianyang snapped back, what university? With their family's poverty-stricken genes? Xiao Fan already said there's something wrong with this letter. Can't you hear him? Yufifan chuckled, Grandpa, you can't say that. Lunka University has never done early special admissions. It's not enrollment season now. If someone got special admission at this time, it would definitely be a national-level invention. Yu Tianyang sneered coldly, Pa. National level? That little brat from that godforsaken poor village? Though Yufifan spoke well of Chen Chu, the smugness on his face was impossible to hide. He continued, Grandma, please don't get angry, but Xiao Chu's special admission notice is for enrollment next year. Lunka University has never done this before. But her grandmother's face darkened with displeasure. Xiao Fan, Xiao Chu is your cousin. His parents helped your family a lot back then. You must examine this carefully and not wrong Xiao Chu. Yufifan's expression darkened slightly, but he forced a smile. I know, Grandma. When Chen Chu arrives, I'll examine the letter myself. I recognize Lunka University's official seal. If necessary, I can consult my professor. He's currently leading a major national research project. With some connections at home, I might even join that initiative. What kind of project? Though Yu Tianyang didn't understand, curiosity prompted him to ask. He knew his grandson had made something of himself, already a PhD candidate. Following his professor's lead in research, he might well become a scientist or professor someday. That would truly make the Yu family worthy of their ancestors' legacy. Yufifan didn't hide anything. They say it's an over-the-horizon radar project, he explained. Academician Liu has always had a good impression of me. If we can smooth things over at home, he might bring me along this time. That would give me valuable work experience, and who knows? Maybe I could even become an academician someday. Yu Tianyang immediately replied, that's certainly good news. How much would it cost to smooth things over? If your father doesn't have enough, see if your grandmother can talk to Xue Min. Though they're a lowly couple, they can endure hardship. Their son should be much the same. He's worked for so long, he must have saved some money. Ask them to lend you some. Grandma Chen Chu immediately began coughing. Xue Min's family has always struggled. Could you show a little compassion? Yu Tianyang snapped back angrily, what kind of talk is that? Shouldn't a sister help her brother when he's in trouble? But Xue Min is married now and has children. They have to make a living on their own. Yu Tianyang snorted coldly. Does she stop being a Yu just because she's married? How many years did she eat off this family? When they arrive, you'd better keep your mouth shut. Grandma Chen Chu coughed again. Jinling was only 200 or 300 kilometers from Lu City, a 4-hour drive. Along the way, Lang Yu followed behind, seated and reporting updates at all times. Though lacking surveillance equipment, he had received the destination from Chen Chu. Lusher First People's Hospital. She promptly relayed this location to Li Tsunhai. After all, her mission was to ensure Chen Chu's safety. As long as Chen Chu was willing to disclose his whereabouts, she was obligated to relay the information to the military. Li Tsunhai had just arrived at Lusher City and was at the airport. Upon seeing the message, he immediately felt a surge of excitement. So that kid Chen Chu was moving this fast? He'd already made it to Lunka University? He immediately sent a message to Lang Yu, is Chen Chu coming to report directly? That saves time. I'll have this group of experts come with me to pick him up. Lang Yu promptly relayed the message to Chen Chu, who naturally refused. So Chen Chu explained his itinerary in detail, stating he wouldn't be able to go to Lunka University until at least tomorrow. Upon hearing about the First People's Hospital and Chen Chu's ailing grandmother, Li Tsunhai instantly sensed an opportunity. Seriously? That old codger Nie Lisan had been fawning over Chen Chu, and Director Xue kept showering him with honors. But what about him, Li Tsunhai? He never even got a chance to do anything like this before. Now that he had this perfect opportunity to build a relationship with Chen Chu, he absolutely had to go to the First People's Hospital. Therefore, he promptly adjusted his original plans. By the time he exited the airport, a gathering of Lunka Academy heavyweights had already assembled outside. This was because Old Li had returned to the academy and was personally overseeing an experimental project. Notably, radar experts Lu Hajang and Qian Cheng stood waiting outside the airport with utmost respect. Behind them followed a group of students, each an elite from Lanka University at the very least, all postdoctoral researchers. The moment Li Sanghai stepped out of the airport, this group immediately surrounded him, some carrying his bags, others offering him water. Lu Hajang was the first to speak with a smile. Old Li, the hotel is all set. Would you like to tour the lab first, or head to the hotel to rest up? Xian Qing quickly chimed in. Old Li, we haven't seen each other in so long, don't you think we should have a few drinks? Seeing the two of them, Li Sanghai shook his head and chuckled. We haven't even seen the head yet. How could we possibly rest? The boss? A look of confusion flashed across both men's faces. The chief designer of this over-the-horizon radar project was indeed unlisted. Rumor had it he was a hidden big shot, and only Li Sanghai knew his true identity. Could it be this hidden big shot was also in Lu City? Seeing their tense expressions, Li Sanghai chuckled smugly. Guess you didn't know that, huh? Our boss is also on his way to Lu City. You'll meet him soon enough. Right here at the airport? Lu Hajang asked, his face immediately tense. Qian Qing's face also lit up with anticipation. After all, what level of academicians were they? National level. What level of authority could possibly be their leader? Certainly someone far more formidable than Li Sanghai. Therefore, they were naturally eager to discover the identity of this powerful figure, hoping to establish connections in advance. Li Sanghai merely shook his head. You'll find out when you come with me. Clearly, Li Sanghai understood that revealing Chen Chu's identity now was out of the question. But since they would inevitably meet in the future, he planned to go alone to Chen Chu's grandmother's hospital room, while the others could watch from afar. After all, this was a hard-won chance to get closer to Chen Chu. Why would he just hand it over to someone else? Meanwhile, after a frantic dash, Chen Chu finally arrived at Lushong City First People's Hospital. Chapter 97, Li Sanghai is coming. Unlike previous visits to his grandmother's side. Previously, his mother, Yu Xuemin, had always carried a hint of worry. But this time, Chen Chu noticed his mother's face radiating anticipation. Her steps quickened, and she seemed years younger. This was naturally a sight that delighted Chen Chu. He even began contemplating whether to transfer his grandmother to the military hospital, where medical facilities were superior. Even his father, Chen Yuxing, followed them into the hospital with a broad smile. Soon they arrived at the special care ward. Before entering, Chen Chu keenly noticed Lang Yu had followed them all the way. He paid it no mind, however, and followed his parents and uncle into the ward. The moment they stepped inside, a strong medicinal odor filled the air. Yu Xuemin immediately rushed to his grandmother's bedside, her face filled with anxious concern. Chen Chu followed Chen Yuxing over to greet his grandfather. Chen Chu glanced at Yu Fifan and nodded in acknowledgement. After exchanging a glance with Chen Chu, Yu Fifan quickly stood up and said, Uncle, Auntie, Grandma is doing okay. She just tends to ramble sometimes. Chen Chu approached with concern and glanced at his grandmother. Though her voice was faint, he could still hear her calling his name. Don't worry, Xiao Chu. Your grandmother here just took a tumble. A little surgery will fix it. And you? How have you been these past few years? You've lost quite a bit of weight. Chen Chu looked at his grandmother's haggard face and replied, Grandma, I'm doing quite well. Let me see if I can arrange for you to transfer to another hospital later. Clearly, Chen Chu meant it. Although this hospital had special care wards, strokes could be serious or minor. The medical facilities and doctors at a military hospital were undoubtedly better than those at ordinary hospitals. Besides, as an Air Force captain, this was the least he could do for his family. But the moment he spoke, two faces immediately darkened. First was Yu Fifan, who wondered if Chen Chu had lost his mind. They were already at the first hospital, where else could they transfer to? A military-affiliated hospital? Even a Dragon Academy PhD didn't have that kind of clout. What gave this kid the right? Had he really never seen the world? As for Yu Tianyang, he had no idea what a military-affiliated hospital was. He merely heard the words and instantly deduced one thing. His grandson, like his daughter and son-in-law, was willing to endure hardship. He must have deep pockets, otherwise, why would he spend money to switch hospitals? His eyes lit up instantly. He turned to Yu Xuemin and said, It's nothing serious. Don't waste money on unnecessary things. Listen, Xiao Fan is about to take on a major project. Why don't you lend some money to Zibiao? Let him smooth things over for Xiao Fan's teacher. The moment these words left his mouth, Yu Xuemin and Chen Yuxing's expressions darkened. What kind of talk was this? They had helped Xiao Fan before because they didn't have children. Now that their child was grown and about to enter university, expenses were mounting everywhere. How could they possibly lend money to Xiao Fan's family? Yu Fifan's face flashed a hint of smugness, but he suppressed it in less than a second. Yu Zibiao felt a surge of joy inside. With his father speaking up, that sister would have to cough up the money whether she liked it or not. But Grandma immediately coughed, joking out, What nonsense are you spouting, old man? Hasn't Xuemin helped her brother enough? They need money everywhere now, and Xiao Chu hasn't even married yet. Yu Tianyang snorted coldly. What do you know? This is about pooling resources for a major endeavor. Xiao Fan is so promising. If this works out, he'll be a scientist someday, even get on TV. Yu Zibiao chimed in. Once Xiao Fan makes something of himself, he won't forget his aunt and uncle. We're family, after all. Yu Shuemin's eyes inevitably reddened as she looked at Yu Tianyang. 40 years she had endured 40 years. She could suffer and swallow her pride for the Yu family. But her child absolutely couldn't. Besides, she believed her child was no less capable than those raised in better circumstances. Over the years, she had already owed Chen Chu far too much. Therefore, she also stated her position. Dad, Xiao Chu got into Lanka University too. There will be many expenses ahead, and besides, Zibiao and the others aren't short on money either. Yu Tianyang snapped. How can they not be short on money? With the recent drop in housing prices, they bought another property. Zibiao doesn't have much money now either. Hearing this, Yu Shuemin and Chen Yuxing both clenched their teeth. 2 apartments in Lu City, that's easily several million yuan. How could that be considered no money? What kind of house were they living in? The more they thought about it, the more guilt-ridden their gazes toward Chen Chu became. Back then, borrowing money had cost their family the chance to settle in Jinling. They already owed their child far too much. But the next moment, Yu Tianyang added, besides, that admission notice of yours is fake. You don't need to spend a dime on it. What? Hearing this, Yu Shuemin and Chen Yuxing, who had been holding back their anger, both turned furious. They could insult them, but insulting their son? Absolutely not. Chen Yuxing couldn't stand it anymore and snapped, Dad, it's one thing to criticize us or look down on us, but it's wrong to cast baseless suspicion on Xiao Chu. Yu Tianyang exploded like a barrel of gunpowder ignited, shouting, suspect him? Ask Xiao Fan. That special admission notice was obviously fake. Like father, like son. With no college graduates in the family, how could he possibly get into Long University? Hearing this, Yu Shuemin couldn't hold back either. Glancing around, she saw that only Yu Fifan knew about Lanka University. She grabbed the letter and confronted him. Xiao Fan, take a look. How is Xiao Chu's letter fake? Yu Fifan looked awkward. Aunt, I never said it was fake. I just meant Lanka University doesn't have a tradition of early special admissions, and I'm not questioning Xiao Chu's character. Alright, I'll call my professor and ask if Lanka University has had any special admissions recently. That should clear things up. The ward fell silent at Yu Fifan's words. Yu Tianyang, however, looked at Chen Chu's family with utter contempt, even feeling a sense of shame. But Grandma intervened at that moment. Hey, Xiao Fan, what are you doing? Little Chu is the most honest kid around, how could he possibly lie? Just as Yu Fifan was about to stop, Yu Tianyang barked, let him take it. If he hasn't cheated, what's there to fear? Chen Chu nodded in agreement. Go ahead. Yu Fifan hummed in acknowledgement, then pulled out his phone. He dialed the number labeled Teacher Lu and pressed speakerphone. In the hospital room, the ringing tone filled the air, and the tension began to mount. Yu Tianyang stood with his arms crossed, not even glancing at Chen Chu's family. In his eyes, sending Yu Shuemin to school had been the biggest mistake. The man she chose was a nobody, and having a grandchild was out of the question. Not only was he good for nothing, but he was also making up lies. The Chen family would never have a chance to turn their fortunes around. No matter how he looked at it, his own grandson was still the most pleasing to the eye. Meanwhile, outside Lu City First People's Hospital, Li Tsanghai had obtained the ward number from Longyu. Chapter 98, the forgery looks real, they even used the director's seal. Just as the group was about to head upstairs, Li Tsanghai suddenly slapped his forehead. Look at my memory. We're going up empty-handed. Come on, come on. Old Xian, you come with me to buy some things. Old Lu, you go ahead up first. Clearly, Li Tsanghai placed great importance on this opportunity to work with Chen Chu alone. Naturally, he also wanted to show respect to Chen Chu's family. While he didn't need to buy the best gifts, he at least wanted to prepare something appropriate for the elderly to bring, right? Now it was Lu Hajang's turn to feel awkward. Going up alone, he didn't know the chief designer. What if he made a fool of himself? Besides, Li Tsanghai hadn't even mentioned the room number. Just as he hesitated, his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, his irritation only deepened. It was none other than Yu Fifan, a student he'd always looked down upon. How to describe this student? Average talent, the kind you could forget the moment you looked away among the students he'd taught. In theory, teachers should treat all students equally, but there were just a few who annoyed him the moment he saw them. Yu Fifan was one of them. Of course, he couldn't deliberately ignore the student's call. After answering, he impatiently asked, what is it? Meanwhile, in room 6012, the moment the call connected, Yu Fifan instantly switched to a fawning expression and a polite tone. Academician Lu, I have a question I'd like to ask. In the ward, both Yu Tianyang and Yu Zibiao wore smug expressions at that moment. It was an academician on the other end of the line. Even if Chen Chu really got specially recruited by Lanka University, so what? The gap between an undergraduate student and an academician was enormous. Being on good terms with an academician, having influence with him, what did it matter if his attitude was poor? After all, who among the academicians didn't have a bit of temper? The next moment, Lu Hezhang's voice came through the phone again. Get to the point. I'm at the hospital right now, and it's a bit noisy. Professor Lu, you're at the hospital too? Yu Fifan looked utterly surprised. You're here too? Yes. My student is in room 6012. My cousin got special admission to Lanka University, but I'm unsure if the offer is legitimate. I wanted to ask if the university has reserved special admission spots for next year. Special recruitment? There's no announcement from the college. Let me check. Clearly, Lu Hezhang felt a surge of hope. He didn't know where the chief designer was, but Li Songhai had called him up first. If he happened to run into the chief designer, that would be a stroke of luck. Even if he didn't, it wouldn't matter, he could just check on the student. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, Lu Hezhang's single remark had sparked an uproar. Yu Tianyang immediately snorted coldly. I knew it. We've never even heard of this academician. Could a specially recruited person be more important than an academician? Yu Shuemin bit her lip, clearly upset. She firmly believed her son wouldn't fabricate such a thing. Yu Zibiao stepped in to smooth things over. It's fine. Teacher Xiao Fan will be here soon. Let him take a look and we'll know for sure. Chen Chu, however, remained completely unfazed throughout. What's real can't be fake, and what's fake can't be real. What's there to fear? It was actually Yu Fifan's claim of having a close relationship with this academician Zhang that seemed rather dubious. Before long, a knock sounded at the ward door. Yu Tianyang, Yu Zibiao, and Yu Fifan immediately rushed to open the door with eager expressions, while Chen Chu's gaze shifted toward the doorway. Soon, a middle-aged man in a suit approached. He looked unfamiliar. Yu Tianyang's attitude toward him stood in stark contrast to how he treated Chen Chu's family. He was seen bowing low, rushing forward to offer Lu Hezhang cigarettes. Even after being refused, he showed no annoyance but instead kept fawning over him. His earlier toughness and harshness seemed to vanish instantly. Yu Shuemin and Chen Yuxing both looked displeased, even rising to stand beside Chen Chu. Lu Hezhang glanced around the hospital room a few times. After greeting Chen Chu's grandmother, his gaze settled on Chen Chu's family. Spotting the young Chen Chu, he asked curiously, Yu Fifan, is this your cousin? Yu Fifan looked awkward, neither confirming nor denying. Instead, he said, I'm worried he might have been deceived. He has a special admission letter from Lanka University. Our university never issues special admissions more than half a year in advance, so I wanted to ask you about it. Lu Hezhang nodded, clearly having already guessed most of it. These scammers today have no brains, they start faking things before the admission season even begins. Or perhaps this cousin of Yu Fifan's had fabricated it himself. To pull off such a scheme and be unable to cover his tracks suggested he wasn't particularly clever either. He picked up the special admission letter and examined it closely. When his eyes fell upon the official seal, they immediately narrowed. Nya Lisan? The dean's seal? Personally recruited? Everyone else grew tense at that moment, especially Chen Chu's parents. They desperately wanted this academician to confirm that Chen Chu's special admission was genuine, that their son wouldn't deceive them. Yu Tianyang's expression also turned slightly awkward. If this were true, his old face would be thoroughly lost. Most importantly, his grandson had achieved his current standing only because of exceptional early advantages, and even then, he hadn't been specially recruited, merely scraping the minimum score requirement. Yet this grandson he'd never given a proper glance was specially recruited into Lanka University. Didn't that prove his own judgment was flawed? That all these years of favoring his son's family had been a mistake? As for Chen Chu, his expression remained unusually calm. All he wanted was for his family to trust him. But if anyone tried to stand in his way, he wouldn't back down. The next moment, Lu Hezhang chuckled. If I hadn't come to collect the special admission letter, it would have slipped through undetected. It's quite convincing they even dared to use the dean's official seal. The moment those words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the entire hospital room instantly grew tense. Yu Shuemin immediately asked, Academician Lu, why couldn't it be the president's official seal? Lu Hezhang chuckled. If it were the vice president's seal, I might believe it. But the president has been busy preparing the lab lately, he wouldn't have time for special admissions. As the words left his lips, Yu Shuemin's body went limp. She refused to believe it, she couldn't believe her child would lie. Academician Lu, could you please call the president to verify? I beg you, our son wouldn't fabricate something like this. Chen Yuxing looked equally perplexed, even suspecting the academician might be an imposter. Do you even have a valid certificate for this academician title? How can we trust you're telling the truth? Lu Hezhang laughed immediately. Do I need to prove my credentials to you? Besides, the dean is busy. If we bothered him with every trivial matter, wouldn't the Long Academy descend into chaos? Yu Shuemin still wouldn't give up and tried to step forward, but Yu Tianyan, enraged, grabbed her by the arm and shoved the entire Chen Chu family out of the ward. Get out! You disgraceful lot! Don't ever claim to be part of the Yu family again. Though Chen Chu's grandmother cried out inside, pleading for him to return, Yu Fifan blocked her, insisting she calm down. Witnessing this scene, Chen Chu turned a cold gaze toward academician Zhang and asked, "What's your name?" Lu Hajong chuckled slightly. "My name is Lu Hajang. Look me up on academic forums." Chen Chu nodded. "Alright, I'll remember that name." Chapter 99, Nye Lisan's Raging Fury. Clearly, Chen Chu had never harbored any competitive thoughts from the start. He merely wanted to reassure his parents that he wasn't fooling around outside, that he hadn't abandoned his dream of attending university. That was enough. There was even a tiny bit of self-interest involved. That was the hope Grandma would see too, that she hadn't misjudged him for nothing. To achieve this, he hadn't even considered leveraging his status as the chief designer of the 6th-generation fighter jet or the Beyond Visual Range radar, let alone his rank as an Air Force captain. Any one of these titles alone would have been enough to intimidate everyone present. But he didn't, because he felt it unnecessary. He didn't want to compete or compare. His special recruitment letter had been earned through his own abilities and hard work, step by step. Yet unexpectedly, even this modest aspiration was denied by his grandfather, who openly favored his uncle's family right before his eyes. Not only did he drain his family's assets right before his eyes, but worst of all, this grandfather had the audacity to question the authenticity of his acceptance letter in front of his entire family. This was the very hope that had reassured his parents. The most outrageous part was that this academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences didn't even know the most basic respect for facts to refrain from commenting without knowing the full picture. What kind of achievements could such an academician possibly accomplish? His conclusions were based entirely on his own unfounded assumptions. If the dean has no time to concern himself with special admissions, does that imply he's occupied around the clock with laboratory matters? That he lacks even a moment to sign a document or affix a seal? Does he believe that if he hasn't heard about something, it never happened? One can only imagine the caliber of this academician, a useless good-for-nothing who knows nothing beyond social niceties. If all the laws and principles of this world were devised by him, wouldn't humanity be led to extreme errors, even the path to destruction? Therefore, Chen Chu memorized each of these faces one by one, for he knew that some matters could never be resolved by words alone. If maintaining a low profile only brought him such consequences, why should he continue to do so? Clearly, he understood that when confronting unreasonable people who flaunted their status and put on airs, the best approach was to present an even stronger identity. "Dad, Mom, let's step outside first." Chen Chu glanced at his grandmother, then pulled his parents out of room 6012 without delay. This move led them straight into Long Yu, who was sitting in plain clothes on a family chair by the door. He first addressed his parents. "Mom, Dad, don't worry. I'll make sure you get back everything you lost today, the respect you deserved and the dignity you were denied. Head to the director's office first." Why go to the director's office? Although Yu Xuemin and Shen Yuxing trusted Chen Chu implicitly, his words left them momentarily baffled. They were ordinary citizens, not even natives of Lu City. How could they possibly know the director of the First People's Hospital? Chen Chu simply replied, "To ask the director to transfer Grandma to another hospital." Hearing this, his parents were even more perplexed. Yet Chen Chu spoke with unwavering certainty, "Trust me. Go upstairs and wait for me. The director will come out to meet you personally shortly." Though Yu Xuemin and Shen Yuxing found Chen Chu's words hard to believe, their trust in their son and the lack of better options left them no choice but to nod. They headed for the elevator to go upstairs. As for Chen Chu, he turned his gaze toward Long Yu. In truth, though Long Yu didn't know the full details of what had transpired inside, she had overheard enough from outside to confirm several key points. Namely, Captain Chen's family was unaware of his true identity, and his maternal grandfather favored sons over daughters while being utterly snobbish. These were all traits she despised. Therefore, she immediately asked, "Chen Shang. Chen Chu, is there anything I can do to help?" Chen Chu nodded. "I need you to use your connections to contact the director of this hospital and arrange for my grandmother to be transferred to the military-affiliated hospital. You'll need to coordinate everything involved." Well, although Lang Yu understood the gravity of the situation, she was even more eager to arrest Yu Tianyang. His disrespect toward a national serviceman alone warranted detention, let alone his feudal mindset. Yet she recognized the urgency of transferring Chen Chu's grandmother. Her hand instinctively reached for a salute, but Chen Chu's piercing glare snapped her back. "Understood. I'll handle it immediately." Chen Chu nodded and headed toward the hospital exit, dialing Nye Lisan's number as he walked. Although the matter needed to be handled discreetly, President Nye's actions were utterly unethical. The call connected quickly. Nye Lisan's cheerful voice came through immediately. "Hey, Chu. How's your trip home going? Your parents must be over the moon, right?" Chen Chu replied flatly, "Not so great." Nye Lisan's tone immediately turned serious. "What's wrong? If there's anything you need, you can apply to the state at any time." Chen Chu replied coldly, "Let's set that aside for now. Can you tell me what the minimum requirements are to become an academician at the Dragon Academy? Why do you ask?" Nye Lisan instinctively felt puzzled. Could Chen Chu have encountered an academician from the Long Academy during his trip home? Or perhaps some fool had published a paper and made a fool of themselves? Nevertheless, he truthfully outlined the promotion criteria for academicians at the Long Academy. Upon hearing the stringent criteria mentor recommendations, published papers, Chen Chu realized all these could be fabricated. Even some projects weren't completed independently, it was entirely possible to muddle through. Thus, he came to understand that Lu Hajun likely possessed little genuine merit. Papers could be ghostwritten, experiments could be handled by assistants, all it took was knowing how to build connections and form cliques, right? Add to that large-scale projects Yu Fifan had mentioned, he could pull strings to get into labs. That meant Lu Hajang had likely pulled similar stunts. While it couldn't be said that such practices were common among academicians or professors at the Lunka Academy, it at least indicated that Yu Fifan had witnessed Lu Hajang engaging in them. Otherwise, why bring it up? Therefore, he asked, "Alright, I understand. Let me ask you one more question. Can academicians and professors at the Long Academy bring anyone they want into their labs?" Nya Lisan immediately responded with a hint of awkwardness in his voice. All such arrangements require approval. Generally speaking, the assistants brought in are those with solid academic credentials. Then why did I hear that an academician named Lu Hajang could gain lab access through connections? Who said that? Lu Hajang? Clearly, Nya Lisan immediately grew restless. He knew Chen Chu's character, he wouldn't accuse someone without cause. Especially not an academician with whom he had no connection whatsoever. Is there really an academician by that name at the Academy of Sciences? This time, it was Chen Chu who was stunned. Yes, he is. He's also the radar designer for the 4th generation fighter jet and participated in this over-the-horizon radar project. Hearing this, Chen Chu grew furious. What kind of incompetent fool were they trying to shove into his project? If they had genuine talent, that would be one thing. But with such a narrow-minded perspective, did they even deserve a spot in his lab? Did he cross you? Nya Lisan was somewhat puzzled. Chen Chu replied coldly. He claimed your special recruitment letter was fake. Said you're too busy with lab work to handle recruitment matters, and that Lonka University has never pre-recruited students for the following year. Not only did I forge the letter, but I also counterfeited your official seal. Damn it! That Lu Hajang must have grown a pair of balls, huh? Did you just say he takes bribes too? Clearly, Nya Lisan had always presented himself as a kind-hearted elder, speaking in a slow, measured, and refined manner. This was the first time he'd ever uttered profanity, which spoke volumes about his current fury. Chen Chu replied, I have no proof of that, but I heard from his student, my cousin, that he could pull strings. And he wanted our family to cover the cost. Your cousin? Also at Lonka University? Chen Chu quickly recounted the entire incident in detail. On the other end of the line, Nya Lisan's curses grew increasingly vile. Xiao Chu, rest assured I'll see this through for you. Lu Hajun, right? I'm calling the disciplinary committee right now. They'll arrest him and Yu Fifan immediately. Forget about that academician title. Someone who can't even be bothered to use their brain is nothing but a disgrace to the Lonka Academy. Also, give me your location. I'm coming over immediately. And that person who attacked you pushed you out the door, right? Prison sentence. I'm contacting state security right now. They're coming to pick you up. They dared to lay a hand on a National Air Force captain and a level 1 scientific research protection talent? Who can guarantee he isn't a spy? Chapter 100, is this how you treat your cousin? Vote for gold selection. Clearly, Chen Chu now felt Nya Lisan had gone too far. Though he was an Air Force captain, he wasn't unreasonable. His demands were simple. His grandfather must sincerely apologize to him and his parents for his actions. And honor every single promise he made. The Chen family, including his mother, would henceforth have no further ties whatsoever with the Yu family. Yu Tianyang would never again be able to bleed his parents dry. As for his grandmother, she must be transferred to another hospital for treatment. If she wishes, she could also live with his parents from now on. Finally, there's Yu Fifan. Though they'd been relatives since childhood, Chen Chu couldn't muster the slightest bit of affection for this guy. He always carried himself with an air of superiority, as if the entire world revolved around him. He had enjoyed all the resources of the Yu family, treated like a moon surrounded by stars, yet he was still only a PhD, still relying on the Chen family to bleed dry. That alone would be bad enough, but he also looked down on the Chen family. Well, let them see just how much the Chen family had changed because of Chen Chu. Not only was his acceptance letter genuine, but his true identity was far more than that. The gears of fate turned in such a curious way. Just as Chen Chu was making his call, Li Sanghai and Chen Chang on the other end were also rushing to the hospital at that very moment. The two had carefully selected the most suitable nutritional supplements for the elderly at the supermarket, and in the process, they had even disagreed a bit. In the end, however, they reached a consensus. As they headed upstairs, Li Sanghai dialed Lu Hajang's number. Hey, old Lu, we're up here. Have you arrived yet? Lu Hajang was still in room 6012, preparing to admit Yu Fifan into the Beyond Visual Range radar project. Hearing this, he immediately laughed. You didn't even tell me the room number. How am I supposed to find you? Where are you then? One of my students' grandmothers is sick, so I came to visit. Alright, come over then. Room 6012. Alright, I'll be right over. Lu Hajang heard the room number and, though it sounded vaguely familiar, clearly didn't think much of it. Seriously, what kind of person is the chief designer? That ward must have nurses on duty 24/7. Even if it were a private room, there would surely be another patient in 6012. Or perhaps Li Sanhai had misremembered, or he himself had made a mistake. Thus, clutching his bulging money pouch, he smiled at Yu Tianyang. Uncle, rest assured. Xiao Fan has been performing quite well at school. In my opinion, he's definitely going to make it onto the project team for this over-the-horizon radar initiative. Young people, even if it's just an internship for a few days, it'll still be a major feather in their cap. Besides, this project is being personally overseen by a big shot even higher up than Old Li. Hearing this, both Yu Tianyang and Yu Zibiao lit up with delight. Especially Yu Tianyang. Joking aside, his grandson was far more promising than his own son. After all, if the upper beam is straight, how could the lower beam be crooked? With this credential, his son could climb the career ladder effortlessly, perhaps even become a professor or academician at the Dragon Academy. Feeling obligated to reciprocate the favor, Lu Hajang added a few more words of praise. If you ask me, your grandson is already quite accomplished. Earning a doctorate at such a young age is far better than faking credentials without even a college degree, right? The entire ward erupted in laughter. With the Chen Chu family absent, Yu Fifan laughed even more unrestrainedly. Soon he would enter the Dragon Academy as a professor, and perhaps even join the ranks of its academicians. Chen Chu, you poor country bumpkin, you'd probably spend your whole life striving and still never reach that level, right? Lu Hajang stood up and said, well, I have some business to attend to and need to leave. Is room 6012 on this floor? For a moment, Yu Tianyang, Yu Fifan, and even Yu Zibiao were all dumbfounded. What's going on? Has the academician lost his mind? Yu Fifan hurriedly replied, Professor, this is 6012. Ha? Lu Hajang looked at the ward with a hint of puzzlement, then shook his head. Lu City First People's Hospital, does it even have another 6th floor? A special 6th floor? Yu Fifan clicked his tongue. A public hospital? Where would there be special treatment? What was wrong with his teacher? Professor, there really is only one 6012. Did you misremember? I just told you the number, did you get it wrong? Lu Hajang stared at Yu Fifan in bewilderment. Is that so? He instinctively stepped out of the ward, glanced at the hospital's building number, and called Li Sanhai again. Hey, Old Li. Did you give the wrong number? There's only one 6012 in the entire hospital. Of course there's only one. Are you there yet? The elevator's packed here, and we're cramped with all this luggage. Why don't you come meet us? We'll take the stairs. Oh, I'm right. Lu Hajang paused mid-sentence, his mind suddenly jolting into focus. 6012, the chief designer. A big shot. The acceptance letter, could there be a connection? He immediately rushed into the ward like a madman and found the admission letter that had been crumpled and tossed into the corner. Unfolding it once more, his mind was filled with that phrase, what is your name? Now he realized, if it weren't for the leader having ways to deal with others, how could he possibly ask for someone's name? Could it be, this kid named Chen Chu was the chief designer they were supposed to meet? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. To reach the level of chief designer, one needed not only extensive experience but also a solid educational foundation. This kid hadn't even gone to college. But what if? The moment he thought of Nya Lisan's seal of approval, he immediately called Nya Lisan. At that moment, he felt a twinge of self-reproach. He should have called earlier. Yet, deep down, he was praying. Please, please don't let this be happening. Yet the next moment, the phone responded, sorry, the number you dialed is currently busy. Lu Hajang knew full well there were only two possibilities, either President Nya was on another call or he had blocked him. What did being blocked mean? It meant this incident had already caused repercussions, and he was about to be dealt with. That's why his number was blocked, no room for any plea for leniency. Impossible, right? To confirm further, he called Li Sanhai again, hey, Old Li, have you guys made it upstairs yet? Li Sanhai chuckled, we're climbing the stairs. Lu Hajang breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly asked, can you tell me what the person we're meeting looks like? Is he thin and a bit plain looking? Upon hearing these two traits, Li Sanhai immediately chuckled, you really spotted it, kid. But you can't rush to show off your treasure, you haven't even got your stuff yet. But before Li Sanhai could finish, Lu Hajang abruptly hung up. Cold sweat instantly broke out in a torrent from the pores on his forehead. His armpits quickly became soaked, and he swallowed repeatedly. His state left Yu Fifan and the others utterly bewildered. What was wrong with their teacher? Yu Fifan immediately stepped closer and asked, teacher, are you feeling unwell? Lu Hajang instantly smacked him across the forehead. Smack! In that instant, Yu Tianyang and Yu Zibiao both looked utterly stunned. Even Chen Chu's grandmother was utterly perplexed. Had the payment been too low? Or was this professor simply off his rocker? Professor, what's this about? Yu Fifan clutched his head, utterly bewildered. But Lu Hajang's voice trembled as he declared with righteous indignation. Damn it! Your cousin traveled all this way to see you, and this is how you treat him? Chapter 101, Lu Hajang smells danger, seeking bold selection. Clearly, that slap, coupled with his sanctimonious words, left the entire Yu household utterly dumbfounded. Yu Fifan stared at his teacher in disbelief, feeling as though he had suddenly become a stranger. In his memory, his teacher had never been so rigid and inflexible. He had always taught them not to be so stubborn and narrow-minded. Yet now, these words came from his own teacher. Was this really the same person? Yu Tianyang was equally bewildered. He'd accepted the money, why was he now berating his own grandson? Surely an academician from the Dragon Academy couldn't be so two-faced? What if he changed his mind after taking the money? Yu Zibiao felt panic rising within him. How unreliable could this teacher be? One moment he looked down on the country boy, and the next, after just one phone call, his attitude did a complete 180? Only Chen Chu's grandmother sensed something amiss in Lu Hajang's unusual behavior. Could it be that little Chu's acceptance letter was genuine? Why else would this academician's expression change so abruptly, especially after picking up the acceptance letter? With that thought, she asked, "Professor, have you misunderstood my grandson?" Sure enough, the moment those words left her lips, Lu Hajang's expression darkened further. Yet he still avoided a direct answer. Given the current situation, he naturally sought to salvage the situation by shifting all blame onto this father and son. Because if Chen Chu's identity was genuine, then Chen Chu was likely not just next year's graduating class, but a true heavyweight that even Li Sanghai would have to curry favor with. What would happen if he offended such a big shot? He'd already been blacklisted by that old codger Nielisen, proof enough of the gravity of the situation. He might even face suspension and be barred from the Beyond the Horizon radar project. Therefore, he absolutely had to find a way to make amends, and he couldn't be tied to that damned Yu Fifan family. He immediately snapped at Yu Fifan, "Go beg your cousin's family to come back right now. I don't care how you do it. If you fail, you can forget about staying at the Dragon Academy. Your PhD will be revoked, and you'll have to retake the exams." What? Yu Fifan was completely dumbfounded. Why? Just because he'd been rude to Chen Chu's penniless family, it would ruin his future prospects? Yu Tianyang immediately grew displeased. "How dare you speak to us like this, Professor? This is our family matter, none of your business. Besides, my grandson has genuine talent and academic merit. What right do you have to revoke his enrollment?" At that moment, Lu Hajang was filled with regret. Not only was this family snobbish, which he could have tolerated, but they were also astonishingly foolish. Even now, they couldn't see that the grandson and cousin they looked down upon had an extraordinary background? They could court their own ruin, but he wouldn't be dragged down with them. He had a job to protect. Therefore, he immediately barked, "Yu Fifan's grandfather, I solemnly warn you. You are speaking to a national academician. Show some respect. I'll say this one last time, I authenticate that admission letter as genuine. You must find him and apologize. No, apologize to his entire family." Clearly, he was deliberately distancing himself now. After all, a misidentification wasn't a major issue as long as he wasn't implicated with them. But those very words caused every face in Ward 6012 to turn pale in an instant. Really? Yu Fifan was the first to stare in disbelief, his mind flooded with memories of Chen Chu's impoverished childhood, how he'd humiliated him with candy. No matter how much he tempted or humiliated the kid, Chen Chu remained unmoved, utterly impervious to such tactics, that poor little thing. Even when forced by his grandmother to take Chen Chu out to play, he'd deliberately hang out with his friends instead, leaving Chen Chu out in the cold. He'd call him a country bumpkin and claim he didn't know him. He had even worried that this cousin might excel academically someday. So every time he heard about Chen Chu's good grades, he felt a pang of resentment. It wasn't until he heard about Chen Chu's poor performance on the college entrance exam that he finally felt relieved. His mind grew calmer, and he gradually stopped paying attention to the kid. He even started taking an interest in finding out more about Chen Chu. When he learned Chen Chu worked part-time jobs and sent money home every year, his sense of superiority was utterly satisfied, leading him to dismiss Chen Chu entirely. But now, hearing it directly from his own teacher that this cousin he had looked down upon, convinced he'd amount to nothing in life, had been specially recruited by Lonka University. While admission to Lonka University itself wasn't particularly remarkable, being specially recruited meant he was undoubtedly a top talent in the field of scientific research. His future was bound to be limitless. But what was the most crucial point? He had just been doubting the authenticity of Chen Chu's acceptance letter, spewing all sorts of nasty remarks. How was he supposed to save face now? As for Yu Zibiao beside him, his eyes widened in utter disbelief. When he first heard about Chen Chu's special admission to Lonka University, he was convinced the kid was faking it. After all, Chen Chu had endured plenty of scorn and mistreatment growing up in their household. But he couldn't be certain, especially since his sister had helped Chen Chu a lot. It wasn't until the Lonka Academy professor personally declared it a fake that he felt somewhat vindicated, convinced that a family like his sister's couldn't possibly produce someone of distinction. It seemed he'd been right all along. But now, to hear that this special admission letter was genuine? How could he possibly accept it? Of course, the most shocked person of all was Yu Tianyan, who had looked down on the Chen Chu family from the very core of his being. In his eyes, Yu Shuemin had wasted her family's money by pursuing so much education. Even with scholarships, she was at an age where she could have worked instead of studying. Wasn't that squandering the family's labor and reducing their income? Then she went and married a factory worker, destined for a life of mediocrity. Now to hear that even such a family could produce a student at Lunka University, how could he not be stunned? As for Chen Chu's grandmother, tears welled up in her eyes instantly. She knew all too well the hardships Chen Chu had endured. As a child visiting their home, she rarely touched the candies in the fruit bowl, wore clothes patched with patches, and even as an adult still lived in the countryside. Every time she visited Chen Chu, she couldn't bear to give the child money. She wished for her child to thrive and for her daughter's family to prosper. After all, she had been indebted to her daughter when she was studying, and then again when her son married, owing her daughter's family. Now, only her illness had allowed her to see her daughter's family again. But that damned Yu Tianyang had actually driven them away. This pain felt worse than death itself. Now, hearing that Chen Chu had genuinely passed the college entrance exam not through deception, tears streamed down her cheeks. As they fell, she shouted at Yu Tianyang. Go get Xiao Chu back this instant. Have you no conscience? They came to see me, not you. But Yu Tianyang roared back, enough. So what if he got into Lunka University? What's so great about that? Xiao Fan has a PhD. He's just a college kid, won't he still have to rely on Xiao Fan later? So what? Xiao Chu didn't lie. You wronged him, kicked his whole family out, and spoke so coldly. Shouldn't you feel ashamed? But Yu Tianyang showed no sign of shame. He simply turned his head away, saying nothing. After all, he had his own grandson. Even if this grandson-in-law was a college student, he couldn't count on him when he grew old. Now, as long as his grandson started working on projects and became a professor someday, wouldn't he be living in luxury? He knew perfectly well what mattered most. But Lu Hajang pressed on, it seems you don't want Yu Fifan to stay at Lunka Academy. As his doctoral advisor, even if he leaves the academy, companies will still come to our university inquiring about him once he enters the workforce. If you don't bring Chen Chu's family back, just wait for Yu Fifan's career to come to a halt. Evidently, this statement still carried weight. Yu Zibiao immediately grabbed his phone and declared, I'll go find them. I'll bring my sister and brother-in-law back. Evidently, even after learning Chen Chu's identity, his surprise was fleeting. After all, his son was a doctoral candidate at Lunka Academy, destined for a professorship with boundless prospects. But, just then, footsteps approached the ward door, followed by a knock and a polite inquiry. Excuse me, is Ms. Oing staying in this room? Hearing this voice, Lu Hajang's expression immediately changed. Chapter 102, Yu Tianyang stunned. Is he really my grandson? Li Sanhai, could you slow down your footsteps? Oh, that's Chen Chu's grandmother. Yu Zibiao was about to leave when he impatiently interjected, I'm busy right now. Come back later for the consultation. Li Sanhai immediately laughed, it's not for a consultation. We're here to visit Ms. Oing. With that, Li Sanhai pushed open the door, his face plastered with a perfectly polished smile. Xian Qing followed behind him, adding, that's right. We brought some nourishing supplements to visit the elderly lady. However, O Ying's face was filled with confusion. She didn't recognize these two men at all. They were slightly older than her, but who were they? Dressed in suits and carrying expensive gifts, they naturally aroused her suspicion. But Yu Tianyang was the first to glare at Li Sanhai with hostility, then demanded of O Ying, who are they? Who are these two old farts? O Ying looked utterly innocent. Her hospital stay had been quiet for the past 2 days. Why was it suddenly so crowded today? And these strangers knew her name? But the next moment, Li Sanhai awkwardly chuckled, we're here to visit Ms. Oing. Didn't old Lu tell you? After speaking, Li Sanhai scanned the room. Finding what he hoped to see absent, his expression turned slightly puzzled. As for Lu Hajang beside him, he immediately chimed in with a smile, these two gentlemen are both honorary academicians of the Long Academy of Sciences. They're far more distinguished than I am. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianyang immediately bowed forward and shook hands with the two men. Honorable academicians, hello. You're here for our little fan, right? Yu Zibiao also hurried over, his face beaming with pride. Honorary academicians, no less. That they'd come all this way to visit his mother for their little fan, just how much prestige did that give the boy? His future was boundless, truly a genius, one in a million. Even Yu Fifan himself looked utterly flattered and overwhelmed. He stepped forward and said, Professors, it's truly nothing serious. My grandmother just had a mild stroke. There's no need for the academy to trouble itself with our family's situation. Yu Fifan instantly felt his confidence surge. Why? Because these two were honorary academicians. He remembered seeing their faces on the school's faculty roster, far more prestigious than academician Lu. If he could latch onto these two big shots, why would he need to apologize to that penniless kid Chen Chu? In fact, he was eager to make a good impression and kick Lu Hajang to the curb immediately. Faced with such an enthusiastic family, Li Sanhai's face turned awkward. Xian Qing beside him hadn't expected them to be this sort of family either. They were clearly cunning and mercenary types. What kind of genius could such a family possibly produce? Could it be that the mastermind behind this whole scheme was the kid standing before him? It just didn't seem plausible. Thus, he turned to Li Songhai with utter bewilderment. Li Songhai wore an equally innocent expression. How could he possibly know what was going on? He had done his homework beforehand. Chen Chu's grandmother was indeed named Oeng, and Lang Yu's information had specified room 6012. So why wasn't Chen Chu here when they arrived? After exchanging a few perfunctory words, he shot Lu Hezhang a meaningful glance. How could Lu Hezhang dare speak? He could only turn his head and snap at Yu Fifan. The task I sent you to handle, get moving. Yu Fifan gritted his teeth and started to move, but Yu Tianyang grabbed him by the arm. What's there to do? If you ask me, this academician doesn't seem half as reliable as those two honorary academicians. Yu Tianyang immediately pulled out a pack of cigarettes and handed them over with a fawning expression. Lu Hezhang was furious. What useless teammates! Absolutely useless. Comrade, I don't smoke. Li Songhai waved his hand, and Shen Qing shook his head as well. Yu Tianyang persisted, no worries. You're here for my grandson, right? He truly is exceptional. His awards fill the house from childhood onward. By the way, I'm Xiao Fan's grandfather and O Ying's husband. Hearing this, Li Songhai's heart skipped a beat. That's right. These must be Chen Chu's maternal grandparents. But what was this grandfather thinking? Compared to his dazzling granddaughter Chen Chu, his grandson Yu Fifan was clearly just an ordinary kid. How could he claim his grandson was outstanding? He chuckled and said, my friend, you're missing the bigger picture. Your grandson might seem exceptional to ordinary people, but to us, he's just an ordinary person. What? Yu Tianyang's expression immediately darkened. What nonsense! My grandson ranked among the top 300 in the province on the college entrance exam. How could he be ordinary? Li Songhai chuckled, haha, old man, don't get so worked up. Ranking within the top 300 province-wide is indeed impressive. But what I mean is, among geniuses, he's considered ordinary. Yu Tianyang looked utterly unconvinced. Genius or not, in his eyes, his grandson was a genius among geniuses, the absolute cream of the crop. Genius? What kind of genius could possibly be better than my grandson? Even Yu Fifan couldn't bear to watch anymore. He tugged at Yu Tianyang's sleeve, signaling him to stop. Li Songhai, amused by the old man's reaction, replied with a hint of amusement, well, then it must be a genius who possesses the ability to score perfect marks on the college entrance exam but deliberately underperforms, precisely controlling their scores to hit the first-tier university cutoff line 4 times in a row. A genius who barely scraped into Tsinghua or Peking University on their final attempt yet still chooses to retake the exam. Yu Tianyang found this a bit convoluted. Full marks ability, deliberately underperforming? And consistently hit the first-tier cutoff? And they wouldn't even attend Tsinghua or Peking University? Who in their right mind would do that? Li Songhai shook his head. Not only does such a person exist, but this genius also became a national engineer and designer, bringing glory to the country. He was specially recruited by Longka University on an exceptional basis. Hearing these accomplishments, even Yu Tianyang couldn't argue anymore. If that was the case, then his grandson truly couldn't hold a candle to them. But so what? Such a genius wasn't his grandson. No matter how beautiful someone else's daughter-in-law might be, she wasn't his own. He understood that principle perfectly well. Therefore, he sneered dismissively, what do you mean by genius? What does that have to do with me? Li Songhai was somewhat surprised at this moment. It seemed Chen Chu's grandfather truly knew nothing about it. So he chuckled, old man, you're quite mistaken. This person I speak of has a great deal to do with you. Yu Tianyang snorted coldly. Did he invent electricity? Or cigarettes? And you say he's related to me? It's his identity that connects to you. You definitely know him and your relationship runs deep. Hearing Li Songhai's words, Yu Tianyang immediately stubbed out the cigarette he was about to light. He looked at Li Songhai with a serious expression. What did you say? Related to me? Yu Fifan, Yu Zibiao, even Oeng now looked at Li Songhai with puzzled expressions. How could they not know that the Yu family had produced someone so formidable? A national-level engineer? Did they even grasp the significance? That's a national-level leader. Even professors and academicians would show utmost respect upon meeting them. Had their ancestral graves suddenly started smoking? But Li Songhai was also taken aback by Yu Tianyang's utterly bewildered expression. He'd made it so obvious, how could he not know? So he prompted him again, of course it has something to do with you, it's a blood relation. Hearing this, Yu Tianyang grew even more agitated. Could it be Yu Zibiao's illegitimate child? That kid wouldn't have the guts. But the next moment, Oeng blurted out, it's Xiao Chu, right? It's Xiao Chu, isn't it? Before Li Songhai could answer, Yu Tianyang snapped, dream on, you old hag. A lousy college student showing off. National engineer? With that poverty-stricken look on his face, he'd be lucky to get any construction projects. Yu Fifan also interjected impatiently, Grandma, stop talking nonsense. Little Chu doesn't have that kind of clout. This is all my teacher's doing. Yu Zibiao added with even more defiance, enough, mother. At a time like this, could you please stop bringing up that disgraceful subject? Li Sunhai, hearing this, immediately sensed something was amiss. Chapter 103, Armed Police Surround Room 6012. Vote for gold selection. Where the hell had he ended up? At that moment, Li Sunhai wanted nothing more than to hurl the three men grandfather and grandsons right out the window. This was no joke. Insulting a national treasure. Aren't they just asking for death? Therefore, he immediately snapped, "What are you talking about?" The sharp rebuke instantly left Yu Tianyang and the others utterly dumbfounded. What's going on? This academician has quite the temper. Does he meddle in their family affairs too? Li Sunhai glared furiously at Yu Fifan and snapped, "Your family affairs are none of my business." But Yu Fifan, you are a student of Lunka University, not mine. You must clarify this matter first. Clearly, Li Sunhai understood Chen Chu's temperament all too well. Given the current situation, these three weren't Chen Chu's relatives, they were clearly his enemies. When facing enemies, what must one do? The top priority, of course, is to draw a clear line. Refusing to associate with such adversaries was paramount. Yu Fifan looked utterly aggrieved. He hadn't even had a chance to cozy up before getting kicked aside. But just then, Xian Xing chimed in, "Also, this isn't my student, it's Lu Hajiang's." Lu Hajiang's face turned as sour as if he'd eaten something rotten. How could he have such a foolish student? He was clearly on par with Li Sanhai and Xian Xing, yet he'd stumbled over this student. Why was he so unlucky? What no one expected was that Li Sanhai continued, his gaze fixed on Yu Tianyang. "How dare you judge by appearances? Why didn't you ask who I was referring to just now?" A sudden silence fell over the hospital room. Yu Tianyang, his grandfather, and his grandson all felt a chill run down their spines, breaking out in a cold sweat. Could it be? Yu Fifan was the first to dismiss the thought. A kid from that poor backwater town, Chen Chu, becoming a national engineer? Even a trader's luck couldn't stretch that far, could it? Yu Zibiao shook his head repeatedly. He'd always felt superior to his sister throughout his life, and even when it came to their children, he believed he held the upper hand. Even if Chen Chu's grades hadn't lagged behind his own son Fei's when they were young, the boy had been a lost cause since the college entrance exams. How could he suddenly transform into a national engineer, a man of national importance? Yu Tianyang snorted inwardly. A child born to that lowly scum could become a national engineer? He was dreaming. Wasn't the whole point of this visit to get Xiao Fan to look after his son in the future, to make things easier? Only Chen Chu's grandmother, Oing, asked excitedly, "Is it really Xiao Fan?" This time, with Li Sanhai's stern command, no one dared to interrupt. Li Sanhai sneered coldly. How laughable. Your family neglects the national engineer you have as a grandson, yet treats this ordinary grandson like a precious treasure. Boom! It felt like a boulder had struck his head. Yu Fifan's mind went completely blank. Him, ordinary? The next moment, his eyes widened like copper bells as he stared at Li Sanhai in utter disbelief. Could this really be his academically challenged cousin? That can't be right. My cousin, the academic underachiever, may tinker with little inventions, but what kind of technology could possibly be adopted by the state? How could he become a state engineer? You gotta understand, national engineers are the top-tier talent developing technologies that determine a country's international standing. What gives Chen Chu the right? Yu Zibiao felt his legs go weak for a moment. If Chen Chu was really a special admissions student at Lunka University, he could accept that after all, his own son wasn't half bad, holding a PhD from Lunka himself. After all, his son might even become a professor someday. But now he was being told that his long looked down upon nephew was actually a national engineer, a position even higher than professor? How could he bear it? Would his son have to look up to Chen Chu? As for Yu Tianyang, his cigarette trembled in his hand and fell to the floor. His money-losing daughter had given birth to a state engineer? Was this real? Had he driven that entire family away? If Chen Chu had started out as a special admissions student at Lunka University, he might have accepted that. But now they were telling him this kid was a state engineer? How could he possibly accept that? Had he driven them away? Hadn't he just made enemies, completely alienated them? He instantly seethed with rage, vividly recalling the look of utter disappointment in Chen Chu's eyes back then. No, he absolutely couldn't admit defeat. How could that kid Chen Chu possibly have made it to national engineer? That's just bull luck. Therefore, glaring at the trembling Oing, he snapped, "Academician, you must investigate this thoroughly. My grandson doesn't have that kind of talent. He showed no signs of scientific aptitude as a child. Just look at our little Fan." Seeing his hopeless grandfather like this, Li Sanhai couldn't help but recall the saying, "There's always something despicable about a pitiable person." He held nothing back, stating bluntly, "Chen Chu's capabilities are not for you to question. His appointment as chief designer for this S-level project speaks to his standing within the nation. On the contrary, your grandson isn't even worthy of tying his shoes. Got it? He only came back this time to tell you he got into Lunka University, so you'd stop worrying about him. But look at you. Such petty-mindedness I don't even need to ask. With your character, do you deserve a family member of his caliber? These words made Yu Fifan and the others' eyes redden. Put plainly, if they had cherished this opportunity, they might have truly soared to new heights through Chen Chu. But now, they had driven him away. How could they possibly save face? Especially Yu Tianyang from Yu Shuemin to Chen Yuxing to Chen Chu, hadn't he cursed every one of them? Now Chen Chu had suddenly become a national treasure. The idea of bowing to him was utterly unacceptable. Therefore, he retorted, so what if he's a national treasure? When he gets sick, doesn't his family still have to stay in a regular ward? What benefit could his family possibly gain from him? But at that very moment, outside the ward, the sound of a hospital bed being moved echoed once more, accompanied by repeated shouts of "make way." Coincidentally, it was right outside room 6012. After 2 knocks, a figure in a white coat with an air of authority entered. Yu Tianyang recognized him immediately. This was the director of Lushang City First People's Hospital. Director. Director Tai Haixia didn't even glance at Yu Tianyang. Instead, he addressed Oing on the bed. Ms. Oing, we've decided to transfer you to the first military-affiliated hospital. As the spouse of a military commander, you certainly have that right. Upon hearing this, the 3 members of the Yu family, grandfather, father, and grandson, stared dumbstruck in the hospital room. Family of a military commander? When did their family produce a general? Oing also looked anxious as she said, Director. Have you made a mistake? I'm just an ordinary citizen. Tai Haixia quickly laughed, please don't be sarcastic. You're the captain's grandmother, you should have mentioned it sooner. Hearing this, Yu Tianyang and the others were even more dumbfounded. A military officer was one thing, but a captain? Yu Fifan whispered to Yu Zibiao, Dad, it can't be that kid Chen Chu again, can it? Yu Tianyang immediately snapped, that kid only has dog luck when it comes to tech. Does he think he's fit for military service? Can you just stumble into something like that? Chapter 104, Healed by his son, please vote for gold. Chapter 104, Healed by his son, please vote for gold. But, the very next moment, Yu Shuemin and Chen Yuxing burst into the room. Mom! Yu Shuemin rushed straight to Ying's bedside. Ying immediately asked, Xiaomin, what's going on? Yu Shuemin looked equally flustered. I don't know either, Mom. Xiao Chu told us to find the director to transfer you, and then the director actually brought us down here. Then they said Xiao Chu was some kind of captain. If they hadn't shown us their credentials, we'd have thought they were scammers. Chen Yuxing, still shaken, chimed in, yeah, Mom. I honestly had no idea when Xiao Chu became a captain. But what they didn't know, Li Sunhai knew. Seeing Chen Chu's parents appear now thrilled him more than seeing his own parents. You must be Chen Chu's parents? I'm his friend, a kind of ageless companion. I can vouch that Chen Chu is indeed a captain in the Jinling Air Force, one with real authority. What? Upon hearing this news, Yu Tianyang nearly choked on his breath. A captain was one thing, but an Air Force captain. And with real authority. If this were his own grandson, wouldn't he be over the moon? Yu Shuemin also asked Oing, Mom, who is this elderly gentleman? Oing hurriedly explained, he's an honorary academician at the Dragon Academy. He came to see me because of Little Chu. Little Chu has made something of himself, he's now a national engineer or something. Yu Shuemin's heart began pounding wildly. Good heavens! What on earth had her son been doing all these years? Secretly become a captain, and now a national engineer? When she glanced at Li Sanhai and met his kind, approving gaze, she nearly fainted from happiness. Especially the look of relief and pride on her mother Ying's face made her feel as though her long-dead heart had suddenly come back to life. It could be said that the more stifled she had felt before, the happier she was now. Even in her wildest dreams, she never imagined her son would become both an Air Force captain and a state engineer. No wonder her son had been so confident in telling them to seek out the dean. As for Chen Yuxing, he was so overcome with emotion that his entire body trembled. He was never good with words, and his honest nature had earned him no shortage of scolding and contempt from his father-in-law. He worked diligently and earnestly to make money, all for the day when his son could get into university and hold his head high. But he never imagined that not only would his son get into university, but he'd become a state engineer and an Air Force captain at such a young age. How could this be possible? While Chen Chu's parents beamed with happiness, Yu Tianyang was filled with regret so deep it felt like his guts were turning green. Even looking at Yu Zibiao and Yu Fifan now, he felt they seemed ordinary. Sons and grandsons? None could compare to the preciousness of a beloved grandson. At first, when he heard his grandson was a freshman at Lonka University next year, he felt nothing special. So what if he was a freshman? Still just a student, right? Then, when he heard his grandson was a state engineer, he could still hold back. But when he heard he was an Air Force captain, he couldn't hold back any longer. Holding multiple positions, and barely in his 20s. A casual word from him could get his wife transferred to a military-affiliated hospital. Could ordinary people even dream of such perks? He practically walked around with his chest puffed out. This time, he truly couldn't hold back. He immediately snapped at Yu Shuemin, Shuemin, how could your parents not know about something this big? Not a single clue? In the past, Chen Yuxing and Yu Xuemin would have answered honestly. But Yu Xuemin's heart had died the moment she was kicked out of the hospital room. She merely shot Yu Tianyang a cold glance before retorting, "Why aren't you calling me money grubber or damn brat this time? Is Xuemin even your place to say?" Seeing his daughter-in-law take a stand, Chen Yuxing nodded. "Yu Tianyang, you made it clear when you pushed open the door we have no connection whatsoever with the Yu family from now on. So who are you trying to cozy up to now?" "Hey!" Yu Tianyang raised his hand, about to slap Chen Yuxing across the face. But at that very instant, a sharp command rang out, "I dare anyone to lay a hand on my father." In an instant, the small hospital room was surrounded by layers upon layers of armed police. Armed officers with loaded rifles immediately trained their weapons on Yu Tianyang. Yu Tianyang had never seen such a scene before and immediately raised his hands in fright. As for Yu Fifan and Yu Zibiao, their eyes widened once more in utter shock. This was Lu City, after all. Could so many armed police really be deployed on such short notice? And judging by the setup, the scene was sealed off. If they wanted to take someone out, it could happen instantly without a single trace left behind. But the real shock was yet to come. An old man came jogging over, panting heavily, and shouted into the crowd, "Who just attacked Captain Chen here?" The moment Yu Fifan saw this old man, he collapsed in utter terror. This was the director of the Dragon Research Institute. Even Lu Hajian was trembling with nervousness at that moment. He had thought that alerting the armed police officers was already terrifying enough, but now even the director himself had personally rushed over. If he had misidentified the situation earlier, wouldn't he be in trouble too? But with Nia Lisan's sudden appearance, the ward instantly fell silent. No one dared utter a word. Even Yu Tianyang, as unreasonable as he was, feared guns. Chen Chu strode straight in, then looked at the grandfather who had looked down on her family her entire life and slapped him square across the face. Smack! Yu Tianyang was stunned into silence. He never imagined that the perpetually quiet Chen Chu would dare strike his own grandfather. Gritting her teeth, Chen Chu coldly declared, "This slap is for my mother. You robbed her of the chance to attend university. You tore up her acceptance letter." Immediately, Chen Chu delivered another slap. "This slap is for looking down on my father and telling me they shouldn't be together. Now I'll prove you were wrong." Smack! "This slap is for your son favoritism, using our family's hard-earned money to elevate your son's social status while mocking your daughter. This slap is for trusting strangers over your own family. This slap is for my grandmother." After this round, Yu Tianyang's face was clearly swollen like a pig's head. Not a single soul dared to intervene. As each slap landed from Chen Chu, Yu Xuemin's eyes grew redder and redder, until finally, tears poured down like a torrential downpour. It was as if all the pain she had endured over the years was being healed by her son in that very moment. Chapter 105, a 28-year-old PhD, is he really a loser? Chapter 105, a 28-year-old PhD not a loser? Yu Tianyang was stunned into a daze by the relentless barrage of slaps. He truly hadn't expected it. All this time, he believed his actions were righteous, that he had nothing to feel guilty about. He even believed his daughter and son-in-law wouldn't object. After all, in his eyes, those of lower status didn't deserve respect. Especially the Chen family, whom he had never held in high regard. His daughter had married into such a family, and Chen Chu himself came from such a background. Neither set of parents possessed any foresight. They hadn't even bought a home in the big city. What could such a child ever amount to? Even small-town scholars needed some family background to succeed. But how could he have imagined that today's events would utterly shock him? Chen Chu, a kid from a poor mountain village, actually possessed such formidable connections. First, his status as a specially recruited student at Longka University. Second, his title as a state-level engineer. And then there were all those Longka Academy academicians vouching for him. As if that weren't enough, he was also an Air Force captain. An Air Force captain who could mobilize so many armed police officers at once and arrange hospital transfers for family members. Even the hospital director would bow respectfully before him. But then, all these years, driven by selfishness and favoritism, I drained my daughter dry to support my son and grandson. Yet at this critical moment, they proved utterly useless. Worse still, when I was being beaten, he didn't even dare to utter a peep. But the unexpected twists weren't over yet. At that moment, Yu Zibiao also spoke up. "Xiao Chu, you're right. Your grandfather has truly gone too far all these years. I've told him countless times that your sister has sacrificed so much for the Yu family and shouldn't be treated this way, but he stubbornly refuses to listen." Yu Fifan immediately knew what to do and chimed in. "Yes, Xiao Chu. I was just thinking about bringing you back. No matter what, we're family. We all want grandma to be healthy." If Yu Tianyang had his dog beating stick nearby, he'd have grabbed it in a heartbeat to give these ungrateful brats a good thrashing. He could understand Chen Chu hitting him. He knew he had wronged Chen Chu's family, even driving them away. But his own son and grandson? He had poured his heart and soul into them. Now, because this grandson had power and influence, status and connections, even his own flesh and blood grandson and son were here accusing him of wrongdoing. Hadn't he done all this for their sake? Yet, upon reflection, Yu Tianyang regained his composure. His relationship with the Chen Chu family seemed beyond repair. He'd accept whatever punishment came his way. But if Chen Chu had no objections to Yu Fifan and Yu Zibiao, there might still be hope. He believed that if Chen Chu truly supported his grandchildren, their future paths would surely be paved with success. In that case, what did it matter if he, the elder, sacrificed a little? Just as he was about to speak up and persuade the Chen family not to harbor hostility toward his descendants, Chen Chu snorted coldly and turned her gaze toward Yu Fifan and Yu Zibiao. If Yu Tianyang was solely responsible for the harm inflicted upon her mother, then Yu Fifan and Yu Zibiao were undoubtedly his accomplices. As the absolute beneficiaries, these two had never genuinely cared about their family. In fact, Yu Fifan had always taken everything for granted since childhood, constantly displaying an air of superiority in front of her family. But superiority? Who doesn't have that? He sneered coldly, glaring at Yu Zibiao and Yu Fifan as he spoke. Who would have thought my uncle and cousin would show such kindness? Truly unexpected. But, when someone earlier declared we were severing ties with the Yu family, you two didn't exactly object, did you? At the first half of his sentence, Yu Zibiao and Yu Fifan's eyes lit up instantly. They saw an opportunity to curry favor with Chen Chu. It wasn't too late. But when they heard the second half of Chen Chu's statement, they both shot reproachful glances at Yu Tianyang. That old fool, why did he have to be so blunt? How were they supposed to smooth this over now? Yu Fifan proved more cunning, smiling as he said, "Cousin, your grandfather's harsh words stemmed from deep affection. He desperately wants you to succeed." Hearing that the special recruitment letter was fake made him furious. Surely you won't hold it against him. Poof. Hearing this, Chen Chu smiled. Not hold it against him? If he didn't actually possess all these identities, just how humiliating would today have been for his entire family? If they had actually left, his mother would have been branded as unfilial. He, too, would be branded as trash, someone without credentials who faked his education just to save face. And now, just because he had this one identity, he was supposed to forgive them? Nice try. He had always been broad-minded, rarely dwelling on matters that weren't fundamental principles. But when it came to crucial issues and vital interests, he would never yield. When it came to his family, he would never yield. He would never allow the Yu family to stand on equal footing with his own, much less give them any chance to turn the tables. As for Nye Lisan and Li Songhai standing nearby, they dealt with Chen Chu for so long that they knew him all too well. Chen Chu was not the sort to let things rest. What they admired, however, was precisely that fearless spirit. A man of talent should be bold, shouldn't he? Besides, anyone could empathize with this situation. The Chen family had sacrificed so much for the Yu family, only to see their grandmother driven out in the end. How utterly disheartening was that outcome? Once this was reported, even if they chose to look the other way, Shui Shanhai would never tolerate such behavior. When Shui Shanhai handles it, the consequences will be far more severe. So Chen Chu's backing truly extends beyond just them. If they mishandled this, the pressure from Shui Shanhai would be more than they could bear. And sure enough, just as they feared, Chen Chu coldly retorted. Love is harsh? Who are you, a worthless piece of trash, to speak? This single sentence left Yu Fifan speechless. A surge of inexplicable rage flared up deep within him. In front of so many people, being called a good-for-nothing by someone he'd looked down on since childhood, how could his proud ego possibly accept this? Yet he forced himself to respond, I'm your cousin. But that doesn't change the fact that you're a good-for-nothing. Still a PhD at 28? What else could you be but a loser? Ha! At that moment, Chen Chu seemed to be looking down on Yu Fifan with disdain, his tone dripping with contempt. Chapter 106, Xiancheng's Shock, please vote for gold selection. Chapter 106, Xiancheng's Shock, please vote for gold. If looks could kill, Yu Fifan would have killed Chen Chu 10,000 times over by now. But the truth was, he dared not lay a finger on Chen Chu. Not only were there armed police everywhere, but so many academicians from the Dragon Science Academy were present. Even the president himself was here. Even if Chen Chu attacked him, Yu Fifan would be powerless to retaliate. Yet Chen Chu hadn't laid a finger on him. Instead, his words cut like knives. From childhood onward, never mind Chen Chu, even the geniuses from his own province, who among them didn't treat him with utmost respect. Among the so-called geniuses admitted to Lonka University, he might not have been at the very top, but he was certainly in the upper middle tier. And now, his cousin who barely graduated high school just half a year ago was calling him a failure? Was becoming a PhD at 28 really that worthless? Yu Tianyang and Yu Zibiao were seething with rage, itching to charge at Chen Chu and fight him to the death. Clearly, if not for the armed police officers surrounding them, he would have lunged at Chen Chu to punch him. But now, they dared not. In their eyes, Yu Fifan was their pride and joy. Since childhood, they had cherished Yu Fifan like a precious moon in their palms, boasting about his achievements to everyone they met. The boy had always been a source of pride, ranking among the top 300 in the province on the college entrance exam. He was even highly regarded by academicians at the Dragon Academy. Such a promising talent, how could he possibly be a failure? Even Li Songhai and Nye Lisan broke out in cold sweat upon hearing Chen Chu's words. To anyone unfamiliar with Chen Chu, his words would seem utterly excessive. But these two knew Chen Chu all too well. What kind of person was Chen Chu? Modest, courteous, and always considering the bigger picture. Even with a genius concept like the pulse detonation engine, he kept it hidden, never revealing it until the critical moment, a testament to his character. So why is Chen Chu now calling you Fifan a waste of space? It must be because this guy is putting on too much of an act. Besides, a 28-year-old PhD is indeed considered outstanding by outside standards. He'll be middle class at the very least. But then? To Li Sanhai and Nye Lisen, a 28-year-old PhD was utter trash. How many geniuses have they seen? People getting into Harvard at 18 are a dime a dozen. What's so great about getting a PhD at 28? Therefore, Li Sanhai immediately chimed in. Let me just say this, I shouldn't be speaking up, but I need to clarify one thing. Getting a PhD at 28 is utterly pathetic. Nye Lisen gritted his teeth. How dare this guy steal his thunder? He cleared his throat twice and retorted, you Fifan, right? You know what I was doing at 28? I was researching nuclear bombs. What about you, PhD? At that moment, everyone present stared wide-eyed, not in shock at Nye Lisen and Li Sanhai's accomplishments, but stunned that these two would go to such lengths to support Chen Chu. One could only imagine what kind of extraordinary background Chen Chu possessed to make the president and honorary academician of the Dragon Academy of Sciences disregard everything to support him. Yu Fifan nearly coughed up blood. A failure? He had always believed himself to be an elite, a dragon among men. Yet before true genius, he was nothing but cannon fodder. A meme flashed through his mind. He had strived relentlessly, always striving to be number one, only to discover upon finally becoming a celestial soldier that he was merely one among the 100,000 celestial soldiers sent to subdue Sun Wukong. Hard work meant nothing in the face of innate talent. In that moment, his confidence and sense of superiority were shattered. His face burned with embarrassment, and his heart ached with excruciating pain. Even his cousin, whom he had always dismissed as useless, could now call him a failure in front of him, someone who had worked so hard all along. To say his heart was shattered would be no exaggeration. Chen Chu continued, haven't you always wanted to join the new radar research project? Well, let me tell you now, the very project you've been so desperate to intern at is one I'm personally leading. A wave of intense nausea washed over Yu Fifan. Clutching his head, his face contorted in agony. Why? Why was fate tormenting him like this? The cousin he'd always dismissed as a good-for-nothing was actually the chief designer of the project he'd been desperate to infiltrate. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. He felt the reality and his inner world were twisted beyond repair. No matter how he tried to adjust, they refused to align. A useless waste? His useless cousin a genius? Was he nothing but an ant in his presence? But he failed the college entrance exam, worked menial jobs his whole life, and his parents were good-for-nothings too. What gave him the right? He crouched down, clutching his head and muttering incessantly. Chen Chu couldn't be bothered to glance at him again. Instead, he motioned for everyone to step aside. Clearly, he didn't want his grandmother to witness what was about to happen. Spending every day with these snobbish people, how could she not have a stroke? He could even imagine the guilt she must have felt when Yu Tianyang forced her to beg her mother for money. From now on, Grandma would never have to live under someone else's roof again. Xian Cheng witnessed every moment. The new chief designer's tactics truly stunned him. It was like getting a crash course the moment he arrived. First, the snobbish grandfather who struck without warning. Then the cousin, bursting with superiority, who crushed his self-respect outright. What defines a researcher? Isn't this precisely the essence of targeting the root cause? And that terrifying background, who would dare argue with him once he entered the lab? With such an unearthly background, who knew what even more formidable figures protected him from above? Even Lung Yu, who had been keeping watch with her gun, no longer dared to see Chen Chu as a naive teenager. He was flesh and blood, full of passion and loyalty, completely untethered by society's mainstream frameworks and values. Compared to following a hypocrite, she understood that aligning with someone as genuine as Chen Chu would make the future truly fascinating. Perhaps he could genuinely lead the Dragon Nation to its great rejuvenation? After all, if it were her, no matter how much injustice she endured, she would never dare strike her grandfather. But Chen Chu dared. He wasn't one to be constrained by society's rigid rules, and those slaps had been truly satisfying. Next, Chen Chu addressed Nye Lisen. Well, Director Nye, I'll leave this to you. I need to take my grandmother to another hospital. Nye Lisen nodded immediately. Seriously, if he couldn't handle something like this, he might as well resign as director. After Chen Chu left, Nye Lisen glared at the people still in the room, his anger boiling over. A snobbish, old-fashioned grandfather, a small-town know-it-all dripping with superiority, and worst of all, a cancerous tumor from the Lunka Institute. His gaze first fixed sharply on Lu Hajang. Lu Hajang. You've got some nerve. Search him. Lu Hajang froze in shock. Why was it his turn? He'd merely misidentified the special recruitment letter and had already corrected it. And what exactly were they searching for? The next moment, armed police officers searched him and found that stack of envelopes filled with bright red bills. What's this? Nielisen's expression was stern, as if he were looking at a good-for-nothing drunkard who'd rot in prison. Could he not hate Lu Hajian? If it weren't for this guy showing up, the whole thing wouldn't have gone to hell in a handbasket. These are red envelopes I prepared for the elders. Nielisen snorted coldly and continued, we can settle this matter later, but your professional competence is now highly questionable. Effective immediately, you are relieved of your duties pending investigation. Why? Lu Hajiang's heart began to race. Deep down, he knew exactly why. When he authenticated Chen Chu's admission letter, that crucial document to Chen Chu, he had declared it fake. This indirectly led to their family being evicted from the hospital ward. Though he tried to make amends afterward, it was too late. He still remembered Chen Chu's words, I'll remember you. Why did he have to give his name? He was kicking himself now. Nielisen, however, had completely cut ties with him, saying, as an academician of the Dragon Academy, your first mistake was failing to understand the Academy's admissions system. To abuse your position as an academician, act arrogantly, and meddle in others' affairs, that is your second mistake. Colluding with students to form factions and pursue personal gain, that is your third mistake. As someone with a background in science and engineering, you reached conclusions based entirely on subjective speculation, that is your fourth mistake. Someone like you in a position of importance would inevitably cause major losses to the nation before being dismissed. Better to deal with you now than risk that later. Under Nielisen's decisive pronouncement, Lu Hajiang was soon escorted away by armed police officers, following the disciplinary inspection team. Of course, Yu Fifan, Yu Zibiao, and Yu Tianyang were also taken away at the same time. It could be said that all three were complicit in the bribery scheme. This was precisely where Nielisen's shrewdness lay, he spared none. Ultimately, wouldn't the final outcome still be decided by Chen Chu? A single word from Chen Chu could even land them 10 years in prison. As for Qian Xing, he now fully understood that the so-called 4 charges Nielisen had cited amounted to just one, making arbitrary inferences that led to conclusions, thereby offending this newly arrived chief designer. He leaned over and whispered to Li Songhai, is our chief designer from the capital? Li Songhai chuckled, Beijing? He's from Jinling. Jinling? A legend circulating within the military region immediately flashed through Qian Xing's mind. Could it be that kid from the Jinling military region has come to our Dragon Academy? Li Songhai nodded upon hearing this. You'll witness the miracles this kid brings. Frankly, whether we old-timers ever see a 6th-generation fighter in our lifetimes depends entirely on him. Chen Xing couldn't help but feel a wave of dread wash over him once more. In that instant, he grasped the immense significance of this project and Chen Chu's critical importance to the nation. It seemed the Dragon Academy was about to be shaken to its core by this young man's arrival. Chapter 107, Cold Moon's Gratitude, Vote for Gold Selection. Meanwhile, Chen Chu was already en route to the military-affiliated hospital with his parents and grandmother. The entire journey was made in armed police vehicles. This made Chen Chu's parents and grandmother feel as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Clearly, they had never had the slightest connection to the armed police in their lives. They had seen armed police on TV dramas, but in reality, they had only encountered special police officers. Thus, it never crossed their minds that they would ride in a people's armed police vehicle for a reason other than breaking the law. However, Long Yu, who was nearby, clearly sensed this tension. She turned to Chen Chu and asked, Captain Chen, aren't you going to introduce me to your uncle, aunt, and grandmother? At this moment, Long Yu had swiftly changed into her SWAT uniform for the mission. Her entire demeanor radiated both beauty and sharpness. Her ponytail, naturally flawless skin, and exquisite features left Chen Chu's parents astonished once more. Could this girl be little Chu's girlfriend? Their son actually had a SWAT girlfriend? That would be wonderful. In their eyes, Chen Chu was a model child, mature beyond his years, level-headed, and never impulsive. But there was one thing in their eyes: he was too honest, and most of the time, he kept things bottled up inside, unwilling to talk to adults. Therefore, they both knew their son needed a girlfriend, one who didn't have to be exceptionally powerful, but had to be clever, articulate, and capable of protecting him from being bullied. Now that they looked at it, this female SWAT officer seemed to fit the bill perfectly. Though she wasn't overly talkative, she radiated sharp intelligence and competence, and she was quite attractive. Standing beside Chen Chu, even though their son was already quite tall, almost matching the SWAT officer's height. But standing next to her son, the female SWAT officer still didn't appear much shorter. So Yu Shuemin immediately asked, well, son, aren't you going to introduce her? Chen Chu felt a bit awkward. What was there to introduce? In his view, since Lang Yu had been sent by higher-ups to handle matters, their relationship was purely professional and collaborative. But Lang Yu didn't see it that way. Seeing Chen Chu remain silent, she took the initiative. Hello, uncle, auntie, and grandma. My name is Lang Yu. I'm Chen Chu's security officer. After Lang Yu's introduction, the awkwardness among the people in the back of the armed police vehicle dissipated. Chen Yuxing looked somewhat surprised. A security officer? Responsible for my son's safety? Hello. Lang Yu smiled slightly. Yes. I know everything about your journey today, from leaving home to arriving at the hospital. Hearing this, Chen Yuxing felt a pang of unease. If that was the case, just how capable was this young woman at her job? They'd been followed the entire way without noticing a thing. Yu Shuemin felt considerably more at ease now. With such a sharp young girl by her son's side, he certainly wouldn't be at a disadvantage. At the very least, he wouldn't be in any danger. Though she knew her son was now an Air Force captain, she understood that the military, like the Academy of Sciences, was ultimately a society governed by personal connections. Wherever there are people, there are politics. To her, it all seemed the same. Still, she couldn't help but ask Chen Chu, "Xiao Chu, now that we're alone, you should tell Mom what's really going on. What have you been doing all these years?" As the words left her lips, Chen Yuxing and even her grandmother Oing turned to look. Even Lang Yu, clearly intrigued, leaned in closer. Evidently, Lang Yu knew very little about Chen Chu. Her first knowledge of Chen Chu came from the security bureau. Those who hadn't been selected as special police officers all said she'd gotten incredibly lucky. This was a top-tier talent with boundless future prospects, destined to become a general. Later, when she met Chen Chu, she could only observe just how powerful his background truly was. The entire city's police force, all public authority, existed solely to protect him. They even clashed with the military to safeguard him. The military district commander personally came to award him a medal, willing to demote the deputy commander several ranks rather than risk offending him. This time, it had even stirred up the bigwigs at the Dragon Academy. Even for a visit to his grandmother, a Dragon Academy elder now elevated to the Central Military Commission had come to pay respects to his family's elders, offering unconditional support. So even if Lang Yu didn't know exactly what achievements Chen Chu had made, she could sense just how incredibly powerful this high schooler who was technically still in high school truly was. But how he achieved it remained a complete mystery to Lang Yu. Her understanding of Chen Chu was superficial at best. She only knew he was someone not to be trifled with. Now that she finally had this chance to learn more about him, she was determined to listen carefully. Chen Chu spoke with a touch of awkwardness. "It's really nothing much. Some things are classified, so I can't say too much. But Mom, Dad, Grandma, you just need to know this, I've grown strong. I absolutely have the ability to protect the people around me." With Chen Chu putting it that way, his parents couldn't press further. After all, when it involved state secrets and classified information, how could they dare pry further? It was enough to know that no matter how far their son went, he would always remember those close to him. Moreover, a hint of pride welled up in their eyes. Their son had grown up and made something of himself. At this thought, their eyes unconsciously reddened. As for Lang Yu, she felt a bit disappointed at that moment. It seemed understanding this leader was still too difficult. But she recalled the girl she had seen at the National Defense High School, who had been so close to Chen Chu. A peculiar feeling stirred within her. Could it be that she fell far short compared to that girl? And then there was the matter of protecting those close to him. They had only just met. Could she really be considered someone close? But just then, Chen Chu turned to Lang Yu and said, "Lang Yu, you handled this exceptionally well. I've already briefed Director Shui on the entire incident. Keep an eye out for his call." What did he mean? A hint of surprise flashed across Lang Yu's pretty face. Wasn't this part of her job? But the next moment, her phone rang. Shui Shanhai's anxious voice came through the line. "How is he? Is Chen Chu okay? Has anyone bullied him?" Lang Yu inwardly groaned, almost laughing at the thought. With Chen Chu's intelligence and steady temperament, who could possibly bully him? Even if he was usually quiet, when he really wanted to get back at someone, he was far more ruthless than most. Even she now held a mix of respect and fear toward him. And when it came to sharp-tongued wit, Chen Chu could easily compete in debate tournaments. Moreover, when unnecessary words weren't needed, he absolutely wouldn't utter a single idle syllable. Take someone like Yu Fifan, no need for reasoning. Just calling him a piece of trash felt incredibly satisfying. Therefore, Lang Yu reported cautiously, "Director Shui, Captain Chen is currently safe and sound, en route to the military-affiliated hospital." "That's good." On the other end of the line, Shui Shanhai's voice exhaled a long sigh of relief. He then continued, "Lang Yu, you handled this matter well. Chen Chu is a good kid in every way, but he tends to bottle things up. You'll need to work harder on that front. Also, to better support your mission, you are now officially the leader of the Central Military Commission's Special Task Force. I'll have someone deliver your credentials. This means that wherever you are, if anything happens to Chen Chu, you can issue orders in the name of the Central Military Commission to mobilize personnel from all 7 military regions to assist you." Whoa! Hearing this news, Lang Yu's entire slender frame stiffened. Of course, don't overdo it. 100-man squad is the limit. 100? 100 men wouldn't be enough. Even if it's some terrifying assassin organization, 100 men from the military district should be enough to handle it. And as the team leader, this meant her special task force would be reinforced in the future. Before meeting Chen Chu, she was merely the top female soldier among female soldiers still in the firearms division, without any military rank. Now she could mobilize 100 men in any military region. All of this was because of Chen Chu. At this moment, even she couldn't help but look at Chen Chu with a hint of gratitude in her eyes. "Thank you, Director Shui. Cold Moon promises to complete the mission." Hold off on the thanks for now. Your next task is to arrange accommodations for Captain Chen's family. It's best to place them within the military compound for safety. This way, Captain Chen won't have to worry at all. Understood? Roger that. Chapter 108, Researcher Wan Yishuan, please vote for gold selection. Thanks to Shui Shanhai's prior arrangements, the armed police vehicle proceeded directly to the central military district. Where had Chen Chu's parents ever seen such a scene? Military-colored buildings stood everywhere, with heavily guarded security at every entrance. Their son had truly brought honor to the family this time. To think he would live here in the future wasn't this far superior to any villa they could afford? In an instant, their 2 apartments in Lu City seemed utterly worthless to them. Especially at the military-affiliated hospital, where the warmth shown by nurses and doctors was worlds apart from the public hospital. This made them feel the nation's profound regard for them. Therefore, both parents and grandmother urged Chen Chu to dedicate himself to serving the nation. Chen Chu naturally nodded repeatedly. Frankly, his family was his only weakness. With no lingering concerns at home, he could pursue any endeavor without reservation. Once his parents were settled, Chen Chu understood that all this was possible because of his contributions to the nation. This time, the over-the-horizon radar must lead the world, just as before. Dragon Academy, here I come. Chen Chu's nature was always to act decisively. His initiative was always at full throttle, and he disliked being constrained or having to report his whereabouts at all times. His role as the chief designer of the over-the-horizon radar project had always been kept confidential, an arrangement agreed upon long ago. Even if he had mentioned it at the hospital, Nia Lisan's skill in handling matters would have ensured the information was suppressed. Thus, no one at the Lonka Institute knew except for Qiancheng. Thus, he possessed another form of identification, his external consultant credentials from the Lonka Institute. This status alone was sufficient for him to enter and exit the institute freely. Moreover, as a consultant, he was fully entitled to offer suggestions to researchers. If dissatisfied, he could request revisions or provide specialized technical guidance. The Lonka Institute's research facility was already home to a large pool of high-end technical talent. Therefore, with the blueprints in hand, it was simply a matter of having the professionals execute the work. His role, naturally, was limited to providing key technical guidance and advisory services. Thus, he had no need to report to Nia Lisan and could freely access the Dragon Science Institute. With his parents settled and his grandmother's recovery progressing well, he immediately took Lang Yu and headed straight for the Dragon Science Institute. Since his ID badge read Dragon Academy Aerospace Information Innovation Research Institute, Chen Chu looked into it and discovered that this research branch was originally named the Dragon Academy Remote Sensing and Digital Earth Research Institute. However, their remote sensing project had been making slow progress. Coupled with the urgency of the situation, the institute was promptly renamed the Aerospace Information Innovation Research Institute of the Dragon Academy. Naturally, its scale had expanded considerably, a testament to Nia Lisan's efficiency. When Chen Chu suggested that Lang Yu drive them to the Dragon Academy, however, Lang Yu hesitated. Captain Chen, you have credentials to enter, but what about me? Clearly, despite her status with the Central Military Commission, the Academy of Dragon Sciences was not a military facility, it was a scientific research institution. Moreover, she hadn't obtained the credentials of the head of the CMC Special Task Force. Getting inside would likely prove difficult. Chen Chu pondered for a moment. Lang Yu suggested, then perhaps we should call Director Nia and have him make arrangements. But Chen Chu rejected the idea outright. I came here precisely without notifying President Nia. If I had, the whole operation would become too public and that defeats the purpose. Clearly, Chen Chu understood that his role as an advisor would grant him the easiest access to information about the researchers. Others wouldn't be wary of him, which might prevent them from raising concerns. If he wanted convenience, he might as well reveal his identity as the chief designer. No one would dare stop him then. But that would defeat the entire purpose. Lang Yu couldn't help but roll her eyes at Chen Chu. She knew exactly what he was up to, playing dumb to catch the big fish again. It was infuriating. Being excluded from such a scene meant missing out on a thrilling part of life. So she suggested again, aren't you an advisor? Advisors should be able to bring girlfriends into the lab, right? The words barely left her lips before her face flushed bright red. She genuinely just wanted to get inside, nothing else. But Chen Chu, being such a straightforward guy, would never think along those lines. He replied bluntly, absolutely not. No company allows romance in the workplace. Lang Yu exhaled a long breath before saying, what if I dress up as a student? Would that work? Give it a shot. Chen Chu didn't object. So Lang Yu drove straight to the mall and bought a school uniform. But when Chen Chu saw it, he just shook his head. Where would you find a college student with such a perfectly sculpted, fiery figure? If someone like that walked around campus, would anyone even bother studying? Any normal guy seeing a female SWAT officer with that kind of figure would be staring like a deer in headlights, wouldn't he? Still, he didn't call her out on it, instead repeating, not bad, not bad. Until they reached the entrance of the research institute. As expected, Chen Chu presented his credentials, but Lang Yu was stopped by the guard. Why? She has credentials. What are you doing here? I, I'm a student. Who told you students are allowed in the institute? Just as Lang Yu was about to call out to Chen Chu, he had already walked inside. Turning back, he said, just wait here. I'll notify you if anything comes up. Lang Yu was furious not because she couldn't enter the Dragon Science Institute, but because she'd missed the chance to see Chen Chu show off. Truthfully, she knew perfectly well that a place like the Dragon Science Institute had such high security that she wasn't needed there at all, let alone allowed to bring a gun inside. But just standing outside watching was incredibly boring. Chen Chu naturally didn't want to bring Lang Yu inside. The reason was simple: her student disguise drew too much attention, and he had no desire to stand out. Simpler was definitely better. After all, within the Dragon Academy, not even the academicians or the president had specially assigned bodyguards. Bringing his own bodyguard would only invite resentment. Therefore, unless it was outside or absolutely necessary, he absolutely couldn't have Lang Yu by his side. Only upon entering the institute did Chen Chu realize that the so-called Aerospace Information Innovation Research Institute was essentially devoid of other projects. Every department was eerily quiet, except for the largest laboratory. Even through the glass curtain wall, one could see a dense crowd of scientists in white lab coats bustling about. Curiosity drawing him closer, Chen Chu suddenly recognized a familiar voice. Professor Lei, I verified the data as you instructed, but it doesn't match. It's okay. Just be patient. The design blueprint is clear. Since you're new, some parts might take time to get familiar with. Feel free to come ask me questions whenever you need. Chen Chu recognized the voice and peered inside. Who else could it be but Wan Yixuan? When did this girl join the Over the Horizon Radar project? Chapter 109, Beyond the Horizon Radar Sprint and Marathon. Clearly, Chen Chu had figured it out instantly. This might be Nia Lisan's arrangement, but it wasn't a bad thing. Though Wan Yixuan had only just enrolled, this girl possessed excellent foundational skills. Most importantly, her learning approach was spot on. After all, Wan Yixuan could be considered his half-apprentice. Her approach to learning, including her dedication to research and her unique perspective, had been shaped under his guidance. Back then, seeing her such a dedicated learner, Chen Chu had thought it would be wonderful for the country to have a professional female scientist in the future. So he had taught her everything he knew, holding nothing back. Consequently, Wan Yixuan grasped the fundamentals of any subject quickly. Yet, when it came to achieving excellence, she couldn't compare to him. After all, the gap in their innate understanding was as vast as heaven and earth. Even so, over time, Wan Yixuan's accomplishments became undeniably impressive. Moreover, Wan Yixuan had become something of a lucky charm for him. Whenever she was around, things tended to go smoothly. Her involvement in the project was undoubtedly a positive influence. Thus, Chen Chu approached her with keen interest. Just then, Wan Yixuan approached the same engineer in his 40s and asked, "But Professor Lei, the lab just reported that the over-the-horizon radar suffers from severe signal reflection and clutter interference during long-range detection. How can we effectively filter out noise and enhance target detection capabilities?" Hearing this question, Chen Chu paused. When he had provided the design blueprints earlier, he had been in a hurry. His only concern was that the engineering department could build the radar. He hadn't had time to address some of the lingering issues. After all, the blueprints were already exceptionally clear. Even third-rate national radar engineers could build it now. But truly solving problems required specialized background knowledge and analytical skills. Thus, Chen Chu also wanted to gauge the true caliber of this so-called radar teacher. After all, copying blindly is easy, but truly understanding both the what and the why is far from simple. But if one lacks this capability, what difference is there from when the Bear Nation supplied equipment to the Dragon Nation, only for Dragon Nation experts to know how to use it but not how to maintain it? Give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. Chen Chu understood this principle well. Yet the next moment, Chen Chu realized he had overestimated the current level of domestic experts. He watched as Professor Lei sneered, "Solving this problem is simple, just increase the transmission power. That way, the signal strength increases, and naturally, we can see targets farther away." Hearing this, Chen Chu couldn't help but laugh. Why? Because while over-the-horizon radar could indeed detect targets at extreme distances, it didn't mean it automatically handled clutter. When encountering clutter, one must address the interference it causes. It's like a long-distance runner who, while sprinting, notices his pants pocket is loose. Shouldn't he first secure his pocket before continuing his run? But according to this Professor Lei's viewpoint, the runner should instead accelerate. How could his pants not fall off then? Sure enough, Wan Yixuan immediately voiced her confusion, but wouldn't increasing transmission power also amplify the clutter interference? A hint of disdain flashed across Teacher Lei's face. "I'm a technical engineer in LEDA imaging. You're an intern operator with no hands-on experience. In practice, it's nowhere near that complicated." All right. Wan Yixuan felt a moment of discouragement and prepared to return to the lab. But just then, Chen Chu walked in. "Hold on." Several pairs of eyes instantly turned toward Chen Chu. First was Wan Yixuan. Her expression shifted from surprise to delight. But before she could speak, a stern voice cut through the air. "Who are you?" Who let you in? Chen Chu clearly didn't want to waste time. He simply didn't want the lab's progress to go off track, so he stated directly, I'm the consultant for the over-the-horizon radar project. Increasing the transmission power will indeed boost signal strength, but it will also amplify noise interference. This actually makes the target's signal harder to distinguish. Wan Yishuan's face immediately lit up with delight. It seemed her judgment was correct. Chen Chu's previous teachings had been spot on. Lei Wei, however, froze for a moment before scrutinizing Chen Chu. First, he wasn't wearing a lab coat, clearly lacking significant research experience. His youth further supported this impression. This looked like someone who'd gotten in through connections, didn't it? Even worse than Wan Yishuan. How much understanding and experience could someone like this possibly have in radar technology? He immediately snapped. What do you know? Increasing power boosts signal strength. Isn't that how all radars have operated? You want over-the-horizon radar while also filtering out signal noise? Isn't this the only way? Wan Yishuan stepped forward at that moment and whispered, don't argue with him. He's a student from Qianggong University, he's the top dog here. Clearly, Wan Yishuan was delighted that Chen Chu had made it here. She didn't know that Chen Chu was now the chief designer of the over-the-horizon radar. Hearing he was the current consultant naturally made her happy, but Lei Wei before them was a seasoned radar engineer with professional expertise. Even as an advisor, he held no real authority in the lab, only offering suggestions for technical challenges. Chen Chu couldn't help but frown. A student of Qianggong? He knew full well that the solution to the noise interference was Doppler shift. It was already specified in the design blueprints. But this guy probably hadn't understood it. But Chen Chu had always been indifferent to authority. What he wanted was to solve problems. So he said, what the over-the-horizon radar truly needs is imaging capability, not just pretty data. Since Engineer Lei believes increasing power will be effective, why not try operating it yourself? Wan Yishuan chimed in, that's right, Engineer Lei. None of the engineers here can solve this problem. Lei Wei shook his head and looked at Chen Chu. Go change into your work clothes first. I'll handle this problem myself. Chen Chu nodded. If this guy was so eager to show off, why should he stand in his way? He grabbed a set of work clothes at the entrance and followed them inside. But no sooner had he entered than he heard the engineer's complaint, Engineer Lei, we've tested it countless times. Even at maximum power, we still can't get an image. Hearing this, Chen Chu smiled. While increasing radar power might reduce noise in conventional imaging, it was impossible for over-the-horizon radar. It was like sprinting. Acceleration might get you to the finish line before your pants fell down, but could it win a marathon? Chapter 110, The Radiance of Radar, Vote for Gold. Chapter 110, The Radiance of Radar. The lab staff, largely composed of young scientists due to Nye Lisan's arrangements. At this moment, within the radar imaging lab, the only experienced individual was Lei Wei. Yet Lei Wei's instructions had left them complaining bitterly these past days. Every time they followed his directives, errors would surface. They even uncovered various misinterpretations. Based on the chief designer's blueprint, they considered this over-the-horizon radar a masterpiece of engineering. Featuring both over-the-horizon and over-the-horizon modes, it left enemies nowhere to hide. Combined with its long-range capabilities, it was a crucial piece of equipment for national defense, whether deployed on aircraft carriers or fighter jets. They even felt that even if they dedicated their entire lives to it, they might never reach such a level of excellence. Yet Lei Wei, an experienced veteran engineer, sometimes translated even common English acronyms in a non-standard manner. In some cases, he even made embarrassing mistakes. This time, however, they were genuinely stumped by the issue of noise suppression. Thus, they could only seek Lei Wei's guidance on how to proceed. The conclusion they received was that for radar imaging, the only way to deal with clutter interference was to increase the power. But after several trials, the images grew increasingly blurred. Even when built according to the over-the-horizon radar design blueprint, the results offered only a few hundred meters more detection range than a conventional radar. This outcome was utterly unworthy of such a magnificent design and the blueprint itself. Over the past few days, Wan Yishuan had quickly adapted to operating the over-the-horizon radar experiments in the lab. Everyone knew she had been personally assigned by Dean Nye. Li Sanhai had even spoken with her personally, indicating their relationship was no ordinary one. Consequently, whenever issues arose, they would send Wan Yishuan to communicate with Lei Wei. But who could have known that Lei Wei, relying on his connection with Qianshine, looked down on Li Sanhai and the young engineers? Whenever there was an issue, he'd dismissively say, you lack experience. Just do as I say. This time, Lei Wei had finally come to operate the equipment himself. How could they not be displeased? They watched as Lei Wei's face twisted with impatience. Can't even handle this minor task? Work with more composure. When I tell you to increase power, do it steadily. Move aside, move aside. He sat down directly at the control panel and began operating it himself. He turned up the power unit and initiated the radar scan. As the radar began its detection, data quickly appeared on the indicator. 100 kilometers. 200 kilometers. Soon it reached 500 kilometers, the traditional radar's limit. Yet thanks to the over-the-horizon radar, even at 600 kilometers, the indicator showed no anomalies, still transmitting ground detection radar imagery. Due to the terrain, the radar now displayed high-contrast mountain ranges and rolling hills. The mountains cast distinct shadows and highlights, revealing the undulating topography, while the hills appeared as smoother gradations of brightness. At this point, the other engineers remained composed. But when the next step unfolded, the expressions of the young engineers began to grow increasingly vivid. Because here, there was a lake. Once the detector reached this point, it encountered interference from noise, preventing imaging. No matter how many times they tried, they couldn't probe any deeper. Sure enough, upon seeing the lake, Lei Wei immediately increased the power. But as the noise surged, the indicator immediately became extremely unclear. Frustrated, he increased the power once more. Unexpectedly, this time the screen went completely black. The young engineers all stifled their laughter. Even Wan Yishuan, who had come to stand beside Chen Chu, now wore a broad smile. However, Wan Yishuan didn't know that Chen Chu was the chief designer. She was still curious about how Chen Chu had transitioned from fighter jet research to becoming a consultant at the Radar Institute. But the current situation made it inconvenient for her to ask, so she could only give Chen Chu a meaningful look. Chen Chu understood perfectly well that solving the problem was paramount at that moment. His gaze shifted back to Lei Wei. He watched as Lei Wei immediately cranked the power to maximum, causing the display to instantly fill with a sea of black dots. He immediately snapped, "What's wrong with this piece of junk?" Any other machine would have succeeded by now with increased power. The others were stifling their laughter. "What's so funny?" Then, Lei Wei turned his gaze back to Chen Chu and said impatiently, "Before, when problems arose, we could at least consult the foreign advisors. But now? What good is hiring some young advisor who's useless? All they know how to do is leverage connections for self-promotion. Young people these days spout nothing but empty rhetoric. They're all talk online, but when it comes to real work, they're nothing but keyboard warriors." At this remark, every engineer's face turned beet red. The youngest among them were in their late 20s, while the oldest hadn't even reached 40, essentially the new generation. Hearing this, someone immediately retorted, "Mr. Lei, that's not fair. Everyone was young once. Lacking experience doesn't mean lacking knowledge." Wan Yishuan naturally added, "Though we're young, at least we never stop improving and keep learning with an open mind." Lei Wei sneered coldly, "Then what exactly have you been learning? Come on, whoever solves this problem today, I'll leave without a word and voluntarily step aside, leaving the stage to you young people." Everyone present, including Wan Yishuan, clenched their jaws, but no one spoke. After all, they all knew that despite Lei Wei's stubbornness and old-fashioned ways, he still possessed the most experience among them. If something truly went wrong, things would indeed fall into chaos without him. Besides, they were all newcomers with little experience. How could they possibly solve this problem? But just then, a loud voice rang out, "I'll do it." All eyes instantly turned toward Wan Yishuan and Chen Chu standing by the doorway. Wan Yishuan immediately tugged at Chen Chu's sleeve, thinking to herself, "You idiot, can't you stop showing off? This isn't a joke. Even if old Li were here, it wouldn't be this easy to resolve. Why else would a project drag on for years? Because the problems are just too difficult to solve." Yet Lei Wei chuckled at that moment. "Kid, you want to take it on? Fine. Let's see if the younger generation is any good." Chapter 111, The Blazing Detection Range. Seeking Gold Votes. Chapter 111, The Explosive Detection Range. Seeking Gold Votes. Most of the engineers present now turned their gaze toward Chen Chu. They hadn't seen him before either, but noticing him walking closely with Wan Yishuan, they assumed they must know each other. Could they be classmates? Wan Yishuan's classmate, judging by age, he could only be a few years older than her. But the problem was Wan Yishuan had gotten in through connections. They hadn't understood why until now. Now that they saw this consultant Chen Chu appear, it all clicked into place. Seems like this guy is Wan Yishuan's backer. He probably leveraged Li Sunhai's connections to land this advisory role as a way to polish his resume, and Wan Yishuan's placement was likely arranged by his family's influence too. What professional expertise could he possibly have? Thus, they all wore expressions of concern. While the consultant might not be particularly skilled, he was surely better than Lei Gong, who relied on his seniority and was out of touch with the times. Naturally, they hoped Chen Chu could resolve the issue. The problem was, they knew it was impossible. Most lowered their heads, even whispering that Lei Wei was shameless, always picking on those worse than himself. Yet Lei Wei paid no heed to these remarks, growing even more smug. Young people these days were all talk and no action, pontificating about grand schemes. He saw this as an opportunity to solidify his position at Lei Chang Imaging Lab. Just as he was gloating, certain that Chen Chu wouldn't dare handle the problem personally, he noticed Chen Chu had quietly approached the control panel and was already observing the equipment. He immediately shouted, "Stop! What are you doing? Do you even know the names of these instruments before you start messing with them?" After Lei Wei spoke, he immediately lunged forward to block Chen Chu. The others, including Wan Yishuan, watched with tense expressions. Especially Wan Yishuan, her heart pounded wildly with anxiety, for she knew Chen Chu possessed deep expertise in engines. But when it came to radar systems, she had essentially no experience. She herself had only figured out a fraction of the English abbreviations after several days of internship here. If Chen Chu recklessly started operating them and actually broke something, it would spell trouble. But everyone was a step too late. They could only watch as Chen Chu approached the instrument, staring intently at the control panel before him. His fingers lightly touched the frequency adjustment knob. Lei Wei was filled with regret. He wanted to curse Chen Chu, but he dared not speak loudly, afraid of startling him. After all, the frequency had been painstakingly adjusted. If this kid messed it up, who knew how long it would take to repair? The other engineers were also startled. Where did this young man get the nerve to touch the frequency adjustment right off the bat? Even Wan Yishuan felt her heart skip a beat. This knob, located at the top right of the panel, controlled the precise adjustment of the radar transmission frequency. Its surface was designed to be smooth, with each minute rotation bringing subtle frequency shifts. Yet these subtle shifts could cause drastic changes. Without deep knowledge and operational experience, most people wouldn't dare touch it. Yet the next moment, Chen Chu's hand moved. With a relaxed expression, he simply turned the knob to the right. To everyone's surprise, the frequency fluctuations on the screen began to stabilize. This sight instantly made all the engineers' expressions turn serious. This new consultant seemed to genuinely possess some skill. His technique didn't resemble that of a novice, nor did he appear to be fumbling around. Could he truly be a master? Lei Wei, however, felt a surge of panic. It stabilized just like that? But upon seeing the relationship between Wan Yishuan and Chen Chu, he relaxed again. Who couldn't pull off a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse? It was just luck. Besides, it was just stabilizing the frequency. The real problem was the noise interference, right? Without hesitation, Chen Chu declared, the parameters are set. Next step, optimize the signal processing algorithm. After that, Chen Chu began adjusting the bandwidth and sensitivity of the filters. These filter adjusters, positioned beside the main frequency filter, controlled the radar system's sensitivity to different signal frequencies. He meticulously moved the adjusters left or right, ensuring the sensitivity remained within the optimal range. Lei Wei's expression grew even more dismissive. Even with his years of experience, he couldn't claim to fully grasp these things. How could this kid possibly understand? Frankly, what was he really? Just someone who'd spent a few years studying abroad? Last time it was pure luck. This time, luck couldn't possibly strike again, right? As for the other engineers, they all looked at Chen Chu with hopeful expressions. The design blueprints were ready, but they had no operating manual like blind men crossing a river. Now it seemed this new consultant might actually know what he was doing. Knowledge, after all, belongs to those who master it. They all began studying intently. They watched as Chen Chu made adjustments. The background noise on the screen gradually diminished, and the signal's clarity and intelligibility improved dramatically. This instantly lifted their spirits. It actually worked. Lei Wei watched the scene unfold, his eyes widening in disbelief. What the hell is this? It's fixed already? Had he been left behind by the times? Impossible. Impossible. It's just clearer now, with a detection range of 750 kilometers. That can't really be considered over-the-horizon radar, can it? The other engineers were equally tense, as they had budgeted for a detection range of around 1,500 kilometers, an invention that would astonish the world. The detection range beyond that remained unknown. With nothing else to do, Chen Chu continued probing forward. The data on the display kept climbing steadily, and the detection range kept increasing. 800. 900. 1,200. It was nothing short of a miracle. Engineers in the lab swarmed around, their faces frozen in disbelief. Wan Yishuan covered her mouth in disbelief, staring at Chen Chu as if he were a monster. When the hell did this guy learn radar technology? This is terrifying. Lei Wei's expression darkened instantly. He noticed the surrounding eyes beginning to glint with schadenfreude directed at him. If this continued, who in the lab would listen to him anymore? But just then, the radar detection halted. It finally halted at the 1,500 kilometer mark, the screen once again filled with static interference. All the engineers were stunned. It really reached 1,500 kilometers. This detection range must be the world's best right now, right? Not necessarily, but at least no other radar system in the world except for whatever the Eagle has yet to reveal can match this. Even Wan Yishuan couldn't hide her pride at that moment. Lei Wei, however, felt a quiet relief. Thank goodness this kid only outperformed him by a factor of 2. Chen Chu, however, chuckled, 1,500 kilometers? That's underestimating over-the-horizon radar, isn't it? Chapter 112, 2,800 kilometer detection range. Chapter 112, insane? 2,800 kilometer detection range. What? At that moment, puzzled gazes once again turned toward Chen Chu, the newly arrived consultant. 1,500 kilometers wasn't enough? Remember, both Old Li and Director Nya had estimated a 1,500 kilometer detection range. Now that we've achieved it, what an astonishing accomplishment is this? If Professor Li and Dean Nya found out, they'd be over the moon. This achievement, applicable to any field, is truly remarkable. They'd likely go down in history. But this new consultant actually says it's not enough? Has he lost his mind? They already know this new consultant is talented, but could he possibly be more capable than Old Li and Dean Nye? Wan Yixuan bit her thin lips. Chen Chu sure had some nerve, didn't he? Both Dean Nye and Old Li had stated 1,500 kilometers. Could Chen Chu possibly understand this radar better than them? As for Lei Wei, he had already begun to sneer coldly. Young people really lack stability. Even with these results, he's still not satisfied. If he keeps probing deeper, any problems that arise could cause parameter chaos. Then, even the current results might be lost. After all, in Lei Wei's view, Chen Chu had only fixed the clutter issue by sheer luck. But before he could reprimand Chen Chu, the latter had already begun making adjustments again. This time, he was tweaking the phased array. These controllers were located in the main control area of the radar system, governing the transmission and reception angles of the radar antenna. He had noticed the issue earlier, but since it had minimal impact, he hadn't addressed it. But now, to test the over-the-horizon radar's absolute limits, he had to push every parameter to its extreme. The entire laboratory held its breath as Chen Chu adjusted the phased array controllers. All could be seen was Chen Chu making precise left and right micro-adjustments to the controllers. The antenna angles shifted subtly, and the screen began to show constant fluctuations in noise levels, increasing and decreasing. It wasn't working. The other engineers all exchanged knowing glances. After all, how could a consultant possibly surpass the knowledge of Dean Nye and Old Master Li? Though Wan Yixuan felt a pang of regret, pride still swelled within her. Though these seniors remained silent, she could clearly sense their doubts about her abilities. Now that Chen Chu had arrived, she suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. Lei Wei's expression, however, turned distinctly grim at that moment. Getting lucky once or twice was one thing, but could he pull it off a third time? And to dare question the conclusions of both Old Li and Dean Nye? He clearly didn't know his place. But precisely at that moment, as Chen Chu gently adjusted the controls with his fingers, the screen suddenly flickered with electromagnetic waves. Then, before everyone's eyes, an incredibly clear image suddenly appeared. Even then, Chen Chu continued adjusting, as if fine-tuning the light. The next moment, the entire scene began to take on greater depth. Mountains and rivers became clearly visible. What? Lei Wei stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. This scene was something he truly couldn't believe even if you paid him. A beyond line-of-sight radar with a detection range exceeding 1,500 kilometers? As for the other engineers, goosebumps erupted all over their bodies. Good heavens, who exactly is this kid? Pulling strings to get a cushy job? This guy was clearly here to take their jobs. Wan Yixuan, seeing these engineers' figures she'd always considered unreachable, utterly stunned by Chen Chu, felt her own excitement surge even higher. This guy hadn't changed a bit, still terrifyingly brilliant. No matter where he went, he always pushed people's understanding to new limits. What unfolded next shattered everyone's expectations even further. After the array was adjusted, the over-the-horizon radar suddenly kicked into overdrive, scanning forward with relentless intensity. 1,600. 1,700. 2,000. 2,100. Not just 100 kilometers, even a single kilometer sent chills down everyone's spine, and one female engineer let out a startled cry. Keep in mind, these women were undoubtedly highly rational individuals in their daily work. Yet at this moment, they all seemed to have lost their minds, shouting in unison. Finally, the radar detection distance came to a halt at 2,800 kilometers. Seeing this final figure, everyone stared in disbelief, their scalps tingling and their spines tingling with cold. What did 2,800 kilometers mean? It meant the radar could detect targets all the way from the Lonca Institute to Singapore. At the same time, they turned their utterly astonished gazes toward the new consultant, Chen Chu. Backdoor connections? If this was backdoor entry, then they weren't even a single hair on the back of his neck. Especially since, though Chen Chu was younger than them, how much younger was he compared to Lei Wei? This was the young generation's moment. This honor belonged to them. Thus, even without knowing this new advisor, a crowd of engineers rushed forward, excitedly grabbing hold of Chen Chu. Wan Yixuan, overcome with joy, threw her arms around Chen Chu. Seeing this, the other female engineers rushed over and hugged Wan Yixuan as well. But there were also those with short tempers. While some engineers rushed forward to praise Chen Chu, others confronted Lei Wei directly, demanding, "What do you say, Engineer Lei? Is this young man just all talk and no action? High ambitions and lofty goals can solve problems, but relying on seniority and acting like a know-it-all won't cut it." Lei Wei's face flushed red with anger. How could he have imagined that this kid who got in through connections not only solved the interference problem but also pushed the detection range beyond what Old Li and Director Nye had predicted? How could he have such incredible luck? Fuming, he snapped, "You're Chen Chu, right? How come I've never heard of you before? Hand over your credentials, I'm going to ask Old Qian about this." The lab fell silent once more. Clearly, Old Qian was the former chief engineer of the radar system and held at least third-tier prestige within this radar lab. Moreover, Lei Wei was a student he held in high regard. Although Lei Wei invoking old Qian made them feel somewhat disdainful, who among them dared to offend such a veteran scientist? Chen Chu, however, sneered, "Why should I give it to you? You won't?" Lei Wei's face darkened with fury. "You brat, don't think you can just mess around and get away with it. I've recorded everything here. Tampering with equipment like this, just wait for old Qian's disciplinary action." With that, Lei Wei went to the door, grabbed his phone, snapped several photos of Chen Chu's work area, and stormed off, fuming. In an instant, the lab's atmosphere turned oppressively heavy once more. "Young man, where did you learn this technique? Did you work at some foreign institution? Talent won't save you now. Messing with equipment without old Qian's approval? He'll be furious. That Lei Wei has no shame. Yeah, young man, you don't understand the domestic environment. Talent alone isn't enough, you need emotional intelligence too. You've offended both Dean Ye and Old Li at once. They both estimated 1,500 kilometers. Now that Lei Wei has reported you, things are going to get tough." Wan Yishuan looked indignant. "Why? Shouldn't scientific achievements come first? Achievements matter, but this is a society built on relationships. You're still too naive, kid. You have to save face for the higher-ups." Wan Yishuan gritted her teeth. "Fine. Later, you can just say I stopped you and let Chen Chu do it." As for Chen Chu, he just shrugged it off with a carefree smile. "Don't overthink it, kid. Come here, I'll show you how to do this." Meanwhile, Lei Wei grabbed his phone and dashed straight to Qian Cheng's office. Chapter 113, Lei Wei's complaint, seeking gold votes. Chapter 113, Lei Wei's complaint. At that moment, Qian Cheng's office was crowded with engineers since other radar projects hadn't commenced. Most of these individuals were Qian Cheng's longtime subordinates. Lei Wei stormed in, looking resentful. Seeing the main office chair empty, he demanded, "Where's Professor Qian?" Wang Kong, a sub-engineer from the electronic warfare lab, inquired. "Old Qian went out to greet Old Li and hasn't returned yet." "What's the matter?" Clearly, within this research institute, they still didn't believe anyone would dare provoke Qian's people. Although the lab boasted two distinguished figures, Professor Liu and Professor Qian, Liu Hezhang's influence paled in comparison to Professor Qian's, and few promising students had emerged from his lab. As for Professor Li, he had been parachuted in. Therefore, within this lab, the one with real authority was old Qian. As his star pupils, they all held key positions in critical departments. Even the boldest young engineer wouldn't dare provoke them, right? Lei Wei, however, seemed to have stepped on a landmine. He fumed, "Don't even mention it. That backdoor kid thinks a few years abroad makes him something special. He dared to mess with the equipment, utterly disrespectful to his elders." What? At this outburst, the other veteran engineers' faces darkened with anger. After all, back in their day, they never even had the chance to touch the machinery. Sometimes, just walking near it would earn them a scolding from the senior scientists. Now some new kid actually dares to mess with the equipment? Clearly never been beaten before. Who's that kid? Does he have connections? Wang Kong asked. Lei Wei snorted coldly, "What connections? He just knows Wan Yishuan. At most, he's some consultant arranged by Old Manly." Wang Kong nodded knowingly. "Aren't consultants usually foreign? So this kid must have just returned from studying abroad, and his family probably knows Old Manly. But it won't do him any good." "What do you mean? Old Qian is famously strict about discipline and doesn't play favorites. Besides, Old Li was parachuted in this time with no real foundation here. Doesn't Old Qian still hold the most sway?" Wang Kong analyzed with authority. They were already set to clash. Now that Old Li's man is so disrespectful, not even understanding basic seniority, isn't this the perfect chance to put Old Li in his place? Lei Wei asked, "So you're saying we can still earn merit for Old Li now?" Wang Kong nodded immediately. "Exactly. Brother Lei, you've done a tremendous service here. When Old Qian returns, just inform him of this matter. He'll definitely hold you in higher regard." The others chimed in, "Exactly. Old Lei, you've earned major credit this time. Old Qian's position could very well be yours in the future. Why can't I ever meet such a bold young man? Wait, that kid isn't going to run away, is he? Should we keep an eye on him?" Hearing all this praise, Lei Wei felt a rush of elation. He quickly waved his hands. "No need. I've got this kid on camera. He won't get away." Then, Lei Wei pulled out the photo he'd just snapped. Everyone crowded around to look. On the radar console, Chen Chu was operating the equipment while teaching Wan Yishuan. They looked like a couple in love. Anger flashed across everyone's faces. Damn it! Is this the place for romance? How did this kid get promoted to consultant at such a young age? He doesn't know the slightest bit of protocol. What's the point of us working so hard to get to this position? But after the anger subsided, they spoke with anticipation. "Old Lei, this is pure luck. This photo alone could get Old Li's people taken out. And these little brats don't give a damn about us. If we let this slide, what'll happen next?" Lei Wei's expression visibly grew more smug. As if answering their collective wish, Chen Qing appeared at that very moment, striding toward the office drenched in sweat. After handling matters at the hospital with Li Sanhai, he'd spent the entire journey inquiring about Chen Chu. Hearing even a fraction of Chen Chu's exploits had left him drenched in sweat. Originally, he might have considered challenging Li Sanhai for the position of research institute leader. But after hearing about Chen Chu's achievements, such thoughts vanished entirely. The genuine designer of Beyond the Horizon radar. And that wasn't all, he was also the chief designer of the nation's 6th-generation fighter jet. Achieving the status of chief designer for the nation's 6th-generation fighter jet in his 20s, backed by Jinling's market value and relying on the support of Central Military Commission Director Xue Shanhai. And not only that, he was single-handedly responsible for every aspect of the 6th-generation fighter program. Beyond groundbreaking concepts like the pulse detonator engine, he'd also developed terrifying achievements like laser weapons. It could be said that the entire 6th-generation fighter project flow was conceived entirely by this Chen Chu. In fact, the vast majority of it was built by his own hands. If word of this reached the international community, any nation on Earth would spare no expense to recruit such a talent. After all, while China has seen individual breakthroughs in specific fields achieved through decades of relentless effort, a polymath capable of spearheading an entire 6th-generation fighter program has never existed before. Even the blueprints for the over-the-horizon radar contained numerous sections he couldn't fully comprehend, forcing him to have them replicated one-to-one. Add to that witnessing Chen Chu's decisive and ruthless tactics today, a man like this is destined for greatness. Therefore, competing for control of this research institute? Out of the question. This radar institute would undoubtedly be under Chen Chu's command. Even when he truly faced Chen Chu one-on-one, he could only maintain humility. As for vying with Li Sanhai for power? That was a different matter. He could certainly compete for the position of second in command. There were two paths to becoming second in command: either cultivate a close relationship with Chen Chu, or suppress Li Sanhai. It seemed too late to build rapport with Chen Chu. What methods could be used to undermine Li Sanhai? Just as Qian Qing pondered this, the office staff immediately gathered around. Good morning, Professor. Teacher, something major happened over at Lei Wei's place. One of Li Sanhai's people used the equipment without authorization. Qian Chang, who had been frowning, perked up instantly. Could this be a stroke of luck? It was as if his wish had come true. He'd just been scheming about how to cause trouble for Li Sanhai, and now an opportunity presented itself. He immediately put on a stern face and feigned anger. Is that so? Lei Wei, what the hell were you doing? Lei Wei looked aggrieved, but inwardly he was overjoyed. He quickly embellished the story about Chen Chu, though he only briefly mentioned that Chen Chu had repaired the radar. Qian Cheng nodded slightly. Even though he fixed the radar, he tampered with the controls without even reading the operating manual. What's this person's name? Lei Wei immediately pulled out his phone and found Chen Chu's photo. Chen Cheng's head shot forward. But the moment he saw that profile, he froze, his mind going completely blank. Chapter 114, Teacher Qian, save me. Lei Wei had no idea what was going on. He still thought Qian Cheng was furious beyond measure and continued, Teacher Qian, this little bastard. He fixed the radar by sheer luck and now doesn't give a damn about the old engineer. I tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen. The other engineers all wore expectant expressions, eager to see how old Qian would deal with this insolent little punk. But what none of them expected was that Qian Cheng's body suddenly trembled, his hands shaking violently. His voice grew faint as he stammered. How did you tell him? Qian Cheng clung to a last shred of hope that this fool hadn't exposed him. But how could Lei Wei possibly grasp that? He immediately protested with feigned hurt, of course I mentioned your name, but this guy is like... Smack! A resounding slap echoed across Lei Wei's face. Mid-sentence, Lei Wei froze, staring at Qian Cheng in utter disbelief. The stinging pain on his face made him clutch his cheek as he stammered, Teacher, what did I do? The other veteran engineers all stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing as they looked at old Qian. Old Qian was furious. He trembled with rage, wanting nothing more than to strangle Lei Wei. What's wrong? You've caused a ing mess. Clearly, when he first saw the photo, he clung to a sliver of hope. But when Lei Wei claimed this guy had fixed the noise interference problem, who else could it be but Chen Chu? Why provoke anyone but a living devil? Did he think he was immortal? He barked immediately, do you know who the hell you photographed? You moron. This is someone neither I nor old Li can afford to offend, got it? Lei Wei swallowed hard upon hearing this. Someone neither old Qian nor old Li could afford to offend? Could it be the child of some big shot? He quickly retorted, but he still left after. Smack! Another resounding slap landed across his face. Backdoor deals? Do you even know who the chief designer is this time? The entire department is under strict confidentiality. You don't seriously believe someone who knows nothing could solve the interference problem, do you? You mean? Upon hearing this, Lei Wei's mind immediately began to fill in the blanks. Chief designer? No wonder that kid actually fixed the noise interference. Those devices look like he invented them himself. Had he offended the chief designer? As for the other engineers witnessing this scene, they exchanged nervous glances, their hearts racing with fear. Thank goodness it wasn't them who provoked this guy. To be a designer, and one hidden by the state at that, what level of person is that? He's the kind of figure Dragon Nation doesn't want other countries to notice. He's a future 2-star level figure. Everyone understood the grim fate awaiting Lei Wei for offending such a person. As for Lei Wei, he suddenly snapped out of it and threw himself onto Qian Qing's legs. Teacher Qian, save your student. Save me. I truly didn't know that little rabbit. I genuinely had no idea he was from headquarters. Shut up. This is classified. Hearing the word classified, Lei Wei felt even more certain he was doomed. If he really offended someone like this, not only would his own job be on the line, but his children would never be able to pursue careers in research either. Even if Chen Chu remained silent, any lab daring to hire them would be declaring war on him. Who would dare cross such a powerful figure? Without old Qian's backing, he was finished. He slapped himself repeatedly across the face. Professor! Professor! Please spare me for the sake of your student trying to help solidify your standing. Help me! Qian Qing immediately kicked him. Stop dragging me into this. This is entirely your own doing. They fixed the noise interference, that's their achievement. Not only did you fail to report it, but you're here acting like some grand old master. Do you think you're so capable, so senior? Lei Wei was so flustered he couldn't utter a word. The other engineers pleaded, Teacher, is there truly no way to fix this? Yes, Professor. What does this headquarters, oh no, this consultant Chen prefer? Qian Sheng grew even more furious upon hearing this. Remedy? The only thing left to do now is go admit your mistake proactively. Lei Wei, you're going to the grassroots level to work it out. If he's still not satisfied, then you'll just have to leave. Lei Wei was filled with regret, but it was too late for words now. Qian Qing immediately stood up and headed toward Lei Deshang's imaging lab. As for Lei Wei, he trotted along obediently, not a trace of his former arrogance remaining. The other veteran engineers followed suit, eager to catch a glimpse of the true presence of this chief designer hidden from the nation. Inside the radar lab, Chen Chu was teaching Wan Yixuan how to control the radar while inhaling the scent of her hair, a fragrance that felt like a balm for the soul. He couldn't help but recall the vibrant youthful energy radiating from Lanka University before arriving. The couple strolling the campus paths, exuding that enviable, sweet-sour scent of romance. If not for the system, he imagined himself among them now, earning credits while debating campus beauties. Or perhaps he'd have joined a club, cultivated other hobbies. Wasn't the reason he worked so hard to build the 6th-generation aircraft precisely to truly enter university and experience the leisurely college life he was meant to have? Without the system, he wouldn't bear this heavy burden. Perhaps he and Wan Yixuan would be dating by now, or maybe he'd be with one of those girls from before, some of whom had already graduated. Just as Chen Chu was thinking about finishing the 6th-generation machine quickly so he could fully experience campus life and reclaim the youth he should have had, someone suddenly burst in and said, "Bad news. Old Qian is here, and he brought Engineer Lei with him." The young engineers all wore worried expressions. "He's probably here to settle scores. We'll be fine, but maybe you should leave first, Advisor Chen." Yeah, old Qian is fiercely protective of his own. Whenever his students clashed with other engineers before, he'd always step in, and he's not exactly reasonable about it. Isn't this taking things too far? Upon hearing this, Wan Yixuan turned to look at Chen Chu with concern. Should I speak with Dean Nya and Old Li about this? Before Chen Chu could respond, others chimed in. It won't do any good. Old Qian doesn't give anyone special treatment. Rules are rules. Exactly. Chen Chu started operating the equipment without reading the manual that's clearly against protocol. Wan Yixuan grew tense too. She tugged at Chen Chu's sleeve and said, "Don't worry. Worst case, I'll just quit." Chapter 115. Did Qian Qing come to apologize? Seeking gold votes. Before Chen Chu could respond, Wan Yixuan abruptly stood up and dashed toward the door. The other young engineers watched the scene unfold, utterly dumbfounded. Was this girl crazy or just plain stupid? That was Chen Qing, a figure even Old Li dared not provoke within the current research institute. And Qian Sheng was notoriously protective of his own. If he came looking for trouble by the book this time, even Old Li stepping in might not help. So in their eyes, even if Wan Yixuan brought up Old Li, it wouldn't matter. Was she planning to shoulder all the consequences alone? Unconsciously, they felt a mix of admiration and envy. Especially among the female postdocs who had just crossed the 30-year mark and remained single. They all remembered, to varying degrees, how they'd missed out on so many romantic opportunities during their university years when love first blossomed. They'd never experienced a passionate, whirlwind romance. They had never even thrown caution to the wind for a man. But now, seeing such a courageous young woman, how could they not feel envious? Especially since this new consultant seemed genuinely talented and promising. Moreover, Chen Chu had genuinely helped them, yet now she seemed poised to face punishment. How could they possibly accept that? Thus, many young engineers followed suit at this moment. So be it. I refuse to believe Qian Qing can handle all of us. Charge! Charge! We can't be less gutsy than Wan Mei, can we? Exactly. Chen Chu did help us after all. We can't let him get pushed around. Justice will prevail. And so they all charged out together. At that moment, Chen Cheng appeared, leading a formidable procession. Every single one of these individuals held significant influence within the Dragon Academy. Many were even familiar faces from photos in honorary academician awards and commendation ceremonies. Though they felt some trepidation, seeing Wan Yishuan charge ahead left them no room to retreat. As for Qian Sheng, seeing this crowd surge toward him, he was momentarily stunned. What were they doing? Surely they weren't going to start a fight? This was the Dragon Academy, after all. His gaze immediately scanned the crowd. By sheer coincidence, he spotted Chen Chu emerging from the Lightning Imaging Institute. Their eyes locked instantly. Qian Sheng's heart skipped a beat, tension gripping him. He immediately lowered his head, only to catch Chen Chu's gaze out of the corner of his eye. Chen Chu was sizing him up, as if assessing his reaction and what he would do next. At that thought, he instantly shed his usual stern demeanor and plastered on a smile. But before she could speak, Wan Yishuan rushed to Qian Sheng's side and declared, "Master Qian, one must take responsibility for one's own actions. I tampered with the control panel this time. If you must punish someone, punish me." Qian Sheng was momentarily stunned. Punish? How could he possibly punish her? The interference issue had clearly been resolved by Chen Chu. Without him, who knew how long this project would have dragged on? Chen Cheng was already rushing to report to his superiors and commend Chen Chu. How could he possibly punish him? But just as he stood there bewildered, about to tell Wan Yishuan why he'd come, the other young engineers all stepped forward. "Senior Qian, we all witnessed this incident. It was clearly Engineer Lei who mishandled the problem and then agreed to let Consultant Chen make adjustments." "That's right. This incident definitely can't be blamed on Consultant Chen. After he arrived, he professionally taught us how the instruments should be used. If someone with his talent gets punished, it would truly dishearten everyone." Qian Cheng's expression darkened noticeably in an instant. Good grief, with so many people speaking up for Chen Chu, it was clear just how deeply Lei Wei had offended him. Yet he couldn't reveal Chen Chu's true identity now. After all, this was a state-assigned mission. He couldn't defy the state, could he? Therefore, he could only handle this strictly by the book while ensuring Chen Chu was satisfied. "Lei Wei, come here." He barked an order, and Lei Wei emerged at that moment, his face contorted with terror, the slap mark still clearly visible. "What's going on? What did you say to them? Why are so many people upset with you?" Lei Wei felt utterly wronged inside. He'd merely targeted Chen Chu a bit and been stricter with them than usual. Now they'd all banded together for some stranger they barely knew. Why were they doing this to him? Just you wait. Though seething inside, he forced a bitter smile. Nothing like that. I just reminded them about the rules. Really, nothing more. You say you didn't say anything? Then tell me exactly what you did wrong in this matter, every last detail. If they catch even the slightest omission or concealment, you'll be kicked out of here today and never set foot in research again. The moment Qian Sheng finished speaking, Wan Yishuan beside him, along with the young engineers, all wore expressions of utter disbelief. What the hell? Wasn't old Chen famously protective of his own? This time, just because they stood up for Chen Chu, he suddenly changed his tune? Was this some kind of dream? Could it be that Chen Chu's status had reached a level even old Chen feared? For a moment, their gazes all turned back to Chen Chu, a flicker of panic rising in their hearts once more. As for Wan Yishuan, she was utterly astonished. She had initially assumed Chen Chu's fate would mirror what they'd been told, that he would certainly face severe punishment. Chen Chu had only just arrived here and didn't know anyone. With Qian Sheng wielding such immense power, she feared Chen Chu wouldn't be able to stay. But now it seemed she had truly overthought things. It must have been Dean Ye, an elderly, who spoke to Qian Sheng about Chen Chu's outstanding qualities. Getting Qian Sheng to apologize was a positive outcome. Still, they all knew Qian Sheng's character well. Even when facing President Nia and elderly, he was the type to pay lip service while secretly defying them. Take that one time, for instance. When President Nia assigned them an experimental task, Qian Sheng dared to openly declare that the task from President Nia was merely for show, simply because it conflicted with his own arrangements. Therefore, they all suspected Qian Sheng would likely just go through the motions this time as well. Even if it was just for show, it would be enough to satisfy their sense of vindication. But unexpectedly, the next moment, Qian Sheng opened his mouth and uttered 3 words, "I'm sorry." Then, he bowed deeply to everyone present. What? This left Wan Yishuan and the others utterly stunned, especially the young engineers who had endured oppression these past days. They all felt as if the sun had risen in the west. Chapter 116, Is he your boyfriend? Seeking gold votes. Chapter 116, Is he your boyfriend? Seeking gold selection votes. No way. Is that Lei Wei? Could he have been possessed? How could he suddenly be so sincere, bowing and apologizing to them? And look at Lei Wei's posture, he was practically at a 90-degree angle. And right then, because of the deep bow, they got a close-up view of the slap mark still clearly visible on Lei Wei's face. Good heavens, Lei Wei got beaten up? Just how much resentment did old Qian harbor to actually beat up a veteran like Lei Wei? Then, they turned to look at Chen Chu in utter disbelief, their hearts sinking with growing dread and apprehension. If this new advisor, Chen Chu, truly possessed such formidable connections coupled with his capabilities, then the future of Longgua's military industry would indeed be promising. After all, many young researchers in Dragon Nation weren't lacking in talent. The problem was that in today's scientific community, dedicating oneself solely to research was downright foolish. Either their work gets stolen, or they get marginalized without connections, making it impossible to survive domestically. Chen Chu's emergence suddenly ignited a glimmer of hope within them. Wan Yishuan's heart was also surging with emotion. This apology alone was enough after all, they weren't unreasonable people. But just as Wan Yishuan was about to speak, she saw Lei Wei genuinely begin to reflect on his actions. Ever since joining this lab, I never adjusted my mindset. I kept trying to act superior, convinced I was the most experienced one, expecting everyone to follow my lead. Yes, I have experience. But in this era, knowledge updates and evolves at a breakneck pace. My knowledge could very well be outdated. Yet I never reflected on this, instead becoming entrenched in my ways and inflated with self-importance. With that, he delivered a sharp slap to his own face. This scene left Wan Yishuan and the engineers utterly stunned once more. Good heavens! This was Lei Wei, the most stubborn of them all. To see him conduct such a sincere and profound self-critique made them all feel embarrassed. After slapping himself, Lei Wei glanced sideways at Qian Cheng. But Qian Cheng couldn't care less about Lei Wei's fate. His gaze was fixed on Chen Chu. Seeing no reaction from him, Qian Cheng immediately barked, not reflective enough. Keep going. How could Lei Wei dare complain? He continued, it was my stubborn isolationism that led me to commit such a grave error today. When the new colleague arrived, I failed to welcome them and show the respect due to a fellow researcher. Second, when my proposed solution proved inadequate, I stubbornly clung to my position. This will deeply disappoint the new researchers. Smack! He slapped himself across the face again before continuing, worst of all, when the new consultant resolved the issue, my despicable pride made me dismiss it as mere luck, a reflection of my own deep-seated inferiority. I used to be just a problem solver. I thought that through my own hard work, I'd finally earned my status. So I flaunted my position and identity here, disregarding others' feelings and even showing off my experience. Little did I realize that the hardships I endured shouldn't be inflicted on newcomers. I deeply regret this. Moreover, I should never have felt jealous after Consultant Chen resolved the issue, using the authenticity of his credentials to undermine him. I truly deserve to be damned. I feel I've dishonored my identity as a researcher. Having said this, he proceeded to slap himself 10 times in quick succession. The sharp crack of each slap echoed through the courtyard outside the research institute. This scene left all the researchers utterly dumbfounded once again. Though Lei Wei's words were entirely justified, how could he possibly slap himself so viciously? Especially Wan Yishuan, she could practically see the blood vessels popping on Lei Wei's face. How could this man possibly be the same arrogant engineer Lei she knew? What kind of terrifying person could possibly frighten him like this? Everyone else thought it was enough. If he kept slapping himself, Lei Wei would probably pass out. But Qian Cheng glanced toward Chen Chu and, seeing Chen Chu remain silent, delivered a brutal kick to Lei Wei. Not a shred of sincerity. Get on your knees. Tears welled up in Lei Wei's eyes from the blows. He was filled with regret. Why had he provoked this demon, Chen Chu? Even this wasn't enough. Gritting his teeth, he truly collapsed to his knees with a thud right at the institute's entrance. This act of kneeling left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Could he really do this? The others' anger dissipated in that moment. Qian Cheng no longer defended his subordinate, and Lei Wei had apologized so profoundly. Unless it involved the murder of family, the theft of property, or the abduction of a wife, couldn't this be forgiven? Well, I have no objections. Mr. Lei, please stop hitting yourself. You'll end up in the hospital if you keep this up. But they soon realized their pleas fell on deaf ears. Lei Wei didn't even glance their way, continuing to slap his own face relentlessly. Only then did they truly grasp that neither they nor Qian Cheng held any sway over Lei Wei. They nudged Wan Yishuan. But Wan Yishuan knew full well this had nothing to do with her. Just then, a yawn echoed from behind them. Ha! What's going on? I just dozed off for a moment and now they're fighting again? Hearing that familiar voice, Qian Cheng and Lei Wei both nearly choked on their own blood. They'd been putting on such a show here, and it turned out Consultant Chen hadn't even noticed? He was asleep? Then their whole act was for nothing. Lei Wei's face twisted in agony. Did this mean he had to do it all over again? Frankly, his face no longer felt like his own. When pain reached its peak, parts of the body became numb to sensation. In other words, he couldn't feel how much his face hurt anymore. The pain had numbed him. He would likely spend the rest of his life learning the price one pays for acting like a know-it-all. But the next moment, Chen Chu added, "Why make such a scene? This isn't the dean's office." Hearing this, Qian Cheng felt an instant wave of relief wash over him. His entire body seemed to lighten, and he instinctively took a few steps forward. Lei Wei stopped slapping himself, his face brimming with gratitude. He was practically ready to kowtow to Chen Chu. This single sentence meant Chen Chu wasn't pursuing the matter further. A man of such stature could have ruined him for life, yet he chose forgiveness. Regardless of anything else, if Chen Chu ever needed anything in the future, Lei Wei would walk through fire for him. Yet the attitudes of these two men only served to reinforce the conviction of Wan Yishuan and the engineers present. Chen Chu was the true leader. Their pleas had been utterly useless, yet Chen Chu's casual remark had instantly halted Lei Wei and Qiancheng. What did this prove? It proved that Qiancheng and Lei Wei had come to apologize solely for Chen Chu's benefit. So what exactly was Chen Chu's status? Wan Yishuan, in particular, was utterly stunned beyond words. She had always believed Chen Chu would gain the attention of Dean Ye and elderly, but she never imagined that in just 2 short months, he would grow to such a terrifying level. Even Qiancheng, the most senior figure in the entire Dragon Academy who didn't even fear the dean, showed him such reverence. Just how terrifying was Chen Chu's current status? Amidst their stunned silence, Chen Chu yawned as he approached. In truth, he hadn't been asleep at all. He'd just received another reward from the system. This time, the reward was the exterior design blueprint for a 6th-generation fighter jet. He became completely engrossed in them. Though he sensed the commotion outside, he was too absorbed to intervene until he realized things were about to escalate to the point of hospitalization. Only then did he speak up to stop them. He didn't even glance at Lei Wei as he said, "Old Chen, why didn't you give us any notice before coming?" But it's perfect timing. There's still some finishing work on the over-the-horizon radar project we can discuss. Qiancheng was instantly electrified. Seeing Chen Chu's attitude toward him, which showed no trace of malice or hostility, how could he not be thrilled? He immediately glanced at Lei Wei and declared, "Lei Wei, starting now, you'll be doing the most basic tasks here. I'm going in to speak with Advisor Chen. If I come out and find you slacking off, I won't let you off the hook." Lei Wei felt as if he'd been granted a reprieve. At least his job was secure. "Thank you, Engineer Chen. Thank you, Consultant Chen. I'll do my best at the foundational level." As Chen Chu and Qiancheng walked toward the conference room, Wan Yishuan and the other engineers saw Lei Wei's face full of gratitude, then glanced at Chen Chu's retreating figure. It felt as if they had suddenly glimpsed a ray of hope. Especially the younger engineers. Where else did they endure such treatment from their superiors? Now, such a talented young leader had emerged. It was like a gift from heaven. They immediately surrounded Wan Yishuan. "Xiao Xian, what exactly is your relationship with Consultant Chen?" "Xiao Xian, Consultant Chen seems pretty close to you. Which university did he go to? Niu Jing? Jianqiao? Xiao Xian, are you two dating? If not, I'm going to make a move." Wan Yishuan was suddenly flustered. With so many questions, which one should she answer first? Chapter 117, another major achievement, seeking gold votes. Meanwhile, Chen Chu naturally began by showing Qiancheng the radar detection range. As a radar expert, Chen Chu didn't believe he truly knew more than Qiancheng in this field. Especially regarding radar applications, an experienced engineer like Qiancheng undoubtedly possessed deeper insights. The moment Qiancheng approached the radar console, his gaze locked onto the detection range displayed on the monitor. 2,000 kilometers? He sat down at the console in utter disbelief, his mind reeling. What did 2,000 kilometers even mean? By establishing a radar monitoring station in Japan, they could track every move of the Eagle Nation with crystal clarity. They could sit at home and monitor the entire Asian continent, including the Middle East. For the Dragon Nation, geopolitical tensions were already high. To the west, India constantly stirred trouble. To the north, Korea and Russia kept a watchful eye. Not to mention the ever-ambitious South Korea and the Ryukyu province. Now, with this over-the-horizon radar, it's like adding wings to a tiger for the Dragon Nation. Reporting this to higher-ups would be a monumental achievement. Therefore, he immediately cross-checked the details meticulously. Then, he opened a map and terrain data from 2,000 kilometers away for verification. Upon confirming they matched perfectly, he glanced at Chen Chu again, a lingering sense of dread still lingering in his heart. Had he not handled things well today? If such a genius truly turned against him, his fate would be all too clear. After all, he knew full well that even a single casual design by Chen Chu was something the nation would spare no expense to acquire, let alone the fact that Chen Chu was the chief designer of the 6th-generation fighter. Their radar institute existed solely to serve the 6th-generation fighter program. Chen Chu was essentially their current CEO. Director Chen, no, Advisor Chen, we absolutely must report this to higher-ups. Such a monumental research breakthrough was bound to cause a sensation. After all, when I held an all-night meeting with Old Li and Dean Ye, we estimated the detection range would be around 1,200 kilometers at most. Now it's 2,000 kilometers? If that's installed on that thing, wouldn't it be like having eyes that see 1,000 miles? Clearly, Qiancheng avoided mentioning the 6th-generation fighter directly. But Chen Chu understood enough. Qiancheng was already aware of his identity, which would make their communication much smoother. Therefore, he added, it's actually not very useful, because this is only ground wave detection. If the enemy is in the blind spot above, we won't be able to locate them. So for the follow-up work, including the integrated receiver for both airborne and ground waves, I'll need you to keep an eye on that end. If anything comes up later that you don't understand, feel free to ask me anytime. Chen Chang was inwardly startled. They'd only been at it for a few days and had already broken through the ground wave? Wasn't this progress a bit too extraordinary? Just how grand and extravagant were Chief Designer Chen's ambitions? But entrusted with such responsibility by Chen Chu, he nodded enthusiastically. Rest assured, I'll personally oversee the entire process. There won't be any repeat of today's situation. But Mr. Chen, do you have any other important matters to attend to next? Chen Chu smiled. I suppose old Chen shouldn't be asking that, right? Chen Chang immediately grew tense. He knew full well that the 6th-generation fighter was a top-secret project unknown to the world. He cleared his throat awkwardly and laughed, my oversight. Truthfully, he wanted to assist Chen Chu further. After all, at his advanced age, he hadn't achieved any significant technological breakthroughs in years. Barring any surprises, this would likely be the pinnacle of his career. But Chen Chu embodied the hope of continued progress. By following Chen Chu, wouldn't his future be limitless? How much time had passed? Shockwave engines, laser electromagnetic cannons, plasma cloaking technology, and now beyond line-of-sight radar. Any one of these inventions was enough to shock the entire world, even strike fear into its heart. Therefore, if he could establish a good relationship with Chen Chu, when Chen Chu later developed other projects, wouldn't his own contributions earn him a share of the credit? Chen Chu chuckled. Actually, telling Elder Qian is no big deal. The 6th-generation fighter is just one final step away. I've already finalized the concept, and within the next couple of days, we'll lock down the final design blueprint for its exterior. Shen Qing nearly stumbled backward upon hearing this. After all, the Eagle's 6th-generation fighter was just a trivial little technology, yet they trumpeted it everywhere, as if afraid the whole world wouldn't know how powerful their fist was. But Chen Chu? He'd already made so many world-shaking inventions, yet remained completely silent about them. And now he was rushing to complete the final stage of 6th-generation fighter development? How long has it even been? In just a few months, he'd practically handcrafted a 6th-generation fighter? What kind of freak was this? Therefore, he couldn't help but feel even more respect for Chen Chu and tentatively asked, so what should the 6th-generation fighter look like? Is it also designed for radar evasion and stealth? Chen Chu shook his head and smiled. I'm not satisfied with the designs of any fighter jets in the world. Their speed is all subpar. That's because these designers are all constrained by the need to reflect electromagnetic waves. If you want stealth, just focus on stealth technology. Why obsess over materials or shapes for stealth? That only makes their fighters ugly as hell. Since I'm building it, its design will undoubtedly astonish the entire world. At that moment, a resolute gleam flashed in Chen Chu's eyes. Why? Because he knew that once the 6th-generation fighter was complete, he would finally be free from the system's shackles. Screw repeating the year. He could enroll in Lunka University anytime he wanted. Even Tsinghua or Peking University were within reach. While everyone craved fame, sought to make a stunning debut, and desired to leave their mark on the world for eternal renown. But that path was exhausting. Chen Chu had long since had enough of that life. For 5 years, he'd been surrounded by slander and disappointed stares. If not for his resilience, he might have lost his mind long ago. He clearly had the talent to be top of the class. Yet fate cruelly placed him just a hair's breadth below the undergraduate cutoff. Back in high school, he had admired a girl, but he knew he could only stay in high school forever. He couldn't waste someone else's youth. So he never confessed. But now that the 6th-generation aircraft was finally complete and he possessed sufficient wealth, he didn't even want the world to know he invented the 6th-generation fighter. Because then, he wouldn't be able to enjoy the campus life that should have been his. He just wanted to be an ordinary, somewhat smart student, a regular college kid with a bit of money and experience a passionate romance. Therefore, he knew the 6th-generation aircraft project absolutely had to be accelerated. But how could Qianqing possibly know what Chen Chu was thinking? He only sensed that Chen Chu must have some grand, far-reaching plan. Otherwise, why push so relentlessly when he could easily take a break now? He'd already crushed the competition. After giving his instructions, Chen Chu added, well, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading out. Call me if anything comes up. Chen Chu left his contact number and departed, leaving Qianqing alone in the radar control room. The moment Chen Chu departed, Qianqing instantly perked up. A radar detection range of 2,000 kilometers. 2,000 kilometers. This absolutely had to be reported up the chain. He immediately called Nye Leeson. Hello, Dean Nye. This is incredible. Chen Chu arrived and instantly resolved the clutter issue. Our over-the-horizon radar can now detect targets 2,000 kilometers away. What? Nye Leeson thought he must have misheard at first. When Qianqing repeated the report, he hung up immediately. In his office, he immediately called Shui Shanhai, his voice trembling as he said, Shui. Director Shui, the over-the-horizon radar project. Before he could finish, Shui Shanhai interjected. Oh, that project. Since Chen Chu hasn't arrived yet, don't rush it. Just proceed steadily. No, I mean, what are you talking about? I'm in a meeting right now. We still don't know what the Koreans are up to regarding that last incident. That's fantastic. Our over-the-horizon radar project now has a range of 2,000 kilometers. We can see everything the Koreans are doing crystal clear. What? 2,000 kilometers? Who did that? Chen Chu. The kid came in, and just like that, he got the ground waves sorted out. Damn. That kid's a monster. Didn't you say 1,200 kilometers? We were already planning to build another radar monitoring station in the northern sector. Hold on, I'll be right over after this meeting. Clearly, Shui Shanhai dared not make this public either, and he hadn't personally verified the 2,000-kilometer range yet. What was he worried about now? They had intercepted a Korean fighter jet, albeit only the wreckage. Korea wouldn't let this slide, yet no international statement had been issued. This was precisely what the Dragon Nation dreaded most. Why? Because open attacks are easier to dodge than hidden threats. The Korean peninsula had undoubtedly already reported this incident to their big brother, the Eagle Nation. Behind the scenes, they might be scheming something. If they remained unaware, they would inevitably be caught off guard. Therefore, gaining advanced knowledge of enemy movements was paramount. Previously, they could only speculate. But now, with a detection range of 2,000 kilometers, what could Korea possibly do that would escape their eyes? If this is true, that kid Chen Chu is about to earn another major achievement. Yet to ensure absolute certainty, he refrained from reporting to higher-ups and instead decided to personally visit the Dragon Academy first. Chapter 118, Northern Frontier Crisis, Seeking Gold Votes. At the Dragon Science Institute, the news sent shockwaves through the facility. Li Tsanghai and Nielisen both rushed toward the Radar Research Institute. In their view, this breakthrough in the monitoring range of the over-the-horizon radar was of immense significance. If it proved effective for monitoring other nations, it would send shockwaves through both military and political circles. After all, everyone understood just how crucial opening a nation's eyes to the sky truly was. During the Cold War era following World War II, the two superpowers frequently engaged in technological races. Whichever side could detect the other's movements first would gain a decisive advantage in developing such capabilities. In fact, it was the Bear Nation that initiated the moon landing program back then. But the Eagle beat them to it, securing its position as the world's leading power for decades afterward. What was the key? Radar surveillance capabilities, of course. Now that they possess over-the-horizon radar, what could possibly threaten them? Soon after the two arrived, Shen Qing exclaimed excitedly, "Dean, Professor Li, this is incredible. Chen Chu has done it again, a radar with a 2,000-kilometer detection range." Li Tsanghai and Nielisen both stepped forward and began scrutinizing the data on the display. Clearly, they trusted Chen Chu's capabilities. Yet when they first received the design blueprints, they never imagined the detection range could reach 2,000 kilometers. They even thought they must have misheard. The radar detector now clearly displayed the situation around the Taiwan Strait. The surrounding structures, radar stations, and command centers were all visible in sharp detail. This meant that, barring interference from the Eagle, if they wished to attack the Taiwan Strait, blowing up this command center would pose no problem whatsoever. Once the command center was destroyed, a direct hard landing could be executed. However, the current situation was nowhere near that point. Even so, it was enough to send Shui Shanhai's heart racing. Just imagine, the next time Taiwan started making noise, all they'd need to do was show them the detailed map of their own command center. Would they dare to make a sound then? In this era of information warfare, strike at the heart of the enemy. Once the command center is destroyed, it wouldn't matter how many troops Taiwan has, how formidable their military might is, or how much weaponry they buy from the US, it would all be futile. Li Tsanghai then made further adjustments, deliberately checking the situation in the A3 country region. Evidently, the three nations remained relatively quiet, making no major moves. Moreover, their military command centers were clearly visible and well documented. Finally, Li Tsanghai recalled the recent incident involving the Korean peninsula. He deliberately examined the border area with Korea. But what he saw shocked him. Despite their silence, the Koreans were already making major moves. He could see that in the northern border region, military facilities were being constructed one after another. Flight after flight of fighter jets had landed in the border regions of the Korean peninsula. The radar displayed one heat signature after another. Those containing heat meant people. What kind of people? Soldiers, of course. Is this bastard trying to provoke us? Seeing this, Li Tsanghai could no longer remain calm. He knew those narrow-minded bastards wouldn't just let this slide and swallow their pride. It turned out they had been secretly plotting all along. Thankfully, it was discovered in time. If it had been discovered any later, who knows what the next move from that bastard country would have been. They might even have launched a surprise attack on the Dragon Nation's border. As for Nielisen and Xian Cheng, they too had noticed the Koreans' movements. Xian Cheng immediately exclaimed, What are these bastards secretly building? An airport runway? How dare they? This must be reported immediately. Declare emergency combat readiness. Nielisen roared angrily, immediately dialing Shui Shanhai's number. Last time, they had infiltrated the Dragon Nation's military zone with the help of their Eagle Daddy, running rampant. Even though the Dragon Nation Air Force had the authority to shoot them down, they only forced them to make an emergency landing. But when the bastards crashed into a mountain and died, Longhua didn't even publicize the incident. Now, instead of gratitude for Longhua's restraint, they were secretly constructing military facilities here preparing to confront Longhua? The call connected quickly. Shui Shanhai, clearly deeply concerned about this matter, immediately asked, "What's the status of the over-the-horizon radar project? Any discoveries?" Nielisen's voice trembled with anger as he replied. "Those bastards are utterly reckless. They're actually constructing a military runway over there, probably trying to show off to us. They've already expanded their command center and are itching for a fight. Once it's finished, they'll likely confront us head-on." On the other end, Shui Shanhai sneered coldly, "They're courting death. Do they really think our Dragon Nation soldiers are pushovers? Thankfully we uncovered this early. Had we discovered it later, they might have succeeded in ambushing us." Clearly, Shui Shanhai understood the Koreans' true nature all too well. With American backing, their ambitions had swollen beyond measure over the years. Not only were they vying for every scrap of the Southeast Asian arms trade, but they were also attempting comprehensive surveillance of the Dragon Nation. Now, just because the Dragon Nation refused to let them monitor it, they were secretly building military facilities along the border without authorization. And yet, the ancient Goryeo dynasty knew nothing about any of this. Keep this matter strictly confidential. I'll personally head to the Northern Military District. Damn it, I refuse to believe these bastards can pull off anything else. Oh, and regarding Chen Chu and the 6th generation fighter project, I'll leave that to you. Chen Chu must be decorated for this mission. He's done us a tremendous service. Whatever he asks for in the future, as long as it's legal, grant it." "Yes, sir." Nielisen and the others now held Shui Shanhai in solemn respect, yet their admiration and envy for Chen Chu grew even deeper. His talent was something they could never hope to replicate. Yet, a new thought stirred within them: what exactly did this young man, Chen Chu, truly desire? Meanwhile, Chen Chu was already walking through the campus of the Dragon Academy with Wan Yishuan. Gazing at the campus, a longing welled up within him once more. Once the 6th generation aircraft was developed, he could finally settle down and fully embrace his campus life. Wan Yishuan followed obediently behind him and asked, "By the way, did Lu Ziyan say anything to you before she left?" Lu Ziyan? Chen Chu was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 119, V-like Magneto-Explosive Fighter. Chapter 119, V-like Magneto-Explosive Fighter Jet. Seeking gold selection. His last memory of Lu Ziyan was the farewell kiss behind the school playground. Lu Ziyan had told him to wait for her. But Chen Chu hadn't taken it seriously, thinking it was just a prank. Only when he later inquired about her whereabouts was he told she had transferred schools. Thus, Chen Chu naturally replied, nothing special, I guess. Clearly, if Lu Ziyan had been joking, then telling Wan Yishuan about the playground incident would make him look like a narcissistic fool. Wan Yishuan seemed somewhat surprised, but she didn't press the issue. Instead, she asked, "Alright, then can you tell me now what your actual status is? Why is Lei Gong so afraid of you? Even old Qian seems terrified of you." Hearing this question, Chen Chu felt an even stronger urge to laugh. He wanted to tell Wan Yishuan everything, but once he did, how could he possibly go to school normally afterward? Truthfully, he didn't want that kind of campus life where everyone was watching him. He just wanted to live an ordinary, quiet life. So he chuckled, "What kind of status do I have? I just invented an engine, then a cloaking system, and served as a consultant for over-the-horizon radar." "Really? I don't believe you." "It's true." Chen Chu looked earnestly into Wan Yishuan's eyes as he replied. Wan Yishuan leaned closer, studying Chen Chu's eyes intently. Seeing the same clear gaze she remembered from their high school days, she finally nodded. "Alright, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt." Chen Chu finally let out a sigh of relief. But just then, a loud shout came from behind them, "Captain Chen! Captain Chen, wait!" Recognizing Qian Qing's voice, Chen Chu immediately cursed under his breath. As for Wan Yishuan, she instantly looked at Chen Chu in utter disbelief. "See, Captain?" Chen Chu immediately shot a warning glance at Qian Chang, who was running toward them. But Qian Chang, holding the medal and several stars, stumbled forward, completely oblivious to Chen Chu's signal. "Captain Chen, this is Director Xue presenting your commendation. Effective immediately, you are appointed as a 5-star captain in the Air Force." Chen Chu wanted to shut the old man up, but it was clearly too late. Facing Wan Yishuan's murderous glare, he could only respond awkwardly, "Alright, I understand. Where are Dean Nia and Old Li?" Qian Chang hurriedly replied, "They're both actively working on the final integration of the Beyond Visual Range radar." "That's odd. Why the rush?" Chen Chu couldn't help but feel puzzled. But Qian Cheng immediately recalled Shui Shanhai's instructions never mentioned the events in the north to Chen Chu, so he quickly smiled and said, "They're just cherishing this hard-won achievement. By the way, Captain Chen, do you have any requests after completing the project?" Chen Chu didn't lie either, answering truthfully, after the entire project is finished, I plan to enroll at Longka University and enjoy some ordinary campus life. Ha! Shen Chang had imagined 1,000 things young people like Chen Chu might want, but he never expected Chen Chu to ask for rest? To want to study properly? Are you kidding me? With his credentials, even Oxford would be honored to have him as a professor. And now he wants to go back to school? Chen Chu continued, oh, and there's one more thing I need to ask of you. Could you speak with Old Li and have all my previous inventions transported to the Longka Academy? I might need to personally oversee the final assembly process. Finally. Could it be that the design for the 6th generation fighter had already been finalized? Xian Chang was overcome with excitement. How could a 6th generation fighter be invented in just a few short months? Based on Chen Chu's previous designs, the 6th generation fighter would undoubtedly be a formidable weapon for Dragon Nation. Therefore, he dared not delay. He immediately rushed back to report the matter. Before leaving, he handed Chen Chu a gold card containing 500 million yuan. Chen Chu didn't refuse. He didn't want fame, but that didn't mean he didn't want money. Fame was an ephemeral thing, but money was tangible. Wan Yishuan, witnessing this scene, was once again utterly astonished. Just how wealthy was Chen Chu now? Last time at the mall, he'd only spent a few $100,000 that was far too cheap for him. After Qian Cheng left, Wan Yishuan pouted, why do you keep everything from me? Chen Chu glanced awkwardly at the 5-star Captain-S insignia and chuckled, this title isn't what I want at all. Don't worry, I'll personally submit my resignation soon. Hearing this, Wan Yishuan was even more puzzled. For an ordinary person to reach Chen Chu's level, wouldn't it take at least 40 years of effort? And only a genius among geniuses would even qualify. Yet he was willing to give it all up? Then it dawned on her. Over the past 5 years, the treatment Chen Chu endured was far from ordinary. Given her temperament, she would never have tolerated it. What Chen Chu truly craved was the normal youth that any person deserved. I understand. I'll treat you like a high school classmate. Thank you. As for Nye Lisan and Li Sanhai, they accepted Chen Chu's plan once they understood it. After all, Chen Chu wasn't originally their age. At his age, he should have what he deserved, a right no one could take away. They understood why Chen Chu felt this way. After that, Chen Chu devoted himself entirely to the final stage of constructing the 6th generation aircraft. Time ticked by, and before long, a month had passed. Regarding the 6th generation aircraft's exterior design, Chen Chu finally grasped just how breathtaking its overall structure truly was. Any man would fall instantly in love with it. At that moment, inside a factory. Before Chen Chu stood a fighter jet perfected to the utmost degree. First, its engine, a pulse detonation engine, boasted a top speed of Mach 20, making it the undisputed speed champion of the world today, and it was sustainable. Second, its weapon systems featured retractable weapon pylons beneath the fuselage and wings. Normally stowed within the fuselage, they deployed during missions, further enhancing the fighter's elusive nature. Beyond its pulse laser cannons, this fighter incorporates variable sweep wings that adjust their angle based on flight speed and mission requirements. The upward curved wingtips, featuring raptor-like claw-like tips, significantly enhance its visual impact. As for the fuselage, it boasts the most dazzling color-changing effect. Electrochromic materials enable the 6th generation fighter to display a kaleidoscope of colors in the sky. The tail section abandons the traditional vertical fin design in favor of a V-tail configuration, enhancing maneuverability. The cockpit features a panoramic canopy made of smart materials with adjustable transparency. Pilots can modify the canopy's clarity as needed, enhancing the fighter's technological aura. Moreover, it has been given a resounding name, the V-Light Magnetic Burst Fighter. Chapter 120, The Restless Korean Nation, Seeking Gold Selection. Chapter 120, The Restless Korean Nation. This fighter jet represents the pinnacle of human technological achievement. Every single component represents world-leading innovation. It's no exaggeration to say the 6th generation fighter outpaces the global average combat capability by a full 30 years. Even the Eagle Nation would be at least a decade behind. And this was the price Chen Chu paid with 5 years of his youth. Over the past month, he had prepared himself to test fly the V-Light Magnetic Storm Fighter. As for the destination, he naturally chose Jinling. For this entire month, he had severed all external communication channels, effectively cutting himself off from the world. Naturally, he remained unaware of what transpired outside. He saluted the soldiers at the base entrance before climbing into the cockpit. The panoramic canopy allowed him to clearly see the surrounding air, even the birds flying by were visible. Not far away, a familiar, slender figure with slightly longer hair slowly approached. Chen Chu quickly recognized the figure. It was Long Yu. Her bangs had grown longer now, making her look noticeably cuter than before. Chen Chu pressed the automatic canopy button and saw Long Yu's intensely envious gaze fixed on him. Even though she had been protecting Chen Chu all along, Long Yu had glimpsed the 6th generation fighter's full form before. Yet, seeing it in person now, a profound sense of pride welled up within her. Get in. Me? Long Yu looked at Chen Chu, almost unable to believe her ears. Chen Chu nodded and lowered the boarding ramp. Lan Yu's heart pounded wildly as she cautiously stepped toward the V-like magnetic stormfighter, one step at a time. Once seated in the co-pilot's seat, Lan Yu's slender frame began to tremble. Is this what it feels like to be a pilot? Hold on tight. Chen Chu pulled the stick, and the V-magnet blast fighter shot forward like a rocket, erupting with thunderous explosions as it surged ahead. Holy crap! Lan Yu lost her balance and slammed hard into the seat. But she scrambled back up, utterly exhilarated. Her wide eyes scanned the surroundings with curiosity before she exclaimed, I feel like I'm floating. This is so cool. What's this fighter jet called? Chen Chu cleared his throat lightly and chuckled, just call it the V-magnetic blast. Ha? Lan Yu looked utterly confused, repeating the name slowly, V. Light. Magnetic. Blast. Variation? Chen Chu nodded. That's right. What kind of ridiculous name is that? If you ask me, they should just call it the Porsche Big Rocket. Chen Chu immediately adopted a serious expression and declared, every single character here carries genuine meaning. The V represents its innovative tailfin design, while light and magnetism signify its laser weaponry. Blast is the engine, and as for transform. Transform? That sounds so cool. Chen Chu laughed as he ascended into the sky, followed by a dazzling color-shifting display that left even Lan Yu momentarily blinded. Understand? Thanks to its plasma cloaking effect, even the most dazzling colors won't compromise its battlefield performance. Imagine this, streaks of dazzling colors constantly shifting across the skies of Dragon Nation. It's a unique sight in Dragon Nation's night sky, reminding its people that somewhere beyond their view, someone might be fighting for their safety. These words helped Lan Yu grasp the significance behind Chen Chu's unwavering persistence. So, can it fight now? Lan Yu blurted out the question. Chen Chu was somewhat puzzled. Battle? Why battle? Still, he smiled and replied, it can fight anytime. It could take on hundreds of fighter jets. Upon hearing this, Lan Yu immediately replied, that's wonderful. What's going on? Chen Chu now sensed something was amiss. Could something major have happened while he was away that he wasn't aware of? Lan Yu suddenly seemed to remember something and hurriedly explained, nothing. I just meant, that's wonderful. We won't have to be bullied anymore. Of course. Chen Chu nodded and added, hold on tight, I'll show you around Jilin. Then, Chen Chu accelerated the entire journey. At highway speeds, the journey from Lushui to Jilin would normally take 3 or 4 hours. But what did Chen Chu employ? V-light magnetic burst transformation. In under 3 minutes, they appeared above Jilin City. Passing over the radar station, not a single warning signal was triggered. The entire city of Jilin spread out below them, especially Qixia Mountain, which was a lush expanse of green at this time of year. However, just as Chen Chu was admiring Jilin's beauty, he noticed Lan Yu seemed preoccupied. Hey, are you hiding something from me? Ha? I'm not. The more Lan Yu remained silent, the more uneasy Chen Chu felt. The next moment, he suddenly saw several J-20 fighters streaking across the sky. Their destination was clearly the north. The north? Is there fighting? Lan Yu kept her head down, clearly afraid to speak. Speak up. Director Xue forbade me from telling you. I'll take responsibility for whatever happens. If you don't tell me, I'm heading to the northern border right now. Before Lan Yu could respond, she saw Chen Chu set the navigation directly for the northern border. Panic seized her and she exclaimed. Don't be impulsive. The whole world is in an uproar right now. The Koreans claim our country shot down their pilot seeking rescue beyond the border, ignoring his distress signals and hunting him down, leading to his death. The truth is, they infiltrated our military zone to gather intelligence. Last time, it was your plasma cloaking device that detected their presence. And he committed suicide. So they've been preparing for this for over a month. With Eagle's help, they've been stirring up trouble along the North Korean border, trying to cross the 38th parallel. Chen Chu immediately grasped the situation. The Korean peninsula was always a puppet state controlled by the Eagle. Their audacity stemmed from the Eagle's backing. But why hadn't he been told about this? Is that all? What else are you hiding from me? Cold Moon clenched her jaw and continued, Director Xue, President Nia, and Elder Li, they're all gone. For your safety, they all forbade me from telling you. Chen Chu chuckled. So this is something that can't be explained with words alone? Lan Yu nodded. Yes. Even with all the evidence we've gathered, the Korean side insists we return the remains, demanding we send their fallen pilot back in full ceremonial glory. They disregard our border regulations, yet are hailed as heroes in Korea. And we're supposed to send them back with honors? If we do that, what standing will we have left on the international stage? Chapter 121, Cold Moon's Glory, Seeking Gold Votes. After Lan Yu stated her position, Chen Chu pressed immediately, the Koreans must have come prepared this time. What did they prepare? Cold Moon's expression grew grave as he replied in a low voice, they've acquired a batch of the latest 5th-generation fighter jets from the Eagle, codenamed Ghost Eagle. They possess exceptional stealth and concealment capabilities. A sense of urgency flashed in Chen Chu's eyes. He understood what this meant. The threat posed by stealth fighters was a monumental challenge to any nation's air defense systems. He pressed further, beyond stealth, what other capabilities does this fighter possess? Lin Yu took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, her tone tinged with gravity. Ghost Eagle not only excels in stealth but also boasts a defense system that is equally astonishing. They are equipped with advanced plasma shields capable of withstanding most missile attacks. While our J-20s are advanced, conventional tactics struggle to lock onto targets against such defenses. Chen Chu's brow furrowed as he grasped the gravity of the situation. He understood that the reason the bastards were so arrogant was because they believed they held the upper hand in the skies. He calmly analyzed the situation before requesting more information from Lin Yu. Show me the detailed specifications of the Ghost Eagle. Lin Yu nodded, swiftly retrieving a document from a folder and handing it to Chen Chu. These are the Ghost Eagle specifications I obtained from Director Xue. Chen Chu took the file, his gaze sweeping intently over each line of technical specifications. His mind raced through calculations and analysis, searching for potential weaknesses in the fighter jet. As he delved deeper into the data, a faint, cold smile involuntarily curved his lips. While its capabilities might seem formidable to ordinary observers, in his eyes, it was far from invincible. After receiving the Ghost Eagle data provided by Cold Moon, Chen Chu had already formed a plan in his mind. He nodded, signaling his preliminary understanding of the situation. He then hovered the aircraft briefly before opening his phone to monitor the latest news updates. On the screen, an international news anchor reported on the current situation in a solemn tone. Media outlets worldwide seem to be overwhelmingly siding with the Korean regime, demanding that the Dragon Nation return the so-called remains of martyrs. A cold gleam flashed in Chen Chu's eyes. He understood this was the Korean regime's international propaganda war, attempting to pressure the Dragon Nation through manipulated public opinion. What unsettled Chen Chu even more were the news footage showing the dark mass of Korean fighter jets in the sky. They were circling near the northern border's airspace, like lurking falcons poised to pounce on their prey at any moment. This blatant display of military force was unmistakably a provocation and threat to the Dragon Nation. Chen Chu turned to Lin Yu and asked again, what exactly are the Koreans demanding? What do they really want? Lin Yu's expression remained composed as she replied, this isn't straightforward. The eagle's shadow looms behind it. Beyond returning the remains, the Stick Nation demands China hand over the plasma cloaking technology developed earlier. Chen Chu's expression grew even more grave as he pressed further, what is the Dragon Nation's stance on this matter? Lin Yu understood the gravity of the question and answered earnestly, the Dragon Nation's current stance is to strongly condemn the Korean Peninsula's actions while exerting every effort to delay through diplomatic means. Chen Chu nodded. This response was within his expectations. He understood that under these circumstances, the Dragon Nation must maintain a firm stance while avoiding further escalation. Lin Yu continued, this has sparked widespread protests domestically. The public cannot accept the unreasonable demands of the Korean Peninsula. Simultaneously, military districts across the country are actively bolstering the northern frontier, preparing for potential conflict. A resolute glint flashed in Chen Chu's eyes. He understood that while the Dragon Nation feared no challenge, the brutality of war demanded careful consideration. He asked, so where exactly is our current bottleneck? Lin Yu sighed before replying, the crux lies with the Eagle Nation backing them. Their arrogant stance and advanced technology force the Dragon Nation to proceed with caution. It is precisely this apprehension that has delayed our decisive action. Chen Chu fell silent, grasping the implication in Lin Yu's words. As a global superpower, Eagle Nation's military and technological prowess could not be underestimated. While the Dragon Nation possessed sufficient military confidence, facing an adversary like the Eagle Nation demanded thorough preparation and strategy. His V-Light nuclear-powered fighter jet could utterly overwhelm the Eagle brand fighters procured by the Koreans. Yet he was equally aware that once he intervened in this matter, the subsequent developments would become far more complicated. What had he originally been preparing for? After the sixth-generation fighter was developed, he planned to return to university to continue his studies. But now that he had made his mark on the world stage and caught the Eagle's attention, returning to academia was no longer an option. On one side lay his nation, on the other, his youth. Chen Chu couldn't help but feel a twinge of hesitation. Seated in the cockpit of the sixth-generation fighter, Chen Chu felt a sense of confusion. He had devoted nearly all his time and energy to researching the sixth-generation fighter, sacrificing his precious college years. Now, faced with the possibility of war, he was reluctant to fight. Yet he understood that as an Air Force captain, he bore the responsibility to defend his country. Unwilling to voice his hesitation directly, he tentatively asked Lin Yu, if you had the power to defeat the enemy on behalf of the nation, but the cost was losing your youth, would you be willing? My youth was already dedicated to the nation the moment I chose this path, Lin Yu replied, her voice calm yet resolute. Her gaze shifted to Chen Chu, revealing a maturity and world weariness beyond her years. I was born into an ordinary family, but when I was very young, a sudden outbreak of war took my parents away. The nation adopted me, giving me a home, a purpose, and a reason to live. From that moment on, I ceased to be an ordinary girl and became a warrior, a soldier bearing the mission to defend my nation. I was raised by the old soldiers in the unit. They taught me how to be strong, how to fight. Lang Yu's tone held not a trace of self-pity, only profound respect and gratitude for those veterans. Her childhood held no toys or games, only training and missions. Yet I never regretted it. For in my heart, serving my country is my greatest honor. Listening to Lang Yu's story, Chen Chu felt a surge of respect. He saw the unwavering resolve and steadfastness in her eyes, a loyalty to her nation and a commitment to her duty. Facing artillery fire, missions, and training every day, don't you find it hard? Chen Chu couldn't help asking. Lang Yu shook her head gently, a hint of release in her smile. This is the life I chose. I have no regrets. To protect the nation and its people, that is the meaning of my existence. Chapter 122. They didn't notify me either, votes needed. Hearing Lang Yu recount her experiences, even Chen Chu felt a stir of emotion. Indeed, when he threw himself wholeheartedly into a task, he never felt the hardship. And this matter was fair. When you gain something, you inevitably lost something else. Lang Yu had lost her loved ones, but gained the support of her nation. Wasn't that true for him as well? Even now, Director Xuan Din Nia showed no signs of pressuring him. How could he possibly shirk the responsibilities? Every Chinese citizen should shoulder responsibilities. He himself had chosen to pursue higher education. Therefore, he asked Lang Yu, do you think the two of us could change the course of the war? Lang Yu, who had been recounting her background, lost her composure upon hearing this. She began to regard Chen Chu with a strange look. Had this guy lost his mind? But before she could process it, she saw Chen Chu had already changed course, heading straight for the northern frontier. Since we're getting involved, let's go big. But shouldn't we notify Director Shui and the others? Chen Chu shook his head and chuckled. Well, they didn't notify me about this matter either, did they? Lang Yu reconsidered. It seemed logical. If Chen Chu was going to go all out, then she might as well go along for the ride. At that moment, in the northern frontier, the situation was clearly far worse than Lang Yu had described. Along the border, though only a few hundred meters separated the two sides, both armies were poised for action. Nearby, several military aircraft stood ready at the base. Red and white uniforms faced off against dark green camouflage, locked in a tense standoff. On the Korean side, they radiated utter arrogance in this standoff. Though they hadn't crossed the line, every face bore the expression of certain victory. This time, they possessed fifth-generation fighter jets procured from the Eagle Nation. The Dragon Nation's J-20 fighters were formidable in the past, but now they posed no threat whatsoever. The reason the standoff persisted was that they wanted to see what cards the Dragon Nation still held up their sleeve. A week had passed, and beyond strong protests, condemnations, and the release of information, the Dragon Nation had yet to make any significant military moves or reveal any trump cards. Even their new training exercises lacked polish. Who cares about the truth? Power is everything. Moreover, they understood that today was the final day. If the Dragon Nation failed to produce anything that could instill fear in them, they would advance further, even at the cost of war. As for the Dragon Nation soldiers, each one wore an expression of profound solemnity. In their eyes, the current situation was nothing but the shameless Korean nation, backed by the Eagle's fifth-generation fighter jets, using intimidation to force them into compromise. As soldiers, they had resolved upon enlistment that the best outcome would be to shed blood and sacrifice their lives on the battlefield. Thus, they naturally felt no fear. Of course, if the Dragon Nation truly demonstrated the capability to counter the Eagle's fifth-generation fighter jets, that might change. Now, back to the command center. Inside the command center of the Korean Peninsula nation, Kim Tae-sang, serving as Air Force commander, was naturally present in the command center. As for why the Eagle had intervened, he considered himself largely responsible for that outcome. After the incident involving Lee Jiam-ju last time, under normal circumstances, their country should have already felt the fear. Even the President of the Republic of Korea was utterly clueless about how to handle the situation. After all, they were the ones spying on another country's military zone. Caught red-handed with no escape, they had no choice but to self-destruct. If this got out, seeking international support would be impossible. But there was one country that specialized in this sort of thing, one that could make black look white. That nation is the Eagle. Especially now that the competition between the two sides has reached a fever pitch, they inevitably lean on the Eagle's banner for support. But here's the catch: Eagle Lady would never openly break ties with Dragon Nation. So how could they get the Eagle to assist them, rather than be dismissed as incompetent? Just as the South Korean leadership wavered in uncertainty, Kim Tae-sang stepped forward with a claim: the Dragon Nation possesses even more outrageous stealth technology. Moreover, just before his death, Lee Jiam-ju had sent over radar detection data. Therefore, if they revealed that the Dragon Nation possessed this technology, how could the Eagle Nation not be tempted? Following his advice, the South Korean president adopted this approach. Sure enough, it immediately piqued the Eagle's interest. Not only did they dispatch fifth-generation fighter jets ahead of schedule, but they also dispatched Lieutenant General Pumice himself to personally train South Korea in operating these advanced aircraft. At the command center, General Pumice reiterated their objective. Kim Tae-sang, I have made it clear to you, we have no interest in the remains of your so-called soldiers. What we truly desire is the stealth technology that our fifth-generation fighter lacks. If you cannot deliver it, you will lose all value in our eyes. Although a confrontation with the Dragon Nation is inevitable, it is not imminent. After speaking, Pomise looked down his nose at Kim Tae-sang. Kim Tae-sang immediately responded with a fawning smile, of course. We've already demanded their plasma cloaking technology. If they refuse to cooperate today, we'll cross the line and force them to negotiate with us. Only then did Pomise nod in satisfaction. I can't stand this place, their kimchi is utterly disgusting. I need to leave quickly, so hurry up with this. And by the way, aren't your female celebrities supposed to be gorgeous? Have you arranged that yet? Very well, General Pomise. You may enjoy them any time. At the latest, we'll issue our final notice within an hour. Should Dragon Nation persist in confrontation, we will escalate our provocative actions further. Only then did Pomise nod contentedly. He was well aware of Dragon Nation's combat capabilities. Despite all the boasts about their strength, the J-20 fighters were utterly insignificant against their painstakingly developed 5th generation plus fighters. When those advanced fighters crossed the line and they could do nothing to stop them, they would finally grasp the true magnitude of the gap between the two sides. Once they capitulated, he could have Kim Tae-sang negotiate and directly acquire the plasma stealth technology. It was only a matter of time. As for the Dragon Nation, their stance on this matter was equally unwavering, absolutely intolerable. In the command center, Shui Shanhai now stood clad in a dark green military uniform, his body adorned with countless medals, each one a testament to his survival from the depths of death. Beside Shui Shanhai stood Nielisan and Li Tsunhai, the commander-in-chief of the northern frontier, and a familiar figure. Chapter 123, Live Streaming the Air Force Maneuvers. Vote Request. Chapter 123, Live Broadcast of Air Force Drills. Seeking Gold Selection. Director Shui, Commander Wang, I request transfer to the front lines. A crisp female voice rang out as a young woman in a 3-star sergeant's uniform spoke with unwavering resolve. Shui Shanhai's head nearly exploded upon seeing this woman. Commander Wang beside him gave a wry smile. Young lady, you certainly have the potential for military service. But why would a girl like you go to the front lines? Just stand by us here. You're not going anywhere. Shui Shanhai chuckled. Kid, don't think I don't know why you want to go to the front lines. War isn't as simple as you imagine. It's not about one person taking down a whole group anymore. Nowadays, it's all about technological prowess. Lu Xian's pretty face clearly showed her anxiety. Clearly an impatient soul, her determination to join the front lines only intensified after being rebuffed by the two highest commanders. To others, this might seem like a crisis. The Korean Peninsula and the United States had joined forces, and if war truly broke out, the threat level would be extremely high. But to Lu Xian, it was a golden opportunity, a chance to prove herself. She had worked tirelessly within the military, but progress had been painfully slow. What was most frustrating was that her family had discovered her and arranged for her protection. Her purpose in coming here was precisely to achieve something great. She refused to remain by Chen Chu's side, watching him gradually become an unattainable figure while she remained powerless. She knew nothing about technology, but she possessed exceptional physical abilities. So during the meeting, her eyes kept darting toward the conference room door. As for Shui Shanhai and the others, seeing Lu Xian fall silent, they began discussing among themselves. Shui Shanhai spoke first. The data we've obtained on the Eagle's 5th generation fighter actually falls short of Chen Chu's original design in several key areas, whether it's weapon destructive power parameters, speed, or stealth capabilities. Therefore, I believe even the J-20 still has the capability to compete. Commander Wang looked troubled as he replied, it's hard to say. Even if our J-20s can take on the Eagle's 5th generation fighters, the losses would be too heavy for us. And once the fighting starts, it would truly become a protracted war, costing lives and draining resources. Li Tsunhai nodded in agreement. Commander Wang is correct. Given our current economic conditions, sustaining a protracted war would be exceedingly difficult. Shui Shanhai frowned upon hearing this. Not fighting, however, meant the Korean nation was growing increasingly arrogant, and domestic pressure was immense. After all, Korea had been suppressed by the Dragon Nation for over 1,000 years, yet now dared to act so brazenly at its border. No one could tolerate this. But if they did fight, not only would they be at a disadvantage in military preparedness, the greatest fear was the drain on national resources that a protracted war would bring. He understood clearly that their true enemy wasn't Korea, but the hawks backing it. What would happen if a protracted war ensued? Korea would continuously purchase arms from the Eagle Nation to wage war against the Dragon Nation, both sides endlessly draining their national resources. But what about the Eagle? Not only would they profit from arms sales and bolster their own strength, but their international influence would also grow. It would mean they grew richer with every battle, while the Dragon Nation grew poorer. How could this be acceptable? Currently, the only solution is to employ a blitzkrieg strategy to intimidate the Korean Peninsula into withdrawing. But where would such a perfect opportunity come from? Could divine intervention truly exist? Just then, Nielisan suggested, why don't we check on Chen Chu's situation? Cold Moon hasn't contacted me in a day. Li Tsunhai shook his head firmly. Our great nation relies on Chen Chu for technological development, fine. But now, in times of war, we're supposed to depend on a high school student? If word got out, it would be utterly humiliating. Nya Lisan immediately objected. What do you mean rely? Our 6th generation fighter is in the design phase. Once it's actually built, won't we be able to use it? If it's not for combat, then what's the point of building it? Li Sanhai countered firmly, that's not the point. Chen Chu has never seen combat. If something goes wrong, how much damage could that cause us? Besides, even if the 6th generation fighter is built, you don't seriously think Chen Chu could churn out thousands of them overnight, do you? Clearly, even Li Sanhai now doubted that Chen Chu's 6th generation fighter could single-handedly counter dozens of 5th and a half generation fighters prepared by the Eagle Nation. Perhaps Chen Chu's 6th generation fighter could take on 10 at once. That would be the absolute maximum. But the thing is, no one would know how to operate it. Wouldn't Chen Chu have to train others to use it? The time and training required for that process would be impossible to manage. Was Chen Chu supposed to pilot the 6th generation fighter himself to battle the Koreans? What kind of spectacle would that create? Even Lu Ziyan grew visibly agitated listening to the heated debate on both sides. And hearing these arguments actually lifted her spirits somewhat. She'd heard so much praise for Chen Chu that it made her feel increasingly distant from him. But now, hearing that even Chen Chu couldn't resolve the current predicament, she sensed her chance had arrived. If she could truly seize the opportunity to distinguish herself on the front lines, wouldn't that prove she was no less capable than Chen Chu? With this thought, she immediately took advantage of the discussion to step back inch by inch, moving toward the exit. Shui Shanhai, oblivious to Lu Ziyan's retreat, had already taken several suggestions on board. You all make valid points, he declared. As soldiers, we must possess iron resolve. We cannot show cowardice before the battle even begins. Here's what we'll do: conduct a live exercise. Let them see the tactics and techniques of the Dragon Nation Air Force. Use it to intimidate them. We'll deploy our strongest available forces, simulate their 5th generation fighters. Commander Wang immediately agreed. We should broadcast this live nationwide. That way, if the Koreans really can't hold back, we'll have evidence of their aggression. Li Sanhai and Nye Lisan exchanged glances. They had no other options at this point. They couldn't just sit idle. Conducting this exercise to demonstrate the Dragon Nation Air Force's combat prowess was the best course of action. They would prove with their strength that even if it meant blood and sacrifice, they would never fear the Eagle's 5th generation fighter jets. Chapter 124, Willing to use force, vote request. Chapter 124, Willing to use force, seeking gold votes. Immediately after finalizing their plans, the group plunged into preparations. Meanwhile, all major domestic live streaming platforms and CCTV received orders. An emergency situation demanded national unity to confront the foreign threat. Live streams from the Northern Front began appearing across platforms like Douyin, with push notifications flooding every ordinary person's phone. The Northern Front is in dire straits. Let us unite as one. Defend against the enemy together. When this link appeared, it's safe to say almost no one skipped clicking it. Within moments, nearly 50 million viewers flooded the major platforms. Crush those bastards and show the world our might. How dare that little Korea act so brazenly? Do they really think we're pushovers? Forget about the eagle-eyed watchers behind the scenes, just fight. We common folk will back you all the way. Of course, some wealthier, more level-headed individuals offered this perspective. But Koreans aren't that easy to deal with. Do you think they're some small African country? Once we start fighting, it'll be a protracted war. A stalemate only makes the enemy stronger. The Eagles are already selling arms in at least 3 regions. They get richer with every fight, while we get poorer. Why bother? Strongly recommend negotiations. Even before hostilities began, netizens were already clashing over their differing stances. Over the years, after rising with American support, the Korean nation has essentially been sucking the blood of the Dragon Nation, whether in culture, tech, or the beauty industry. Yet everything they've done has ultimately benefited the Eagle. This has long fueled the anger of the Hawks. But what about the peacemakers? Though equally resentful, they approach the issue with greater objectivity, mindful of past precedents. The Bears' blitzkrieg failed, leading to domestic sanctions. Therefore, in the eyes of the pacifists, if the capability for blitzkrieg was lacking, then direct negotiation should be pursued to seek development. Of course, a crowd of female spectators of questionable motives also poured in. Can we see Appa? Where's Appa? Hurry up, pan the camera over. Ah, getting a close-up of Appa. When this group of female fans flooded in, it instantly infuriated both the Hawks and the Doves, who immediately turned their ire toward them. If you want to see Appa, go to the front lines. You can even get yourself killed. You call yourselves fans? See if they'll give you bullets. What era are you living in, still chasing stars? Where's your brain? 9 years of slipping through the cracks? But these Korean star fans clearly didn't realize the scene was inappropriate, continuing to say, I know I'm not good enough for Appa. Why would I go to the front lines? Being good enough for some domestic loser is fine. Losers are just losers now, but won't they end up copying Appa's dance moves and giving us dowries later? Let's win first. Can Dragon Nation even beat descendants of the sun? Their tech all comes from the sun anyway. Clearly, the emergence of such brainless fans infuriated both hawks and doves alike, who now desperately hope that at least the Dragon Nation soldiers would show some backbone today. Even with the eagles backing, they must show the fierceness of Dragon Nation's sons. Descendants of the sun? We'll beat them into descendants of rats. This is infuriating. Forget it, let's just start fighting. Let's get this started already. Kill those bastards. Even if we go down fighting and let the eagles profit, we won't let those bastards get cocky. Rise, Dragon Nation. In an instant, the flood of comments celebrating the Dragon Nation's rise swept away the brainless female fans' nonsense. Deep down, they all hoped the Dragon Nation would finally rise again. Even if not against the eagle, at least make the men of the Stick Nation tremble and show the true spirit of Dragon Nation men. Especially in recent years, whether in sports, esports, or culture, Korea had consistently outshone the Dragon Nation. The young people of the Dragon Nation had long grown weary of this. How could such a vast nation with so many people lose to Korea? At that moment, the live feed finally cut to the scene, and what appeared was the stark image of two armies locked in confrontation. A dense swarm of J-20 fighters appeared in formation over the skies of China. In that moment, the entire nation swelled with pride. These are the champions defending our homeland. J-20s, can they defend our dignity this time? Don't get your hopes up. This time, they've got the Ghost Eagle. Do you understand what half a generation gap means on the battlefield? Even with our unwavering resolve, once this war breaks out, it will severely impact our economy and national confidence. How foolish. On Shanghai's side, they clearly knew today's outcome would be tough. Yet even so, they couldn't afford to lose their fighting spirit to the Koreans. Thus, the stark contrast was evident. Dragon Nation's soldiers stood uniformly in solemn formation, military discipline ironclad. The Koreans, however, stood slack and slovenly, their eyes filled with contempt. Anyone could see that if the Dragon Nation soldiers were given superior firepower, the combat capabilities of the two sides would be worlds apart. When the images of both armies were displayed, netizens instantly understood. Damn those eagles. If it weren't for that crappy 5th-generation fighter, our soldiers would have utterly crushed them. If you've got the guts, take me on one-on-one, I can take on 10 of you alone. So what if our gear's inferior? Dragon Nation warriors' fighting spirit echoes across the seas. As for the Korean side, upon discovering that the Dragon Nation had launched a live stream to rally the nation's strength, they too activated their own broadcast, this time on YouTube. This platform hosts nearly every ethnicity on Earth, and at that moment, nearly 30 million viewers flooded the live stream. Amidst Koreans chanting, "Bring our martyrs home," fellow Taiwanese compatriots and American viewers joined the fray. Traditional Chinese, Korean, and English comments interwove incessantly. With 5th-generation stealth fighters like the Phantom Eagle, how can Dragon Nation possibly stand up to them? Exactly. Hand over that plasma cloaking tech already. You're too weak to deserve it. What trump cards does Dragon Nation have left? They're cornered. All they can hope for now is public sympathy. The comparison is stark. China's J-20 is already obsolete unless they unveil a fighter superior to the Ghost Eagle. With Dragon Nation's current tech capabilities? That's wishful thinking. Amidst the heated online debate, Shanghai issued a direct warning to the Korean peninsula. This is Dragon Nation territory. Under our laws, no nation may construct military facilities within 500 kilometers of our borders. If you do not withdraw immediately, we will defend our rights at any cost, including force, to safeguard our territorial integrity and the safety of our citizens. Chapter 125, One of me against 10 of them. Vote request. Chapter 125, One of me against 10 of them. Seeking gold votes. Shanghai's words rang out with unwavering conviction, his stance uncompromising. Before the entire world, he declared Longwa's position on this incident. Netizens on the Dragon Nation side cheered and rallied. This is what it means to be a Dragon Nation man. Get those military facilities dismantled, you bastards. Don't think having a 5th-generation fighter jet makes you special. Even if it takes the entire nation's strength, we'll wipe out those bastards before that happens. Justice will prevail. Meanwhile, on YouTube, the traitors to the Eagle, the Korean peninsula, the Taiwan province, and the Taiwanese were naturally in cahoots. They're shouting pretty loudly now, but once they see that 5th-generation fighter jet, they'll know how formidable the Eagles are. With China's tech level, maybe 5 years ago they could have claimed some capability. Now, just big talk from their propaganda machine. If they're so confident, let the J-20 face off against the F-22 Raptor. Let's see who's stronger and be done with it. Meanwhile, in the Korean peninsula, Kim Tae-sang took the microphone and declared in what he considered his most eloquent English. Your Dragon Nation breached the agreement first, pursuing our down Air Force and causing their deaths. If this debt isn't settled, how can we, as soldiers and civilians defending our nation, account for this to our entire people? Hand over the remains and issue an international apology, and we will be willing to negotiate. Compared to Shanghai, Kim Tae-sang's speech sounded rather effeminate, yet it still elicited cheers from many deeply brainwashed South Korean citizens. Our great chief of staff, you have worked tirelessly. The Dragon Nation must return our fallen soldiers remains and issue an apology. Support the Chief of Staff. Hunting down the fallen is utterly despicable. Apologize, Dragon Nation. Though South Korea and Taiwan maintained neutrality claiming no direct involvement, their hatred for the Dragon Nation ran deep. Thus, they too joined the fray. With Longwa's air combat capabilities, they still dare to boast about being Korean? The Eagle has worked tirelessly for years to develop its fifth-generation fighter jet, now leading the world by a class. What else can the Dragon Nation do besides boast? Don't blame us for bullying you now. The strong rule, that's how this world operates. What did they do with all that money? They drove housing prices through the roof, making it impossible for us to afford homes. Now look, zero progress in research, just getting trampled and humiliated. Meanwhile, many Chinese who climbed the ladder abroad lashed out. Why haven't we made scientific progress? Why is that Korean country developing plasma stealth technology? Isn't that already obvious? Exactly. Our Dragon Nation's researchers have been advancing all along, even winning Nobel Prizes. UL water frogs will probably never get that chance in your lifetime. Doesn't research require funding? Do you think everyone's like you, just wag your tail, bend over, and daddy will drop cash? Clearly, neither side of netizens would concede defeat in words alone. Verbal sparring couldn't decide the outcome. Everyone knew today's victory hinged solely on technological prowess. If the Dragon Nation could demonstrate technological prowess surpassing the Eagle's fifth-generation fighter, the tide of battle would undoubtedly turn. At the very least, the Eagle Nation wouldn't dare let the Stick Nation get away with any more outrageous actions for the time being. But the crucial question is, does Dragon Nation possess it? Plasma stealth technology does demonstrate the Dragon Nation's research capabilities, but on the international stage, it's not just about strength, it's also about speed and efficiency. From the outset, the Dragon Nation already lagged behind the Eagle Nation by 30 years. And the Eagle Nation has continued advancing all these years. How could the Dragon Nation possibly catch up? They hold a half-generation lead. If they don't rein them in now, once they're truly overtaken, the Eagle Nation won't fare well. Clearly, even the audience understands this. How could the Korean side fail to grasp it? The priority now is to severely suppress Dragon Nation, ensuring its delayed or stunted rise. Ideally, some plunder could be extracted from Dragon Nation. That would be the optimal outcome. At that moment, Shui Shanhai declared, "The truth is plain for the world to see. You rely solely on your fifth-generation fighter jets. If you truly believe these jets alone can crush the will of our soldiers, then go ahead and try." Shui Shanhai's words rang out with unwavering conviction, leaving no room for retreat. Joking aside, backing down now might buy some development time. But plasma technology? That was developed by Chen Chu and handed over to the state. Handing it over to the Koreans or the Americans? How could the Dragon Nation then face its own scientists? Yet Kim Tae-sang's expression remained utterly unmoved by Shui Shanhai's words. Instead, he continued with a sneer. "You were the ones who insisted on testing it. Fine. Here's your chance. How about a duel between our Ghost Eagle and your J-20 fighter jet? The losing side surrenders immediately and accepts the victor's terms. What do you say?" Kim Tae-sang's words ignited fury throughout the entire Dragon Nation delegation. This bastard must be scared of Dragon Nation soldiers. He won't even face us in a fair fight. Everyone knows how much stronger a fifth-generation fighter is over a fifth-generation fighter. Why doesn't this guy just go rob someone? What a shameless bastard, he'll say anything to save face. As for the foreign viewers on the internet, they couldn't help but laugh. They weren't laughing at Kim Tae-sang's lack of decorum, but rather at the pathetic state of the Dragon Nation's air combat capabilities, now being humiliated like this. In the past, with the J-20 in its arsenal, no country in the world would dare speak so arrogantly. But today, things had changed completely. With South Korea now possessing fifth-generation fighter jets superior to the J-20, the Dragon Nation could only swallow its pride. To nations that had long perceived the Dragon Nation as a formidable threat, this turn of events was utterly satisfying. South Korean netizens, in particular, never viewed China's past rule as benevolent assistance. Instead, they saw it as a former government exploiting and enslaving them. So seeing such a powerful Dragon Nation being mocked and ridiculed like this, how could they not be delighted? Facing this question, Shui Shanhai didn't dodge it. Instead, he retorted, "Comparing a fifth-generation fighter to our fifth-generation fighter? General Kim, you really have a sense of humor. Why not pitch your Korean fighter against our J-20 instead?" The Dragon Nation side erupted in laughter. Kim Tae-sang's face instantly turned grim as he snapped, "How about one of ours against 5 of yours?" The question hung heavy over the northern frontier, silencing the land. If it were a one-on-one duel, victory might be uncertain. But 5 against 1? Surely that offered an advantage? Even if victory felt undeserved, and success wasn't guaranteed, at least there was a chance. Kim Tae-sang, however, wore an expression of absolute confidence. "Well, dare you accept the challenge?" At that moment, Shui Shanhai's brow furrowed deeply. According to his calculations, if a 5th-generation fighter could defeat 7 or 8 4th-generation fighters, then a 5th-and-a-half-generation fighter facing 5 5th-generation fighters wasn't unreasonable. But how could he gamble on something that concerned national dignity? Besides, their eagle-eyed master was watching from behind the scenes. But just then, a resolute voice cut through the tension. If you want to fight, then fight. I'll take on 10 of them with just one plane. Chapter 126, Don't Stop Him. When that resolute, sharp, and youthful voice echoed across the northern battlefield, it sent a collective gasp through the ranks. For who could possibly utter such words on the battlefield? Surely a commander or a pilot. Only fighter pilots possessed such a loudspeaker to broadcast announcements to all. Instinctively, every head turned upward toward the sky. And inwardly, they all wondered, who the hell is this guy? He's way too cocky, way too arrogant. Which military district had such an insolent fool? Taking on 10 opponents alone is nearly impossible within any military district, let alone while piloting a fighter jet that's inferior to the enemy's. With odds of winning at just 1 in 7, challenging 10 opponents solo? That's nothing short of delusional. Thus, even before the livestream showed any footage, viewers in the chat were already unleashing a torrent of criticism. Who is this guy? Where's the military discipline? Does he have to be this arrogant? What gives him the right to act so cocky? Which military region is this? Get their commander out here. Who the hell is so damn arrogant? Arrogance may be a virtue, but blind confidence is unnecessary. We're already behind in military equipment. Now they pull this stunt? If we lose, it'll be a blow to our national dignity and integrity. Clearly, even ordinary citizens understood. While such rhetoric might boost morale and rally the troops, what if the enemy took it seriously? Then the Dragon Nation would suffer a complete and utter defeat in this matter. As for the consequences of losing, everyone understood them all too well. For the Dragon Nation, there would be nothing but harm and no benefit. Even the plasma cloaking technology painstakingly developed by the nation's top scientists would end up serving as a gift to others at this critical moment. This, of course, was something no one could bear. Meanwhile, on the Korean side, nearly everyone watching the global live broadcast couldn't help but burst into laughter at that moment. This is hilarious. Who is this guy? How could the Dragon Nation military produce such an idiot? One man can't even take on 10 opponents, and now he wants one plane to take on 10? Is he dreaming? Does he think this is 10 years ago, when the Dragon Nation's J-20s crushed other countries? Even if Dragon Nation did dominate, so what? Remember the first Sino-Japanese War? What state was Dragon Nation's military in? Utterly. Clearly, since the first Sino-Japanese War, Dragon Nation's dignity had been trampled underfoot by the world's nations. Only in recent times, after winning several battles and teaching Eagle Sauce a lesson, had Dragon Nation managed to survive. But as the Eagle gradually resolved its economic issues and prospered, the Dragon Nation lost its advantage. Worse, roughly half the world now backed the Eagle, while only 1/5 supported the Dragon Nation. Many nations merely paid lip service to supporting the Dragon Nation, seeking only to reap its benefits. Under these circumstances, no one would believe the Dragon Nation still held the advantage it once did against the Eagle Nation. Back then, the Eagle Nation did suffer setbacks, but that was because its technology was underdeveloped and incapable of overwhelming dominance. Out of humanitarian concerns, they also refrained from using nuclear weapons to avoid being perceived as a global threat. But things are different now. When the world still dismissed the Eagle as a blustering bully with limited combat prowess, they unleashed an arsenal of advanced weaponry in a single conflict. They obliterated the enemy's command and control hub, neutralizing their strategic nerve center. This approach crushed the world by an entire dimension. From that moment on, the Eagle truly became the world's hegemonic power. No nation dared challenge it, and its technological prowess was revered as divine. Now, this nation of technological gods has invented yet another breakthrough that leads the world by a dimension, the 5th-generation fighter jet. Yet a lowly fighter pilot from the Dragon Nation dares to claim he can take on 10 of them? Wasn't this just a pipe dream? These words have now reached the ears of everyone in the Dragon Nation. Especially among the military personnel who had faced off earlier hearing such brazen boasts, they all flushed with embarrassment. Their elite soldiers could take on 5 opponents, even 10, without breaking a sweat. But this is air combat, for crying out loud. Claiming to take on 10 opponents in aerial combat, especially while trailing behind, wasn't that just courting death? Commander Wang glared upward in fury, only to find no one there. His anger boiled over. Which little bastard is spouting this nonsense? I'll find him and kick his ass out. Commander Wang was clearly furious. On the battlefield, discipline was paramount. National pride and fighting spirit were essential, but so was a functioning brain. They're flying 5th-generation fighters. What are we flying? We have the J-20. Half a generation behind. Do you understand what half a generation means? Originally, the Koreans said they'd send 5 fighters, we could have fought them. But now, because of this kid's recklessness, how could they possibly back down? Yet shock rippled through both the front lines and the command center. First among those on the front lines was Lu Ziyan, who had infiltrated their ranks. She could scarcely believe that at this very moment, she'd hear such a familiar voice. She had always thought Chen Chu was one of those top scientific geniuses who had never witnessed the true brutality of war and would never participate in it. She knew him too well. Chen Chu wasn't someone who craved conflict. He was a dedicated researcher who was generally kind and gentle. Yet here he was, in this situation? Could it be that he truly had some preparation or confidence that he could take on 10 of the Stick Nation's soldiers single-handedly? As for the command center, Shui Shanhai, Li Sanhai, and Nie Lisan showed no reaction to Commander Wang's fury. Instead, they were completely dumbfounded. For them, that voice was all too familiar. For the past month, they hadn't heard that familiar voice in ages. They never even considered searching for a teenager who should still be in college. They knew this wasn't the boy's responsibility. Even his promotion to captain had been a decoration forcibly bestowed by the state. Yet now, this youth had actually come here in person. How on earth had he learned of this situation and made his way here? Commander Wang clearly had no idea who was approaching. He barked, "Find him. How could you not know who it is?" But Shui Shanhai waved his hand at that moment. "Don't stop him. Let him come." Chapter 127, Embarrassment on the International Stage, Vote Request. Chapter 127, International Humiliation? Seeking gold votes. Commander Wang was instantly dumbfounded. Good heavens! This is a battlefield. Even if it's just a simulation, no pilot would dare act like this. This is essentially betting the nation's fate alongside him. Could this be someone even higher up in the Central Military Commission? Or perhaps someone with a pilot background? But that couldn't be right either. Could a high-ranking official from the Central Military Commission have such a young voice? Director Shui, this isn't by the book. Li Sanhai snapped immediately. Director Shui told you to shut up, so shut up. This kid being here must mean. Nie Lisan added, exactly. It means he's already gotten what he wanted. Commander Wang looked even more bewildered upon hearing this. What desired outcome? What kid? Who is this person? Clearly, everyone was utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, on the Korean side, the boast about taking on 10 opponents reached Kim Tae-sang through the interpreter. Hearing this, he laughed so hard his eyes disappeared. How arrogant were these Dragon Country pilots? Did they really think their J-20s were invincible? A frog in a well. He immediately barked, "Does your Dragon Nation have no military discipline? Allowing a little brat to interrupt like this?" The frontline Koreans instantly erupted into laughter. But Shui Shanhai merely chuckled. Our military discipline works when dealing with people. When dealing with, it's unnecessary. This remark left not only the Dragon Nation side dumbfounded, but the Korean side utterly speechless. They possessed 5th-generation fighter jets, after all. Had the Dragon Nation's commander lost his mind? Or was he deliberately provoking them into a reckless attack? The entire Dragon Nation army plunged into chaos and confusion. Could it be that bragging was actually the right move at this moment? And right then, Chen Chu's voice boomed across the battlefield once more. Well, dare you accept the challenge? As the words left his lips, a dazzling display erupted in the sky, a spectacle so vivid it seemed to defy the laws of light itself. A fighter jet with a V-shaped tail fin, resembling a soaring eagle, appeared suspended in the northern skies. Countless eyes were instantly dazzled. What was that? Under the dazzling spectacle, they gradually made out that it was indeed a fighter jet, one that had gone undetected until now, concealed by the cover of night. But upon seeing it, they couldn't help but laugh. Especially Kim Tae-sang, who laughed out loud in Korean. Is this your trump card? Did you bring it for a disco party? Clearly, to Kim Tae-sang at that moment, the suddenly appearing fighter jet, with its blinding lights, resembled what? A glittering disco ball. Wasn't that the kind of color you'd often see in a bar? When had the Dragon Nation sunk so low that their fighter jet research had produced a machine designed specifically for clubbing? Sure, it looked flashy for show-off purposes, but judging by its shape, especially that V-shaped tail, this fighter might be fast, but it was also an incredibly obvious target. On the battlefield, it's an absolute sitting duck. And they claim this thing can take on 10 enemies? Clearly, it wasn't just Kim Tae-sang laughing uncontrollably. The entire Korean public, including the Air Force, was rolling in the aisles. This is just ridiculous. China's been working so hard to fool its people, and after all that effort, this is what they come up with, a fighter jet that looks like a toy. Sure, it looks pretty, but what use is it on the battlefield? Does the Dragon Nation seriously believe that speed alone is the ultimate weapon? Before the Ghost Eagle, even the fastest speed will be caught without fail. Once the radar locks on and predicts your velocity, how can you evade the missile? So in their eyes, this V-shaped tail fin is the dumbest thing imaginable. Just aim at it and you're guaranteed to hit. Second, these flashy lights appear utterly impractical purely for show. Isn't that just a disguised increase in costs? Meanwhile, upon seeing this fighter jet, netizens in the Dragon Nation all wore expressions of frustration and disappointment. What the hell were those scientists thinking, building a fighter like this? All flash and no substance. What else is this thing good for besides looking cool? Don't tell me this is really our country's secret weapon. Didn't you see even the Central Military Commission bought into it? This is supposedly our secret weapon. This is an international embarrassment. Meanwhile, the K-pop fans were ecstatic. See? What else can Dragon Country men do besides brag? This is hilarious. Is this what Dragon Country men are like? They used to be so down to earth, but now? Not at all. Look how noble our oppas are, they always demand fairness. These comments only fueled the fury of Dragon Country netizens. It was bad enough to embarrass themselves at home, but now they'd embarrass themselves internationally and in front of so many K-pop loving women. If they knew the name of the person sitting in that 6th-generation fighter jet, they'd probably have doxed him 1,000 times over by now. As for the Korean netizens, they were even more excited, unleashing a barrage of mockery. Of course, Kim Tae-sang responded directly to Chen Chu's bold claim, "We certainly have no objections. To avoid bullying you, just one ghost eagle will suffice. It'll give me a chance to see the true strength of the Dragon Nation's military industry. What do you say, Dragon Nation's general?" Commander Wang was now fuming so hard he could barely breathe. Seriously? They'd already agreed on 5 bouts, and now this kid shows up and wipes out the advantage they'd fought so hard to secure. And to make matters worse, they were now demanding 10 opponents. Great. Now they were forced into a one-on-one duel. What kind of technological prowess does Eagle-chan possess? What national strength and financial resources? How could Dragon Nation possibly compete with them in fighter jets? Yet Director Xue seemed determined to defend this kid. Just as Commander Wang was about to demand they seize the youth, Xue Shanhai seized the microphone and declared, "We agreed to 10 on 10. Now you choose one-on-one, you asked for it. If you lose, you must immediately clarify the truth in international media and apologize to our nation and its people. Dismantle all military installations and stay away for 10 years. If we lose, same deal." Kim Tae-sang was utterly stunned. He'd expected to deal with a mad subordinate, but now even the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation seemed insane. Of course, he also recalled the mission entrusted by Eagle Daddy, and thus declared, "One more condition must be added, we demand the plasma cloaking technology be made public to the entire world. This was achieved through the sacrifice of our martyrs. The world must be spared from the scourge of such technology." His lofty rhetoric once again incensed the netizens of the Dragon Nation. Chapter 128, We Learn from the West. What about you? Vote for gold. Clearly, the Korean regime's true colors had become utterly repulsive. Plasma cloaking technology was clearly meant for self-defense. In any other country, it would undoubtedly be classified as top-secret technology. Yet in the hands of the Koreans, it becomes a threat to the world that must be shared globally. Then why didn't the Eagle publicly release the manufacturing technology for the mushroom bomb back then? Surprisingly, Xue Shanhai stared at the sky without speaking. Hesitation flickered in his heart. The stakes were simply too high. If they lost today, it would be written into the history books. Yet victory would undoubtedly be a triumphant moment. The uncertainty was immense, yet he knew plasma cloaking technology was Chen Chu's life's work. If he were to decide for himself, he truly had no right to make that call for Chen Chu. It was Chen Chu's creation. If Chen Chu lost, he wouldn't hold a single grudge. Therefore, at this moment, he entrusted the decision to Chen Chu. Even if it was risky, even if they truly lost, he would have no regrets. The era ultimately belonged to the young. Thus, he said nothing more. Instead, his gaze fixed upon the sky, where the 6th-generation fighter with its V-shaped tail fin continued to shift colors. Now, it had become a contest between Chen Chu and Jin Taixiang. Chen Chu heard no response from Xue Shanhai and couldn't fathom his meaning. But he knew full well that even 10 of the 5th-and-a-half-generation fighter jets before him wouldn't be enough. So he declared, "No problem. Teaching you a lesson today is just the first step." Kim Tae-sang couldn't help but laugh. This kid didn't know when to quit. The first step? Did he plan to take on the Eagle even after this? Even Admiral Pumais of the Eagle Squadron, watching the live feed, found it rather amusing. When had the Dragon Nation produced such a bold young man? To him, the fighter jets deployed by the Dragon Nation now seemed like a joke. First, the streamlined design clearly indicated poor stealth capabilities. It was engineered solely for speed. To the Ghost Eagle, it was practically a sitting duck on the battlefield. Once locked on by radar, could it possibly outrun a missile? Dream on. As for that V-shaped tail fin, it was an enormous target. Not to mention, he hadn't even spotted any weapons systems on this fighter jet. In other words, it wasn't equipped with any heavy-hitting missiles. So what does this fighter have? Add those flashy lights and color-changing hull effects. Wasn't that just laughable? Such flashy nonsense was nothing but suicide on the battlefield. So he couldn't care less about this young upstart who'd just appeared. He immediately called Kim Tae-sang and signaled, "Stop wasting time. See if this guy's words hold any weight. If they do, just defeat them outright. All we need is the plasma cloaking technology anyway." Kim Tae-sang instantly grew serious, grabbing the receiver and asking, "Commander of the Dragon Nation, does this man speak for your side? If he can, then start immediately." Xue Shanhai, however, overruled the objections. If he lacks the authority to decide, then no one here can make that call. "Come on then, let's settle this like men. Shui Shanhai's words instantly ignited the crowd's fervor. Even the Dragon Nation soldiers, aware of their disadvantage, understood the meaning of obedience. Though they'd never laid eyes on the figure in the sky, they knew he now embodied the Dragon Nation's honor. If that guy lost, they'd lose face too. At this moment, they were all in the same boat, one for all for one. They were all in the same boat, there was no room for discouragement now. As for Lu Zian, watching from below, her gaze fixed on the fighter jet above, her eyes held a hint of worry. Yet she understood this was no time for distractions. So she clenched her delicate fists, silently cheering Chen Chu on. Over in the Dragon Nation's livestream, the comments were flooded with supportive voices. Brothers, we believe in our warriors, we believe in our leadership. Yeah, at a time like this, anyone talking down is a coward. Go Dragon Nation. Hang in there, bro. Your fighter jet looks awesome. Fighting for the nation, as long as you give your all, there'll be no regrets even in defeat. Even the Korea-obsessed women, seeing such overwhelming support, felt contempt but dared not speak against the tide. As for the viewers from Korea, they once again flooded the screen with scornful comments. Yet deep down, they admired Dragon Nation's courage, choosing to fight despite knowing their military might was inferior. Even in defeat, they respected the Dragon Nation as a true warrior. Especially that pilot, though unknown in identity or name, he had etched his mark for the first time before the eyes of Korea and all of East Asia. They understood this wasn't Longwa's fault. The blame lay with their own misplaced allegiance, choosing not to cling to the eagle's leg like the rest. But in this world, how could one survive without choosing sides, clinging to dignity? Did they truly believe they could stand alone against the world's hegemonic eagle? That was far too naive. Now that both sides had confirmed their intent to fight, they swiftly chose a battlefield, a remote area beyond the border, far from any settlements, spanning 1,000 kilometers in all directions. Both sides must prepare escape routes to evacuate if their aircraft are destroyed. Furthermore, regardless of the outcome of the battle, neither side was permitted to send reinforcements. Dragon Nation deployed Chen Chu, while Stick Nation sent Li Yongju, the older brother of the previously mentioned Li Jiamju. Before the battle commenced, Kim Tae-sang loudly introduced Li Yongju. Dear fellow citizens, we have dispatched our Air Force Major General. He possesses extensive aerial combat experience, having undergone rigorous selection during multiple training exercises and repeatedly distinguished himself in service. Most importantly, he is Li Jiamju, the brother of our fallen hero. Please place your trust in him and shower him with all your encouragement at this very moment. The Korean side mounted a massive campaign. Li Yongju's name reverberated across major cities in Korea. His image appeared on Seoul television stations and public screens everywhere. Li Yongju donned his helmet. His eyes now radiated unwavering resolve, tinged with a hint of contempt and hatred. He saluted Korea and resolutely boarded the Ghost Eagle. For him, today was not only about humiliating Dragon Nation but also about avenging his brother. As for the Dragon Nation, any introduction of Chen Chu was impossible at this moment. His identity was simply too unique. Though he held the rank of 5-star captain in the Air Force. But in terms of actual combat experience, including training experience, he had none whatsoever. How could they possibly introduce him? For this reason, Shui Shanhai specifically asked Chen Chu how to proceed, whether they should really go through with it. But he also knew that although Chen Chu had no flight experience, he was exceptionally quick at learning anything and possessed remarkable insight. Moreover, at this moment, who knew the 6th-generation fighter best? It was simply impossible to convey every operational detail and nuance of the 6th-generation fighter within such a short time frame. Even the nation's top ace pilots couldn't master all that knowledge overnight. Therefore, for this mission, no one but Chen Chu was truly qualified for this role. After racking his brain, Shui Shanhai could only offer a cryptic introduction. Due to his unique status, we cannot disclose all details about our pilot at this time. However, he is our Air Force 5-star captain. Moreover, he rose from enlistment to 5-star captain in just 3 months. Please trust our youngest genius. After Shui Shanhai revealed Chen Chu's credentials, the online community erupted in shock. Became a 5-star captain in just 3 months? That's insane. Get him back here immediately. Safety comes first. They know they can't win, yet they still send him in? And they send such a monstrous genius? Even some women who idolized Korea couldn't help but take notice upon hearing Chen Chu's name and background. They simply couldn't compete with the Koreans. To them, China's prodigy was worthy of their admiration. But sending him to his death like this seemed utterly wasteful, especially since he was so young. Clearly, even with Chen Chu's stellar resume and legendary rise, no one believed he could win. After all, the enemy had the Eagle's 5th-generation fighter jet. And this guy's fighter looked like some flashy prop made by a Bilibili content creator. Whoever designed it must be clueless. Anyone with basic fighter knowledge knew this was a 19-to-1 mismatch. But Chen Chu showed no hesitation whatsoever, immediately flying his fighter jet into the combat zone. The combat zone was shrouded in darkness. Even when the Ghost Eagle appeared, it vanished into the pitch blackness, making it nearly impossible to see. This darkness also posed significant challenges for the drones tasked with capturing footage. Just from this footage alone, anyone could tell who held the upper hand in this battle. That idiot. Even now, he still hasn't turned off that light. He's practically offering himself up as a target. Look how smart the other guy is. He went stealth the moment he entered the combat zone. Yeah, and with this level of combat experience, he calls himself a genius? Clearly, from the very start, the Dragon Nation side felt the pressure brought by the Ghost Eagle. It was like facing a specter. Had Eagle's technology truly crushed Dragon Nation? Even Shui Shanhai and the others could now see Chen Chu's 6th-generation fighter standing tall in the sky through the live drone feed. Meanwhile, the Ghost Eagle piloted by the Korean pilot seemed to have vanished into the night sky, its position utterly undetectable. Li Sunhai immediately exclaimed, "What is Chen Chu playing at? If the enemy fires a missile now, won't it hit him directly?" Nya Lisan chuckled, "I don't think so. Have you all forgotten about Chen Chu's pulse detonator engine? Listen, do you hear that sound now? That means he hasn't accelerated at all. Once he really does accelerate, the missiles might not be able to catch up." Upon hearing this analysis, Shui Shanhai finally felt his unease slightly. Meanwhile, over in the Korean peninsula, they were laughing their heads off. LOL, are the Dragon Nation pilots seriously lacking any combat experience? Or did they just give up? Standing there like that? True to the Ghost Eagle's reputation, the Eagle's tech is unmatched. Even when our drones lock on, all we see is a dark silhouette. Did Dragon Nation's designers spend all day climbing walls to look at things they shouldn't, messing up their brains? How could they design something that looks like dance floor lights, exposing their own targets? At that moment, Li Yongzhu had also dismissed Chen Chu's fighter jet as a weakling. He'd assumed his opponent was an experienced fighter pilot, perhaps even flying in night vision mode from the start. But when he thought he'd need to be extra cautious to spot the enemy, he suddenly realized the opponent was right nearby, lights blazing as if waving hello. And those blinding lights? It was like encountering an opponent dancing right in front of you in a game, practically begging to be shot. It reminded him of those Chinese players he'd encountered in Korean servers who'd deliberately headbutt him. Without hesitation, he blared over the radio. "With tech this high, you Dragon Country bastards still strut around like kings of the jungle. We Korean guys might be behind, but we're grinding to catch up, studying Western tech like mad. What about you? This kind of behavior on the battlefield is nothing short of suicide." After Li Yongzhu delivered this speech, the Korean netizens visibly grew more smug. True, they swiftly eliminated this big-headed opponent, but that wasn't satisfying enough. They needed to humiliate him thoroughly, to crush Dragon Nation's technological pride once and for all. For the Dragon Nation, this blow was irreversible. Even if they now understood why they failed, they could never bring themselves to grovel before the Eagle. That path had been completely blocked off by their own country. What no one knew was that on Chen Chu's side, the radar had already analyzed every position of the Ghost Eagle down to the last detail, including its maximum and minimum movement speeds. Should he fire his pulse laser cannon, the Ghost Eagle would be reduced to dust instantly. What he hadn't anticipated was that the enemy would actually taunt him first. Chapter 129, Playing Your Ace Right Off the Bat? I'm all ace. Seeking gold votes. Of course, Chen Chu paid no heed to such taunts. He remained suspended mid-air, viewing the enemy pilot as nothing more than a target he could easily manipulate at any moment. Originally, he needed the opponent to deploy at least 5 Ghost Eagles. This would better test the V-like magnetic storm's performance, especially its acceleration capabilities. He believed the V-like magnetic storm variant excelled in every aspect, but its acceleration evasion capabilities remained largely untested. With the enemy radar unable to form an image or lock on, they could only use auxiliary targeting to aim at his fighter. In such circumstances, its sudden acceleration would become meaningful. But evading a single fighter's attack was simply too uninteresting. That's why he needed 5. But he never expected the enemy to be so arrogant as to send only 1. This was far too unchallenging. Chen Chu's inaction made Leng Yu beside him grow tense. "Captain Chen, what are you doing? You locked on, didn't you? Fire." Clearly, Leng Yu understood the situation perfectly well. Earlier, she had felt some tension while aboard the fighter jet. When Chen Chu told her to leave, she hadn't gone, choosing instead to stay by his side throughout the entire operation. In her view, her mission was to protect Chen Chu. If anything happened to him, she would sacrifice her own life to shield him. Therefore, there was no way she would flee at this moment. Yet in such a critical moment, she couldn't understand why Chen Chu, having clearly locked onto the target, wasn't firing any missiles. Even she, a complete layperson, could see that striking first would guarantee victory. Chen Chu responded with a smile. "It's a rare opportunity to test the V-like magnetic storm variant. If I just took it out right away, what fun would that be?" For a moment, Leng Yu was dumbfounded. This was no ordinary moment, it was a critical juncture concerning national honor. And this guy was treating it like a chance to test his fighter jet? Just how big was his heart? Chen Chu's silence at this moment only served to deepen Li Yongzhu's contempt. He had assumed that after uttering such words, the other party would inevitably launch an attack toward the source of his voice, allowing him to effortlessly evade and expose their weakness. Psychologically, he'd already won. After all, mere victory was meaningless. He needed to inflict mental anguish, forcing the other to recognize the gap in fighter jet capabilities. But he never expected this guy to keep his cool so well. Arrogant Dragon Nation people, just like their esports and sports, were nothing but a disgrace on the international stage. He addressed Chen Chu directly. Arrogant Dragon Nation man, had I struck just now, you'd be dead. Despite your stupidity, don't expect mercy. My brother took his own life because of your nation's persecution. On the battlefield, I'll make every Dragon Nation person taste the bitterness of despair. After speaking, he immediately adjusted his position and slipped back into stealth mode. Even the drones couldn't pinpoint his location at that moment. This immediately sparked waves of astonishment across global livestreams. Looks like that arrogant Dragon Nation guy is done for. He had such a golden opportunity earlier but didn't strike. Now that Ghost Eagle has activated stealth mode, it's completely untraceable. And this is the Dragon Nation Air Force captain? What a disappointment. Arrogant soldiers are bound to lose. Just like the first Sino-Japanese war back then. Who would have thought Korea could bully the Dragon Nation now? Meanwhile, back in Dragon Nation, Chen Chu was being subjected to a barrage of curses. What kind of gentlemanly behavior is this at a time like this? Do you think you're Xue Qian? What a clown. You think standing there was cool? Who couldn't see you? Can't you hide in the night? They can cloak themselves. After getting their location, you still didn't act? How arrogant and overconfident are you? I can't take it. This is more infuriating than watching an esports match. Even in the Dragon Nation Command Center, Commander Wang was fuming with rage. Director Xue, what kind of person is this? Such a golden opportunity and he doesn't strike? Does he really think he can defeat his opponent fairly? Great, now we've lost every chance. But Xue Shanhai, Li Sanghai, and Nielisen exchanged glances, each feeling a sense of déjà vu. Although this time the opponent was a foreigner, that kid Chen Chu hadn't changed a bit. Every move he made was utterly baffling. Take back when we were at the National Defense High School. Back then, Chen Chufei insisted on not reloading his bullets. He faced opponents armed with live ammunition using nothing but rubber bullets. And somehow, he ended up winning. This time, Chen Chu has once again abandoned the offensive. There must be another motive behind this. Clearly, after their earlier anxiety over Chen Chu, they weren't falling for it this time. This guy Chen Chu definitely has his own plans. As for the outcome, it was still too early to tell. But they knew clearly that now, besides trusting Chen Chu and praying for the result they hoped for, there was no other way. Meanwhile, on the front lines, Lu Ziyan gazed at the dazzlingly colorful Chen Chu fighter jet appearing in the distance, alongside the Ghost Eagle stealth fighter slipping into the darkness. The scene felt strangely familiar. Especially as her comrades in arms murmured around her, calling him foolish and arrogant. This scene felt so familiar. Wasn't this exactly like those classmates back then? She couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed these guys had all underestimated Chen Chu. Why did Chen Chu always manage to stumble upon these opportunities to save face? Even so, she still couldn't fathom how Chen Chu's 6th-generation fighter would win. While the aircraft certainly looked impressive, its practicality seemed rather questionable. Back in the Korean peninsula, Pomize enjoyed the company of Korean female celebrities while watching the live feed of the Chinese fighter jet still frozen in place. His eyes brimmed with contempt. He couldn't fathom why the eagle-eyed Americans regarded the Dragon Nation as their greatest adversary. With Dragon Nation's technological level, it was rotten to the core. Their past defeat to the Dragon Nation was purely due to overconfidence. Back then, the Dragon Nation's people were fierce and fearless in battle, and its soldiers were renowned worldwide for their fighting spirit. But times had changed. Today, they would prove that in the age of technological revolution, the fierceness of these Dragon Nation people would become utterly worthless in the face of science and technology. In fact, Dragon Nation shouldn't even warrant such attention from Eagle Nation. At that very moment, the footage from Korea showed the Ghost Eagle circling repeatedly without engaging. If it had been just 1 or 2 circuits, inaction might be understandable, searching for a weak spot, assessing the probability of a hit. But the Ghost Eagle circled the Dragon Nation fighter nearly 10 times, as if in a trance. Pomize's face immediately turned grim. He immediately called Kim Tae-sang. What's going on? Why hasn't it fired the missile yet? Kim Tae-sang, puzzled on the other end, replied, let me try connecting. But just as the two were connecting, Lee Yong-ju's voice came through from the Korean side. Commander Kim, is there a problem with our equipment? My radar keeps showing the target is oversized and unable to lock on. I've circled around multiple times, and it's still the same result. Kim Tae-sang was utterly baffled. Impossible. They had tested the Ghost Eagle. It could detect enemy aircraft even 800 kilometers away and predict success rates. Pomize remarked, excellent. It seems the plasma cloaking is working. His voice grew excited. No wonder my mission was to acquire plasma cloaking technology at all costs. I never imagined it could even jam the Ghost Eagle's radar. Excellent. I don't care what methods you use, you must capture it. Clearly, the emergence of plasma cloaking technology was not a threat to Pomize, it was a reward. It proved the technology's immense power. Once the Eagle Squadron acquired it and integrated plasma cloaking onto the Ghost Eagle, wouldn't that make it a true 6th-generation fighter? Once the genuine 6th generation fighter was complete, the entire world would tremble. Those nations secretly opposing the eagle would dare not utter a word. And he himself would no longer be merely a lieutenant general, his status would be elevated to an entirely new level. How could he not be thrilled, ecstatic? As for Kim Tae-sang, he too was overjoyed. Rest assured, sir. We will take it down. Plasma stealth? With that massive glow, we can shoot it down even without radar. That Dragon Nation dares equip such a weak fighter with advanced stealth technology? They truly deserve to be destroyed. Ma'am, proceed. Pumais casually issued the order, then rolled over, clearly dismissing the Dragon Nation's fighter as insignificant. He acknowledged that whoever invented the plasma cloaking technology was indeed a genius. But what could such a genius possibly achieve in Dragon Nation? Meanwhile, the Ghost Eagle's prolonged inaction in the live feed began to stir discontent among the Korean viewers. Damn it, why aren't they moving? Can't you see there's no target? Damn it, Dragon Nation must have plasma cloaking tech. Dragon Nation's fighters are so weak, yet they need such powerful radar? They're asking for it. No wonder that Dragon Country kid dares to just sit there. But it won't matter anyway if Dragon Country has this tech, they're basically giving the whole world a free gift. Yeah, don't they even have targeting systems anymore? Exactly. Basic firepower alone would crush them. The sin lies not in the man, but in the treasure he holds. Hand it over. Meanwhile, Dragon Nation's side grew even more panicked upon seeing this. Is that Dragon Nation captain really showing off like this? Our plasma cloaking technology is definitely our trump card. If we use it now, what if they're prepared for it? Exactly. We finally have technology that leads the world, and he's wasting it on showboating. Got a little something up your sleeve and you gotta show it off? What a wasteful son of a. The Dragon Nation's K-pop obsessed fairies, however, seem to have seen right through the Dragon Nation men at that moment. That's just a grasshopper. His showboating is so cringeworthy. Yeah, I met one on a blind date recently. He bragged about his fancy car and expensive watch. Like I'd be impressed with my 3,000 yuan salary? I'd totally scam him for a ride and take off. Chinese men are like this, no stability, no modesty. Even driving a Santana, they have to snap photos of the steering wheel. With these little fairies stoking the fire, netizens back home were even more furious at their disgraceful 5-star captain Chen Chu. But right now, they didn't even have time to vent. Because the next moment, the sound of bullets from fighter jets swept through the sky. Thanks to drone footage, the sound of gunfire reached audiences worldwide. At that moment, many netizens in the Dragon Nation closed their eyes, unable to bear witness to such scenes. They knew full well that with plasma cloaking technology, if they adopted a sneaky approach from the start, turning off that flashy but useless color-changing exterior and launching a surprise attack, there might still be a chance of victory. But by playing their trump card right off the bat, what was left to fight for? Such a large target, all they needed to do was lock onto you. And since you weren't moving, wouldn't you be doomed? Inside the command center, Shui Shanhai and the others took deep breaths, their eyes glued to the screens in tense anticipation. While confidence is good, Chen Chu was being downright reckless. And they all saw the bullet approaching, yet Chen Chu showed no intention of dodging. Has this guy lost his mind? Over on the Korean side, netizens were flooding the chat with glory to Korea, and even the national flag was being spammed. In their eyes, even if it was a sneak attack, Lee Yong-ju was a national hero. Besides, the Dragon Nation fighter pilot had stood there like a target. How could anyone blame him? Kim Tae-sang's eyes flickered with a mix of contempt and greed. This plasma cloaking technology would soon belong to Korea. And once the Eagle's 6th generation fighter was perfected, Korea would undoubtedly be the first in line to purchase it. As for Pumais, his gaze wasn't even on the livestream. Instead, he stared at the Korean female star in front of him, his hand already resting on her shoulder. But at that very moment, every live feed suddenly filled with a sound like firecrackers exploding, or the rattling of a popcorn machine. What was that sound? Is some machine's engine failing? Could it be that the drone's quality is so poor it's self-destructing? This unexpected turn of events injected a hint of unpredictability into what had seemed a foregone conclusion. Of course, this unexpected turn meant everyone feared they wouldn't get to see the live footage. For netizens in the Dragon Nation, missing it might be a blessing, saving them the frustration. But for netizens in the Stick Nation, it was a bitter pill. They were finally going to witness their country's technological prowess, crushing the Dragon Nation in the tech war. How could they miss such a spectacle? So they frantically sent prayer emojis, desperately hoping the feed wouldn't cut out. They had to see the Dragon Nation fighter jet crash. But what they never anticipated was that, accompanied by a deafening boom, the Dragon Nation fighter jet vanished before their very eyes in the very next instant. Chapter 130, General Poo, where do we stand? Vote for gold. What the hell? Netizens across the Dragon Nation began rubbing their eyes repeatedly, trying to make sure they hadn't seen wrong. What the hell? Didn't we just see it hovering there? And that crackling sound of it breaking apart? It crashed? But the drone didn't even see it fall? Unbelievable. Could it be we're the clowns? Clearly, the Dragon Nation that had been bashing Chen Chu moments ago now harbored a fleeting doubt for the first time. But that was all. Meanwhile, Shui Shanhai, Nia Lisan, and Li Tsanghai were overcome with wild excitement. Is it happening? Is this guy Chen Chu finally about to make his move? Lu Ziyan shook her head helplessly. That guy Chen Chu, doesn't he ever stop worrying people? He should have said he could dodge bullets earlier. As for the Korean side, they had already assumed this piece of junk from Dragon Nation was about to be blasted to bits. But the next moment, they all erupted in disbelief. What the hell? Where did it go? Isn't plasma cloaking the only option? What the hell is this? What trick is Dragon Country playing? Where's that junk? Must have crashed. Probably got shot down. As for Kim Tae-sang, the contemptuous look on his face gave way to a hint of hesitation before he immediately demanded, "What's going on, Lee Young-ju? Where's that piece of junk fighter jet?" Lee Young-ju immediately replied, reporting, "It vanished right before my eyes. Radar can't detect it either. Stay calm. I'll contact General Pumais to figure something out." Just as he was about to make the call, he suddenly heard Lee Young-ju shrieking. "Ah! He's behind me! What?" Kim Tae-sang immediately checked the feed and saw it. The Dragon Nation fighter jet had indeed materialized behind the Ghost Eagle. Compared to the Ghost Eagle, the Dragon Nation fighter seemed far more ghostly. What the hell is going on? That speed was downright bizarre. Chen Chu's voice echoed from inside the fighter jet, "Aren't you going to run? If I'd attacked you just now, you'd already be crashing." Lee Young-ju roared in fury. "Damn it! What kind of engine is this? How can it reach such speeds? No fighter jet in the world can surpass the Ghost Eagle's speed." "Is that so?" Chen Chu chuckled, and then the V-like magnetic storm vanished from the screen once more. Li Yongju immediately tried to pursue, but found no trace of the Dragon Nation fighter jet anywhere. Clearly, the moment this footage aired, every troll and keyboard warrior across the Dragon Nation froze in shock, their faces frozen in disbelief. What the hell? What the hell is this? Could our country really have fighter jets this powerful, capable of outpacing the Eagles in speed? Could this be a dream? Many people slapped themselves hard across the face at that moment. Only after confirming it was real did they start flooding the chat with comments. Quick! Did you record this? Capture this crucial moment. Holy crap, our fighter jet is this fast? I'm definitely not dreaming. Bringing glory to the nation, this is totally worth going crazy over. As for Rumpumis, he too stared at the screen in disbelief. Is this the speed of Dragon Nation fighter jets? Outpacing the Ghost Eagle by so much? What kind of engine is this? No wonder Eagle Chan always regarded Dragon Nation as its greatest enemy. It turns out this miraculous Eastern nation truly can create miracles. But now, his eyes gleamed with greed once more. As things stood, the Dragon Nation's fighter likely lacked combat capability, which was why they weren't attacking at all. Moreover, this fighter hadn't entered mass production. Otherwise, the Dragon Nation wouldn't have reacted that way. If they shot it down, the Dragon Nation might lose this technology entirely. And bringing it back as spoils of war to Eagle Land? That would be a monumental achievement. Therefore, he immediately pushed the actress aside and reconnected with Kim Tae-sang. Did you see the technology of the Dragon Nation's fighter jet? The plan has changed, we want that engine too. Kim Tae-sang instantly looked troubled, for he had already realized that the Dragon Nation's fighter might not be as straightforward as it seemed. With victory still uncertain, how could he be confident of defeating the enemy? He pressed back, then where exactly is our advantage, General Pu? Pumai sneered coldly, our Ghost Eagle possesses the world's most robust defensive materials, and our missiles are indestructible. Even Dongfeng missiles might not be able to take down the Ghost Eagle. Hearing this, Kim Tae-sang finally relaxed. So what if the Dragon Nation's fighters were radar stealthy? So what if they were incredibly fast? They'd still have to surrender those technologies. Today, they would show the Dragon Nation just how utterly worthless their fighter attack systems truly were. With that, Lee Young-ju's confidence surged, his gaze turning contemptuous once more. To him, the Dragon Nation's fighters were nothing but clowns. In today's world, which fighter jet isn't the most formidable? Yet the Dragon Nation pours massive national resources into engine research, enhancing stealth capabilities and engine performance. Isn't that just for running away? Without hesitation, he bellowed through the loudspeaker. Dragon Nation's junk fighter jets. I'll admit your escape skills are impressive. But do you dare come out and fight me head-on? Can't learn anything else, huh? Just copied your national soccer team's tactics? Know your weapons systems suck, so you're trying to wear us down? The next instant, Chen Chu reappeared behind him. He instantly spun the fighter around and unleashed a furious barrage of fire toward Chen Chu. But once again, he missed. This scene made Li Yongju grind his teeth in fury. He began to realize just how terrifying the enemy fighter would be on the battlefield if it truly possessed such formidable weaponry. Thankfully, this guy didn't have advanced weaponry. As for the Dragon Nation side, the spectators were on the edge of their seats. Bro, shoot him. This is your chance to make a name for yourself, to be remembered by the whole world. Why aren't you shooting him? Could it be the weapons system really isn't up to par? Planning to wear down the enemy's ammunition? This isn't guerrilla warfare anymore, why stick to that tactic? And the once marginalized little fairies immediately seized the opportunity to stir things up. See? That's the true nature of grasshoppers, always cowering in fear. Look how brave Appa is. That's grasshopper for you, only capable of psychological warfare online. Shui Shanhai and the others grew equally anxious. Commander Wang immediately exclaimed, Director Shui, why isn't Chen Chu fighting back? Shui Shanhai was momentarily speechless. Who knew what Chen Chu was thinking? With such terrifying speed, wouldn't taking care of the opponent be a matter of minutes? Only Nie Lisen spoke up then. I suspect Chen Chu was trying to fully assess his opponent. Of course, we can't rule out a malfunction in the weapon system. Li Tsong flared up instantly. What difference does that make? Should we ask Chen Chu? But Shui Shanhai shook his head firmly. Chen Chu was merely holding back. Since we've placed our trust in him, we must trust him completely. Chapter 131, Please, Dragon Nation must have a miracle. Vote for gold selection. As the Dragon Nation remained silent, Chen Chu continued to toy with Li Yongzhu. Suddenly, netizens from the Stick Nation couldn't take it anymore. Dragon country people? Turtle people, you say? Is it some hybrid of a rabbit and a turtle? If you've got the guts, face our Ghost Eagle head on. Ghost Eagles have 10,000 rounds they can't possibly run out. We believe Li Yongzhu will take him down. Spectators from Taiwan and South Korea couldn't stomach the spectacle either. Aren't you Koreans feeling a bit embarrassed? Dragon Nation didn't even spend any money. You've poured so much cash into this, and you still can't take down Dragon Nation's fighter jet? This is truly embarrassing. Can you wrap this up quickly? We want to see the Dragon Nation suffer defeat. Just hit it already, please. Yet Chen Chu's V-like magnetic storm now darted across the sky like a ghostly apparition, shifting positions in a relentless dance. Were it not for that damnable, grating engine roar still echoing, anyone would have sworn he'd vanished from the battlefield. Li Yongzhu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Though his weapon and armor systems held the advantage, he knew hitting the target was paramount. Therefore, he changed his approach at this moment, relying on sound to pinpoint the enemy's location. He would either remain motionless, waiting for the opponent to attack, and then, once he knew the gap in strength, strike when they least expected it. But just then, Chen Chu's voice suddenly echoed behind him once more. I told you, just one Ghost Eagle? Not even worth my interest. My target lock is now on your auxiliary fuel tank. Hope you dodge in time. Having spoken these words, Chen Chu immediately soared upward once more. In Li Yongzhu's field of vision, Chen Chu's fighter vanished once more. Who are you trying to scare, kid? Li Yongzhu immediately fired another burst into thin air. Yet after his impotent rage came sheer terror. Who was this fool? Announcing his attack target beforehand? The auxiliary fuel tank was the least critical part of the plane, even expendable in a pinch, yet he insisted on flying low. Was this guy trying to humiliate him? Meanwhile, netizens in the Dragon Nation erupted with excitement upon hearing Chen Chu's outrageous declaration. He's attacking? We're attacking? Holding off the stealth fighters this long was already impressive, and now our 5-star captain is actually going on the offensive. Hey, Blackie, your Korean oppas still rely on American tech. Now our Dragon Nation's tech has the upper hand, and we're even telling them where to hit. Come on, say something. Dragon Nation's little fairies were all holding their breath. Don't get too cocky. Do you think you can just take down the Ghost Eagle whenever you want? Chinese men really do love to brag. Do you think this makes us like you? Embarrassing. Appa, go get him. Blow that bragging bastard out of the water. Over in Korea, netizens were visibly panicking. They had assumed the Ghost Eagle would utterly crush Dragon Nation's outdated fighter jets. But not only did the expected route fail to materialize, now they're being humiliated by Dragon Nation fighters declaring an impending attack, even specifying the direction. If they can't dodge this, how embarrassing would that be? Clearly, if Korean netizens knew this, how could Taiwanese and South Korean netizens remain unaware? Is Eagle Chan's tech really that good? Getting humiliated by a tiny Dragon Nation fighter jet? This is practically a head-on collision. If that fuel tank really gets hit, I can't even imagine the outcome. Did the Dragon Nation pay a fortune to hire Eagle's scientists? Seeing the situation turn dire and national confidence plummeting, Kim Tae-sang immediately addressed the public. Please trust the Ghost Eagle's robust defensive materials. Allow me to explain how the Ghost Eagle's bulletproof materials are engineered. Netizens in the Korean peninsula also paused, waiting for Kim Tae-sang's explanation. First, the Ghost Eagle features 3 layers of ballistic protection. The primary layer consists of nano-titanium alloy. Forged using cutting-edge nanotechnology, this carbon alloy forms the first line of defense. The second layer utilizes Kevlar fibers, which significantly cushion the impact of bullet attacks. The third layer employs self-healing smart materials. This means that even if a bullet penetrates the first layer, it will be deflected by the second layer's fibers. The third layer's self-repairing material will then restore the Ghost Eagle's integrity. As for that arrogant brat from the Dragon Nation threatening to target the auxiliary fuel tank to maintain accuracy, he definitely won't use missiles. No bullet in the world could ever penetrate the Ghost Eagle. After Kim Tae-sang finished his explanation, netizens from Korea, Taiwan, and Japan finally breathed a sigh of relief. With so many layers of protection, what could the Dragon Nation's fighter jets possibly use to take down the Ghost Eagle? Dragon Nation's fighter jets have subpar armor, so they rely on evasion. But Eagle Chan's Ghost Eagle doesn't need to dodge at all. It might dodge missiles, but bullets? Utterly ineffective. Hearing this, even the Koreans who despised the Eagle army stationed in their country felt a surge of intense pride. Meanwhile, back in Dragon Country, the little fairies immediately sprang into action. Upon hearing this news, netizens everywhere began to worry. Though they'd begun to admire this arrogant Dragon Nation captain, they knew full well the Eagle Nation's technological prowess. Dragon Nation might win on speed, but that was only because the Eagle Nation hadn't prioritized it. Sigh, could they really be one move behind? They already felt the Dragon Nation had achieved something remarkable, bringing great honor to their country. Yet the Eagle still looms like an insurmountable mountain before the Dragon Nation. Appearance, warships, fighter jets, rockets. Now that the Dragon Nation has finally developed technology capable of stunning even the Eagle Nation, are we to hand it over to them today? The true colors of those little fairies were laid bare in all their ugliness at this very moment. This only stoked the patriotic fervor of netizens even more. Please, Dragon Nation must achieve a miracle. Chapter 132, then give them the chance to fight 10. Vote for gold. At this moment, netizens across the Dragon Nation were united as one, standing together against external forces. Inside the base, Shui Shanhai, Li Sanhai, and Nielisan were all incredibly tense. The previous tests were just tests, but this time it was the real deal. Hadn't they waited this long for this very day? They'd waited to show the world just how formidable Dragon Nation's technological prowess truly was. Never mind connecting all of Southeast Asia, even if Eagle's minions had spread across the globe, Dragon Nation would fear nothing from this day forward. Today, they would make the Korean peninsula see clearly, choosing the Eagle's minions as their masters and betraying the Dragon Nation that had sheltered them for over 1,000 years. How deeply they would regret this decision. They would learn the shame and folly of colluding with the Eagle to slander the Dragon Nation, tarnish its international reputation, and covet the technology forged through the nation's tireless efforts and immense resources. The outcome hinges entirely on today's performance on Chen Chu and the 6th-generation fighter jet. If Chen Chu could demonstrate even half the prowess he displayed that day at the National Defense High School, it would be enough to astonish the world. As for their so-called super hard materials, to them, it's utter nonsense. Chen Chu's laser pulse electromagnetic cannon couldn't care less what your materials are made of. Even the most robust materials of the Dragon Nation would crumble like paper before the pulse laser electromagnetic cannon. At this moment, the obliviously young Zhu had no idea what awaited him. His eyes burned only with hatred, the fury of a brother killed in a foreign land, demanding vengeance. He intended to humiliate the Dragon Nation, belittle its technological prowess, and make it pay with blood to settle his brother's debt. Adding to his confidence, both Kim Tae-sang and General Pumais were assuring him there was no need to worry about the Dragon Nation's fighter jet weapon systems. Just how trashy and outdated was the weapon system of that Dragon Nation fighter jet? What was there left for him to fear? Thus, he immediately sneered coldly at Chen Chu. With your Dragon Nation's technology, you actually think you can break through Eagle Chan's defenses? The entire world is advancing, yet only Yulongwa still wage war with that death-defying spirit. In this era demanding ideological transformation and technological advancement, Dragon Nation has no hope. I'll fly at a constant speed for you today, can you even hit me? Li Yongzhu's words sent Korean netizens into a collective frenzy the moment they were spoken. While his younger brother sacrificed his life for the nation, the older brother could so openly disparage the Dragon Nation on the battlefield. This is the very essence of Korean pride. And he wasn't wrong about a single thing. Compared to those nations that pioneered the Industrial Revolution years ago, while the Dragon Nation was behind, it was at least on the right path. But since the trade war began, the Dragon Nation has retreated into isolationism, insisting on reinventing the wheel behind closed doors. In this day and age, with information so freely accessible, how can the Dragon Nation cling to its outdated ways, trying to repeat the Qing dynasty's mistakes? Isn't this like opening up to gain wealth only to blatantly invite others to plunder it? This time, the Korean Peninsula Nation is essentially emulating the path of the Korean Peninsula Nation. Not only did they pioneer Western technology, they even adopted Westerners as godfathers. So how could Korea not emerge as a major power during the Third Industrial Revolution? Even if they don't challenge the Western powers head-on, they'll have more than enough firepower to thoroughly humiliate the backward Dragon Nation. Other netizens watching the spectacle also agreed that this Korean commentator's analysis was spot on. China's weapon systems are indeed garbage, having repeatedly demonstrated accuracy issues during military exercises. Never mind the missile's destructive power. If it can't even hit the enemy, what good is this weapon system? Mockery, curses, and scorn echoed relentlessly. Even a large number of expatriates from the Dragon Country now lashed out at the very nation that gave birth to and raised them. Some even declared that the sight of Eagle brand fighter jets soaring through the skies, unrivaled across the globe, had long inspired their desire to emigrate to Eagle brand territory. Now, the moment of truth had arrived. The Dragon Nation's fighter attack system was utter garbage. Not only were they inaccurate, but the missiles frequently failed to detonate. They were eager to see what gave the arrogant Dragon Nation captain such confidence that he could hit the Ghost Fighter's auxiliary fuel tank. Even some Air Force personnel below now feared this mission might be doomed. They knew full well about the Dragon Nation's missiles and weapon targeting systems. Even the Dongfeng missiles weren't 100% accurate. Moreover, how could anyone possibly use a precision-guided Dongfeng missile to pinpoint an enemy aircraft's auxiliary fuel tank mid-flight? Even if this Air Force captain from Jinling was exceptionally skilled, how could he possibly achieve that without sufficiently advanced weaponry? If it could be done in such a short time. Invented plasma cloaking technology. And they possess this bizarre speed engine that none of them can comprehend. This was already impressive enough they wouldn't demand more. In their minds, excelling at just one thing was already remarkable. How could even the most challenging weapon systems be so advanced? Did all of Dragon Nation's experts suddenly gain enlightenment in an instant? Or perhaps all these designs were conceived by a single individual. But how could that be possible? Thus, even at this patriotic moment, the Dragon Nation Air Force remained exceptionally level-headed in its analysis. Hearing these analyses, even Lu Zian couldn't help but feel a surge of tension. With such formidable combat experience, the Air Force's analysis should be accurate, right? His mind inexplicably recalled the terrifying intensity of that drone's attack that night. But that was a drone. This time, it was a real fighter jet. Could Chen Chu truly perform as magnificently as before? Meanwhile, inside the V-Light magnetic stormfighter, Chen Chu's targeting system locked onto the Ghost Eagle's auxiliary fuel tank. Pressing the fire button would yield a 100% success rate displayed on the screen. Cold Moon, watching the scene, urgently exclaimed, "Fire your weapons! Why aren't you firing?" But at that moment, Chen Chu began adjusting the parameters with utmost seriousness, muttering as he tweaked the settings. "If I simply hit the button now, it'll pierce through the auxiliary fuel tank and completely penetrate the entire Ghost Eagle. In that case, this guy won't survive." Long Yu was utterly astonished. "So what? Are you some kind of saint?" Clearly, he couldn't fathom Chen Chu's mercy. This man was filled with hatred, seeking to destroy him, yet he could spare the other's life. Could it be that he was the Buddha reincarnated? But last time, how he treated his uncle's family who had bullied his own household. Chen Chu didn't seem so soft-hearted then. Chen Chu merely chuckled. Killing him outright would be pointless. I want to kill more. Chapter 133, The Stick That Can't Take the Heat, Seeking Gold Votes. Upon hearing Chen Chu's thoughts, Long Yu was utterly dumbfounded. Kill even more? But there was only one enemy standing before them now. What exactly do you plan to do? Long Yu couldn't help but ask curiously. Chen Chu adjusted the pulse laser cannon's parameters while smiling. They won't be able to resist breaking the rules. As long as more keep joining, that's when I'll truly step in. No matter how bold they are, they wouldn't dare secretly send reinforcements in front of the whole world. If they do, our Dragon Nation certainly won't just sit back and take it. Chen Chu nodded. That's why I'm creating an opportunity for them now. As soon as the commander finished speaking, he pressed the button without hesitation. Then, just like at the National Defense High School, the mature tropical weapon system suddenly extended from the bottom of the fighter jet. Then, a blindingly powerful laser beam, yet only a narrow beam. Its range resembled the beam from a miner's headlamp. Under the gaze of the entire world, the weapon system of the Chen Chu 6th generation fighter made its first true public appearance. The beam he fired now felt like divine retribution. Though its range was not vast, anyone could sense that this energy-filled light alone was sufficient to illuminate the darkness beyond the reach of drone cameras. Wherever the beam fell, it was as bright as day. The people of the Dragon Nation held their breath, unable to look away. Laser. Damn it, this is laser technology? Is this even a weapon Dragon Nation is capable of deploying? Unfamiliar. This is utterly unfamiliar. Of course, this sense of unfamiliarity was entirely complimentary praise for the Dragon Nation Air Force. As for those little fairies, they all stared wide-eyed, utterly disbelieving. Is this the weapon system of Dragon Nation fighter jets? The destructive power looks absolutely staggering. Under these circumstances, even the Eagle's 5th generation fighter might not hold up. Could it be that Dragon Nation is the first in the world to invent a 6th generation fighter? And this came from the hands of the grasshopper? Impossible. When did those lowly grasshoppers ever achieve such international prominence? They immediately pinned their hopes on the Ghost Eagle, praying Eagle-chan would give their oppas some courage. With Eagle-chan's advanced tech, surely they wouldn't be intimidated by Dragon Nation's flashy attacks? As for the citizens of Korea, they were all growing increasingly tense. They had assumed Dragon Nation's missiles were junk with inaccurate targeting systems, but they never claimed Dragon Nation's laser weapons were ineffective. Especially that viral video circulating in their country for a while, the Dragon Nation's laser cutting through trees. That was technology beyond their wildest imagination. Who would have thought the Dragon Nation would actually deploy it now and mount it on fighter jets? Laser weapons. It was practically something out of a space war movie. Could it be that they truly underestimated the Dragon Nation's independent technological capabilities? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Given how the Dragon Nation treats its talent and the years of oppression its people have endured, how could they possibly have such gifted and insightful individuals capable of mounting laser weapons onto fighter jets, and ones that appear quite powerful at that? As for netizens from Taiwan and South Korea, panic is setting in. After all, they too had planned to purchase 5th-generation fighter jets from the Eagle Nation. Though the Koreans beat them to it, their orders were still placed. But if Korea loses today and loses to a nation like China that they consider inferior, wouldn't their countries be taking a massive hit? Don't think national losses won't affect ordinary citizens. Their tax burdens are far heavier than those in the Dragon Nation. In their eyes, every penny the government spends is their hard-earned money. Billions upon billions wasted. How could they not feel the pain? Yam. Ghost Eagle, hold on. Don't lose, please. Otherwise, we'll all become clowns. Yeah, the Asia-Pacific Alliance might just become the Clown Alliance. The current scene immediately prompted Kim Tae-sang to shout nervously, "Everyone, don't panic. Laser weapons have always lacked true destructive capability. Dragon Nation's use of laser weapons is nothing but clownish behavior." Simultaneously, South Korean military officials began scrambling to spin the situation. What lethality could laser weapons possibly have? Sure, they can cut down trees, but the Ghost Eagle's structure is triple layered. It's absolutely impossible to breach that easily. Exactly. Everyone, stay calm and trust our technology. How could the Dragon Nation possibly catch up in less than half the time it took us? We will win this battle. Only when the Korean military stepped in to defend their position did netizens begin to calm down. But at that very moment, they witnessed it clearly through drone footage. The laser fired from the Dragon Nation fighter jet passed directly through a white dove. The laser had undoubtedly pierced right through its body, leaving only a patch of feathers behind. Not even a skeleton remained. South Korea tensed up again. Holy, this level of destructive power, and they call it non-destructive? As for Lee Young-ju, he closed his eyes at that moment. It was just the auxiliary fuel tank anyway, so be it, he wouldn't need it anymore. Worst case, he'd just bail out. Could a laser weapon really kill him? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly caught the pungent, acrid stench of burning bats wafting up from beneath his aircraft. It smelled like burning oil. And in the live broadcast footage, it was crystal clear. The Dragon Nation fighter had precisely hit the Ghost Eagle's auxiliary fuel tank. One side couldn't land a hit, while the other struck with deadly precision. The difference in skill was starkly evident. Netizens on the Dragon Nation side erupted in cheers. Hit. Who says Dragon Nation's weapon systems are weak? One shot, one kill. Eagle-chan can't handle the sissies from Stick Nation. Can't even offer a payout this time? How about sending the little fairies instead? Calm down, everyone. This is just our military's baseline capability. We said from the start we'd take on 10 of them. Meanwhile, Dragon Nation's K-pop-obsessed little fairies were seething with anger. What are you guys pretending for? We haven't lost yet. The auxiliary fuel tank got hit. There's been plenty of comebacks in history. Haven't you studied history? Is this it for the grasshoppers? Let's talk about winning first. As for the Korean side, they were genuinely freaking out, with netizens unleashing a torrent of abuse. Why can't we hit them? But they hit us every time and right on target. Has Dragon Nation's tech become this terrifying? Stop boosting their morale, you bastards. Didn't you see the fuel spilling everywhere? Damn it, they pierced straight through the fuel tank. Thankfully the hole isn't too big. It's not too late to back down now. In the command center, Kim Tae-sang's face inevitably turned ashen upon seeing the results. How could this be? This sky-filling oil. Had the Dragon Nation's laser weapon truly pierced through the Ghost Eagle's defenses? Calling Lee Young-ju. Report your current status immediately. At that moment, Lee Young-ju frantically scanned the instrument panel. He found that aside from the fuel depletion, all other readings remained relatively stable. However, at this rate, the fuel would be exhausted in under 10 minutes. He immediately shouted, "Report. The breached section is being repaired. Dispatch refueling aircraft immediately." Air refueling? Kim Tae-sang's face darkened considerably. His trust in this Lee Young-ju had plummeted to rock bottom. He urgently tried to connect with Pumais. But Pumais had already issued instructions, a secret key transmission that self-destructed upon reading. Use refueling as an excuse to increase personnel. We want that weapon too. Chapter 134, Recommend Promotion to 5-Star General. Seeking golden votes. Kim Tae-sang's eyes lit up instantly. Exactly. It seemed the Dragon Nation's fighter jets had truly impressed him now. In a normal engagement, the Ghost Eagle wouldn't stand a chance against this thing. Yet for it to hit the Ghost Eagle so easily was far too simple. Such pinpoint accuracy was simply beyond the capabilities of current 5th-generation fighters. Even if they refueled the Ghost Eagle now, it wouldn't make much difference. But what if they used the refueling opportunity to take him down? One fighter can't handle it? Then use 3, 4, 5. The Dragon Nation's new fighter was indeed formidable, but could it truly take on 10 opponents alone? Especially with this kid's appearance, it only reinforced his certainty this was Dragon Nation's secret weapon, and currently, there was only one of them. With the entire nation indeed, the whole world watching today, they could only win, not lose. Therefore, even if it meant resorting to underhanded tactics, as long as they could exact revenge by shooting down or capturing this kid, it would be a major achievement. Even the Eagle would offer some reward. With that thought, he immediately gave a secret order to his assistant, dispatch 4 more Ghost Eagles for refueling. During the refueling, strike immediately. You must shoot down the enemy aircraft and capture that kid alive. Though his assistant's expression betrayed slight surprise, he promptly went to relay the orders. Then, through the live broadcast microphone, Kim Tae-sang declared, the Dragon Nation's technological prowess has indeed advanced significantly. But we were overconfident. Now that we're refueling the Ghost Eagles, as a nation of courtesy, the Dragon Nation surely won't refuse to engage in battle again, right? After Kim Tae-sang uttered these words, every Korean undoubtedly felt humiliated. Their highly anticipated Air Force ace, Lee Yong-ju, piloting the 5th-generation Ghost Eagle fighter jet, had been taken down by an attack from an unknown American designer's fighter jet. Now they were even forced to the point of needing mid-air refueling. If this were a real battlefield, where would they find time for refueling? With the precision targeting capabilities of Dragon Nation fighters, wouldn't it be a breeze to take out the pilot in the cockpit? Taiwan and South Korea were furious beyond measure. The Dragon Nation's technology, which they had always looked down upon, had advanced to this level especially in fighter jets. They had directly blown up the Eagle's fuel tanks, and the enemy still had plenty of room to maneuver. But the Ghost Eagle was already operating at full capacity. Meanwhile, on the Dragon Nation side, even the little ferry couldn't hold back. Their own leader was now boosting the enemy's morale while undermining their own. How were they supposed to tame the locusts now? As for Dragon Nation netizens, jubilation swept through every corner. Awesome! Absolutely awesome! Who exactly is this young Dragon Nation captain? This isn't showing off, he's genuinely incredible. So countless people were frantically typing. They've run out of tricks. Pumping him up 10 times over won't help. 5-star captain is amazing. Recommend promoting him directly to 5-star general. He's way better than those armchair experts on TV all day. Our country needs people like this now. Clearly, the people of Dragon Nation have no complaints about the refueling approach. Dragon Nation has always been a nation of courtesy, and now the enemy is completely out of ammunition. But what about the Dragon Nation side? It seemed the 5-star captain they had initially looked down upon hadn't even exerted full force. Under these circumstances, they clearly wanted to witness a display that better showcased their nation's might. This contrast was starkly evident between the military personnel of the two nations below. Whereas the Korean soldiers had initially been arrogant, many now cowered with their heads in their hands, faces frozen in disbelief. But the soldiers on the Dragon Nation side? Every face now radiated profound national pride. When had the Dragon Nation grown so formidable that it could humiliate the foreigners so thoroughly in the very military might they prided themselves on? The motherland has never ceased progressing, never slackened its efforts. Then, someone raised the national flag and began singing loudly. The red flag flutters in the wind, the victory song rings out loud and clear. We sing of our beloved motherland, marching toward prosperity and strength. In that instant, even Lu Ziyan found her eyes welling up unconsciously. This guy, just how much joy could he possibly bring? In this atmosphere, Shui Shanhai felt a surge of satisfaction and responded. With Eagle San's formidable technology, they must have invented oil-free fighter jets or anticipated this very scenario, right? After he finished, laughter erupted from top to bottom on the Dragon Nation side. Kim Tae-sang's face darkened, but he could only force a smile, of course. However, our training period hasn't been long enough to master this feature yet. We'll keep working hard. Could it be that your country fears we might win this competition once we've improved? Kim Tae-sang's words were clearly a desperate attempt to save face with a blatant lie. This naturally sparked another wave of laughter from the Dragon Nation. What a joke! When Eagle San sells fighter jets, do they even bother explaining the features? And when it came to snarky remarks, Dragon Nation netizens were the undisputed masters. Got it, the Ghost Eagle can interstellar travel, just hasn't found the button yet. The Ghost Eagle can perform dimensional strikes, they just haven't installed the button yet. Exactly. Just fill up the fuel tanks, and you'll be able to pinpoint Dragon Nation fighter jets. Over in Korea, they were well aware of the embarrassment. Many viewers stormed out of the livestream in anger, while Taiwanese and Japanese netizens started lashing out at Kim Tae-sang. This was utterly humiliating, it was practically begging China. And using such an obvious provocation tactic? Did they really think China was stupid? Back in the Dragon Nation command center, Shui Shanhai sensed something was amiss. But then news came from Lungyu. Director Chen Chu has agreed to refuel the enemy aircraft. Though puzzled, Shui Shanhai knew Chen Chu had his reasons. He grabbed the walkie-talkie and addressed the South Korean command with a sneer. Refueling is fine. But if you lose after this refueling, you're permanently out of the Asian arms market. Deal? Shui Shanhai knew full well that verbal promises carried no weight. But now that Chen Chu's 6th-generation fighter had demonstrated such terrifying combat prowess, mass production would boost the Dragon Nation's air combat capabilities by hundreds of times. But that would require money. Once they drove out South Korea, their biggest competitor in the Asian arms market, the Dragon Nation would experience a wave of economic recovery. If Korea reneged later, it would provide a legitimate reason for war. Especially since such promises were documented. Regardless of the other party's status, if they dared to agree and later reneged, war would be justified. Kim Tae-sang, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. This chairman of the Central Military Commission of the Dragon Nation was truly a formidable opponent. But he had no authority over such matters. Seriously, their military funding relied entirely on arms sales. If the Asian market were cut off, wouldn't the Dragon Nation dominate alone, leaving their military utterly finished? Yet as he hesitated, another message from Pumais arrived. Agree to it. Chapter 135, Battle on the High Seas. Vote for gold selection. Kim Tae-sang was utterly bewildered. He had intended to consult the president, but he knew full well the president had to follow the Eagles' lead. Besides, he thought about it, with 5 Ghost Eagles attacking together, what chance did the Dragon Nation's fighters stand? If they secured the Dragon Nation's technology today, the Ghost Eagles would become utterly invincible after their upgrade. Once they were unbeatable, who cared if the Dragon Nation got angry? Therefore, he gritted his teeth and said, I can agree. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded 5 Ghost Eagles to take off simultaneously. Each pilot had been given a single order: to ambush the Dragon Nation's fighter jets during refueling. As the most elite pilots of the Korean nation, they were naturally determined to accomplish their mission. Meanwhile, Dragon Nation remained immersed in the euphoria of their fighter jets overwhelming Eagle Nation's 5th-generation plus fighters. Little did they expect that when the refueling aircraft appeared, it would be a dark, overwhelming swarm of 4. Netizens were instantly dumbfounded. What the hell? 4 fighter jets just to refuel? Come on, guys, this is ridiculous. Using a human wave tactic? Even the K-pop-obsessed girls felt embarrassed at this moment. Losing is one thing, but to abandon military ethics? Wait, they weren't even from the Dragon Nation to begin with. Shui Shanhai spotted the scene immediately and grabbed his walkie-talkie. What's the meaning of this, sir? 4 fighter jets to refuel? Kim Tae-song chuckled. Dragon Nation's fighters are too powerful. How can we be sure you won't ambush us during refueling? Shui Shanhai seethed with anger. Such nonsense might fool a 3-year-old, but it certainly wouldn't fool him. He slammed down the receiver and barked at Commander Wang. Commander Wang, deploy 20 J-20 fighters immediately. Should they make a move, annihilate them without hesitation. Are they kidding? Do they think China has no one? Dragon Nation's fighters had been on standby all along, ready to support Chen Chu at any moment. He knew full well those bastards had no sense of contractual integrity, but he never imagined they'd dare pull this stunt under global live broadcast. The entire world was now watching the scene unfolding in the sky. Only 4 Ghost Eagles were visible, plus Lee Yongju's 5th, making 5 Ghost Eagles hovering in the air, 1 refueling, the other 3 providing escort. As for the Dragon Nation's fighter jets, their fuselage displays constantly shifted. Despite being outnumbered, they showed no sign of panic in their demeanor. Meanwhile, piloting his J-20, Peiji served as part of Chen Chu's protective detail. He understood clearly that his rank as captain was entirely due to Chen Chu's intervention. Otherwise, he would still be a lowly non-commissioned officer. Thus, he led the charge toward the battlefield, followed by a trail of silver light all J-20s. But then, at that very moment, they saw a Dragon Nation fighter jet nearby suddenly turn around and head off in the opposite direction. Even the restless Koreans hadn't anticipated this turn of events. Had their plan been exposed? Kim Tae-sang froze at the sight, then immediately ordered, he might have spotted us. Don't let him escape. Though humiliated, Lee Yong-ju's eyes blazed with murderous intent after refueling. He was the first to pursue the direction where Chen Chu's fighter jet had vanished. Netizens on the Dragon Nation side could clearly see this. Korea was about to make its move, only to be exposed prematurely by the Dragon Nation captain. Instantly, boundless fury erupted. Damn it, those bastards are shameless. Thank goodness the Dragon Nation captain was smart and called for backup. 5 against 1? How shameless. Do they think we're a nation of pushovers? Even the delicate ladies of Dragon Nation, witnessing the 5 Ghost Eagles charging toward their fighter jets in perfect formation, now saw the true face of the Korean bastards. Men like this lack even basic contractual integrity. Isn't marriage just a piece of paper to them? No wonder their birth rate is the lowest in the world. Korean women refuse to bear their children. Isn't it precisely because their men are unreliable? In contrast, Dragon Nation men are dependable and ambitious, reliable by global standards. Thus, even these women were now frantically typing. Dragon Nation fighter jets, hurry up and send reinforcements. Don't let anything happen to this captain, he's my new idol. Protect him fast, he's the nation's hope. The sudden shift in sentiment among these young women instantly united the entire nation. Never before had the entire nation been so united. Yet what all Dragon Nation netizens didn't expect was that the fighter jets, which had been moving at incredible speeds at first, suddenly slowed down at this moment only marginally faster than the Ghost Eagle. Thanks to satellite signals, their direction could now be tracked, and many were reporting live in the chat. Oh no! The Dragon Nation fighter jet seems to have engine trouble. It can't go fast anymore, and it's heading toward international waters. International waters? Doesn't that mean it's a no man's land? Quickly contact nearby nations. Dispatch fighter jets to reinforce Dragon Nation. Don't get your hopes up. Even if other countries wanted to help, they wouldn't dare provoke us after our nation was targeted by the Eagle. Besides, they'd need fighters more advanced than the J-20 and Ghost Eagle. In an instant, Dragon Nation netizens were filled with anxiety. Lu Xian's face instantly drained of color. If not for someone holding her back, she would have charged across the border to kill those bastards. Meanwhile, netizens in Korea were once again buzzing with excitement. The high seas are perfect, killing him is no problem. Take him down. If he dies, won't Dragon Nation lose its high-tech edge? Let him die. 5 against 1, he asked for it. In fact, we sent too few. We Koreans specialize in helping the Dragon Nation fulfill its wishes. Even netizens from Taiwan province were now extremely excited. If Dragon Nation truly mass-produced this fighter jet on a large scale, could their Kinmen Island still have a shred of peace? South Korean netizens were also frantically shouting to kill the Dragon Nation pilots. The hatred between the two nations ran deep. It was a centuries-old feud. If the Dragon Nation grew powerful, they would be the first target. As for Kim Tae-sang, hearing this news about international waters sent him into a frenzy. Truly divine intervention. Once they reached international waters, as long as they acted swiftly, no one would ever know what had transpired there. At this point, let the Dragon Nation take its fighter jet technology and sink to the bottom of the sea forever. Chapter 136, Are you going to blow up 5 auxiliary fuel tanks? Vote for gold. At that moment, on the high seas. While pursuing Chen Chu, pilots like Li Yongzhu immediately initiated communications. As the one most familiar with Dragon Nation's fighter jets among them, Li Yongzhu naturally assumed command. He asked in Korean, "Have you spotted any Long Nation fighter reinforcements behind us?" The other pilots from Korea immediately reported. "We've spotted over a dozen J-20s. While they're no real threat, they'll inevitably tie us up. We need to strike while we have the chance." Yongju nodded and laughed, "Then let's strike now. I'm certain this kid is desperate. I noticed earlier his combat experience is lacking. Look at him now, scared out of his wits. He even dared to come into international waters." The other pilots chimed in. "We thought he was tough before, but look at him running away now. Damn it, we almost made him infamous worldwide before. But today's his burial. He walked right into this by choosing the high seas. If he bails, arrest him on the spot. If he doesn't, let him take his skills to the grave." Soon, 5 Ghost Eagles had completely surrounded Chen Chu's fighter jet. Though the Dragon Nation fighter showed no signs of panic, it was clear they believed that even if the Dragon Nation fighter was powerful, the damage inflicted on its fuel tanks had been minimal. Precision weapons were precise, but ultimately lacking in destructive power. Therefore, Li Yongzhu shouted toward Chen Chu, "Kid from China, this is international waters. Don't expect the Dragon Nation's military to come save you. Surrender now and hand over your technology, and we might spare you a whole corpse. You're surrounded. Any futile resistance will only hasten your demise. 10 seconds to decide, death or life." Clearly, in their eyes, Captain Chen Chu of the Dragon Nation was already a dead man. Surrounded by 5 Ghost Eagles, not even a god could save him now. By eliminating the Dragon Nation captain before reinforcements arrived, they would strip the Dragon Nation of any bargaining chips. However, the scene they envisioned Captain Chen Chu begging for mercy and surrendering did not materialize. Instead, they heard his cold laughter. "Looks like you Koreans really do think you're something special, sending only 5 fighter jets. Didn't I say I wanted to fight 10? At that moment, Li Yongju and the others froze for a second before bursting into laughter. "You want to take on 10? The Dragon Nation really is full of hot air. We only bought 7 of them in total, more than enough to deal with your Dragon Nation Air Force. With your laser weapons' pathetic firepower, all you can do is puncture auxiliary fuel tanks. If we stand still and let you shoot, how many tanks do you think you'll take out? Stop wasting words with him. Just attack." Meanwhile, heading toward the high seas were not only the Dragon Nation's J-20 fighters but also surveillance drones. Thanks to satellite reception, they quickly received live footage of the scene. When the world looked toward the high seas, all they saw was the Dragon Nation's fighter jets now completely surrounded. The situation was dire. With reinforcements still at least 100 kilometers away, if the enemy struck now, the Dragon Nation fighters had no chance of escape. Dragon Nation netizens erupted in fury. "Seeing this, I give everything I have to support our nation in crushing those bastards. Hang in there, warriors. 1 against 5. Looks like it's really over. Didn't you see the fighter's attack system could only hit the fuel tanks? With 5 enemies facing us now, how could we possibly win? As for the netizens of the Korean nation, they were also incredibly excited at this moment. In their view, no matter what dirty tactics were used, as long as they could defeat the enemy, it was a good strategy. Especially since they'd witnessed earlier that while the Dragon Nation's fighter jets possessed high precision, their destructive power was actually quite limited. Now, facing 5 of the world's most advanced fighter jets, how could they possibly win? The Dragon Nation fighters' odds of winning this battle seemed less than 1 in 1,000. Moreover, this was happening on the high seas. Even if someone got killed, no country could seek retribution afterward. The high seas belonged to no nation. Anything done there was beyond the reach of law. But just as Kim Tae-sang and South Korean netizens grew arrogant, while Dragon Nation netizens grew anxious and tense, a blindingly bright laser suddenly appeared before them. Suddenly, the surrounded Dragon Nation fighter jets simultaneously activated their surrounding attack systems. 5 laser beams blasted out simultaneously. The 5 South Korean pilots, who had been smug moments before, were now utterly dumbfounded. They might have anticipated the Dragon Nation fighter attempting an escape, or perhaps a one-for-one exchange. They might even have considered rescue operations for the stricken fighter. But what they hadn't anticipated was 5 lasers suddenly firing at them simultaneously. Get out of the way. Activate repair functions immediately. Lee Yongju barked the order, and the Ghost Eagle fighters surrounding Chen Chu instantly scattered in all directions. Clearly, in their eyes, this Dragon Nation fighter was fundamentally weak in combat capability, having only managed to blow up a secondary fuel tank earlier. This time, even if it hit another part, their Ghost Eagle fighters' repair capabilities could handle such a trivial attack with automatic repairs. But this time, they discovered the laser emitted by the Dragon Nation fighter was far more dazzling than the previous one. If the previous beam had resembled a mere flashlight, this one felt amplified 100-fold or more. It was as if a magnifying glass with nearly 1,000 times magnification had been suddenly applied. As the laser approached, Lee Yongju was the first to react, immediately activating his protective mode. After all, while this laser weapon appeared devastating, it wasn't actually that powerful. Yet the next moment, as the intense beam struck, he instantly felt as if his entire body was about to melt. Within 3 seconds, a laser-guided explosive followed, targeting the cockpit. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the Ghost Eagle instantly disintegrated into dust in midair. The sky filled with a crimson mist. Simultaneously, Lee Yongju's defiant roar echoed through the air. Long live the Kim family! This scene left the entire world momentarily speechless. Chapter 137, The Legendary 1 against 5 Showdown, Seeking Gold Votes. Chapter 137, The Spectacular 1 against 5 Showdown. Please vote for gold. Clearly, the first shock came from witnessing the highly anticipated Ghost Eagle being obliterated into dust with a single strike. That alone was shocking enough. But Lee Yongju's dying words, picked up by the radio, instantly sparked wild speculation among countless Koreans. Had this man finally understood something in his final moments? Clearly, in the past, they were a vassal state of the Dragon Nation. Though internal strife was inevitable, whenever they faced oppression, the Dragon Nation always stood behind them. But since Eagle-chan arrived, while their economy grew, their population plummeted to the world's lowest, society became utterly lifeless, and suicide rates soared relentlessly. The suffering index among the youth far surpassed that of North Koreans. Even Lee Yong-ju's own younger brother, a prime example of a life winner among ordinary Koreans, sacrificed himself as a scapegoat just to work for the Eagle. A young life ended like that. In contrast, North Korea has always been subservient to China and will continue to maintain friendly relations with China. Under these circumstances, the gap between them and the North will only widen further. Far from lagging behind in technology or retreating into isolation, the Dragon Nation has surged ahead of the Eagle Nation. At the very least, in the realm of air combat fighter capabilities, they have already crushed the Eagle Nation. It turns out it was all just their delusion. As for Kim Tae-sang, witnessing Lee Yong-ju's instant annihilation, his entire body suddenly felt as if it were about to fall apart. He screamed, "Pizza! Total pizza! Danger, extreme danger!" Hearing Lee Yong-ju's final words, he sensed his military career was likely over from this day forward. As for Pomise, who had managed to maintain his composure until now, his eyes widened in disbelief. He stared unblinkingly at the Ghost Eagle, crushed beyond recognition. How could this be? This was their Eagle's ultimate fighting force, the Ghost Eagle, a 5th-generation-and-a-half all-purpose fighter jet that had cost hundreds of billions of dollars to develop. How could it be defeated so easily by a Dragon Nation fighter? And not only that, but it had broken through their encirclement after directly taking down one of their Ghost Eagles. Could it be that the kid was serious when he said he could take on 10 opponents? Is this the Dragon Nation's fully developed 6th-generation fighter? At this moment, how could he dare harbor even a shred of greed? His eyes were now filled with nothing but apprehension and utter disbelief. If it were just combat prowess, that might be one thing. But now, even in their pride enjoy air combat, they were inferior? As for the Dragon Nation side, after witnessing their fighter jets erupt in 5 dazzling bursts of light, followed by one Eagle fighter exploding and the other 4 scattering in flight, they were once again dumbfounded. Holy, I'm speechless. Am I dreaming? Our Air Force is this powerful? What kind of fighter jet is this? Who invented it? Old Lee? Forget it. 10 old Lees couldn't dream up a fighter like this. Sorry, I'm crying. 1 against 5, 1 down and the rest are running. So he smashed the fuel tank on purpose? Coming to international waters was intentional too? As for Lu Ziyan at the scene, watching Chen Chu take on 5 opponents on the big screen, a wave of helplessness washed over her once more. This guy is as strong as a monster. How is anyone supposed to catch up to him? Meanwhile, on Shui Shanhai's side, Li Lao, Nia Lisan, and the others all had eyes sparkling with intense excitement. I knew it. I knew this kid didn't head out to the high seas for no reason. Well done. He's raising our nation's prestige. We truly didn't misjudge Chen Chu. He must have waited 5 years for this day. It's his moment. Clearly, amidst their excitement, Li Tsanghai and the others couldn't help but recall that youth who'd been denied a spot back then, all because he chose to repeat a year. Now, if those people back then knew that the man soaring over the high seas just half a year later, the one who had taken down a general of the Korean nation, was the very student they had refused to admit, what would they think? As for Shui Shanhai, his eyes were suddenly stinging. 1 against 5, 1 against 5. When had the Dragon Nation's Air Force ever been so formidable? They used to have their own airspace constantly harassed by the Japanese and Koreans. Now, thanks to Chen Chu's emergence, the Dragon Nation's air combat capabilities had been elevated directly to the world's top tier. This breakthrough was essentially achieved by one man alone. Not just a major general, even granting Chen Chu the rank of 5-star general commanding all 7 Air Force military districts wouldn't be excessive. If every Air Force region had a Chen Chu, what could the combined forces of the great powers possibly do when they all mobilized together? Dragon Nation would have nothing to fear. Nia Lisan, however, felt differently. He was overcome with wild excitement. Next year, Chen Chu would be enrolling at Longtech University. For Nia, this was like striking gold. He knew full well that Chen ultimately desired an academic path. With a talent like Chen Chu at Longtech University, once this news broke, the entire world would know of such a prodigy. Longtech's admission standards might even surpass those of Peking and Tsinghua, potentially raising their cutoff scores to a higher priority. After all, the power of an idol could not be underestimated. Today's scene would undoubtedly inspire countless young people to view Chen Chu as their idol. Wouldn't they emulate their idol and follow in his footsteps? After all this time at Longka University, he had finally allowed the public to witness the power of scientific research and military technology. Kids, come to Longka University, at least we can witness Chen Chu's future together. As for the Korean peninsula, it's in complete chaos. Pumais has issued his orders. Kim Tae-sang, I don't care what methods you use, you must preserve the honor of our ghost eagles. Withdraw immediately. Though Kim Tae-sang felt deeply aggrieved, he understood that if they angered the eagle at this moment, they would have no backing left. If they were discarded as useless pawns, their decline would outpace that of any nation. Thus, Kim Tae-sang issued the retreat order with frenzied urgency. But escape was no longer an option. Chen Chu's pulsed laser electromagnetic cannon had already precisely locked onto 5 fighter jets. He had slowed down earlier precisely to fine-tune the parameters. Originally, destroying 10 fighters at once had seemed like a simple task. Aim at 10, attack 10, and it would be done. But with only 5 arriving this time, he had no choice but to crank the parameters to maximum and see what kind of destruction it could unleash. Even against drones using rubber bullets, the J-20 had been pierced through. What would happen when loaded with explosive rounds? Only when he witnessed a South Korean enemy fighter instantly reduced to powder did he nod in slight satisfaction. Meanwhile, Lang Yu beside him clutched her chin again, staring at Chen Chu in utter disbelief. This guy was truly terrifying. Chapter 138, Anti-Hawk sentiment surges in the Korean peninsula. Requesting gold votes. Clearly, Lang Yu had witnessed Chen Chu's entire operation this time. First, he deliberately reduced the parameters of the pulse laser electromagnetic cannon to strike the enemy's auxiliary fuel tank, luring them deeper into international waters. Then, he instantly eliminated the commander of the enemy's Ghost Eagle squadron. It must be noted that Dragon Nation had never fought such a clean and decisive battle before. In today's geopolitical climate, any nation attempting to eliminate an enemy squad would inevitably spark international uproar and face multiple behind-the-scenes interferences. Forget a captain, even a commander or the military commission wouldn't dare casually eliminate an enemy commander. Because behind such an act lies the fate of a nation or even the spark of war. But Chen Chu? This time, he disposed of Li Yongzhu with such ease, eliminated the Ghost Eagle bought by the Eagle, and did so without a second thought. It's simple, Chen Chu acted in legitimate self-defense. The original rules called for one-on-one combat, a contest of technological prowess. The Stick Nation believed the Ghost Eagle to be exceptionally powerful, which is why they chose to pit it against the seemingly unimpressive fighter jet from the Dragon Nation. But knowing defeat was imminent, they resorted to numerical superiority and lethal force. In such circumstances, turning the tables and demonstrating the Dragon Nation's formidable technological prowess achieved two objectives with one strike. That's why she considered Chen Chu the most terrifying man she'd ever encountered. Yet even in that terror, her eyes betrayed an undeniable admiration for him. The Dragon Nation had endured a century of oppression. What it needed now was precisely someone who dared to stand up and declare to the world that the Dragon Nation was no longer what it once was. Moreover, Chen Chu's ruthlessness toward enemies wasn't mindless or reckless, it was carefully calculated. She sensed that following Chen Chu would be nothing short of hitting the jackpot. Perhaps in the near future, she would truly witness a young man leading his nation to rise up and challenge the eagle's hegemony. And then, a deathly aura began to permeate the open seas. Explosions echoed one after another. The open seas erupted like fireworks. 3 pilots from the Korean peninsula chose to eject at that very moment, only to witness their pride and joy, the Ghost Eagle, bursting into dazzling fireworks in the sky. But in the next instant, the very flames erupting from their beloved Ghost Eagle completely engulfed them. Silence. The deafening roar of explosions in the sky stood in stark contrast to the eerie silence of the arriving Dragon Nation pilots. Especially for the squadron leader, Pei Ji. Witnessing the Ghost Eagle, a 5th-generation fighter embodying the might of Eagle-Chan technology annihilated by Chen Chu alone, a wave of shock and disbelief washed over him. Is this real? Has our nation's technological prowess truly reached such staggering heights? This was technology from the Eagle Nation, after all. The colossal force they had debated day and night, deeming utterly invincible, now seemed like a mere toy before Chen Chu's fighter jet. And then, a powerful surge of national pride welled up within him. 1 against 5, destroying 5 of the world's most powerful fighter jets. Pushed to the brink, into a desperate situation, he turned the tables and took down 5 of the world's top-tier fighter pilots. What did this feat signify? First, the technological prowess of the Dragon Nation was in no way inferior to the Eagle Nation, especially in the realm of fighter jets. The Dragon Nation had already pulled far ahead of the Eagle Nation. Second, in terms of tactics and skill, geniuses like Chen Chu fully proved that their Dragon Nation possesses the world's strongest air force. This fact also underscores the formidable capabilities of this fighter jet. Though Chen Chu never received a single day of formal training in the military, it sufficiently demonstrates the future intelligence of combat aircraft. Such formidable capabilities require minimal pilot intervention. He dared not imagine which Asian nation would dare provoke the Dragon Nation in its airspace once its air force possessed such fighters. Without hesitation, he shouted into the intercom, "Victory! Captain Chen has triumphed. This is our victory." In an instant, the other pilots who had come to support him all reacted in unison. They had won. They had truly won. The once invincible Eagle fighter jets had truly fallen before the Dragon Nation Air Force. And in that moment, through the live broadcast, the sight reached every Dragon Nation viewer, and their eyes welled up with tears. Holy, we really won. Today is a great day. I almost thought the hope of Dragon Nation's rejuvenation was shattered. We're truly on the path to great rejuvenation. Who is this captain? I want his full dossier within the minute. What the hell do you mean file? The Air Force roster doesn't even have his name on it. How the hell do you think you're gonna find it? 5-star captain, Dragon Nation's god. Though Chen Chu's true identity as a mere high school student remains unknown, his heroic deeds have already etched themselves into the hearts of every Dragon Nation citizen today. Facing the arrogant nation of Korea, which had purchased military equipment from the eagle-eyed, we not only refused to back down but fought 5 against 1, turning the tables in a stunning victory that shocked the world. This unbelievable spectacle naturally reached the Korean peninsula. As 5 Ghost Eagle drones were blown to smithereens one after another, the entire internet erupted in an uproar, a torrent of curses. Damn it! That's 5 lives lost. Those damn Dragon Nation bastards. Stop talking tough. Is it so hard to admit they're strong? Do we even have any integrity? Even if that Dragon Nation captain is cunning, he's a hero to his country. China has grown this powerful, why should we listen to the Eagles and provoke them? Clearly, there's always been a group in Korea that harbors deep resentment toward the Eagle. Think about it, what kind of people are the American troops stationed in Korea? They brazenly snatch up the resources of Korean men, money, power, women, and Korean women fawn over these American soldiers. This is widely seen as a major reason for Korea's low birth rate. Not only are there women being taken by Eagle soldiers, but this also encourages a culture where Korean women chase after foreign men and seek higher social status through foreign connections. In the past, the Americans did help them lord it over Asia, so it was tolerable. But now, they're buying American military equipment, making the Americans rake in so much money. Now, they can't even beat the Dragon Nation? That's a 5th-generation fighter jet leading the world. Thus, the pent-up frustration they've endured for years finally erupted at this moment. We want freedom. Eagle, get out. Traitor Kim Tae-sang, go join the Eagle. At this point, you still refuse to reveal the truth about the crash? Do you really think the people are all little darlings? Chapter 139, Can a 5-star captain take a concubine? Seeking gold votes. It seemed the netizens of the Korean nation had completely lost their composure. To hold their heads high before the dragon nation and shed the inferiority complex from years of subjugation, they'd rather bow before the eagle and become humble servants. All this was to proudly lift their heads before the dragon nation and declare they had become the superior race. But now they're being told it's all a joke, that in the end, the eagle's technology still falls short of the dragon nation's? How could they possibly face this reality? Especially when neighboring nations are all abuzz with talk. Dragon nation's fighter jets are way too powerful. They took on 5 of those eagle bums and beat them to a pulp. Dragon nation is rising. They can't possibly succeed in their great rejuvenation, can they? If they do, we're finished. It's definitely because the Korean pilots' flying skills are too poor. Stop overthinking it. Is it really that hard to admit someone else's fighter is impressive? This is true 6th-generation fighter capability, and Dragon Nation beat every other country in the world to it. Who exactly made Dragon Nation suddenly this powerful? Who else? No one else understands this fighter jet except that 5-star captain. Dragon Nation truly has talent now. These discussions among neighboring nations only fueled the anger of South Korean netizens. They began privately organizing and decided to protest in front of the Eagle's embassy. Meanwhile, Pyums, though startled that Dragon Nation had indeed developed a 6th-generation fighter, didn't take it too seriously. However, what he hadn't anticipated was this. The Korean actress who had been fawning over him moments ago abruptly stopped her attentions, her demeanor turning as cold as ice. She stood up, ready to leave. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Her heavily made-up face twisted with disgust as she spat over her shoulder. "Nothing. Serving you makes me sick." Before Pumais could recover, his subordinate called with urgent news. "General, it's bad. Our embassy is surrounded by Koreans." "What? Those damn bastards. Where's the president of that country? I need to see him. The presidential palace is surrounded too. They're demanding our troops withdraw. Damn it. That little bastard from Korea, Pumais, remember you." Meanwhile, the chaos erupting in the Korean capital was far beyond the control of Kim Tae-sang or the Korean president. Shui Shanhai, while overcome with elation, did not forget to rebuke Kim Tae-sang. "The outcome is now decided. Today, you violated the rules and attempted to ambush our national hero. You will pay the price for this in the international court. And you must abide by the rules. Clear the name of the Dragon Nation Air Force." Kim Tae-sang dared not provoke the Dragon Nation now. Even the Eagle's most formidable fighter jets proved no match for Dragon Nation's 6th-generation aircraft. If Dragon Nation chose to attack their Korean nation, wouldn't a blitzkrieg suffice to crush them? Therefore, Kim Tae-sang immediately declared, "We will strip those pilots who carried out the ambush of their nationality. Regarding the previous pilot fatality incident, please await our latest announcement." Subsequently, the Korean side promptly chose to withdraw their forces. Along the border, Dragon Nation soldiers erupted in celebration, while Korean soldiers trudged back, heads bowed like wilted eggplants. All eyes in the military eventually fixed upon the sky, upon the dazzlingly bright fighter jet returning home. At that moment, Shui Shanhai's voice boomed. "To the 300 million compatriots watching this live broadcast. Today, we have fought a resounding and decisive victory. We have driven the enemies coveting our nation's technology into utter despair. Yet amidst our excitement, let us not forget our hero. This ace pilot, who downed 5 enemies in a single engagement, is a 5-star captain from our Air Force Command. I'm sure you're all curious about him. His true identity will be revealed at the upcoming commendation ceremony. This comrade worked tirelessly day and night, forging the sharpest sword for our nation. Let it be understood, in defending our national sovereignty, we have never retreated a single step, nor slackened for a single moment. It is precisely because of these selfless talents who have devoted themselves to the nation that we possess the courage today to strike back fiercely against humiliation." At that moment, Shui Shanhai's words brought tears to the eyes of both Lee Sunhai and Nye Lee-sun. Indeed. Without Chen Chu, who knows what the outcome would have been today? While the Dragon Nation remains fiercely resilient, the Stick Nation has developed significantly over the years, bolstered by Eagle Sauce's support. Setting aside the gap in fighter jet capabilities where the Dragon Nation already trails Eagle Sauce. Even with equal combat strength, a protracted war would inevitably drain the nation's economy. But now, without losing a single soldier, they had crushed the enemy's morale to rock bottom and demonstrated the might of Dragon Nation's technology to the world. And all this glory, isn't it all thanks to Chen Chu? At this moment, the entire Dragon Nation rejoices. In livestream chat rooms, national flags flooded the screen in relentless waves. Many veterans, struggling to make out the blurry comments, shed tears. Even the Korea-obsessed girls deeply felt how utterly disheartened they would be if they were in Korea's shoes today. Fortunately, during this nationwide celebration, no group targeted them, and the state did not revoke their citizenship. For them, wasn't this a blessing in disguise? At this moment, all they wanted to do was express gratitude to the nation and the 5-star captain. Back home, the trending topics exploded with 10 consecutive posts. Who dares stand tall with sword drawn? Only our 5-star captain of China. After a century of oppression, we finally stand shoulder to shoulder with the world's great powers. What does China's 6th-generation fighter jet capability mean for the world? How old is a 5-star general typically? Can he take a concubine? Undoubtedly, the online frenzy barely scratches the surface of the people's excitement and joy at this moment. They poured into the streets in droves, unfurling banners that read, "Today is a great day." Shopkeepers along the streets all began playing this song. At this moment, they couldn't care less that the song was corny. Instead, thinking of those 5 despicable bastards who drowned in international waters, they felt pure, heartfelt joy. In the city, people danced and sang amid dazzling fireworks. In the countryside, people lit firecrackers, reveling as if it were New Year's Day. Some even went so far as to hand out red envelopes to children on sight. Meanwhile, at the Central Military Commission headquarters, Shui Shanhai immediately reported the results of the operation. In the Equipment Development Department of the Central Military Commission, Minister Wang Chikai was overcome with excitement upon hearing Shui Shanhai's report. "Are you saying our national hero is still just a high school student?" Chapter 140, Military Dependence Compound, Seeking Gold Votes. Over these past days, Shui Shanhai had sacrificed greatly for Chen Chu's achievements. He had even refrained from reporting many details truthfully. After all, Chen Chu's identity and educational background were truly just those of a high school senior. If higher-ups discovered that a 6th-generation fighter jet project had been fully entrusted to a high school senior, the higher-ups might not care about his talent and simply reject it outright. Thus, he chose to deceive both superiors and subordinates. At this moment, he could finally be free. "Yes, Director Wang, I concealed the chief designer's identity for the 6th-generation fighter project. Please punish me." Wang Chikai gave a wry smile. "You've just pulled off such a monumental achievement. The big boss will probably shower you with praise. If I punish you now, what kind of career would I have left? I heard you mention a commendation ceremony earlier?" I was out of line. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Shui Shanhai's forehead. He had clearly overstepped his bounds. But Wang Chikai declared, "If we're doing it big. We need to invite the President of the Republic of Korea. And ideally, we should get a representative from the United States too." Shui Shanhai perked up at once, then asked, regarding Comrade Chen Chu's commendation, what should we? Clearly, Shui Shanhai was now at a loss. Chen Chu's promotion was unprecedented in the history of the military region. In less than 4 months, he'd been promoted directly to 5-star captain. Consider this, even the distinguished scientists credited with developing the nation's 5th-generation fighter jet had only reached the rank of lieutenant general at most. And they had served diligently in the military for at least 30 years. Wang Chikai, however, smiled and said, "Special circumstances call for special treatment. I'll seek approval. For such meritorious service, a 5-star lieutenant general rank should pose no problem." Five-star lieutenant general? Upon hearing this rank, Shui Shanhai's eyes nearly turned red with envy. After all, at Chen Chu's age, he himself was still a corporal, essentially a rookie in the military. Yet now, at just 23 years old, Chen Chu was already a 5-star lieutenant general. Didn't that mean his subordinates were practically old enough to be his father? Skip 30 years of the usual grind? How could anyone not envy that? Moreover, the total number of generals across all major military regions barely reached 20. Chen Chu was now just one step away from the pinnacle of the military hierarchy. Just imagine the level of authority and prestige commanders at the rank of lieutenant general or above command within the military. They carry an aura that seems to radiate from them. Also, issue the order. All officers and soldiers who fought today shall be rewarded according to their merits. Even if there are no immediate vacancies, their contributions shall be recorded. We must honor every soldier who has given their all. Yes, sir. Shui Shanhai listened, his heart beating a little faster. After the commendation ceremony, it was likely that no one in the entire military region would remain unaware of Chen Chu's reputation. It was no exaggeration to say that commanders of major military districts would tremble at the sight of Chen Chu. After all, a lieutenant general was qualified to hold a commander's position, and Chen Chu was undoubtedly the youngest lieutenant general in history. With his current rank, he could easily secure a deputy commander position in any military region. Once his name became known throughout the land, his future would undoubtedly be bright. Moreover, to ensure Chen Chu's safety, his identity had been deliberately kept confidential. But after this commendation ceremony, Chen Chu naturally became the embodiment of the nation's highest honor and the face of Longwa's scientific community. As for Chen Chu himself, he had already been targeted during his return flight. All the J-20 fighters that had rescued the Emperor were eager to catch a glimpse of the hero. Inside the V-Light magnetic storm-resistant cockpit, Lun Yu couldn't help but smile wryly. "You've suddenly become a hero. How does it feel?" Chen Chu's expression was complex, and he remained silent. Logically, he had only wanted a quiet university life. This time, however, he had stepped forward for the sake of the nation. Yet, at this point, he understood. Some people are born with a certain destiny. Gazing down at the fireworks below and the proud smiles across the nation, he understood. Perhaps his purpose was to ensure the smiles of those he loved and wished to protect would endure forever. But what he hated most was being thrust into the spotlight. Therefore, for him, staying low-key was always the preferred option. Even now, his sole thought was to return home and savor the warmth of family. Without hesitation, he dialed Shui Shanhai's number. "Director Shui, can we talk about something?" Shui Shanhai was somewhat surprised this kid was finally willing to talk to him. He chuckled, "Come on over. Tonight, we're drinking until we drop." But Chen Chu was perfectly sober. "Well, Director Shui, I can attend the commendation ceremony, but I'd like to go home first." Shui Shanhai was instantly puzzled. Didn't young people love to show off? Now that so many in the military had become his fans, this kid actually didn't want to make an appearance? But Shui quickly understood. Chen Chu had been just a high school student before. He didn't have much social experience to begin with. Add to that the fact that he just killed several North Koreans in self-defense. His mind couldn't process it, making him want to go home perfectly understandable. So Shui immediately reassured him, "It's fine. As a soldier, you'll face combat sooner or later. You're still young, it's natural you haven't experienced this before. Alright, swap places with Pei Ji. Have him fly the 6th generation fighter over. I'll order them to depart first." "Got it." Under Shui Shanhai's arrangement, Chen Chu finally swapped places with Pei Ji. He himself took the J-20 fighter jet and headed toward the military compound where his parents resided. As his bodyguard, Lang Yu naturally had to protect Chen Chu's safety throughout the journey. Though Lang Yu wasn't particularly eager to draw attention to herself, she certainly hoped the man she protected would be admired by all the influential figures she had ever looked up to. But since Chen Chu had agreed to attend the commendation ceremony, she felt it was no big deal. This time, Chen Chu would at least be promoted to lieutenant general. As for herself, she'd surely receive some sort of promotion too, right? Soon, the two arrived at the military compound. The military compound was now equally abuzz with excitement. After parking the J-20, Chen Chu hurried home with Lang Yu. Unexpectedly, as they approached the gate, a commotion erupted from the entrance. "My son, let me stay here. What right do you have to kick me out?" "So what if I kick you out? Your son is a captain. This is a detached villa, only officers of higher rank deserve to live here. My brother is a major general who participated in the defense battle. He's about to get promoted." Chapter 141, A Lousy Captain Can Have Bodyguards? Please vote for gold. Standing before the military district villa now, besides Chen Chu's parents, was a stylish young woman carrying a Hermes bag. Behind her stood an elderly man in military uniform and a woman clad in a mink coat. Clearly, these three were family. The young woman was Lu Yuyu. Her father, Lu Tian, was currently a major general in the Air Force of the Central Military Region. The villa before them had originally been earmarked for their family. The reason it hadn't been allocated was solely because its previous owner was a retired general. Now that he had finally retired, they had assumed Lu Tian would smoothly receive this detached villa within the military district. Unexpectedly, a family member surnamed Chen suddenly intervened. And it just so happened that this particular villa was the highest grade detached residence in the entire military compound. If this Chen had been a general officer, they might have accepted it better safe than sorry. But upon inquiry, they discovered the person who snatched their villa was merely a captain. While a captain's rank was respectable, how could it compare to someone like Lu Tian, a brigadier general in the Air Force? Furthermore, after probing the Chen Chu family, they discovered the man was from the countryside with no connections whatsoever. This emboldened them to act. At first, they dared not act, and the elders in their families tried to dissuade them. So why were they daring enough this time? Because Lu Yuyu's father, Lu Antai, had just participated in the Northern Frontier War and was highly likely to receive another promotion. When it came to rewarding merit, within the Central District No. 2 family compound, Lu Antai would hold the highest military rank. That meant the best housing allocation should rightfully be his. Initially, Chen Yuxing and Yu Xuemin didn't mind. Although Chen Chu's grandmother would receive better care in a detached villa, they couldn't very well create enemies for their son, could they? They had intended to yield. But the other party kept referring to them as country bumpkins and insisting they'd bribed their way in with hefty sums. This provoked Chen Yuxing into a stubborn defense of his rights. It also meant that Chen Chu, having just returned home, witnessed this very scene. Chen Yuxing's face darkened with anger. "If you'd asked nicely, we might have agreed. But now, if you feel it's unfair, go file your own complaint. Our son may not hold a higher military rank than yours, but at least we haven't stolen or robbed anyone. What gives you the right to kick us out just like that?" Yu Xuemin tugged at Chen Yuxing's sleeve, trying to pull him away from the confrontation. After all, her son had already endured so much, why create more enemies for him? But it was precisely this gesture from Yu Xuemin that made Lu Yuyu sneer coldly. "Complain? Who knows what kind of snake oil they fed your military district? Since the commendation ceremony, my father is undoubtedly the highest ranking officer in this entire military district. Tell me, with your son holding only a captain's rank, don't you feel guilty living here? Would you dare to stay?" "You!" Chen Yuxing was utterly flustered by the retort, momentarily speechless. Yeshua Min chimed in at that moment. Young lady, we're new here and didn't know any better. We just stayed where we were told. If we offended you, please don't take it personally. We'll move out right away. What do you think? Clearly, Yeshua Min understood the rigid hierarchy within the system. She reasoned that even if she suffered a slight injustice, as long as her child didn't find out, it would be fine. After all, the child had never been here and didn't know where they were staying. But if Chen Chu found out with his stubborn nature, who knew what trouble he might stir up? She certainly didn't want to end up not only failing to help her child but actually helping him make enemies everywhere. But she hadn't anticipated this. Even after agreeing to move, Che Yuyu sneered coldly, "We're both captains. Look at the captains defending the nation in the northern frontier battle today, then look at your son, all he does is build connections and form cliques." Behind her, an elderly man in uniform glared with venom. "I'm Lu Rongchan, Lu Antai's father. Today, nearly all Air Force personnel have been deployed to the northern frontier. Where is your son? As an Air Force captain, surely he has no excuse not to be on the battlefield? If your son isn't on the battlefield, you have no right to live in the military compound. No matter your relationship with the commander, we will pursue this complaint to the end." Lu Yuyu snorted coldly. "Got that? If you know what's good for you, disinfect every inch of this place with bleach within half an hour before you leave. We don't want to catch any of that country bumpkin stench. Don't push your luck. Wherever my son is, whatever he's doing, his rank was bestowed by the state. He's serving the nation." Chen Yuxing's face flushed crimson as he lunged forward. Insulting him was one thing, but insulting his son? That he would never tolerate. Lu Yuyu immediately sneered coldly, "You must watch the news, right? If your son were truly on the battlefield, you'd see it, or he'd tell you himself. What kind of soldier doesn't fight? Why can a 5-star captain shoot down 5 enemy planes, yet your son, also a captain, must contribute through other means? Even clay figures have their limits, let alone real people?" Before Chen Chu could respond, Long Yu charged forward, rifle raised. "Enough! If you keep causing trouble here, don't blame my gun for not having eyes." Her sharp command instantly drew everyone's attention. When Long Yu appeared, military pistol in hand, everyone visibly startled. Chen Chu's parents immediately brightened, then grew anxious as they scanned the area. As for Lu Yuyu, she froze for a moment before glancing at Long Yu's shoulder insignia. Pulling her bag up, she sneered with arrogance and disdain, "Which military district are you from? With that rank, you probably wouldn't even qualify to guard the gates here." Long Yu snapped back, "My rank is none of your concern. My mission is to protect Captain Chen and his family. When their safety is threatened, I have the authority to open fire at any moment." Clearly, Long Yu's current rank was merely that of a non-commissioned officer. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't dare cross a national-level major general like Lu Antai. But now, things were different. She knew full well that today's national hero was Chen Chu. He was the very captain they looked down upon as someone who only knew how to climb the ladder through connections, not some national brigadier general. And Chen Chu's future rank would undoubtedly far surpass Lu Antai's. That was the source of her confidence. But Lu Yuyu knew none of this. Seeing Lang Yu before her, she sneered coldly, "A captain deserves bodyguards? Only someone at my father's level has bodyguards. When did a measly captain ever get bodyguards?" Chapter 142, Can we too attend the commendation ceremony? Please vote for gold. Clearly, Lu Yuyu's eyes were filled with contempt as she looked at Long Yu. Even among military families, there were clear tiers of status. In her eyes, this bodyguard of Captain Chen wasn't worth a single hair on her father's bodyguard. After all, her father's bodyguards were at least senior non-commissioned officers, each easily over 50 years old. But this female bodyguard looked to be only 22 or 23, about the same age as her. What kind of status could someone that young possibly have? And though Lang Yu had grown up in military camps, she had never encountered a woman who looked down on others like this. What nonsense about a captain not deserving a bodyguard. If not for the concern that Chen Chu might be discovered too soon by the eagle-eyed Americans, thereby jeopardizing the 6th-generation fighter program, Chen Chu would have already been promoted to Major General by now. Had Chen Chu's 6th-generation fighter not come to the rescue, Dragon Nation and Stick Nation would likely be locked in a bitter struggle by now. And when it came to actual combat, Chen Chu piloted the V-Light Magnetic Storm variant, taking on 5 enemies single-handedly and eliminating all 5 Koreans, and he was flying the Eagle's 5th-generation plus fighter, the Ghost Eagle. Even if her dad flew the J-20 with top-tier skills, could he really match up against the Eagle's 5th-generation fighter? Hardly. If Chen Chu doesn't deserve bodyguards, then who does? But just as Cold Moon seethed with anger, about to reveal Chen Chu's identity, Chen Chu's voice suddenly rang out. Long Yu, we're all colleagues. Why resort to guns? All eyes turned toward Chen Chu. Captain Chen. Little Chu, you're back. Clearly, Chen Chu's parents now wore expressions of immense joy. Of course, it wasn't the kind of joy born from hoping their son would take charge, but rather a genuine, heartfelt delight. Chen Chu nodded, then addressed Lu Yuyu, so you think your higher rank entitles you to this villa? Ha? Cold Moon looked on, utterly bewildered. Captain, they clearly. But Chen Chu made a shushing gesture and Lang Yu wisely lowered her head. As for Lu Yuyu, she initially froze upon seeing Chen Chu, assuming he was a college student from a nearby school, perhaps even an old classmate. But upon confirming he was Captain Chen, her disdain grew palpable. He was about her age, how could someone like that be a captain? And judging by his demeanor, he clearly hadn't seen combat. That meant, no matter what, after the commendation ceremony, her father would be the highest ranking officer in this military compound. Therefore, she should rightfully claim the most prestigious villa in the compound. After all, she kept 5 dogs, 1 room per dog, and this villa was just spacious enough to accommodate them all. Thus, she naturally wore an air of haughty superiority as she declared. Of course. You're only a captain, barely worth mentioning in this military compound. If you hand over the house today and disinfect every room, things might not get too ugly for you later. Chen Chu couldn't help but chuckle. And what if I refuse? Lu Yuyu had assumed Chen Chu would be sensible, but she hadn't expected a mere captain to be so arrogant. She snorted coldly, fine. After the commendation ceremony, my father will deal with you. With your family's status and achievements, you probably won't even get invited to the commendation ceremony. My dad was one of the rescuers who saved a 5-star captain. Chen Chu had no desire to play games with such a child. Turning to Lang Yu, he said, forget it. Lang Yu, just shoot. At those words, Lang Yu's face lit up with delight. She raised her pistol and aimed it squarely at Lu Yuyu's family. In the night's darkness, Lu Yuyu's face instantly paled. How dare you? You little bodyguard, do you even know what rank my father holds? The elderly man in military uniform behind her also shouted, how dare you? But in the next instant, Lang Yu attached the silencer and pulled the trigger, firing at the 3 of them. Bang! 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 3 shots in quick succession. Ah! Lu Yuyu and the elderly man in military uniform instantly threw themselves to the ground. Lu Yuyu, in particular, let out a piercing scream. But just 5 centimeters in front of them, deep bullet holes remained. Get out of here! If you say another word, next time these bullets will be aimed right at you. You just wait. Lu Yuyu immediately helped the elderly man in uniform to his feet, then murmured, Grandpa, it's okay. After the commendation ceremony, Dad will definitely deal with their entire family. To Chen Chu, these words sounded utterly foolish. But to Chen Chu's parents, Chen Yuxing and Yu Shuemin, it rang with menace. Once the man was gone, they rushed over to Chen Chu, their faces filled with worry. Child, what are you doing? We're getting old, it doesn't matter what kind of house we live in. There are people in this military district we can't afford to offend. Don't make enemies. Yes, Xiao Chu. Why don't we just give up this house? That girl mentioned her father is a major general. I've heard rumors about him getting promoted soon. We can't afford to provoke someone like that. Seeing the fear in his elder's eyes, Chen Chu felt a pang of guilt. What he couldn't bear most in this life was seeing his family suffer injustice. He'd brought his parents here to enjoy their golden years, not to suffer humiliation. Today, it was fortunate that the one bullying them was only the spouse of a major general. What if it had been an admiral or a minister of the Central Military Commission? This only strengthened his resolve. Some paths, once chosen, had no turning back. Whether for himself, his family, or the nation behind him, he had to become stronger. For now, though, he offered reassurance, Mom and Dad, don't worry. A major general can't touch me. Besides, we haven't stolen or robbed anything. We live in assigned housing. It'll be fine. Lang Yu chimed in at that moment, exactly, Uncle and Auntie, you're overthinking this. Captain Chen is a hot commodity right now. The major military regions are probably fighting tooth and nail to get their hands on him. Is that so? Chen Yuxing's face immediately twisted into disbelief. He had always thought this major general was someone they could never hope to reach in their lifetime. Now, his own son was being fought over by major military districts? Chen Chu shot Lang Yu a sharp glance and she wisely kept quiet. Chen Chu chuckled. Mom and Dad, it's not that dramatic. I just did a small experiment that caught the higher-ups' attention. Oh, and in the next couple days, have Lang Yu take you shopping for a couple new outfits. Why buy clothes? That's such a waste. Yeah, we still have so many clothes we didn't bring. Buying more is such a waste. Chen Chu chuckled, it's fine. It's just to create a nice memory for the commendation ceremony. Commendation ceremony? We too are going to attend a commendation ceremony? Clearly, both Chen Yuxing and Yu Shuemin stared at their son in utter disbelief. Chapter 143, the 5-star captain is the chief designer. Seeking gold votes. They had just heard that this ceremony was extremely difficult to attend apparently, only those who performed meritorious deeds tonight would qualify. Could it be that their son's invention had also earned him recognition tonight? Chen Chu immediately laughed. Well, the leadership has high hopes for me and kindly extended an invitation. Bringing 2 family members along shouldn't be a problem. After Chen Chu's explanation, Chen Yuxing's face lit up with joy. He turned to Yu Shuemin and said, I told you our son would amount to something. We should listen to him. Let's go buy some decent clothes tomorrow, we can't embarrass our son. Alright, I'll take your word for it. Yu Xuemin's face also lit up with joy. She then took Chen Chu's hand and asked, "Honey, you must be hungry after your trip. Mom will cook dinner right away." "Xiaoyu, don't feel awkward, just make yourself at home." "Sure thing, Auntie." Yu Xuemin beamed as she tied on an apron and headed downstairs to the kitchen. Chen Chu took advantage of the moment to look around the family compound. It was obvious that since moving here, his parents had access to state-provided ingredients. Even their meals had improved significantly, and both of their complexions looked much healthier. Chen Chu also took the chance to ask about his grandmother's condition. He learned that since arriving here, her daily environment had been harmonious, with both doctors and nurses attentive to her needs. She should be discharged in a couple of days. Hearing this, Chen Chu felt even more deeply that the country had provided his family with such a wonderful environment and treatment, allowing him to live without worry. Given his capabilities, how could he not help the nation become the world's leading power? Thus, after a brief moment of warmth with his family, Chen Chu turned his attention to the international situation. It was clear to see that on Twitter and YouTube abroad, no matter which country's trending news was viewed, there was always only one topic dominating the top spot. Dragon Nation becomes first country to develop 6th-generation fighter jets. The video thumbnail featured its iconic scene of the V-Light magnetic storm taking on 5 opponents. Netizens from around the world continuously refreshed the comments section. The Eagle Nation was the world's top military power, the Bear Nation the top nuclear power, but now it seems the Eagle Nation is about to relinquish its top spot. China and Russia are usually on the same page. Now that China's military power is this strong, the world is about to change. Still hope for world peace. May the Dragon Nation not use such formidable weapons to wage unjust wars. Meanwhile, netizens from the Dragon Nation, spread across the globe, immediately responded. Overthinking it. If it weren't for Korea and the Eagle pushing right to our doorstep today, the Dragon Nation wouldn't have deployed 6th-generation fighters. Exactly. Does anyone seriously think China forced that South Korean pilot seeking rescue to his death? Everyone saw South Korea's sneak attack today. It's borderline terrorist behavior. Without China's 6th-generation fighters intervening, who knows what would have happened to China? Support the Dragon Nation. Given that bastard country's attitude, I'm convinced the Dragon Nation was absolutely the victim this time. Only when world powers balance each other can we have peace. Isn't the global conflict now entirely sparked by Eagle's hegemony? Bear Nation may have nukes, but they're forbidden for routine use, so Eagle acts with impunity. But now Dragon Nation has 6th-generation fighters too. Eagle likely can't maintain its air supremacy anymore. After the discussion, netizens clearly began to wonder, how did the Dragon Nation's air force achieve such remarkable progress? It's no surprise that the Dragon Nation's military ranks among the world's most combat-ready. But how did the Dragon Nation manage to develop an entirely new, globally groundbreaking 6th-generation fighter jet without independent innovation, especially when its technological capabilities including lithography machines and critical chips still rely on open-source technology from the Eagle Nation? Thus, fueled by this curiosity, all attention has shifted to the designer behind China's 6th-generation fighter. State media outlets were repeatedly tagged, urged to provide an explanation. After all, genius should be celebrated by the world, not hidden away. Perhaps it could be concealed before the project's completion. But now that the 6th-generation fighter has been developed and has stunned the world, what's left to conceal about the designer's identity? Especially on Twitter, the official Dragon Nation media account was being relentlessly tagged and bombarded with direct messages. Even Dragon Nation netizens yearned to see the 6th-generation fighter's designer, to hear firsthand the aircraft's original design intent, and to understand just how formidable this monstrously handsome individual truly was. After all, in the Northern Front conflict, military experts from various nations largely concluded that the Dragon Nation's 6th-generation fighter is unmatched. Whether in engine performance or radar detection technology, it surpasses the world by at least one generation. Leading by an entire generation, how terrifying is that? Consider that history has seen individuals who were ahead of their time. One such figure is the now household name, Tesla. His inventions continue to be utilized across every field in our modern era, maintaining a full century of technological lead over the world. While China's 6th-generation fighter may not boast such an exaggerated century-long lead, it undeniably surpasses the Eagle by half a generation. The Eagle Nation itself can only rate its Ghost Eagle as a 5th-and-a-half-generation fighter, while the world classifies the Dragon Nation's fighter as a 6th-generation aircraft. For a nation like China, especially one facing gaps in various foundational areas, to overtake the Eagle Nation, wouldn't that designer be a legend? Such a legend would undoubtedly capture the world's fascination. Journalists and media outlets from numerous nations have developed a keen interest in the designer behind China's 6th-generation fighter. Curiosity even extends to the Dragon Nation's 5-star captain, a 1-against-5 phenomenon, prompting questions about the connection between this Air Force captain and the 6th-generation fighter designer. China has always maintained a low-profile and enigmatic presence on the international stage. However, the immense global impact of these developments has made it impossible for China to remain discreet. Since discretion was impossible and the commendation ceremony was imminent, they might as well go public. Thus, late at night, Manhwa news agency released a bombshell announcement. Global statement on Dragon Nation's 6th-generation fighter development and Air Force captain. Firstly, our motivation for developing the 6th-generation fighter is to uphold global peace and safeguard our nation. Secondly, we ourselves possess limited data regarding the internal principles of this aircraft. Additionally, Dragon Nation's Air Force captain is the inventor of the 6th-generation fighter. Those interested in interviewing him are welcome to visit Dragon Nation. Chapter 144, Eagle's Sketch of Chen Chu. Upon release, this announcement inevitably sent shockwaves across the globe. With all global media already fixated on Manhwa news agency at this moment, this response instantly drew the world's press to focus on this announcement and the identity of the 5-star captain. Though brief, the announcement was concise and revealed 3 key pieces of information. First, Manhwa had no intention of provoking a world war. Developing the 6th-generation fighter was purely for self-defense. Had it not been for the Korean Peninsula's forces advancing to its doorstep, it would never have unveiled this capability to deter both the Korean Peninsula and its backer, the Eagle Sauce. For netizens brainwashed by the Hawks narrative of the Dragon Nation as a threat, this news was undoubtedly welcome, and it also earned the Dragon Nation its first supporters on the international stage. After all, the conduct of both nations in the current northern border conflict has laid bare their respective national spirits. China possesses the demeanor of a great nation, modest and accommodating, yet resolute in defending its rights on critical issues. In contrast, the Korean nation, driven by malicious competition and suppression of the Dragon Nation, distorted facts and even violated agreements, committing acts of betrayal. Ultimately, they reaped what they sowed. This starkly reveals the differing national policies at play. The second bombshell: despite the Dragon Nation's 6th-generation fighter jet dazzling the world, the nation itself knows remarkably little about it. What does this reveal? It suggests that the development of this 6th-generation fighter was likely the work of a team capable of creating miracles. This further proves just how astonishingly talented this designer truly is. This has also sparked immense global curiosity about the chief designer of this 6th-generation fighter. But what's the most crucial revelation? It's that they originally assumed the designer and the fighter pilot were 2 different people, but the Dragon Nation claims it's the same individual. Good heavens! In this world, aren't all so-called inventors refined and scholarly? After all, scholars and military personnel are fundamentally different. Who could have imagined that these 2 talents from Manhwa, who have stunned the world, are actually one and the same person? This news is absolutely earth-shattering. The existence of a Dragon Nation Air Force captain who excels in both the arts and the martial clearly held immense appeal for the entire world. Countless nations are now fantasizing, if such a genius had been born in their own country, how much would they have gained? Why must such a genius be born in Dragon Nation? Even netizens from the Eagle Nation are filled with regret at this moment. Perhaps the world is fair after all. Just as the scales were about to tip completely, a genius like Chen Chu emerged, making the global landscape far more intriguing. Of course, the even more significant news was the Dragon Nation's commendation ceremony. No longer confined to watching a video clip, the world could now witness the Dragon Nation's captain, the chief designer of the 6th-generation fighter jet, in person. Consequently, major media outlets worldwide scrambled to adjust their schedules. Nations friendly or neutral toward the Dragon Nation, including the Bear Nation and the Titanium Nation, announced they would broadcast the Dragon Nation's commendation ceremony. Except, of course, for the democratic nations that had just suffered a massive loss of face. South Korea was naturally the first to act. Their president has long been notorious for clinging to powerful allies, first to the Dragon Nation, then to Western powers after the Qing dynasty's collapse. Thus, they now faced only 2 paths forward. First, continue clinging to the eagle's leg. Second, cling to the Dragon Nation's coattails. Clearly, clinging to the eagle's leg is more realistic than clinging to the dragon's. Over the years, the Dragon Nation has imposed various blockades on them precisely because they sided with the Eagle Nation. Whenever the 2 nations meet on the international stage, the tension is palpable. Moreover, even though the Dragon Nation possesses 6th-generation fighters, that doesn't mean it's invincible or stronger than the entire world, right? After all, a nation's global supremacy isn't achieved solely by possessing the world's most advanced military technology. Otherwise, why would the Bear Nation, possessing the world's largest nuclear arsenal with 6,000 warheads capable of obliterating the planet, still find itself perpetually embroiled in protracted conflicts? True invincibility encompasses multiple factors. Beyond military might push to its absolute limits, it requires an economy that dominates the world. Second, it must lead the world in resources. The US dollar maintains global hegemony, and its modern warfare technologies remain unmatched worldwide. Whether in land or naval forces, it stands alone at the pinnacle. Thus, they immediately made their choice, to continue pledging allegiance to the Eagle. Facing domestic outrage, the South Korean president immediately opted for suppression. First, they arrested all South Korean men protesting outside the US embassy. Second, they suppressed all negative domestic news, perpetuating the narrative that they were victims and refusing to broadcast the Dragon Nation's commendation ceremony. Undoubtedly, this made life for South Korean men even more oppressive and miserable than before. Many vowed to be the last generation, and the rate of male sterilization in hospitals has been steadily rising. Why subject their offspring to the same suffering they endured? Their women were snatched away by Eagle Flag soldiers, while chaebol and politicians squeezed every last drop of profit from them. Even when they offered their women to the Eagle Flag soldiers to curry favor, they still ended up losing to the Dragon Nation. Even the women of the Dragon Nation, who once idolized them, now look down on their country's men. So why not get sterilized? What's the point of leaving behind offspring? Meanwhile, the Eagle Nation was clearly satisfied with the Korean president's performance, yet they understood something else. Whereas before they merely guarded against the Dragon Nation, now they had no choice but to take seriously the Dragon Nation's capacity for independent technological innovation. Especially Pumais, who urgently briefed the Eagle Nation's National Security Agency on Dragon Nation's developments overnight, claiming that Dragon Nation secretly developed 6th-generation fighter jet possessed astonishing capabilities. However, there was one exploitable point: it hadn't entered mass production. Furthermore, the Dragon Nation's official media released news that the 5-star captain and the chief designer of the 6th-generation fighter were the same person. Therefore, if they could fully understand this individual, they would naturally find a way to deal with him. Pumais also began detailing various descriptions of Captain Chen Chu to Jonas, the director of the Eagle Nation's National Security Agency. For instance, the 5-star captain of Dragon Nation was around 45 years old, possessed a fierce gaze, and had a robust physique. They also observed a female co-pilot aboard the 6th-generation fighter, suggesting the Dragon Nation captain's lecherous tendencies. Jonas was so flattered he immediately summoned American media outlets to launch a smear campaign against the 5-star captain. They even commissioned an artist to create a portrait of Chen Chu based on Pumais' description, then enhanced and restored it using various technical methods. Instantly, an image of a man around 40 years old, with a sinister gaze tinged with a hint of lechery, was disseminated across Eagle brand state media outlets. Chapter 145, 40 or 50? He's a high school student. Vote for gold. Clearly, after Eagle Nation released its speculative depiction of the 5-star captain from Dragon Nation, its official website was flooded with analyses of the matter. Voice of Eagle, the largest media outlet among Eagle's official media. Following the release of the Dragon Nation 5-star captain's appearance, countless netizens below commented, "It seems to be true. This Dragon Country captain is ruthless and cunning, with a depth of scheming that truly resembles Sima Yi from the Three Kingdoms era." Are you a Dragon Nation historian? You even know the Three Kingdoms? I know a bit. Like the Dragon Nation captain, Sima Yi was a patient and ruthless man. Such individuals typically have triangular eyes and tend to be older. Without enduring society's harsh trials, one couldn't possibly develop such depth. After the eagle-eyed netizens analyzed it this way, they quickly felt reassured. Because from this perspective, the 5-star captain of the Dragon Nation didn't seem so terrifying anymore. First, even if he were cunning and possessed top-tier 6th-generation fighter jet design skills, it wouldn't matter much. Frankly speaking, his age is a factor. He's likely in his 40s or 50s. Achieving such feats at this stage of life means this might well be his only significant accomplishment. Why? Because such a 5-star captain must have spent over 40 years relentlessly focused on a single pursuit. While his perseverance is formidable, his potential achievements remain limited. Compared to the education system of the Dragon Nation, the Eagle Nation's approach cultivates geniuses with limitless potential across all fields. If such a genius truly creates a 6th-generation fighter, they will likely go on to invent many more breakthroughs, representing a future full of promise. In contrast, China's 5-star captain isn't quite as formidable. After all, age is a factor. He may only achieve one 6th-generation fighter in his lifetime. This poses no significant threat to the Eagle's hegemonic position. After all, even if the Dragon Nation possesses a 6th-generation fighter, warfare is a complex endeavor. Setting aside the Dragon Nation's current economic struggles, even if its economy were on par, its land forces, modern combat technology, and navy remain areas where it cannot surpass the Eagle Nation. Thus, upon such analysis, the American public's panic subsided considerably. Meanwhile, the American assessments swiftly reached China. On Chinese social media, Douyin was the first to react. The top trending topic on Douyin was the age of the 5-star captain. Naturally, discussions also surfaced comparing Dragon Nation's education system with Eagle Nation's. Under Eagle Nation's open educational approach, more versatile geniuses have emerged. All these discussions stemmed from Eagle Nation publicly releasing photos of Dragon Nation's 5-star captain. Though created with AI, what level of capability does Eagle Nation's technology represent in the eyes of the Dragon Nation's people? American AI is currently the world's most powerful and advanced. They were able to predict the facial features of the 5-star captain, which must have been the result of careful consideration and data collection. Thus, in the eyes of ordinary Dragon Nation citizens, this effectively amounts to an authoritative endorsement. This is what China's 5-star generals look like, an indisputable fact. While China's young women may not prioritize appearance in successful individuals, they are well aware that If the Dragon Nation's 5-star general truly is of this age, then the future of the Air Force will likely be nothing more than a fleeting moment. Even the young women of the Dragon Nation grasp this truth, let alone its warwolves. Once called angry youth, now known as warwolves. First, they condemned the Eagle for publicly revealing the 5-star captain's personal information. Then they began worrying about the future of the Dragon Nation's Air Force. For while the Dragon Nation boasts many influential figures who shape the world, their lifetime achievements are often limited to just one or two major accomplishments. But could the gap with the Eagle Nation truly be bridged or even overtaken by just one or two such achievements? Absolutely not. The gap between China and the US requires hundreds of scientists stepping forward to reverse their respective positions. In any case, no one currently questions Eagle's analysis of the 5-star general's appearance and age. After all, by normal logic, a captain is at least 35 years old, and a 5-star captain from the Dragon Nation would certainly be around 40. As for appearance, there's little to worry about. After all, this is an Air Force focused on scientific research. Why would they need to be handsome? It's not like they're relying on their looks for their livelihood. News of this development has clearly reached the inner circles of the Air Force. Within the Dragon Nation's Central Military District, the Air Force Department has begun circulating the news. The content circulating concerned the appearance and age of the 5-star captain who had achieved great merit in the northern border region. Though they hadn't seen the 5-star captain in person, they surmised his appearance likely matched the descriptions circulating. But what did a Dragon Nation Air Force captain look like? What did that matter to them? What truly mattered was the sheer scale of the feat, a 5-star general single-handedly taking on 5 opponents, coupled with the debut of the 6th-generation fighter. This alone proved that even a mere appearance could secure promotion. This included Major General Lu Wantai of the Dragon Nation Air Force Central Military District, who had already returned to the military compound. On his way back, he scrolled through discussions about the 5-star general's rise on his phone, his heart filled with profound respect. He knew that kind of situation back then was essentially a suicide mission. He hadn't harbored much hope of actually rescuing the 5-star captain of Manhwa. After all, they were facing the Eagle's Ghost Eagle. Even before the battle commenced, they had predicted the enemy's specifications would render it an invincible colossus. Yet not only did the graceful 5-star captain of the Dragon Nation defeat them, but he also effortlessly took on 5 opponents at once, pinning them to the ground and grinding them into the dirt. Even now, as a major general, Lu Antai's eyes still brimmed with reverence whenever he recalled that scene. Though he'd never heard of such a formidable 5-star captain emerging from any military region in the Dragon Kingdom. Speculation suggested there were indeed a few who concurrently held the rank of Air Force captain and possessed academic backgrounds. But none of that mattered. What truly counted was his participation in the rescue mission, an act already recorded as a major achievement. This meant that once the commendation ceremony commenced, his contributions would be formally recognized, paving the way for a likely promotion to lieutenant general. Once he became a lieutenant general, he would truly reach the pinnacle of power. At that point, he might even enter the Central Military Commission, or at the very least secure a deputy commander position. His future prospects were exceptionally bright. Looking around the military compound, he envisioned this place becoming his domain. After all, the previous lieutenant general had retired. Once he became the new lieutenant general, he would become the most prestigious figure in this military compound. What he hadn't anticipated, however, was that the moment he reached his front door, he heard wailing from within, "The damn captain. How dare he bully this old lady? When my dad gets back, he'll teach that brat a lesson he won't forget." Simultaneously, an elderly man's voice echoed from within, "My dear granddaughter, you must learn to endure. Before the commendation ceremony, if your father truly provokes that boy, though it may seem trivial, it could damage his career prospects if word gets out. The cost would far outweigh any benefit." "Of course I know, Grandpa. But that female bodyguard really fired at me. If I hadn't dodged fast, she would have hit me." Lu Wantai, hearing this outside, instantly turned furious. He flung open the door and bellowed, "Who is it? Who dares bully our daughter?" Lu Yuyu, standing in the villa's first-floor lobby, heard the voice and instantly felt tears welling up in her eyes. She looked up and glanced toward the doorway. Spotting that familiar figure, she burst into heart-wrenching sobs. This scene only fueled Lu Wantai's rage further. This was truly outrageous. He had just secured victory in the Northern Frontier War. Though the official announcement hadn't been made yet, everyone knew he was likely to be promoted to lieutenant general. At this critical juncture, someone actually dared to bully his daughter? Could it be some untouchable figure? Regardless of who it was, he demanded angrily, "What happened? Tell Daddy." Lu Yuyu immediately adopted a deeply aggrieved expression and began her complaint, "Dad, I just saw that you won the battle. Soon you'll be the top dog in our military district. In the family compound, if you say one, no one dare say two, right? So I figured the house we live in should match your status. How could we possibly let someone else have the biggest villa? I went to find out, and the person in the best location was just a captain. So I told them to move out." Major General Lu's face immediately broke into a broad smile upon hearing this. He felt his daughter truly understood him and asked, and then? Lu Yuyu seemed to have found an outlet for her pent-up emotions as she continued, her voice tinged with grievance. That captain, I don't know what connections he pulled, refused to give up the house. He even had his bodyguards fire shots at us. A captain? Hearing this rank, a hint of doubt flickered in Major General Lu's eyes. For a captain to occupy a former lieutenant general's residence suggested he held significant status, clearly not as reckless as his daughter. He hurried forward to check if his daughter was injured. After confirming she was unharmed, he asked, Did you get a good look at that captain? What did he look like? Did he participate in the Northern Frontier War? Lu's daughter immediately sneered coldly, What war? He looks like he hasn't even grown any hair yet, he's my age. He must have pulled some strings to get in. Major General Lu's anger flared at this. At first, he thought it might be a 5-star captain, but upon hearing the man was only as old as his daughter, barely 20, his anger flared. What kind of power could a captain in his 20s possibly wield? How dare some lowly captain shoot at his daughter? Even if he was only a major general now, and remained one for life, he was still far more powerful than some lousy captain. Lu Antai glanced at his daughter, his face softening with concern. Don't worry, kid. I'll take you to the commendation ceremony. You'll be proud to see your old man there. Once I get promoted to lieutenant general, we'll go find that kid and settle the score. He's got some luck on his side. Lu Yuyu's heart immediately blossomed with joy. Though she hadn't gotten rid of that kid right away, she knew her dad was absolutely certain this time. Yet even the most certain plans had their risks. She pressed, But Dad, if you don't get promoted to lieutenant general, will you abandon me? Lu Antai gave a wry smile. I never told you to endure this, kid. Don't you know what kind of man your father is? We're just keeping a low profile before the commendation ceremony. Even if your old man doesn't get promoted to major general, what's a captain to him? You decide what to do. That kid is dead meat. Clearly, in Lu Antai's view, if the officer were a 5-star captain, he'd immediately drag his daughter to apologize. But the guy was barely in his 20s, how could he possibly be a 5-star captain? Besides, 5-star captains were still stationed at military districts with 6th-generation fighters, how could one have returned now? Therefore, as long as he stayed out of trouble these next few days, once the commendation ceremony ended, this captain could crush him with a flick of his wrist. A mere captain dared to offend the daughter of an Air Force lieutenant general and even fired a gun? Meanwhile, the timing for the commendation ceremony was also announced at the same time. On the third day, the Dragon Nation will mobilize its entire Air Force to convene the third Dragon Nation Air Force commendation ceremony. Regarding the reason for such haste, the outside world speculated wildly, but none could guess correctly. Only Li Songhai and Shui Shanhai, currently inside the Central Military Commission, laughed heartily at the various predictions about Chen Chu made by the Eagle and the entire world. Come on, Chen Chu has slanted eyes, and his future prospects are bleak after turning 40 or 50. Shui Shanhai dismissed these foreign media predictions as pure fantasy. He used to think the Eagle was genuinely formidable, but this incident proved their data wasn't 100% accurate. They had assumed the Eagle had obtained Chen Chu's complete facial data, but now it was clear where did the AI replaced original image resemble him. Not a single feature matched Chen Chu's. In other words, the Eagle Nation had started spouting nonsense too, merely to win public favor and placate its citizens. If Eagle Chan's people were appeased, wouldn't Dragon Nation's citizens be displeased? For the sake of the people, Chen Chu's identity must be revealed promptly. After all, the 6th-generation aircraft has been completed, all that remains is production and mass manufacturing. Therefore, they decided to announce the timing of the commendation ceremony immediately. Though rushed, this matter must be disclosed to the world swiftly, demonstrating that the Dragon Nation's future holds immense promise. The Dragon Nation's 5-star captain holds immense promise. What, 40 or 50 years old? He's still a high school student. Chapter 146, the commendation ceremony begins, seeking gold votes. Chapter 146, the commendation ceremony begins. Seeking gold votes. When Dragon Nation announced the commencement time for the commendation ceremony, it caught the entire world completely off guard. This was because Dragon Nation's efficiency, especially regarding important meetings or schedules, typically involved delaying matters whenever possible. Even internationally scheduled competitions often faced minute-long delays when hosted by the Dragon Nation. Yet this time, the Dragon Nation showed no delay whatsoever. The awards ceremony was set to commence in just 3 days? This was nothing short of a surprise to the entire world. But since the Dragon Nation had set the date, how could the global media possibly miss this opportunity to get up close to the Dragon Nation's 6th-generation fighter jet, the world's first officially recognized 6th-generation aircraft? Moreover, the Dragon Nation's 5-star captain remains an enormous enigma. This was a matter of immense global interest. While they had speculated about the 5-star captain's age, appearance, and even personality. But whether these assumptions hold true, the level of concern about Dragon Nation moving forward, and how high the Dragon Nation threat theory will escalate, all of this hinges on what kind of spectacle the Dragon Nation's commendation ceremony presents to the public. The biggest beneficiary here, Titanium Nation, which purchased Dragon Nation's early warning aircraft, naturally dispatched their vice chairman of the military commission to Dragon Nation immediately, adding prestige to the commendation ceremony. Not only Titanium Nation, but several other countries friendly with Dragon Nation also dispatched high-ranking figures from their air forces at minimum, generals, to attend the commendation ceremony. First, to gauge the true capabilities of the Dragon Nation, thereby determining the appropriate level of friendship to cultivate with them in the future. Second, if Longwa's sixth-generation fighter truly proved that formidable, could they learn from it? Better yet, perhaps by engaging in discussions with the five-star captain, they might even secure the opportunity to purchase one of these sixth-generation fighters for themselves? After all, Dragon Nation had undeniably stolen the spotlight on the international stage this time. The mere appearance of five-star captain piloting a sixth-generation fighter had resolved the crisis, avenged past grievances to the public's delight, and plunged the Korean peninsula into despair. Given the crushing blow inflicted upon the Korean peninsula, even without invading them, domestic issues, particularly the male population's apathy, would remain unsolvable in the short term. In contrast, what about Dragon Nation? The entire nation was united, as if witnessing the unfolding path to the great rejuvenation and rise of the Dragon Nation. Even the female idol groups had reconciled with the male groups. Regardless of whether China's five-star captain truly holds promise for the future, the stark contrast in public sentiment between the two nations alone reveals the immense significance of the sixth-generation fighter for China. If they could acquire knowledge of the sixth-generation fighter, even replicating a single technology, it would represent an immense leap forward for them. Thus, the international impact of this commendation ceremony was unprecedented. Influential nations either dispatched their top commanders to attend, or dispatched their most elite media outlets to capture the sharpest, clearest images of the Dragon Nation's five-star captain. And domestically? Previous ceremonies were either held in sealed environments like the college entrance exams, with full electronic interference suppression, or only brief segments were broadcast on television. But this time was different. The television broadcast the entire event live. Moreover, major domestic media outlets, along with international media, have all purchased the broadcast rights. It's comparable to the Olympics. Everyone wants to be the first to get news about the five-star captain and Dragon Nation's sixth-generation fighter jet. Being first meant attracting more traffic. On this point, Dragon Nation's media understood all too well what traffic truly meant. Across the entire internet, discussions were intensely heated. Even netizens who usually showed no interest in military affairs or current politics joined the conversation. It couldn't be helped, this five-star captain had truly made the nation proud, so much so that even ordinary citizens knew of his existence. Yet despite this, no one outside his inner circle knows what he looks like, his age, or even to exaggerate slightly his gender. After all, the voice recording that surfaced could have been altered with a voice changer. Who knows if the sixth-generation fighter even has one? People were desperate to uncover his story. Even without truly knowing the five-star captain, people had already sketched out his image in their minds, including his past experiences. It was simple: the five-star captain was a prodigy who displayed extraordinary talent from childhood. As a child, he was likely a prodigy at military academy, rising to prominence in the youth palace before distinguishing himself repeatedly among the 7 defense heroes, earning state protection. Step by step, the five-star captain rose to become an Air Force captain and began researching the sixth-generation fighter project. This was undoubtedly the story of a genius who worked tirelessly for decades, finally reaping the rewards of his sweat and dedication. While the public awaited news, anticipation also ran high within the military district. Every veteran of the Northern Frontier War remained cautious in their words and actions during this preparatory period. Everyone understood that victory inevitably brought promotions and honors, and they had long prepared themselves to welcome that day. All military officers attending the commendation ceremony back home had meticulously arranged their affairs and adjusted their schedules. As for Chen Chu, the true protagonist of this commendation ceremony, what was he doing at this very moment? Clearly, he understood the true significance of the commendation ceremony. To outsiders, it might seem like the ceremony was merely an opportunity for the Dragon Nation to boast to the world about its recent victory, to announce its achievements, and to declare its future dominance in aerial warfare. Even the Eagle couldn't hope to gain any advantage over the Dragon Nation's air force. But to Chen Chu, the matter was entirely different. He understood the true importance of this commendation ceremony. Currently, the sixth-generation fighter remained largely unfamiliar to the world and to all Dragon Nation Air Force commanders. Although he had previously demonstrated it to some extent in the northern border region, he understood that outsiders could never grasp its true essence through mere external observation. Therefore, his objective at the commendation ceremony was to ensure all Dragon Nation Air Force commanders could adapt to the tactical operations of the sixth-generation fighter. After all, what was his true role? He was a research engineer and designer. He couldn't possibly spend his entire career piloting sixth-generation fighters in combat, could he? He clearly had more important matters to attend to. Beyond ensuring domestic Air Force commanders master and proficiently operate sixth-generation fighters, he also intends to use this opportunity to make the world take notice. The Dragon Nation is no longer what it once was. Its stance and perspective on the world, including its dissatisfaction with the current order, carry significant weight. Take the Eagle's constraints on the Dragon Nation, for instance. Previously, the Dragon Nation's responses were mostly empty slogans. But Chen Chu was confident, once sixth-generation fighters entered mass production, air superiority in naval battles would be absolutely assured. Therefore, this declaration carries immense weight. If the Eagle still insisted on interfering with Dragon Nation's development, he would not recommend a final showdown in the Taiwan Strait. Thus, in preparing for the commendation ceremony, he took two actions. First, he personally drafted a sixth-generation fighter operation manual. Based on the attending officers and soldiers, he first reviewed their qualifications. Those who passed the political screening received a copy of the manual, enabling all Air Force commanders to master the operational essentials and maintenance methods for the V-Light magnetic storm variation. These manuals were entirely in Chinese, with Chen Chu employing numerous double entendre idioms throughout. This meant that even foreign translations would be difficult. Even if another country purchased a sixth-generation fighter from Dragon Nation, operating it would be just as reliant on foreign technicians and advisors as Dragon Nation had always been. Of course, operational and maintenance techniques aren't particularly remarkable. What truly matters, naturally, are the complete blueprints and mass production methods. These are top-secret documents that Chen Chu must draft, along with the subsequent sixth-generation aircraft mass production plan. Within a month, Dragon Nation must possess at least 10 V-Light magnetic storm transformers. Don't underestimate just 10 units. Even if Ghost Eagles arrived, a single V-Light magnetic storm variant could destroy 10 enemy aircraft. And against ordinary 5th-generation fighters? At least 20 would be required. In other words, 10 V-Light magnetic storm variants could take on over 200 5th-generation fighters. 100 units per year would enable 100 to oppose 10,000. Such attrition means even if the Eagle Empire deployed 10,000 enemy aircraft, they could barely match the Dragon Nation in battle. And they simply cannot afford such resource depletion. The other document is his speech, representing the Dragon Nation's unwavering stance. It simply informed the world what the Dragon Nation required. Of course, this document required submission for approval, so Chen Chu exercised restraint. From the recent Northern Frontier War, he had gained a clear understanding of the current global landscape and his own personal predicament. Under these circumstances, retreating would render all previous efforts futile and further expose the nation to the wolves' gaze. Moreover, everyone around him depended on his protection. Upon receiving Chen Chu's plan, the Dragon Nation's High Command, led by Shui Shanhai, accelerated preparations. Time was tight. They had to simultaneously arrange the venue and conduct political vetting for all incoming guests, including the soldiers and officers slated for commendation. This was inherently a massive undertaking, but through relentless overtime, all tasks proceeded methodically. As time passed, the day of the commendation ceremony finally arrived. Chapter 147, Showing Mom and Dad the World, Seeking Gold Votes. Chapter 147, Showing Mom and Dad the World, Seeking Gold Votes. The day of the commendation ceremony arrived. Beyond the preparations required by major media outlets, all military districts were bustling with activity. By 4 or 5 in the morning, the Lu family was already up and about, making various preparations. Lu Yuyu's impatient grumbling echoed through the villa. "Oh my gosh, this is way too early." "Nonsense, you little girl. Do you know what day today is? Only those with major special achievements in the military region can attend the commendation ceremony, understand? Look how quiet our military compound is. Only our family is up this early. Others wouldn't even qualify to attend if they wanted to." Only then did Lu Yuyu sit up from her luxurious bed. Yeah, that poor captain probably won't get to attend a commendation ceremony like this in his entire life. His family is probably still sleeping in right now. Soon, she began rummaging through her wardrobe filled with Hermes and Chanel to pick out today's outfit. After all, today she would be making an appearance before many important figures, especially the 5-star captain. She knew full well that many women would be vying for attention at the event, becoming her rivals. But she also knew her father was about to be promoted to lieutenant general. She might even get to work alongside the 5-star general. That meant she absolutely had the chance to meet the 5-star captain. She'd heard rumors that he might be rather unattractive and about the same age as her father. But what good is being handsome? That Chen Chu wasn't bad looking, but he radiated a cheap, petty aura utterly lacking the bearing of someone destined for high office. So what good was youth? When choosing a man, one naturally sought someone with great potential, especially someone who had already achieved success. How could a penniless captain possibly compare to someone who might soon enter the ranks of the 5-star generals on the Central Military Commission? Just then, her grandfather entered and admonished her, "Girl, this commendation ceremony is crucial for our family. If we gain the 5-star captain's favor, our fortunes will soar. Dress like a proper lady, put on your formal gown." Clearly, despite his modest former rank, Old Master Lu understood military tastes well. For these battle-hardened veterans, the closer one's appearance resembled the artistic elegance of the cultural troupe, the more likely it was to win a general's favor. After all, even the generals in Beihan preferred the artistic young women of the cultural troupe. Why wouldn't a 5-star captain? Ha! Lu Yuyu found the idea of dressing like a refined lady both difficult and utterly artificial. Yet, the thought of the 5-star captain's reaction and the envy she'd inspire in other women once she had him made her vanity impossible to resist. Just imagine, if the 5-star captain were at her feet, how impressive would it be when she shared the story with classmates, friends, and confidants. Therefore, she nodded. Alright, I'll wear it. She began adjusting the dress in front of the mirror, even applying foundation to her exposed collarbone, meticulously sculpting every detail of her appearance. Even Luantai took meticulous care to shave his beard, striving to appear as youthful as possible and present himself with utmost respect before the 5-star captain. Seeing his daughter truly dressed to look refined and well-mannered, he felt even more confident about their performance at today's commendation ceremony. Without a doubt, if not the most prominent family at the ceremony, his household would at least rank among the top 3. By the time they were finally ready, lights out and heading out the door, it was still only 5:30 in the morning. At this hour, the sun hadn't yet risen, and the moon was just beginning to fade, making it necessary to turn on the lights. Lu Yuyu deliberately glanced at the detached villa nearby, along with the surrounding townhouses. Noticing that almost none of the neighboring households had their lights on, a look of immense satisfaction spread across her face. Dad, look, not a sound from their place. They definitely won't be invited to the commendation ceremony. Luantai glanced at the detached villa nearby, noting its complete silence and darkness. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Even if they don't attend the commendation ceremony, a soldier's routine requires waking up by 5:30 for morning runs. This captain must have grown lazy and complacent after getting his rank, abandoning even the basic duties of a soldier. When we get back, I'll personally contact the military commission to deal with this kid. If he backs down, we'll settle the score for having his men fire at you, maybe even fire a few shots at his family to test their mettle. If he doesn't know when to quit, we'll just lock him up. Clearly, Luantai had already concluded that this so-called captain had no real backing. If he did, he would have been able to sneak into the commendation ceremony. Now this guy didn't even have the qualifications to attend the commendation ceremony, yet he dared to live in a detached villa in Zone 2 of the military dependence compound. He really didn't know his own place. Most people, upon hearing they'd returned from the Northern Front, would voluntarily vacate their detached villa to avoid trouble. But this greenhorn didn't even grasp basic unwritten rules. He must have stumbled into his captain rank by sheer luck. Since this position never truly belonged to him, stripping him of what he gained beyond his comprehension is actually a blessing in disguise. Offending me won't get him killed immediately, but if he angers those petty old fools, his entire clan might be wiped out. Only after reaching this conclusion did the Luantai family set off with true satisfaction. However, at that moment, in the capital city, at the State Security Hotel, as the nation's premier state guesthouse, virtually every high-level domestic meeting including those involving top-level officials was arranged at the State Security Hotel prior to convening. It boasted the most stringent security measures. The Chen Chu family had just woken up in a king-size bedroom within this very hotel. Due to the need for advance rehearsals, Chen Chu had arrived a day early. Throughout the entire process, he wore sunglasses and conducted the rehearsals under the strict protection of highly confidential personnel. When Chen Chu awoke, he saw Lang Yu meticulously preparing herself. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he saw Lang Yu in her military uniform, combing her long braid in front of the makeup mirror, as if cherishing every strand. When Chen Chu first met her, she had worn her hair in a short, ear-length bob. Since becoming his bodyguard, she hadn't cut it again. He supposed growing her hair long was also his wish. Chen Chu thought it only made sense. After all, what girl in the world didn't love beauty? Meanwhile, from the kitchen inside came the distinctly awkward voices of his parents. There's really no need to be so formal. We usually make our own breakfast. The staff member nervously interjected, Sir, you are a guest we were specifically instructed to take special care of. Making you do this yourself would be an insult to us. Yes, please continue resting. We'll call you when breakfast is ready. Lang Yu hurried over and smiled, Uncle, Auntie, think of this as a vacation. Don't tire yourselves during this rare break. Just tell the chef what you'd like to eat. Seeing this scene, Chen Chu felt a pang of guilt. All these years, he had caused his parents so much hardship, never letting them live comfortably. And now, to be bullied and ostracized by a major general's daughter, but it served them right. At that moment, he picked up a list from the bedside table. This list, given to him by Shui Shanhai for reference, was the commendation roster. As long as it hadn't been officially announced, changes were still possible. To put it bluntly, the credit for repelling the Eagle and the Stick Nation was essentially his alone. Strictly speaking, it could even be argued that no one else deserved recognition. Yet, acts of valor deserved recognition, and so did displays of loyalty. Hence this list. Chen Chu was one to repay kindness, even if these soldiers hadn't been of much practical help to him. But since they had come to protect him at that moment, their willingness alone deserved recognition. Yet seeing his parents' plight, coupled with their marginalization and Luantai's complete lack of apology, Chen Chu immediately circled Lu's name upon spotting it, marking him for close scrutiny. Of course, he wasn't one to abuse his authority. Merit was merit, one couldn't strip it away just because he'd made mistakes. But merit and fault were two separate forces. How to deal with him would depend on his performance today. If this man couldn't even manage his own daughter, how could he possibly command an army? Folding the commendation list neatly and tucking it into his coat, Chen Chu rose from bed, drawn by the aroma of breakfast wafting through the air. After all, the commendation ceremony would begin in less than 2 hours, and breakfast was essential. Yet during breakfast, his parents cautiously inquired, "Son, are you a very high-ranking official now?" Chen Chu was somewhat puzzled. He picked up a slice of toast, chewed a couple of bites, and asked in confusion, "Mom, who told you that?" Yu Shuemin replied nervously, "The people you've been meeting seem rather afraid of you." Chen Chu immediately laughed. He had originally planned to tell his parents about the commendation ceremony that he was a 5-star captain, but now it seemed impossible to say. His parents were honest, down-to-earth people who'd never seen anything grand. If he told them he was a 5-star captain, they might end up having to speak on stage. How stiff and uncomfortable would they feel? Thus, Chen Chu could only awkwardly lie, "Mom and Dad, you're overthinking it. This is just a hotel for the lowest-ranking military personnel. I'm only here to run errands. This trip is just to broaden my horizons. Don't feel any pressure. As for those people being afraid of me, they're just in charge of moving things around the venue. When I give them orders, of course they're going to be afraid of me." Hearing this, Yu Shuemin and Shen Yuxing finally understood. If it was just about broadening their horizons, then there was no need for any mental baggage. After all, they were minor players, and no one would pay them any attention. Meanwhile, Long Yu, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle at Chen Chu's blatant lie. "Are you kidding me? Small fry? The lowest rank?" Today's commendation ceremony was held specifically for him and broadcast to the entire world. It was meant to show everyone that the 5-star captain of the Dragon Nation isn't some decrepit old man, but a promising young talent with a bright future. Now that Chen's parents had this misunderstanding, how would they handle it when the spotlight turned on them and everyone came over to greet and befriend them? Chapter 148, Exposing You to the 5-star captain. Seeking gold votes. But this was actually a blessing in disguise. At least the commendation ceremony could proceed smoothly. Unbeknownst to anyone, Lang Yu had also been touched by the warmth radiating from Chen Chu's parents. Having never known a family herself, witnessing this scene of quiet, everyday warmth made her feel as if she had suddenly found a home. Especially since Mr. and Mrs. Chen treated her like their own daughter, it only strengthened her resolve to protect the Chen family. Soon after dinner, Chen Chu escorted Lang Yu and his parents to the venue in a private vehicle. The venue was situated within the core area inside Beijing's Second Ring Road. Given the event's significance, ranked among the top 10 most important in history, it signified the rise of the Dragon Nation Air Force to a position where it could hold its head high among the world's powers. Therefore, security was paramount. Extremely strict traffic control was enforced in the surrounding area, extending as far as 50 miles. All attendees underwent identity verification, including various electronic device screenings and infrared monitoring. No metal objects were permitted beyond lighters and mobile phones. Even iron mirrors carried by some female family members were confiscated, let alone firearms. Foreigners faced even stricter oversight, with all photographic equipment subjected to rigorous screening. Such security measures made even foreigners feel a profound sense of safety, though some considered it overkill. After all, the Dragon Nation's 5-star captain was already surrounded by bodyguards, and no one knew his identity. Under these circumstances, how could anyone assassinate him? Attack anyone they saw? Besides, in their eyes, the 5-star captain of the Dragon Nation was likely just a decrepit old man. Such an old man couldn't possibly have much impact on the world order. After all, he'd spent his entire life researching a 6th-generation fighter jet. Having succeeded after so many years, where would he find another lifetime to research other weapons? Thus, a 5-star captain from Dragon Nation who developed a 6th-generation fighter truly hadn't reached the level where other nations would need to send someone to eliminate him. Under these highest-level security measures, after completing the inspection, Lu Yuyu's face revealed an unprecedented sense of pride and superiority. The stricter the on-site restrictions, the more it signified that entry here required a high threshold. Even her father had to bow and scrape before every single person here. Those present were either renowned scholars and engineers or held military ranks starting at Major General at the very least. In fact, she rarely saw any man under the age of 40 among the visitors. Even her father was considered a rising star here. After today, her father would become an even younger lieutenant general. Moreover, she would have the opportunity to meet the 5-star captain, the chief designer of the 6th-generation fighter jet, and currently the most sought-after military heavyweight in Dragon Nation. More importantly, as she scanned the room, she noticed numerous family members, including several young women dressed in strikingly alluring attire. Yet, most of the older generals in uniform were casting appraising glances her way. This only served to inflate her confidence to bursting. It seemed her grandfather's advice had been spot on. What could these women possibly offer that she couldn't? Yet, at that moment, one figure inevitably flashed through her mind. That was Chen Chu, the one who dared order his bodyguards to shoot at her. Her heart brimmed with contempt. A man like him would likely never have the chance to appear in such a setting in his lifetime. With such stringent security screening, a mere captain would never dream of sneaking in. With that thought, she felt reassured as she followed her father into the venue, finding their assigned seats. Directly in front of them sat a lieutenant general from the Southern Military District. Her father immediately smiled and struck up a conversation. But what Lu Yuyu hadn't anticipated was that the next moment, she suddenly heard the familiar, deeply irritating voice of a middle-aged woman whispering in her ear. Xiao Chu, are we sitting here? Yes, Mom and Dad, please sit here for a moment. I still have some matters to discuss. Lu Yuyu's expression immediately darkened. She then looked toward Chen Chu's parents in utter disbelief. They were seated right next to her own family. The sense of superiority she had painstakingly cultivated vanished in an instant. Wasn't this supposed to be the highest level meeting in the Air Force? How could someone without even a colonel's rank bring their family along? Meanwhile, Chen Chu's parents clearly spotted Lu Yuyu's family too, their expressions turning slightly awkward. This only infuriated Lu Yuyu further. She immediately snapped at Lu Antai, Dad, how did their family get in here too? Lu Antai, who had been greeting a lieutenant general from the southern military region to build connections, glanced over upon hearing this but ignored it. After all, paying attention to such matters in this setting would only hinder his career advancement. But Lu Yuyu couldn't care less about the occasion. Her face flushed with anger as she snapped, Is this even a place you should be? With your son's measly captain's rank, did he bribe his way in? Chen Chu's parents immediately looked embarrassed. They had come merely to see the sights and didn't want to cause trouble for their son, so they remained silent. Lu Antai's expression shifted, shooting Lu Yuyu a warning glance. But Lu Yuyu, consumed by her need to reclaim that sense of superiority, couldn't see it. Seeing Chen Chu's parents silent, she sneered again, Don't worry. When that 5-star captain arrives, just watch me expose you. You didn't even participate in the Northern Frontier War, yet you dare to mingle here. Chen Chu's parents' faces instantly turned grim. Seeing that many eyes were turning their way, Lu Antai snapped at Lu Yuyu, Shut up. Is this the place for you to run wild? If you say another word, I'll have your grandfather throw you out immediately. At an event like this, everyone's status is scrutinized. Whether someone snuck in or not will be clear soon enough. Lu Yuyu reluctantly shut her mouth at his words. She resolved that when she saw the 5-star captain later, she would definitely report someone trying to take advantage of the situation. Once the tension eased, Lu Antai quickly ended his attempts at small talk and turned his attention to Chen Chu's family. Clearly, he understood that no one could possibly sneak into an event like this. Everyone present held at least the rank of Major General, making him the lowest ranking officer present. But how could a captain have slipped in? Could it be the 5-star captain's family? But that couldn't be right. How could a 5-star captain be so young? His parents didn't look much older than himself. He cautiously approached Chen Yuxing with a smile and inquired, I'm Lu Antai, a brigadier general in the Central Military Region Air Force. We're neighbors in the same family compound. My daughter was foolish before and caused some unpleasantness with your family. Were you also invited? Chen Yuxing wasn't that calculating or cunning. He genuinely believed the other man had come with sincere intentions to apologize and make friends. Smiling, he replied, I'm not sure about that. All I know is my son brought us here. Let's not dwell on past matters. Harmony brings prosperity, after all. Lu Antai smiled along with him, but persisted in probing, Oh, that's a pity. We should have come together. After all, we're both from the same military compound. It would have been more convenient to visit each other. Chen Yuxing chuckled, We haven't visited each other much before, so we're not very familiar. But my son came early for something, so I'm afraid we won't be able to travel together this time. Oh? Might you share what that business is? Lu Antai perked up immediately. This guy had a mission to handle ahead of time. Why didn't he have one? Even if Chen Yuxing was being sincere, he now sensed something was off. Yu Shuemin stepped in to defuse the situation, nothing important, just helping set up the venue and such. My son said he wanted to bring us along to broaden our horizons. Clearly, they weren't about to brag about their connections. Besides, they knew their son had indeed brought them along to broaden their horizons. Making enemies was unwise, but elevating others at least avoided conflict and spared their son trouble. Yet those very words caused Lu Antai's expression to shift instantly. Setting up the venue? In plain terms, that meant doing menial work, right? Sitting beside him now, they were probably riding his coattails. His gaze grew noticeably dismissive. As for Lu Yuyu, though she remained silent, she couldn't help but glance at Chen Chu's parents with even greater disdain. If her son was just a lowly errand boy, then getting into a heated argument with one here would indeed lower her own standing. Just then, Chen Chu finished dealing with Shui Shanhai and hurried back. He naturally took his seat between his parents and inquired, Mom and Dad, how are you adjusting? His parents certainly didn't want their son to offend anyone else on their behalf. They immediately smiled and replied, Nothing to worry about. It's all good. Major General Lu even greeted us just now. Really? Chen Chu deliberately glanced at Lu Antai. If this guy actually apologized and made amends, she might consider crossing his name off her list. After all, the trouble his daughter caused had little to do with his character. But when Chen Chu looked at Luan Tai, she found his gaze fixed straight ahead toward the center of the venue, as if he hadn't heard a word of her conversation with her parents. The atmosphere grew unbearably awkward. It was Lu Yuyu who finally broke the silence with a sarcastic tone. "My dad greeted you out of consideration for the common folk. We're from the same compound, after all. Not just any random person can chat with my dad. Besides, Dad needs to save his energy for talking to the 5-star captain later." Chen Chu heard this, his expression betraying not a flicker of emotion. A lowly errand boy? Fine. He even felt like laughing. Sure enough, the next moment, Luan Tai chimed in like a well-rehearsed duet, scolding his daughter. "Nonsense. A 5-star captain is so busy, it's already impressive if he remembers my name. Not just anyone can have a conversation with him." Clearly, when someone appears to have lost all value, even sparing them a glance is a waste of time. But Chen Chu's parents were furious at that moment. Especially Chen Yuxing, who shot Yu Xuemin a reproachful glance. How could she not brag about her own son, yet instead spill all his secrets? Yu Xuemin also looked at Chen Chu with a guilty expression. She had never intended to cause trouble, she was simply accustomed to elevating and praising others. She never imagined the other party would turn on her faster than flipping a page. Just moments ago, they were good neighbors. Now, he wasn't even worthy of speaking to them. But just as she was about to apologize to Chen Chu, he waved her off. He was actually grateful to his parents. Otherwise, he might never have seen through Luan Tai's true nature. This was for the best. He'd been hesitating about whether to expel Luan Tai. Now he was spared the trouble of deliberating. Luan Tai, however, had no clue about Chen Chu's true identity. His eyes darted around the area, searching for anything unexpected. His gaze happened to fall upon numerous media reporters, all their cameras trained on their side. Though he wasn't the most handsome or youngest present, he automatically ignored Chen Chu beside him. On such an international stage, no one would notice anyone below the rank of general from the Dragon Nation. He immediately straightened his uniform, his expression hardening into one of resolute dignity, projecting the bearing of a Dragon Nation general. Chen Chu, meanwhile, appeared decidedly more casual. This scene was simultaneously broadcast across major global streaming platforms. Not only were netizens worldwide watching, but even high-ranking officials from various nations were paying close attention. Every figure appearing on screen at that moment could potentially become either the most threatening enemy or the most valuable ally in the future. After all, once the Dragon Nation Air Force acquired 6th-generation fighters, wouldn't every single one of these officers starting at the rank of Major General be formidable combatants? Therefore, early attention was crucial for future strategic planning. At that very moment, within the Eagle Nation Security Bureau, Pumes was also intently monitoring the live feed, having summoned the Eagle Nation's Army Commander-in-Chief. He hadn't seen a single face that wasn't shaking its head. Why don't these Dragon Nation officers give me any sense of threat? There's no familiar aura or oppressive presence. But the moment the feed switched to Chen Chu's side, he froze in place. Chapter 149, Dad, you're about to steal the show. Vote for gold. Maybe none of these guys have those slanted eyes. And there's a young guy there, looks barely 20, probably some lieutenant general's son, right? Dragon Nation is quite amusing. Can't produce enough generals, so they fill the ranks with their sons instead. As the commander expressed his disdain, Pumai shook his head repeatedly. No, this young man gives me a very bad feeling. It feels familiar. I hope my instincts are wrong. Meanwhile, after all the Dragon Country generals had made their appearance, netizens from Dragon Country were filled with mixed feelings. Looks like the foreigners were right, our generals sure do look ancient. Do we need rookies instead of experienced veterans for war? Exactly. They think it's a video game? After 23, reaction times and focus start to decline. Wait, there's one young guy over there, he's actually pretty handsome. Is he an officer? Can't tell for sure. Might be some admiral's son, but he is handsome. While netizens in Dragon Country debated Chen Chu's identity, foreign media, especially eagle-eyed reporter Mary, had already begun their coverage. It's currently 10 a.m. in Dragon Nation. For our viewers across the ocean, it's nighttime. Good evening to you all. What you're seeing now are the military ranks of Dragon Nation's officers. Barring surprises, these are all Dragon Nation generals who participated in the Northern Frontier War. However, the Dragon Nation officer who defeated the Ghost Eagle last time has yet to appear. According to our sources, the Dragon Nation authorities will likely begin by outlining the proceedings of this commendation ceremony. Following the introduction of the officers, they may unveil and present the 6th-generation fighter jet. Just as Mary finished speaking and netizens were buzzing about the Dragon Nation generals, staff members at the venue began distributing stacks of A4 paper each over 10 pages long to the officers. At that very moment, Shui Shanhai stepped directly onto the podium of the commendation ceremony and addressed everyone present. Distinguished officers of Longhua, greetings. Esteemed viewers across the nation and the world, greetings. The commendation ceremony now formally commences. First, the documents you have received, officers, are the operating manuals for our newly developed 6th-generation fighter. This manual was crafted overnight by our 6th-generation fighter chief designer, who was also the absolute hero of the Northern Frontier War, with the goal of fostering more pilots capable of flying this aircraft across all military regions. Thus, on the international battlefield, whenever air combat arises, we shall never be at a disadvantage. And our 6th-generation fighter, remember its name, V-Light Magnet Storm Transformation. As Shueshan stepped onto the stage, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Especially when the officers actually received the 6th-generation fighter's manual, they felt even more grateful that the 5-star captain of the Dragon Nation had given them this opportunity to command an air force that could look down on the entire world. Yet when Shueshan announced the name of this 6th-generation fighter, they found themselves unable to clap. For some of the officers present, advanced age had indeed taken its toll. Even reading it might not allow them to grasp it immediately, let alone memorize it after a single hearing. Luan Tai, too, furrowed his brow. Could this name truly have been conceived by someone even older than himself? Fortunately, he too had received a copy of the V-Light magnetic storm usage specifications and manual. Gradually, he moved from finding the name awkward to accepting it. Lu Yuyu, standing nearby, leaned in to take a look. Even after just skimming the opening, her face immediately fell into astonishment. Dad, is this the genius level of a 5-star captain? This manual alone seems so full of secrets. Lu Antai chuckled immediately. Of course. The 5-star captain's 6th-generation aircraft operations skills have reached the level of man-machine integration. He meticulously prepared such an excellent manual for us, demonstrating his extraordinary talent, noble character, and lofty ideals. Though Luan Tai knew Captain 5-star couldn't hear this flattery, who could say for sure? Perhaps someone would pass along his praise of the 5-star captain? Lu Yuyu, though clueless about the deeper meaning, knew how to suck up. She chimed in with a laugh. Yes, Captain 5-star's manual is brilliantly written. Even an ordinary college student like me can understand parts of it. However, just as the two were lavishing praise, a different voice chimed in from the side. It seems it still isn't accessible enough. It should be understandable to at least college students, sparking their desire to try it out. That's when it's truly successful. Chen Chu muttered under his breath, a small self-critique tinged with perfectionism. Little did he expect that even such a soft murmur would reach the sharp ears of Lu Yuyu. She immediately glared at Chen Chu and snapped. What do you know? How dare you critique something written by a 5-star captain? Chen Chu heard this inexplicable scolding but couldn't be bothered to respond to the girl. But Luan Tai was also losing his temper. He felt he'd endured long enough and had reached his limit. First, he'd heard upon returning home that some lowly captain had dared order his bodyguards to shoot at his precious daughter. That alone was bad enough. Then, upon learning he was attending the commendation ceremony, the captain showed no concern and refused to voluntarily vacate his own detached villa. And even that could be overlooked. But some lowly errand boy had the nerve to show up here and try to undermine him. Did this guy really think having connections meant he could act however he pleased? So, disregarding his image, he glared at Chen Chu. Then, upon seeing that Chen Chu didn't even have the manual, he laughed. Sour grapes? Kid, just this V-Light magnetic storm operation manual alone is something you'll likely never get your hands on in your lifetime. Let me give you some advice. Since you've managed to worm your way in, you'd better watch your words and actions at all times. Exactly. Who does he think he is? He's not even worth a single hair on a 5-star captain's head. The combined verbal assault from father and daughter left Chen Chu's parents thoroughly shaken. They might not know what a 5-star captain's 6th-generation fighter manual was, but how could they not know who the 5-star captain was? He was the legendary hero who single-handedly turned the tide of the Northern Front. While their son was the most precious and gifted child in their eyes, they were acutely aware that offending this 5-star captain now could spell disaster for him, no matter how talented he was. Therefore, Yu Shuemin tugged at Chen Chu, urging him not to cause trouble. Meanwhile, Eagle Sauce reporter Mary was also covering the manual. It's worth noting that upon obtaining it, she knew this guide held little value for Eagle Sauce. After all, it wasn't blueprints. Even with Eagle Sauce's technology, could they reverse engineer an entire aircraft carrier just from a user manual? But she understood that this manual could reveal the true age of this 5-star captain from the Dragon Nation. Being fluent in Chinese, she borrowed a copy and explained to Eagle Sauce's netizens. This manual is now in our possession. Its modern design is immediately apparent. After reviewing just a few features, I can already sense the creator's meticulous thinking. I too now desire such a dreamlike 6th-generation aircraft. But rest assured, with such meticulous thinking and a flawlessly detailed explanation, not a single word wasted, we can confidently conclude that the 5-star captain from Dragon Nation is at least 40 years old. Upon hearing this, the eagle-winged netizen felt reassured. After all, young designers and engineers tend to be wildly imaginative and impatient. The sheer length of this manual proves beyond doubt that the 5-star captain of Longwei is indeed over 40, as Mary stated, possibly even older. A man who dedicated his entire life to researching 6th-generation aircraft and ultimately succeeded history would inevitably remember his name, and he deserved to be remembered by history. The eagle-eyed netizens were finally satisfied. After all, it took Dragon Nation so many years to finally produce a military researcher capable of innovation, breaking free from the path of imitation. As a leader, it was only natural to offer some recognition. As for threats? That's hardly the case. The Dragon Nation's captain devoted his entire life to developing the 6th-generation fighter. How many more lifetimes does he have? Even if given another 20 years, would he still possess the capability to develop weapons that enhance the Dragon Nation's army and navy? Netizens in the Dragon Nation, upon seeing this report, rejoiced at their country's newfound strength with the advent of 6th-generation fighters. Yet they were also acutely aware. If only the Dragon Nation's 5-star captain were a bit younger. To put it plainly, someone in their 30s would be far better news for the Dragon Nation, signifying even greater possibilities ahead. The attitudes and expectations of netizens were, of course, unknown to the Dragon Nation's officers present at the scene. Seeing that Chen Chu had fallen silent, Luantai couldn't be bothered to look his way anymore. In his view, he'd seen plenty of young upstarts like Chen Chu restless, arrogant, and quick to challenge authority. But what kind of society was the Dragon Nation? Authority reigned supreme, sometimes even superseding the law. Once his name was called later, he would make sure this kid got a taste of his own medicine. As for Lu Yuyu? Seeing Chen Chu fall silent only confirmed to her that he'd been thoroughly humiliated. She couldn't have been happier inside. This clueless fool, once she met the 5-star captain, she'd make sure to report him properly. Just then, Shui Shanhai on the stage suddenly declared, "In recognition of your performance in the northern frontier, the officers I call out by name may now come forward to receive their decorations." Below the stage, the officers' faces lit up with joy. They knew these honors flowed from the 5-star captain's glory, the glory of the 6th-generation V-Light magnetic storm variant. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. Lu Yuyu tugged nervously at Luantai's sleeve, whispering, "Dad, you're about to be in the spotlight." Chapter 150, Why Are You Standing Up? Vote request. Chapter 150, Why Are You Standing Up? Though Luantai told Lu Yuyu to keep a low profile, the pride on his face was impossible to hide. At the same time, he shot a disdainful glance out of the corner of his eye at Chen Chu beside him, as if looking down on an insect. Just then, Shui Shanhai made another dramatic announcement, but this awards ceremony holds special significance. As you all know, the highest commendation is being bestowed upon the inventor of our 6th-generation fighter jet. I'm sure you've all been eagerly anticipating his appearance. Now, please welcome him to present the award. As soon as Shui Shanhai finished speaking, the atmosphere below erupted once more. Not only were the eyes of the generals brimming with anticipation. Even among their married female family members, eyes widened as they craned their necks, scanning the room with eager anticipation. Was he coming? Was the future rising star of the military region, the one they had been longing for, finally arriving? Even Chen Chu's parents were visibly tense. In their eyes, their son had already climbed to heights they had never dared to dream of. Yet, there were always those above them. General Lu stood like a towering mountain before their family. And this 5-star captain, whom even General Lu idolized, must be a godlike figure. Just then, Lu Yuyu delivered a pointed remark, "Cherish this moment. For families like yours, this is likely the only chance in a lifetime to see a 5-star captain up close." Luantai shook his head, neither confirming nor denying her words. Though his words were harsh, Chen Chu's parents could only swallow their pride. Their son might only be a captain now, but he was still young, perhaps he would distinguish himself in the future. However, after Shui Shanhai spoke at length, the entire audience fell silent. Everyone looked around frantically, yet there was no sign of the 5-star captain anywhere. Luantai felt a twinge of unease. Could something have happened? It shouldn't be possible. With the 5-star captain's abilities, how could anything go wrong? He must be playing a joke on everyone. The longer Captain 5 Stars remained absent, the more vividly Lu Yuyu imagined a tall, imposing middle-aged man in her mind. She fantasized that if he took a liking to her, she could make sure the captain who dared shoot at her and his entire family rotted in prison. Where is he? Don't tell me I have to personally invite him up? Shui Shanhai gave an awkward, self-deprecating chuckle. The crowd grew even more awkward. Who could it be? Eyes darted around the room. But precisely at that moment, from the farthest corner, Chen Chu suddenly rose to his feet. All eyes shot over in unison, landing on an incredibly young man with a face as sharp as a chisel. Dressed in a captain's uniform, he rose slowly from his seat, strolling toward the podium. This time, everyone's expressions turned to utter disbelief. What are you doing? Are you looking for trouble? Don't say I didn't warn you. Standing up in a situation like this with your rank is sheer recklessness. Luantai immediately snapped. Lu Yuyu's eyes widened in shock as she snapped, "You think being a lieutenant makes you some kind of hero? You can't even handle the manual. What are you trying to pull?" Of course, neither of them dared to be too bold, keeping their voices relatively low at this moment. But Chen Chu's parents heard every word clearly. Yu Shuemin immediately reached out to pull her son back, her voice trembling as she said, "Son, what are you doing? This isn't a joke." Shen Yuxing was so frightened he began to tremble, hurriedly adding, "Son, even if you need to pee, don't get up right now." Netizens in Dragon Country erupted in a wave of curses, convinced the captain had lost his mind. He was barely old enough for college. What was he trying to pull off as some hero of the North? Eagle brand netizens were convinced this blunder had escalated. How could the chief designer of Dragon Nation's 6th generation fighter be a mere youth? However, at that very moment, Shui Shanhai smiled at Chen Chu and announced, "Now, let's give the warmest applause to welcome our nation's great hero Chen Chu." With his passion, ingenuity, and fearless spirit, he single-handedly developed the world-leading 6th generation fighter when our nation needed it most, turning the tide of the Northern Front. The entire audience of generals and officers stared blankly, then turned to Chen Chu once more with utter disbelief. This guy, is he really just a 5-star captain? Yes. His shoulder insignia clearly reads Captain. Could Eagle's intel be wrong? Damn, he really doesn't show his hand. Suddenly, as if someone had given the signal, thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. Lu Antai immediately swallowed hard, staring in utter disbelief at the man he had dismissed as a lowly, socially inept captain. His expression was a complex mix of emotions. As for Lu Yuyu, she stared at the man walking toward the podium, bathed in glory like a god-king embraced by the masses. Her expression was filled with sheer terror. He was actually the god of the North? The godlike man who single-handedly developed the 6th generation fighter and turned the entire tide of the Northern Frontier War. Could it really be him? Impossible, impossible. He must be dreaming. This guy isn't even worthy of holding a fighter jet manual. He's clearly just a lowly errand boy. How could he possibly be the chief designer of the 6th generation fighter? If he really is, how could his family know nothing about it? Father and daughter exchanged glances, instantly arriving at the same conclusion. Lu Antai immediately turned to Chen Yuxing and asked, "Didn't you say he was here to help? And didn't he skip the Northern Frontier War? How could he possibly be a 5-star captain? In truth, how could Chen Chu's parents possibly know?" Seeing these high-ranking officials' figures they felt were beyond their reach for a lifetime, all looking at their son with such reverence, their minds went blank. They felt as if they were experiencing an illusion that the man who had just stepped onto the stage under the world's spotlight wasn't their son at all. It all felt like a dream. Then Lung Yu's voice cut through the silence. "Does a 5-star captain not need to serve the nation? Otherwise, who do you think wrote the manuals you hold in your hands? Moreover, a 5-star captain isn't someone who craves fame and fortune." That's precisely why, after securing victory in the Northern Frontier War, he immediately boarded a connecting flight back home. His absence doesn't mean he didn't participate. It's you two, father and daughter, who are truly a nest of vipers. Now, do you think Captain Chen's status deserves the allocation of a detached villa in the military compound? After Leng Yu answered their questions point by point, Luantai felt as if he'd been plunged into an ice cave. Yet, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, soaking his back in an instant. Had he offended a 5-star captain? Given the 5-star captain's current standing and importance within the military district, wasn't he essentially waiting to die? As for Lu Yuyu, she suddenly lurched backward, collapsing into her chair as if paralyzed. All her strength seemed to drain from her body in an instant. Where was even a trace of her earlier defiant spirit? She never dreamed that the lowly captain she had looked down upon was actually the chief designer of the 6th generation fighter jet, the hottest military star in Dragon Nation right now? What consequences would offending him bring? As for Lu Yuyu's grandfather, Old Master Lu, he began coughing violently. He now understood that offending Chen Chu could very well be the key factor that destroyed 2 generations of their family. Good heavens, why had he been so foolish as to follow his granddaughter in trying to seize someone else's property? This man was a pillar of the nation, a rising star under the close watch of all the top leaders. Meanwhile, the surrounding officers' flattering remarks echoed incessantly. Is this the bearing of a 5-star captain and chief engineer of the 6th generation fighter jet? So young, with boundless potential, he'll likely enter the Central Military Commission soon. Indeed, that's pure talent. We've worked our asses off for decades, only reaching general rank in our 40s or 50s. This young man could very well come to represent the military of Dragon Nation. Such composure at such a young age, taking down 5 Ghost Eagles from the Eagle Squadron. His future achievements are beyond imagination. We'd better start currying favor now. Exactly. We missed our chance to connect earlier. Approaching him now would feel forced and only ruin the impression we've made. Hearing these words, Luantai felt as if he were being roasted over a hot pot. Clearly, he was the one with the best chance to get to know Chen Chu. They lived in the same military dependence compound. Just moments ago, he and Chen Chu's parents had finally resolved their misunderstanding. If things had proceeded normally, they could have at least mended their previous rift. But then, as if possessed, he'd shielded his own daughter, squandering this chance to befriend someone destined for greatness like Chen Chu. Good heavens, how utterly foolish he had been. He couldn't help but bury his face in his hands, his eyes filled with regret. As for Lu Yuyu, it went without saying. All she had heard were the praises of Chen Chu from the families of the generals. I truly thought he was some old geezer. Never imagined he'd be so young. Too bad I'm 5 or 6 years older than him. Doubt I'll ever have a chance. Yeah, he's so handsome, he could easily be an internet celebrity. Plus, with his bright future, women would probably fight over him. All the young girls there were already getting excited. Just reading the manual he wrote made me realize how incredibly knowledgeable he is. Hearing these comments, Lu Yuyu glanced down at her carefully applied makeup and felt like a complete clown. Chapter 151 Eagle Sauce Netizens, we don't want lies. He had the best opportunity, with conditions prioritized above everyone else. He was the chief designer of the 6th-generation fighter jet, concurrently serving as chief engineer and a 5-star captain in the Dragon Nation Air Force. The brightest star in the entire Dragon Nation military district, with a future as limitless as the sky. But then? Now that opportunity had slipped through her fingers because of her own foolishness. He even applied makeup, something he normally despised, and disguised himself as someone he'd never want to be. Now it all seemed utterly pointless. She had less chance than the most unkempt, dowdy woman present. If there were a crack in the ground, she'd bury her head in it right now to hide the shame she felt. In contrast, what about Chen Chu's parents? After learning from Leng Yu that their son was the national hero, the couple's eyes were now filled with excitement and nervousness. Shen Yuxing didn't even know where to put his hands. As the father of a national hero, should he sit straighter? What expression should he wear? But the more flustered he became, the more it revealed a father's genuine reaction to his son bringing honor to the family. Those around them offered joyful congratulations and flattering compliments. This must be Mr. Chen, the elder. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. To have such a son, you are truly blessed. Indeed. Captain Chen's mother must be a devoted wife and mother to have nurtured such courage and compassion in him, truly reminiscent of the legendary Mother Meng. Mr. Chen seems very down to earth, and Captain Chen is a man of action. The military needs more practical leaders like him. Clearly, Chen Chu's parents were dumbfounded. When they first arrived, no one had paid them any attention, especially these officers before them, each putting on airs with haughty expressions. But now? Shen Yuxing didn't know what qualifications he had to be called Old Chen, but the flattery these people were dishing out felt genuinely good. Even Yeshua Min's face flushed as she replied, "No, our son has always been ambitious and clear about his goals. We haven't really had to manage him much." Yet to their surprise, the officers grew even more excited upon hearing this. Not interfering? That's true non-intervention. Your level of enlightenment is beyond our reach. Some children truly require little worry from a young age, just proper guidance. Unlike mine, who spends all day chasing girls and drinking. Who knows when he'll ever grow up? Flooded with such praise, Chen Chu's parents grew even more flustered. Yet they finally grasped their son's thoughtful intentions. If they didn't learn to navigate such social settings, embarrassing their son would be the least of their worries. What if someone exploited him or set him up? That would be disastrous. While Chen Chu's parents basked in praise and the Lu family suffered an embarrassing social defeat, online discourse exploded completely at that very moment. Remember, what were the expectations of Dragon Nation netizens for their national hero? Designing a 6th-generation fighter jet and personally engineering its creation, how many years of study and dedication would that require? Add to that the rank of Air Force captain, that too demands years of relentless effort. Netizens assumed such a person must be at least 40 years old. But now, seeing him with their own eyes, a confident, carefree youth radiating a touch of rebelliousness, clearly the same age as them, had become a national hero in that very moment. The designer of the most advanced 6th-generation fighter. How could they possibly remain calm when the entire nation reveres him? Thus, the moment Chen Chu appeared, the live stream filled with comments from hundreds of millions of viewers instantly flooded the screen. Holy crap, isn't he supposed to be an old man? Why is he so young? Damn, he's so handsome. He looks like he's just starting college, maybe a freshman or sophomore? With looks like that, I'd definitely ask for his WeChat at school. Handsome? Is handsome even the word for this? He's the hope of our nation's military industry. In his 20s, already a designer and chief engineer? That's insane. How many more years does he have left to bring even more miracles to the entire nation? Western media will be freaking out now. We finally have hope. Captain Chen. Clearly, the people of Dragon Nation knew exactly what Westerners, or rather, people abroad, feared most, not the birth of genius itself, but the birth of genius in an enemy nation. And this was only the beginning. Sure enough, when Mary saw the handsome young Dragon Nation man stepping onto the stage, she stared in disbelief and exclaimed into the camera. "Oh my god! What am I seeing?" The chief designer and engineer of Dragon Nation's 6th-generation fighter jet, a 5-star captain who single-handedly defeated the Ghost Eagle from both the Korean Peninsula and the Eagle Nation. It's actually a young Dragon Nation man. I'll have to re-evaluate the accuracy of Eagle Nation's big data. In China, these eyes are called peach blossom eyes, not triangular eyes at all. They're naturally attractive to girls. Plus, his facial features are so chiseled and cool. I demand the Eagle Nation government give me an immediate explanation. What the hell is going on here? How dare you lie to the public so brazenly? If even journalists are saying this, imagine the reaction among Eagle Nation netizens right now. Many of them, upon seeing Chen Chu's appearance, felt their intelligence had been insulted by the Eagle Chicken government. Triangular eyes? What, 40 or 50 years old? What no future achievements? That Dragon Nation's education system is subpar? All those previous criticisms of the Dragon Nation now backfired spectacularly, leaving them utterly humiliated. Dragon Nation's education system has produced chief designers and engineers for 6th-generation fighters in their 20s. But what about Eagle Nation? They boast the world's largest pool of top-tier researchers, countless military engineering masters, and numerous Nobel laureates. Yet now, the 5th-and-a-half-generation fighter jet crafted by so many top military engineers and deemed invincible worldwide still falls short of a 6th-generation fighter designed by a young Dragon Nation engineer. Even resorting to underhanded tactics, 5 against 1, they still couldn't win. And what's even more shameful after losing? They started spreading rumors about the other side's age and appearance. What's even more infuriating is that their own people, the American public, have been so thoroughly brainwashed by their government that they show no trace of skepticism or independent critical thinking regarding these matters. This led them to genuinely believe their own lies, rushing over to congratulate the Dragon Nation with the arrogance of a superior power. Under what circumstances would congratulations be warranted? Certainly when witnessing a weaker entity break through its own limitations, but only if that entity poses no threat to them. But now that Chen Chu has shattered doubts about his age and appearance, how could they possibly feel no threat? Take the V-like magnetic storm variant, a 6th-generation fighter. Once Dragon Nation achieves mass production, what kind of threat would it pose to the entire world? But that's beside the point. What's truly crucial? This guy is still young, with a promising future ahead, not even 30 yet. Consider this, in the Eagle Nation, the peak professional years for countless scientists and researchers span the golden 2 decades between 35 and 55. But look at this? China's researcher Chen Chu is merely a fledgling. A guy in his 20s has already reached the level of their top scientists, and he'll keep growing from here. How could the people of Eagle Nation not panic? Angry comments are flooding in right now. Free America, lies every day. When will we finally overcome this blind overconfidence? Didn't getting beaten by the Dragon Nation once teach us anything? They fantasize more than even the most foolish and arrogant Qing dynasty ever did. Eagle Nation must take this seriously immediately. We must impose strict blockades and restrict the Dragon Nation's development, especially that Captain Chen Chu. We don't want lies, we want safety and sincerity. The government must apologize. Let's all march to the Pentagon. If the president still doesn't take us seriously, we'll go on a hunger strike. Sure enough, the moment Chen Chu appeared, the Hawks went into a frenzy. Of course, the same backlash hit some Asian nations aligned with the Hawks, like the already furious Korean nationalists. Upon seeing Chen Chu's appearance, they were utterly devastated. A guy this young, single-handedly defeating the combined assault of Korea and the eagle-wielding nation. How terrifying must the future of the Dragon Nation be? Since change was impossible, they might as well lie down and wait to see when this blindly arrogant Korea would finally collapse. In their extremism, they swiftly escalated from passivity and refusing to have children to cursing their own nation and wishing for their president to die quickly. Meanwhile, other nations began taking the Dragon Nation seriously. They had assumed that after being struck down by the Eagle Nation, the Dragon Nation was utterly hopeless. But now, witnessing its technological prowess and the age of its future scientific giants, how could they not understand? The world order is likely about to be reshuffled. It's not too late to choose sides now. If they were late to the game, more and more nations would come to their senses. It was at this moment, under the gaze of the world, that Chen Chu, representing the pinnacle of the Dragon Nation's Air Force military might, stood at the podium. Every gesture, every glance, risked being magnified and overinterpreted. Yet his expression remained as calm and composed as ever. Fixing his gaze on the camera, he began his introduction. Fellow citizens of Dragon Nation and friends across the world, hello. My name is Chen Chu, hailing from a small city in Dragon Nation. Today, at this awards ceremony, I will introduce to the world the performance and specifications of our nation's 6th-generation fighter jet, the V-like magnetic storm. Having designed and invented the 6th-generation fighter himself, Chen Chu knew it inside out, so his presentation proceeded smoothly. But upon hearing the actual specifications of the Dragon Nation's 6th-generation fighter for the first time, the entire audience, including media outlets from around the world, truly grasped the formidable might and terrifying capabilities of Dragon Nation's military industry. Frankly, no fighter jet in the world could match the V-like magnetic storm variant specifications. On the battlefield, a single generation gap meant a world of difference. Take the simplest example, the Eagle's 5th-and-a-half-generation fighter. Not even 5 of them, let alone 10, could stand against the V-like magnetic storm variant. Imagine 2 equally skilled fighters, with no external aids or tools, one wielding a toothpick, the other a nunchaku. How would that fight even play out? Moreover, technologies like beyond visual range radar and plasma cloaking were utterly novel inventions even to those with specialized knowledge. And that was before Chen Chu explained the principles of pulse detonation engines and detailed the specifications of laser electromagnetic cannons. Even those who had previously questioned the 5-star captain's credentials fell silent at this point. Overseas netizens grew increasingly alarmed. Chen Chu's presentation today unquestionably signaled that whoever possessed the V-Light magnetic stormfighter on the battlefield would command absolute air superiority. Moreover, such profound understanding and accessible interpretation could only come from a true expert and creator. No one else could possibly possess this level of insight. Amidst this growing international fear, Pumais finally took the matter seriously. He immediately ordered his men to gather the latest intelligence on Chen Chu while simultaneously devising countermeasures. Chapter 152, Awarding Lu Ziyan a Medal? Seeking Gold Tickets. Chapter 152, Awarding Lu Ziyan a Medal? On Chen Chu's side, after introducing the 6th-generation fighter, the V-Light magnetic storm variant made its first public appearance. With Chen Chu's presentation, both the Dragon Nation and the entire world gained a thorough understanding of this fighter jet, enabling everyone to discuss its merits. The difference lay in perspective. For the Dragon Nation, this fighter jet was a medal, a symbol of glory. But for foreign adversaries, it was an absolute grim reaper, an insurmountable mountain they could never overcome. Meanwhile, on Chen Chu's side, after detailing the 6th-generation fighter's capabilities and demonstrating its performance, the ceremony reached its climax. Chen Chu picked up the list and handed it directly to Shui Shanhai, who stood beside him to commence the awarding ceremony. Clearly, who typically presides over such ceremonies? Apart from high-ranking officials from the Central Military Commission and those of distinguished stature, few others possess the authority to confer such honors. Yet here stood Chen Chu, positioned beside the Military Commission's top brass, the Minister of Military Industry. Meanwhile, below the stage, a contingent slowly made its entrance. To the keen-eyed observer, one figure within this army formation stood out starkly from the ordinary soldiers. Her skin was snow white, yet under the sunlight, it glowed with an even more delicate blush. Her delicate features, slender brows and large eyes revealed a distinctly feminine appearance, unmistakably that of a female soldier. Clearly, this was Lu Ziyan, returning from the northern frontier. Last time, she had gazed at Chen Chu from afar, admiring him like a hero. Even after choosing to journey to the north, she still found herself looking up to him. Yet now, her heart surged with emotion more intensely than ever before. For Chen Chu was the one to bestow the medals. Barring any surprises, he would personally award them to the Northern Frontier Vanguard. Then, she could show Chen Chu how hard she had been working all along. She had relied on no familial connections, but had worked her way up through the ranks of the army step by step, climbing higher and higher. Sure enough, under the gaze of all present, the decoration ceremony commenced immediately. Holding the military medals, Shui Shanhai, the Minister of the Military Commission's Armaments Department, Wang Chikai, announced. Our commendation ceremony now commences. First, we honor the heroes who defended our nation and pioneered the 6th-generation fighter jet. In recognition of Captain Chen Chu's exceptional performance during the Northern Frontier War, he is awarded the Special Military Merit Award. Furthermore, as a military engineer, he fully embodied the spirit of hard work, fearlessness in the face of adversity, and a pioneering drive. He led the world in developing the 6th-generation fighter jet. He is hereby awarded the National Special Talent Honorary Award. Furthermore, Comrade Chen Chu has dedicated himself to promoting the 6th-generation fighter domestically and globally. He is hereby awarded the Dragon Nation Military Technology Ambassador Medal as special recognition. In recognition of these three distinguished honors and under exceptional circumstances, I hereby promote Comrade Chen Chu to the rank of 5-star Lieutenant General in the Air Force of the 7 major military regions. He shall dedicate himself to advancing the deployment of 6th-generation aircraft across all military regions. A wave of astonished murmurs swept through the audience below the stage. They had anticipated Chen Chu's performance would secure him a general officer rank. Even Lieutenant General seemed reasonable, but a 5-star Lieutenant General? This placed him on par with the Eagle's own Pumais in rank. This signified the pinnacle of combat capability within the Dragon Nation's Air Force. Moreover, this was not the end. What did the 7 military regions signify? Within Dragon Nation's military regions, each operated largely independently like water from different wells, never mixing. Never before had a single general been able to unite soldiers from all factions under unified command. Within the military, aside from the Central Military Commission, each faction largely operated independently. After all, the Dragon Nation is a multi-ethnic, diverse nation. Factions have emerged constantly throughout history. Even during the Ming Dynasty, the imperial court was divided into factions, and people from different regions speaking distinct dialects could form their own cliques. The xenophobia among these groups was so severe that the authority of major generals and brigadier generals was confined to their own military regions. Take Chen Chu's recent achievements in the north as an example. To the soldiers of the north, he was a god. He won a war that seemed impossible to win in the short term, so he was a god. But what about the Central Military District? Or the Western Military Region? Frankly, Chen Chu held no authority whatsoever. The circumstances differed drastically, even the local dialects varied. But now, to promote and popularize the 6th-generation fighter, Chen Chu was directly appointed as a lieutenant general in the Air Force across all 7 military regions of the Dragon Nation. And he achieved this in his early 20s, at the prime of his youth. Such a sensational development is truly unprecedented. It clearly demonstrates just how highly the nation and its top leaders currently regard Chen Chu. Of course, joy was accompanied by sorrow. While Chen Chu's parents were overcome with emotion, tears streaming down their faces, the Lu family, Lu Wantai and Lu Yuyu, had been consumed by regret over missing such a monumental opportunity. But upon hearing the details of Chen Chu's award and his new status, an overwhelming sense of dread and fear began to consume them. Good heavens! This was a lieutenant general of the Air Force across all 7 major military districts. In other words, if you crossed this Lieutenant General, Chen Chu, and you were in the Air Force, you'd be finished across all 7 military regions. Even Lu Yuyu grasped this reality, let alone Lu Wantai. Lu Wantai shot Lu Yuyu a sharp glance, as if signaling something. Lu Yuyu instantly caught on. She first pulled out a compact mirror and slathered white foundation all over her face, then clutched her stomach and started feigning stomach pain. Lu Wantai promptly sought permission from the other generals. In plain terms, he was trying to slip away. But who cared about him now? Even Chen Chu, catching sight of the Lu family scurrying away like rats out of the corner of his eye, couldn't be bothered to deal with them now. There would be plenty of opportunities later. Later, while announcing the list of other officers receiving commendations, Shui Shanhai pulled Chen Chu aside and grinned at him. Kid, oh, wait, kid should probably call you Lieutenant General Chen now. Today, I'm granting you a privilege. How about it? Chen Chu was inexplicably startled by this. The privileges of a major general in Dragon Nation were already unmatched. No matter which military region or Air Force command he went to, his treatment would be the highest possible. What more privilege could they possibly grant him? What? Chen Chu asked, his curiosity piqued. Shui Shanhai immediately handed over a list with an air of mystery. This is the commendation list for soldiers of the Northern Frontier Army. Their achievements are detailed here. If you wish to announce it or confer medals, feel free. After all, you are now a lieutenant general. But Chen Chu shook his head. Are you kidding me? He knew next to nothing about the army. What on earth was he supposed to do, a guy from the Air Force awarding medals to the army? Yet Shui Shanhai's words now left Chen Chu utterly astonished. This list contains someone you'll want to see. Oh? Only then did Chen Chu pick up the list, scanning it line by line. When his eyes fell upon an incredibly familiar female name, his pupils instantly widened. It was her. Hadn't she gone back to school? Why was she in the north? And as an army soldier? Surprised? Truth is, I've kept this secret for her for ages. Since you two were bound to meet today, I figured I'd tell you. This girl? She's completely beyond my control. Shui Shanhai shook his head helplessly whenever Lu Ziyan came up. Chen Chu, however, began to grow anxious. So what's going on? Director Shui, did you conspire with her to deceive me? Clearly, Chen Chu was perplexed. What was there to hide? Even if Lu Ziyan wanted to enlist, he wouldn't stand in her way. After all, her notoriously reckless nature could use the discipline of the military. Perhaps she'd become someone great someday. But why would Director Shui help her hide it from him? And that phrase, waiting for her, it now carried profound meaning as Chen Chu pondered it. Shui Shanhai immediately gave a wry smile. I did keep it from you, but I had no choice. You know this girl has always wanted to protect you. But Lung Yu has undergone specialized training. Assigning her to protect you should be far more crucial. If Lung Yu came, she'd feel insecure. Competition between women isn't like that between men, it's subtle and insidious. When she told me she wanted to enlist in the Northern Frontier to prove herself, what choice did I have? At this point, Shui Shanhai sighed again. The main thing is, this girl adores you too much. She knows relying solely on her father's connections isn't enough to be worthy of you, so she's desperate to prove herself. At first, I thought, how could a girl endure the hardships of military life? She'll surely return in no time. But this girl truly endures anything for you. Not only does she persistently complete her training every day, but during the Northern Frontier War, she didn't flinch at all. That's why I thought maybe you could personally present her with an award. At the very least, it would be some encouragement for the girl. But as Chen Chu heard these words, his mind suddenly flashed back to the rear field of the National Defense High School. Lu Ziyan's gentle kiss, along with her confession of liking him naive as he was, he thought she was just playing another one of her pranks on him. But never in his wildest dreams did he imagine it could be real. He, who had always been so composed, now felt a tingling sensation in his head and a stinging ache in his nose. Perhaps this was emotion? As for awarding Lu Ziyan a medal? Chen Chu thought about it and decided it was absolutely impossible. He knew that if Lu Ziyan, a girl, dared to join the army and even go to the front lines of the Northern Frontier War, what else would she not dare to do? Awarding her a medal would be endorsing her actions as correct, wouldn't it? If she went to the front lines this time, next time she might just fire a gun. That would drastically increase her chances of meeting an untimely end. After all, on the battlefield, on the front lines, swords and blades have no eyes, let alone bullets and cannons. Moreover, he himself had sacrificed the joyful days of campus life to serve his country, a decision that might forever haunt him as a regret. He couldn't bear the thought of another young woman forsaking her own vibrant student life for his sake. In short, awarding her a medal was out of the question. She must be punished instead to make her back down. With that thought, Chen Chu stated directly, Director Xue, do I have the authority over this list? I wish to revoke her commendation. When Xue Shanhai heard the first part, he assumed Chen Chu wanted to promote this young woman who had feelings for him after all. Who wouldn't appreciate someone pursuing them? It felt like validation. If someone her age liked him, then someone as young as Chen Chu surely would too. But when Xue Shanhai heard about revoking Lu Ziyan's award, he was stunned. These two were seriously trying to drive him to his grave. One was desperately trying to earn military honors, while the other was trying to prevent him from receiving his. And he couldn't afford to offend either of them. Lu Ziyan came from a prominent family. Her father was the commander of the Western Military Region, holding the rank of general. As for Chen Chu, though currently a lieutenant general, his future was promising. So what exactly should he do? Just as he hesitated, Chen Chu added, I want everyone around me to be well. I consider her a good friend, so I won't tolerate any threat to her safety. When she grows older, she'll realize the futility of her actions. Clearly, Chen Chu wasn't indifferent to Lu Ziyan. He felt a certain stir of attraction. But he simply didn't have the circumstances for a romantic relationship right now. If they were both in their late 20s and ready for a relationship, he might agree to give it a try. But the situation had become so dire that Lu Ziyan might not even live to that age. How could he wait for her to grow up and make a mature decision? The immediate priority was undeniably to get her out of the dangerous north. Chapter 153, Lu Ziyan cried, seeking gold votes. Xue Shanhai was momentarily flustered by Chen Chu's words. He could only offer an awkward laugh. Little Chu, do you actually like this girl? From what I see, she treats you well, she's independent, and her family background is solid. In this day and age, a girl like her is hard to come by. Chen Chu nodded. He knew Lu Ziyan was a precious blessing in his life. But he couldn't let her lose her life over it. It was precisely because she was so independent and bold that she was likely to lose her life on the battlefield. So Chen Chu smiled bitterly. Director Xue, I won't hide it from you, I do have feelings for Lu Ziyan. But our relationship can wait. Right now, isn't the priority to let her continue serving on the front lines? If she insists on serving, wouldn't it be better if her safety were guaranteed under her father's command? Xue Shanhai couldn't help but laugh at this outcome. He'd known it all along. Lu Ziyan was stunningly beautiful, had a great figure, and a wonderful personality. Especially sincere in matters of the heart. How could Chen Chu not be attracted to her? Chen Chu's reasoning made sense. After pondering it for a moment, Xue Shanhai said to him, how about this? It wouldn't be fair not to recognize her contributions. After all, she did make a real difference. Here's what we can do, you don't show up at the commendation ceremony. That way, she might realize this whole thing was pointless. Chen Chu naturally agreed with this point. But the next moment, Xue Shanhai added, however, this could also hurt her feelings and potentially strain your relationship. You must talk it through with her afterward. I don't want her taking unnecessary risks. Upon hearing this, Chen Chu pondered briefly before acquiescing. He was brave too, but only when fully prepared. He acted only when he was 100% confident. Lu Ziyan, though brave, could be described as reckless. Therefore, it was essential to have a serious talk with Lu Ziyan, urging her to focus on her studies first and postpone such matters until after she got into college. After all, she was still too young. Perhaps at school, she had only encountered men like him who stood out like a crane among chickens. Once she grew older and entered society, encountering more men, she might make different decisions. Thus, Chen Chu was acting both for her sake and for the sake of his own feelings. Their discussion backstage remained entirely unknown to the outside world, especially to Lu Ziyan. At that moment, she was clearly looking forward to going on stage soon to see Chen Chu in person. Though barely 18, she understood that every decision she made was deeply considered. What girl doesn't adore a great hero? What girl wouldn't adore a man who came to find her writing on a rainbow? She knew that once she let Chen Chu slip away, she might never encounter another like him. It wasn't as if she hadn't seen other men growing up in the military camp. She had witnessed countless so-called elite soldiers. To her, they all seemed cut from the same cloth. Chen Chu, however, felt entirely different. Though Chen Chu had attained military rank and entered the military district, he possessed more than just the swagger of a soldier. He exuded the strategic brilliance of a mastermind and a talent beyond the reach of ordinary men. Most crucially, back on the training ground, he hadn't refused her kiss. To Lu Ziyan, these things were incredibly important. Her relentless efforts stemmed from a desire to show Chen Chu that she was striving in ways he couldn't see. Though she could never quite keep pace with him, her progress might seem clumsy, she was genuinely putting in the work. Amidst the spotlight, Xue Shanhai now stepped forward holding the list of honorees. Lu Ziyan's heart leapt with excitement as her eyes darted around the crowd searching for Chen Chu. To her surprise, Chen Chu, who had been on stage moments ago, had vanished the instant he stepped off stage. Where the hell did he go? Among the other Northern Military District soldiers who idolized Chen Chu, murmurs began to spread. Where's Lieutenant General Chen? Didn't he present our awards? How disappointing. Whoa, could it be that Lieutenant General Chen looks down on us lowly calamus? Yeah, he was present when he awarded those generals earlier. Hold your horses. He might show up any minute. Chen doesn't strike me as that kind of person. Lu Ziyan silently reassured herself Chen Chu wouldn't change. The Chen Chu she knew never cared about someone's status. If he could help them, he'd never hesitate. Now that he was a lieutenant general, he seemed unreachable to ordinary people. But she had witnessed firsthand that incident where the Jinling military region had bullied someone by exploiting their rank. At that time, Chen Chu was essentially a victim of such behavior. Even if it was an unspoken rule within the military region, she believed Chen Chu was someone who remained untainted by corruption and would never stoop to such actions. Yet, as these thoughts crossed her mind, Shui Shanhai had already begun announcing the recipients. The figure who would bestow the medals in person had now appeared: Commander Wang of the Northern Military District. Witnessing this scene, the faith she had held within her began to crumble. How could this be? Had Chen Chu truly become the very thing he despised most? She had worked so hard for so long, enduring countless hardships. But she hoped that when she saw Chen Chu again, it would be his affirming gaze that made all her suffering seem worth it. But now it seemed, was she overthinking this? What Lu Ziyan didn't know was that Shui Shanhai's gaze kept drifting toward her. When he saw her expression of lost longing, though his goal seemed achieved, he couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. It was as if he had suddenly seen his younger self reflected in her. Back when he enlisted, hadn't he too encountered a woman far beyond his reach? He'd strived relentlessly to climb the ranks, desperate to win her favor. But alas, her suitors were far too numerous. By the time he finally entered the military commission, she had long since become someone else's wife. Now, Lu Ziyan's situation seemed strikingly similar to his own past. Only the genders had been reversed. This Chen Chu really did attract women. And not just any woman. Lu Ziyan, with her prominent family background, was willing to sacrifice so much for him. Soon, she called out Lu Ziyan's name. But after announcing Lu Ziyan's name, he scanned the audience below the stage. Where was she? The girl seemed to have vanished into thin air. Lu Ziyan! Shui Shanhai bellowed at the commendation ceremony. Everyone turned around, only to find the girl was nowhere to be seen. Shui Shanhai couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Yet he couldn't make a fuss about it. After all, Lu Ziyan was the beloved daughter of General Lu. It wouldn't be practical to make an issue out of her leaving early. So he gritted his teeth and pressed on with the commendations. Meanwhile, Lu Ziyan was scouring the venue, searching for Chen Chu. She wanted to ask him if he really hadn't seen her name. Or perhaps, after seeing her name, he simply didn't think much of her. If he hadn't seen it and chose not to meet her, she could understand. But if he had seen her name and deliberately left at that moment, that meant he looked down on her. After searching the entire venue, she made her way backstage. Ignoring all attempts by staff to stop her, she shouted Chen Chu's name everywhere. Chen Chu, come out here. Chen Chu, give me an explanation. The military personnel present knew full well she was General Lu's daughter. They wanted to stop her but dared not. So they could only say helplessly, well, Lieutenant General Chen has already left. Lu Ziyan, frantically searching, asked in confusion, left? When did he leave? After Director Shui showed him a list, the two discussed it for a while. Lieutenant General Chen seemed quite impatient, then he left. Yes, Lieutenant General Chen told us he had business to attend to and left. We didn't dare stop him. Clearly, their implication was that this had nothing to do with them. If Lu Ziyan wanted to make trouble, she should take it out on someone else. Little did they know, these words struck Lu Ziyan's heart like a heavy hammer. Impatient? Seeing his name on the commendation list, was this guy impatient? She had clearly seen her name, yet he refused to meet her face to face. In that instant, she felt utterly foolish. All the hardship she'd endured these past days seemed to become a laughingstock in that moment. Yes. Lieutenant General Chen, chief designer of the nation's 6th-generation fighter jet. The national hero who saved the Northern Front. She could only look up to him in awe. What could a lowly non-commissioned officer possibly offer to earn the respect of such a great man? Yet here she was, foolishly hoping her own efforts could prove to him that she too was building the nation, that she was his equal. There was nothing wrong with building the nation, but in that moment, she felt as if she had suddenly seen the light. Some are not born in Rome, yet reach it through sheer effort. Born in Rome herself, she foolishly sought to prove she could reach Rome by taking a detour. How could she possibly compare to those who had truly journeyed all the way there? In this moment, she realized how utterly foolish everything she had done to move Chen Chu had been. Tears began to fall from Lu Ziyan's eyes, plopping onto the floor. The applause echoing from the hall outside seemed to mock her clownish antics. Born in Rome, why hadn't she leveraged her Roman connections to climb higher and go further within Rome itself? Why insist on proving she could reach Rome through her own efforts? Backstage, she picked up her military phone and dialed her father's number. Hey, kiddo, how's school in Jinling? Haven't heard from you in ages. Hearing that familiar, steady voice, Lu Ziyan could no longer hold back the sorrow welling up inside her. She burst into tears. It's over. Everything's over. What's over? Where are you? Lu Ziyan continued sobbing uncontrollably, repeating over and over, Dad, I'm so stupid. I'm really so stupid. General Lu on the other end of the line was clearly furious. He had spent his entire life in military service, achieving countless military honors. He had only this one precious daughter, whom he had always indulged in everything. Now someone dared to mistreat his daughter. And from the sound of it, his daughter had been wronged by a faithless man. I don't care what happened. You come back here right now, or tell me where you are so I can send someone to pick you up. At the very least, tell me what happened, and I'll figure out a way to fix it. Hearing her father's words, Lu Ziyan felt a warmth she hadn't experienced in a long time. She began walking toward the door while recounting everything in detail. She recounted how she met Chen Chu at school, how she protected him from bullies, how she fell for him, and how she went to the northern border to fight just to earn his approval. She recounted everything in detail, including how Chen Chu had refused to show up after seeing her name. Originally, General Lu Yenshan had assumed some clueless student had deceived his daughter's affections. But upon learning she had fallen for Chen Chu, currently the hottest celebrity in the entire military region, he instantly relaxed. Having grown up in the military zone, his daughter did harbor a special affection and sense of belonging towards soldiers. Add to that the fact that this young man was both scholarly and martial, having single-handedly masterminded the 6th-generation fighter jet that turned the tide in the Northern Front. He was truly a remarkable talent. This filled him with pride. What he hadn't anticipated, however, was that despite his status, his daughter's background, and all the sacrifices made for this young man over the years, the guy wouldn't even give her a second glance. That was downright arrogant. Yet given the young man's current momentum and destiny, blocking his path seemed unlikely. He immediately asked, "So what are your plans, girl?" Lu Ziyan, stubborn by nature, retorted defiantly, "If he looks down on me for being a non-commissioned officer, then I'll become a commissioned officer. I'll earn my stripes too." Lu Yenshan couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. This girl was still as stubborn as ever. Female officers? That was unheard of in the history of Dragon Nation. Even with his extensive connections, it would require this girl to achieve truly monumental feats. Chapter 154, Western Frontier Drone Armor, Seeking Gold Votes. Chapter 154, Western Frontier Drone Armor. Seeking gold votes. Kid, I get what you're saying, you want that boy to notice you. But our family isn't that bad off. Why don't I talk to him about it? No. I want to be an officer. I'm going to the Western Frontier. To the front lines. Hearing his daughter speak like this, Lu Yenshan could only feel anxious while trying to soothe her. Alright, kid, just come back first. Don't go stirring up trouble. In his view, though his daughter was strong-willed, keeping her close meant he could keep her under control, at the very least, prevent her from doing anything reckless. But the next moment, to his surprise, Lu Ziyan anticipated his words. Don't think I'll obey you just because I'm in the Western Frontier. If I'm stuck as a messenger or something, anyone standing in my way of earning merit is my enemy. You little brat. Lu Yenshan felt a surge of impatience, yet he could do nothing but take things one step at a time. Calming his daughter down was his immediate priority. Just as Lu Ziyan exited the venue, Chen Chu spotted her from inside a black minivan. She looked utterly distraught. But he didn't chase after her to explain. Because in his mind, the system prompt appeared once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, on attaining the rank of 5-star general. System reward, 1 set of drone armor blueprints. Originally, Chen Chu had been feeling somewhat irritable. He was in the midst of dealing with Lu Ziyan's situation. Where would he find the time to worry about mechs? Besides, he was clearly serving in the Air Force. Why bother with mechs now? But then a thought struck him. Lu Ziyan's father was stationed in the Western Military Region. That sector faced the threat of the triple nations, with news of incidents breaking out constantly. The high plateaus of the northern frontier were utterly unsuitable for Dragon Nation soldiers to operate in, with many suffering from altitude sickness. The Indians frequently took advantage of this to provoke clashes with Dragon Nation troops. Though they often got beaten back, if the western border had drone mechs, how could there be any place Dragon Nation soldiers couldn't reach? He immediately began studying the blueprints. The deeper he delved into it, the more he realized just how extraordinary this mech design truly was. Not only did it possess bulletproof and blast-resistant capabilities, but it also featured dual-mode operation. It could be directly piloted by a human operator or switch to AI autonomous control mode, allowing adaptation to varying battlefield demands. Under these circumstances, casualties among soldiers can be largely avoided. Regarding weaponry, the drone mech features a more comprehensive design with 2 weapon systems, the primary weapons being a plasma blade and a high-frequency vibrating blade. In close-quarters combat, they can slice through any object. Additionally, its secondary armament can be equipped with 2 small rocket launchers and laser cannons, making it suitable for medium to long-range engagements. With such armor, wouldn't the Dragon Nation's army become virtually unbeatable on the battlefield? Originally, in this era of information warfare, inventions like drones were developed to protect soldiers. Now it seems this drone armor was tailor-made for information warfare. After all, how could flesh-and-blood humans possibly stand a chance against giant metal-clad mechs? But when he snapped back to reality, Lu Ziyan was nowhere to be seen. But Chen Chu had faintly overheard Lu Ziyan's intention to head to the western frontier and return to the front lines. So it seemed he wasn't the only one worried about Lu Ziyan's safety. Even two people with opposing stances could instantly become allies when united by a common goal. When battlefield safety became the top priority, Lu Ziyan's father would surely understand and support his design. He had been pondering which military region to prioritize for the 6th-generation fighter's rollout and promotion. Now, the Western military region seemed like an excellent choice. Though introducing 6th-generation fighters seemed like a significant upgrade for all military regions and should be relatively straightforward, the truth was that someone had already invented a clean energy source similar to water to replace petroleum long ago. Yet the inventor of the patent never saw it put into use before meeting an untimely end. Because every reform inevitably encroaches on the interests of certain stakeholders, creating conflicts of interest. And the existing beneficiaries are often those with greater resources. Without powerful backing, smooth reform is far from guaranteed. Moreover, humans are creatures of habit, and so many pilots had grown accustomed to the J-20's flight controls. Suddenly demanding they alter their established flight patterns and habits would inevitably provoke resistance from traditionalists. Therefore, if he wants all major military regions to accept the 6th-generation fighter and utilize it effectively, he must secure the backing and support of local power brokers. This was likely a test from higher-ups. Successfully navigating this challenge would make becoming the youngest ever general a distinct possibility and even open the door to a direct promotion to the Central Military Commission. After confirming Lu Ziyan's safety, Chen Chu immediately returned to the commendation ceremony and sought out Shui Shanhai. What? You say you're heading to the Western Military Region first? Are you sure you're not courting death? That Lu Yenshan is a ruthless bastard, a man who crawled out of a graveyard. You're snubbing his daughter now, which means you've already offended him. And you want to go to the Western Military Region. True to form, upon hearing Chen Chu's plan, Shui Shanhai nearly cursed him out for not valuing his own life. While that might be an exaggeration given Chen Chu's current status and connections, the major military districts wouldn't dare give him trouble. One thing was certain, the Western Military District was a wildcard. That region was plagued by frequent uprisings, making it notoriously difficult to govern. Compounded by geopolitical factors, the A3 nations had seen significant development in recent years, making service in that military region exceptionally dangerous. Only someone like Lu Yenshan, with his rough-and-tumble, underworld aura, could hold sway over that territory. But who was Chen Chu? Put plainly, he was a bookish scholar without the strength to lift a chicken. Though he held a military rank and could pilot fighter jets, he would inevitably have to interact with people. Interaction inevitably leads to conflict. If he provoked any of the major clans, trouble would be unavoidable. That's why Shui Shanhai was adamantly opposed to sending Chen Chu there. In Jinling, he had the duty roster and the prestige of the Dragon Academy to shield him. But in the Western Military District? Who could he possibly rely on? Lu Ziyan might even turn her affection for Chen Chu into resentment over this incident. Yet, Chen Chu chuckled at that moment. Not at all, Director Shui. I still have Long Yu by my side, don't I? Long Yu? Shui Shanhai gave a wry smile. That girl, while skilled with all kinds of equipment, doesn't have the physical stamina of those who've spent years on the plateau. If real danger comes, she might not be able to protect you. Chen Chu nodded. Then, what about General Lu? Shui Shanhai laughed even harder at this. Could Chen Chu really be that foolish? If they didn't kill you outright, that would be generous enough. How could they possibly help or protect you? Now, even if you wanted to marry his daughter, he probably wouldn't agree. So going to the Western Military Region, in his eyes, was a one-way trip with no return. Just as Shui Shanhai was thinking Chen Chu was being naive, Chen Chu dropped a bombshell, smiling as he said, what if I could build a mech that not only helps border soldiers overcome altitude sickness but also lets them avoid the battlefield altogether? Mechs? Shui Shanhai had been about to deliver his usual sarcastic retort, but the next moment, his expression turned grave as he asked, a mech? Are you sure? One that can be unmanned? Clearly, Shui Shanhai understood the situation in the western frontier all too well. Those Indians over there were practically carbon copies of the North Korean bastards, only 10 times worse. The North Koreans only played dirty tricks, but the people along the Indian border? They played every dirty trick in the book. In disputed territories, they engaged in all manner of attacks against the Dragon Nation, from blades and spears to verbal sparring. From the start, they couldn't defeat the Dragon Nation. Despite suffering from altitude sickness, their repeated challenges ended in failure. Yet they were a nation that cheated their way to victory. In every skirmish with the Dragon Nation, they'd steal a bit of knowledge and employ every dirty tactic in the book, like midnight provocations, sneaking snakes or filthy Ganges water into camps, and other despicable tricks. Moreover, they often went unarmed and chose concealed times for their actions, making them difficult to apprehend. When caught, the situation often escalates into physical altercations. But if drone-armored units existed, capable of 24/7 patrols without rest, they could completely eliminate Indian harassment along the western border. For the Western Front Command, this was indeed something they desperately needed right now. Yet even so, it couldn't possibly overcome Lu Yenshan's current prejudice against Chen Chu, could it? He pressed, if you can truly develop this drone armor, that would be excellent. But how do you plan to convince Lu Yenshan to genuinely support you? He will help me. Chen Chu continued calmly. Because he won't stand by and watch his own daughter go to the front lines. We share a common goal. Upon hearing Chen Chu's ingenious idea, Shui Shanhai felt as though a switch had flipped in his mind. It made perfect sense. Even if Chen Chu wasn't interested in Lu Yenshan's daughter, Lu Yenshan certainly didn't want his daughter to actually go to war and get hurt. The necessary solution, then, was to resolve the conflict with the western frontier and the three nations directly without her having to go to battle. That was the best way. Thus, shifting from his initial view of Chen Chu as reckless and careless with life to now recognizing him as both courageous and resourceful, Shui Shanhai immediately agreed to the plan. Chen Chu, you must understand the path you've chosen is strewn with thorns. But if you truly cut through them, you'll be the most exceptional prospect to break into the military commission. I truly believe in you. This time, I'll arrange some additional safeguards for you. Chen Chu shook his head and smiled bitterly. The nation has already given me so much. I don't even know how much the reward for the 6th generation fighter is. Besides, with Lang Yu by my side, nothing bad will happen. Chapter 155, Two-Pronged Approach, Pumai's Plan. Vote for gold selection. Shui Shanhai gazed at Chen Chu, his eyes brimming with trust and expectation. Without hesitation, he agreed to Chen Chu's request and declared generously, Chen Chu, your ideas are bold and forward-thinking. Don't worry about funding, every expense will be covered. And the national reward of 10 billion for the 6th generation fighter will be transferred soon. Go for it. Once you accomplish this mission, you'll have other achievements to your name. By then, you'll understand. Shui Shanhai's words rang out with conviction, injecting powerful momentum into Chen Chu's journey. Even Chen Chu couldn't help but feel his heart swell with joy. 10 billion yuan. While it might pale in comparison to the fortunes of the ultra-wealthy, for a researcher's bonus, it was an enormous sum. Moreover, it was a comprehensive test of his capabilities. Chen Chu understood this as a trial from higher-ups, gauging whether he possessed the leadership potential. Success would potentially make him the youngest general in the history of the Dragon Nation. Soon, the announcement department swiftly issued a communiqué, declaring this momentous decision to the world. The news struck like thunder, sending shockwaves across the international stage. The eyes of nations turned to Dragon Nation, filled with curiosity and speculation about this groundbreaking move. Everyone knew that the Western Military District ranked among the top 3 most chaotic regions in the entire country. And what kind of courage did Chen Chu possess to choose the Western Military District as the first location for the widespread deployment of 6th generation fighters? Not only had the Western military region long lagged behind in military equipment, with many soldiers recruited locally, but certain factions there actively opposed the nation's strengthening. In short, it was a land fraught with challenges. Netizens worldwide watched with anticipation, their opinions divided. Meanwhile, in the distant Eagle Nation, tension and anxiety permeated the Security Bureau. 5-star Air Force General Pums frowned deeply, racking his brain over how to counter Chen Chu and the widespread deployment of Dragon Nation's 6th generation fighters. He knew that once the Dragon Nation successfully deployed its 6th generation fighters, the Eagle Nation's air superiority in Asia would face an unprecedented threat. Reporting, General. Latest intelligence indicates Chen Chu's first destination is the Western Military District, a subordinate hurriedly announced. Pums's previously somber expression instantly brightened, as if he had glimpsed a ray of hope in the darkness. His sharp mind raced, quickly identifying the Western Military District's primary adversary, the Triad Nations. And they, too, shared an extremely delicate relationship with the Triple Alliance. While the Eagle Nation and the Triple Kingdom weren't exactly close allies, there were no obvious conflicts either. In recent years, numerous wealthy individuals from the Three Nations had fled to Eagle Nation through various channels, a development that had long rankled the Three Nations government. The Three Nations had long been eager to arrest these individuals and seize their vast assets. A sly smile played at Pumai's lips as his mind raced with calculations. He hurried to the office of Jonas, Director of Security, his stride urgent and purposeful. Director Jonas, I have an excellent plan, Pumai declared impatiently. Jonas looked up, his eyes questioning. Oh? Tell me more. Pumai excitedly laid out his idea. We can use the wealthy individuals from the Three Nations who fled to us as leverage to incite unrest in the Western District. If we agree to help them repatriate these tycoons, the triple government will owe us a favor. And that favor would be enough to push them into starting a conflict in the Western sector, disrupting Chen Chu's plan to deploy the 6th generation fighters in the Western Frontier Military District. Jonas listened to Pumai's plan, falling into deep thought. After a moment, he said, this plan carries certain risks, but if executed properly, it could cause considerable trouble for the Dragon Nation. However, we must proceed with utmost caution. We cannot allow this to be exposed, or it will trigger severe international disputes. Pumai responded with unwavering confidence, rest assured, Director. I will arrange everything meticulously to ensure absolute security. I only require additional support. In the spacious and solemn office of the Security Bureau Director, Pumai stood anxiously before Jonas's desk. His eyes burned with urgency and fervor, as if consumed by a raging fire eager to ignite the conspiracy. Beads of sweat trickled down his tense cheeks, his breathing slightly ragged. Jonas sat calmly in his large black leather chair, his fingers tapping the desk slowly and rhythmically. The steady tap-tap echoed distinctly in the quiet space. His gaze was deep and solemn, like an unfathomable pool, seemingly weighing every advantage and disadvantage of the Pumai's plan. Pumais took a deep breath, striving to steady his agitated emotions before continuing. Director, consider this, the pace of Longgua's development is simply too rapid. If we don't take decisive action, once their 6th-generation aircraft become widespread, our air superiority in Asia will be in grave danger. My plan, if executed perfectly, holds immense potential to disrupt their rhythm. His voice trembled slightly with inner anxiety and urgency, his hands unconsciously gesturing in the air to reinforce his words. Jonas narrowed his eyes, his gaze piercing like arrows as it fixed on Pumai's. His tone was grave and solemn. Pumais, you must understand that the international landscape is complex and intricate. Any rash move could trigger unforeseeable consequences. Our relationship with the 3A nations is already delicate. Using them to provoke the Dragon Nation is playing with fire. If exposed, not only would we face severe condemnation from the international community, but it could even trigger a series of diplomatic crises and military conflicts. Are you certain your plan is foolproof? Can you contain the risks within acceptable limits? Pumais clenched his jaw, his gaze fixed firmly on Jonas as he replied, Director, I am fully aware of the risks involved. But this is a gamble we cannot afford to avoid. If we retreat now and choose to stand idly by, we risk losing our dominance in the skies over Asia. The Dragon Nation's rise is so rapid we can no longer afford hesitation. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, glistening with anxiety under the office lights. Jonas remained silent for a long moment, the atmosphere in the office thick as molten lead. Finally, he broke the suffocating silence and spoke slowly, Very well, Pumais. Since you are so determined, tell me what kind of support you require. A hint of unmistakable delight flashed across Pumai's face as he eagerly replied, Director, I require the assistance of Commander Thompson of the Eagle Squadron Marines and the head of the covert agency Shadow's Edge, Derek, to execute my plan. These two are crucial to my plan. Jonas furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with doubt. What exactly do you need them for? Lay out your entire plan. I want every detail, every possible scenario, and the corresponding countermeasures. A sly gleam flashed in Pumai's eyes as he began to elaborate on his plan. First, have Commander Thompson lead the Marines in providing modern combat equipment to the 3A nations. Take the latest stellar helmets crafted from cutting-edge nanomaterials. They not only withstand attacks from various weapons but also feature an ultra-intelligent targeting system that dramatically enhances soldiers' accuracy. Even in complex environments and at long ranges, it ensures every shot hits its mark. Then there's the Phantom Combat Suit, which features exceptional heat insulation and cold protection, making it suitable for the harsh high-altitude environment. Moreover, it enhances soldiers' physical strength and endurance, allowing them to maintain peak performance during prolonged combat operations. With these top-tier equipment enhancements, the land forces of the 3 Nations Alliance will see a substantial boost in combat capability. This will be sufficient to create significant challenges for the Dragon Nation along the border, diverting their attention and resources. Jonas gave a slight nod, his gaze still scrutinizing. Sounds promising, but will the 3 nations act entirely according to our wishes? Might they seize this opportunity to pursue greater gains? Also, could the supply of this equipment be detected by outsiders, potentially causing us trouble? Pumai swallowed hard before continuing, I'll handle those concerns. Furthermore, I want Derek to deploy his most elite assassins. These operatives have undergone rigorous training, each a master of disguise and assassination. They can approach their target undetected and execute the assassination of Chen Chu. Once Chen Chu is dead, the Dragon Nation's 6th-generation fighter jet deployment plan will inevitably descend into chaos. Without his leadership and driving force, their plans will suffer a major setback. Jonas listened to Pumai's plan, his brow furrowed in deep thought. After a moment, he said, Pumais, assassination operations are fraught with uncertainty and danger. Failure would have unimaginable consequences. Moreover, if such actions were exposed, we would face intense condemnation and sanctions from the international community, causing immense damage to our nation's image and interests. Are you truly confident you can ensure everything proceeds exactly as planned? Finally, Jonas spoke slowly, Very well, Pumais. I grant your request. But you must assure me that every single element remains under strict control, not a single flaw can occur. Otherwise, we will both become traitors to our nation. Pumai stood ramrod straight, saluted solemnly, and vowed, Director, rest assured. I will spare no effort to fulfill this mission. Even at the cost of everything, I will ensure the plan's success. Chapter 156, Zero Casualty Marine Corps, Seeking Gold Votes. Chapter 156, Zero Casualty Marines. Seeking Gold Votes. The moment Pumai stepped out of the director's office, sunlight bathed his face. Yet he felt none of the summer heat. His heart was filled with excitement and anticipation for the imminent execution of the plan. He could already envision the glory that would follow success. He envisioned the reverence and admiration of all Eagle Sauce citizens. From being once despised as a waste and a scum, He would transform into the revered steadfast patriot and esteemed Admiral Pumice. Clutching the vital documents entrusted to him by the Security Bureau, he hurried toward the Eagle Squadron Marine Corps training base. As he stepped onto the base grounds, the sound of intense training echoed in his ears. On the training grounds, a group of agile soldiers engaged in intense simulated combat drills. One soldier wore a stellar helmet. The helmet's appearance radiated a futuristic, high-tech aesthetic. Its lines were sleek and angular. The material gleamed with a metallic sheen. The eye area of the helmet was equipped with a high-definition smart display. It could analyze and transmit various battlefield information in real time. Its powerful built-in sensors automatically detect changes in the surrounding environment, including wind speed, temperature, humidity, and enemy movements. During combat simulations, the helmet's smart targeting system demonstrated remarkable effectiveness. When a soldier locks onto a target, the system instantly calculates the optimal firing angle and timing, and signals the soldier to fire via a micro-vibration. Even in complex environments, where the target is partially obscured by obstacles, the helmet utilizes advanced radar technology to penetrate the obstruction, accurately pinpointing the target's core position. Additionally, the stellar helmet also features robust communication capabilities. It enables seamless connectivity with teammates' helmets and command centers, enabling real-time sharing of intelligence and commands. Even in environments with intense signal interference, the helmet's special encrypted channels ensure uninterrupted communication. Moreover, it also features a friend or foe identification system. It can instantly distinguish between friendly forces and enemies. This significantly reduces the risk of misidentification. Another soldier wore the Phantom combat suit. The suit hugs the body. Its lines are sleek, like a second layer of skin. It was crafted from special nanomaterials. Not only lightweight and comfortable, but also boasts formidable protective capabilities. During a simulated combat training exercise, a soldier wearing a stealth suit was dispatched on a dangerous reconnaissance mission behind enemy lines. He must traverse an area bristling with surveillance equipment and automatic firing devices. As he approached the zone, the smart sensor system of the Phantom combat suit detected electromagnetic waves emitted by the surrounding surveillance devices. It swiftly activated its electromagnetic interference function, temporarily disabling the surveillance systems. During the crossing, he suddenly encountered an enemy patrol. The soldier immediately took cover behind a large tree, activating the optical camouflage function of the Phantom combat suit. The suit's surface rapidly shifted color and texture, blending seamlessly with the tree's bark. The enemy patrol passed by without noticing him. However, the enemy patrol seemed to sense something amiss. They threw a tear gas grenade toward the soldier's hiding spot. The tear gas spread rapidly, but the Phantom suit's built-in air filtration system activated immediately. It supplied the soldiers with clean air, protecting them from the tear gas's effects. Just as the soldiers prepared to advance further, the enemy initiated a sector lockdown, releasing a high-intensity electric current net. The Phantom suit's insulation function activated, successfully blocking the electrical assault, protecting the soldiers from electrocution. Ultimately, leveraging the Phantom suit's formidable capabilities, successfully completed the reconnaissance mission. They provided crucial intelligence for subsequent combat operations. At that moment, the training captain excitedly ran up to Thompson. After saluting, he reported with great enthusiasm, "Commander, this training exercise yielded remarkable results. We simulated combat against the most elite special operations squad from the Dragon Nation. Through a series of intense engagements, through superior tactics and advanced equipment, we successfully defeated them multiple times. First, we breached their supposedly impenetrable defenses. Then, in a jungle encounter, annihilated their vanguard with 0 casualties. In simulated urban street fighting, we swiftly seized key strongholds, preventing their reinforcements from approaching. It can be said that we demonstrated overwhelming superiority across all fronts. Our combat effectiveness is absolutely world-class." Thompson nodded with satisfaction. But inwardly, he thought, Dragon Nation has developed too rapidly these past years, posing a threat to us Eagle Nation. This simulated victory is merely the beginning. When the opportunity arises, we must show them our true might on the real battlefield. His expression remained composed as he stated, "Well said, but we mustn't let our guard down. The Dragon Nation isn't that simple." Just then, applause erupted. Thompson and the Marines turned their gaze toward General Pumice's position. Thompson, noticing General Pumice's arrival, immediately grew curious and asked, "General Pumice, you're an Air Force commander. What brings you to my Marine Corps unit?" Pumice smiled and replied, "I've long heard of the Marine Corps' remarkable technological advancements. This visit is to give you an opportunity to showcase them in the Dragon Nation." Thompson was naturally delighted. Ever since acquiring this technological capability, the Marines had longed to shine on the international stage. Especially since their opponent was Dragon Nation, the very nation that had been blown away by their 6th-generation fighter jets last time. He immediately said, "Then please, Admiral Pumais, come to my office for further discussion." The two men turned and departed, leaving the Marines behind, jumping up and down with excitement. "Finally, we get to show Dragon Nation just how formidable we are." "You bet. This time we'll show them what we're really made of." That so-called 6th-generation fighter they're hyping up? Do they really think we Eagles only have fighter jets? In my opinion, we don't even need to fight. Just show them a glimpse of our technological prowess, and they'll be scared. Pumais and Thompson entered the office. Pumais' expression was grave, his brows furrowed. He spoke first. "Thompson, the current international landscape is shifting like storm clouds, complex and unpredictable. The rise of the Dragon Nation has been nothing short of astonishing, posing an extremely serious threat to our Eagle Nation's long-standing hegemony." His eyes betrayed deep concern. Meanwhile, the Triple Nations and the Dragon Nation have long-standing border disputes, with tensions between them escalating constantly. This is precisely the situation we can exploit. We must turn the three nations into a sharp sword in our hands to restrain the Dragon Nation's development. My purpose in coming is to select the most elite personnel from your Marine Corps to comprehensively train the Dragon Nation's army, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities to deliver a powerful blow against the Dragon Nation's forces. Thompson heard this. An expression of excitement instantly spread across his face, though it was tinged with a hint of urgency. He eagerly replied, "Sir, these past years I've led the Marines in relentless training day and night, never daring to slack off. We've continuously developed new military technologies precisely to step up at this critical moment and serve our nation. I've been waiting for this day for a long time, and I will give it my all." Pumais nodded solemnly, his gaze still heavy as he continued. "However, we must not underestimate the threat. Although the Dragon Nation's army has certain vulnerabilities in its western border deployments due to natural terrain and other factors, their soldiers possess exceptional combat proficiency, tenacious willpower, and outstanding tactical skills. Were it not for the adverse effects of altitude sickness and other harsh natural conditions limiting their performance, the three nations of A would likely find it impossible to stand against them." Thompson frowned, his eyes flashing with resolve as he pressed urgently, "In your opinion, what strategy should we adopt to ensure the operation is flawless and achieves its objectives?" Pumais took a deep breath, pulled a document from his briefcase, and solemnly handed it to Thompson, stating, "This time, our operation has been approved by the Security Bureau. However, it is imperative that the entire operation be maintained with the utmost secrecy. The international community must not detect even the slightest hint of our behind-the-scenes manipulation. Otherwise, it could trigger unforeseeable severe consequences and cause us immense trouble." Thompson took the documents with both hands and began reading it carefully. A flicker of excitement occasionally crossed his eyes as he said, "Understood, sir. As long as we plan thoroughly and consider every detail, we will achieve our objective." "Then," Thompson asked eagerly, "when do we begin the operation?" Pumais pondered for a moment. He spoke slowly. "Before we proceed, there's one crucial matter we must resolve. We must find a top-tier assassin to coordinate with the military operation. Only by working in tandem can we ensure absolute success." Thompson perked up at this. Immediately perked up, his eyes flashing with determination as he declared, "I will accompany you in finding this assassin." Thus, the two reached an agreement and prepared to head to Derek's assassin training camp. When they arrived at the assassin training camp in the remote region, a chilling sight unfolded before them. On the firing range, trainees stood expressionless, their eyes as cold as winter frost. They fired their weapons with frenzied intensity, each bullet carrying boundless ferocity, as if the targets were mortal enemies they could never coexist with. Shell casings rained down like a storm, their sharp clatter echoing ceaselessly, while the air thickened with an overpowering, suffocating stench of gunpowder. In the simulated urban block, a similar tension hung heavy. Obstacles were arranged with strategic precision, cover cleverly concealed in corners, and hidden passages as intricate as a maze. This was the perfect place to train assassins in combat and stealth within an urban environment. Entering the training facility, the first sight to greet you was a vast shooting range equipped with an array of advanced weaponry from the latest assault rifles to high-precision sniper rifles. Targets at different distances and in various scenarios were distributed throughout, allowing assassins to practice their accuracy and reaction speed. Further inside, a dedicated physical training area awaits, featuring intimidating high-intensity obstacle courses and rows of heavy weightlifting equipment. Here, assassins push their physical limits day after day to enhance their stamina and endurance. In the enclosed combat training rooms, thick mats cover the floors. Assassins engage in intense close-quarters combat and striking drills, each punch and kick brimming with raw power and lethal intent. There is also an intelligence analysis room, filled with numerous computers and mountains of intelligence documents. Here, assassins learn to gather, analyze, and process intelligence to swiftly obtain critical information during missions. The training camp also features a dedicated psychological training room, where extreme and high-pressure scenarios such as bomb countdowns and hostage crises are simulated to hone the assassin's mental fortitude and stress resilience. The instructors overseeing the training are all seasoned, ruthless former assassins themselves, imposing extremely strict standards on trainees. The slightest mistake is met with severe punishment, delivered without mercy. The trainees' living quarters are simple and Spartan, with cramped rooms containing only a hard cot and no amenities for comfort or enjoyment. All this was designed to cultivate resilience and endurance, preparing them to endure harsh conditions during future missions. Thompson and Pumice exchanged glances, both reading the same conclusion in each other's eyes. Chen Chu is as good as dead. Chapter 157, Scumbag Chen Chu? Vote for gold selection. After witnessing the assassin training camp, Pumice and Thompson immediately contacted Tariq. As an agent with a lower rank than both of them, how could Tariq possibly refuse? He quickly identified the perfect candidate for the mission and led Pumice and Thompson to a secret factory outside the state. They arrived at an abandoned factory in the desolate outskirts. A deathly silence hung over the area, with weeds swaying wildly in the wind like madmen. Pumice and Thompson followed closely behind Tariq, the intermediary. With every step, they kicked up fine dust, as if they were stepping into a forgotten world. Tariq walked solemnly, his expression grave as he spoke. Pumice, Thompson, the person I'm introducing you to this time, Lin Yanqi, is no ordinary woman. She's a mixed-race child of Dragon Nation and Stick Nation. Her mother was raped by a Dragon Nation man. After being taken in by our organization, she rose like a comet, rapidly becoming a top-tier assassin who strikes fear into hearts, thanks to the indomitable fierceness in her bones and her extraordinary talent. Yet, deep down, she always wanted to break free from the organization. The organization holds her fatal weakness, and coupled with her dependence on their training and resources, she has never succeeded. But this girl isn't the type to accept being trapped forever. Pumice frowned, his curiosity piqued. Then why did she stay? Tariq sighed deeply. Because the organization holds her life in its hands, forcing her to obey their orders. I might as well tell you, during a classified mission, the organization deliberately fed her false intelligence, leading Lin Yanqi to accidentally kill an innocent civilian. It was a quiet night, and the target bore a striking resemblance to an innocent civilian, making it difficult to distinguish them in the dim lighting. Lin Yanqi acted decisively without hesitation during the operation, only to realize afterward she'd made a terrible mistake. The organization seized upon this as leverage, holding her firmly in its grip. Yet her spirit of resistance never died like molten magma beneath the earth, it could erupt at any moment. Thompson's face clouded with worry as he furrowed his brow. Can we really trust her with this mission? Tariq's gaze was as unwavering as steel. Her competence is beyond question. As long as we can manage her needs, she's the only one for this mission. Thompson and Pumice harbored their doubts internally, never outwardly revealing their prejudice against Asian women. After all, in their eyes, Asian women had always been nothing but playthings, utterly useless beyond that purpose. Finally, they entered the factory's interior. The space was dim and damp, suffused with a ghostly stench of decay. Sunlight struggled through shattered windows, casting threads of gold across rusted machine parts strewn across the floor and peeling paint walls modeled like faded maps. In the corner, piles of worn wooden crates seemed to conceal countless untold secrets. But Pumice couldn't help recalling the thrill he'd felt when abusing women back in Korea. Even amidst the stench of decay, he still seemed to catch the faint scent of virginity. So he said in a joking tone, "Hey, Asian babe, we know you're here." Little did he know, a pair of almond-shaped eyes had been silently observing everything all along. The moment she heard those sacrilegious words, a slender figure darted out like a ghostly apparition, launching an attack. Her form darted like lightning, leaping from the shadows. A dagger gleamed coldly in her hand, aimed straight for Pumice's throat. Pumice recoiled in terror, scrambling backward as cold sweat drenched his back like a waterfall. Lin Yanqi's movements didn't pause. Her other hand delivered a fierce elbow strike, as swift as a gale, aimed squarely at Thompson's face. Thompson frantically raised his arm to block, only to feel a tidal wave of force surge through him. His arm went numb, nearly knocking him off his feet. Tariq, terrified out of his wits, screamed at the top of his lungs, "Yanqi, it's me." Lin Yanqi paused slightly, easing her assault, yet her eyes remained fiercely alert like a wounded yet still ferocious beast, poised to strike again at any moment. Still shaken, Tariq gasped for breath. "Yanqi, it's me. We're on the same side." Lin Yanqi stared at them coldly, her gaze capable of freezing a person into an ice sculpture in an instant. Pumice straightened his clothes. Though he'd been in a terrible state moments ago, he was now overjoyed inside. He had assumed Asian women would be at a natural disadvantage as assassins. But after experiencing it firsthand, he knew this job truly required an Asian assassin. Only Asian faces could avoid arousing genuine suspicion from Chen Chu and the Dragon Nation military. Clearing his throat, he said with evident satisfaction, "Lin Yanqi, allow me to introduce myself first. I am Pumice, and this gentleman beside me is Thompson. We have been dispatched by the organization to meet with you. We've come with a mission of vital importance, one that could determine life or death." As he spoke, Pumais produced the meticulously prepared forged documents, his face a mix of urgency and cunning, like a sly fox. He pointed to a photograph and said, "Look, this is Chen Chu. He's an internationally notorious figure. You should recognize him, right?" Lin Yanqi glanced at the photo, which showed a youth in military uniform with delicate features. She shook her head, unfamiliar with the face, and replied coldly, "I don't know him." Max was overjoyed. Better if she didn't recognize him. He continued, "Don't be fooled by his youth. He's the chief engineer and chief designer of Longwa's 6th generation fighter. During the Northern Frontier War, he severely crippled our 5th and a half generation fighter, the Ghost Eagle. His next plan is to deploy 6th generation fighters across all Dragon Nation military districts, which will severely disrupt our Eagle's global operations. Moreover, within the Dragon Nation military, he abuses his power with impunity, embezzling, accepting bribes, committing every conceivable evil. He has turned the military into a cesspool of corruption, a chaotic hellscape. All his misdeeds were skillfully concealed. Had we not painstakingly gathered evidence, who knows how long we would have remained deceived?" Lin Yanqi's expression remained utterly unchanged, as if everything Pumais had described was merely commonplace to her. "What you're saying, does it concern me?" Lin Yanqi replied coldly and simply. "I have no interest in politics or you politicians. Besides, I've killed enough corrupt officials, I'm sick of it." Pumais and Thompson instantly felt a chill run down their necks. If this girl had them in her sights, the outcome would be anyone's guess. Pumais forced a smile. "Of course, if he'd only committed these heinous acts and obstructed our Eagle Nation's plans, we wouldn't have come to you. There must be a reason we sought you out. Take a look at these photos." With that, Pumais grinned and pulled out a file folder. The photos depicted Chen Chu's heroic moments piloting a 6th generation fighter during the Northern Frontier War, but they had been maliciously altered beyond recognition. The co-pilot, Long Yu, who was clearly wearing military uniform, had been photoshopped into a heavily made-up figure. "Look at this Dragon Nation captain, now a lieutenant general. Even when flying his fighter jet, he brings women along for his amusement." Chapter 158. Do Dragon Nation soldiers have tattoos? Just as Lin Yanqi reached to examine the photo, Pumais snatched it away. He then displayed several more images purportedly showing the victims with swollen bellies, fabricating a story. These poor women were all brutally abused and raped by Chen Chu before being callously discarded. He even locked up those who disobeyed or tried to resist in Longwa's dungeon-like prisons, subjecting them to unimaginable torment. This man is the very embodiment of evil. He must be eliminated to appease the people's anger. It was precisely because we thought of these victims, who share your experiences, that we felt this mission could only be entrusted to you. Thompson chimed in beside him, his face plastered with a fawning smile, fanning the flames. "Exactly. This man is a complete and utter beast from Longwa. He must be eliminated to seek justice for those victims, and to seek justice for your mother." The word rapist made Lin Yanqi's heart clench violently. The agonizing memories surged back like a raging tide, overwhelming her instantly. She recalled her mother's utterly tragic fate. An orphan since childhood, her only memory of family was a letter written by her mother. The letter revealed she had been born into a prominent family in Korea, but after being raped and defiled by a man in China, her family had disowned her. She had no choice but to flee illegally to the United States. After giving birth to Lin Yanqi, they survived by begging. But her mother grew too weak. That's when the kind-hearted Tarek appeared, caring for her mother for a time and treating her illness. Though her mother ultimately passed away, her dying wish was for Lin Yanqi to repay Eagle's kindness while avenging her. Recalling these events, her hands clenched unconsciously. Gritting her teeth, she said coldly, "Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have gone to kill such people." Seeing this, Pumais hastily promised, "Very well. If you successfully complete this mission, the organization will grant you freedom, allowing you to break free from these cage-like shackles. You'll be free from the organization's control forever and live the life you've always dreamed of." Lin Yanqi fell silent for a moment, her mind churning like a stormy sea, filled with conflict and struggle. Just then, a rat scurried past the corner, making a faint rustling sound. Her gaze followed it, and this brief distraction brought her a moment of clarity. She recalled a mission where trusting the organization's promises nearly plunged her into an inescapable abyss. That time, she had nearly lost her life, yet the organization had turned a deaf ear to her plight. Lin Yanqi took a deep breath and turned her gaze back to Pumais, her eyes now tinged with scrutiny and wariness. She spoke slowly, "I don't care what your purpose is, whether you're using me or whatever. I will never tolerate rapists like this. But you don't need to deceive me with this condition. I haven't forgotten what happened last time." Pumais looked puzzled, then turned to Tarek. Tarek's heart tightened, and he hurriedly said, "This time is different. As long as you complete the mission, we absolutely won't go back on our word. Moreover, the organization has made thorough arrangements this time. We've reached an understanding with all parties involved. If you succeed, you'll have no worries whatsoever. We've also prepared detailed intelligence and a comprehensive escape plan for you." Lin Yanqi sneered coldly. "Fine. First, give me some tangible guarantees." Pumais and Thompson exchanged glances. After a moment's hesitation, Pumai said, I can give you a portion of the payment upfront. The remainder will be paid in full upon completion. He pulled a bank card from his pocket. Lin Yanqi took the card, her eyes still brimming with contempt. I can survive under the harshest conditions. Do you really think money is what I need? Pumai paused, then immediately pulled Tariq aside for a private discussion. Soon, Tariq spoke up, Lin Yanqi, we know you've done a lot for the organization over the years. Before you leave, we'll personally destroy all evidence of your crimes, including past unpleasant matters. This will allow you to return to a normal life. No country in the world will have any criminal record against you. Really? It was undeniable that Lin Yanqi was tempted. She had long since repaid the debt of gratitude she owed Tariq for adopting her. The only reason she hadn't left was because she had too many lives on her hands. If she defected, the organization could expose all her crimes at any moment. Even if she escaped, she'd live like a rat in the sewers. Given the chance, who wouldn't want a normal life? Seeing Lin Yanqi's reaction, Pumai felt a surge of secret delight and quickly added, of course. We always keep our word. Next, I'll explain the specific mission details. That scumbag Chen Chu will appear at the Western Military District of Longwei in 3 days' time. You must use every means possible to flee to the Western Military District of Longwei as a refugee from Pakistan. Find a way to approach Chen Chu and assassinate him when he's off guard. We will provide you with a brand new identity and specially crafted weapons, and intelligence support will be fully available to you. But remember, this operation must be flawless. Leave no trace whatsoever. Though our organization is backed by formidable power, we also face numerous rivals lying in wait. Should this mission fail, the consequences would be unimaginable. Not only will you be unable to escape, but the organization itself will face a massive crisis. Thompson added, moreover, you must maintain constant vigilance throughout the operation. The security system in Dragon Nation is like a fortress. If you're discovered, escape is virtually impossible. But as long as you follow the plan, the chances of success are still very high. Lin Yanqi nodded slightly, listening intently with a serious expression. Pumai continued, you should also understand our organization. We have intricate connections with multiple dark forces internationally. Completing this mission is not only crucial for the organization's development but will also solidify our standing in the underworld. If you perform well, the organization will not only grant you freedom but also reward you handsomely. But if you harbor any second thoughts, you should know the consequences. You know the organization's methods will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Lin Yanqi remained silent, listening intently. Suddenly, she caught sight of a photograph in Pumai's hand and sensed something amiss. In the image, the target piloting the 6th-generation fighter bore a distinct tattoo on his wrist. Are tattoos permitted for Longwa military personnel? But at that moment, her mind was consumed with avenging her mother, so she temporarily pushed that doubt aside. Perhaps scum like this was common in Longwa. Tell me the departure time. Get my passport ready. I'll complete the mission within a week. Departure is tomorrow. We'll have soldiers from the 3 nations meet you then. Understood. Chapter 159, The Sister Protecting Maniac Luishan, Vote Request. Chapter 159, Luishan, the Sister Protecting Maniac, Seeking Gold Votes. Chen Chu clearly had no idea what Eagle Sauce was scheming. Over the past 2 days, he had been immersed in a whirlwind of tasks, yet he had not forgotten to bid his family a brief yet deeply affectionate farewell. Those farewell scenes still replayed in his mind. His parents' eyes, brimming with concern and reluctance, were like 2 warm yet heavy beams of light piercing straight into his heart, sending indescribable ripples through his soul. He understood the gravity and danger of this journey, knowing full well that he might not return for an unknown period. Therefore, he meticulously arranged every detail of his parents' lives with utmost care. From major improvements to their living environment to minor details like daily meal plans, he had meticulously considered every aspect, ensuring his parents would live comfortably and with peace of mind during his absence. On the 3rd day, the morning sun generously bathed the military dependence compound, casting its light upon the 6th-generation fighter jet, the V photomagnetic storm, making its fuselage gleam like a dazzling pearl. Chen Chu stood tall and walked with determined strides into the cockpit. His sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes framed a face with chiseled, rugged features, while his high, straight nose added an air of heroic spirit. His resolute silhouette seemed to speak volumes about his mission and responsibility. Cold Moon followed closely behind, her figure graceful and slender. Her eyebrows were like distant mountain ridges, her eyes bright as stars, her skin as white as snow, and her beautiful hair tucked neatly beneath her military cap. Her eyes held both anticipation for the journey ahead and a hint of unease toward the unknown. She silently vowed to protect Chen Chu at all costs during this mission. Chen Chu had already made contact with General Wang Meng of the Western Military District's Air Force Command. Along the way, they piloted 6th-generation fighter jets through layer upon layer of clouds. The aircraft soared freely across the boundless blue sky like agile eagles. Below, the vast landscape unfolded like a unique faux painting of the Tibetan region, majestic and mysterious. Endless mountain ranges undulated like sleeping dragons, while rushing rivers shimmered like living ribbons. Chen Chu gazed out the window, his heart filled with emotion. The magnificent landscapes of his motherland needed their protection. Observing this scene, a gleam shone in Lang Yu's eyes, a light tinged with longing for the past and memories of days gone by. She tilted her head slightly toward Chen Chu and murmured softly, "Lieutenant General Chen, do you recall when you were still a second lieutenant? You always traveled with such restraint, rarely drawing attention from others." A faint smile touched the corners of her lips, as gentle and warm as a spring breeze, seeming to sweep away all weariness and worry. "But now that you've risen to the rank of Air Force Lieutenant General commanding one of the 7 major military districts, I secretly hope this trip to the Western Frontier Military District will bring a different kind of scene. Perhaps there will be a grand welcoming ceremony after all. You're a great hero, and everyone must hold you in the highest regard." A hint of longing flickered in Lang Yu's eyes, her gaze seeming to pierce through time and space, envisioning that grand and solemn scene. Yet this flicker of hope was swiftly suppressed. She knew Chen Chu had never been one for grand gestures, much less discussing them. Thus, she swiftly regained her usual composure and dignity, though the faint tremor of her lashes betrayed the uncontrollable turmoil churning deep within her heart. In truth, Chen Chu understood all too well that this trip to the Western Military District would be anything but simple. It would be fortunate if Lu Yenshan didn't send men to block their path. As the plane gradually approached the Western Military District, the vast expanse below offered a bird's-eye view of soldiers training on the ground, arranged like neatly placed chess pieces. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, radiating power and discipline. Even Lang Yu now felt a surge of admiration for the Western Military District. However, when the plane finally touched down, the lively welcoming scene Lang Yu had imagined never materialized. No cheering crowds, no fluttering banners, only a receptionist with a cold expression strolling over at a leisurely pace. His steps were heavy and sluggish, as if weighed down by 1,000 pounds of pressure, each stride seeming reluctant. His facial muscles were taut, devoid of any welcoming smile. His expression was so cold it suggested they were uninvited, troublesome guests. The soldiers training nearby merely glanced casually before quickly averting their gaze, returning their focus to their drills. Their gazes were as cold as ice, as if the plane before them and the people stepping off were merely ordinary passers-by, unworthy of even a shred of their attention. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lang Yu's eyes, which had been filled with expectation. She frowned slightly, her lips tightening involuntarily. The faint tremor in her mouth seemed to whisper her inner grievance. But she quickly masked it, muttering silently to herself, "This is so different from what I imagined. But then again, this is a military zone. Perhaps there are other special reasons." Now, she too felt a twinge of doubt, wondering where exactly things had gone wrong. Chen Chu, seemingly anticipating this reaction, remained unperturbed. The receptionist's demeanor was cold and devoid of any warmth, as if they were unwelcome intruders. His gaze swept briefly over Chen Chu and Lang Yu before dropping. In a low, emotionless voice, he said, "Follow me." The soldiers training nearby shot them looks filled with contempt and scorn, their gazes like invisible blades stabbing at Lang Yu's heart. This ignited Lang Yu's temper completely. Her chest heaved violently, as if the flames of rage were burning within her. Her hands clenched into fists so tightly her knuckles turned white. Fury consumed her thoughts. Chen Chu was the youngest Air Force Lieutenant General. A highly respected figure across all 7 military regions, he was a crucial envoy sent by higher command. Such cold treatment was utterly outrageous. Had the receptionist not known their identities, they might have doubted the military commission had even received the notification. Later, though expressionless, the receptionist followed protocol and escorted them to the general's conference room. Inside the conference room, General Wang Meng sat in a large chair, his brow furrowed into 2 deep furrows, as if bearing countless worries. Upon seeing Chen Chu enter, he immediately rose, strode forward, and clasped Chen Chu's hand firmly. The strength conveyed through that handshake felt like a silent reassurance. A flicker of apology shone in his eyes, a faint light in the darkness, subtle yet undeniable. "Lieutenant General Chen, I apologize for the inconvenience." General Wang's voice was low and hoarse, as if weighed down by endless fatigue, each word seeming to be squeezed from the depths of his throat. Chen Chu nodded slightly, his expression calm. "General Wang, I'm sure there's more to this story." His gaze was clear and resolute, devoid of complaint, though he understood well enough what had led to this situation. Wang Meng sighed deeply. The Lu Zian incident caused such a huge stir. It spread throughout the entire military region. Everyone says. He paused, his lips trembling slightly, as if the words he was about to utter were too heavy to bear. What are they saying? Lang Yu looked utterly perplexed. At that moment, Wang Meng's facial muscles twitched slightly, a flicker of reluctance crossing his eyes before he continued. Everyone says you're a sycophantic scumbag. I know it's a misunderstanding, but the Lu family wields immense influence within the military. To avoid causing you further trouble, we'll have to keep this welcome low-key. As he spoke, he waved his hand helplessly, the gesture brimming with resignation and powerlessness. A sycophantic scumbag? What the hell? When had Chen Chu been labeled like that? Just as Lang Yu was about to rush to Chen Chu's defense, a defiant voice suddenly echoed from outside. Heavy, hurried footsteps echoed like an approaching storm. The door burst open as a tall, imposing man pushed past the crowd and stormed inside. This man was none other than Lu Ziyan's older brother, Lieutenant General Lu Yishan of the army and concurrently the Western Military District's deputy commander. Chapter 160, having Commander Lu serve as notary, seeking gold selection. Chapter 160, let Commander Lu be the notary. Seeking gold selection. Lu Yishan's sudden entrance instantly thickened the atmosphere in the conference room. Though Chen Chu and Lang Yu didn't recognize him, they could tell at a glance that he meant trouble. After glancing at Chen Chu upon entering, Lu Yishan lifted his signature square jaw and smiled at Wang Meng. General Wang Meng, your secrecy measures are truly impressive. Had someone not informed me that Chen Chu had arrived, I'd likely still be in the dark. Wang Meng instantly wore an expression of awkwardness and discomfort. As the awkwardness hung in the air, Chen Chu, who had anticipated some turbulence on this trip, remained composed and smiled broadly. General Wang, might I ask who this gentleman is? Though visibly uncomfortable, Wang Meng proceeded with the introduction. This is Major General Lu Yishan of our Western Theater Command, concurrently serving as Major General of the Military Industry Zone. General Lu is the son of the late General Lu. He then introduced Lu Yishan, Major General Lu, this is our nation's current great hero, the chief designer of the 6th generation fighter jet, Lieutenant General Chen Chu of the Air Force, serving across all 7 military regions. Lu Yishan, however, wore a look of contempt. What 6th generation fighter designer? He's nothing but a worthless man with an empty title. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward upon hearing this, and Chen Chu immediately understood the man's intentions. But Lang Yu lacked Chen Chu's restraint and immediately retorted, Major General Lu, even if General Chen isn't from your branch of service, let alone whether he has disciplinary issues, even if he did, wouldn't that be his jurisdiction over you? Lu Yishan was momentarily speechless, but instead of anger, he laughed. This is the Western Frontier Military Region. You must be new here and unfamiliar with the rules. Our rules here are simple, whoever has the greatest skill commands the respect. If we were actually on the battlefield, I doubt Lieutenant General Chen could even beat an Indian soldier. Lu Yishan's words weren't entirely baseless. Having grown up in military camps, he was naturally imposing in stature and had undergone professional military training abroad. In his eyes, Chen Chu might be reasonably fit, but he doubted the man could last more than a couple of exchanges against him. Lang Yu felt a surge of irritation. This man was shameless. Chen Chu was a researcher, and his military rank was solely for official duties. Comparing physical fitness was completely irrelevant to scientific achievement. Here in the western frontier, the altitude sickness was already taking its toll. Even she felt her breathing grow labored, let alone Chen Chu. Chen Chu now smiled at Lu Yishan. So, General Lu, is your urgent visit meant to lay down the rules for me? Lu Yishan sneered coldly, by our rules here, you're clearly no match for me. I came to tell you that there are always people better than you, and skies beyond skies. Our western military region has no need to deploy 6th generation fighters. Please leave. Clearly, Lu Yishan remembered vividly how his sister had returned home, still deeply wounded and clamoring to join the battlefield. The reason? Lieutenant General Chen Chu had rejected her. Of course, he wouldn't have the nerve to demand Chen Chu accept his sister. Instead, he intended to vent his sister's anger at the very least, to thwart Chen Chu's plans. Within the western military region, the Lu family's word was law and no one dared to challenge it. Moreover, the Western Frontier Military Region had no genuine need to engage in aerial combat with the A3 nations. They dared not fight such battles, making the widespread deployment of 6th generation fighters even more unnecessary. And what kind of man was Chen Chu? To him, so-called difficulties were merely problems to be solved. Moreover, having chosen the Western Military District for his first campaign, he was determined to see it through. If even a district like this one with no pressing need for 6th generation fighters cooperated so fully, then no further effort would be required with the other districts. Thus, Chen Chu declared with unwavering resolve, what if I refuse to leave? Lu Yishan's piercing gaze locked with Chen Chu's. And Chen Chu, naturally, did not back down. In an instant, the entire conference room was filled with tension. Even Lang Yu had her hand on her hip, ready to draw her gun at any moment to protect Chen Chu. The others dared not speak, and even outside the conference room, a crowd of onlookers had gathered. Seeing Chen Chu dare to lock eyes with Lu Yishan, they all found it utterly unbelievable. After all, this man was the crown prince of the Western District. In the military district, who dared to contradict him? Now this newcomer, Lieutenant General Chen, had arrived with only a female bodyguard yet dared to stand his ground so resolutely. Clearly, he was no ordinary man. Their stare-down didn't last long, ending abruptly with Lu Yishan's cold sneer. He sneered, fine, I won't bully you. How about this? You're good at research and development, right? Let's have a contest. We'll see whose weapon has more firepower. What do you say? Of course. Our Western military region primarily focuses on ground combat operations. Whatever we develop should naturally enhance the combat effectiveness of our ground forces. Are you up for it? As Lu Yishan spoke, a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. He knew full well that Chen Chu wasn't a pushover. The guy who'd invented a 6th generation fighter jet was undeniably talented. But he also knew something else. Just by looking at Chen Chu's physique, he could tell the young man had no practical experience in regular ground combat operations. In other words, beyond his knowledge of fighter jets, Chen Chu's understanding of other things was negligible. How could he possibly compete with him in designing and modifying army weapons? Moreover, he had already spent 2 years secretly developing a modified grenade launcher. This grenade can inflict widespread casualties and will undoubtedly become a formidable weapon in the Western frontier theater of operations. If he were to unveil it, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation throughout the entire military region. But what about Chen Chu? While he had developed the 6th-generation fighter, his mission was solely to promote its adoption. He simply couldn't have prepared or researched anything for the ground forces. Even if he had, it was utterly impossible for him to develop something more formidable than my weapon in such a short time frame. Exploiting others' weaknesses might be somewhat disgraceful, but it would be satisfying to vent his sister's anger and teach Chen Chu a lesson. Besides, he couldn't actually kill Chen Chu after all. The man was sent by higher-ups and was currently riding high on his success. Thus, this tactic was undoubtedly the optimal approach. Even if Chen Chu refused and fled, he would certainly publicize the incident, branding Chen Chu a coward. Sure enough, the next moment, Lang Yu couldn't help but speak up. What kind of contest is this? Why not just say it's a wrestling match? Vice Admiral Chen has always been dedicated to developing 6th-generation aircraft. When has he ever researched army weapons? But you, given your age, have surely served in the army for many years. You should be thoroughly familiar with all kinds of army weaponry. This situation is inherently unfair. Wang Mang now interjected awkwardly. Well, Major General Lu, General Chen specializes in fighter jet development. If you replaced him with me, I wouldn't know much about various army weapons either, let alone inventing or innovating them. Why don't we just skip the competition? Building a few 6th-generation fighters for General Chen would still count as completing the mission. Luishan grew even more smug, convinced of his certain victory. He coldly retorted, "What do you mean build a few? Is military funding meant to be wasted on unnecessary resources? The Third Kingdom's fighters can't beat ours anyway. Do you really think they'd dare engage us in aerial combat? Our immediate priority is developing weapons that can stop them from harassing our borders." Wang Mang was thoroughly flustered by this retort, momentarily at a loss for words. Whispers from soldiers outside grew louder. Major General Lu is being too harsh. Lieutenant General Chen is our Air Force representative. How could he possibly develop new army weapons in such a short time? Exactly. This is blatant bullying. Keep it down. So what if he's bullying us? If he hears you, you'll be sorry. Clearly, these soldiers' murmurs reached Luishan's ears, yet they only bolstered his confidence. But just then, Chen Chu's voice rang out again. "I'll accept your challenge, but on one condition. Within 3 days, I will deliver new weapons to the army to enhance its combat capabilities." What? Luishan was stunned. Was this guy out of his mind? He actually dared to challenge him? And only 3 days? That was practically impossible for any human to accomplish. Could it be that this guy had some ulterior motive, trying to make him lose and fall into his trap? After all, Luishan knew from their brief exchange that Chen Chu was no fool. Better to be cautious. He asked, "What are your terms?" At that moment, Chen Chu stated his conditions. "My condition is this: since it's a contest, we naturally need a witness. This witness must be someone of high moral standing and great respect within the army." What? Luishan was dumbfounded once more. Had this Chen Chu lost his mind? His only demand was for a witness? Was this some kind of joke? If he lost, he'd pack his bags and leave. If he won, he wouldn't take anything. What was there for him to lose? Had he overestimated this Chen Chu's intelligence? He chuckled. "Fine. Name your witness." Hearing this, a barely perceptible smile played at the corners of Chen Chu's mouth. Clearly, he had his own calculations. Although the Lu family harbored misunderstandings toward him because of Lu Zian, his original purpose for coming here was to handle matters properly. Explaining such matters would only make things worse. He needed to make it clear to the top commander of this military region, Commander-in-Chief Lu Yenshan, that his visit wasn't merely about promoting the 6th-generation fighter for political achievements. His true objective was to deploy the drone armor in the Western Frontier military region and, through this, secure Lu Yenshan's backing. After all, they shared the same stance. Neither wanted Lu Zian to make foolish decisions. If she truly intended to prove herself on the battlefield, it was essential for Lu Yenshan to recognize his capabilities. The duel with Luishan would also demonstrate to Lu Yenshan that what he brought to the Western military region was far more than just 6th-generation fighters. Thus, he made his request at that very moment. "I wish for Commander Lu to serve as the witness." What? When Chen Chu voiced his demand, Lang Yu and Wang Meng both stared in stunned silence. Had Chen Chu lost his mind? Competing with Luishan over the development of new weapons was already a long shot, and now he was demanding Commander Lu himself serve as the notary. This meant that if he lost, there would be no room for reneging. He'd have to leave in utter disgrace. Returning to the higher-ups then would be an absolute embarrassment. Luishan, upon hearing this, was naturally overjoyed. After all, what kind of figure was his father? Calling him a shrewd operator was no exaggeration. Why hadn't his father intervened when he came here to cause trouble for Chen Chu? Because his father also harbored deep resentment toward Chen Chu. Yet constrained by his own status, he couldn't personally confront Chen Chu, so he tacitly approved his son's actions. In other words, Louis Shan was certain his father shared his stance. Yet now, Chen Chu seemed utterly oblivious to this crucial point, still insisting on having his father serve as the arbitrator. He had everything going for him: timing, location, and support. With all three factors aligned in his favor, how could he possibly lose? Therefore, he immediately declared, "You said it yourself. I'll give you 3 days. Any materials you need will be delivered to you. After 3 days, we'll settle this on the training ground." Chen Chu naturally had no reason to hesitate. If he failed to showcase his abilities during this opportunity, his path to popularizing the 6th-generation fighter would become fraught with obstacles. Besides, the Eagle Squadron wouldn't let the previous incident rest. The most crucial task now was to unite internal forces, forge a single-minded front, and then collectively fend off external threats. Therefore, securing the necessary authority was crucial. Chen Chu nodded. "It's a deal. All right, Chen Chu, I respect your guts. See you at the training ground in 3 days." Louis Shan seemed almost afraid Chen Chu might back out. After all, if he truly defeated Chen Chu, even if it meant resorting to underhanded tactics and preparing new weapons in advance. But who was Chen Chu now? He was an internationally sought-after defense scientist. Though not yet on par with the likes of Oppenheimer, he had already gained considerable global recognition. Winning against Chen Chu could very well secure him his old man's command position right here in the Western Military District. By then, the entire Army military region, indeed, the entire world would recognize Louis Shan's military research capabilities, utterly outclassing Chen Chu. After Louis Shan departed, Lang Yu and Wang Mang were utterly dumbfounded. A 6th-generation fighter jet designer designing army equipment? And he's escalating things to get the commander to judge it? Was Chen Chu out of his mind? Could it be that weapons from 6th-generation fighters could be detached for other uses? Chapter 161, the 500-kilo shoulder-fired rocket. Once Louis Shan had departed, Wang Mang was clearly the first to voice his doubts. Lieutenant General Chen, isn't this decision a bit reckless? Our Air Force is still counting on deploying the V-Light magnetic storm variant. Clearly, he felt his prospects had just taken a nosedive. Chen Chu had absolutely no experience in ground combat operations. How could he possibly know what the army needed now? How could he possibly understand what the ground forces of the Western Theater Command required at this moment? Even if he did, how could it possibly be developed within 3 days? This was nothing short of a joke. If it were a new Air Force weapon, he might have clung to a sliver of hope. But now? His confidence had evaporated completely. Lang Yu couldn't help but feel disheartened too. She knew exactly how hard Chen Chu had worked to get where he was. All along, he had remained steadfastly committed to his scientific research, never entangled with any woman. He simply hadn't had the chance to become some kind of scumbag or faithless bastard. Yet now, his dream was being blocked by a baseless accusation, one that currently seemed like an insurmountable mountain. "Lieutenant General Chen, perhaps we should contact Director Shui after all. After all, he is Commander Lu's direct superior. His words should carry weight, right?" Before Chen Chu could respond, Wang Mang shook his head first. The military region and the government operate differently. At the rank of general, the Central Military Commission must exercise restraint in controlling local affairs. Reforms can't be imposed arbitrarily. If Commander Lu explicitly rejects the need for reform, Director Shui's words might not hold much weight. So does that mean we're truly limited to developing army equipment? Lang Yu shook her head with a hint of resignation. She understood that Director Shui was likely powerless in this matter. After all, Commander Lu commanded the Western Frontier Military Region, a region with its own army. Historically, anyone wielding military authority commanded considerable clout and was not to be trifled with lightly. One never knew what they might do. However, just as Lang Yu and Wang Mang were both feeling disheartened, Chen Chu picked up paper and pen, sat down directly in the conference room, and began sketching design diagrams right in front of them. This scene immediately caught both Lang Yu and Wang Mang off guard. Had Chen Chu's weapon design come together so quickly? Clearly, even if Chen Chu had a plan in mind, they still held little hope. But now that he had begun, they couldn't very well voice discouraging remarks, could they? So they could only wait patiently on the sidelines, occasionally stealing glances at the blueprints. When Chen Chu's sketches began to take shape, Lang Yu was utterly astonished. For what Chen Chu was drawing was not a combat drone, but a rocket. Wang Mang, who had once served in the rocket force, was utterly stunned by the scene unfolding before him. Rockets! And judging by Chen Chu's framing logic, it was clearly a shoulder-fired rocket launcher. Shoulder-fired rockets have long been a mainstream weapon globally, capable of targeting both ground and air targets. However, over the years, their development has remained limited. Due to human limitations, these rocket launchers couldn't be made too large, so their power and range remained constrained. Just as Wang Meng was thinking that Chen Chu did indeed know something about army weapons, the next moment, he actually saw the specifications of Chen Chu's shoulder-fired rocket launcher. What he saw left him stunned. Chen Chu's shoulder-fired rocket appeared to have terrifying specifications. Heaven only knew how massive a rocket with such range and specs would have to be. Surely no single person could possibly shoulder it? If such a shoulder-fired rocket were ever invented, it would likely require 7 or 8 men to carry and launch it. On the battlefield, that would be a complete waste of manpower. Yet, in Chen Chu's mind, images kept flashing of aerial drones carrying these shoulder-fired rockets to strike enemies from long distances. In his view, this shoulder-fired rocket wasn't meant for humans at all. It was designed to serve aerial mechs. He was certain that with Commander Lu's vision, once he realized these shoulder-fired rockets were designed for unmanned aerial mechs, he would immediately grasp their immense potential. With such formidable combat capabilities, why would soldiers need to risk their lives on the battlefield? With the blueprint already forming in his mind, Chen Chu swiftly sketched it out in full detail and handed it to Wang Meng. General Wang, our Western Frontier military region should have a rocket research and development base, correct? Since Major General Lu has already stated he can provide the necessary conditions for my research, please take me there. Wang Meng's face turned awkward as he took the blueprint. He wanted to point out the flaws in Chen Chu's blueprint, but hesitated. It was such basic knowledge that voicing it would only make things awkward. Meanwhile, Long Yu, standing nearby, caught sight of the blueprints. As she scanned the densely packed, meticulously detailed rocket design, astonishment washed over her. What an incredibly detailed rocket design, but... Long Yu stopped mid-sentence, realizing something else. The shoulder-fired rocket specifications listed a weight of a full 500 Jin. In other words, this was fundamentally not a portable shoulder-fired rocket launcher. Seriously, what kind of soldier in Dragon Nation could shoulder a 500-kilogram rocket launcher? Moreover, the battlefield changes in the blink of an eye. The importance of a shoulder-fired rocket launcher lies precisely in its ability to be moved and repositioned at any moment. With a rocket this heavy, it would be utterly impossible to relocate on the battlefield. As a military enthusiast, Lang Yu understood this basic principle at the very least. But what? Chen Chu looked at Lang Yu with curiosity. And nothing. Lang Yu swallowed hard, holding back what she wanted to say. Clearly, both she and Wang Meng had reached the same conclusion. Their lack of professional expertise had led to this misunderstanding. After all, who was Chen Chu? He was the chief designer of the nation's 6th-generation fighter jet, a figure even the eagle-eyed Americans feared. So how could Chen Chu possibly fail to notice the issues they could see? How could he not know? Moreover, to produce such meticulously detailed blueprints without any reference materials, could Chen Chu's expertise possibly fall short of theirs? What kind of advice could they possibly offer? Voicing them might even become a laughingstock. And yet, as Wang Meng led them through rows of orderly factory buildings, they witnessed multi-axis CNC machines precisely machining various components, laser-cutting equipment emitting dazzling beams as it sliced materials into exact shapes. Finally arriving at the R&D lab, they saw experts in white lab coats bustling about. Some tested the properties of new materials, while others studied the aerodynamic characteristics of rockets. When Wang Meng handed the shoulder-fired rocket blueprints to Chief Engineer Yi and explained their purpose, Yi merely glanced at the design. At first, he too wore an expression of astonishment. But after studying it for a moment, he too wore an expression of bewilderment. Lieutenant General Chen, are you certain this is what you call a shoulder-fired rocket? At 500 kilograms, what soldier could possibly carry this? At that moment, Wang Meng and Lang Yu finally understood. Their assessment had been correct. Chen Chu might understand rocket construction, but he had absolutely no frontline combat experience. That was why he'd designed it to weigh 500 kilograms. It seemed there was truly no hope of deploying 6th-generation aircraft in the Western military region this time. Chen Chu simply didn't understand army weaponry. Yet, to their surprise, Chen Chu remained true to himself. He declared with unwavering confidence, "Don't worry about that. Just produce it according to the blueprints. I'll be here overseeing quality control these next couple of days." Engineer Yi stared at Chen Chu as if he were an idiot. Designing such a heavy shoulder-fired rocket was pointless. They might as well build a mobile rocket launcher. But since orders had come down from above, they had no choice but to comply. Yi engineer added, "Production is fine, but let's be clear, this useless piece of junk only gets one shot. Don't expect us to make a second one." Chen Chu clearly only needed one, so he remained silent. But Lang Yu and Wang Meng wished they could sink into a hole right then. Being looked down upon by a professional engineer was rather embarrassing. This scene, of course, caught the attention of a pair of eyes. The observer's gaze lit up with excitement before he swiftly turned and left. Chapter 162, Lu Xian's Discontent. At that moment, within the Western Military District, the district headquarters building stood at the very center of the military zone. The top floor, naturally, housed Lu Yanshan's office. Inside his office, the first thing that caught the eye was a large solid wood desk. The surface was neat and orderly, holding a stack of documents, a red dedicated line telephone, and an elegant pen holder. Behind the desk sat a high-backed leather swivel chair, its height perfectly proportioned. The walls were covered with military maps and certificates of commendation, with a large strategic layout map of the Western Military District occupying a prominent position. On the bookshelf beside the map, military books and documents were neatly arranged in rows. Beside the bookshelf stood a bronze-colored safe, its solemn appearance hinting at the important classified documents stored within. In the corner sat a set of dark green sofas and a coffee table, where several unfinished cigarette butts lay in an ashtray, the air carrying a faint tobacco scent. By the window, a pot of vibrant green clivia plant thrived under the sunlight, adding a touch of vitality to the otherwise austere office. At that moment, a burly man with snow-white hair and standing nearly 6 feet tall stood before the floor-to-ceiling window. His hands clasped behind his back, his brow furrowed, he gazed out at the military zone's parade ground. He was the king of this military district, Lu Yenshan. He also bore a formidable nickname, the White-Headed Eagle. Having spent his entire life in military service, he remained robust and athletic. Until the birth of his daughter, Lu Zian, when his wife, Lin Wanru, suffered complications during childbirth. His hair turned white overnight, and thus began the legend of the white-haired eagle. This transformation led him to shower Lu Zian with extraordinary care and indulgence. While other generals focused on grooming their children as military successors, his sole wish was for his daughter to live a life free from hardship. This was the reason he sent Lu Zian alone to study in Jinling. Yet he never imagined his daughter would still choose the path of military service and do so secretly, all because of some young upstart. Upon learning the truth, he did not blame Chen Chu. Instead, he wanted to see if this young man was truly worthy of his daughter's admiration, so much so that she would secretly enlist just to win his favor. As for Lu Yenshan targeting Chen Chu and obstructing his efforts to promote 6th-generation aircraft, it naturally did not escape his notice. He did not intervene. In his view, this was a test for the young man. If a man lacked the ability to overcome adversity, he simply wasn't worthy of his attention. It wasn't until reports came in from the front lines that Chen Chu had chosen him to serve as the notary that he began to take a genuine interest in the young man. The kid knew how to leverage others' strength, asking him to step, and proved he was no fool. As for the wager with Lu Yenshan, he naturally paid close attention. The outside world boasted about Chen Chu's prowess, but to him, anything not witnessed firsthand was not fact. He might offer polite compliments as a formality, but seeing was believing. The true value of Chen Chu in his eyes would be measured by his own standards. Just as Lu Yenshan was deep in thought, a knock sounded at the door. "Come in." The person who entered bore a striking resemblance to Lu Yenshan himself. Upon entering, Lu Yenshan immediately reported, "Dad, that kid Chen Chu is about to be kicked out by me." Lu Yenshan couldn't help but chuckle. "The contest hasn't even begun. How can you be so certain you'll win?" Lu Yenshan looked slightly surprised. "Dad, so you knew about this all along? I guess you didn't stop me because you felt Ziyan had been wronged and wanted to get revenge for her." But Lu Yenshan shook his head with a smile. A man of great ambition wouldn't let children's matters cloud his judgment. "I didn't stop you precisely because I wanted you to gauge this person's depth. What do you make of Chen Chu?" Facing his father's probing question, Lu Yenshan answered cautiously, "Father, I feel like Chen Chu gives me this inscrutable vibe. That's what I thought when he left." "How so?" Lu Yenshan continued, "Because he doesn't play by the rules. When I thought he'd be afraid, he remained calm. When I thought he'd advance, he stepped back. If we're talking about opponents, he might be one." Lu Yenshan nodded approvingly. "It seems you still possess sound judgment. That's commendable. But since your contest has begun, don't expect me to deviate from impartiality." Lu Yenshan immediately laughed, then shifted his tone. "Dad, I wasn't finished. That was just my initial assessment of him. But now, I've gotten some news that's changed my mind. That kid designing a 6th-generation fighter? Pure luck." Lu Yenshan continued unabashedly, "Dad, did you know? That kid actually wants to design a shoulder-fired rocket launcher. But his blueprints show it weighs a whopping 500 kilograms. A shoulder-fired rocket launcher. The whole point is portability. Yet he designed something that heavy? Who could possibly carry that? So in my current view, this kid is nothing but a fraud, deliberately putting on a show. It's even possible that he didn't design the 6th-generation aircraft himself after all. He's barely in his 20s. How could he possibly have that kind of skill? Sis, you've really misjudged him. You've been fooled by this kid. Once I knock him down a peg this time, you'll see he's nothing but a bluffing fraud." But Lu Yenshan shook his head at that moment. "Do you think the information you obtained, I couldn't have gotten?" In truth, Lu Yenshan possessed a complete set of blueprints and had personally reviewed them beforehand. As commander, he naturally had some understanding of every branch of the military. This blueprint was arguably the most detailed and imaginative he had ever seen. One could even say that any frontline engineer could build it exactly as drawn, without a single error. Remember, rocket parameters are such that even the slightest error could lead to catastrophic failure. Yet this kid hadn't made a single mistake, and he'd done it all on the spot. What did this reveal? It showed this kid was meticulous, making absolutely no mistakes where precision mattered most. So how could he possibly make a mistake on something as basic as weight? Therefore, this kid's development of such a large shoulder-fired rocket launcher must have a purpose, one that he hasn't yet grasped. In contrast, his own son, upon receiving this information, had begun to underestimate the opponent. It was clear that the son he had devoted himself to nurturing still fell short in character compared to Chen Chu. Still, he knew that even if he said anything now, Luishan wouldn't listen. All these years, with him protecting him, the boy had never suffered a loss or faced a truly equal opponent. If he won this time, that would be a good thing. If he lost, it would serve as a lesson. But Luishan knew none of this. Seeing his father silent, he chuckled, "Dad, you're overthinking it. Once we kick him out of the Western Military District, we'll be famous. We'll make him look like a complete fool." But just as Luishan basked in his smug satisfaction, a sharp cry suddenly rang out from the office doorway. "What are you doing? Who are you trying to humiliate?" Chapter 163, Eyes rain for him, heart holds an umbrella for him. Chapter 163, Eyes rain for him, heart holds an umbrella for him. In the spacious and dignified office, sunlight streamed through the windows onto the polished floor, yet it failed to dispel the heavy atmosphere within. The father and son, who had been deep in discussion, instantly fell silent upon hearing those familiar footsteps. Luishan and Lu Yenshan exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a palpable awkwardness, like two children caught misbehaving facing a stern teacher. The next moment, Lu Ziyan strode into the office with fierce determination, her long, powerful legs carrying her forward. Her eyes were red-rimmed, as if she had been crying, and her gaze burned with anger. Her jaw was clenched tightly, her cheeks slightly puffed out with fury. She looked directly at Luishan first and shouted, "Luishan, are you targeting Chen Chu?" Hearing his sister address him by name, Luishan's pent-up anger flared instantly. "Ziyan, I'm Major General Lu of the Western Military District. If you won't acknowledge that, then at the very least, I'm still your brother. It's one thing for you to call me that here, but imagine how embarrassing it would be if you did it outside." He turned urgently to his father, Lu Yenshan, seeking support. Yet Lu Yenshan seized the moment to shift his gaze out the window, feigning disinterest as if admiring the scenery in truth, avoiding this family conflict. But Lu Ziyan couldn't care less about all that. Her sole focus was securing justice for Chen Chu. She'd heard about the military zone incident. Knowing that her own actions had caused her brother and father to gang up against Chen Chu, she feared what kind of image she'd project to him if word got out. This was clearly sabotaging her own future. What she wanted was to earn Chen Chu's respect through her own efforts, climbing step by step on her own merits, not by leveraging family connections. Thus, when Luishan persisted with his address, Lu Ziyan snapped angrily, "Speak up. Did you bet with Chen Chu that if he lost, you'd make him leave the Western Military District?" Her eyebrows shot up, veins bulged on her forehead, and her face flushed crimson. Knowing his father was of no help, Luishan gritted his teeth and nodded. "Yes. That kid challenged me to a bet himself. Who else is to blame? Besides, your brother here was just sticking up for you. That guy's nothing but a good-for-nothing who looks down on you. Don't worry, in 3 days, he'll be in a sorry state." But Luishan had no idea what Lu Ziyan was thinking. His words only fueled Lu Ziyan's fury further. Her hands clenched into tight fists, her body trembled slightly, and her voice rose several decibels as she glared at him, shouting, "How dare you act on your own? What business is it of yours? What happens between me and Chen Chu? If you truly want to help me, let me go to the front lines and earn my stripes. Now that you've resorted to this, how do you expect Chen Chu to see me?" Hearing this, Luishan's mind flashed to his sister, who was now turning her back on him. He'd been wholeheartedly trying to help her vent her anger, to strike down Chen Chu's arrogance. Yet not only did his sister fail to support him, she actually turned against him, dismissing his actions as useless meddling? What kind of spell had that Chen Chu could cast on his sister? Furious, he roared, "What kind of talk is that? If I hadn't seen you come home crying like that, would I have been so anxious? In my entire life, Luishan, I hate nothing more than the person who makes my sister cry." His face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead like a lion roaring with fury. Yet Lu Ziyan remained cold-faced, tears welling in her eyes but held back with clenched teeth. Her facial muscles twitched with fury as she shouted, "My crying is my business. Did I ask you about it? I'm telling you, you can't win. He worked hard for this. It's just promoting the 6th-generation machine, right? I saw firsthand how powerful it is. Why are you blocking him? How childish can you be?" Luishan's square face flushed crimson upon hearing his sister demand he lose. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lu Ziyan. "Are you kidding me?" He'd painstakingly laid out his strategy to crush Chen Chu's confidence. Now, with victory within his grasp, she wanted him to lose? How could that be? He'd even made bold promises throughout the entire military district. Lu Yenshan, standing nearby, was the only one who truly understood. He had seen it all, from his daughter's unwavering determination to go to the front lines and her drive to rise through the ranks. He knew exactly how much she had sacrificed for that kid, Chen Chu. As for whether Chen Chu still occupied her heart, Lu Yenshan hadn't known at first. That was why he hadn't taken any action. But now, seeing his daughter weeping uncontrollably while still thinking of helping that kid Chen Chu, he understood everything. These were tears shed for him in her eyes, an umbrella held for him in her heart. That kid Chen Chu really had some talent. Still, he wanted to use this chance to learn more about the kid. So, as the siblings argued fiercely, he interrupted. Both of you, stop arguing. Since the wager has begun and I've been dragged into it, there's no turning back now. Lu Ziyan and Lu Yishan paused their quarrel at their father's words, both turning their gaze toward Lu Yinshan. Lu Yinshan continued, Ziyan, do you know? That kid Chen Chu might be just like your brother says, developing a shoulder-fired rocket launcher that weighs a whopping 500 kilograms. Are you sure he's really worthy of your affection? Perhaps you did witness his talent at school, but it might just be a fleeting moment. At Lu Yinshan's words, Lu Ziyan and Lu Yishan fell silent. Lu Ziyan immediately retorted, impossible. How could Chen Chu make such a rookie mistake? Are you two fabricating lies just to keep me off the battlefield? Her eyes burned with suspicion and fury, her voice trembling slightly as her face flushed crimson, nostrils flaring with each breath. What lies? Would your father lie to you, you little brat? Lu Yishan couldn't help but argue with Lu Ziyan again. Yet Lu Yishan's heart was churning. He knew his daughter's decisiveness well. At the very least, her judgment of character wasn't poor. And the fact that she was willing to change her once playful nature for Chen Chu proved that the boy was worth it. The meticulousness of the blueprint further proved that Chen Chu possessed extraordinary talent and solid foundational skills. But why would this kid make such a basic mistake? Could it be that his arm strength truly reached 500 kilograms? Or was this shoulder-fired rocket launcher not meant to be carried by a person at all? At this thought, Lu Yinshan interrupted the siblings' argument once more. Young lady, he said, understand this, your brother and I aren't questioning your judgment. We simply want to see if this Chen Chu truly deserves your devotion. After all, you represent the Lu family. Rest assured, I'll handle this contest fairly and impartially. If that kid truly defeats your brother, I'll do everything in my power to let Chen Chu be with you. At the very least, I'll ensure you become a female captain within 3 years. Really? Lu Ziyan's eyes lit up instantly, but her face flushed crimson as she pouted. Who said I want to be with Chen Chu? I just want him to respect me. If he really pursues me, I might not even agree. As for Lu Yishan standing nearby, he snorted coldly. He knew instantly this was his father's delaying tactic. That good-for-nothing Chen Chu? What did he have to beat him? By then, he wouldn't be worthy of climbing into the Lu family. Lu Yinshan couldn't help but smile, his eyes brimming with affection. All right. But if that kid Chen Chu loses, don't even mention going to the front lines. You're our only daughter. You need to stay alive and healthy so I can hold my grandchild soon. Clearly, Lu Ziyan understood perfectly well that Chen Chu was involved in 6th-generation fighter jet development. Fighter jets and army weapons were entirely different concepts, just as they were completely different from rockets. Her father and brother were clearly setting a trap for Chen Chu. Yet she knew full well that Chen Chu was often a man capable of miracles. If her father, that old fox, could outsmart Chen Chu, she might believe it. But her brother? Forget it. So if Chen Chu won, it would truly prove his genius in front of her brother and father. But if Chen Chu lost? That would mean her father and brother had colluded. And so she declared with righteous conviction. No way. If he loses, I'll hate you both. Lu Yinshan immediately frowned in displeasure. Nonsense. Military affairs are no child's play. Victory or defeat depends on one's own skill. Even if you hate us, we're still your father and brother. Seeing her father's unyielding stance, Lu Ziyan could only pout in frustration, tears welling in her eyes as she shouted angrily. What if the two of you gang up on him? That's not fair. I'll stay here to make sure you two don't collude behind my back. You. Watching Lu Ziyan pout, stride over with her long legs, and plop down on the sofa, Lu Yinshan and Lu Yishan shook their heads in resignation almost simultaneously. You little minx. If you ever get married, you'll drain your mother's family dry. Fine. You can stay here and watch. If I show any favoritism toward Shana in this matter, then Chen Chu wins. Sealed with a handshake? Deal. However, this father-daughter exchange left Lu Yishan feeling particularly uneasy. Chen Chu hadn't even married Ziyan yet, and already his standing in the family was threatened? In the past, his sister had always stood up for him. Daughters grow up and leave home. But it didn't matter. As long as he defeated that brat Chen Chu and made him slink away in disgrace, his sister would see Chen Chu for the good-for-nothing he was. Then, once she saw reality clearly and wasn't blinded by Chen Chu anymore, her heart would naturally return to him. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to everyone, within the military commission of the Dragon Nation's capital, Shui Shanhai's faction received news of a major development. Chapter 164, Shui Shanhai, full of expectation. In the military commission's office, a meeting was convened among the major departments. The reason? A confidential report had arrived from the Dragon Nation's embassy in Eagle Nation. The contents of the report were explosive. It revealed that the Eagle Nation had already launched an operation aimed at halting the deployment of Longwa's 6th-generation fighter jets, shifting their focus to the Western Frontier Theater. Even the Eagle's Marine Corps had been deployed. This was naturally a bombshell for the Central Military Commission. Of course, the intelligence itself was neutral. It contained both positive and negative aspects. The positive aspect was that the Dragon Nation's 6th-generation fighter had instilled genuine fear in the Eagle Nation, which simply couldn't surpass it in the near future. Hence their relentless efforts to obstruct the widespread deployment of Longhwa's 6th-generation fighter across major military districts. The downside, however, lies in the Western Military District. While it ranks among the most combat-capable units in the Dragon Nation's army, even they face significant challenges due to altitude sickness. The three nations of Asia, however, are already well accustomed to such high-altitude conditions. They hold a natural advantage due to their terrain, and now, with the Eagle's support and enhancement of their army's capabilities, the outcome is simply unimaginable. Unless the conflict escalates to aerial combat, it's highly unlikely the Dragon Nation could achieve a swift victory over the three nations. This scenario bears striking resemblance to the past events in the northern frontier. Yet this time, Chen Chu was merely introducing 6th-generation fighters. What possible solutions exist to enhance the Western Military District's ground forces? This posed a challenge for the entire Central Military Commission. After all, ground forces' readiness had stagnated for years, lacking a visionary leader capable of driving a breakthrough in military equipment. Could it be that they were pinning their hopes on Chen Chu once again? Clearly not. Chen Chu specialized in Air Force research. This was fundamentally outside his expertise. After the meeting, Xue Shanhai took this matter extremely seriously. Two guiding principles were established during the meeting. First, the development of 6th-generation aircraft must be pursued relentlessly. Even if they cannot be deployed on the battlefield, they must be built at all costs to strike fear into the Eagle's heart. Why might 6th-generation fighters be unusable? Previously, the 6th-generation fighter's destructive power proved overwhelming. It had single-handedly destroyed 5 Eagle J fighters, resulting in the deaths of 5 pilots from the Korean peninsula. Should actual combat arise with the three nations of Asia, if China deployed its 6th-generation fighters without provocation even before the enemy launched their own aircraft, the resulting casualties would trigger global condemnation and panic. After all, the world can tolerate a nation being marginally stronger. But if that nation crushes the entire world, global panic would ensue. Therefore, the 6th-generation fighter's current role is strictly limited to combat against the Eagle wings or in engagements involving 5th-generation fighters and above. The Eagle has precisely pinpointed this vulnerability, seeking to create complications for the Dragon Nation along its western border. Xue Shanhai also understood the second principle: the combat capability of the western frontier military region's ground forces must be enhanced, at least to the point where they can defeat the Eagle's Marines. While the Marines might not directly engage this time, they would undoubtedly train the armies of the three countries to ignite a second proxy war. This posed a severe threat to the Dragon Nation's security. If it failed to demonstrate formidable land forces, other nations would exploit its vulnerabilities. Worse still, other nations might refrain from deploying fighter jets altogether. Should the Dragon Nation resort to using them, it would be seen as slaughter, drawing condemnation from nations worldwide. Xue Shanhai sat in his office, deep in thought. However, he soon received another piece of good news. Li Tsunghai burst in excitedly and immediately reported. "Director Xue, great news. We've got the latest on that kid Chen Chu." "Oh? Has the 6th-generation fighter deployment been successful?" Xue Shanhai thought this was at least some good news. While it might not resolve the immediate crisis in the Western Front, it would at least provide another reassurance. But Li Tsunghai shook his head and chuckled. "Not very successful. It's just as you predicted, he hit a snag as soon as he arrived in the Western Front." "What?" Xue Shanhai immediately grew irritated. While he had believed Chen Chu needed experience, this setback at such a critical moment when the Eagle Nation had begun targeting the Dragon Nation's 6th-generation fighter deployment was nothing short of adding insult to injury. Still, he forced himself to ask calmly, "What exactly happened?" Li Tsunghai replied, "As you suspected, Vice Admiral Chen had barely arrived in the western sector when Luishan tracked him down." "Luishan? Lu Yenshan's son?" "Yes. They flat out stated the Western Theater doesn't need 6th-generation fighters and tried to send Lieutenant General Chen packing." "Guess what happened?" "What happened? Spit it out already." Xue Shanhai was growing impatient. On one hand, he wanted to see how Chen Chu would resolve these issues. On the other, he was eager to know whether the Lu family could truly hold sway over the Western Military District. This time, Li Tsunghai didn't keep him in suspense. He cut straight to the chase. That kid Chen Chu actually made a deal with Luishan. They're going to have a contest. And what they're competing on? The development of new army weapons. This plays right into our hands. With the Eagle Squadron's Marines joining us now, what we need most is an upgrade in army strength and military equipment. It's like we're getting exactly what we want. But there's a minor hiccup. General Chen's shoulder-fired rocket weighs a whopping 500 kilograms. I wonder if he still possesses the genius he displayed during the 6th-generation fighter development. 500 kilograms? Upon hearing this, Xue Shanhai's scalp instantly tingled with dread. After all, while others might not know Chen Chu's true purpose for this mission, Xue Shanhai was well aware. He knew Chen Chu was actually developing the drone armor. Once these unmanned suits emerged, the army would wage wars with zero casualties. All that would be needed was mastery of the suit's Operation Altitude Sickness? Not a concern at all. As for that 500 Gene shoulder-fired rocket launcher, it instantly dawned on him, this wasn't meant for soldiers to carry at all. It was designed for mechs to carry. What was 500 kilograms to a mech? Even 5,000 kilograms would be no problem as long as the power was sufficient, right? This realization instantly filled him with excitement. With Chen Chu around, there truly seemed nothing to worry about. Even if the real Marines showed up, they'd likely be helpless against Chen Chu's drone armor. And that kid Chen Chu really did shine wherever he went. It seemed his worries had been for naught. Still, he knew full well that Chen Chu's strength alone was still rather limited. His side should also find ways to assist Chen Chu. What could he possibly do to help? While Li Songhai was still fretting, Shui Shanhai cut in, "Alright, old Li, give Lu Yenshan a call. Tell him unrest is brewing in the western border soon. He needs to prepare for information warfare. The rollout of 6th-generation fighters can't be delayed. At the same time, push boldly for innovation. This time, our opponents might have the support of the Eagle Squadron Marines. They absolutely cannot be underestimated." Though Li Songhai didn't grasp Director Shui's full meaning, he immediately set out to carry out the order. After Li Songhai left, a look of anticipation flashed across Shui Shanhai's face. He knew that given Lu Yenshan's temperament, he would undoubtedly prepare with full force for the impending conflict in the western frontier. Wouldn't unmanned armored units be indispensable then? The army's combat capabilities were indeed formidable, but human strength had its limits unlike mechs. This time, Chen Chu would undoubtedly prove this point. Good lad, I certainly didn't misjudge you. Chapter 165, Rushing the Drone Mech Blueprints. Just as Shui Shanhai was eagerly anticipating the unfolding international situation. At the Western Military District headquarters, within the executive office of the command building, Lu Ziyan remained seated on the sofa, her gaze fixed on Lu Yenshan at all times. Lu Yenshan didn't mind. After all, when he had sent his daughter away to study elsewhere, he had been extremely reluctant to part with his only precious daughter. Now that his beloved daughter chose to stay by his side, he was naturally delighted. Lu Ziyan's intentions were equally clear. She avoided any potential conflicts of interest when others were present, but whenever Lu Yenshan made a phone call, she paid special attention. Was it related to Chen Chu? In her view, the situation was already unfair to Chen Chu. If her father couldn't maintain impartiality, how could Chen Chu possibly win? And now, the phone rang again. Lu Ziyan glanced at the number first. It was from the military district. To prevent her brother from pulling any tricks and consulting their father, she still answered it. "Hello, this is the Western Military District headquarters. I'm the operator. May I assist you in reaching Commander Lu? Please connect me to Commander Lu. The Western Frontier Military District is about to engage in combat operations. A telegram will follow shortly." Lu Ziyan had initially dismissed the call as irrelevant to Chen Chu, finding it rather dull. But the moment she heard about the impending battle, her excitement surged. That meant she had a chance to go to the battlefield? She promptly transferred the call to Lu Yenshan. Upon hearing of Eagle Sauce's actions, Lu Yenshan's face darkened with fury. He certainly didn't blame Chen Chu for bringing the conflict here. He understood perfectly well. For years, the Three Kingdoms had been targeting the Dragon Nation, constantly harassing its borders. Even without Eagle Sauce's interference, a clash between the two sides was inevitable. He had some understanding of this so-called information warfare. It essentially meant shifting the conflict to the realm of information, where soldiers no longer needed to be on the front lines. It was like shifting from physical labor to mental labor overnight. This was indeed a dimension-lowering strike against other nations. But the crucial question was, among Dragon Nation's 7 major military districts, which one possessed the capability to wage information warfare? Many military regions couldn't even grasp conventional warfare properly. Take their Western military region, for instance. At least they managed to snag a few advanced awards each year. The other theaters were even worse off. Moreover, he firmly believes that the Dragon Nation has fought too many wars where its military equipment lagged behind. Each time, it was the nation's tenacious willpower and the fighting spirit of its troops that secured victory. When it comes to combat prowess, the Dragon Nation may have occasionally suffered setbacks through carelessness, but its soldiers have never truly been defeated in modern times. Which nation in the world dared to underestimate the capabilities of the Dragon Nation's soldiers? Therefore, he merely presented a draft plan for his subordinates to implement, intending to improvise as the situation unfolded. If defeat became inevitable, he would focus on stretching the front lines and conducting thorough research later. But just then, Lu Ziyan approached and asked, "Dad, what do you think? Are we going to war?" Lu Yenshan couldn't help but grow serious. "Young lady, you should be relieved now. I won't be colluding with your brother, okay? I have a report to write. You should go back first." "Well, okay." Lu Ziyan had clearly read from her father's expression that conflict was inevitable. As the daughter of a military family, if Lu Paifeng could go to war, why couldn't she? With such a golden opportunity before her and her father swamped with official duties, she was certain she could slip away to the front lines for a look. But Lu Yinshan was too preoccupied to even consider guarding against Lu Ziyan's thoughts. He knew full well how seriously higher-ups were taking this information warfare campaign, the Army's version 3.0 combat plan, so he began preparing with utmost diligence. Of course, at his age, despite retaining a thirst for learning and research, his limitations were evident. His proposed solutions boiled down to drone swarms, reconnaissance, armored units, and developing altitude sickness countermeasures. Yet when Lu Yinshan submitted his report, he received a ruthless two-word response: rewrite. That single report was rewritten no fewer than 7 or 8 times by Lu Yinshan, only to be repeatedly rejected by the Central Military Commission for failing to align with the version 3.0 information-based strategy. This left Lu Yinshan utterly at his wits' end over the past 2 days. He even summoned experts from the military region for consultation, but the resulting proposals were ultimately rejected. He took this matter to heart, elevating it to his top priority. But what was the most critical matter concerning the entire Western military region? That would undoubtedly be the matter concerning Chen Chu. The wager and contest between Chen Chu and Lu Yinshan represented one of the most significant events in the Western military region in nearly a decade. One was Lu Yinshan, the crown prince of the Western frontier military region, a figure no one dared provoke. The other was the most formidable figure in the entire Dragon Nation over the past decade, a man even the eagle-eyed feared. News of these two engaging in an arms race spread like wildfire throughout the entire military region. Even some female soldiers seized the chance to catch a glimpse of Chen Chu's legendary prowess. After all, online, Chen Chu had effectively replaced the wealthy national heartthrob as the true national husband. Wealth aside, every penny he possessed was his own. He could spend freely without needing his father's approval. If he were to find a girlfriend, money would never be an issue. In terms of looks, Chen Chu was in a league of his own. While not exactly a muscle-bound Hulk, his high school physique was undeniably sturdy and full of energy. Thus, Chen Chu instantly surpassed all celebrities in online buzz and popularity. With such a legendary figure appearing before them, how could these female soldiers not want to catch a glimpse of Chen Chu? However, to their disappointment, the rocket development lab wasn't just open to anyone. Even though many waited outside, they never once saw Chen Chu emerge. For days, Chen Chu's entire life, eating, sleeping, everything had been confined within the rocket development lab. Not only had military personnel from the district never seen him, but even the rocket development lab staff had never laid eyes on Chen Chu. Only Leng Yu had seen Chen Chu these past days, and even then, only from a distance. She had assumed he would be closely monitoring the development and manufacturing process of the shoulder-fired rocket. But to her surprise, Chen Chu only paid close attention during critical stages. The rest of the time, not only did he not tour the entire military district, he didn't even pay a visit to Lu Yinshan. Instead, he devoted every remaining moment to drawing design blueprints. As for what these blueprints depicted, she dared not look beyond a few fleeting glances. She knew certain matters touched upon state secrets, and her duty was solely to protect Chen Chu's safety. She had assumed drawing a design would take at most a few hours, but unexpectedly, Chen Chu threw himself into the task with frenzied intensity, immersing himself completely in the creation of the blueprint. 3 days passed in an instant, all consumed by the blueprints. So much so that rumors began circulating within the military district. Chen Chu had given up. They claimed he had lost confidence in himself and had completely abandoned oversight of the shoulder-fired rocket's development and production. In truth, though Chen Chu understood the preciousness of time, he remained meticulous in designing the drone armor. After all, even with the system's rewards, the formulas involved were largely knowledge from the future. What did this advanced nature equate to? It was akin to the formulas written by Indian mathematician Ramanujan, formulas whose purpose remained unknown to many scientists worldwide, as he only ever recorded the results without providing verification processes. In his mind, solutions emerged effortlessly after a single glance at a problem. Many formulas that sprang from his mind were later heavily utilized and developed, with some even achieving remarkable results in the field of artificial intelligence. Yet until the era advanced sufficiently, these formulas remained utterly worthless. Chen Chu's mission was to directly translate these formulas into practical applications and document them. In this process, he functioned like a transporter for a higher civilization, bringing information far beyond Earth's current knowledge to our planet. Crucially, this information was practical. His sole objective was to translate it into a form comprehensible to Earth's current scientists and engineers. His purpose in drawing out this blueprint was, of course, to make Lu Yinshan understand the true value of the shoulder-fired rocket's 500-kilogram payload. Without this complete design, even Lu Yinshan himself would not grasp its full significance. With this drone armor blueprint, Lu Yinshan could evaluate whether massive manpower and resources were needed, or if drone armor alone could provide round-the-clock national defense. However, Chen Chu had overestimated his own capabilities. Even with the knowledge he had received from the system, simplifying it into foundational logic that current engineers could grasp within a short timeframe was no simple task. For 3 full days, he dedicated himself to explaining and translating the underlying logic. With only 1 hour left before the arms race deadline with Luishan and his blueprint still incomplete, he now faced 3 choices. 1. Abandon the arms race. 2. Compete while working on the blueprints. 3. Finish the blueprints before joining the competition. There was no question giving up was impossible. Half the reason he came to the Western Military District this time was for Lu Ziyan. Since Lu Ziyan desired military rank and wanted to earn merit, he could easily grant her the ability to operate drone suits. Additionally, assisting her father would repay the favors she had consistently extended to him. Moreover, the widespread adoption of 6th-generation fighters was now urgent. It directly impacted his personal capability assessment. Therefore, the first option was to abandon it outright. As for the second option, that was even more impossible. Chen Chu was always a focused individual. Yet even at the scene, no matter how concentrated he tried to be, the atmosphere prevented him from truly immersing himself. Thus, the true choice lay with the third option. Chapter 166, Cowardice Before the Battle? Vote for Gold Selection. Lang Yu paced anxiously in her room. Wang Meng's urgent, shrill ringtone sounded like a death knell, instantly amplifying her already frayed nerves. General Wang, please hold on just a little longer. General Chen hasn't made his decision yet. Lang Yu's voice carried deep resignation and urgency. She gripped her phone tightly, her brow furrowed into a knot. Her mind raced. What on earth should she do? General Chen hadn't decided, yet General Wang was so impatient. She was truly caught between a rock and a hard place. Oh my goodness, my dear, you really need to hurry up. Major General Liu has already arrived. If Lieutenant General Chen doesn't get moving soon, it'll truly be too late. Wang Meng's voice came through the phone, brimming with anxiety and urgency, like an ant on a hot pan. Lang Yu could vividly imagine him pacing and stomping his feet in frustration on the other end. Got it, Lang Yu replied hurriedly before hanging up. Her brows furrowed as she glanced awkwardly at Chen Chu, who was still scribbling furiously. At that moment, Chen Chu was completely immersed in his work. His gaze was so intense it seemed he could see right through the paper. The pen in his hand moved like a nimble snake, swiftly gliding across the page as if sketching a mysterious blueprint that could determine life or death. Just as Lang Yu hesitated, torn between interrupting him and needing to speak, Chen Chu spoke first. The arms race has begun, hasn't it? No problem. Have General Wang test it for me first. I detailed the entire usage process inside. I'll be there within an hour at most. What? Lang Yu froze, her mouth agape and eyes wide with disbelief. A storm of emotions surged within her. How could General Chen make such a decision? This was a reputation-defining arms race. General Wang Meng going instead? What on earth was Chen Chu writing? He was so deeply invested, and the arms race had already begun. This was an excellent opportunity for Chen Chu. While victory wasn't guaranteed, his presence was essential. Sending General Wang Meng now would be seen as desertion. Such cowardly behavior would be lambasted online, let alone within the military. It was tantamount to courting death. So Lang Yu tentatively asked, then, in an hour, will it be okay? Her voice trembled slightly, tinged with uncertainty and worry. Her gaze locked onto Chen Chu, her heart praying for a definite answer. Chen Chu nodded once, then fell silent. His gaze remained fixed on the paper before him, as if the entire world had shrunk to just him and his work. Lang Yu watched his resolute expression. Though her heart brimmed with confusion and worry, she could only choose to trust him. With the pillar of strength silent, Lang Yu gritted her teeth and sent a message to Wang Meng. General Wang, we must hold on a little longer. After sending the message, she stood rooted to the spot, her heart heavy as if a boulder weighed upon it. At that moment, at the sight of the arms race, the atmosphere was electric intense, the crowd bustling like a pot of boiling water ready to spill over. The sun beat down fiercely on the training ground, scorching the earth beneath, yet it did nothing to dampen the fervor of the people. It was clear that after experiencing his sister's betrayal, Luishan placed immense importance on this military competition. His eyes burned with fierce determination, as if he intended to utterly crush every opponent. That gaze held not only a thirst for victory but also deep hostility toward Chen Chu. The training ground directly simulated multiple environments. Rugged mountain terrain, jagged rocks like the earth's raised spine-dense jungles, intertwined branches forming a green labyrinth, complex urban streets, towering buildings, narrow passages brimming with unknown dangers. The scene's layout was meticulously detailed, striving to authentically recreate various combat scenarios, every detail showcasing careful design. He understood clearly, since Chen Chu's weapon was a shoulder-fired rocket launcher while his own project involved an improved grenade launcher, both were offensive weapons. If they were to be compared, it had to be a comprehensive comparison. Thus, he established the following rules. Rule 1, Target Strike Accuracy. Rule 2, Effective Range Testing. Rule 3, Multi-Target Strike Efficiency. Rule 4, Sustained Combat Capability. These 4 tests would provide a complete comparison of the two weapons, revealing which held the greater advantage. Each rule was meticulously designed to ensure a comprehensive and impartial evaluation of their performance. On site, a cheering squad had already begun to form. It was a group of energetic figures, waving colorful flags and shouting loudly to cheer on their favored side. The expressions of the spectators varied, some clenched their fists in nervous anticipation, others flushed with excitement, while still others watched the arena with eager anticipation. In this regard, Louis was fair. He did not force the female soldiers in his unit to choose sides. Instead, they were free to support whichever candidate they preferred. Surprisingly, the more attractive female soldiers had largely gravitated toward supporting Chen Chu and entirely of their own accord. Their faces radiated excitement and anticipation, their eyes brimming with trust in Chen Chu. They chattered animatedly, "Lieutenant General Chen's weapons must be incredible." Of course. Lieutenant General Chen never disappoints. He believed women inherently admired strength and were more perceptive than men. But he hadn't expected that, even with such a significant advantage on his side, so many female soldiers would still choose to support Chen Chu. This only fueled his anger further, as these female soldiers reminded him of Lu Xian, who had turned her back on him. And to make matters worse, that girl hadn't even shown up today. He thought bitterly to himself, "Once I win, I'll see how smug you all get." Quickly regaining his composure, he turned his gaze to Lu Yenshan, seated solemnly on the simulated battlefield. Lu Yenshan wore a stern expression, his eyes focused as if scrutinizing everything. His posture was upright, hands resting on his knees, exuding an air of authority without needing to raise his voice. In Louishan's view, though his military rank fell short of Chen Shigeo's, his father's stature far surpassed Chen's. What did the rank of Air Force Lieutenant General representing one of the 7 major military districts signify? It sounded impressive, but it came with no real authority or troops. His father, however, held tangible control over the entire Western District's military forces, including command and deployment authority. As the Crown Prince, he naturally held an absolute advantage in status. Moreover, he had already thoroughly analyzed Chen Chu's research and development. Chen Chu had barely paid attention to it these past few days. Although his blueprints were extremely detailed, he rarely supervised the work. Under these circumstances, wasn't it equivalent to giving up? Without confidence or commitment, how could he possibly win? Moreover, with his own relentless efforts over the past few days, meticulously refining every detail, today's victor could only be him. However, this air of inevitable triumph lasted only about 10 minutes. When he saw Wang Meng arrive at the scene, struggling under the weight of a shoulder-fired rocket launcher carried by 7 or 8 Rocket Force soldiers, his expression darkened dramatically. His brow furrowed deeply, his eyes widened, and the muscles in his face trembled with rage. What the hell? Does that kid Chen Chu just love hiding behind others? Knowing he'd lose, he chose cowardly evasion? Refusing to show his face? How is that any different from being a coward? Without hesitation, he turned to Wang Meng and demanded, "What's going on? Where's Chen Chu?" His voice was sharp and furious, as if he could pierce Wang Meng through. At that moment, Louishan resembled an enraged lion, completely losing his composure. Wang Meng's face instantly turned awkward, cold sweat beading on his forehead. But after Lang Yu tugged at his sleeve, he composed himself and said solemnly, "Well, Lieutenant General Chen is currently on another assignment. He'll be here within an hour. Arriving early doesn't count as being late." Wang Meng's heart was pounding inside, unsure if this excuse would hold up. Louishan roared, "What do you mean not late? He agreed to this wager himself, and now he wants someone else to pay the price? Is this the caliber of an Air Force Lieutenant General?" His voice grew louder, drawing stares from those around them. Wang Meng felt utterly embarrassed, but Lang Yu spoke up again, "Well, our General Chen is on a classified mission. Anyway, we're just comparing military equipment, not spitting contests." Her voice was clear and firm, showing no fear of Louishan's fury. Louishan's eyes widened with fury, about to erupt, but Lu Yenshan cut him off. "Enough. The young lady has a point. Shaner, since you're here, you may begin the test first." Lu Yenshan's voice was steady and powerful, carrying an authority that brooked no argument. Hearing his father's words, Louishan gritted his teeth and nodded reluctantly. Yet his eyes still blazed with fury and resentment, like a provoked lion poised to erupt at any moment. Louishan's modified grenade launcher featured multiple enhancements over the original design. Its ammunition loading system had been optimized, significantly increasing reload speed. The firing mechanism's stability was markedly improved, reducing recoil's impact on accuracy simultaneously. The grenade's explosive power and lethal radius had seen notable increases. Chen Chu's shoulder-fired rocket launcher incorporated an advanced guidance system enabling precision strikes. While this was a positive development, its 500-kilogram weight had sacrificed the weapon's portability. Regardless, Chen Chu remained the chief designer of the 6th-generation fighter jet. At that moment, tension at the competition site reached its peak as everyone awaited the commencement of this fierce contest. Chapter 167, The Modified Grenade Launcher makes its debut. Meanwhile, at the western frontier, gale force winds howled as a sky-filling dust storm raged like a crazed beast, rampaging across the land. The murky dust obscured the sun, plunging the world into a chaotic haze. The undulating mountain ranges appeared and disappeared within the dust, resembling sleeping behemoths whose rising contours seemed even more mysterious and majestic in the haze. Along the border, watchtowers stood solitary and isolated. Their surfaces were mottled and weathered by wind and sand, bearing the deep imprints of time. The sentries atop the towers kept watch with vigilant eyes, gripping their weapons tightly. Their resolute gazes betrayed fearlessness and steadfastness. Their faces, weathered and roughened by the sandstorm, still radiated the rugged determination of soldiers. Among these sentinels was a young soldier named Shaoli, hailing from a remote mountain village. He had joined the military with dreams of defending his homeland. Now, as he scanned the distant horizon, his thoughts turned inward to the upcoming competition. He knew of Major General Luishan's formidable reputation and had heard tales of Lieutenant General Chen Chu's legendary exploits, his heart filled with both anticipation and nervousness. Another sentry, Old Zhang, was a seasoned veteran who had guarded the border for years. He understood the harshness and dangers of the frontier. For this competition, his hope was simply for more powerful weapons to protect his comrades. The border outpost was simple yet sturdy, built with heavy stones and rough timber. The walls bore clear marks of time, each scratch seeming to whisper tales of the past. Sandbags and defensive structures piled around the outpost, dust-covered, as if recounting the tense situations once endured here. Across the distant wasteland, sparse drought-resistant thorns and withered grass swayed feebly in the gale, as if struggling for their last breath. Occasionally, a few birds would dart past, their shrill cries piercing the silence only to make the desolation feel even more bleak. Sand and gravel whipped up by the wind lashed mercilessly against faces, stinging like knife cuts. Lu Zian, dressed in her military uniform, picked up her phone to watch the live test feed. Her eyes held a complex mix of anticipation for Chen Chu and a hint of lingering worry. Lu Zian's mind was a tangled mess. She recalled moments spent with Chen Chu. His brilliance and tenacity had captivated her. Then there was her brother, Luishan, who had grown up alongside her. Though sometimes overbearing, he showered her with affection. Now, the two stood on opposing sides in this contest, and she didn't know how to face the situation. She feared Chen Chu might suffer a setback from this trial, and dreaded her brother losing confidence. How would the future unfold? What role could she possibly play? These questions swirled relentlessly in her mind. As for the sentries around her, who dared make a sound? This was Commander Lu's daughter, sneaking in for an inspection at the height of tension in the Western Frontier Military District. The Western Frontier is far from peaceful now. Keep your eyes peeled. Not a single blade of grass, not a single detail, can be overlooked. Lu Zian's voice was crisp and resolute as she lifted her gaze from her phone screen and swept it over the sentries beside her. Yes, ma'am. The sentries could only respond with a sharp salute. They stood tall and rigid, expressions stern, gripping their weapons tightly as if ready to confront any potential threat at a moment's notice. At the same time, they were filled with curiosity about the competition between the two prodigies within the military region. This was largely thanks to Luishan's publicity efforts. Within the military zone, anyone who had completed their sentry duty was permitted to watch the live broadcast of his duel with Chen Chu. After all, Chen Chu had long since become a household name nationwide, especially within the military zone. Even those who hadn't personally witnessed the Northern Frontier battle had at least heard of him. Yet in their eyes, Major General Lu's genius was in no way inferior to that of Lieutenant General Chen. In their minds, Lu Yenshan was a godlike figure. Could the son of such a god be anything less? Luishan simply lacked an opportunity. Once the chance came, he would undoubtedly demonstrate capabilities matching those of a national engineer, backed by his extensive combat experience. As for Lu Zian, her early arrival at the border stemmed from a conviction that even Chen Chu might fall short against her brother this time. Her heart was torn. Part of her hoped Chen Chu would demonstrate astonishing prowess and prove his talent, while another part feared her brother's dominance might trap Chen Chu in a difficult position. Still, she had done all she could, keeping a close eye on her father to prevent any underhanded collusion between the two. Now, arriving early at the front lines, she was simply hoping for a stroke of luck that might allow her to earn a major achievement. After all, though she was Commander Lu's daughter, without a military rank, how could she possibly assist Chen Chu? She held no real authority within the Western Frontier Military District, and she certainly had no opportunity to help Chen Chu promote the sixth-generation fighter. Thus, while stationed at the front lines, she observed the ongoing competition between the two sides. She observed that both sides had already unveiled their military equipment on the field. Luishan began the introduction. This is the testing ground for the first event. His voice boomed with confidence as he gestured dramatically with his arm, as if encompassing the entire field within his grasp. Pride shone in his eyes, his chin lifted slightly, his face radiating satisfaction. Luishan continued, as you can see, this 500-meter corridor wasn't designed arbitrarily. It simulates diverse battlefield environments like urban streets, mountainous terrain, and canyons. The speed variations of the track system are engineered based on enemy movement patterns in actual combat. To ensure the test mirrors reality as closely as possible, I personally analyzed extensive battlefield data, performing precise calculations and simulations. I am confident this setup will thoroughly evaluate the combat effectiveness of our weaponry. The screen now displayed an expansive training ground, within which a straight, 500-meter-long corridor was delineated. Along both sides of the corridor stood sturdy metal supports, equipped with advanced electric rail systems. Dust swirled across the ground, fine grains of sand dancing in the wind and occasionally striking the metal supports with a crisp clatter. This track system carried 10 meticulously designed targets, varying in size from miniature ones as small as basketballs to large ones as massive as automobiles. Their movement speeds were precisely programmed. Some crawled like snails, others streaked past like lightning with no discernible pattern, greatly increasing the difficulty and unpredictability of the strikes. Luishan continued, notice how these targets not only vary in size and speed, but their materials have also been carefully selected. Some are made of high-strength alloys, simulating enemy armored vehicles. Others use lightweight materials, representing agile individual targets. Furthermore, to closely mimic real combat scenarios, their surfaces are coated with special camouflage and reflective finishes, testing the weapon's identification and lock-on capabilities. For our weapons to achieve accurate hits under such complex and variable conditions, it places extremely high demands on multiple aspects: precision, range, reaction speed, and more. At the site, the tester began. First, we're evaluating target strike accuracy. This is the key metric for assessing whether weapons can accurately hit targets in combat, directly impacting operational effectiveness and outcomes. Targets are currently categorized as large, medium, and small, with movement speeds classified as slow, medium, and fast. A hit count of 5 or more is considered passing, while 6 hits is rated as excellent. Upon hearing these standards, everyone present grew visibly tense. Wang Meng's expression immediately turned awkward. He leaned close to Long Yu and whispered, Long Yu, do you think raising the review standards is intentionally targeting Chen Chu? Before, hitting 4 targets was sufficient, but now it's 5. Back in the day when we fought, we never had such high demands. A hit rate of around 20% was considered decent, and there were always unpredictable factors like duds or weapon malfunctions. With these new rules, Chen Chu's shoulder-fired rocket launcher will likely struggle to pass. Wang Meng frowned deeply, his face full of worry as he shook his head and sighed repeatedly. Recalling past battles where crude weapons relied on luck and courage to hit enemies, Wang Meng sighed. Back then, just surviving with that outdated gear was a miracle. These ever-tightening standards, I wonder if they're a blessing or a curse. Cold Moon heard this and furrowed her brow deeply, speaking with deep concern. General Wang, although these blueprints came from General Chen, he only glanced at them occasionally. The actual finished product will certainly fall short of his ideal perfection. This time, the Lu family has raised the standards, clearly aiming to embarrass General Chen. I truly don't know how this will turn out. Lost in recollection, Lang Yu added, yes, the battles back then were brutal. But times have changed, and our weapons must evolve. This time, though, the pressure on General Chen is overwhelming. In stark contrast, Luishan wore an air of absolute confidence. He declared, frankly, these standards still seem too low to me. But since they've been set, I'll take the first turn. With a sweeping gesture, his movements were both graceful and decisive, his eyes blazing with unwavering determination. The audience held their breath, eyes riveted on Luishan's movements. Some gazed with anticipation, hoping for an outstanding performance. Others wore skeptical expressions, doubting he could achieve a good result under such high standards. Still others clenched their fists in nervous tension, their heartbeats almost audible. The wind howled, as if cheering for the impending test. Breaths grew ragged, and the hum of machinery amplified the palpable tension in the air. Luishan's team members marched in precise, powerful steps, hoisting the modified grenade launcher onto the platform. Their movements were perfectly synchronized as they carefully positioned the heavy weapon in its designated spot. The modified grenade launcher appeared rugged and formidable. Its black metal casing gleamed with a cold, metallic sheen, while the thick barrel seemed poised to unleash boundless power. Its intricate structure and precision components sparked anticipation for its performance, delivering an immediate impression of sheer strength and awe. After securing the weapon, technicians swiftly moved in for final inspections and adjustments. Their expressions were serious and focused, fine beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Sand and dust frequently stung their eyes, but they paid it no mind, continuing their intense work. Sunlight was obscured by dust, leaving only a dim, yellowish glow that heightened the scene's tension and oppressive atmosphere. The surrounding air seemed thick with the collective anxiety of the crew. Chapter 168, How Much Less Fun Without Chen Chu? Luishan stood before the testing ground, his gaze sharp and fixed ahead. His posture was as straight as an immovable mountain peak. The howling wind whipped his coat, making it flap wildly, yet his form remained utterly still, his eyes locked firmly on the 500-meter-long passageway. Along the corridor, 10 meticulously designed targets raced along the tracks. These targets varied in size. Some were large metal blocks simulating tanks, heavy and sturdy, coated in camouflage paint that reflected a dull sheen under the sunlight. Others were small, lightweight plastic models resembling drones, their wings flapping rapidly, agile and unpredictable, as if ready to vanish from anyone's sight at any moment. Others were humanoid targets simulating infantry, clad in specialized protective gear and constantly shifting positions. The sheer difficulty of this setup alone was enough to make many lose heart. Hitting these targets by human effort alone seemed as impossible as scaling the heavens. Even Wang Meng and Lang Yu, who had confidence in Chen Chu, now realized that this military weapons expert was truly in a league of his own. Just as they were marveling at this, a resolute voice cut through the testing ground. Begin! Luishan commanded, his finger pulling the trigger with decisive precision. At that moment, Luishan's heart brimmed with confidence and anticipation. He believed his meticulously modified grenade launcher would shine brilliantly. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth, his eyes sparkling with excitement. A thunderous boom erupted as the grenade launcher roared like a thunderclap. The deafening sound seemed to tear the very fabric of the universe apart. Some female soldiers present even covered their ears at that moment. Even Lu Yenshan himself was slightly taken aback. This firepower was undeniably formidable. As a child, Luishan had been a constant headache for his family. He was perpetually mischievous, disinterested in his studies, and utterly directionless about his future. Teachers repeatedly summoned his parents for meetings, yet none could find a solution. That changed when Luishan accompanied his father, Lu Yenshan, on a visit to a military base. Witnessing the brave soldiers operating advanced weaponry to defend their country and people, a powerful sense of aspiration surged within him. From that moment on, Luishan transformed. He threw himself into studying military knowledge, determined to become an outstanding soldier and contribute to the nation's defense. His journey in weaponry improvement was far from smooth sailing. He assembled a team with diverse expertise, but also differing personalities and perspectives. During a critical design discussion about the firing mechanism for a grenade launcher, the team became deeply divided. A senior engineer insisted on a traditional design, arguing for stability and reliability, while Luishan advocated bold innovation, pushing for the latest technology. The debate raged on, the tension reaching a boiling point. Ultimately, Luishan persuaded the team through his persistence and deep understanding of the new technology. However, during the experimental phase, the new design malfunctioned, leading to failure. Some team members began questioning Luishan's decisions, and pressure mounted like a mountain. Yet Luishan refused to be discouraged. He worked day and night, relentlessly refining the design, and eventually overcame one challenge after another. Then came a sharp whistling sound. The shell left the barrel, carrying a powerful blast of air as it sliced through the atmosphere. Instantly, the first shell charged like a wild horse breaking free, hurtling toward a large, rapidly moving target. A thunderous explosion erupted as the target shattered in a burst of fire. Metal fragments scattered like fireworks, sparks flying brilliantly. On the field, Luishan's cheer squad erupted in cheers, as if the first hit had already secured half the victory for him. The female soldiers in the cheer squad, dressed uniformly in camouflage uniforms, waved colorful pom-poms and leaped energetically, cheering Luishan on. Their faces radiated excitement as they chanted, "Grenade Storm, Ishan leads the way, pride of the western frontier." One female soldier thought to herself, "Major General Lu is so outstanding. We've witnessed his dedication. This time, he must shine brilliantly." Another soldier hoped, "May Major General Lu pass this test, elevating our military region's weaponry to new heights." Suddenly, numerous cheering banners were raised throughout the venue. For example, "Grenade Storm, Ishan dominates, pride of the western frontier. Ishan's grenades, one shot, one kill, unbeatable in battle. Luishan, Grenade Blaze, sweeping the battlefield with extraordinary might." Some bold female soldiers even let out excited screams at this moment. Cold Moon watched the scene unfold, finding it all a bit over the top. To an outsider, one might mistake Luishan for some kind of superstar. Meanwhile, Lu Yenshan shook his head at the cheer squad's banners. The boy had talent, but he was always too flashy. Yet deep down, beyond his resignation at his son's showmanship, there lingered a quiet pride and anticipation for his future achievements. Lu Yenshan couldn't help but recall his own experiences on the battlefield years ago. It had been a fierce battle, thick with smoke and deafening artillery fire. Facing the enemy's overwhelming firepower, their weapons had seemed so primitive and inadequate. Soldiers charged through a hail of bullets, comrades falling beside them one after another. The weapons they used back then were worlds apart from the upgraded grenade launcher Luishan now held. As for Lu Zian, witnessing this scene, she lowered her head in the western military region, unable to bear the sight. It was too humiliating even though the grenade had hit its target. Her heart was torn. On one hand, she felt immense pride in her brother's outstanding performance. On the other, she feared Chen Chu might be placed at a disadvantage because of it. She thought to herself, brother is truly formidable, but Chen Chu isn't lacking either. What if Chen Chu loses because of this? Her brows furrowed tightly, her hands clenched unconsciously, her expression tense. But this was far too flashy. Chen Chu had invented the 6th-generation fighter jet, after all. Remember how low-key he'd been when plasma cloaking technology was unveiled? If Chen Chu had any fans in Jinling City, they certainly wouldn't be fewer than my brother's. Yet he never acted like this. Wasn't my brother's approach just showing his lack of confidence? But Luishan couldn't care less about any of that right now. He reveled in the sensation of the entire world revolving around him. Thus, he bellowed once more. "Keep firing." At this moment, Luishan was completely absorbed in the test. His expression became intensely focused, his gaze locked tightly on the next target, no longer paying attention to the cheers around him. Immediately, the second grenade struck a medium-sized target, maneuvering in a flanking pattern with pinpoint accuracy. With a loud crack, the target was instantly shattered by the powerful blast. Debris flew through the air, burning as it plummeted to the ground. The crowd erupted in gasps. Some clapped excitedly, while others clenched their fists in tension. A young soldier's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Unbelievable! Major General Lu's skills are nothing short of divine." Beside him, a seasoned veteran remarked calmly, "Hold your praise for now. Let's see how the rest goes." Discussions flared among different branches of the military. An artilleryman remarked, "If this weapon could be deployed with our artillery units, our firepower would be formidable." An infantryman voiced concern, "I wonder if it's too complex to operate, hindering quick battlefield reactions." Lu Zian's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Lu Yenshan remained impassive, though his gaze held a new intensity. Lu Yishan remained undistracted by the surrounding reactions. Fully focused, he swiftly adjusted the angle and fired again. One after another, the shells flew precisely toward their targets, each explosion sending up massive clouds of smoke and shockwaves. The clatter of shrapnel and the hiss of flames intertwined as a small target was instantly engulfed in a fireball by the grenade blast, vanishing without a trace. Another target struck by the shells first emitted a dull thud before the entire object twisted and deformed, billowing thick black smoke. When the final grenade struck its target, thunderous applause and cheers erupted across the scene. Meanwhile, Lang Yu and Wang Meng were overcome with worry. "General Wang, it looks like 7 or 8 targets were hit? What level would this represent in a standard weapons evaluation?" Lang Yu's face was etched with anxiety, her voice trembling slightly. She thought to herself, Lu Yishan's performance is so outstanding. Chen Chu's shoulder-fired rocket hasn't undergone combat testing yet, can it really compare? What if we lose? Wang Meng shook his head, his brow furrowed. "I don't see 7 or 8, but at least 6. This level of performance would rank among the top grenade launchers in the military." Wang Meng's heart was equally filled with worry. Lu Yishan's weapon is so formidable. The pressure on Chen Chu's side is immense. I hope he has a countermeasure. Hearing Lu Yishan's sarcastic remarks, Wang Meng's expression darkened instantly, anger surging within him. Yet, constrained by the setting, he couldn't vent his frustration. Lang Yu bit her lip, a flicker of helplessness crossing her eyes. As for Lu Zian, she too was making her own assessments, her gaze drifting with some concern toward Chen Chu's shoulder-fired rocket launcher. Biting her lip, she silently prayed, "Chen Chu, your invention better deliver." During the wait, Lu Zian couldn't resist chatting with a female sentry resting nearby. Lu Zian remarked, "My brother's doing well this time, but I'm still worried about Chen Chu's side." The female soldier comforted her, "Sis Zian, don't worry too much. Maybe General Chen Chu has a surprise for us too." Lu Zian sighed, "I know my brother has worked so hard for this, but Chen Chu is also incredibly talented. I truly hope neither of them loses." The soldier replied, "Sis Zian, this is a fair test. Whatever the outcome, it's all for the development of our military region." At that moment, the sandstorm on the testing ground grew fiercer. Gale force winds whipped sand and gravel into the air, stinging faces as they struck. Sunlight was obscured by dust, casting the entire arena in a gloomy, oppressive yellowish light. The next moment, the tester stepped forward personally to inspect the results and announced Lu Yishan's score. For the modified grenade launcher, at a target distance of 500 meters, testing against targets of small, medium, and large sizes, and speeds of slow, medium, and fast, the results are as follows. Number of hits, 7. Complete destruction count, 4. Partially destroyed, 3. Rating, S. As the on-site test results were announced, waves of cheers erupted from the crowd. A look of satisfaction spread across Lu Yenshan's face. From being a good-for-nothing child to now genuinely contributing to the military, this journey had been anything but easy. Upon seeing the final results, Lang Yu's face clouded over with worry once more. Even if she wanted to help salvage the situation, she simply didn't know how. At that moment, she could only look to Wang Meng for help. Wang Meng lowered his head in even greater embarrassment. Just then, Lu Yishan's sarcastic voice rang out again, "What's the hold-up? Why hasn't that kid Chen Chu shown up yet? I've already finished the first test." Could it be he got wind of the results early and chickened out? Cold Moon immediately snapped, "What do you mean you're afraid to come? Didn't we agree to wait an hour? Besides, even without General Chen here, we can still conduct the test." As she spoke, Lang Yu made a move as if to light the fuse. But Lu Yishan waved his hand at that moment. "Hold on. An hour, right? I'm not in a rush. Let me finish these tests first, then you can test it. Otherwise, without him here, it'd be such a bore." Chapter 169, Final Rating S, Seeking Gold Votes. Chapter 169, Final Rating S. Seeking Gold Votes. Lang Yu immediately grew irritated. Her brows knitted tightly, her eyes flashing with anger, her exquisite features slightly distorted by rage. How could she not understand the implication? It meant Chen Chu's work was already doomed to be a failure, and he had to witness Chen Chu's expression when faced with that failure. In Lang Yu's mind, though Chen Chu had always maintained a low profile, that innate arrogance of a genius was undeniably present within him. This also revealed Lu Yishan's sinister intent to utterly crush every shred of that pride within Chen Chu. In her view, Chen Chu could lose the competition. But if he lost his pride along with it, the blow would be devastating, one that might take him a very long time to recover from. She did not wish for such an outcome. It's unnecessary, she said. It's merely a matter of ignition. The blueprint clearly outlines the procedure. However, just as she was about to step forward, Lu Yenshan also spoke up. Representative Chen, since Vice Admiral Chen isn't here, to ensure the smooth progress of the test, I think we should let the improved grenade launcher be tested first. Many of Lu Yenshan's supporters in the audience voiced their agreement. Some even went so far as to call Chen Chu a turtle. These remarks infuriated Long Yu. Her chest heaved violently, and her breathing grew ragged. Yet Wang Mang pulled her back down. Calm down. Once Commander Lu has spoken, it cannot be changed. Wang Meng's expression was grim as he gripped Long Yu's arm tightly, his voice low and stern. With no other choice, Long Yu gritted her teeth and abandoned her plan to ignite the fire. In her eyes, this General Lu Yenshan, who appeared fair on the surface, had ultimately shown favoritism toward his own son. Disappointment and resignation filled Long Yu's eyes. She shot Lu Yenshan a fierce glare, cursing him silently. Even Lu Ziyan was seething with anger. She had stopped her father and brother from colluding, yet now her father was blatantly showing favoritism and she was forced to witness it all. Lu Ziyan's pretty face flushed crimson. Her fists clenched tightly, her teeth grinding audibly. She raged inwardly, "Father, how could you do this? This is so unfair." Seeing this, Lu Yenshan immediately chuckled. "Now then, let's proceed to my second test." As soon as Lu Yenshan finished speaking, the scene on the monitor shifted. The tester stepped forward and addressed everyone. "Ladies and gentlemen, I will now explain the rules for Major General Lu's second test, effective range. As you can see, we are in a simulated desert environment. First, fixed target sets are positioned at distances of 1,000 meters, 1,500 meters, 2,000 meters, 2,500 meters, and 3,000 meters from the firing point. Each set contains 3 targets of 3 sizes, large, medium, and small. The large targets measure 3 meters by 3 meters, medium targets 2 meters by 2 meters, and small targets 1 meter by 1 meter. Within the 1,500-2,500 meter range, a 500-meter long moving track features 3 mobile targets operating at slow, medium, and fast speeds. Approximately 2,000 meters away, behind sand dunes, 2 partially buried targets are concealed, increasing the difficulty of detection and engagement. Simultaneously, at altitudes between 1,000 and 2,000 meters, 2 aerial targets resembling aircraft have been deployed via specialized devices, exhibiting flight speed and maneuverability. For this test, we will comprehensively evaluate the effective range performance of the grenade launcher based on target size, distance, movement speed, and accuracy of hits. Each target carries a different point value. Large targets are worth 3 points, medium targets 2 points, and small targets 1 point. Hits on moving targets are worth 1 point more than hits on stationary targets, and hits on aerial targets are worth an additional 1 point more. Missed shots receive no points, while hitting unintended areas results in a 1-point deduction. The total score is out of 100 points. Scores above 80 are rated excellent, 60-80 are good, 40-60 are passing, and below 40 are failing. The test is about to commence. Please remain quiet and watch closely. Tension hung thick in the air across the vast desert's simulated testing grounds. The second effective range test for the modified grenade launcher was about to commence. Lu Yenshan stood nearby, his expression focused and solemn. His heartbeat quickened as he silently resolved, "This test is crucial. I must deliver an outstanding result and prove myself to everyone." The soldier in charge of firing took his position, regulating his breath as he gripped the modified grenade launcher tightly. First up was the 1,000-meter target practice. Lu Yenshan calmly instructed the soldier, "Aim carefully. Steady your breathing." Following the order, the soldier focused intently on the target before decisively pulling the trigger. With a thunderous bang, the grenade left the barrel, streaking toward the target like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, the target was struck with pinpoint accuracy by the immense force of the impact. A violent explosion followed, completely obliterating the target as fragments scattered like fireworks. Spectators at the scene couldn't help but erupt in cheers. Lu Yenshan gave a slight nod, a hint of satisfaction crossing his face. He thought to himself with quiet pride, "This is just the beginning. There's more to come." Lu Yenshan also nodded. Not bad. Yet his eyes still held a hint of expectation, hoping his son would deliver an even more outstanding performance. As for Long Yu, Wang Mang, and Lu Ziyan both grew tense. Surely this grenade launcher couldn't be that powerful at this range? Long Yu bit her lip, silently praying, "Please don't be too powerful. Leave some chance for Chen Chu." Wang Mang frowned, his gaze fixed intently on the testing ground. He calculated silently, with this kind of power and range, it won't be easy for Chen Chu's shoulder-fired rocket to surpass it. Lu Ziyan's heart raced as she silently urged, "Please don't be too perfect. Chen Chu, you've got to step up now." Then, next came the 1,500-meter range test. Lu Yenshan reminded the soldier, "This distance is farther. Adjust the angle and force appropriately." The soldier aimed again and fired the grenade with intense focus. This time, though the grenade hit the target, it didn't completely destroy it like it had at 1,000 meters. The target's main structure suffered significant damage, yet parts remained intact. A faint sigh rippled through the audience. Luishan's brow furrowed slightly as he began to ponder and analyze the cause. A sense of urgency stirred within him. How could this happen? Was the angle off, or was the force insufficient? When it came time for the 2,000-meter range, Luishan personally guided the soldiers through several adjustments to the firing parameters. The soldier aimed intently and fired the grenade with high expectations. However, several consecutive grenades failed to hit the target accurately. Some exploded near the target, kicking up dust, while others veered off course entirely. A heavy silence fell over the scene, and the spectators' expressions turned anxious. Luishan's face grew stern, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he fell deep in thought. Where exactly did things go wrong? Could it be the wind direction? Or has the weapon reached its performance limits? Luishan's mind was filled with doubts and anxiety. After a series of firing attempts, the test results were finally tallied. The tester delivered the verdict with solemn gravity. The modified grenade launcher achieves accurate hits and effective destruction of targets at 1,000 meters. At 1,500 meters, hits are made but destructive effect diminishes. At 2,000 meters, effective hits are impossible. Rating A. Hearing this, Luishan breathed a sigh of relief. While the grenade launcher's accuracy was impressive, its firing range inevitably showed some limitations. Even so, this represented an exceptionally rare firing range among grenade launchers. Luishan felt both pride in his son's performance and higher expectations for future improvements. He silently thought, not bad, but there's still room for growth. We can't be complacent. As for Leng Yu and the others, they breathed a collective sigh of relief. Thankfully, Luishan's grenade launcher did have some weaknesses. It wasn't invincible after all. A weight lifted from Long Yu's shoulders as she silently rejoiced. At least it's not a perfect result. Chen Chu still has a chance. Wang Mang also relaxed, murmuring to himself, this might just leave room for a turnaround. Lu Ziyan instantly relaxed considerably. This left some room for Chen Chu to maneuver. After all, the shoulder-fired rocket launcher should have a range advantage over the grenade launcher. Next, Luishan's grenade launchers underwent several additional tests. During the complex environment adaptability test, howling winds and swirling sand severely impaired visibility and firing accuracy. Luishan and his soldiers worked tirelessly to overcome the challenges, constantly adjusting firing angles and force, but several shots still missed their mark. During the sustained combat capability test, continuous firing caused the weapon's temperature to rise sharply, resulting in minor component wear and malfunctions. Luishan and the technicians swiftly performed emergency repairs and adjustments to ensure the test could continue. Finally, the evaluators delivered the final test results. The final test results for Major General Lu's improved grenade launcher are as follows: target strike accuracy S, effective range test A, complex environment adaptability A+, multi-target strike efficiency S. Overall rating S. As this result was announced, the entire venue erupted once more in thunderous cheers. S. That's an outstanding achievement. Major General Lu is incredible. The audience buzzed with excitement, some waving their arms in elation, others embracing each other in joy. A proud smile spread across Luishan's face. His efforts had finally paid off. Lu Yenshan also wore a satisfied smile, his heart brimming with pride. Long Yu, Wang Mang, and Lu Ziyan, however, fell into deep thought. Long Yu remarked, although the results are excellent, Chen Chu's shoulder-fired rocket launcher might still have a chance. Wang Mang nodded in agreement. True. We'll have to wait for the follow-up tests. Lu Ziyan silently cheered Chen Chu on. Chen Chu, it's all up to you now. After the tests concluded, all parties engaged in further discussion and analysis of the results. Major General Lu's grenade launcher does demonstrate outstanding performance in certain aspects, but there are also areas requiring improvement, remarked a senior military industry expert. This may have implications for future weapons development and equipment upgrades. We must weigh all factors comprehensively, another general remarked. All eyes were now on the testing of Chen Chu's shoulder-fired rocket launcher, wondering what surprises or challenges it might bring. Chapter 170, Chen Chu makes his move. Clearly, with the release of Luishan's evaluation results, everyone present was in awe. In this era where military technology advancement had noticeably slowed, achieving another S-level breakthrough was as difficult as scaling the heavens. Chen Chu's sixth-generation fighter, rated SSS, had previously sent shockwaves through the entire defense industry. Yet now, witnessing Luishan's test results, everyone realized that a military background inherently conferred certain advantages. While unconventional methods might yield temporary successes, they did not guarantee triumph in every military technology endeavor. Take Luishan's tests, for instance. Each one produced impressive results that caught everyone's attention. Moreover, the Western frontier genuinely needed this kind of high-area effect weaponry. After all, if it came down to sheer troop numbers, Dragon Nation's population advantage over the three nations was far from guaranteed. Thus, weapons designed for large-scale clearance operations were bound to perform exceptionally well on the battlefield. Before the red-headed document was issued from above, Lu Yenshan might have shared this view. But after Eagle joined the project, his improvements to the grenade launcher could only be described as marginally satisfactory. To put it bluntly, it still doesn't quench your thirst. But regardless, it's still better than Chen Chu's 500-kilogram shoulder-fired rocket launcher, right? As for Luishan, amid the roaring cheers of the crowd, he shot a look of contempt toward Lang Yu and Wang Meng. Arms crossed over his chest, a smug grin playing on his lips, he was utterly certain Chen Chu wouldn't dare show up. I've already finished my evaluation. Why hasn't Chen Chu shown up yet? Probably scared. He knows he can't compete, so he's just hiding. He reflected on his own outstanding performance, convinced Chen Chu had no chance of matching him. At this moment, Luishan felt certain of victory. Imagining Chen Chu too afraid to show his face, his heart brimmed with contempt. While I'm not entirely satisfied with my own rating, surely I'm better than someone who can't even face their own work? His voice rose, thick with provocation, as if declaring his triumph to all. You! Lang Yu's beautiful face hardened instantly, her eyebrows furrowed, and her eyes blazed with fury. She bit her lip tightly, yet found no words to counter. She was utterly convinced Chen Chu wouldn't be the type to flee the battlefield, but in this situation, on someone else's turf, what could she possibly say? Her hands clenched unconsciously, her body trembling slightly as anger flared within her. Luishan, don't push it too far. When Chen Chu arrives, you'll regret this. Yet a quiet worry also gnawed at her heart. Chen Chu's shoulder-fired rocket launcher is at a disadvantage in weight. Can it truly outperform Luishan's improved grenade launcher? Wang Meng sighed at that moment, his brow furrowed, eyes filled with helplessness and worry. Looks like our western frontier will be the last to get the 6th-generation fighters. With Chen Chu gone, it really isn't good news for our western frontier air force. He shook his head, his expression somber. Wang Meng's gaze revealed a detailed comparison of the two weapons' performance. Luishan's grenade launcher excels in range and destructive power. Without a unique advantage, Chen Chu's shoulder-fired rocket will likely struggle to prevail. But Chen Chu has always been full of ingenious ideas, perhaps there's still a chance. Lu Ziyan couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. The Chen Chu she knew wasn't like this at all. Why hadn't he shown up after an entire hour? She even began to regret leaving him behind and coming to the front lines alone. Had she stayed, she could have been the first to know what had happened to him. Lu Ziyan's eyes brimmed with disappointment and confusion as she lowered her head, her hands clenched together. Chen Chu, where are you? Why haven't you come yet? You've created so many miracles before, you absolutely cannot let me down this time. If you lose, Luishan will only grow more arrogant and your reputation will suffer. Lu Yenshan, too, now showed a hint of disappointment. It seemed Ziyan had misjudged this time. Chen Chu, that kid, didn't even dare show his face. In his view, losing was acceptable, but at least it should be done openly and honorably. Losing like this was the most shameful way to go down in the military. But just then, a slightly lazy voice drifted over from nearby. Seems you do have a clear understanding of your own work. If you're dissatisfied, then refine your work before releasing it. Why come out and make a fool of yourself? As this familiar voice echoed, all eyes turned toward its source. Chen Chu wore a custom-made military uniform. The fabric was of superior quality, the cut impeccably tailored, with medals and accessories gleaming in the sunlight. His stride was steady and powerful, each step radiating unwavering resolve. A faint smile graced his face, his confident gaze carrying an air of calm composure. Cold Moon was the first to notice him, her eyes lighting up instantly as she turned toward him with a delighted smile. Yet her expression quickly turned serious. Chen Chu, you finally arrived. But, your shoulder-fired rocket launcher doesn't seem to have the effects of a grenade launcher attachment. Making such bold claims on someone else's turf might not be wise. Her heart was filled with conflict and worry. Wang Meng, though relieved to see Chen Chu, felt the remark was uncalled for. A hint of anxiety flickered in his eyes. If Chen Chu's military equipment truly outclasses everything else by a whole dimension, then such words might hold weight. But right now, his shoulder-fired rocket is already at a significant disadvantage in weight. What if he loses again during the testing phase? Lu Yenshan remained silent, instead fixing a somewhat surprised gaze on Chen Chu. He studied the young man closely, noting not just confidence in his eyes, but also a hint of wisdom and courage. This kid certainly looks the part, but looks alone won't cut it. We'll see what he's really made of. To be honest, this was his first time seeing Chen Chu in person. Previously, he'd only encountered him through newspapers and news reports. Seeing him now, he did indeed make a favorable impression. Still, he was also eager to see how Chen Chu would turn the tables now that he'd made his appearance. Lu Ziyan, of course, grew even more excited. A radiant smile instantly lit up her face, sweeping away the gloom in her heart. Yet, deep down, she couldn't help but feel a touch of worry. Chen Chu, you absolutely have to win. Remember all those astonishing inventions you've made before? You can create a miracle this time too. But Chen Chu's cheer squad couldn't care less about that. The moment he appeared, they immediately started screaming. Of course, it was all about his looks. How old was Chen Chu, anyway? And his appearance? That wasn't something the weathered Luishan could compete with. Naturally, he caused quite a stir among the female soldiers. Luishan took in the entire scene, and anger welled up in his eyes. His face darkened instantly. Clenching his fists, he pointed at Chen Chu and roared. He was just being modest about his grenade launcher attachment. That brat actually took it seriously? His expression twisted with rage as he leaned forward slightly, as if ready to charge at Chen Chu for a showdown. He then coldly declared, "I didn't expect you to show up. But fine. I didn't promise you anything before, but now I do. If you beat me today, I, Luishan, will be at your beck and call." The atmosphere instantly grew tense. The sunlight grew more intense, beating down relentlessly, making it hard to keep one's eyes open. The wind seemed to grow fiercer, howling loudly, whipping at people's clothing and sending dust swirling everywhere. The surrounding spectators began whispering among themselves, murmuring in hushed tones. Can Chen Chu pull this off? Young Master Lu has been performing exceptionally well. Back in the day, Chen Chu's inventions shocked the world. I believe he won't disappoint us this time either. I think he's just here to show off. Major General Lu's grenade launcher isn't something to be trifled with. Is this test even fair? After all, Major General Lu has home field advantage. At that moment, Chen Chu smiled faintly. His demeanor was calm and composed, his gaze even more resolute. The curve of his lips deepened as he said, "Then just wait and see." His voice was quiet, yet it carried immense power. Chapter 171, The Terrifying Test Results. Clearly, in his view, advancing the unmanned armor project was the paramount priority. Right now, the priority was to demonstrate the shoulder-fired rocket's power before presenting the drone armor blueprints to Lu Yanshan. He cast a calm glance at Lang Yu and Wang Meng present, his gaze steady and unwavering. With composed demeanor and measured tone, he declared, "Begin." At that moment, Chen Chu's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, each crystal clear, sparkling brilliantly under the scorching sun. His tightly pressed lips had turned slightly purple, betraying his extreme tension and focus. Lang Yu and Wang Meng, observing Chen Chu's composed demeanor, found a glimmer of confidence within themselves. They then commanded the dozen or so soldiers present to shoulder the mountain-like rocket launchers and march toward the direction where Luishan had previously conducted his test, ultimately positioning themselves at test site number 1. The moment they arrived, the scene erupted in waves of laughter. You can actually carry something this heavy? This has to be the most cumbersome invention since the 21st century. How are you even supposed to move this thing? Forget moving it, just getting this behemoth aimed without the target running away would be an achievement. The crowd roared with laughter. Some shook their heads, others sneered, their expressions brimming with skepticism and disdain. Some even slumped to the ground, bursting into exaggerated laughter, a shrill, piercing sound that seemed to split eardrums. But Chen Chu paid no heed to the outside scrutiny or skepticism. His expression was focused and serious, his eyes fixed intently on the test site before him, as if the surrounding commotion held no relevance to him. All he saw were 10 targets of varying sizes and speeds, now fully prepared. Chen Chu immediately commanded, "Stay focused. Lock onto the first target." His voice was firm and powerful, radiating an authority that brooked no argument. His right hand shot upward, then swung down with the force of a general commanding an army. Everyone witnessed the first target, a small, fast-moving object darting through the arena like a phantom. Even a grenade launcher would struggle to track it, let alone this 500-kilogram shoulder-fired rocket. But who was Chen Chu? Through mere observation, he had already identified the angle from which the target could be hit. Once the angle was aligned, he immediately shouted, "Fire!" His arm swung down decisively, his eyes flashing with confidence. The muscles in his face trembled slightly with tension and focus, the veins on his forehead pulsing in sync with his expression. The rocket blasted forth, trailing a fiery tail as it hurtled toward the target at astonishing speed. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as the target was instantly engulfed by a massive fireball, utterly obliterated. The sky was instantly filled with smoke, leaving not even a speck of dust where the target had stood. This scene instantly left everyone nearby utterly stunned, jaws dropped in disbelief. Truly, a shoulder-fired rocket launcher, its firepower was no match for grenades. Holy crap! That's terrifyingly powerful. One spectator gaped, eyes wide as saucers, leaping excitedly from his seat. His feet slammed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Unbelievable! This is nothing short of a miracle that defies convention. Another spectator involuntarily took a step back, his face frozen in astonishment. His body trembled slightly from the shock, as if pierced by a bitter cold wind. But as they gasped in astonishment, the testing ground offered no respite. Chen Chu swiftly issued orders, selecting successive targets to fire upon. Bang! 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 Fast, accurate, ruthless. Before the wide-eyed onlookers could even process what was happening, the entire scene had already been reduced to a mushroom cloud of smoke and dust. Luishan sneered at the sight. Yet, his fingers trembled like leaves in the wind, and a flicker of panic spread through his eyes like ripples across a lake. He swallowed involuntarily, his Adam's apple bobbing. He thought inwardly, rockets are inherently more powerful than grenades. With Chen Chu firing like that, how could he possibly improve accuracy? Victory is mine. He tried to mask the rising unease within with these defiant words. Cold Moon's heart clenched instantly. She recalled her earlier complex mix of anticipation and worry for Chen Chu. Can this really work? Chen Chu, you have to succeed. Her breathing grew ragged, her chest heaving violently as if a small deer were pounding wildly within her. Wang Meng's mind raced through his past assessments of the weapon's performance, starkly contrasting with the outcome before him. I never imagined it would turn out like this. His brow furrowed deeply into a pronounced character, his facial muscles tense and stiff. Lu Yishan's cheer squad even erupted into cheers once more at this moment. Major General Lu will definitely win. What kind of junk rocket is this? It's just blind firing. Exactly. No accuracy, no chance of winning. Chen Chu had no combat experience whatsoever, just barking orders like a madman. How could he possibly win? Only Lu Yenshan felt a hint of surprise. Chen Chu's command rhythm didn't seem haphazard at all. Could he have already memorized all the target's positions and movement speeds before the test even began? Impossible. Who has that kind of brain? I'm definitely overthinking this, Lu Yenshan mused inwardly, his eyes filled with doubt. Lu Ziyan could see it too. Now stationed at the border military zone, she nervously rubbed her hands together. Her fear intensified when she saw the testers heading up to check the results. The development of the shoulder-fired rocket had been fraught with difficulties. The team encountered one technical bottleneck after another, with repeated experimental failures and data consistently deviating from expectations. Under immense pressure, disagreements arose among team members. Some advocated abandoning the project, while others insisted on persevering. After countless agonizing days and nights, Chen Chu led the team through relentless experimentation and refinement, finally bringing them to today's test. During development, a critical test saw the rocket veer dozens of meters off course upon launch, detonating in a massive crater. Dust billowed skyward, obscuring the sun like an apocalyptic scene. Team members exchanged glances, their eyes filled with despair and resignation. Another time, a critical component failure caused the rocket to explode during testing. Fortunately, there were no casualties, but the incident plunged the entire team into deep despair and self-doubt. Yet when the camera panned to the test engineer, his face was etched with pure bewilderment. The tester approached the test site cautiously, his steps heavy and hesitant, his body trembling slightly as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. His hands shook as he inspected the component, thinking to himself, this can't be right. Did I misread it? After a thorough search, he finally stammered out his report. The test results show 9 targets hit, all completely destroyed. What? Lang Yu was the first to react. Upon hearing the result, Lang Yu's tense expression instantly relaxed. Her eyes widened as sheer delight surged from her core, washing over her face like a tidal wave. Her lips trembled slightly as she murmured, this can't be possible. Wang Meng stood frozen in place, his notebook clattering to the floor unnoticed. He stared fixedly at the test results, muttering repeatedly, this is a miracle. A miracle. Lu Ziyan felt as though a giant hand had clamped down on her heart, squeezing the life out of her. But upon hearing the result, that pressure suddenly released. Joy flooded over her like a raging tide, overwhelming her. Her hand flew instinctively to her mouth, and tears of excitement glistened in her eyes. The cheerleaders who had been supporting Lu Yishan froze mid-air with their pom-poms, their smiles instantly turning to shock and bewilderment. This can't be possible. No way, it actually hit? Even Lu Yenshan, the seasoned veteran, trembled slightly. His eyes widened in disbelief, his brow furrowed, his mouth agape, speechless for a long moment. His heart was now filled with guilt and self-reproach. Recalling his earlier underestimation and doubt of Chen Chu, and now seeing the outcome, he began to reassess Chen Chu's talent. Could I have truly misjudged him? This Chen Chu is incredibly formidable. A 90% hit rate, what kind of concept was that? The audience began whispering among themselves, their voices growing louder from hushed murmurs into a buzzing commotion. This is incredible. Absolutely unbelievable. What kind of divine weapon is this? The spectators' gasps echoed incessantly, making ears ring. The dust at the test site hung thick and yellow, like a heavy veil, filling the air with a choking odor that made breathing difficult. Wave after wave of heat from the explosions washed over them, seemingly scorching the skin. The temperature must have been around 500 to 600 degrees. An excited military expert remarked, from a technical standpoint, this shoulder-fired rocket's targeting system employs a groundbreaking hybrid technology combining laser guidance and satellite positioning, a major breakthrough in weaponry. Its propulsion system utilizes high-energy density fuel, significantly boosting range and destructive power. This will profoundly transform army combat tactics. For instance, in mountain warfare, it can provide infantry with formidable fire support. Compared to existing weapons of its kind, its advantages are quite evident. Another expert nodded in agreement. For armored forces, this high-power, high-precision weapon also poses a significant threat. Its emergence may prompt upgrades in armored vehicle protection designs, such as thicker armor or the addition of active defense systems. Tactically, it enables rapid strikes and surprise attacks, disrupting enemy deployments. Facing the collective astonishment and praise, Chen Chu remained composed and humble. Chapter 172, 5-kilometer range. Clearly, as Chen Chu prepared for the second test, some began to recognize his formidable capabilities within the army's arsenal. In the previous round alone, his shoulder-fired rocket launcher, though cumbersome, demonstrated terrifying precision strike capabilities. Even with limited visibility, it could still deliver effective fire coverage. Particularly in terms of destructive power, complete annihilation was far more critical than partial destruction. After all, if the target was an armored vehicle, partial destruction would allow the enemy to repair it and return it to service. Complete destruction, however, renders all equipment inoperable, a devastating blow to the enemy. Even Liu Yenshan's expression turned serious as he awaited the final performance of Chen Chu's shoulder-fired rocket in the upcoming tests. Liu Zian, too, had shifted from initial worry to a growing sense of confidence. A female soldier nearby remarked, "This Lieutenant General Chen seems quite impressive. No wonder he's the one the little princess likes." Clearly, within the Western military region, Liu Zian held a position akin to a princess. Though she had always disliked that title, upon hearing the female soldier's remark, she paid it no mind and instead asked, "Who likes him? And what makes you think he's so impressive?" Liu Zian clearly wanted to hear her judgment validated. The female soldier understood this perfectly and smiled. Remember how no one thought the military equipment General Chen built in such a short time would actually work? And that 500-kilogram weight was just ridiculous. Any normal person would have run away, too scared to show their face. After all, the odds were stacked against him. Honestly, if it were me, I'd never dare step out to fight against the odds. Even if I did, I couldn't possibly turn things around. But look at him now. Now, not only has General Chen stepped forward personally, but he's completely changed everyone's perception of him. I've seen it myself. Though he's young, he's far more of a real man than Major General Liu ever was. After all, Liu Zian grew up in the military, but she's still a girl. Hearing others praise her discerning eye naturally made her lips curve upward, her heart brimming with sweetness. Outwardly, though, she persisted in her protest. "Oh, come on. My brother's no slouch either. But when I first met Chen Chu, he was even more impressive than he is now." Clearly, Liu Zian hadn't initially grasped that Chen Chu's research pursued a grand overarching goal. She'd always assumed he was tinkering with minor projects. Such fragmented work might seem impressive, but ultimately wouldn't lead to great achievements. It wasn't until she witnessed that feast of sixth-generation aircraft in the Northlands with her own eyes that she truly grasped the soaring ambition behind Chen Chu's endeavors. In that instant, she resolved, she would marry a man of such lofty aspirations in this lifetime. Thus, even when Chen Chu had previously refused to see her, she refused to give up. Instead, she continued seeking any opportunity, no matter how small, that might allow her to be matched with him. If her own efforts proved insufficient, she would leverage her family's influence. After all, in her eyes, Chen Chu was nowhere to be found. At that moment, who among the crowd could have known Liu Zian's thoughts? At that moment, with the first test concluded, Chen Chu swiftly ordered the soldiers to begin transporting the shoulder-fired rockets. The soldiers, who had initially been intimidated by Chen Chu's research, relaxed once more. The scene was simply too absurd. If this were a battlefield, the enemy would see so many men hauling a single shoulder-fired rocket launcher and simply obliterate them with a single missile. Why would they ever give them the chance to transport it? Liu Yenshan, who had been worried earlier, now felt a bit calmer inside. So what if their accuracy was higher than his? In terms of practicality, he was the clear winner. Besides, the next test would be extremely unfavorable for Chen Chu. The second test was range. In a battlefield scenario where so many soldiers were carrying shoulder-fired rockets, they would need to aim at moving targets while constantly testing the range, a task that presented considerable difficulty. Sure enough, despite Chen Chu's meticulous command, the rocket veered off course when firing at the 2,500-meter range. Final results: the shoulder-fired rocket launcher effectively destroyed targets at 1,000 meters, 1,500 meters, and 2,000 meters. However, accuracy showed deviation. Final rating, A. Hearing this outcome, even Chen Chu's face betrayed a hint of disappointment. Of course, his regret wasn't about the device itself, but rather the inherent limitations of human capability compared to a mech's performance. After all, a mech's perspective was always from above, offering a much wider field of view. If missiles were launched from the mech's shoulders, hitting targets at 5,000 meters would be absolutely possible, let alone 2,500 meters. In the army, what does destroying enemies beyond 5,000 meters on the battlefield signify? It meant that a single mech pilot guarding a position could prevent the enemy from approaching within 5,000 meters. At least against ground units, no one could advance an inch. On the battlefield, this would be a weapon of absolute terror. But currently, manpower constraints have its effectiveness. But it doesn't matter. Once this weapon is mounted on unmanned armored vehicles, a qualitative leap will naturally occur. But how could outsiders possibly know Chen Chu's thoughts? Cold Moon and Wang Meng, upon seeing this outcome, breathed a sigh of relief. At least they were evenly matched with Liu Yenshan. But upon seeing Chen Chu's expression, they knew he was far from satisfied. After all, Chen Chu's expression had always been as still as a deep well. Now that even he showed signs of inner turmoil, the upcoming test results would likely be even tougher. Clearly, they all understood that Chen Chu's shoulder-fired rocket launcher was already at a significant disadvantage in terms of weight. In military equipment evaluations, this would undoubtedly be counted as a major flaw. If Chen Chu failed to dominate in other tests, even if he won those, the final rating would still be a loss for him. But Chen Chu's presence had suddenly injected suspense into what had been a foregone conclusion. Didn't Luishan understand this perfectly well? Knowing he was destined to win, even just seeing that asshole Chen Chu frown would give him immense satisfaction. Therefore, he too pulled up a chair and settled in comfortably. Luishan's cheer squad erupted in laughter and cheers. As for Chen Chu's supporters, they remained tense and on edge. Chapter 173, the blueprint is about to be revealed. The next challenge awaited Chen Chu. And how could Chen Chu be someone to back down? The complex environment ahead presented an extremely difficult task for him, who currently lacked a mecha. Yet Chen Chu understood clearly, since it was difficult, he had to confront the difficulty head-on. Difficulty and opportunity were two sides of the same coin. Though simulated, the environment felt eerily real. Before him lay steep slopes, jagged rocks, and tangled thorns. Even with Chen Chu's physical prowess, climbing this terrain would be no easy feat. And what about those soldiers behind him, shouldering rocket launchers weighing over 1,000 pounds? They'd endured their share of hardships, but nothing like this. Even carrying coffins in the countryside couldn't be this exhausting, right? Fortunately, Chen Chu's sharp gaze swept the surroundings like a hawk. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a hollow in the mountainside where the target's faint traces were concealed. He swiftly calculated the angle and distance, then ordered without hesitation, "Now! Ignite!" Thanks to the pre-loaded ammunition, the ignition process was swift. In the next instant, the rocket surged toward the target like a wild horse breaking free, carrying the force of a thunderous explosion. With a deafening roar, the target instantly erupted into a raging inferno, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Witnessing this, even the most demanding Lu Yenshan couldn't help but silently nod in recognition of Chen Chu's judgment. Most people would have given up long ago when faced with such a test. Carrying a 1,000-pound weapon up the mountain was an impossible task just by its very nature. Yet Chen Chu had not backed down. His calm assessment of the situation alone convinced Lu Yenshan that Chen Chu was truly no less capable than Luishan, whom he had personally trained since childhood. What a pity! What a pity about Chen Chu's weapon design. If that shoulder-fired rocket weighed only 300 Jin and could be carried by two people, its effectiveness would be far superior to its current form. After all, while its destructive power might decrease slightly, its operational difficulty would drop significantly. It wouldn't demand such high human capabilities, and its rating could easily reach at least S. But now, even with Chen Chu performing at his best, it could only earn him an S rating. Wang Meng, observing the scene, couldn't help but whistle in admiration to Leng Yu. This Vice Admiral Chen's skill truly outshines Major General Lu's. With judgment like that, anyone unaware might think he's actually fought on the battlefield. Leng Yu couldn't help but laugh bitterly. General Wang, you seem to have forgotten how Chen Chu earned his stripes. He shot down a professional pilot from the Korean peninsula. Wang Meng nodded, chuckling awkwardly. True. Timing is crucial for fighter targeting. You're absolutely right. Even so, Leng Yu felt a quiet satisfaction. At the very least, this demonstrated that Chen Chu remained far more composed than Luishan when facing adversity. If they were truly on the battlefield, Chen Chu's capabilities would undoubtedly far surpass Luishan's. Right now, Luishan only held the advantage of having the improved grenade launcher design from the start. But given such unfair conditions, Chen Chu had performed remarkably well. Lu Zian silently cheered Chen Chu on in her heart. After all, if Chen Chu won today, he'd stay here longer. How could she not be happy? Soon after, Chen Chu's test results were revealed. In the mountainous terrain, under the most unfavorable conditions, he had actually hit 4 targets. In the jungle environment, Chen Chu's command remained clear and precise, hitting 3 more targets. Only in the final urban environment did he hit just 2 of the remaining 3 targets. Test results, final rating S-class. At that moment, when the tester announced the rating once more, Chen Chu earned the respect of those present. Regardless of whether the 500-kilogram weight of his shoulder-fired rocket launcher was a joke, his ability to overcome adversity in this moment had undeniably earned him respect. Even Luishan couldn't help but feel a hint of admiration for Chen Chu deep down. After all, someone with Chen Chu's resilience and mental fortitude was bound to thrive. His sister's judgment had proven sound. The problem? This kid was way too full of himself. He always wore that aloof, detached expression, completely devoid of any warmth or humanity. It felt utterly inauthentic, and that was the one thing about Chen Chu that really rubbed him the wrong way. Fortunately, he understood that even if Chen Chu's subsequent performance slightly surpassed his own, under the 500-kilogram weight, Chen Chu still couldn't beat him. Thus, he relaxed and continued to watch. And the outcome that followed was exactly as expected. Despite Chen Chu's commanding talent being fully displayed, the outcome was as follows. Rule 4, Multi-Target Strike Efficiency. 10 targets simultaneously appear, including vehicles, bunkers, and personnel. 1 minute is allotted for attack. Shoulder-fired rocket launcher destroyed 8 targets. Chen Chu's shoulder-fired rocket launcher ultimately achieved an S-grade rating in this round, surpassing Luishan's A-grade performance. Rule 5, Sustained Combat Capability. Assuming 3 targets must be attacked per minute for 10 consecutive minutes, calculate the total number of successfully destroyed targets. Small rocket launcher with faster reload speed and larger ammunition capacity, it successfully destroyed 28 targets, earning an S-grade rating. Overall, Chen Chu's rating was undoubtedly S-class. Just as Leng Yu prepared to cheer, Wang Meng beside him scratched his head and sighed, looks like we still lost. Why? Leng Yu looked puzzled. Wang Meng explained, currently, in terms of performance, Major General Chen has indeed won. However, one piece of data hasn't been accounted for, the manpower required for Chen Chu's shoulder-fired rocket system. That will definitely result in point deductions. Furthermore, commanding at Chen Chu's level also carries inherent difficulty, which will be factored into the scoring. Add to that the 500-kilogram payload's poor mobility, and I doubt Commander Lu will let Chen Chu win. Hearing this, Leng Yu instantly clenched her teeth, her face instantly filled with a look of unwillingness. Rules are rules. Under the established rules, Chen Chu's command skills were his own merit. Why should he be declared the loser because of factors outside the rules? Yet she was powerless against it all. After all, the sole arbiter, Lu Yenshan, was none other than Lu Yishan's own father. Ultimately, he held the final say on who prevailed. As for Lu Yishan, he now watched with leisurely satisfaction as Chen Chu descended from the testing arena, his inner triumph unmistakable. Defeating a useless deserter was nothing to boast about. But defeating a genius one who excelled in both military technology and combat tactics brought immense satisfaction. Meanwhile, Lu Yenshan had begun discussing the matter with the test administrators. In his view, Chen Chu was undeniably talented, and his inventions for ground forces were clearly superior to Lu Yishan's. But alas, the sheer weight of 500 kilograms simply couldn't compare to military equipment weighing less than 100 G. Just then, a soldier rushed over in a panic and reported, "Commander Lu, here are the blueprints for the shoulder-fired rocket system. The current version is only a limited, localized solution." Chapter 174, What do you think the true rating should be? Lu Yenshan was somewhat puzzled. Wasn't the shoulder-fired rocket supposed to be a complete system? After all, Chen Chu had only spent 3 days crafting it. Moreover, its test results had already surpassed the improved version of the grenade launcher Lu Yishan had spent years developing. Now they were saying the shoulder-fired rocket wasn't even complete? Meaning what he'd seen today was merely the most basic version? Did Chen Chu send you? He asked. The soldier nodded immediately. Interesting. Lu Yenshan still took the blueprint. When he saw the design, which was nearly half a person's height, an inexplicable sense of dread arose in his mind. The reason was simple. If this was indeed Chen Chu's blueprint, then Chen Chu was undoubtedly an unprecedented genius. This guy had just exhausted all the talent he possessed since childhood to design the master blueprint for a 6th-generation fighter jet. Now, while promoting the 6th-generation aircraft, he could produce such painstakingly crafted designs. The blueprints alone were half a person tall. Just how intricate and complex must the actual design be? Without pausing to ponder further, he grabbed the blueprint and spread it out on the chair behind him. Though he acknowledged Chen Chu's competence and admirable qualities like ambition, he still believed the shoulder-fired rocket's evaluation was a foregone conclusion. Even if it truly wasn't ready, that would be Chen Chu's responsibility. After all, even if the current outcome wasn't final, Chen Chu should be held accountable for his actions. It was what a man should do. His own reason for reviewing it was simply to ensure he didn't overlook any potential for enhancing the Western military district's armaments. More importantly, the digital warfare technology mandated by higher command was, for him and indeed the entire Western military district, essentially an impossible task. Since the end of World War II, the Eagle Nation has consistently held the position of the world's foremost military power. Especially after the collapse of the Soviet Union, the Eagle had become the sole dominant power on the global stage. Despite years of relentless pursuit, the Dragon Nation had come remarkably close, yet overtaking the Eagle remained exceedingly difficult even with the nation's full resources. How could a single military region and its commander possibly achieve this? It was with these complex thoughts swirling in his mind that Lu Yenshan opened the blueprints. However, he only opened a portion of it before encountering dense arrays of formulas and diagrams that left him utterly perplexed. Some he could decipher, but others were utterly incomprehensible. He couldn't even grasp the purpose of the equations. Initially, he had assumed these were rocket blueprints. But upon opening a section, he realized this was actually a human foot, or rather, a robotic foot. Lu Yenshan was utterly bewildered. What on earth was Chen Chu trying to show him? It wasn't until he scrolled further up and discovered the robot's cockpit, along with intricate algorithms and cockpit extensions, that cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. A combat mech capable of both unmanned and piloted operation? This ING thing was actually a mech design blueprint? Most crucially, he saw that these mech blueprints were incredibly rigorous and meticulously detailed. Even he could grasp their feasibility from the explanations of the various formulas. He knew that military engineers had always given him incomprehensible formulas, followed by lengthy explanations. But today, Chen Chu's blueprints? With his own knowledge, he could actually understand them as if he were an engineer himself. This truly made him realize just how formidable Chen Chu was. No wonder the guy hadn't set foot outside the military zone these past few days. He'd been secretly writing this thing. Such an enormous undertaking, and he'd finished it in less than 3 days? While Lu Yenshan studied the blueprints, the others present waited anxiously for the outcome. Consequently, many eyes inevitably turned toward Lu Yenshan. Clearly, no one knew what Lu Yenshan was doing. Wasn't it just a matter of scoring and rating? Lu Yenshan had scored so quickly, so why was it taking so long with Chen Chu? Some even suspected Lu Yenshan was deliberately creating a spectacle. After all, everyone knew that even if Chen Chu's test results outperformed Lu Yenshan's in every category, this invention was fundamentally useless. How could a 500-kilogram contraption be transported onto the battlefield? Was Chen Chu supposed to personally command its deployment every single time? After all, Chen Chu was just an engineer. How could he personally participate in every battle, let alone just command a machine? So why not just declare Lu Yenshan the winner outright? Lu Yenshan showed no sign of panic at all, even casting mocking glances toward Chen Chu and Lang Yu multiple times. In truth, Lang Yu and Wang Meng were both extremely tense. Lang Yu genuinely didn't understand military arms races, while Wang Meng understood them all too well. Especially after dealing with Lu Yenshan for so many years, he knew Lu Yenshan's character better than anyone. While he maintained absolute fairness within the military, he had one particular trait: he detested wasteful practices in the army. Essentially, any instance of waste within the military would result in a major disciplinary record. Chen Chu's invention, the 500-kilogram shoulder-fired rocket, was utterly unsuitable for the battlefield. To Wang Meng, this was pure waste. Needless to say, Wang Meng was on edge. After all, what did Chen Chu's current position represent? Not only did he represent the image of the higher-ups, but he also represented the air forces of the 7 major military regions. Simultaneously, it embodied the pinnacle of aeronautical engineering expertise across all 7 military regions. If today proved Chen Chu had failed, that he'd invented something useless, and that he'd squandered national resources, it would leave the Western Air Force with its head hanging low. After all, their standing within the Western military region was already rather low. At that moment, Wang Meng asked Chen Chu nervously, "Lieutenant General Chen, are you confident?" Lang Yu couldn't help but voice her anxiety. Why is there still no result? Has something gone wrong? Compared to the two of them, Chen Chu appeared unusually calm. He found a spot to sit down and address the pair. "It's getting hot. Find somewhere cooler to wait. The results won't be ready anytime soon." The deeper meaning behind Chen Chu's words was this: given Lu Yenshan's caliber, he should be able to decipher the combat mecha blueprints. However, comprehending and thoroughly studying them would take time. Therefore, standing around waiting at the scene was pointless. It would be better to find a place to relax. Seeing Chen Chu so calm, Lang Yu and Wang Meng could only follow suit with wry smiles as they sat down beside him. They too were wondering if Chen Chu had given up. Lang Yu had even mentally prepared to gather his clothes later, ready to leave this place. As for Wang Meng, he had completely abandoned the idea of equipping the Western Frontier Military Region Air Force with 6th-generation fighters. The higher-ups would never allocate funds to the Western Frontier Military Region, they'd have to cover it themselves. But now that Chen Chu had lost, any hope of enhancing the Air Force's combat capabilities was gone. Even Lu Zian, watching the scene unfold, felt certain her father would side with her older brother. Recalling all Chen Chu had sacrificed for the 6th-generation fighter those grueling years, and knowing she herself had contributed to its development, she immediately wanted to rush back. Even if she couldn't change her father's mind, she could at least see Chen Chu. But just as she was about to put down her phone, a female soldier beside her asked, "Miss, what are you doing?" Lu Zian's voice was firm and decisive. "I'm going to the site." "You want to stop your father from scoring?" "It seems Major General Lu has a high chance of winning, but the result isn't final yet. Besides, you might not even make it in time. But if I don't go now, I might never see him again." Recalling Chen Chu's efforts today, Lu Zian felt he had given his all. She could see how badly he wanted to win. Why wouldn't she go help him? But the female soldier cautioned. "If you interfere with the outcome now, that would be disrespectful to General Chen. Given his character, I believe he would prefer to win fairly and squarely. Even if General Chen loses today, it would be a loss earned with honor. I don't see anything shameful about that." Clearly, the female soldier now held a measure of admiration for Chen Chu. After all, this was Lu family territory. And yet, here stood Chen Chu alone, isolated, and outnumbered, managing to make Lu Yenshan so tense that he was practically trembling. Moreover, Chen Chu's test results consistently outperformed his. Moreover, his command abilities were undeniably evident. If she were a soldier on the field, she would have wanted to fight under his command and win. Really? Lu Zian, noticing the admiration in the female soldier's eyes, hesitated in her steps. Of course. Just look at how worried the female soldiers are about Chen Chu. It shows his standing hasn't diminished in their eyes. If anything, they want him to win even more. Hearing this, Lu Zian finally gritted her teeth and continued waiting for the results. She steeled herself. If her father truly favored her older brother, she would run away from home again. But at that moment, where in Lu Yenshan's mind was there even a shred of desire to favor Lu Yenshan? Merely understanding the cockpit had already left him utterly astonished. And when he saw what he'd dismissed as a waste of money, the shoulder-fired rocket launcher mounted on the shoulder of this combat mech, goosebumps erupted all over his body. If not for the steel nerves honed by years of combat, he might have yelled, "Holy!" From the start, he'd suspected Chen Chu's genius might have hidden motives in designing shoulder-fired rocket launchers too heavy for humans to carry. But seeing today's proof that they were indeed man-portable, he realized he'd overestimated Chen Chu. But now, seeing the actual blueprint, he finally understood. This wasn't meant for humans to carry. This was clearly meant for a mech to carry. And this was merely a secondary weapon for a combat mech. The entire mecha stood over 3 meters tall. Could a 3-meter giant possibly struggle to carry something weighing thousands of pounds? Human energy comes from food and water, but a machine's energy has 10,000 possibilities. Now, having truly grasped Chen Chu's blueprints and compared them to Luishan's grenade launcher modification, Lu Yenshan smiled. By comparison, his son's invention was utterly insignificant. He summoned the tester standing nearby and declared, "This competition must be fair and impartial, free from any personal bias. What rating would you assign to Chen Chu's shoulder-fired rocket launcher?" Chapter 175, Luishan, I demand fairness. No bias? Then it should only be AB. The tester beside him replied solemnly. Ha? Lu Yenshan found this amusing and asked, "So you're letting your feelings influence your rating for Chen Chu?" The tester nodded. The shoulder-fired rocket's power and range speak for themselves, absolute SS tier. But it's far too heavy for mass production, it drains soldiers' strength. The only reason it got an A is purely due to Chen Chu's personal command skills. Unless the manual transport issue is resolved, it can only be rated B. Lu Yenshan chuckled lightly. What if we solved it? What if it didn't require manual labor and could attack automatically? The tester's imagination was momentarily stumped. Commander, I don't understand. Are we talking about making this shoulder-fired rocket launcher hover in mid-air and fire at will? If any weapon had that kind of cheat ability, wouldn't it be S tier? With the power of rockets, it would probably be SSS tier. Those were your words. Upon hearing this, Lu Yenshan immediately made his decision. Me? What did I say? The tester was utterly bewildered, still trying to process what was happening when the blueprint suddenly materialized before his eyes. Seeing the shoulder-fired rocket launcher mounted on the mecha's body, he instantly felt a chill run down his spine, goosebumps erupting all over his body. No wonder the design didn't look like something humans would use. Was that guy Chen Chu even human? No wonder Chen Chu ignored all the mockery as if he hadn't heard a word. Now it was clear those who ridiculed him were the real clowns. He never intended for anyone to carry it in the first place. The mech just hadn't been built yet. But that didn't affect the weapon's original design. Intended had nothing to do with the designer. Just as he stood frozen in horror, speechless, Lu Yenshan repeated his question, "So, what's Chen Chu's rating?" The tester swallowed hard, his heart trembling as he stammered, "I think even SSS is too low." But who among those present truly knew the actual test results? Even Lang Yu and Wang Meng hadn't seen the blueprints for the unmanned combat mech. How could they possibly grasp the design philosophy behind the shoulder-fired rocket launcher? For them, this waiting was torture. If Chen Chu had a high probability of winning, that would be one thing of foretold good fortune. But when good things take time, waiting was bearable. But what did they foresee? That Chen Chu was highly likely to lose to Luishan, and the humiliating outcome of his departure was already inevitable. Under these circumstances, enduring the agonizing wait was simply too painful for them. Even Chen Chu's cheerleaders were feeling the agony of anticipation. In their view, regardless of the outcome, shouldn't there at least be a swift resolution? This state of anxious uncertainty was the most agonizing part for them. Luishan, meanwhile, watched Chen Chu's side with a look of pure enjoyment. He couldn't help but marvel at how his old man had pulled off such a masterstroke this time. Knowing full well how agonizing the wait was for Chen Chu and his crew, he'd deliberately orchestrated this delay. When it came to psychological warfare, his old man was the master. Clearly, he was thoroughly enjoying himself at this moment. Even the soldiers nearby were buzzing with discussion. Major General Lu, our old commander, really put Chen Chu and his crew through the ringer this time. Yeah, look at how tense they are. After waiting so long, they still lost. It was a foregone conclusion. Our Lu just casually showed off and beat the chief designer of the 6th generation fighter. That means if he ever got serious, the whole world would tremble. Young Master Lu, in my opinion, you just need an opportunity. If war truly breaks out, you'd be the military god of our time. These sycophantic remarks, though wildly exaggerated, were music to Luishan's ears. He chuckled, today's victory isn't solely mine. Once that brat Chen Chu leaves in a huff and lowers his arrogant head, you'll all be rewarded. The sycophants were overjoyed. They knew full well that young Master Lu was merely disciplining Chen Chu to vent Lu Xian's anger, so naturally they'd paint Chen Chu as utterly worthless. Especially since it wasn't difficult at all. Chen Chu's invention was nothing but a useless piece of junk. However, just as they prepared to heap more praise upon Luishan, the tester above suddenly stood up and declared with solemn expression, "I now announce the final rating for the shoulder-fired rocket test. Given the complexity of the evaluation factors, Commander and I deliberated at length. We apologize for the delay. Hearing this, excitement immediately surged among Louis Shan's group. Someone shouted, "Is it a C grade or AB grade? Why did it take so long to decide? What's this CB nonsense? If you ask me, it's probably a destroy on the spot rating. Ha ha ha." Louis Shan's face now radiated smug satisfaction and unwavering confidence. Though the wait had been long, the outcome was at least favorable. As for Lang Yu and Wang Meng, they were both furious but helpless. Lu Zian, watching through the screen, felt her family's actions were utterly outrageous. She certainly didn't need to see Chen Chu looking so down and out. However, at that very moment, the tester's voice rang out again. Chen Chu, shoulder-fired rocket launcher. Final rating, SSS+. The announcement plunged the venue into complete silence. The once bustling venue fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. Because no one had ever imagined this outcome. First, Louis Shan frowned deeply, his expression baffled, as if he'd heard some kind of joke. As for his sycophants, they all murmured in confusion. How many? What rating? Did you mishear? Not just Louis Shan's group, even Lang Yu and Wang Meng jolted as if they'd misheard. They had considered Chen Chu being a grade S or even B grade, and had even contemplated a D grade rating. But they had never imagined an SSS grade rating, let alone an SSS plus grade rating. Even they felt like they might have misheard. Only Chen Chu remained utterly unfazed. To him, SSS plus was nothing more than a deserved, fair assessment. Lu Zian, meanwhile, tapped her ear and asked the female soldier beside her, "What did you just hear? SSS plus?" The female soldier nodded in disbelief. This made Lu Zian swallow hard, her heart racing. Could it be a reversal? But this reversal was terrifying, to say the least. The next moment, seeing no reaction, the tester repeated. The shoulder-fired rocket launcher, due to its uniqueness, portability, operability, accuracy, destructive power, and other advantages, has been evaluated by Commander Lu as SSS+. It is the strongest military invention in the history of the Army. After the tester repeated the announcement, the crowd finally reacted. First, Louis Shan's sycophants stared in utter disbelief. SSS+? What kind of rating was that? Portability? A 500-kilogram rocket was supposed to be portable? Had Chen Chu bribed Commander Lu? Louis Shan's eyes also brimmed with disbelief. He was Lu Yinshan's own son. Could it be that Chen Chu was the real heir? Why else would his father help him? As for Chen Chu's side, even with the results staring them in the face, Lang Yu and the others couldn't believe it. Their eyes widened in shock and they trembled all over. Good heavens! An SSS plus rank, did that mean they had one? Cold Moon trembled uncontrollably, clutching Chen Chu's clothes in disbelief. We won, we won. Before the results were announced, she had already planned what clothes to pack for Chen Chu. Now it seemed they wouldn't be going back. And Chen Chu would be able to make his mark in the Western Military District. As for Wang Meng, he completely abandoned all dignity and leaped into the air. Just a second ago, he believed the Air Force would never regain its pride. But now, thanks to Chen Chu's emergence, Commander Lu had finally grasped just how formidable Air Force engineers truly were. As for Chen Chu's supporters, they erupted into wild cheers. A national hero truly deserving of the title. Our wait was worth it. Handsome and capable of turning the tide, what woman wouldn't adore a man like that? If I'd met Chen Chu back in school, why would I have chased after celebrities? How foolish. Even Lu Zian's eyes finally welled up with emotion. Especially seeing that familiar figure on stage. Though she didn't know how he'd convinced her father to support him, he was still the same person. This feeling was more familiar than ever before. After all, she never imagined her father could approve of any young man besides those bearing the Lu surname. But today, Chen Chu had achieved it. What did that mean? It meant even her own father had acknowledged Chen Chu. Henceforth, her father would surely cease being an obstacle between her and Chen Chu. He might even become an ally. How could she not be overjoyed? At that very moment, she couldn't hold back the tears welling up in her eyes. Of course, these were tears of joy. Even the female soldier standing nearby couldn't help but feel a pang of envy at the sight. For a daughter, the whole business of introducing a boyfriend or husband to her father-in-law was always a headache. How to present him was a notoriously difficult question to answer. But now, the daughter didn't have to lift a finger. Her boyfriend had done it all himself. What did that say? It proved this man was worthy of her trust. It showed he was strong, not just capable of winning over women, but men too. Even she could sense Lu Zian's happiness now, let alone the female soldier standing there. At the scene, the momentum on both sides now formed a stark contrast. Even Chen Chu's cheerleaders, who had held back for so long, began taunting Louis Shan's cheerleaders. Your Commander Lu's invention isn't all that great, is it? Every metric is getting crushed. How can you possibly think you'll win? This is hilarious, popping champagne at halftime? Commander Lu is truly fair. He knows exactly what military equipment our region needs. Commander Lu's wisdom is truly admirable. These sarcastic remarks pierced Louis Shan's heart like needles. Originally, he'd only intended to test Chen Chu to make him bow before the Lu family. But now, it seemed nothing of the sort had happened. Not only had Chen Chu demonstrated personal courage and fearlessness, but he'd even won over his father's heart. But this was still a contest. He recalled the moment he first discussed it with his father, who had agreed to let him teach Chen Chu a lesson. But why? Why, on this very day, had his father suddenly switched sides and sided with Chen Chu? Didn't he realize this decision would make the entire crowd laugh at him like a clown? Didn't he realize that Chen Chu's victory encompassed not only military strength but also the commander's allegiance? In that instant, it felt as though he had lost everything. A wave of resentment surged through Luishan's heart, especially when he saw Chen Chu remain utterly unflappable, not even showing a hint of joy after receiving an SSS+ rating. It only made him feel even more insignificant in Chen Chu's presence. Impossible. He couldn't have lost. Why would father favor an outsider? Unable to comprehend this injustice, he finally shouted, "This is unfair. In the name of General Lu, I demand fairness in the military equipment test. I demand Commander Lu provide all officers and soldiers a reasonable explanation." Clearly, Luishan was now gripped by dread and anxiety about the future. He feared the mockery of his fellow officers, dreaded losing his status as the crown prince of the Western Frontier Military District after this defeat. Even if his opponent was his own father, the unchallenged ruler of this Western Military District, he would bravely defend his rights. Chapter 176, The Mecha Blueprints Have Been Exposed. Luishan's words sent shockwaves rippling through the entire military district once more. It was clear to any discerning observer that Chen Chu's victory this time was undoubtedly due to Lu Yenshan's backing. Without the old commander's approval, how could Chen Chu have achieved such an exceptionally high score? What astonished them was how Chen Chu had suddenly gained Lu Yenshan's backing. Though nicknamed the White-Headed Eagle, they knew Lu Yenshan had always commanded respect through virtue within the military, emphasizing impartiality above all. Apart from being fiercely protective of his daughter, he had no discernible flaws. Chen Chu had, in effect, harmed his daughter. Even though Chen Chu himself bore no fault in the matter, positions were positions, they couldn't be changed. Yet why, at this critical juncture, had Lu Yenshan unexpectedly switched sides to support Chen Chu? This was the one thing they couldn't fathom. Some even began speculating that this was the will of the higher-ups. After all, Chen Chu's current status was akin to that of an imperial envoy. If the higher-ups had approved it, they might have issued a strict order to elevate Chen Chu to the status of a military deity. The Lu family, father and son, were merely playing their parts in this charade orchestrated by higher powers. But now, with Luishan's sudden outburst, many were once again perplexed. This didn't feel like a performance, it seemed genuine. For some unknown reason, Lu Yenshan had chosen to support Chen Chu. Could this possibly be a joke? Could it be that Chen Chu and Lu Yenshan had struck some kind of backroom deal? Is Chen Chu actually attracted to men, and is Lu Yenshan the same? How else could one explain Lu Yenshan sacrificing his son's dignity, allowing him to be ridiculed as a clown before the entire military district just to ensure Chen Chu's victory? Some people think deeply about it, while others don't. To Chen Chu's less thoughtful supporters, Lu Yenshan was simply a sore loser. Consequently, many of Chen Chu's supporters began speaking up for him. Come on, Lu, don't be like this. If we're talking about unfairness, Chen Chu only had 3 days to develop his weapon, while you started yours 3 years ago. In this arms race, who's really the unfair one? Now you want fairness? Why didn't you mention fairness at the beginning? If you truly want fairness, even if it's a D grade, shouldn't you admit defeat? You lost on your own turf under unfair rules, what more is there to argue about? Cold Moon, in particular, felt even more indignant at this moment. When Chen Chu agreed to this competition, it was inherently unfair. After all, he had just arrived here and had no established connections. Even within the rocket development lab, he didn't know a single person. It was clear that Luishan held all 3 advantages: timing, location, and support. Under such circumstances, they hadn't cried foul. Now that Luishan had lost, they suddenly claimed unfairness. If it was unfair, why compete in the first place? Yet Luishan paid no heed to these words. His gaze fixed with unwavering resolve on the location of Lu Yenshan, the man with the head of white hair. He felt betrayed by his own father. This betrayal from a family member was even harder for him to bear. Even if outsiders called him a sore loser or said he wasn't man enough, he had to stand up today and secure a fair outcome. Beneath his snow-white hair, Lu Yenshan's resolute face now bore a look of profound disappointment. Especially upon hearing Luishan cry foul, his disappointment in his son deepened. Having held every advantage, losing to a lesser opponent might be one thing. But now, how low must his sense of defeat sink? How dare his own son question and oppose his decisions? Didn't this kid realize that everything he did was the result of careful consideration? Over all these years, what had he ever done that caused his subordinates to feel resentment? Not a single one. He had always treated everyone fairly. His sole motivation had been to improve the military district. His intentions had never wavered. Yet now, this good-for-nothing son had publicly humiliated him in front of so many people. The most outrageous part was that many people were actually following Lu Yishan's lead, shouting that the commander was favoring outsiders. At that moment, Lu Yenshan could no longer tolerate it. He rose abruptly and barked. "How dare you! This is the Western Frontier Military District. Do you know the punishment for disobeying the commander's orders? Your duty is to obey commands." Hearing this, Lu Yishan's face darkened further. He gritted his teeth and said, "I know. But we need a convincing explanation, because this improved mortar launcher wasn't developed by me alone. I need to give them an explanation." Lu Yishan's pressure intensified. In his view, if he couldn't be convinced today, he would never let this go, not even if higher-ups intervened. Yet Lu Yenshan knew full well how crucial this unmanned combat mech was to the Western Frontier military region. If these blueprints fell into foreign hands, they'd become a devastating weapon against their ground forces. And the only force capable of challenging it would be the army's deployed fighter jets. But fighter jets could be shot down by it too. The mere thought of such a terrifying invention falling into enemy hands made him shudder at the nightmare of dealing with it. Therefore, he would never disclose these blueprints. He snapped, "Enough about accountability. Since I'm the notary today and the one conducting the evaluation, I alone will make the final judgment. If you're dissatisfied, we'll settle it on the battlefield. Let's see whose weapons prove more effective." Had Lu Yishan ever endured such injustice? At that moment, he truly felt that his father had abandoned all his former principles for Chen Chu's sake. If Chen Chu were a genuine outsider, wholly dedicated to the Western Military District's advancement, Lu Yishan might have accepted it. But Chen Chu happened to be Lu Ziyan's beloved. Perhaps soon to be his own brother-in-law. His brother-in-law overshadowing him? How could that be tolerated? How could his sister ever respect him as her elder brother after that? Gritting his teeth once more, he declared, "With so many witnesses present today, if Commander Lu doesn't reveal the true reason behind this, it will be hard to convince everyone. Later on, people might inevitably think that General Chen won dishonorably." With that argument, few at the scene dared to contradict him. After all, they all knew the tester's excuse was utterly preposterous. What high portability? A 500-kilogram shoulder-fired rocket being called portable? That's utter nonsense. Isn't this blatant corruption? Humans inherently despise corruption. Even if the person involved is despicable, people still demand the truth because every individual has the right to know. In this atmosphere, Chen Chu's voice drifted out calmly. "Commander Lu, since Major General Lu wishes to know the real reason, let him know. In the future, I will still need Major General Lu's assistance." What? Lu Yishan immediately recalled the promise he had made earlier. If Chen Chu defeated him, he would obey Chen Chu's commands henceforth. "You wish? Unless you make me admit defeat wholeheartedly today, none of those promises hold any weight." But no sooner had he issued this warning than Lu Yenshan roared in fury. "How dare you? How do you speak to Lieutenant General Chen? Since you want to lose convincingly, today I'll show you what an SSS plus level military invention truly is." With that, Lu Yenshan ordered his men to bring in the projection equipment. Though it was merely a projection of a shoulder-mounted design system, it was more than enough to reveal just how ingeniously crafted Chen Chu's invention truly was. Soon, as the projection filled the large screen, every pair of eyes in the room instantly turned toward it. Lu Yenshan explained, "This is the complete blueprint I obtained before scoring began. I'm only showing you a portion now. Regarding the shoulder-fired rocket, the reason it was designed for 500 kilograms isn't because it's useless. The real reason is that this rocket isn't meant to be carried by a person at all. It's meant for a combat mech." Combat mecha? In an instant, the entire venue erupted in uproar. Regardless of their stance, nearly everyone felt as if their brains had been electrified. All that remained was utter shock. After the shock came fear. Because they never dreamed that the real clowns were actually themselves. And if this was the weapon of a combat mech, then all the previous specifications weren't jokes at all. They had actually brought Chen Chu's unimaginable vision to life. No wonder such a heavy mech possessed such long range and devastating power. It all turned out to be designed specifically for the combat mech. Thus, Chen Chu's shoulder-fired rocket, which had outperformed and utterly crushed Lu Yishan in every test, was not meaningless. Quite the contrary, it held profound significance. In an instant, Chen Chu's cheerleaders went from initial shock and delight to utter amazement and pride. After all, in all their time at the military zone, they hadn't witnessed as much today as they had in this single day. Not even their childhood idols had ever taught them such an unforgettable lesson as Chen Chu had today. Now, looking back, every single one of Chen Chu's actions and gestures brought tears to their eyes. Even when faced with the finger of accusation, I stand unshaken. What defines a man? This is what a real man looks like. Even Long Yu, who had always been the strongest, now had tears welling in her eyes. In this moment, she finally understood why Chen Chu had locked himself in his room for 3 days, refusing food and drink, determined to complete this design blueprint even if it meant arriving late. Just the shoulder weapon design alone was crafted with such exquisite precision, let alone the rest of the blueprint. How much blood, sweat, and tears had Chen Chu poured into this? Chapter 177, Lu Ziyan loses her cool. Now, with the blueprint unveiled revealing only the shoulder section, it left countless onlookers feeling as if their brains had been deprived of oxygen. If they had previously believed Luishan wasn't much inferior to Chen Chu, how could they possibly think Luishan could compare to Chen Chu at this moment? A profound sense of awe welled up within them. Shock, admiration, a whirlwind of emotions swirled within them. In fact, had Luishan not insisted on knowing the reason, the true outcome would never have been revealed to everyone. And what was the most crucial point? Chen Chu was merely a lieutenant general in the Air Force. Yet he had come to the Western military region ostensibly to promote the sixth-generation fighter jet and bolster his political achievements. He sought greater prospects and broader authority to safeguard the nation. Yet when he actually arrived at the Western military region and began designing military equipment for the ground forces, Chen Chu didn't bring his own designs. Instead, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to assisting the army. This single blueprint alone reveals the depth of his commitment. Even the shoulder design alone contained over 50 complex equations. Moreover, many of these densely packed equations would baffle even the world's top scientists. Only after translation did they become barely comprehensible to domestic experts. This breadth of vision and this profound dedication truly moved them. Apart from the white-headed eagle, Lu Yenshan, the only person in this military region who could truly move them, leaving everyone speechless, was Chen Chu. Wang Meng took a deep breath. This wasn't just an Air Force lieutenant general. He was the chief engineer of the 7 military regions. The guiding light of the 7 military regions. Now, Chen Chu's influence had fully radiated across both the Air Force and Army. Once unmanned combat aircraft truly emerged, what would the Eagle Nation possibly use to engage the Dragon Nation? 6th-generation fighters soared overhead. Unmanned combat suits conducted reconnaissance below, feeding data back up. With this dual coordination, there was simply no need for ground troops to charge into battle, no need for cannon fodder at all. Historically and in modern times alike, ground warfare inevitably involves sacrificial pawns and heavy casualties. Now, with unmanned combat suits, the lives of ground troops would be vastly protected. Wang Meng deliberately turned his gaze toward the ground troops present. Sure enough, he saw it, the delight and anticipation in their eyes, all directed squarely at Chen Chu. Their gazes were filled with hope. Had Lu Yenshan not yet spoken, they likely would have erupted in cheers for Chen Chu already. At the same time, Lu Zian, witnessing this scene, could no longer contain herself. Though she had a gut feeling Chen Chu might defeat her brother, she believed the odds were stacked against him given Lu Yenshan's advantages in timing, location, and support. After all, her understanding of Chen Chu wasn't exhaustive. She knew he possessed remarkable talent in fighter jets. Yet, to her astonishment, it was Chen Chu who emerged victorious this time, and with such a resounding triumph. From the scene, Chen Chu's image was elevated to unprecedented heights. Her brother, no matter how dazzling his past glory had been, was now utterly crushed before Chen Chu, leaving not even a shred of his former self behind. Yet this only made Lu Zian feel increasingly distant from such an exceptional man as Chen Chu. This conflicted state, both hoping Chen Chu would become incredibly powerful and fearing he would grow distant from her, was precisely the kind of situation her personality detested most. But what could she do now? She knew full well that Chen Chu's drone armor might very well be aimed at her, as it would replace soldiers on the front lines. After all, frontline infantrymen were almost always honored after each war, if they survived. Her father had been a frontline soldier in his youth. Thus, she too had sought frontline duty to advance her rank. Yet now she could see that in the future, frontline soldiers would no longer be needed. Unmanned combat mechs would change everything. No. Before these unmanned combat suits were deployed, she had to seize this final opportunity to make a mark on the border, to uncover something, anything. Otherwise, how could she possibly earn any merit? Thus, while delighted for Chen Chu and relieved he'd been assigned to the Western Military District, Lu Zian intensified her orders. Everyone, monitor enemy movements closely. Report any developments to me immediately. Back at the scene, with the blueprints now exposed, Lu Yenshan spoke without reservation. Luishan, the results are in. Look at everyone's reactions. Do you think you can accept this now? Even if Luishan was unwilling to admit it, seeing the blueprint meticulously designed by Chen Chu within just 3 days, he couldn't help but feel his resolve waver. Because this was clearly a masterpiece. He had initially suspected Chen Chu might have someone backing him, which would explain his current achievements. But after this lesson, he realized Chen Chu had essentially nothing around him except bodyguards. In other words, Chen Chu had truly reached this point through his own relentless effort, step by step. For him, this was almost unimaginable. Times had changed. This era was relatively peaceful. Where were the opportunities to prove oneself? Yet Chen Chu managed it. He seemed utterly indifferent to environmental factors or human connections. If he wanted to win, he won. Facing such an anomaly, could he blame anyone but his own misfortune? Therefore, despite his grim expression, Luishan gritted his teeth and declared, "I concede." The moment those words left his lips, the crowd erupted once more in cheers for Chen Chu. General Chen, the god of the western frontier. Jesus has arrived. Jesus? He's the savior. General Chen has single-handedly saved both the Air Force and the Army. Though many had never met Chen Chu before, the overwhelming joy surging through these Air Force and Army personnel now drove them forward without hesitation, rushing toward him. Despite Lang Yu's desperate attempts to shield Chen Chu, she couldn't contain the fervor of the Air Force and Army female soldiers who swarmed around him. Lang Yu felt a flicker of relief that she hadn't developed feelings for Chen Chu like Lu Ziyan had. She admired him, but her feelings were pure admiration, free from selfish desires. Had she harbored such possessive desires, how could any woman in this world possibly keep such an exceptional man tied down? Given Chen Chu's current achievements, even if he grew old, lost his looks, or could no longer invent, even if he became like Hawking, countless women would still fight tooth and nail to be with him. In such circumstances, who could possibly compete? At that moment, Lu Yenshan announced, today's test of the Army's new weaponry development has been won by the shoulder-fired rocket designed by Chen Chu. Henceforth, General Chen Chu's orders within the military district carry the same weight as mine. All commanders must follow General Chen's directives. Clearly, Lu Yenshan couldn't bear to linger here a single second longer. His mind was consumed by one burning question: what would happen if he submitted Chen Chu's blueprints to the Central Military Commission? For days, he had racked his brain over this matter. Each design attempt ended in failure, criticized by the Central Military Commission for falling far short of the demands of the information warfare era. If this continued, the trust placed in him by higher-ups would be severely undermined. In truth, the military equipment levels of other military regions were on par with his own, some even had inferior ground forces compared to his. This was no joke, it was the stark reality. But then again. But their regions were relatively secure and peaceful. What could he do about it? His side could only be forced by the pressure of war to strive for military development, reaching the level of information-based warfare. But in his view, such efforts were utterly meaningless. He even believed it was an impossible goal. Yet this time, after seeing Chen Chu's blueprints, he finally understood that it wasn't the endeavor itself that was pointless. The real issue was that their minds simply couldn't conceive of such possibilities. It now seemed that only someone of Chen Chu's caliber could possibly create the methods and military capabilities for the next major conflict, the information warfare of the future. This drone armor, he now recognized, was absolutely suited for true information warfare. Therefore, he intended to let Lu Yenshan resolve the mess he had created himself. As for himself, he would send the complete drone armor blueprints directly to the Central Military Commission. If this attempt failed, he would truly be at a loss. But if it succeeded, then Chen Chu would become the prized asset of the Western military region. He could completely disregard matters concerning his own daughter. Whether fate allowed them to be together was predestined in any case, Chen Chu was someone he absolutely could not afford to offend. Next, he would have Chen Chu oversee the entire Western Frontier military region's digital warfare deployment, striving to make the Western Frontier military region surpass the combat methods of the Eagle Nation. This would be a moment of pride for the entire Dragon Nation. Once exposed, how inspiring would it be for the people across the country? Without a second thought, he carried the blueprint straight to his office and photographed it. Due to its sheer size, he had to take multiple shots in segments. Ultimately, he transmitted the blueprint via telegram. This time, to his surprise, the Central Military Commission did not reject it instantly as usual. Instead, there was no reply at all. This made Lu Yenshan's heart grow uneasy at that very moment. For he truly had no idea how the Military Commission would view this design blueprint. If even Chen Chu's blueprints were deemed unacceptable, then perhaps he should abandon the project altogether? Thus, the waiting period stretched into an agonizingly long duration. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour. Finally, a telegram arrived. Lu Yenshan, are you certain this isn't a design blueprint captured from the eagle-eyed enemy? Do you understand what this blueprint signifies? Lu Yenshan immediately relayed a detailed account of today's competition. Soon, the higher-ups were shaken. 2 orders were immediately issued. 1. Chen Chu's personal safety must be guaranteed at all times. 2. Provide Chen Chu with any assistance he requires, free of charge. 3. Maintain strict confidentiality regarding this blueprint at the highest SSS security level. Chapter 178, Energy Source Spatial Energy Capture. Upon receiving these directives, Lu Yenshan was stunned. He had anticipated higher-ups taking notice, but never imagined it would reach such extremes. And at this moment, reality was far more than that. In the capital city, the atmosphere in the Central Military Commission's office was tense yet expectant. A group of high-ranking officials, including Wang Chikai, Minister of the Equipment Development Department of the Central Military Commission, and Shui Shanhai, Director of the Equipment Development Department, sat around the conference table. Their eyes were fixed on the unfolded blueprints of Chen Chu's unmanned combat mech spread out on the table. Minister Wang Chikai's eyes widened as he scrutinized the blueprints. His pen spun unconsciously between his fingers while he murmured, "This is truly the most powerful army equipment upgrade I've ever seen. That kid Chen Chu has essentially upgraded an entire system for us." His enthusiastic response set the tone, filling the conference room with a palpable atmosphere of astonishment and excitement. Director Shui Shanhai leaned forward, his hands braced on the tabletop, his eyes brimming with delight. The wrinkles on his forehead deepened with excitement. He had already seen these blueprints, the very reason he'd sent Chen Chu to the Western Military District. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine the kid would actually win over his future father-in-law. After all, Liu Yinshan's nickname, White-Haired Eagle, wasn't given lightly. This time, the young man was truly going to earn some serious respect. A tense yet fervent atmosphere now permeated the conference room. One of the bigwigs folded his arms across his chest, gave a slight nod, and smiled with satisfaction. This kid has truly brought us a huge surprise. I thought his path to the Western Military District would be difficult, but it seems to have been smooth sailing after all. Another big shot's eyes sparkled as his fingers traced the blueprints excitedly. This is groundbreaking design. We must fully support it. A solemn yet passionate energy surged through the room. I propose immediately conferring the rank of 5-star Army Major General upon Chen Chu to better facilitate his subsequent work, one leader suggested. Not only that, another added, but he should be appointed Chief Engineer of the Army's UAV division, with full authority to advance this project. Agreed, the group echoed in unison. Clearly, the Chen Chu of today was no longer the same man he once was. To single-handedly complete the development of a 6th-generation fighter jet, what level of genius does that represent? What kind of genius could single-handedly make the Eagle feel threatened, compelling them to go to great lengths to stop him? Chen Chu's character, along with his innate talent and brilliance, had deeply impressed the military leaders. Thus, the capable should shoulder greater responsibilities. In their view, granting Chen Chu an army rank was entirely justified. After all, Liu Yinshan was now firmly committed to supporting Chen Chu in advancing the 6th-generation fighter program. Of course, projects require funding, so the head of the Ministry of Finance had also been summoned. The head of the Ministry of Finance sat with furrowed brows, deep in thought. After a moment, he looked up and declared firmly, funding for such a crucial project must be fully guaranteed. Some leaders clenched their fists, faces flushed with excitement, shouting, "This is our chance, we must seize it." An electrifying atmosphere filled the conference room. A gray-haired leader, chin resting on his hand, gazed intently into the distance, deep in thought. After a long pause, he spoke slowly, "This is a major decision. We must be cautious, yet decisive." Director Xue Shanhai paced back and forth, his face etched with urgency. "We can't delay. We need to implement all support measures immediately. In my estimation, this project will require at least 10 billion yuan, right?" As murmurs rippled through the room, one executive listened intently, nodding frequently with a gleam of approval in his eyes while furiously jotting notes in his notebook. 100 billion won't be enough, will it? This so-called spatial energy capture engine might just shut down the entire research lab studying spatial energy altogether. Immediately, the group of bigwigs began calculating. After comprehensive analysis, they realized, once this drone armor technology was perfected, what would happen? The technologies it contained could save the nation $1 trillion. Yes. 100 billion in research funding. Moreover, this 100 billion investment wouldn't guarantee results for every single project. In other words, placing faith in Chen Chu was a high-stakes gamble. If Chen Chu truly succeeds in developing it, it will directly save the nation 100 billion in losses. And within that, as much as 80 billion is the nation's sunk costs in research. Other nations worldwide are also pursuing this research, yet none have succeeded. To avoid falling behind, the Dragon Nation had no choice but to establish its own research teams. Therefore, backing Chen Chu's drone armor research won't just avoid losses, it will actually generate profits. Moreover, if Chen Chu succeeds in developing it this year, these research achievements will bring immense benefits to the Dragon Nation. Thus, after layers of reporting, the head of the Ministry of Finance, now visibly flushed with excitement, declared, "This project holds immense significance for our nation, and indeed, the entire world stands to gain immensely from it. Moreover, with the western border facing instability recently, the drone armor project will undoubtedly bolster our national confidence. Its benefits far exceed what we can currently perceive. Therefore, this time, the Ministry of Finance will directly allocate 500 billion yuan to this project. And award Chen Chu an additional 50 billion yuan as a special incentive." Holy crap! Upon hearing that figure, the assembled bigwigs could barely stay in their seats. Just grasp the magnitude of this. 500 billion. The combined annual military budget for all 7 major military regions only amounts to 1.6 trillion yuan. And when split among the 7 military regions, it becomes 200 trillion. That means each military region gets only 200 billion yuan annually, and the combined expenditures of the 3 branches alone are astronomical. In the end, each military region can only allocate a few billion to military equipment development. Thus, Chen Chu had just secured the entire military development allocation for one entire military region directly from the state budget. How could this not send a chill down the spines of the assembled military leaders? But then they recalled Chen Chu's drone armor project. Just the spatial energy capture mechanism alone made their mouths water. Its power output rivaled that of controlled nuclear fusion. Thus, this funding was rightfully Chen Chu's to claim. Moreover, they had tacitly agreed that Chen Chu would have full control over the entire budget. This meant that even if he chose to use the funds to support 6th-generation fighter development, or if he bought a mountain range in Tibet to build an underground base for developing the drone armor, all of that was acceptable, as long as he succeeded. Even if the entire project failed, it wouldn't matter. If he succeeded in just one aspect, say, developing a spatial energy capture power source, the value of that single technology would already reach 1 trillion. Chapter 179, Louis Shan only gets the leftovers? Clearly, upon grasping the significance of this series of developments, the Central Military Commission immediately convened discussions. The outcome, of course, shifted the discussion from how much funding to allocate to who should provide it. To ensure Chen Chu could truly establish himself within the Western Frontier military region, they decisively opted not to have the military commission dispatched personnel. Instead, they would transfer the funds directly to Liu Yenshan. They instructed Liu Yenshan to arrange the funds' delivery to Chen Chu, a move that fully demonstrated their trust in Liu Yenshan. Under these circumstances, Wang Chikai directly contacted Liu Yenshan and placed a call. The call connected quickly. "Hello, Old Yen." Though Liu Yenshan bore the surname Liu, everyone had long adopted the nickname Old Yen for him. Given the lives he held in his hands, he truly lived up to the moniker of the King of Hell. "Ah, Minister Wang, about that. Has the decision from headquarters come down yet? What's their take on this proposal?" Wang Chikai replied with a smile, "Excellent news. The higher-ups are highly satisfied with this mecha design blueprint. It can absolutely serve as the model for the army in information warfare. Once this project succeeds, our army will undoubtedly be etched into the annals of world military history." Even though he had anticipated this outcome, hearing it confirmed directly filled Liu Yenshan with immense delight. This meant higher-ups would no longer need to bother him. Moreover, with clear direction and plans in place, all that remained was to roll up his sleeves and get to work. What could be difficult about that? Therefore, he felt profound gratitude toward Chen Chu from the bottom of his heart. Without Chen Chu, he had no idea how long he would have been blamed for this matter. That's good. As long as the higher-ups are satisfied. Wang Chikai continued, "Of course, now that they're satisfied, we have a task to assign you. We truly regret having to send a talent like Chen Chu to your Western Frontier military district. But since he's coming to the Western military region to help build it up, we've decided to place him under your command. We hope you can grant him a rank befitting his stature in the Western military region. That way, things will be easier to handle in the future." Liu Yenshan was somewhat taken aback, but isn't he already a lieutenant general in the Air Force across all 7 military regions? Clearly, promotions above the rank of general required layer upon layer of approval from higher-ups, sometimes taking half a year to finalize. What authority did he have to confer the rank of lieutenant general upon Chen Chu? But Wang Chikai pressed on. "Air Force ranks belong to the Air Force. Now that Chen Chu is assisting your army, he must hold an army rank. Otherwise, it could easily spark friction between the two branches. Don't you trust Chen Chu's character?" Liu Yenshan shook his head immediately. "Not at all. That kid handles things methodically and knows when to advance or retreat. He's a promising prospect." "Then that's settled. You can take your time preparing the rank. It should be at least a major general. But there's one matter that's absolutely urgent." "What is it?" "Our superiors have already discussed this with the finance department. For this unmanned combat mech project, we've unanimously agreed to allocate 50 billion yuan in project startup funds and award Chen Chu a personal bonus of 5 billion yuan. You must ensure this money reaches Chen Chu's hands." "What?" Upon hearing this astronomical figure, Liu Yenshan was utterly dumbfounded. 500 billion. That's 500 billion yuan. Good heavens. In military research, this was an astronomical sum. The largest single project he'd ever managed, he recalled, was the development of an armored tank, which had required 50 billion yuan in research funding to get off the ground. But Chen Chu? 10 times that amount, plus another 50 billion in bonuses? Even with the best preparation, Liu Yenshan was utterly stunned upon hearing this news. Even the bonus alone matched his entire R&D budget. His voice trembled slightly as he asked, I also submitted a design blueprint and test results for a grenade launcher upgrade. That project has already succeeded. What about the bonus for that?" Clearly, Liu Yenshan knew his son couldn't compete with Chen Chu, but he wouldn't let any opportunity to secure benefits for his son slip by. But Wang Chikai's response instantly left Liu Yenshan feeling utterly embarrassed. "Is that so? I think I received it, but I didn't pay close attention." "Well, since you brought it up, it must have merit. Allocate a 100 million yuan bonus." "Ha?" Upon hearing that figure, Liu Yenshan was utterly dumbfounded. Before learning about Chen Chu's bonus and R&D funding, he might have considered 100 million insignificant. After all, the state had allocated tens of millions to others. His son's research capabilities hadn't reached that level yet. But now, with Chen Chu's 50 billion yuan achievement setting the bar, he instantly felt his son had been crushed into dust. One silver lining remained: his daughter adored Chen Chu. The young man might well become his son-in-law. Having such a capable son-in-law wouldn't be a bad thing at all. As for the couple, they weren't even close to being engaged yet, but that didn't matter. After all, it was easier for a woman to pursue a man. He just needed to do a good job convincing that girl, Lu Zian. Without hesitation, he agreed, "All right. I'll personally ensure this money reaches Chen Chu. And regarding his future projects, the Western Military District will provide full cooperation. Shortly after hanging up, the 55.1 billion yuan was transferred into his account. Lu Yenshan stared at the figure and couldn't help but smile bitterly. 550 billion, only a fraction, belonged to his son. Yet his son had poured 7 or 8 years of effort into developing this grenade launcher upgrade. The disparity was stark. But his mind was completely occupied with thoughts of that girl, Lu Zian, leaving him no inclination to deliver the money. Seriously, handing over 55 billion to someone else? Even he would feel the sting. To avoid this agony, he immediately made a series of phone calls. Before long, a man around 45 years old, bearing the rank of colonel, with an upright posture and sharp gaze, appeared in Lu Yenshan's office. "Commander, you requested me?" Lu Yenshan nodded. "Yes, Sun Hao. There's a task I need you to handle. You've served as a military advisor for many years, haven't you? Go deliver this money to Chen Chu. And remember, under no circumstances should you offend that young man right now." Sun Hao, being a sharp individual, instantly realized this was funding from higher-ups for Chen Chu. He inquired, "Has the initial or D funding for the UAV armor been approved?" Lu Yenshan made no secret of it, handing him another card as he spoke. "This is a reward for that good-for-nothing brat. Deliver it to him first." Sun Hao took it and saw the difference in value immediately. He quickly smiled and said, "Commander, don't be discouraged. The young marshal is actually quite good. It's just that the opponent this time was too strong. Besides, no matter how things turn out, you're all family in the end, right? Let's hope so. I need to find that girl Lu Zian. This matter is in your hands, don't screw it up for me." Mission accomplished. Chapter 180, What Truly Constitutes a Bonus. Meanwhile, after the military equipment competition concluded, what was Lu Yenshan's standing? Yet he had lost to Chen Chu. Naturally, he couldn't accept it internally, but with so many people present, he couldn't vent his anger. Thus, his face darkened with fury as he stormed back to the entrance of his laboratory. His laboratory was arguably the most lavish facility in the entire Western Military District. Located on the top floor of a classified building within the Western Military District, access required passing through multiple layers of stringent security checks. The perimeter was heavily guarded, with high-tech surveillance covering every blind spot and fully armed guards patrolling at regular intervals. When Lu Yenshan reached the laboratory's specially designed titanium alloy door, he unlocked it directly via retinal scan and fingerprint recognition, and the door slowly opened. Upon entering, his feet touched the soft, luxurious feel of a top-grade, hand-woven cashmere carpet imported from Turkey. Above, a massive crystal chandelier custom made in Italy cast a dazzling, dreamlike glow. Though a laboratory, the space was crafted by a renowned designer. His gaze swept over the rare sandalwood workbenches, their gold-inlaid edges gleaming brilliantly under the lights. Upon the benches sat the latest super microscope imported from Germany, its intricate construction and complex buttons unmistakably signaling its high-tech sophistication and exorbitant cost. Seeing this palace-like laboratory he had painstakingly built brought him some measure of comfort. His gaze shifted to the adjacent array of ultra-high-speed data analysis instruments imported from the United States. Their sleek lines and metallic casings radiated unparalleled premium quality. In the corner sat the limited edition quantum computer, one of only a handful in the world, acquired at immense cost. The laboratory walls were covered with signed portraits of world-renowned scientists, each priceless. Within the massive climate-controlled storage cabinet lay various rare experimental materials, some treasures so scarce that even money couldn't buy them. Lu Yenshan sat in his luxurious leather-upholstered chair, while several engineers nearby fawned over him. "Young Commander Lu, still angry? In my opinion, we already have Chen Chu's background, just another kid from a poor family. Someone with such humble origins and no connections? Even if he's genuinely talented in tech, he'll never shake off his narrow-mindedness." Exactly. If he saw this lab, he'd probably feel like his whole life's work was for nothing. His worldview would collapse. You were born in Rome. Why bother quarreling with a poor boy? Hearing these flattering words clearly pleased Lu Yenshan immensely. After this contest with Chen Chu, he knew that when it came to technological prowess and military manufacturing capabilities, he truly couldn't match Chen Chu. But so what? He had money. In this Western Frontier Military District, he could call the shots. Not only did he have the top scientists and engineers at his disposal. Wasn't every single one of his projects rewarded by the state? Didn't the state pour money into them? Take that grenade launcher upgrade project alone, the state poured 2 billion into it, even though he'd already spent 50 billion just to build this lab. But so what? He had money to burn. He gave a cold snort and said, "Don't get ahead of yourself. The outcome isn't decided yet. Just because that kid Chen Chu's design looks flashy doesn't mean the state will actually fund him. If he wants to actually build that thing, it'll take at least 3 to 5 years, right? They'll give him a few $100 million as seed money to placate him, and the prize money will be the same as those poor bastards get a few $100,000 to wrap things up. Don't you really think the state would heavily support such flashy nonsense?" At this, the engineers around them all looked uneasy. Clearly, they all fell into that so-called bro category. If not for currying favor with young Marshal Lu within this military district, they wouldn't have earned their place in such a prestigious research lab. Thus, even with their pride wounded, they forced smiles and agreed. Of course. Young Marshal Lu's grenade launcher upgrade is a national key project, rated a level in importance. The state allocated 20 billion yuan in startup funding. If Chen Chu gets 10 billion, he'll be lucky. Yeah, and bonuses? He's an Air Force guy trying to steal our army's thunder. If the higher-ups don't punish him, that's already generous enough. Give him bonuses? He'll probably never get to use a lab with these conditions again in his lifetime. Clearly, these engineers understood that their access to this facility was entirely due to Lu Xiao's influence. What difference did Chen Chu's technical prowess make? He'd still be conducting experiments in that poverty-stricken place, living in a military dependence compound. He probably couldn't even afford to buy an apartment in a first-tier city himself. After all, they knew the state bonuses were never generous. To live comfortably, one had to minimize expenses while completing projects, and everyone understood where the savings ended up. But Chen Chu's inherent air of poverty meant he could never be as savvy as them. How could he possibly have money? How could he ever make it big? The Air Force had tasked him with building a sixth-generation fighter that was impressive. But expecting him to replicate such a feat for the army? That was nothing short of a pipe dream. But just as they were thinking this, Long Yu's clear voice suddenly rang out. Well, the engineer sure is busy, but no matter how busy you are, you can't skip brushing your teeth. I just walked in and already heard someone with such dirty breath. Our General Chen really knows how to keep things clean. He brushes his teeth every single day. At these words, Lu Shan and the engineers all turned toward the doorway in unison. To their astonishment, Chen Chu, Long Yu, and Wang Meng were walking in. Lu Shan froze in place. This was the heart of his laboratory. How did they get here? No, this must be on Father S orders. So, just as the engineers who had been bad-mouthing Chen Chu were about to explode, he stepped in front of them and smiled. What's the matter? Never seen a lab with such luxurious renovations before? No worries. I may not have many virtues, but I am generous. Let me give you a tour. Lu Shan stood up immediately and began enthusiastically introducing the lab to the three. Under your feet right now is a top-grade, hand-woven cashmere carpet imported from Turkey. Soft and comfortable. This speech clearly made Long Yu and Wang Meng look uncomfortable. What's the big deal about having a few stinking bucks? Why show off? Noticing their reaction, Lu Shan added with a sarcastic edge, no worries. Once your project gets approved, you should secure around 20 billion in startup funding. Too bad this lab cost 50 billion to build. Hearing this crass display of wealth, Long Yu couldn't help but ask, so, young Commander Lu, have you recouped your costs yet? Lu Shan looked momentarily awkward before laughing it off. Though I haven't recouped it yet, the project is complete. We'll gradually recover the investment. Each of my projects gets tens of millions in national grants. A few years of effort, and it'll pay off. Just then, Sun Hao walked in. Hey, everyone's here. Perfect timing saves me another trip. All eyes turned to him, and Lu Shan's expression instantly became quite something. Because every time Uncle Sun Hao showed up, it meant money was coming his way. This time, in front of Chen Chu, it was the perfect chance to show this kid what a real bonus looked like. Chapter 181, How much was that bonus? Lu Shan usually couldn't be bothered to acknowledge Sun Hao. After all, he had already attained the rank of Major General. Even when delivering money, he showed little enthusiasm. But today was different. With Chen Chu present, he seized the opportunity to show him what real money looked like and what it meant to be valued by the state. So, he grinned broadly and said, Uncle Sun, what brings you here? Sun Hao chuckled, well, the bonus for the military equipment project has come through. These days, the state places great importance on bonuses for military personnel, especially in the Western Frontier military region. Things might get a bit unsettled there soon, so this recognition is particularly significant. Hearing Sun Hao's words, Lu Shan and the engineers in the lab all lit up with excitement. Every time the bonuses were distributed, young Master Lu never skimped on sharing them. So what if Chen Chu's design was brilliant this time? With Chen Chu's stubborn personality, he was marginalized even among engineers. Since he couldn't bring in money, he probably earned less than they did. Thus, they all shared Lu Shan's sense of superiority. As for Long Yu and Wang Meng, their expressions darkened slightly. They had come here seeking a lab facility, having heard this was the highest-grade laboratory, hoping to get a feel for its setup. Little did they know they'd stumble upon Lu Shan collecting his bonus right then. Long Yu had no idea how much money Chen Chu actually possessed. At least since she'd known him, he'd always been strapped for cash, and every lab space they'd used had been incredibly basic. But Chen Chu's frugality was all for the sake of saving the nation's money. How could such noble integrity be twisted into a point of ridicule for being stingy? At this thought, Long Yu's face darkened with displeasure. She also understood that while Chen Chu's drone armor design was unprecedented, it wouldn't qualify for the national reward bonus until it was actually completed. This time, Lu Shan had truly gotten the upper hand. Wang Meng sighed inwardly. When had the nation's engineers become so corrupted? Their minds filled only with money, utterly indifferent to whether a project served any purpose, driven solely by either securing state funding or chasing bonuses. Yes, money was a driving force, but surely people couldn't live solely for it? Besides, every engineer under Louis Shan's employ earned hundreds of thousands annually. That placed them among the highest earners in Manhwa, indeed the world. Yet many were nothing but freeloaders, merely clinging to their titles and diplomas while forming cliques. How could they look down on Chen Chu, who devoted himself to the nation just for the sake of money? Yet despite their sound reasoning, the outcome remained bitterly inevitable. Sun Hao still produced a card before the assembled crowd. This is a reward. It's already been deposited into Commander Lu's official account, not yours. Louis Shan took the bank card, glancing at Chen Chu with deliberate nonchalance before asking with a smile, "Uncle Sun, how much is this?" Sun Hao shook his head. The improved grenade launcher has significantly altered the strategic landscape on the Western Front. Therefore, your reward is 100 million yuan. Whoa! Lung Yu and Wang Mang both felt a slight shock at the figure. 100 million yuan? That piece of junk is worth 100 million in rewards? As for Chen Chu, his expression remained utterly calm. Money? He genuinely didn't know what use it had. Besides, his bank account already held over 2 billion in state subsidies. This 100 million? He couldn't care less. But such subsidies had always been hidden, the outside world knew nothing of them, and Chen Chu couldn't be bothered to mention it. But how could Louis Shan and those engineers possibly know? They might have guessed that Chen Chu had hundreds of millions in state subsidies and bonuses, but how could that compare to young Marshal Lu? Young General Lu had poured nearly 5 billion yuan into building this laboratory alone. They weren't even in the same league. One was born in Rome, while the other was striving desperately to reach it. Though Chen Chu's future held promise, his aloof demeanor made it clear to them. Working under Chen Chu meant nothing but bonuses, absolutely nothing else. How could that compare to the peace of mind and plentiful perks of working under young Marshal Lu? Naturally, they all gravitated toward Louis Shan's side. Young General Lu truly is the luminary of the defense industry. This is merely a small demonstration of his capabilities, yet he's already secured 100 million yuan in national subsidies. Exactly. Some folks might slave away for years and still not get a single cent in state subsidies. With the sheer scale of young Marshal Lu's lab, how could the national subsidy be small? High investment naturally brings high returns. Louis Shan clearly relished the flattery, responding magnanimously, "This is all thanks to everyone's efforts. We'll distribute this 100 million yuan bonus according to merit later." Clearly, 100 million yuan was no small sum for Louis Shan. But to impress Chen Chu, he naturally had to put on a show of generosity and magnanimity. Otherwise, how could he expect these people to follow him so loyally? He couldn't let Chen Chu come and snatch away all his engineers, could he? Cold Moon witnessed this scene and gritted her teeth, pulling Chen Chu away. Though she was a bodyguard, she certainly didn't want to fail at protecting Chen Chu's emotions. Chen Chu was somewhat surprised by Lang Yu's lack of resilience under pressure. But just then, Sun Hao stepped in front of Lang Yu and Chen Chu, saying, "Hey, you two, don't go." Lang Yu looked puzzled and immediately asked, "What's going on?" "Of course there is. Young Commander Lu's allowance has been distributed, but yours hasn't been paid out yet." "What?" Lang Yu was momentarily dumbfounded. But hadn't the drone armor not even been designed yet? Where did this national subsidy come from? Wang Mang also wore a puzzled expression. Louis Shan looked utterly perplexed. What kind of joke was this? Where would the subsidy come from? It took him over a year to overcome the technical hurdles, and Chen Chu had only just arrived at the Western Frontier military region. "Uncle Sun, what nonsense are you spouting? Where would Chen Chu get subsidies? Isn't his shoulder-fired rocket part of the drone armor? How could the review process be that fast?" Louis Shan retorted immediately. Sun Hao chuckled. "Yes, it is part of it. But the higher-ups have already reviewed the drone armor blueprints and decided to provide subsidies. The entire project's budget has also been approved." "What?" For a moment, every face in the lab wore utter astonishment. "It came through that fast? The funding, it probably isn't much, right?" Louis Shan asked nervously, "So how much is the bonus?" Chapter 182, "This lab is mine." Clearly, in the eyes of Louis Shan and the others, even if Chen Chu secured subsidies, the state would be lucky to allocate any budget at all for something like the drone suit, a technology that doesn't even exist yet. How could subsidies be granted right off the bat? Even if they did, it would be nothing more than a token gesture, a few 100,000 yuan at best. However, the next moment, Sun Hao casually remarked, "Not much. Just 50 billion. What?" Sweat instantly beaded on Louis Shan's forehead. 50 billion? And that's just the initial subsidy? As for the other engineers, they all stared wide-eyed at Chen Chu in utter disbelief. Holy crap! That's 50 billion. Even if all of them worked their entire lives without eating or drinking, they might not be able to earn 50 billion. So much money, yet so low-key? Lang Yu was also momentarily dumbfounded. Besides following orders from her superiors, the main reason she'd chosen to work alongside Chen Chu was his character, unpretentious and never bullying others. But she truly hadn't imagined Chen Chu was such a wealthy figure, 50 billion yuan at a stroke. Good heavens! Even someone as clueless about money as her could grasp that if converted into donuts, it could circle the earth 10 times. Wang Meng listened, sweat beading on his forehead. How much was the annual military budget for the Western Frontier Military Region? Chen Chu had just wiped out 1/20th of that entire budget in one fell swoop. Remember, the amount of money represents its value. 1/20th of the military budget meant that Chen Chu alone was worth at least the expenses of a 200,000 strong army. Wasn't this proof enough of Chen Chu's standing within the Central Military Commission? Yet Louis Shan couldn't believe his ears. That can't be right, Uncle Lu. Did you get it wrong? This is the project startup funding, right? Building a single mech doesn't require that much money, does it? Sun Hao shot him a withering glance. Ordinary mechs might not, but the state budget for Chen Chu's mech is 500 billion. With that, he carefully extracted 2 cards from his briefcase, his movements deliberate and solemn. Sun Hao's expression was solemn, his gaze unwavering, as if holding something of immeasurable value. His fingers trembled slightly as he took the 2 cards and handed them to Chen Chu. After all, he remembered the old commander's instructions, under no circumstances was he to offend Chen Chu. In that moment, countless envious, even jealous eyes turned toward Chen Chu. 500 billion. Combined, that was 550 billion. This guy was practically richer than the wealthiest tycoons. Consider this, even the most prominent entrepreneurs abroad rarely hold total assets exceeding a few $1 billion. Now Chen Chu had secured a 50 billion yuan project, with a bonus alone reaching 5 billion yuan. This was nothing short of defying the heavens. And the government certainly isn't foolish. This proves they know it's a deal that absolutely won't lose money. Therefore, if Chen Chu can truly develop the drone armor, his future prospects will be limitless. Suddenly, those who had previously fawned over Chen Chu felt their faces burning with embarrassment. Dedicating oneself solely to research is useless? How could that be? Even if they spent their entire lives skimming off the top and coasting through life, they could never rake in 50 billion. Now, seeing Chen Chu earn such staggering sums through genuine research for the nation, they understood all too well just how terrifying this reality was for them. Louis Shan especially felt he'd only intended to teach Chen Chu a lesson. Little did he know what kind of iron plate he'd kicked against. This kid is so wealthy yet so low-key, his sister really isn't good enough for him. But Chen Chu remained remarkably calm. He casually said to Lung Yu, "I don't really grasp the concept of money." "Lung Yu, you take it." "Ha? Me?" Lung Yu's hands trembled even more violently as shock washed over her. She stammered, Chen Lieutenant General, this is too valuable. I'm afraid I can't handle it properly." Her heart was filled with unease, as if these weren't 2 cards but 2 bombs ready to explode at any moment. Chen Chu chuckled softly. "If you can't handle it, then you lose your share." "Ha? I get one too." "No way. I'm taking mine." Lung Yu immediately grabbed both bank cards in excitement. Though she had no concept of money, that didn't mean she hadn't heard that survival outside was impossible without it. Especially seeing the women around Chen Chu, each so stylishly dressed. She wanted to dress well too, and that definitely required spending money. Therefore, she immediately treated the cards like precious treasures, clutching them tightly in her hands. This scene made Yang Hao chuckle. "Oh, and one more thing, Lieutenant General Chen. Would you be willing to take on a part-time role as a major general in our Western Military District? Our commander has already made it clear whenever you're ready, you can become a 5-star major general in the Western Military District." Facing the renewed envious glances, Chen Chu pondered the offer. Since he'd be stationed in the Western Military District for some time anyway, holding the title of Major General would certainly make things easier. Most importantly, although Louis Shan was Commander Lu's son, his rank was merely a 1-star Major General. There was no risk of him creating trouble for Chen in the future. Moreover, this seemed like Lu Yenshan extending goodwill toward him. Refusing would appear downright ungrateful. Thus, he nodded and said, "Since it is Commander Lu's arrangement, I shall accept without hesitation." This scene dealt another crushing blow to Louis Shan. Now even his military rank was inferior to Chen Chu's, and this was an army rank. Wherever he went from now on, wouldn't he always be 1 step behind Chen Chu? The thought made him feel even worse. But what caused him even more anguish in the next moment? Is there anything else you require?" After surveying the lab, Chen Chu remarked calmly, "The situation in the western border seems poised to escalate rapidly. Building another lab from scratch would likely be too late. I wish to purchase this facility." "What?" At that moment, hearing those words, Louis Shan felt like dying. After all, his promotion to Major General required military credits. Since he hadn't seen combat, those credits came from this very lab and from buying people's loyalty. Now Chen Chu was actually trying to confiscate his laboratory too? No way. He immediately protested, "Chen Chu, don't push it too far. Do you really think you can just buy this lab?" Chen Chu looked puzzled. "It costs 30 billion to build." Why wouldn't I be able to buy it? You! Luishan seethed with rage. But just then, Sun Hao roared, "What kind of attitude is that, young Commander Lu? Even if Chief Engineer Chen uses this lab, it won't be for long. Commander Lu has already said to agree to all of Chief Engineer Chen's conditions. This lab our Western military region is buying it and giving it to Chief Engineer Chen. As for your losses, Commander Lu will naturally compensate you." What? Chapter 183, Flattery. If Luishan had merely flushed with embarrassment before, he now turned as red as a beet, his eyes blazing with fury upon hearing the lab was being snatched away. Why should he? He's got money, doesn't he? Can't he build it himself with 500 billion? After all, Luishan had always been a dominant force since childhood. Only his younger sister occasionally got the upper hand. But otherwise, Luishan snatched everything. He'd snatched others' credit, others' military ranks, and even others' women. But now, the state-of-the-art lab he'd painstakingly built with 50 billion yuan was about to be snatched away by some outsider, some puppet sent from above with no real power whatsoever. What did this signify? It meant his authority would be challenged. Though Chen Chu was now a 5-star major general in the Western Military District, holding a higher rank than him, how many troops did he actually command? If it came down to leading troops into battle, he was absolutely certain he could defeat Chen Chu. That was precisely why he refused to accept this now. But whose orders had Sun Hao come under? Lu Yenshan. He was the kingpin of the Western Military District. With unwavering resolve, Sun Hao declared, "This is a temporary requisition for the security of the Western Military District. No objections will be tolerated. Young Marshal Lu, the Western Frontier Military District has no need for additional military equipment development at present. Rather than leaving it idle here, it would be better to genuinely assist the nation in developing military equipment capable of changing the course of battle." Hearing this, Lu Yenshan felt as though he were confronting his former self, as if he were bullying someone just as he once had. They didn't even pay a penny, they just seized his lab outright. Sure, the government's footing the bill, but there's a ton of his personal stuff in here, much of it permanently installed. If they tear it out, reinstalling it later would be a nightmare, not to mention it'd lose a ton of value. Seeing Luishan's flustered expression, Lang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. "Young Commander Lu, your lab is indeed impressive now, but from now on, it'll be our office space." Lang Yu beamed at Luishan, her tone dripping with the satisfaction of getting one over on him. "You!" Luishan's face darkened once more, but he knew that if he caused a scene today, not only would he lose the lab, but what would be the consequences? He'd be mocked throughout the entire military district. Even if he went to his father, and his father appealed to higher authorities, it would be useless. This humiliation was something he would most likely have to swallow. For now, he had only one option: find a way to sabotage Chen Chu's experiment. Initially, he'd only wanted to vent his sister's anger and teach Chen Chu, that arrogant brat, a lesson. But now, having suffered a major setback at Chen Chu's hands, his perspective had shifted. He'd only targeted the kid once, yet in the end, he'd lost face, lost his father's trust, and that would have been bad enough. Now he'd even lost his laboratory. He certainly wouldn't let Chen Chu off the hook. Therefore, he silently apologized to Lu Ziyan in his heart. From now on, whenever anything involving Chen Chu arose, he would stand firmly against him, determined to reclaim every ounce of the humiliation he'd suffered at Chen Chu's hands in one fell swoop. "Let's go!" At that moment, Luishan gritted his teeth and shouted, urging the engineers who had previously fawned over him to follow him out. But aside from a handful of engineers, most of them couldn't move their feet. Several even wore expressions filled with apologetic looks. "You lot? Fine. Think following him is the smart move? Go ahead, all of you. I'll be damned if I don't see what you can accomplish without me, Luishan." With that, a cold gleam flashed in Luishan's dark eyes as he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. For a moment, the lab was left with only about a dozen engineers, all involved in the development of army weapons and military equipment. This was precisely what Chen Chu urgently needed at the moment. In his view, with the system at his disposal, he didn't need any so-called experts. He himself was the ultimate expert, possessing absolute academic authority. Therefore, he didn't need designers, only engineers with hands-on skills who could replicate his wildest imaginings. Driven by this motivation, Chen Chu concluded that keeping these engineers might not be entirely detrimental. At the very least, he could delegate some basic production tasks to them. Most of these engineers now stared at Chen Chu with trepidation. Clearly, many of them had previously been his adversaries. Moreover, they had all uttered words that had hurt Chen Chu to some degree. After all, if they hadn't, it would have been difficult for them to survive under Luishan's command. At that moment, one engineer spoke up first. "Major General Chen, since you hold the rank of Major General in the army, I shall address you as such. It is true that we previously worked for young Marshal Lu. But as you know, the old commander wasn't well versed in military industry, which is why he cultivated young Marshal Lu. If we wanted a future, if we truly wanted to forge swords for our nation, we had no choice but to follow young Marshal Lu. Over the years, though we've picked up some bad habits and become more worldly under young Marshal Lu, it was out of necessity. Seeing your designs, we finally feel our nation has hope. Therefore, we are willing to follow you. After the lead engineer spoke, the others nodded in agreement. Lang Yu immediately retorted with displeasure, "Your words sound so sweet now. I wonder who was looking down on people with dog eyes just moments ago." At her words, the lead engineer flushed with embarrassment but quickly regained his composure, replying with a forced smile, "You're mistaken, madam. As the saying goes, corrupt officials must be cunning, but upright officials must be even more so. All these years, if it weren't for our persuasion, there wouldn't even be a grenade launcher upgrade." The others chimed in. Exactly. If we could earn money just by standing around like Major General Chen, who wouldn't want that? But who among us possesses his extraordinary talent? Exactly. You work alongside Major General Chen, so you naturally believe merit alone can lead to advancement. But we're different. Not everyone possesses his extraordinary talent and understanding nature. Naive and inexperienced, Lang Yu couldn't help but smile faintly at these words. Indeed, Chen Chu wasn't one to indulge in flattery. Working alongside him, as long as one did their job well, they wouldn't be treated unfairly, a stark contrast to Luishan. Seeing Lang Yu's pleased expression, Chen Chu shook his head. He recalled a story he'd once heard. A teacher learned his student intended to pursue a career in government and asked how he planned to serve. The student replied that he planned to give others high praise. The teacher immediately rebuked him. The student explained that not everyone possessed the same integrity as his teacher, and the teacher accepted this explanation. This was exactly the situation Lang Yu now found herself in. Before she knew it, she'd been handed a flattering title. Chapter 184, Bookworm? Sharper than a ghost. Though young, Chen Chu had already devoured every extracurricular book from ancient to modern times, east and west, thanks to his extraordinary comprehension. Thus, he wasn't about to be fooled by such superficial rhetoric. He understood perfectly well how much money these people could actually get by following Luishan. Sure, they'd skimmed some profits, but the lion's share undoubtedly went to Luishan. Otherwise, where would he have found the funds to set up such a lab? What reached these engineers was merely the broth, or worse, the scraps left behind. But what about himself? His bonus alone matched the project budget they'd agonized over. They worked on the project together, so the rewards should be shared equally. Siphoning off profits could land you in jail at any moment. It's risky. But sticking with me? Not only do you get a bigger bonus, but you also get the credit. Isn't that killing two birds with one stone? Risk avoidance is human nature, especially when following him meant profit. And Chen Chu? He'd never been overly sensitive about money. In fact, the things he truly desired couldn't be bought with money. Take space travel, for instance. Could that be bought with money? Relying on Musk was less likely than relying on himself. Or say he wanted a star, could money buy that? He'd have to find it himself. As for material things, he genuinely had no interest in gourmet delicacies. Besides, with his current wealth, he could eat whatever he wanted. Therefore, interests can be divided. Moreover, to establish a solid foothold in the western frontier, he needed supporters. Thus, he chose this moment to lay his cards on the table. Chen Chu stood before the crowd, his posture erect, his gaze piercing. He lifted his chin slightly, his expression confident and resolute, his hands resting naturally at his sides. First, let me say this: I've always judged people by results. What happened in the past doesn't concern me. As long as you can accomplish the tasks I assign while working under me, we're a team. His voice was steady and powerful, carrying an authority that brooked no argument, yet also a reassuring warmth. If you want to work with me, the old ways won't fly anymore. But if you're willing to work hard and genuinely strive to build this nation, the country won't let you down. As he spoke, he gestured emphatically with one arm, radiating a powerful presence. When Chen Chu finished speaking, the engineers erupted in wild excitement. For what did they fear most? That Chen Chu would hold a grudge. Now it seemed not only did he hold no grudges, but he clearly understood what they truly desired. What did this prove? It proved Chen Chu wasn't the detached, research-obsessed nerd the outside world claimed him to be. He was sharp as a tack. This revelation forced them to shift from their initial pursuit of fame and profit to genuinely re-evaluating Chen Chu. At that moment, an engineer silently reflected, "Once, I threw myself into the military industry with burning passion, solely to make our nation strong and free from foreign bullying. But over the years, I lost myself in the whirlpool of interests and forgot my original aspirations. Now, Chen Chu's words have struck me like a heavy hammer, waking me up. I must reclaim that purity and dedicate myself to our nation's defense industry." His eyes reddened, filled with regret and resolve. If even Chen Chu, who could schmooze and climb the ladder of power, still relied on his own abilities and achievements to rise, what right did they have to take the long way around? Clearly, Chen Chu's words served as a powerful motivator for them. It even made them suddenly recall their original aspirations. Why had they chosen the military industry in the first place? Wasn't it because the Gulf War had awakened them? Back then, hadn't every one of them been driven by the desire to help forge the nation's sword, to make those foreign devils dare not bully their country? But over the years, as the nation's economy boomed, they too had been brainwashed by Western consumerism. Especially after settling down with wives, they'd grown increasingly materialistic. But now? With the economic downturn, the bubble of consumerism has burst, and they've all come to realize the truth. When the nation's sword grows dull, others will seize any excuse to plunge us back into poverty overnight. Then, no matter how much money you have, what good is it if it loses all value? Even if you manage to escape, you'll still be treated as a second-class citizen. What does second-class citizen mean? It means you're always the first scapegoat when internal or external conflicts arise. For instance, during flu outbreaks, it's the second-class citizens who bring it, and the petty thieves and pickpockets are 100% Asian. Even in indiscriminate shootings, second-class citizens are the most targeted. This is akin to xenophobia in certain cities. Rather than endure unfair treatment, it's better to build one's own country into a powerful, impregnable fortress. Now, in Chen Chu, they see this hope. So what reason do they have not to strive? What reason do they have not to follow Chen Chu? Contemplating these realities, many gazed at Chen Chu with profound gratitude. The corners of his eyes, etched with wrinkles from weathered years, softened with emotion. "Major General Chen, I'm joining your cause from now on," exclaimed an engineer, his voice trembling with emotion, his face set with unwavering resolve. "Right. Screw those American bastards and their bloody weapons. Our military might will crush them into dust," another engineer roared, pumping his fist with eyes blazing with battle fervor. Even Lang Yu hadn't anticipated that with just 2 sentences, Chen Chu could transform these once cynical men as if they were entirely different people. Lang Yu's eyes widened, filled with astonishment and admiration. Her lips trembled slightly as she thought to herself, Chen Chu possesses such charisma and leadership that he can transform these people instantly. It seems I underestimated him before. Wang Meng, standing nearby, couldn't help but be moved. A look of deep reflection crossed his face as his brow furrowed slightly, his thoughts drifting back to his own early days in the military. When I first enlisted, hadn't I harbored the same kind of idealism? Yet once I joined the army, the environment around me, so many chasing personal gain that they forgot their original purpose, changed everything. Now, in Chen Chu, I can't help but see the hope for our nation's rejuvenation. He silently sighed within himself. As for Sun Hao standing nearby, he resented being merely a staff officer. Yet even from this single incident, he could see that Chen Chu was no ordinary man. Sun Hao's brow furrowed, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. His lips twitched slightly as 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. With just 2 sentences, Chen Chu made these men understand what they needed to do by following him. He also knew what they wanted. By fulfilling each other's needs, he was helping the nation grow stronger. If such a man truly became Commander Lu's son-in-law, the Lu family would become truly unbeatable in the future. Unfortunately, Commander Lu's son wasn't exactly a shining example of ambition. The thought of which side the military's loyalty might ultimately fall to in the future was truly terrifying. Of course, Sun Hao understood this was merely the military build-up phase. Such a union might materialize only after actual victories. Yet observing Chen Chu alone, he knew this young man's future achievements would absolutely rival Commander Lu's. With the backing of the Dragon Academy and the Military Commission, and now on the Western frontier with Commander Lu's full support, the only one truly worthy of him was Commander Lu's daughter, Lu Zian. It was a pity the girl was still too young. While her taste was commendable, that seemed to be her only redeeming quality. Chapter 185, Dragon Nation Territory, What Are You Doing? Chapter 184, Dragon Nation Territory, What Are You Doing? While Chen Chu was conducting research on the drone armor, at the same time, along the border of the Western Frontier Military District, Lu Zian's dark, yet sparkling eyes were fixed intently on the Western Frontier Mountains. In the past, soldiers from the Triple Kingdom would occasionally come out to show off and provoke the Dragon Nation's military. But today, she had been stationed here for quite some time and still hadn't spotted a single soldier from the 3 nations. Could her intelligence be wrong? She had even prepared herself to join the garrison troops in a fierce battle. A female soldier beside her suggested, "Miss, perhaps we should return. The military competition has ended, and Commander Lu will surely find us here soon." Lu Zian shook her head firmly. "No. Nothing escapes his notice anyway. Don't you know Chen Chu has already developed the drone armor? Where else would I get a chance to distinguish myself? This is my last opportunity." Clearly, Lu Zian wasn't foolish. Didn't she know her father would come looking for her once he finished his business? But what did she understand even more clearly? Opportunities like this were fleeting. Once missed, they vanished forever. This chance to slip to the border during the arms competition was hard won. How could she possibly leave without producing any results? If she got caught, the worst that could happen was confinement. "No, it's almost your shift. Let's take this post together. If we still come up empty, I'll go back." "What? But that would get me punished." The female soldier clearly panicked. Keeping Lu Zian here wasn't a big deal, but if she took her along on patrol duty, and if the people from the Third Kingdom really came to provoke trouble, then if anything happened to Lu Zian's safety, she really wouldn't be able to handle it. Moreover, if blame fell on her, forget about getting her discharge pay to settle down. Even continuing her service safely would likely become impossible. Lu Zian immediately pulled out her phone. Her bright eyes flicked toward the rifle at the female soldier's waist, and she snatched it away. The female soldier, already lacking combat experience, was caught completely off guard by this sudden move. Lu Ziyan pressed the gun against her neck. Then, Lu Ziyan's light laughter echoed, "This proves you're no match for me, right? Did you really think all my training in the north was for nothing?" The female soldier's face flushed crimson with sudden tension, her heart pounding loudly. But the next moment, Lu Ziyan pressed the record button on her phone and said, "If the next shift doesn't let me accompany you, I'll blow your brains out right now." Before the female soldier could respond, Lu Ziyan ended the recording. She flashed a bright smile, revealing a row of white teeth, and said, "All right, the video's recorded. Dad won't blame you after seeing this." "Oh, okay." The female soldier exhaled deeply upon hearing this. Thank goodness Lu Ziyan hadn't actually fired. With the way she'd been acting just now, she really couldn't predict what the other person might do in the next second. After their discussion, the moment arrived. Both neatly adjusted their caps and uniforms, slung their Type 95 rifles over their shoulders, and headed toward the military checkpoint. Of course, both of them instinctively wrapped themselves in military overcoats. After walking about half a kilometer, they could see a solitary guard post standing on the border between the three nations and the Dragon Nation. A fierce wind howled across the land, whipping up a thick cloud of dust that made the already thin air even more murky. A Dragon Nation soldier stood ramrod straight inside the booth, his gaze fixed firmly ahead. Surrounding him were endless mountain ranges, their snow-capped peaks reflecting a blinding glare under the intense sunlight. The biting cold wind sliced across his cheeks, yet it could not shake the unwavering resolve etched upon his face. Though the guard post stood 3 kilometers from the border, the peculiar stench drifting from their direction was like the scent of the Ganges River, faint yet nauseating, even at that distance. Naturally, this made Lu Ziyan and the female soldier frown. But the next moment, Lu Ziyan strode forward with unwavering steps to begin the handover with the soldier inside the guard post. Thanks to her long legs, she didn't arouse the sentry's suspicion. Moreover, female soldiers were also required to take shifts at this guard post, and such situations had occurred before. After exchanging a military salute, the soldier inside stepped out to relieve the guard on duty, while the previous guard returned to rest. Here, Lu Ziyan got a thorough look at the border. On the Dragon Nation side, environmental hygiene was impeccable. Yet just across the border in the Triple Kingdom, garbage littered the landscape everywhere. Having grown up in the Western military region, Lu Ziyan was well aware of the habits of the Triple Nation soldiers. Like the men of their country, the soldiers of the three nations possessed no sense of hygiene whatsoever. Worse still, even within their military ranks, numerous incidents of oppression against women frequently occurred. Consequently, she had harbored no favorable impressions of the Triple Kingdom since childhood. Whether for public or personal reasons, she was determined to thoroughly dampen the spirits of these Tri-Nation men. She had visited this place once as a child and remembered the Tri-country soldiers constantly provoking incidents along the border back then. But today, for some reason, it was eerily quiet. Even the female soldier beside her sensed something amiss and remarked, "This isn't like it used to be. The border with country A seems much more relaxed these past couple of days. What do you think is the reason?" Lu Ziyan asked with genuine curiosity. The female soldier replied, "Maybe the people in charge of them have something urgent to attend to. That's just how third country is, they lack self-management skills. Probably, a lot of their soldiers have gone off to play cards right now." Hearing this, Lu Ziyan felt a pang of disappointment. If she didn't distinguish herself today, things would truly go south for her. Especially since it was entirely plausible that the Tri-Nation soldiers were gambling and neglecting their duties. This only deepened her frustration. Was fate truly so unfair to her? Why did military achievements seem to fall from the sky for Chen Chu wherever he went, allowing him to constantly earn merits, while she never got a chance to prove herself no matter where she was? As time ticked by, Lu Ziyan's heart grew increasingly pessimistic. But precisely at that moment, she suddenly heard the sentry soldier shout toward the distance, "Stop! This is Dragon Nation territory. What are you doing?" Chapter 186, The Stunning Beauty at the Border. Chapter 185, The Stunning Woman at the Border. The moment Lu Ziyan heard those words, her heart jolted in shock. Her dark pupils widened as she immediately scanned the direction the sentry was pointing. There, a group of Tri-Kingdom soldiers dressed in khaki uniforms, sporting bushy beards, some plump, some thin, but all greasy-looking, were chasing a stunningly beautiful woman with a graceful figure, guns drawn. And this woman had Asian features. Her delicate, refined features were covered in dust, her face clearly showing signs of exhaustion and weariness. Lu Ziyan witnessed this scene and her mind raced with analysis. The men of the third country were rapists. For them, most women they encountered were black, making Asian women a rare treasure. This fleeing Asian woman was likely a nearby refugee or a woman persecuted by them. Though she couldn't fathom why the third world soldiers weren't firing and wore such furious expressions, saving the woman was the immediate priority. But would rescuing them at this moment only escalate the conflict between the two countries? But in the brief moment they hesitated, the Asian woman had already charged to within mere meters of the Dragon Nation's border. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The leading officer from the Triple Nation fired directly at the woman's leg, causing her to stumble and nearly fall. Witnessing this, the Dragon Nation sentry immediately raised his weapon, aimed at the Triple Nation commander, and barked in English, "This is Dragon Nation territory. Any further provocation will be considered a violation of border integrity." The leading Triple country soldier wore a cold expression. Several soldiers behind him also raised their guns, and the two sides quickly locked in a standoff. Lu Ziyan immediately grabbed her Type 95 rifle and charged forward, followed closely by the female soldiers. They all aimed their barrels at the leading officer of the Triple country soldiers in the front row. The officer retorted coldly, "This woman has violated our laws. We must take her into custody. We hope you will facilitate this. It's for the best for everyone." Lu Ziyan glanced at the woman with the leg injury and gritted her teeth. "Your laws only apply in your country. She is now in ours. If you wish to arrest her, go apply for permission. If you dare fire a shot, then we, the soldiers of Dragon Nation, will see this through to the end." Clearly, Lu Ziyan knew full well what kind of soldiers the third world country fielded. Over the years, their abuse of refugees was nothing new. Even female soldiers and officers within their own military weren't spared, let alone Asian refugees. So this was pure hot air. Regardless, since this woman had reached the Dragon Nation's border, the Dragon Nation was responsible for her safety. If A3 Nation's soldiers were allowed to kill someone near the Dragon Nation's border, where would Longgua's dignity stand? What neither side noticed at that moment was the pale, weakened woman on the ground clutching the dagger at her waist, her expression alert. She understood both Chinese and English perfectly well. She never imagined she would arrive at the Dragon Nation's border in this manner. This woman was none other than the assassin sent by Eagle Sauce Lin Yanqi. She had originally been assigned to liaise with the third country's military officer, preparing to go to Manhwa before coming to Longhua. But unexpectedly, the A3 officer, polite and courteous, as instilled by Eagle since childhood, had drugged her. Enraged, she killed the officer and fled the military. Using road signs along the way and her learned stealth skills, she escaped to the Dragon Nation border. Fortunately, it wasn't far. She had initially harbored no expectations for the soldiers of Dragon Nation. In her eyes, if the soldiers of third country could act so despicably, what hope was there for Dragon Nation soldiers, especially considering how they had treated her mother? But with no other option but to flee to the Dragon Kingdom, she had even prepared to seize weapons from its soldiers. What she hadn't anticipated was that the Dragon Nation soldiers were nothing like she'd imagined. Not only were they not arrogant and overbearing, but they were also filled with a strong sense of justice and eager to help her. It seemed not all Dragon Country people were evil. Now that she was considered a refugee, if they truly offered to help and let her enter the military zone, it would greatly facilitate her mission. Thus, she spoke in halting Chinese, "Save me. They want to rape me." Lu Ziyan and the female soldier heard this, their faces immediately clouding over with anger. They could all see that despite being a refugee, this woman was no ordinary beauty. Hearing her say this herself, and speaking Chinese, it was possible she was from Longhua. How could they possibly let the soldiers from Asango take her away? But the leader of the Triple country soldiers was seething with rage. "She killed our officer. This woman is dangerous." "What?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ziyan immediately shot a tense glance at the woman behind her. Seeing her pale face, she coldly retorted, "What proof do you have? If she's truly that dangerous, why did you spare her life? Send word everyone out here." Clearly, Lu Ziyan's words prompted the female soldier to immediately go for reinforcements. Lu Ziyan knew full well that regardless of whether this woman was dangerous or not, even if she had killed an officer of the Asango Kingdom, it would be a satisfying act of justice. After all, what good could an officer from the Three Kingdoms possibly be? Protecting her would be a noble deed, a great service. Besides, it wasn't clear yet whether this was a false accusation. In any case, she found the woman quite attractive, and it seemed far more likely that she herself might be defiled by them. And if Asanguo later reported this incident and confirmed the woman had indeed killed their officer, then detaining her and extraditing her to Asanguo through legal channels would pose no problem. After all, she'd finally caught a chance to earn merit. There was no way she'd let it slip away. As soon as the female soldier picked up the walkie-talkie, dozens of Dragon Nation soldiers burst out from behind, brandishing Type 95 and Type 03 semi-automatic rifles, aiming them squarely at the third country soldiers. The leading third country soldier's eyes now flashed with fury, wrinkles creasing the corners of his eyes. These Dragon Nation soldiers were truly courting death. It was clear this woman had killed their officer, yet they still didn't know why. Now, when they tried to make an arrest, they were blocked by the Dragon Nation soldiers. But if they continued the confrontation, they would definitely suffer losses. Moreover, if this incident were exposed internationally, it would work to their advantage. They weren't afraid of the Dragon Nation demanding compensation. Thus, he began to consider retreating, barking, "We've taken note of today's events. Upon returning, we will report everything truthfully." Chapter 187, General Chen's Major Incident. Lu Ziyan smiled visibly. Whether by law or by human decency, she had done what was just. Why should she fear their report? Even if this matter were exposed internationally, it would merely serve as free publicity for the Dragon Nation. For the third country, the scandal of its soldiers abusing women would be tantamount to self-destruction. She simply couldn't believe the third country would have the nerve to make this public. And if the third country truly had nothing to hide, if the woman was genuinely at fault, then even if they did make it public, the Dragon Nation would hand her over. All they needed to do was keep a close eye on her. Thus, she felt no fear whatsoever. Instead, her dark eyes gleamed with smug satisfaction as she watched the enraged triple country soldiers storm off. After the soldiers departed, Lin Yanqi gazed at their beige uniforms. Yet within her stunning eyes, a flicker of hatred still flickered. Before coming here, she had sought only freedom, purely to complete her mission. But after nearly falling into the hands of the third country this time, an inevitable shift had occurred within her. She was someone who never forgave a grudge. This debt, no matter what, she would repay. National affairs and politics held no interest for her. She knew only that the enemy of her enemy was her friend. And now, her to-do list had grown by one item. That was this: given the chance, she would personally slaughter her enemies. If no opportunity presented itself, she would create one. But now, the effects of the drugs combined with the bullet graze on her leg, though it only skimmed the skin without damaging bone, left her utterly exhausted. Her vision darkened, and she finally succumbed to unconsciousness. On the Dragon Nation soldiers' side, having been on high alert, they had just breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the three nations' soldiers depart. As they moved to check on the woman they had tormented, they discovered she had fainted. One soldier immediately asked, "What should we do with this woman?" The triple soldiers said, "She's involved in a murder case." Other soldiers chimed in, "If we take her to the military zone, could it be dangerous?" Even the female soldier by Lu Xian's side was at a loss. Only Lu Xian had a clear purpose. She had spent the entire day at the border. What was her purpose? To earn a commendation, of course. But nothing had happened, and she was already beginning to despair. But now, at this very moment, she encountered this woman. Even if this woman really did kill an officer from the Three Kingdoms, so what? At worst, they'd hand her back. But if she hadn't, then rescuing this woman would be a major achievement. How could they let such a golden opportunity slip away? Even if it meant taking a risk, they had to do it. Without hesitation, she shouted, "What are you all standing around for? Human life comes first. Hurry up and save her." When Lu Xian spoke, the frontline soldiers dared not disobey. After all, growing up in the Western Frontier Military District, Lu Xian had been carried around everywhere. It was safe to say no one in the military didn't recognize her. Especially during Luishan's slow recovery from his military days, Lu Xian frequently visited him. How could anyone in the Western Frontier Military region not recognize her? With someone taking responsibility, they immediately fetched stretchers and medical supplies, carrying Lin Yanqi into the military zone. At the Western Frontier Military District, Lu Yenshan, who had been frantically searching for Lu Xian, had just received the news. Furious, he was about to rush to the front lines to find her when a subordinate reported. "Report! Xian has distinguished herself at the border military district." Ha! Could it be those Indians in the Western Military District couldn't sit still and made their move? Clearly, what was Lu Yenshan's first thought? He hadn't expected conflict to erupt so quickly between the two sides. Was his daughter injured? She was his only child. But his subordinate quickly added. It said she rescued a woman being harassed by Indian soldiers. But the Indians claim this woman is dangerous. She killed one of their officers. What? At that moment, Lu Yenshan was furious. This was no act of valor. This is clearly none of their business. What ordinary woman has the ability to escape from the soldiers of the Three Kingdoms? They may lack other skills, but when it comes to bullying women, they almost never fail. But then again, if the subordinate mentioned earning merit, could it be that something else had been discovered? The subordinate continued his report. Military medics have detected residual drugs on this woman, recovered a dagger, and treated the gunshot wound. This strongly confirms she was indeed persecuted by soldiers from country A. This could potentially give US leverage in shaping international public opinion. Upon hearing this, Lu Yenshan's face immediately brightened with delight. Purple Yen had done something truly remarkable this time. With proof of the triple country's drugging now in hand, should a Western frontier war erupt, the moment Dragon Nation engages in combat with the triple country, he would command the support of countless women worldwide. Never underestimate the power of women. Internationally, especially in the West, the interests of women are absolutely inviolable, and the same holds true in Dragon Nation today. Globally, protecting women is the prevailing ideology. This means that if the Dragon Nation were to clash with the third country to defend women's rights worldwide, would anyone in the world still side with the A3 nations? Take the example of when the Eagle Nation clashed with the world. After backing a nation, they immediately pinned labels on the opposing country. Terms like armed militants or terrorists were swiftly applied. Once they label them and fabricate rumors, these groups become labeled as terrorists. Then, if other nations aid their adversary, the Eagle Nation will cloak itself in the mantle of justice, accusing them of supporting terrorists. Under these circumstances, who would dare to help? Now, with scandals like the A triangle exposed, if the eagle dares to aid the A triangle, it will inevitably face condemnation in international public opinion. This time, the Dragon Nation is the righteous force. So looking at it this way, it's absolutely our girl who's earned the credit this time. Even if her absence hadn't altered the outcome, her presence alone brought honor to the cause. He immediately asked, "Where is that woman now?" The subordinate hurriedly replied, "She's currently in the military district's infirmary ward. Her leg is injured, Commander. Should we contact the media to expose this incident?" However, it seems she's regained consciousness but refuses to communicate with anyone. Lu Yinshan pondered for a moment before saying, "Let's not rush this. Her identity hasn't been confirmed yet. We'll make contact first, verify who she is, and then decide whether to report it." Understood. Meanwhile, at the military research facility in the Western Frontier Military District, Chen Chu's team had also received the news. Lun Yu found her guard duty tedious. After all, within the military zone, who would dare harm Chen Chu? Plus, the building's security was incredibly robust. So Lun Yu was exceptionally bored. Unexpectedly, she overheard some explosive news and immediately rushed over to report it to Chen Chu. At that moment, in the military-industrial building of the military region, Chen Chu was assigning tasks to the engineers. Seeing Lung Yu rush in, sweat beading on her forehead and face, he couldn't help but look puzzled. All he saw was Lung Yu, her face tense, pulling him aside urgently. "General Chen, something major has happened." Chapter 188, Reconciliation. Seeing Lung Yu, her face flushed with sweat, Chen Chu couldn't help but feel curious. Could it be that the A-triple kingdom had already made the first move? After all, even the Eagle Nation was no match for the Dragon Nation in air power. For the three kingdoms to dare provoke the Dragon Nation first, wasn't that courting death? The third country might be unpredictable, but surely they weren't that foolish? Even if he knew the Eagle would inevitably stir up proxy wars, the third country wasn't as easily manipulated as the Stick Nation. They possessed vivid imaginations but severely lacking in execution. Even if the Eagle wants to negotiate with them, it won't be something that can be changed overnight. This was precisely the confidence behind Chen Chu's development of the drone armor. Therefore, he asked calmly, "Don't rush." "What is it?" Seeing Chen Chu so calm, Lin Yu felt a pang of defiance and deliberately announced, "Lu Ziyan is in trouble." "What?" Chen Chu's previously serene expression instantly turned icy. Could it be that Lu Ziyan was being harassed by the people from the three kingdoms? Or had she been captured? If she were captured now, it would indeed be a tricky situation for him. He'd likely have to deploy the 6th-generation aircraft to rescue her. Seeing Chen Chu's reaction, Lin Yu finally smiled with satisfaction. Something did happen, but it's a good thing. She's earned her stripes. Ha! This remark caught Chen Chu off guard. Knowing Lu Ziyan well, he knew she had a stubborn streak. She'd make a great soldier, but in this era, military achievements required significant industrial capabilities. So, the fighting had begun? Chen Chu chuckled, so the three kingdoms couldn't hold back and started fighting? Cold Moon shook her head. No, it's that the third kingdom botched this operation. They tried to bully a woman, but she escaped. Word is she even killed one of their officers before being rescued by Lu Ziyan. Hearing this, Chen Chu nodded. If that's the case, then it certainly counts as a military achievement. But the Third Kingdom's forces weren't that weak, were they? Whether this was a staged event or Lu Ziyan genuinely rescued her remained unknown. If this was a plot by a Sangui and Eagle Sauce, what was their goal? To obstruct him? But why send a woman? And why expose her identity in advance? Besides, was it really necessary to sacrifice an officer's life? But this indirectly reveals something. If this woman truly belongs to the Eagle or the Three Kingdoms, they must fear us greatly, hence their preemptive move. Regardless of their hidden agenda, as long as he focused on developing the drone armor, they couldn't possibly interfere within the Western Military District to stop him, right? Just as Chen Chu was weighing whether this incident would ultimately benefit or hinder his drone armor research, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, Chen Chu felt a surge of anticipation. It was none other than Lu Ziyan. His entire trip had been motivated by concerns for Lu Ziyan's safety. He'd also been seeking an opportunity to explain why he hadn't awarded her a medal last time. However, he had lost Lu Ziyan's number after leaving Jinling. He had even tried contacting Wan Yishuan, but she couldn't reach Lu Ziyan either. Even after arriving at the military district, the two still hadn't found a chance to talk. This had left a layer of fog between them that was difficult to dispel. Unexpectedly, Lu Ziyan had reactivated this number and was now calling him. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Chu finally answered the call. Immediately, Lu Ziyan's familiar, crisp voice filled the line, "Lieutenant General Chen, it's been a while." Hearing her upbeat tone, Chen Chu didn't want to dampen her spirits. Instead, he chuckled, "What's this? Just earned some credit and already thinking about sharing the glory with me? Didn't you say you didn't want me to achieve anything? Now I've accomplished something major. Are you annoyed?" Lu Ziyan's voice rose with excitement over the phone, clearly in high spirits. Hearing her childish tone, Chen Chu couldn't help but chuckle. "Trying to make me angry? That might be a bit difficult. As they bantered, the earlier unpleasantness seemed to vanish into thin air. I don't care. I did something great, so hurry over. The TV station is coming for an interview soon, but this woman won't say a word. If she just tells the truth, I'll have done something truly amazing. Why should I come? Hey, don't you want to see the beautiful lady? Besides, you've got ways to get her talking. Hearing this, Chen Chu paused. This woman seemed no ordinary person. If he could learn her true intentions beforehand, he might also uncover the movements of Eagle Sauce and the Three Nations, allowing him to prepare in advance. With that thought, Chen Chu chuckled. Fine. I'll reluctantly come over to see the beauty. You! Don't you dare stare. Clearly, once their conversation returned to normal, Lu Ziyan no longer felt like arguing. Instead, she was brimming with jealousy. Chen Chu didn't waste words either. He simply took Lang Yu and descended from the military technology building, heading straight for the military hospital. Just as they reached the ground floor, they caught sight of a figure approaching nearby, none other than the square-jawed Luishan. Chen Chu hadn't intended to cause trouble, but unexpectedly, Luishan immediately shouted and ran over. Who gave you permission to come here? Clearly, Luishan knew full well that his sister and Chen Chu had a bone to pick. With his sister here now, wasn't Chen Chu coming over just looking for trouble? If Chen Chu were to see his sister, he'd probably get scolded again. Just as Lang Yu was about to speak, Chen Chu cut her off with a smile. What? Am I not allowed here? Luishan snorted coldly. I'm sure you know what happened. But you better understand this was my sister's doing. Do you have any idea how much she despises you? Don't say I didn't warn you. If my sister loses her temper and tells you to get out, even my dad won't be able to help you. Chapter 189, The one who should leave is you. Before Chen Chu could respond, Lang Yu beside them couldn't help but laugh. Luishan probably still believed Lu Ziyan was on his side. But Luishan had no idea just how much influence Chen Chu wielded. Not only was Commander Lu on Chen Chu's side, but even Lu Ziyan had sided with him this time. As a woman herself, Lang Yu could state this with certainty. No matter how many disagreements arose between Chen Chu and Lu Ziyan, the outcome remained unchanged. In Lu Ziyan's heart, Chen Chu held far greater importance than Luishan. Yet Luishan believed that by helping Lu Ziyan vent her anger, she would naturally help him in return both out of duty and affection. Little did he know how deeply Chen Chu was rooted in Lu Ziyan's heart. Luishan was only making matters worse. So why wasn't she smiling? Chen Chu's indifference and lack of reaction, coupled with Lang Yu's gaze as if she were looking at a cute little thing and her smile, all made Luishan feel his dignity had been trampled. At first, he could still put on a show of offering kind advice. But now, he couldn't keep his cool. What? Think having my dad's protection gives you free rein to go anywhere you please? Don't you understand how much power our family's Ziyan holds here? Even my father can't do anything about her. This time, Chen Chu couldn't help but laugh. He laughed at how Luishan had sunk so low he had to drag his sister into the fray to save face. The outcome, of course, played right into his hands. Just as Luishan was snarling to block Chen Chu and listing Lu Ziyan's domineering ways at home, an angry female voice cut through the air. Luishan! Who do you think you're calling overbearing? Lu Ziyan had been waiting at the ward entrance upstairs, calculating that Chen Chu should be arriving soon. But unexpectedly, the time had passed without his arrival. Just then, someone below reported that Chen Chu had run into her brother and was being blocked by him. Given Luishan's previous hostile attitude toward Chen Chu, she certainly didn't want the fragile improvement in their relationship to be ruined again by him. So she hurried downstairs in a huff. To her shock, the moment she descended, she overheard her brother speaking ill of her. He said even father couldn't control her. What did that mean? It meant she was unreasonable, didn't it? It meant she was stubborn and willful, didn't it? Talking trash about her in front of the person she liked? Seriously? Was this really her own brother? Without hesitation, she snapped at Luishan. But Luishan had no idea what Lu Ziyan meant. Seeing his sister suddenly come downstairs with a furious expression, he immediately assumed she was trying to establish her authority over him before mocking and ridiculing Chen Chu. After all, in his eyes, she had returned home crying her eyes out. He had to send people to investigate multiple times before learning that her heartbreak was actually because of Chen Chu. Now that he had helped his sister but still lost to Chen Chu, causing their family's prestige in the Western Military District to plummet, as a member of the family, his sister would surely support him. Besides, he knew her temperament while she was fiercely protective, especially of family. Now that she'd come down, he assumed she'd heard that Chen Chu was trying to bully him again. So, he naturally played along, stepping forward to complain, "Hey, sis, you finally came down. Didn't I tell you you're a smart one? Look at this, you just earned some credit, and already someone's trying to take the credit without even being asked." I tried to stop him, but that brat was completely unyielding. Probably thinks having dad backing him means he owns the entire military zone. Good thing you came down. Otherwise, even your big bro here couldn't stop him. His motives? He's probably just jealous you got the credit and wants to sabotage things. After saying this, Lu Ziyan's face turned an awkward shade of red. Sabotage? If she hadn't called him, Chen Chu might not have even agreed to come. And now that her brother had said that, wouldn't Chen Chu likely misunderstand that she was on his side? She hadn't intended to target Chen Chu at all. But Luishan failed to notice the subtle shift in Lu Xian's expression. He continued to stir the pot. Chen Chu, see this. My sister is here now, and she doesn't want to see you. From now on, stay away from any place my sister is. Got it? Faced with Luishan's warning, Chen Chu nodded in response. Well, since you put it that way, Lung Yu, let's go. Chen Chu clearly had no intention of confronting Luishan. If he wasn't welcome, why should he keep pushing his face against a cold door? Luishan was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected Chen Chu to be so compliant this time, just obediently following orders. Of course, after the surprise came immense satisfaction. Ever since encountering Chen Chu, it felt like he'd met his nemesis. Not only had he never won. Worse still, every clash with Chen Chu had ended in utter humiliation. And now, he'd actually won? His sister really was the key to success. But just as Chen Chu prepared to leave and a smug smile touched Luishan's lips, Lu Xian's sharp voice cut through the air. Enough! Both Luishan and Chen Chu froze in place. The next moment, Lu Xian's face flushed crimson as she stormed forward and shoved Luishan hard. You're the one who should get lost. Get out of here. The force of the shove sent Luishan staggering backward. Even with his sturdy build, he nearly lost his balance. After all, he stood at 185 centimeters tall, while his sister, though only 176 centimeters, had pushed him back so forcefully he stumbled backward. Of course, more than the physical impact, he was overwhelmed by confusion and bewilderment. Xian, you've got the wrong person, haven't you? I'm your brother. Who's that outsider over there? As he spoke, Luishan pointed toward Chen Chu's position, clearly implying that he was the victim and that the Lu family should unite against outsiders. Dad's siding with an outsider was understandable after all, pressure came from above. But why was his own sister helping an outsider? An outsider who had hurt her. But Lu Xian, hearing this, wasn't about to let Luishan say another word. Get out of here. You hear me? What happens between him and me is none of your business. And mark my words, keep me out of your business with him from now on, got it? Though Luishan stumbled backward under Lu Xian's shove, he persisted, shouting, how did you become such a coward? Sure, his rank is higher than your brother's now, but your brother has connections, you know? And that guy has no shame. After what he did to you, he still has the nerve to show his face here. Finishing, he pointed at Chen Chu and barked, Chen Chu, don't think my sister's scared of you. She's got a little bear at home with your name on it. She beats you up every single day. Hearing this, both Chen Chu and Lang Yu couldn't help but get goosebumps. Enough. Lu Xian was now overcome with shame and fury. She lunged forward, her long, supple leg shooting up to deliver a vicious kick straight to Luishan's chest. A wave of excruciating pain shot through his chest, leaving Luishan utterly stunned. You're serious? Chapter 190. So, do you like me? For real? I'd kill you if I could. Lu Xian, never one for words, raised her hand and lashed out, aiming a slap squarely at Luishan's face. This scene left the soldiers on guard near the military zone utterly dumbfounded. Good heavens! This was a sight rarely seen in centuries. The little witch of the Western Military District, Lu Xian, had actually turned against her own brother over some outsider. Luishan, seething with pain in his chest, finally reacted. He dodged the blow, his eyes blazing with fury as he gritted out, why? Filled with shame and fury, Lu Xian snapped, I'll tell you why. I made the call. I told him to come. The words echoed in Luishan's mind, leaving his thoughts blank. Compared to the physical pain in his chest, the agony in his heart was far more excruciating. He even felt his heart convulse violently in that moment. Why? He never imagined that after Chen Chu had hurt his sister so deeply, someone with her fiercely independent spirit could become so utterly submissive and utterly devoid of dignity in front of a man. He had hurt you so badly, and he hasn't even come to apologize. So you, a young lady, go and throw yourself at him. What else could that be but shameless? Is it worth it for a snob like Chen Chu, who puts on airs? Lu Xian's words now cut like a blade, stabbing deeper into Luishan. We are siblings, that's undeniable. But what you see as outsiders, I see as family. So according to you, any boyfriend I have in the future is just an outsider you can bully at will? Hearing Lu Xian's final blow, Luishan felt his heart shatter. It was a bitter sorrow born of overwhelming pain, a despair so deep it seemed to drain the sky of color. Fine. I'm leaving. Gritting his teeth, he shot Chen Chu a fierce glare. First his father, then his own sister. Before Chen Chu arrived, he had his family's support. But now, it was all slipping away. If not for Chen Chu's appearance, how could he have ended up in this predicament? He had only intended to congratulate his sister and lend her some support. Instead, he had been utterly humiliated, even kicked by his own sister. Chen Chu, however, didn't even glance at Luishan. He was merely reflecting that his approach back then had indeed been immature, though his intentions had been pure. In a place like Manhwa, with its vast population, many came from humble backgrounds. Countless sought to distinguish themselves through deeds, and some even sacrificed their lives to be immortalized in textbooks. But what he wanted to achieve was this: in the future, martyrs would no longer have to pay with their lives to be remembered in textbooks. Instead, they could be honored through safer means. On this point, he felt it necessary to explain himself clearly to Lu Ziyan. After all, had Luishan not brought this matter to light, he would never have realized the extent of the pain it had caused Lu Ziyan. After Lu Ziyan dismissed Luishan, she strode over in her military boots to stand beside Chen Chu and Lun Yu. For a moment, the atmosphere grew unbearably awkward. Finally, Lu Ziyan spoke up. "My apologies. I should have come down to meet you sooner." Chen Chu gave a wry smile. "I should be the one apologizing. Come here for a moment." With that, Chen Chu took a firm hold of Lu Ziyan's hand and pulled her toward a corner. Lu Ziyan felt Chen Chu's long, fair, and soft hand, yet at this moment, it conveyed an overwhelmingly masculine sensation. Her heart began to race violently. What was he up to? Could he be upset that she'd written his name on the bear at home? Was he going to beat her up? Just as Lu Ziyan was speculating, the two reached the corner. Chen Chu released her hand and said, "Actually, I don't think our relationship should be like this. What do you think?" Chen Chu looked at Lu Ziyan, whose face flushed crimson as she unconsciously lowered her head. What on earth is this guy trying to do? Could he be about to confess his feelings? Should she just agree to him easily? If she didn't readily agree, wouldn't he think it was too difficult and just run away? As she hesitated, Chen Chu's voice continued. "Up until now, I've only had one goal: completing the 6th generation fighter. So when you told me that thing on the playground the other day, I didn't take it seriously. I thought it was just a prank." Lu Ziyan felt an inexplicable surge of anger well up inside her. A prank? What did this guy take her for? If it was a prank, did she just casually give away her first kiss? Was her sacrifice really that great just for a prank? But then Chen Chu continued. "Maybe I'm just too insensitive in this area, which led me to overlook you. I even thought you'd gone home solely because of academic issues. It wasn't until that commendation ceremony that I learned what you'd done. You might resent me for not being there then. The truth is, I stayed away because I couldn't bear to see you take such risks. And of course, I don't encourage any soldier to act recklessly. That's why I stayed away, to discourage you from continuing. That's also why I came to the Western military region with such determination to develop the drone armor. I thought once the drone armor was ready, you'd understand. But today, when I heard you wrote my name on a toy, I realized how deeply this must have hurt you. That's why I felt it necessary to explain." After Chen Chu finished speaking with profound empathy, he noticed Lu Ziyan's eyes had unconsciously reddened, glistening with tears. Truthfully, everything she had done was simply to earn Chen Chu's affirmation. Now she realized how foolish she had been. Moreover, she could sense that Chen Chu truly cared about her deep down. In that moment, the knot in her heart seemed to dissolve into thin air. A man who designed a mecha specifically for her safety, one powerful enough to dominate the world, was truly cool. Therefore, she forced herself to suppress the tremors within her heart and asked, "So, do you like me?" Chapter 191, The Woman Who Refuses to Speak. Faced with this awkward question, Chen Chu felt rather flustered. Lu Ziyan's sparkling eyes were fixed on him, filled with hope. Her hands unconsciously tugged at her shirt hem as she leaned forward slightly, as if wanting to draw closer to Chen Chu to hear the answer she longed for. Chen Chu didn't nod. Though it pained him, he knew Lu Ziyan was far too young to take responsibility for her choices. His dream, ultimately, was to retire after achieving world peace and seeing the Dragon Nation rise as a global superpower. He had never truly loved this world of constant rivalry, where power plays and scheming were the currency of exchange. His ultimate goal was to find a quiet island, a small plot of land of his own, to live a life free from worldly strife once the Dragon Nation rose to prominence, no longer needing to kowtow to others, and even leading the world. Lu Ziyan, however, was clearly incapable of such a life. A combative streak ran through her veins, evident even during her school days. Chen Chu understood that the chances of him and Lu Ziyan achieving a happy ending were slim. As a responsible and accountable man, Chen Chu spoke with decisive clarity at that moment. "I only see you as a good friend, and I'm deeply grateful for the help you gave me back in school." Deep down, Chen Chu was torn. He knew this response would hurt Lu Ziyan, but he believed it was better to cut the pain short. "I can't give her unrealistic hope. It wouldn't be fair to her," he silently resolved. "I hope what happened before doesn't affect our friendship. As for romantic feelings, let's just leave it to fate, okay?" This time, Chen Chu's direct response instantly dimmed the blush that had graced Lu Ziyan's lovely face. "Just friends?" Lu Ziyan's voice trembled slightly, her eyes brimming with disappointment and disbelief. "Yes." Chen Chu nodded firmly, his gaze unwavering. In that moment, the complexity in Lu Ziyan's expression was palpable. Tears glistened in her eyes, her lips trembled slightly, and her heart felt like a tangled mess. "Why? Why just friends? I've given so much, can't he see that?" She screamed painfully inside. Yet the next moment, she pressed on, "What about Xian? Is she a friend too? Do you have someone you like now?" She lifted her head, her gaze stubbornly fixed on Chen Chu, searching his expression for the slightest crack. Seeing Lu Ziyan's innocence, Chen Chu, who had no intention of pursuing romance anyway, smiled and replied, "She's the same. You're both benefactors who appeared in my life and helped me." Hearing this, the corners of Lu Ziyan's playful lips finally lifted slightly. Yet her heart remained filled with reluctance. Just benefactors? I don't want to be just a benefactor. Yet the next moment, she cast a suspicious glance toward Lang Yu standing nearby and demanded, "What about her? Explain yourself." "Her? She's my bodyguard." Chen Chu felt both amused and exasperated. This girl, no matter how clearly he explained it, she wouldn't give up. He shook his head helplessly, sighing inwardly. "Then how about I be your bodyguard instead? Is that okay?" Lu Ziyan placed her hands on her hips, her gaze unwavering. You're the commander's daughter. I couldn't possibly handle that." Chen Chu frowned, looking utterly helpless. "Can't handle it? That's not for you to decide. Just wait. Once I successfully challenge her, I'll be your bodyguard. Then you can come find me when you're ready to date." By this point, Lu Ziyan seemed to have regained her full energy. She silently resolved within herself, "I will surpass Lang Yu and become Chen Chu's bodyguard." She understood that boys matured later than girls. Since no other woman had succeeded yet, it meant she still had a chance. Once that chance came, she couldn't let it slip away, could she? And to achieve that, she had to eliminate all competitors. So what if Lang Yu was good with guns? If her marksmanship and physical fitness surpassed Lang Yu's, she could then request Uncle Shui to make her Chen Chu's bodyguard, couldn't she? And her father would likely support her in this endeavor. At worst, Lang Yu could be the primary bodyguard while she handled close protection. Clearly, Lu Ziyan wasn't unfamiliar with handsome men. But she had absolutely no filter for them. In fact, she particularly despised brainless pretty boys. But a guy like Chen Chu, handsome, a national hero, with limitless potential and a bright future, if she missed out on him, there would never be another like him. If it came down to it, she'd just pursue him herself. As long as Chen Chu didn't have a girlfriend, she wouldn't give up. Chen Chu felt rather helpless about this girl's persistence. He frowned, massaged his temples, and silently groaned inwardly, "Why is this girl so stubborn? I've made myself perfectly clear, yet she still won't give up." He changed the subject. "Never mind that for now. How's the woman inside? Still refusing to say anything?" When the topic turned serious, Lu Ziyan regained her focus. She shook her head. "Yes, it makes me furious. We saved her. By all rights, she should be grateful and spill everything about what happened in the Asan Kingdom's army." Her face was flushed with anger as she waved her hands in the air. "Then, once we find the media to expose this, her safety would be guaranteed and my contribution would be solidified." But who knew she'd be so stubborn? "She won't say a single word to us and refuses to cooperate." Lu Ziyan grew angrier as she spoke, her face flushing bright red. Chen Chu listened, sensing something didn't quite align with his own assumptions. If this woman truly was part of Eagle Sauce's scheme, why wouldn't she seize the opportunity to prove herself after finally infiltrating the military? If they wanted to stop me, why didn't they say a word or refuse to cooperate after already infiltrating? Well, it seems I might have overthought things after all. What does Commander Lu say? Chen Chu probed, clearly wanting to know Lu Yenshan's thoughts. Lu Ziyan shook her head. "It's useless. Even if we brought in negotiation experts or psychological specialists, it wouldn't work. This woman is completely unyielding. It's clear there's more to this than meets the eye. I'm even wondering if I've done a good deed or made a mistake. If she really killed that officer from the Third Kingdom and refuses to reveal the truth, then we won't be able to protect her either." As Lu Ziyan spoke, her eyes filled with helplessness and worry. Chapter 192, Should Chen the General shock her? Hearing this, Chen Chu grasped the situation. Frankly, if this woman remained silent, what could he possibly do? His expertise lay in technology and military engineering. In other words, he couldn't force her to talk. So should he just let her stay silent? Therefore, Chen Chu said, "Since even Commander Lu can't handle it, I suppose I won't go up then." "No way." Lu Ziyan immediately rushed forward, gripping Chen Chu's arm so tightly it felt like she was trying to embed it into her own flesh. Her fingers, though soft, dug into his sleeve with a death grip, her entire body trembling slightly with urgency. Chen Chu nearly stumbled from Lu Ziyan's sudden, fierce tug, his face showing a mix of helplessness and slight surprise. His brow furrowed, his eyes reflecting a mix of resignation and reluctance. He silently grumbled to himself, "This girl, why is she so impatient? I already told her there's nothing I can do. Besides, it looks like her brother wasn't faking it just now." Meanwhile, Lu Ziyan dragged Chen Chu forward at a brisk pace while mentally reconstructing the details of her rescue of the mysterious woman. In her haste, she even began to embellish the story. "I'm telling you, the Indian army camp was ablaze with fire, gunfire and explosions echoing non-stop. That woman was trapped in a crumbling building, surrounded by enemy shouts. I charged in recklessly, bullets whizzing past me, some even grazing my scalp. Dodging left and right, I finally reached her, hoisted her onto my back, and sprinted out." On the way to the ward, Lu Ziyan's brow was deeply furrowed, her forehead covered in beads of sweat, her eyes filled with anxiety. She spoke urgently, Chen Chu, you've got to help me figure something out later. If this woman doesn't start talking soon, I'm going to be at my wit's end. Chen Chu gave a perfunctory reply, got it, got it. As he followed Lu Ziyan, he secretly observed her. Her tense expression and tightly pressed lips revealed her deep anxiety. Chen Chu couldn't help but think, she's usually so carefree, yet she takes things so seriously when it matters. That kind of drive is rare, though. As for Long Yu, she followed closely behind, her stride steady and powerful, each step imbued with resolve. Her eyes held a glint of reluctance and vigilance as she fixed her gaze on Lu Ziyan and Chen Chu's retreating figures. Her right hand remained tightly clenched around the pistol at her waist, knuckles turning white from the pressure. This Lu Ziyan truly hadn't given up her thieving ways. But if she wanted to compete with her in marksmanship, she'd have to wait a few more years. Unbeknownst to them at that moment. Outside the hospital room, Lu Yenshan paced back and forth, arms crossed over his chest. His brows were furrowed into a deep character, his mind filled with worry. That girl, how could she be so unreasonable? At a time like this, she's still thinking about romance? What if this ruins her future? But she did save someone out of kindness, sigh. Yang Hao offered reassurance from the side, Commander, please try not to worry too much. Young people are prone to impulsive actions, it's a sign of their passionate hearts. Besides, there might still be a chance for a turnaround. Let's think of another way. Yang Hao's tone was steady and gentle, his expression calm and composed, his eyes gleaming with determination as he tried to soothe Lu Yenshan. This isn't the only concern. I fear that women communicate best with other women. Instead of properly engaging with her, why send Chen Chu a man here? What good could he possibly do? He'd be better off accelerating the drone armor development. She needs to find a way to win over that woman. Otherwise, if the Third Kingdom issues their announcement first and we have no progress to show, our efforts will be seen as mistakes instead of achievements. Yang Hao, standing nearby, offered reassurance, Commander, young people are full of vigor and passion, it's understandable. Besides, you still haven't spoken with General Chen. Even if you can't get that woman to talk, having a proper conversation with General Chen to maintain good relations is essential. Lu Yenshan nodded. At this point, that's the only option. Clearly, both men felt that while Chen Chu possessed extraordinary talent and a remarkable imagination, she couldn't possibly have the interrogation or communication skills needed to break this woman's silence and resolve the deadlock. After all, Chen Chu wasn't exactly a male celebrity with charisma to spare. Even bringing in negotiation experts or psychologists wouldn't help. So they decided it was best to wait for Chen Chu to arrive and discuss the progress of the drone armor with him. But before long, they saw Lu Ziyan walking arm in arm with Chen Chu, looking incredibly warm and friendly as they approached the hospital ward floor. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Yenshan's pupils dilated in shock. He knew his daughter well. At first, when he heard rumors of them being affectionate downstairs, he hadn't believed it. Now, witnessing this scene, he was utterly dumbfounded. His daughter had never been this intimate with any boy before. And the most crucial thing? Chen Chu, that kid, looked utterly awkward, clearly still adjusting to their new relationship. In other words, his daughter was the one pursuing him. As the commander of a military district, how could he possibly keep a straight face witnessing this? Therefore, he began coughing incessantly. Ahem. Yang Hao kept shooting him meaningful glances. Even Chen Chu understood the signal, but Lu Ziyan still clung tightly to his arm before saying, Dad, I brought Chen Chu here. I'm sure he can help us with this matter. Her voice rose with evident confidence in Chen Chu. Lu Yenshan felt utterly awkward, yet he could only manage a friendly smile toward Chen Chu. But the psychology expert standing nearby was displeased. He had always been on good terms with Lu Yenshan. Now, not only had Lu Yenshan failed to show up, but his attempt to break down this woman's psychological defenses had also failed. And now, they were bringing in Chen Chu? Therefore, he suddenly interjected, Miss Ziyan, isn't General Chen a technical expert? When did he transition into a psychological specialist? The negotiation expert beside him chimed in with a laugh, looks like General Chen is here to take our jobs. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward. Lu Yenshan remained silent, wanting to observe Chen Chu's reaction. After all, he had previously witnessed Chen Chu's competence in handling matters. How would Chen Chu navigate this interpersonal situation? Yang Hao attempted to lighten the mood, not at all. General Chen is here to offer us advice, isn't he? The psychologist shot back coldly, showing no mercy. Advice? What good is that? We've tried every method available, even hypnosis, and nothing worked on this woman. Are you suggesting General Chen shock her with electricity? Chapter 193, Silence speaks louder than words. When the psychologist uttered those words, it was enough to make some of the people nearby chuckle. Lu Ziyan's fair face instantly flushed crimson. Her eyebrows shot upward in fury, her beautiful eyes blazing with anger. Just as she was about to speak, Chen Chu pulled her back. In the past, Chen Chu would have ignored them completely. But now, as her friend, Chen Chu had every reason to help Lu Ziyan resolve this matter. I'll give it a shot. Chen Chu furrowed his brow slightly, striding steadily toward the hospital room. His gaze was resolute and profound, as if carrying an invisible force, radiating an air of calm composure. To the others, this scene struck them as utterly ridiculous. The experts smirked, their lips curled in disdainful smiles as they exchanged mocking glances. A nerdy scientist trying to talk to a woman? Does he even understand what women are thinking? Or does he think his looks alone will charm her into telling him the truth and cooperating? How likely is that? This woman clearly isn't ordinary, and she's quite attractive too. She must have had no shortage of high-quality men around her since childhood. If even these experts failed, what good would Chen Chu do? In fact, by the time the negotiation experts arrived, the woman's expression had already begun to show clear signs of resistance and hostility. At this point, sending in Chen Chu, who knew nothing about the situation, was bound to end badly. Even Lu Yenshan felt a twinge of worry now. His concern was that Chen Chu entering might not yield the same positive results as the arms race negotiation had. Of course, if he could get that woman to speak even just one word, it would be a success. After all, they had exhausted every possible method just to get that woman to utter a single word, just one word. Yet stubbornly, she remained silent, leaving them utterly helpless. Lu Zian, meanwhile, felt a mix of unease and deep emotion. Her lips pressed tightly together, her hands unconsciously twisting into fists, tears of profound feeling glistening in her eyes. Her worry stemmed from the fact that Chen Chu had always seemed capable of anything, especially when others were stumped. He always found a way. She feared that this time, Chen Chu truly had no solution for this woman. Yet what moved her was that this time, Chen Chu was willing to step forward, and for her sake. How could her heart not be stirred by that? Meanwhile, Lang Yu beside her could barely bear to watch. In her mind, she silently thought, Chen Chu, oh Chen Chu, this time you're bound to hit a wall. This isn't like the scientific research and military fields you're familiar with. After all, she knew Chen Chu's personality best. When it came to communicating with women, he rarely showed empathy. Especially with a woman who'd been hurt. Where did Chen Chu have the ability to analyze someone's trauma and help them heal? At this thought, Lang Yu shook her head. This was entirely different from research or military affairs. This was communicating with a woman. Amidst these varied thoughts, the ward door swung open. Inside, a woman in a blue and white hospital gown sat propped up in bed. Her complexion was fair and rosy, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Her fair, rosy skin was as smooth as jade, her cascading hair as silky as a waterfall. Her bright eyes resembled deep lakes, radiating determination yet unable to conceal a hint of bewilderment. Her bright eyes held a hint of resolve. Yet her gaze remained utterly unresponsive to anything outside, as if whatever transpired in the world beyond held no relevance to her. When the door opened, she didn't even glance toward the entrance. Chen Chu observed this woman, her bright eyes, pearly teeth, and exquisitely defined features. Combined with her unshakable detachment from the world, he felt an inexplicable sense that this woman bore a reflection of himself. People capable of such mental fortitude were usually top performers in their chosen fields. A sense of mutual admiration welled up in Chen Chu. Yet he knew all too well that despite every attempt, this woman remained utterly silent. For instance, we saved you, yet now the three kingdoms are slandering us for interfering in their domestic affairs. Can you really stand by and watch your saviors be thrown into the fire? Even such words elicited nothing but indifference from her. Even someone with a poor disposition would feel immense anger and want to kick this woman out. When Chen Chu entered and saw her, he too was momentarily at a loss for words. He ended up pulling up a chair and sitting beside her, remaining silent for a long while. This scene was enough to give Lu Zian, watching from outside, a headache. Lang Yu couldn't bear to watch either. As for the psychologist and negotiation expert, they couldn't help but laugh out loud at that moment. The psychologist remarked with a sarcastic tone, well, this is something new, a bookworm joining the fun. His face was filled with a contemptuous smile. The negotiation expert chimed in, exactly. Thought he had some clever trick up his sleeve, but all he does is sit there. In truth, ever since waking up in the hospital, Lin Yanqi had been consumed by the mission Pu Maisai had entrusted to her, as well as every memory and experience she'd encountered since childhood. She had always believed that the Dragon Nation was the most evil organization in the world. But ironically, after obeying her superior's orders, she ended up being drugged by her own allies. True to her nature, once she realized her body was weakening, she didn't hesitate to kill the officer who had helped her cross the border. And this Dragon Nation, which she had always known as the enemy since childhood, had unhesitatingly rescued her. Yet she understood all too well the consequences of revealing her true identity. She feared neither imprisonment, not even in the world's most secure prison, from which her training would allow her to escape. What she truly feared was the Eagle's methods, the ability to make her inescapable across the entire globe. As for the notion that another nation could offer her complete protection and a fresh start in life, she had never harbored such hopes, nor did she place her trust in it. She simply wanted to understand this matter clearly and complete her mission, nothing more. That's why, no matter who entered during this period, she remained silent. Even after this man came in, she had already anticipated the brainwashing rhetoric he would spout. Things like, we'll help you. Don't be afraid. We'll expose their scandals and protect your innocence. She'd heard these lines so many times they were worn smooth. Yet to her surprise, though she'd braced herself to hear this dribble once more, the man entered and said nothing, merely sitting quietly beside her. It was precisely this silence that drew her gaze to Chen Chu, sitting beside her. But that single glance sent shockwaves through her previously calm demeanor. That face, still bearing traces of youthfulness, those dark eyes, and that tall, slender nose with an Asian's keen recognition of Asian features, how could she fail to see that the man before her was none other than her target Chen Chu? It was truly divine intervention. She hadn't obtained refugee status from Manhwa to enter the Western Military District, yet she had unexpectedly arrived here as a victim and encountered her target. Her heart instantly calmed as she assessed her surroundings. She reached a conclusion: she could strike instantly and snap the man's neck, but her injured leg prevented escape. Moreover, a woman with a gun outside was observing her. Attacking now would give her less than a 50% chance of success, with zero probability of escape. Thus, her killer instincts made clear that completing the mission now required only one approach: find a way to stay put. The hospital room carried a faint scent of disinfectant. White sheets lay crisp and clean, while a bouquet by the window added a touch of life to the otherwise oppressive space. Lin Yanqi's brows furrowed slightly as she bit her lower lip. A resolute glint flickered in her eyes. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke first: "Why didn't you try to dissuade me?" Little did Lin Yanqi realize that this single question would cast such a profound psychological shadow over the experts outside. Chapter 194, Lin Yanqi surrenders? Clearly, the moment Lin Yanqi uttered those words, the psychologist's eyes widened like copper bells, his eyeballs nearly popping out. The negotiation expert's mouth gaped wide enough to swallow an egg, his face frozen in utter disbelief as he stared toward the hospital room. Just a moment ago, they had all felt the atmosphere inside the ward was unbearably awkward, so thick they could practically dig a 3-bedroom apartment out with their toes. In such an awkward situation, forget this woman, even a random woman pulled off the street wouldn't give this guy the time of day, right? Yet the very next moment, this woman actually spoke up first. It felt like their entire worldview had been shattered in that instant. So, staying silent was actually better than speaking? Had they entered with too much energy? Could such a fortunate turn of events exist? Lu Yenshan was slightly startled by this turn of events. He silently marveled at Chen Chu's seemingly casual actions, which actually concealed profound wisdom. Finding a breakthrough in such a complex situation was something only someone extraordinary could achieve. It seemed Chen Chu had already figured it out long ago. The reason the woman hadn't spoken earlier was because they had talked too much. Chen Chu had clearly recognized this pattern and thus chose silence. This seemingly unintentional awkwardness had actually pushed the woman to her limit, forcing her to finally speak up. Great wisdom appears as foolishness. That kid Chen Chu really has a knack for this. Lu Yenshan's silent approval was naturally noticed by Lu Ziyan beside him. A faint smile touched Lu Ziyan's lips as admiration sparkled in her eyes. Her cheeks flushed slightly, as if she were lost in the pleasure of admiring Chen Chu. What brings a daughter the greatest joy? It was undoubtedly seeing her father approve of the man she liked, proof that her taste was impeccable. Thus, she couldn't help but silently praise Chen Chu in her heart. Sometimes, silence speaks volumes. Why hadn't she thought of that before? Meanwhile, Lang Yu beside her found Chen Chu utterly unfathomable. Her hands gripped the pistol holstered at her waist, fingers slightly curved, her body taut. Her gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, ever ready for any sudden turn of events. Logically speaking, Chen Chu genuinely disliked communicating with women or perhaps with anyone at all, so it didn't seem like he was employing any particular strategy. Yet if this silence wasn't deliberate, it contradicted his very purpose for entering. Thus, she couldn't immediately discern whether his reticence was intentional or not. Yet years of firearm training had ingrained constant vigilance in her. She sensed this woman in the hospital room was far from simple. Therefore, even within the hospital room, whenever Chen Chu encountered someone she didn't recognize, she remained prepared to eliminate them at a moment's notice. Moreover, she had even caught the woman in the room stealing a glance at her out of the corner of her eye. A woman's intuition naturally told her that this woman in the hospital room was far more calculating than Lu Ziyan. But Chen Chu, confined within the hospital room, remained oblivious to the outside world's perceptions. After hearing Lin Yanqi speak, he felt this woman wasn't as difficult to communicate with as he'd imagined. Moreover, she seemed to enjoy contradicting others, so he figured he'd just say the opposite. Thus, he chuckled, "Why should I persuade you? Just because the Dragon Nation military saved you doesn't mean I want to save you too." Sure enough, the moment those words left his mouth, Lin Yanqi's expression instantly shifted from calm to dark. Her brows furrowed, her lips trembled slightly, and a flash of anger flickered in her eyes. A sense of relief washed over Lin Yanqi's face. It seemed the Dragon Nation military might not be the problem after all, but this Chen Chu certainly was. Even the military had decided to save her, yet this Chen Chu refused. It must be because he had too many women around him, or perhaps he was simply evil by nature. If that was the case, she had no qualms about killing him. What should she do now? Naturally, she must find every means to remain within the Western Frontier Military District. Then, she would wait for an opportunity to strike and complete her mission. In that case, I'll simply give them what the military wants. But how could outsiders possibly know Lin Yanqi's thoughts? At that moment, when they heard Chen Chu say he didn't want to save this woman, their jaws practically hit the floor. What the hell was Chen Chu playing at? At first, when he had the woman speak, they thought an opportunity had presented itself. Little did they expect it would end up angering her instead. What possible benefit could provoking her bring them? The psychologist immediately began criticizing Chen Chu from outside. What is this Lieutenant General Chen thinking? We've worked so hard to build a positive image for the military, and now he's ruined it all. The negotiation expert nodded in agreement. Yes, Commander Liu. Why not have him step out? If this continues, it'll be even harder to extract information about the Asangwa military district from this woman. Lu Yinshan remained silent, about to speak, when suddenly Lin Yanqi's voice echoed from inside the hospital room. My name is Lin Yanqi. I can provide you with information about the A3 Kingdom, including my own experiences. I don't mind if you go public with it through the media. But I have my own conditions. What? At that moment, when Lin Yanqi unexpectedly volunteered to reveal what they sought, the experts outside were utterly dumbfounded. The psychologist was so shocked he plopped down onto the floor, while the negotiation expert covered his mouth with both hands, afraid he might cry out. This is too unbelievable. Could this woman be someone Chen Chu arranged? Or is she Chen Chu's mistress, helping him out like this? But Lu Yinshan, Lu Zian, and even Lang Yu were all visibly thrilled at this moment. This easy? Chen Chu had pulled off another triumph. Chen Chu clearly hadn't anticipated the negotiations being so effortless. He pressed on, so what are your terms? Lin Yanqi spoke without reservation. I was originally a special envoy interpreter for the Eagle Squadron's 3rd Military District. But I never expected they'd drug me during the reception. I have no political stance, and I'm grateful you saved me. Her voice trembled slightly, her eyes betraying a hint of fear and helplessness as her hands unconsciously clenched the bedsheets. If I disclose what I know to you, I will inevitably betray Eagle Sauce and offend the 3 nations. Therefore, I need guarantees for my safety and a fresh start. The moment Lin Yanqi uttered these words, everyone was utterly stunned. So it was. The mastermind behind it all was indeed Eagle. At first, they had assumed this woman was just an ordinary civilian. Little did they know she was actually Eagle's interpreter. And who was the most agitated upon hearing this news? Of course, it was Lu Yinshan. Lu Yinshan's face flushed crimson with excitement. His hands fidgeted nervously as he muttered repeatedly, wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Learning of Lin Yanqi's identity had sent him into an extraordinary frenzy. This was a defection. If this deal actually went through and made headlines, the Lu family would gain immense prestige. From then on, old Lu would be a formidable presence within the 7 major military regions. If they could get more negative coverage about the Eagle Nation, it would be perfect for the Dragon Nation. And this woman's demands weren't unreasonable at all. Put another way, imagine if a Dragon Nation translator betrayed their country and publicly slandered it internationally. How furious would Dragon Nation be? Now, turning the tables, one could imagine just how furious the Eagle would be if this matter were exposed. Outside the hospital room, the corridor was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow across the floor. Chapter 195, I want to join your team. Just as Lu Yinshan and the others were filled with hope at that moment, Chen Chu's gaze shifted toward the hallway, signaling his task was complete. He then said to Lin Yanqi, you talk with them. I'll be leaving now. Just as the handover was about to begin. Suddenly, Lin Yanqi spoke up from behind him, no. The entire room fell silent once more. Clearly, no one understood what was happening. To them, it seemed as though Lin Yanqi had already made up her mind. So who she negotiated with wasn't the main issue, it was just pure luck that Chen Chu happened to walk in when Lin Yanqi was ready to cooperate. But now, unexpectedly, Lin Yanqi was unwilling to let Chen Chu leave. This left them all pondering deeply. Could it be? Could it be that this woman had genuinely taken a liking to Chen Chu? Surely not. Does this guy have that kind of luck? He's the translator for Eagle Sauce, looks this good, carries himself like he's professionally trained, and seems to be right in his prime. What else could it be but pure luck? Even officers from the 3 kingdoms couldn't resist drugging Eagle's female translator. That alone speaks volumes about her allure. Remember, in places like Afghanistan, women's social status couldn't be any lower. Even ordinary citizens who commit rape often walk free or receive light sentences. Local police departments routinely shield perpetrators and even verbally abuse the victims. So it goes without saying that high-ranking military officials, with access to countless women to prey upon, would risk offending a colossus like the Eagle to make a move on Lin Yanqi. This proves that the allure of Lin Yanqi far surpassed that of any woman in the military camps of the 3 kingdoms. And for such a woman to seemingly take an interest in Chen Chu, what else could it be but sheer luck? Clearly, Yang Hao, along with the psychological experts and negotiation specialists, all shared this view. But over at Lu Zian and Lang Yu's end, their expressions clearly darkened. What was this woman playing at? Does she just throw herself at every handsome guy in military uniform from the Dragon Nation? Even if she needed protection from the Dragon Nation, did she really have to keep seeking out handsome men? Chen Chu clearly didn't want to get entangled with this Lin Yanqi either. He smiled and said, my primary responsibility lies with research projects. Matters involving national security cannot be discussed with me. The local military district and security bureau are the main authorities handling such issues. With that, Chen Chu made his move to leave. Seriously? He had a drone prototype's energy source to research. Who had time for this nonsense? His original purpose for coming here was to mend fences with Lu Ziyan. Now that he'd achieved that, his presence was purely out of goodwill, lending Lu Ziyan a hand. So why would he want to get entangled with this woman? But just as Chen Chu was about to leave, Lin Yanqi spoke again. You can leave, but what I just said is null and void. Hearing this, Chen Chu couldn't help but chuckle. So what exactly do you want? I want to join your team. Hearing this, Chen Chu was genuinely taken aback. What on earth was this woman up to? Those listening outside were stunned. This was absurd. Especially the psychologist and negotiation expert. They could clearly see this woman was seeking Chen Chu's protection. In short, she had her eye on him. This was simply too outrageous. They all reported back to Lu Yenshan. Commander Lu, this is utter nonsense. This isn't child's play. How can we just let this woman make demands? Exactly. In my opinion, we should keep pressuring her to reveal the truth. But Lu Yenshan shook his head. Just as he was about to suggest waiting to see what exactly this woman wanted, he saw Lu Ziyan couldn't hold back any longer and stepped into the hospital room ahead of schedule. Ms. Lin, I can take full responsibility for your safety. If you wish to negotiate, then negotiate with me. Though Lu Ziyan's words carried no overt hostility, the jealousy etched on her face and her body language conveyed a single message, a declaration of ownership. Lin Yanqi had initially only been testing the waters. Upon confirming that Chen Chu was indeed the man behind the 6th-generation fighter jet project, she was certain she hadn't come to the wrong person. Thus, she proposed infiltrating Chen Chu's inner circle to seize the opportunity. What she hadn't anticipated, however, was Lu Ziyan's sudden intrusion. Lu Ziyan's current actions made it abundantly clear she viewed her as a romantic rival. Lin Yanqi was never one to back down. Though she disliked taking what belonged to others, she knew Chen Chu was a scumbag who toyed with women just like her father back in the Dragon Kingdom. And this woman who had barged in was, after all, her savior. How could she possibly let Chen Chu harm her? Narrowing her eyes slightly, she turned to Chen Chu and declared, I have experience working at NASA. I can assist you. If you don't trust me, you can assign me to non-core tasks. Even security duties would be acceptable. Lin Yanqi wasn't lying. To carry out her mission, she had indeed gained deep knowledge of NASA. She had infiltrated its inner circles and assassinated insiders who possessed secrets they shouldn't have known. During her undercover period, she had mastered computer systems and even knew the encryption keys for critical data. Yet these secrets held no value for her. As long as she completed her mission, she could even trade these secrets directly to Chen Chu. After all, once she had him in her sights, Chen Chu was as good as dead. Chen Chu, who had initially dismissed the matter, now looked at Lin Yanqi with some surprise upon hearing this news. After all, Eagle had dominated this world for a century. The Earth data they had collected far surpassed that of any other nation. Regarding the acquisition of drone armor and spatial energy, Eagle Sauce should possess relevant data as well. If Lin Yanqi could truly help him obtain this spatial energy data, it would indeed be immensely beneficial. At this moment, even Chen Chu couldn't help but become cautious. Therefore, he demanded of Lin Yanqi, how am I supposed to trust you? Are you crazy? You actually trust her? Lu Ziyan looked utterly bewildered. As for Lin Yanqi, she replied calmly, because I've heard about you from Eagle. Chapter 196, I have NASA data. With matters having escalated to this point, Lu Yenshan had no choice but to enter the hospital room. Chen Chu's name had undoubtedly gained some notoriety on Eagle Sauce. But the general public on Eagle Sauce harbored intense hostility toward him. Now, this woman of unknown Eagle Sauce nationality claiming to know Chen Chu, it was unclear whether this was a blessing or a curse. At the very least, it suggested this woman likely wasn't interested in Chen Chu personally, but merely knew him and trusted him. Alternatively, she might harbor some undisclosed purpose regarding Chen Chu, though that seemed highly improbable. After all, no matter how desperate the Eagle Nation might be, they wouldn't risk compromising their own national security, sacrificing the names of officers from the Three Kingdoms and leaking classified information just to plant someone threatening to Chen Chu right beside him, would they? Nevertheless, for safety's sake, Lu Yenshan stepped in and stated, Ms. Lin Yanqi, I am Lu Yenshan, Commander-in-Chief of the Western Military District. Should you wish to enter our jurisdiction, you must verify the origin and legitimacy of your credentials. Furthermore, Chen Chu is under our district's special protection. Working in her vicinity would prove exceedingly difficult. Seeing her father show such respect toward Lin Yanqi, Lu Ziyan grew anxious. For a woman, when another woman mentions having heard of her beloved's name, what does that signify? It signifies elevating the status of her beloved, expressing admiration. This woman was clearly her rival, yet her father was speaking to her with such pleasantness. If not for her father's standing in the presence of so many witnesses, she would have exploded in anger. Lin Yanqi glanced at Lu Yenshan, then at Chen Chu, and said, I can explain why the Eagle Sauce General came to the Third Kingdom. They sent a special forces team to train the Third Kingdom, but I don't know you personally. As a citizen of Eagle Sauce, I've heard about Chen Chu's work developing the 6th-generation fighter jet and have some understanding of him. Therefore, I will only trust him. I refuse to negotiate with any of you others." Lu Yenshan's face twisted with embarrassment. These days, even defectors from enemy nations only heeded Chen Chu? It was becoming clear that the world's true fear might not be the Dragon Nation, but this young man, Chen Chu. Thus, he turned to Chen Chu with a helpless look and asked, "Lieutenant General Chen, what's your take?" Chen Chu's expression darkened slightly. Exposing the collaboration between the three kingdoms and Eagle Sauce would offer him no advantage whatsoever. However, the NASA data Lin Yanqi mentioned held particular value for his current endeavors. His current major challenge lay in mastering spatial energy acquisition technology. Such data was exclusively held by Eagle Nation and Bear Nation. The Bear Nation's relationship with the Dragon Nation had always been a complex mix of proximity and distance, friend and foe. How could they possibly share such sensitive data? That left only the Eagle Nation. With an opportunity presented right at his doorstep, why not choose to trust and give it a try? Therefore, Chen Chu addressed Lu Yenshan. "Her claims about the Sino-US-Japan alliance and the Eagle's plans hold no interest for me. My sole concern is this: if she wishes to join my team, she must first demonstrate how she can assist me." Lu Yenshan nodded, then turned to Lin Yanqi and asked, "So, what can you demonstrate? What can you offer to bring to Vice Admiral Chen? If Major General Chen agrees, we can seek approval from our superiors." Lin Yanqi pondered for a moment before replying, "Take me into the lab once, and I'll naturally give you what you want." Clearly, Lin Yanqi understood that without providing Chen Chu's side with useful data and intelligence, she would never succeed in assassinating him within the heavily guarded Western Military District. Now, if she could gain access to the Western Military District, she could familiarize herself with the environment. Even if what she demonstrated proved useless to Chen Chu, she would still have opportunities to infiltrate later. For her, this was a win-win proposition. Chen Chu, however, fell deep in thought. It seemed clear now that Eagle had made its move, making the Western frontier conflict inevitable. Thus, the development of the drone armor became an urgent priority. The source of the drone armor's power spatial energy had design blueprints, but obtaining it still required vast amounts of Earth data. If they could truly acquire the data the Eagle had compiled, it would represent the greatest breakthrough for his project. Therefore, Chen Chu was willing to take this risk. "Alright, someone bring a wheelchair." But after the two reached this brief agreement, the others were all dumbfounded. To the uninformed, it might seem Chen Chu had rescued the woman, not Lu Ziyan. For this woman showed Lu Ziyan not a shred of gratitude, instead immediately clinging to Chen Chu. Moreover, the two struck a deal, completely sidelining Lu Ziyan, Lu Yenshan, and the others nearby. The two experts now watched Chen Chu with looks of pure envy. They had exhausted every effort to get this woman to speak, and had originally come with the intention of saving her. Yet her inner resolve proved far stronger than they'd imagined. Worse still, after Chen Chu entered, the woman treated them and Chen Chu as worlds apart. They had exhausted their eloquence, yet she remained unmoved, treating them as if they were invisible. But after Chen Chu entered, without even speaking, the woman became incredibly proactive. Was it simply because they weren't famous enough internationally, or not handsome enough? But in their eyes, Chen Chu wasn't particularly handsome either. Meanwhile, Lan Yu and Lu Ziyan seemed to have formed an alliance, both following behind with shared resentment as they hurried toward the military research base. Compared to before, Chen Chu's focus was now entirely on Lin Yanqi. This only fueled the two women's jealousy even more. They were determined to see what kind of help this woman who didn't look like an intellectual at all could possibly offer Chen Chu. Meanwhile, inside the base. Despite the iris scanner at the gate having been replaced, Lu Yenshan persisted in shouting at the entrance, "You two lackeys! You don't seriously think Chen Chu can stay here forever, do you? Damn it! How have I treated you guys all this time? Now I don't even have the right to go inside?" Clearly, Lu Yenshan still had some informants. He'd heard about Chen Chu's drone armor project, which utilized an engine that extracted energy from space, and that the project had hit its first major roadblock. Chapter 197, If I can persuade her, I'll eat. His purpose in coming here was twofold: to retrieve some items. Equipment and such for Chen Chu was one thing, but those valuable paintings and calligraphy? He intended to take them. Chen Chu didn't need them anyway, and he wouldn't let Chen Chu use them even if he kept them at home. As for his second purpose, that was naturally to take this opportunity to dampen Chen Chu's sharp edge. Having studied abroad, he understood precisely what spatial energy acquisition entailed. It meant a nation must thoroughly research antimatter energy. Yet extracting energy from antimatter posed another problem. No one knew just how powerful antimatter energy truly was. It might even destroy the Earth. So what made Chen Chu think he could succeed? Moreover, even the Dragon Nation had dug nearly to the Earth's core in their antimatter experiments without any results. Could Chen Chu truly believe he was some kind of god capable of influencing the world to such an extent? But unexpectedly, he was stopped at the entrance by his former lackey. The guard sighed bitterly, "Major General Lu, please don't put me in a difficult position. This facility is now classified as a national SSS-level secret laboratory. With my clearance, I can't let anyone inside unless they're directly involved in the work. Luishan immediately sneered coldly, so you're implying I'm a spy? Not at all, sir. It's just that without Major General Chen's orders, we truly dare not let anyone in. Perhaps you should wait for Major General Chen to return? The guard had been pushed to his limit before finally bringing up Chen Chu. But mentioning Chen Chu only made Luishan furious. After all, this had once been his territory. Not only had Chen Chu snatched it away, but now he'd even taken his own sister. Downstairs at the special care ward building, he'd been humiliated by his own sister like that. As a man, as the military district's young commander, where could he possibly hide his face? This sister had been close to him since childhood and had stood up for him countless times. Whenever he clashed with their father, she'd always take his side. But now, recalling Lu Xian's kick, Luishan's heart ached unbearably. Amidst this anguish, the resentment in his heart never once faded. He would personally reclaim, step by step, everything Chen Chu had snatched from him. Therefore, he coldly ordered the security guard, open the door now. Chen Chu is going in to negotiate. I hear that woman is stubborn as hell. It'll take at least 2 or 3 days to pry anything out of her. I'm going in to get my things and I'll be out. The security guard hesitated immediately upon hearing this. He knew full well that violating the base's rules would lead to repercussions from higher-ups, potentially even costing him his job. But he was Tibetan. If he truly offended Luishan, the grudge would make his survival in Tibet impossible. With that thought, the guard hesitated and said, "It shouldn't take that long. Lieutenant General Chen is quite the persuasive speaker." Upon hearing this, Luishan immediately broke into a sneer, his eyes brimming with contempt. He widened his eyes, feigning not having heard clearly, and placed a hand over his ear. "What did you say? I didn't catch that. You said Chen Chu is quite eloquent?" The security guard felt a pang of awkwardness but nodded firmly nonetheless. Everyone in the lab knows that Vice Admiral Chen is kind, friendly, and communicates proactively. Before the security guard could finish, Luishan cut him off. "Are you crazy for a promotion? That bookworm Chen Chu? Good at talking? Besides relying on luck and bragging to get his research done, what eloquence does he have? If he can convince that woman to cooperate with our dragon nation, I'll eat my..." But before Luishan could finish, the security guard frantically began signaling him with his eyes. Luishan, oblivious, continued, "What's wrong with your eyes? Don't believe me? Let's make a bet. If you lose, you let me in. If you win, I'll eat my words." The security guard shook his head repeatedly, which only reinforced Luishan's belief that the man was intimidated. He'd just been sucking up to Chen Chu. How could that kid's eloquence possibly match his own? But the next moment, Chen Chu's voice, tinged with mockery, drifted over from nearby. "Young Commander Lu, what do you want to eat? I'll eat you." Before Luishan could utter the M-word, he turned and saw a group of people approaching. His expression changed instantly. Besides Chen Chu and Leng Yu, the new arrivals included Lu Xian, his own father, and crucially a woman in a wheelchair. Though clad in a hospital gown, she radiated an extraordinary aura and breathtaking beauty at first glance. Could it be that Chen Chu had actually? His expression instantly turned awkward. Leng Yu chuckled at that moment. "Looks like someone was trying to freeload here. Good thing we arrived in time." At Leng Yu's words, the security guard at the door immediately covered his mouth, struggling to stifle his laughter. But Lu Yinshan and Lu Xian's expressions darkened considerably. Lu Xian was tempted to shout that she wanted nothing to do with this disgraceful man. As for Lu Yinshan, his face hardened as he snapped, "What are you doing here?" Luishan immediately clasped his hands behind his back and chuckled, "Dad, Commander Lu, I just came to retrieve something that belongs to me." "What exactly? You've been squandering money and now you're broke, right? Starting this month, your salary is cut in half. I'll hold on to the rest." "Huh?" Luishan shook his head repeatedly. "No, it's just that I lost to General Chen last time, and there are some aspects I don't quite understand. I came to seek his advice on how to improve the grenade launcher." Clearly, Commander Lu couldn't be bothered with Luishan's feigned submission now, finding his very presence irritating. How strange, just days ago, he had thought this son was so proud. How could he fall so far short compared to Chen Chu? First off, Chen Chu had arrived wielding the Imperial Sword, a powerful mandate he'd forged himself. Then he'd solved the command's information warfare challenges, earning high-level recognition. This time, he'd persuaded that American translator, scoring another major achievement. Now, all that remained was for him to develop the unmanned combat vehicle and secure victory on the Western Front. And what about his own son? He'd burned through a fortune studying abroad in Russia, filling his head with Western knowledge. Yet compared to Chen Chu, his inventions lagged behind by at least several generations. Others have already started using unmanned technology, yet this kid is still tinkering with outdated launchers. If you didn't know his background, you'd probably think Chen Chu was the one studying abroad. That alone would be bad enough, but this kid not only lost, and that would be fine if he worked hard to catch up, but he refused to accept defeat and proved to have such a petty disposition. Every member of the Lu family is upright and honorable. If everyone were like this kid, wouldn't it bring shame upon the entire Lu family? Therefore, he didn't even glance at Luishan. Instead, he addressed Chen Chu and the others. Let's head up first. Chen Chu naturally nodded. He wouldn't stoop to kicking someone when they were down. But as Luishan watched the others head upstairs, his gaze remained fixed on Lin Yanqi. Truth be told, having grown up in the military compound, he hadn't encountered many women. Even abroad, it was rare to see someone as exceptional as Lin Yanqi. Here in the Tibetan region, she was even rarer. More crucially, he suspected this woman likely had little experience with men from the Dragon Nation. That was why Chen Chu had managed to charm her with just a few words. If Chen Chu could pull it off, why couldn't he? His background was superior to Chen Chu's, and his hormones were far more potent. No, he had to make his move too. So, taking advantage of the crowd's inattention, he quietly followed after them. Chapter 198, Hidden Motives. Lin Yanqi, who had remained silent all along, entered the iris-activated laboratory. Even on the first level, she could already sense Chen Chu's extravagance. Over the years, among the lives she'd taken, there were countless wealthy tycoons and high-ranking officials. Among them were those like Chen Chu, who used the guise of an engineer to amass wealth. But someone as greedy as Chen Chu, who had decked out his lab like a palace, was truly a rare sight. Still, she wasn't about to be fooled by his seemingly innocent facade. Her objective was clear: eliminate Chen Chu and then withdraw from the military zone unscathed. Now, witnessing Chen Chu's extravagant laboratory merely added a touch of righteous conviction to her assassination mission. During her journey here, she had already uncovered Chen Chu's scheme. His ambition to build an engine powered by energy extracted from space seemed nothing more than a fairy tale, a mere excuse to raise funds. After all, even in the United States, there were plenty of researchers pursuing such projects. Take the so-called Lunar Landing Revival Project. Wasn't that blatantly milking the public for money? Now, in her eyes, Chen Chu's project was surely another fairy tale, nothing more than a money grab. Moreover, Chen Chu wanted NASA's experimental data on antimatter. She had indeed infiltrated NASA before and obtained network access keys from the scientist she killed. However, those keys only granted access to technology-related data. If they had been FBI-related, she might have already had leverage to negotiate freedom with the Eagle Nation. Indeed, there were antimatter research materials here, but they were so obscure and difficult to understand that even top scientists from the Dragon Nation couldn't make sense of them. Even Russia's top scientists specializing in antimatter could only grasp about half of it. And even if they did understand it, it would be useless for experiments. Moreover, this was a project the Eagle had already abandoned. Therefore, Lin Yanqi was well aware that even if she truly handed these documents over to Chen Chu, it wouldn't pose any issues whatsoever. It wouldn't violate national security laws in the slightest. Moreover, she could use this to gain Chen Chu's trust, remain by his side, and seek an opportunity to assassinate him. Using utterly useless information to help the Eagle Nation eliminate their greatest threat while disrupting the Dragon Nation's 6th-generation fighter mass production and deployment plans would be a monumental achievement for her. After all, should conflict erupt in the Western military region while Chen Chu was unavailable, how could the Dragon Nation's 6th-generation fighters possibly turn the tide on the Western front in such a short time frame? They would inevitably seek breakthroughs in land warfare capabilities. Having grasped these implications, Lin Yanqi remained utterly unflustered and had no intention of feeding Chen Chu false data. Women seemed to possess an innate sixth sense and a natural hostility toward one another. After all, competition for men wasn't exclusive to men. Women competed for men just as fiercely. Lang Yu was relatively indifferent toward Lu Zian, but Lin Yanqi's persistent silence had already caught her attention. Particularly when she noticed the thickened skin at the base of Lin Yanqi's thumb, coarser and less smooth than the surrounding area's. Suspicions began to stir within her. Yet she couldn't voice these concerns now. Chen Chu needed this data, and this woman could provide it. Moreover, in Eagle Sauce, gun ownership was legal. If this woman truly harbored ill intentions, raising the issue now would only give her an easy excuse. She could simply claim she'd practiced shooting before, which was mandatory in Eagle Sauce. Then she'd be powerless to act, and might even alert the target. So she held her ground, resolving instead to make this woman a key focus of her attention. In stark contrast to Lang Yu's vigilance was Lu Zian. Her womanly intuition seemed to be malfunctioning. Something felt off. If this woman had no interest in Chen Chu, why did she remain silent when other men entered, yet chose to speak to Chen Chu specifically when he entered? And to say she'd heard of Chen Chu? Wasn't that classic admiration for strength? What infuriated and worried her most was that this woman could actually be useful to Chen Chu. The possibility of them interacting in the future was the most troubling part. After all, she wasn't worried about Lang Yu. Sooner or later, she would surpass Lang Yu in marksmanship. But this inscrutable woman made her feel profoundly threatened. Therefore, she paid particular attention to Lang Yu. Lin Yanqi was certainly not oblivious to this. In her eyes, both women were merely victims brainwashed by Chen Chu. Once she got close to him, she was certain Chen Chu would shed his so-called innocent facade, just like that greasy Third Kingdom officer who had died by her hand. What surprised Lang Yu, however, was that besides the hostile stares from these two women, another gaze, one that annoyed her deeply, was also scrutinizing her. Unlike the hostility from the two women, this man's gaze was filled with scrutiny and lewdness. No need to guess, it was that man who had flaunted his power at the base entrance earlier. If this were back in the Eagle country, she would have snapped his neck without hesitation. But now, despite her inner turmoil, she had no choice but to endure. Fortunately, the elevator was fast enough. By the time they reached an enormous quantum computer, Lin Yanqi's murderous intent toward Chen Chu had grown even stronger. There were fewer than 100 such quantum computers in the world, each costing a fortune. How could Chen Chu, merely a student, afford one? It must have been acquired through unscrupulous means. Chapter 199, The Heist Succeeds. This computer will do. I need you to find a way to access NASA's systems and retrieve some data. Any issues? Chen Chu stood beside the machine, addressing Lin Yanqi. Lin Yanqi furrowed her brow slightly, her expression serious. Lieutenant General Chen, NASA's network security is extremely tight. Getting into their system to steal data? Aside from me, there are very few people who could pull that off. But if everyone had access to the key, that information would be worthless, wouldn't it? Clearly, she knew Chen Chu was a smart man and understood her meaning. That is, the antimatter experiment data could be made available to everyone, it wouldn't matter much anyway. But if the method to access NASA's dark web and infiltrate their lab databases were leaked, that would be truly disastrous. Chen Chu nodded, then turned his gaze toward Lu Yinshan and the others. They, too, were quick to understand and nodded in agreement, preparing to withdraw. After all, at this moment, sparing no effort to help Chen Chu complete the development of the drone armor was the most crucial task for the Dragon Nation. Lu Yinshan immediately declared, "All non-essential personnel, follow me outside to wait." Yes. Yang Hao and the others nodded in agreement, well aware of the gravity of the situation. Lu Zian, though reluctant, gritted her teeth and followed her father out of the room. Only Lang Yu remained behind. This unrelated person did not include her. Lang Yu understood perfectly well that she couldn't decipher any of this anyway. Growing up, she'd barely touched a cell phone, let alone a computer. Therefore, even if she obtained the code, it would be useless to her. On the contrary, if anything happened to Chen Chu's safety, she would be the one held accountable. Lin Yanqi, sharp as ever, noticed this immediately and asked, "Why doesn't she have to go?" Chen Chu explained, "While your data is valuable to me, it holds no use for my bodyguards." Lin Yanqi nodded. She hadn't planned to act now anyway. After all, she needed to stay alive. She hoped to find the bastard who raped her mother back then and exact revenge before her time ran out. This was one of the promises made by Eagle's side. The day she could leave the organization would be the day she learned her enemy's name. Acting now might kill Chen Chu, but with her mobility impaired, escaping would be nearly impossible. Even blackmailing him carried high risks of backfiring. Therefore, the first step now was to gain Chen Chu's trust by giving him what he needed. "Then I'll begin." After Lin Yanqi spoke, the room dimmed slightly, its walls seeming to block out all external noise. Several brand new high-performance computers sat neatly arranged on the desk, their screens emitting a faint blue glow that illuminated Lin Yanqi and Chen Chu's faces. Lin Yanqi took a deep breath and sat down at the computer. Her gaze was focused and resolute, her lips slightly pursed, and a few strands of hair on her forehead swayed gently with her movements. She first typed a string of English characters, downloaded an unfamiliar software program, and then used specialized software to scan NASA's network system, attempting to identify potential vulnerabilities. Her fingers danced across the keyboard at lightning speed. Data scrolled relentlessly across the screen as code flowed like a river. Her eyes remained fixed on the display, each keystroke deliberate and powerful. After several attempts, she finally identified a weak point. Using a program she had written, she launched an attack, attempting to breach the defenses. Time ticked by, the room silence save for the rhythmic clacking of keys. Beads of sweat formed on Lin Yanqi's forehead. Her brows furrowed slightly, her eyes betraying a hint of tension and anxiety. Yet her hands never stopped moving, as if they had become one with the keyboard. Finally, an almost imperceptible smile touched her lips. "I'm in." Chen Chu perked up at the news. He glanced over and found himself staring at a vast sea of compressed files. He knew these likely contained data from NASA experiments over the years, even truths humanity craved to uncover. Truths that had shocked the world, like the Lethata files, the Roswell alien EBE-1, and more. But he was equally aware that all this material remained under NASA's control. While Lin Yanqi had gained access to the system, whether she possessed the permissions to download and utilize it presented yet another challenge. This also confirms Lin Yanqi's identity as a translator for Eagle Sauce. Even if she had worked at NASA before, she wouldn't necessarily have credentials or an account code, right? Unless, of course, she was a renowned researcher at the Eagle Agency, or had obtained them through illicit means. Outside, Lu Yinshan and the others paced the corridor, their hearts heavy with worry. Lu Yinshan frowned deeply, murmuring, "Can this woman really pull it off? Let's hope nothing goes wrong." Yang Hao echoed, "Yeah, Commander. What if this is a trap?" Lu Yinshan sighed. "We have no choice but to trust Chen Chu's judgment now. Let's hope everything goes smoothly." They whispered among themselves, their eyes darting toward the closed door from time to time. Inside the room, Chen Chu waited with a mix of anticipation and suspicion toward Lin Yanqi. Can she really pull this off? Is there some kind of scheme? As Lin Yanqi typed in the administrator credentials, a flicker of hesitation crossed her mind. Memories of her time working at Eagle Sauce flooded back the relentless efforts and sacrifices made to gain access. She knew using this account could trigger unforeseeable consequences, but determined to complete the task at hand, she gritted her teeth and entered the credentials. During the data download, an error message suddenly popped up on the screen, causing Lin Yanqi's heart to race. She quickly regained her composure, checked the code, and adjusted the program, ultimately resolving the issue. As the data printed, the printer hummed and the paper flipped rapidly, as if celebrating the triumph. Cold Moon stood in the corner of the room, posture rigid, eyes alertly scanning the surroundings. Her hands hung naturally at her sides, yet she remained poised to respond to any sudden developments. After confirming Chen Chu wasn't watching and that no spyware was installed on the computer, Lin Yanqi logged into the administrator account and initiated the download of the data stream. The download progress bar advanced slowly, each incremental step accelerating the heartbeat. Even Lin Yanqi understood the gravity of her actions, yet for someone like her who never gave up until she achieved her goals, this didn't feel particularly reckless. After all, leaking data wouldn't threaten national security, but allowing such talent to emerge in the Dragon Nation certainly would. Though painstakingly slow, the download finally concluded with a completion notification. A mere 5 minutes had elapsed to download the 2 terabytes file. Once the download finished, Lin Yanqi immediately applied multiple layers of encryption to prevent tracking. She then selected the print function for the data and turned to Chen Chu, saying, "Lieutenant General Chen, we have the data." A hint of exhaustion colored Lin Yanqi's voice. Only then did Chen Chu turn around. Seeing the printer working frantically, he was overcome with joy. Excellent. His eyes fixed on the printer as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. After completing the mission, Lin Yanqi felt a mix of emotions. There was relief at the task's completion, yet also anxiety about the future. Outside, Lu Yenshan and the others reacted with great excitement upon hearing the data had been secured. Lu Yenshan exclaimed excitedly, "This brings us one step closer to developing the drone armor." Yang Hao smiled and added, "Let's see how we can utilize this data." Chapter 200, Quantum Vacuum Energy Extraction Technology. Clearly, as the data materialized, everyone else was overjoyed. Only one person remained sullen, even filled with anger. That person, naturally, was Lu Yenshan. His original purpose in coming along was to seize an opportunity to prove himself and turn the tables. Now, not only had he failed to make an impression, but he also had to watch Chen Chu inch closer to success. What else could he do? Of course, he had to snatch Lin Yanqi away. After all, Lin Yanqi had been saved by his own sister. As the brother who was her savior, wouldn't he at least make a good impression on her now? He hadn't studied abroad in the US, but in his understanding, Asian women were all attracted to foreigners. So if he played the gentleman, wouldn't he win this woman's favor? After all, she seemed far too useful to Chen Chu right now. He had to snatch her away. Thus, Lu Yenshan strode up to Lin Yanqi, plastering on what he thought was a charming smile. He reached for the printed data and said in a deliberately gentlemanly tone, "Miss Lin, I'm quite curious about these figures. However, having studied in Russia, my English isn't quite up to par. Would you mind explaining them to me?" Lin Yanqi inwardly despised such self-important men. Under normal circumstances, she would have snapped his neck already. At this moment, she couldn't be bothered to engage with him. Her gaze remained fixed on Chen Chu's direction. She knew full well that to Eagle Chow, this data was nothing but garbage. They were utterly useless, merely observations of quantum fluctuations in a vacuum, accompanied by some collected data. Therefore, she was eager to see whether this genius from the Dragon Kingdom, so mysteriously touted by Eagle Sauce, was truly as brilliant as claimed. But the next moment, when she noticed Chen Chu staring intently, starkly contrasting with the utterly bewildered expressions on everyone else's faces, she felt a pang of confusion. Just then, Lu Yenshan approached again. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Lu Zian's brother, the young commander of the military district, the brother of the girl who saved you." In this situation, to avoid being pestered or causing trouble by resorting to force, she politely replied, "These are some basic data points regarding the antimatter experiment." Lu Yenshan nodded eagerly and pressed on, "So, how does this antimatter experiment help us in practical applications?" Lin Yanqi patiently replied, "It's hard to say at this stage. Further research and analysis are needed." Lu Yenshan pressed further, "Does the data mention any breakthrough discoveries?" Lin Yanqi frowned slightly and said flatly, "Nothing particularly groundbreaking for now. We've only observed some quantum fluctuation phenomena." Quantum fluctuations? Lu Yenshan scratched his head. Even though he'd studied engineering at Kaohsiung University, he hadn't delved into such advanced topics. He couldn't help but glance toward Chen Chu's seat, thinking to himself, if I don't even understand this, why is Chen Chu sitting here pretending to look so knowledgeable? Does he really think this is cool? Still, he tentatively voiced his understanding. So, basically, it means there could be some energy present in any given space? Lin Yanqi looked down on Lu Yenshan even more. People who pretended to know things they didn't were the most annoying. In her eyes, this guy was even worse than the dirty-minded Chen Chu. As for Lu Yinshan, he too was thoroughly confused by the quantum fluctuations. He turned to Yang Hao beside him and asked, "What does this mean?" Yang Hao shook his head immediately. Lu Ziyan felt like reading this stuff was like deciphering hieroglyphics. Painful memories of math class came flooding back. Just then, Chen Chu's voice cut through the confusion. In quantum mechanics, quantum fluctuations refer to temporary changes in energy at any point in space. Lu Yishan seized the moment to retort, "You haven't even studied the law of conservation of energy, have you? If energy fluctuates at any point in space, where does that change go?" After all, he was someone who had studied abroad in Russia, surely more knowledgeable than Chen Chu, who hadn't even finished high school. The others were equally baffled, but Chen Chu shook his head. Quantum fluctuations may seem to violate energy conservation. However, these fluctuations occur instantaneously at any point in space and last only a fraction of a second. Thus, on a macroscopic scale, the law of energy conservation remains intact. In the late 1960s, a possibility was proposed: the gravitational force of matter or energy itself possesses negative energy since gravity is an attractive force assuming infinite distance has zero potential energy. When objects approach, the work done by gravity causes their potential energy to become negative. When the energy from fluctuations is generated instantaneously, it simultaneously creates a gravitational field. The negative energy of gravity cancels out the positive energy associated with matter or energy itself, making the entire system appear to have no net energy gain. This demonstrates that quantum fluctuations do not violate the law of energy conservation. Although it cannot be directly captured, its effects can be indirectly observed, such as through changes in the electromagnetic fields of tiny particles. Research into quantum fluctuations deepens our understanding of the properties and laws governing the quantum world. Simultaneously, technologies and algorithms based on quantum fluctuation characteristics continue to evolve, such as quantum annealing algorithms. Quantum annealing is a sub-experimental algorithm that leverages quantum fluctuation properties to find the global optimum solution when a target equation has multiple candidate solutions. It is primarily used to solve problems with multiple local minima in discrete spaces, such as finding the ground state of a spin glass. When Chen Chu rattled off these issues with the ease of someone recounting familiar details, the entire room fell silent. Even Lin Yanqi looked at Chen Chu with disbelief. To complete her mission undercover, she had fabricated various identities, including that of a scientist. She knew full well that anyone capable of articulating such an understanding of quantum fluctuations was undoubtedly an expert in the field. Could it be that this kid truly understood it all? Could it be that by giving him the data, she had inadvertently aided him? However, what Lin Yanqi hadn't anticipated was that in the next moment, Chen Chu continued, "According to quantum field theory, the vacuum isn't truly empty. It's filled with quantum fluctuations, containing pairs of virtual particles that appear and vanish instantaneously. These virtual particle pairs possess energy. Although their existence is extremely brief, through special means, one can attempt to capture and utilize this energy. In other words, antimatter isn't necessarily required to capture this energy source." Chen Chu's muttered words instantly electrified the entire room, especially Lu Ziyan. She knew exactly what this meant. Chen Chu had made a breakthrough. Could it be that the engine for Drone A was finally within reach? Chapter 201, Quantum Field Capture. Lu Yishan was utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was this? It sounded incredibly profound beyond his comprehension, yet somehow felt undeniably logical. Could it be that this kid, Chen Chu, was the legendary, the one who talks the most is always right? Even comprehending every word Chen Chu said was incredibly difficult for him right now, let alone analyzing whether Chen Chu's words were right or wrong. But seeing everyone else's stunned expressions, Lu Yishan felt a wave of envy wash over him. So, forcing himself to speak despite the pressure, he retorted, "Special methods? Anyone can talk big. If you could actually capture that kind of energy, you'd probably win the Nobel Prize for a decade straight. This goes beyond controlled nuclear fusion." Clearly, Lu Yishan understood controlled nuclear fusion. But even such terrifying technology as controlled nuclear fusion was achieved through energy conversion, albeit with immense output and explosive efficiency. For instance, generating electricity using seawater. But what Chen Chu is talking about is, what will be used to convert the energy? It's about directly extracting energy from the air, or even from a vacuum. If this becomes reality, it would completely transform the rhythm of life for all humanity. In other words, we'd never have to worry about running out of power again. If your phone runs out of power, you'd simply activate the charging function and draw energy directly from the air. This is the terrifying aspect of Chen Chu's vision. If he truly achieves it, the Dragon Nation might spark an energy revolution that reshapes the entire world. Even 6th-generation fighter jets pale in comparison to this threat. Once spatial energy extraction technology emerges, the Dragon Nation's international standing could soar to become the world's foremost power. To put it another way, Chen Chu's original concept of unmanned combat drones already eliminated the need for human soldiers to wage war. Pair that with spatial energy extraction technology, and the consequences are too terrifying to contemplate. If the Dragon Nation were to sell machines utilizing this energy source, continuously produce drone mechs, and further refine its 6th-generation aircraft, who could possibly withstand an endless stream of mechs and fighter jets? By then, the Eagle Nation might just surrender outright upon seeing the Dragon Nation's overwhelming surplus of mechs and fighters. By then, the international landscape would likely consolidate into two camps, the Dragon Nation and the rest of the world. In essence, Chen Chu was nothing but a fraud, deceiving the nation into investing. Hearing Louis Shan's words, the others also looked at Chen Chu with concern. Clearly, while Chen Chu had this vision, whether it could truly be realized was another matter entirely. While Chen Chu's concept was sound and theoretically feasible, theoretical possibilities are just that, theoretical. How exactly to harness this energy source remained unclear. As for Lu Zian, she now gazed at Chen Chu with hopeful eyes. Even with only a high school education, she understood the terrifying transformations this spatial energy could unleash upon the world. Chen Chu was undoubtedly still Chen Chu, but this challenge was clearly more daunting than the 6th-generation aircraft project before. Only Lin Yanqi remained relatively composed at this moment. In her view, this technology was impossible to achieve. Even the Eagle had chosen to abandon it, and the classified documents she had accessed during her assassination mission only covered this level of information. The truly classified documents were off limits. If this quantum fluctuation data was truly as powerful and terrifying as claimed, Eagle Lady wouldn't have allowed the rest of the world to know about it. Thus, her mindset remained relatively sound. If even the Eagle's numerous scientists were helpless and forced to abandon this field, then if the Dragon Nation truly succeeded, it wouldn't be the Dragon Nation anymore. Moreover, as far as she knew, most of Dragon Nation's scientists had studied abroad in Bear Country or Eagle Nation. Though Chen Chu lacked such academic pedigree, he must have accessed substantial materials from Eagle Nation's archives. They all operated within the same system. How could Chen Chu possibly surpass Eagle's scientists and achieve what they couldn't? At this thought, Lin Yanqi's expression returned to calm. This guy, it seemed, was just a bit clever. As for Lu Yenshan, though furious at his son's disrespectful behavior, he understood deep down that Chen Chu had begun to develop ideas. And having those ideas was a positive step. He wouldn't rush him to come up with a complete plan and solution right away. If he truly could, it would be like Einstein reincarnated. But even then, it would likely require both Einstein and Tesla collaborating to achieve it, wouldn't it? But in this era, science has been rigidly defined by these people. It's become incredibly difficult for humanity to make any further breakthroughs, and renowned scientists in this world are growing increasingly scarce. Achieving such technology in this era was clearly difficult, if not impossible. Cold Moon had long since grown to despise Louis Shan. In her eyes, Chen Chu was invincible. If she could, she'd shoot Louis Shan right then and there. But at that very moment, Chen Chu glanced at the information in his mind and replied calmly. Highly feasible. We can construct a highly precise quantum field trapping device capable of strong interaction with the quantum vacuum. Then, utilizing superconducting technology and cryogenic conditions, we could stabilize the quantum state within the device to an extremely stable state, thereby enhancing coupling with the quantum vacuum. Finally, we introduce a quantum trigger mechanism. By precisely controlling variations in external electromagnetic fields or other quantum fields, we trigger the release of energy from the quantum vacuum. Upon triggering, virtual particle pairs within quantum fluctuations are converted into usable energy and captured by the device. The energy conversion system within the device then transforms and stores this captured energy, converting it into electrical power or other forms of energy. After speaking these words with remarkable composure, Chen Chu's mind immediately began constructing blueprints with a hundredfold increase in comprehension, even conducting mental experiments. In particular, he began systematically eliminating each piece of data he had just reviewed from Eagle's sauce. In roughly half an hour, he could eliminate all possible element combinations on Earth, pinpointing the material capable of strong interaction with the quantum vacuum to build the quantum field capture device. When Chen Chu confidently presented his new concept, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief once more. Quantum capture combined with a quantum trigger. What kind of genius mind was this? Even Lin Yanqi, standing nearby, felt her pupils suddenly contract. If Chen Chu were truly given access to every material on Earth for systematic testing, then achieving the spatial energy extraction he described might not be as difficult as it seemed. Could it be that she had inadvertently done him a huge favor today? And in doing so, brought disaster upon the Eagle Nation? Louis Shan was drenched in sweat. What had seemed utterly impossible to him now appeared plausible after Chen Chu's simple analysis. How could this not fill him with dread? Could it be that this kid Chen Chu was truly about to defy the heavens? Before, his jealousy stemmed from Chen Chu not yet reaching a level worthy of his awe. But if Chen Chu truly accomplished this feat, then in Chen Chu's presence, he would be nothing more than a speck of dust. Chapter 202, Prelude to Victory. Upon hearing Chen Chu's concept of quantum field capture, Lin Yanqi felt as though a raging storm had erupted within her. She had assumed Chen Chu was merely a slightly clever fellow, never expecting him to propose such a bold and seemingly feasible plan. She couldn't help but reassess his capabilities, secretly wondering if this man truly possessed the talent to turn this seemingly unattainable vision into reality. Could this man actually pull it off? If he succeeds, Eagle Nation will face immense peril. Lin Yanqi pondered, a wave of indescribable unease washing over her. She knew her mission was to assassinate Chen Chu and disrupt the Dragon Nation's plans, yet now she found herself reconsidering her next move. If Chen Chu's plan succeeded, her assassination mission would undoubtedly become far more difficult, and she would become a criminal in the eyes of Eagle Sauce. Yet Lin Yanqi's heart was filled with conflict. Especially after being drugged by that officer from the Three Kingdoms, she harbored deep doubts about the so-called justice of the Eagle Nation. She began to carefully consider her true allegiance. Should she continue to serve Eagle Sang with unwavering loyalty, or seek a completely new path? Where should I go from here? Should I continue this damn mission, Oregon? Lin Yanqi was trapped in endless struggle, unable to extricate herself. Meanwhile, Chen Chu had already begun assembling his team, working feverishly to prepare for the development of the quantum field capture device. Leveraging his reputation and connections in the military-industrial sector, he successfully attracted a group of outstanding scientists and engineers who eagerly joined his cause. These individuals were leaders in their respective fields, filled with confidence in Chen Chu's vision and willing to follow him in tackling this monumental challenge. Listen up, everyone. The task before us is extraordinarily difficult, but I firmly believe that as long as we unite as one and stand together with unwavering resolve, we will surely succeed, Chen Chu declared passionately at the team meeting. His gaze was unwavering and brimming with confidence, inspiring strength in those around him. Throughout the development process, Chen Chu fully demonstrated his exceptional leadership abilities. He calmly dissected problems, made decisive judgments, and guided the team to overcome one thorny technical hurdle after another. His wisdom and courage earned him the deep respect of his team members, who willingly followed his direction. Meanwhile, Luishan, witnessing Chen Chu's plan gain approval and attract numerous talents to join his cause, was filled with jealousy and resentment. In his eyes, he should be the pride of the Western Military District. Chen Chu's sudden emergence had stolen the spotlight that rightfully belonged to him. Chen Chu, you bastard, I won't let you have your way. Luishan gritted his teeth inwardly, determined to sabotage Chen Chu's plans behind the scenes in a desperate attempt to regain his father's attention and approval. He began orchestrating underhanded maneuvers behind the scenes, attempting to sow discord among team members, deliberately sabotaging experimental equipment, and creating layer upon layer of trouble for Chen Chu's research efforts. However, Chen Chu quickly caught on to Luishan's underhanded tactics. Rather than confronting Luishan directly, he intensified his management and protection of the team. He knew Luishan's jealousy would drive him to irrational actions, but he would never let these messy affairs disrupt the smooth progress of the research. Luishan, I'm well aware of your little tricks. I won't let your schemes succeed, Chen Chu silently vowed to himself. During the development process, Chen Chu's team encountered a series of technical challenges. For instance, how to significantly enhance the stability of the quantum field capture device, and how to markedly improve energy conversion efficiency. These challenges demanded relentless experimentation and in-depth research, with the team pouring their full efforts into finding the most optimal solutions. Chen Chu led his team members in working day and night, conducting countless experiments and analyzing massive amounts of data. Through this long and arduous journey, they gradually overcame these challenges, continuously refining the design and significantly improving the device's performance and efficiency. To gain a deeper understanding of Chen Chu's plans, Lin Yanqi proactively sought to build rapport with his team members. Leveraging her beauty and intelligence, she successfully established connections with several team members. Your work is truly remarkable. I'm deeply interested in this project. Could you tell me more about the specifics? Lin Yanqi asked with a charming smile. Some members, captivated by her radiant beauty and fiery enthusiasm, unwittingly shared partial information with her. Lin Yanqi thus uncovered some crucial intelligence, gaining deeper insight into Chen Chu's plans. However, Chen Chu unexpectedly noticed some suspicious signs about Lin Yanqi. He noticed her enthusiasm for the project seemed excessive, and she constantly sought ways to pry sensitive information. Something's off about this woman. I need to be extra cautious, Chen Chu warned himself inwardly. He resolved to discreetly investigate Lin Yanqi while simultaneously strengthening security measures for his entire team. He assigned trusted confidants to closely monitor her every move while conducting comprehensive security briefings for his team, repeatedly emphasizing the critical importance of never revealing vital information carelessly. Lu Yenshan had complete confidence in Chen Chu's plan. He threw his full support behind Chen Chu's research and development efforts, providing indispensable assistance and safeguards. Chen Chu, go ahead and do whatever it takes. I will support you fully, Lu Yenshan declared with unwavering resolve. He understood that Chen Chu's project held immense significance for the military advancement of the Dragon Nation. Its successful completion would significantly elevate the nation's overall strength. He earnestly hoped Chen Chu would swiftly succeed in developing the quantum field capture device, laying a solid foundation for the nation's future. As the research progressed steadily, tensions in the Western Military District grew increasingly tense. The activities of the A3 nations and the Eagle Nation grew increasingly frequent, as if they were secretly brewing an even grander conspiracy. Chen Chu and his team acutely felt the crushing pressure weighing on them like a mountain, yet they remained steadfast in their work. Everyone, keep pushing forward. We absolutely cannot be swayed by the mounting external pressures. We must always believe in our own capabilities, Chen Chu continually encouraged his team members. At this critical juncture, each person deeply understood the immense responsibility they bore. They gave their all, striving tirelessly and fighting courageously to achieve their ultimate goal. As the RD work entered a critical phase, Chen Chu's team faced unprecedented challenges. Yet they pressed forward without hesitation, confident they could overcome all obstacles and achieve their grand vision. Chapter 203, NASA is shocked. In the laboratory filled with tension and intense focus, Chen Chu led his team members in working day and night. Their eyes were bloodshot, yet their gazes brimmed with unwavering determination. To successfully develop the engine for the unmanned armor and the space energy acquisition technology, they poured out endless sweat and made countless efforts. Chen Chu sat poised before the computer, his gaze fixed intently on the data displayed on the screen. His fingers danced nimbly across the keyboard, tapping and clicking without pause. His mind raced like a high-speed engine, desperately seeking solutions to the technical challenges. We must further optimize the engine's structure to enhance its efficiency and stability, he murmured to himself. Team members gathered closely around him, listening intently to his instructions. Engineerly, you'll oversee adjustments to the engine's fuel supply system. Ensure complete fuel combustion at all costs, Chen Chu instructed one engineer. Understood, Chief Engineer Chen. I'll get on it immediately, Engineerly nodded without hesitation. Engineer Wang, you'll inspect the circuit connections of the space energy acquisition device to guarantee its proper operation, Chen Chu instructed another engineer. Understood. I'll conduct a thorough inspection, Engineer Wang replied promptly. The team worked seamlessly together, dividing tasks and collaborating flawlessly as they conducted continuous experiments and tests. After countless trials and failures, they finally achieved a major breakthrough. Success! We've successfully developed the engine and space energy acquisition technology for the UAV armor. Chen Chu exclaimed excitedly. The team erupted in cheers and celebration. All their hard work had finally paid off handsomely. To comprehensively validate the actual performance of the UAV armor, Chen Chu meticulously planned a detailed testing protocol. He selected a vast, open testing ground with flat terrain and unobstructed visibility, an ideal location for drone armor trials. He also equipped the site with a suite of advanced testing devices, including high-speed cameras and precision sensors, capable of accurately recording all critical data from the drone armor. Simultaneously, Chen Chu invited numerous experts from diverse fields and military representatives to observe the tests. Among them were seasoned military strategists, leading figures in cutting-edge research, and key officials from government departments. The test commenced. The drone stood silently at the center of the testing ground, its form resembling a giant steel warrior, radiating an awe-inspiring aura of power. Chen Chu decisively pressed the start button. The drone suit's engines instantly roared to life with a deep, powerful rumble. Its speed was lightning fast as it raced toward the target at breakneck speed. Throughout the test, drone had demonstrated astonishing, extraordinary capabilities. Its engines surged with overwhelming power, responding with lightning-fast agility to reach peak velocity in the blink of an eye. Its spatial energy acquisition technology proved highly efficient and stable, continuously supplying the drone suit with immense power. It could strike targets with pinpoint accuracy, whether stationary or in motion, ensuring every shot hit its mark. Drone A also demonstrated exceptional high-speed maneuverability, navigating intricate terrain with agility and skillfully evading enemy attacks. Everyone present was profoundly stunned by the drone armor's outstanding performance. Their eyes remained fixed on the drone armor, their faces etched with astonishment. This is incredible. The performance of this drone armor truly surpasses imagination, exclaimed one expert sincerely. Indeed. Such a monumental breakthrough in Dragon Nation's drone armor technology will undoubtedly have profound implications for the global military landscape, another expert concurred. News of the outstanding test results spread like wildfire, causing a sensation not only within Dragon Nation but also shocking NASA. They keenly recognized that Longgua's military strength was rising at an astonishing pace, posing an undeniable threat to their own interests. Faced with this technological breakthrough from Dragon Nation, reactions varied across the board. Some nations enthusiastically offered congratulations and eagerly sought to strengthen cooperation with Dragon Nation, aiming to jointly advance military technological progress. Others, however, were filled with apprehension. They began to critically reassess their own military strategies, racking their brains to devise countermeasures against the Dragon Nation's formidable rise. Within Dragon Nation, the military has lavished high praise upon Chen Chu's team. They resolutely decided to increase support for the drone armor project, hoping to apply this technology to practical use as soon as possible. Despite the remarkable success of the tests, Chen Chu refused to rest on his laurels. He understood clearly that the drone armor still had room for improvement. Thus, he led his team to continue meticulous refinement, deepening research and development to strive for flawless perfection. However, Chen Chu's brilliant achievements aroused jealousy and fear among the three Asian nations and the Hawks. They resolved to exert immense pressure on Lin Yanqi, ordering her to swiftly complete the assassination of Chen Chu and steal the technical data of the drone armor. Through covert channels, the three nations and Eagle contacted Lin Yanqi, threatening her with dire consequences should she dare disobey their orders. Lin Yanqi found herself caught in a dilemma. On one hand, she faced immense pressure from her enemies. On the other, she had developed complex and ambiguous feelings toward Chen Chu's team. She began to waver internally, uncertain whether to proceed with the mission. Chen Chu and the military swiftly detected the enemy's devious plot and formulated a meticulously detailed counter-strategy. On one front, they significantly strengthened security measures for the drone armor technology, elevating protection levels to prevent data leaks. Simultaneously, surveillance on Lin Yanqi was intensified, while defensive deployments along the border were reinforced to remain constantly prepared for enemy provocations. As the actions of the A Triad and the Eagle Sage escalated, tensions within the Dragon Nation grew increasingly tense. The threat of war loomed ever closer, prompting the nation to enter a state of heightened alert. Chen Chu and his team understood the immense weight of their responsibility. Racing against the clock, they worked tirelessly to prepare thoroughly for the impending crisis. Chapter 204, Defending the Military Zone. Lin Yanqi sat alone in the dimly lit room, her gaze vacant and unfocused as she sank deep into the quagmire of inner turmoil. The pressure exerted by a Sangui and Eagle sauce weighed upon her like a heavy cloud, suffocating her and leaving her feeling oppressed and stifled. She recalled the scene when she accepted the mission. The officials from Eagle State had spoken with sharp words, solemnly emphasizing the critical importance of assassinating Chen Chu and stealing the drone armor technology documents. This was regarded as her unavoidable duty. She had steadfastly believed she was acting in her nation's best interests, enduring grueling training and making thorough preparations for this purpose. Yet, the time spent with Chen Chu's team felt like a ray of warm sunlight slowly piercing through the gloom within her heart. She recalled the moments shared with the team members, deeply moved by their spirit of wholehearted dedication and selflessness for the nation's interests. Their complete focus and selfless dedication in their work, along with their kindness and trust toward her, began to make her question the mission she was tasked with. She remembered one time when she accidentally knocked over a reagent in the lab. Not only did a member of Chen Chu's team show no sign of blame, but they quickly helped clean up the mess and asked with genuine concern if she was hurt. Another time, when she was utterly baffled by a complex technical problem, an expert from the team patiently explained it to her, tirelessly providing examples until she fully understood. These thoughtful gestures began to shake her resolve. She found herself asking repeatedly, "Am I really going to hurt these kind and hard-working people? Their goal is simply to make the country stronger. Is what I'm doing truly right?" Her heart was filled to the brim with conflict and turmoil. On one hand, she knew betraying the Eagle would bring severe consequences, potentially even endangering her life and livelihood. On the other hand, her conscience relentlessly questioned her, making it impossible to ignore this moral dilemma. She paced back and forth in the room, her hands clenched into tight fists, her mind in utter turmoil. Meanwhile, upon learning Lin Yanqi's true identity, Lu Ziyan was instantly overwhelmed with worry. She hurriedly sought out Luishan, speaking urgently. "Brother, Lin Yanqi's background is too dangerous. I'm terribly worried she might harm Chen Chu. What should we do?" Lu Ziyan's face was deathly pale, her eyes betraying deep anxiety and unease. Luishan frowned deeply, his expression grave as he replied. "Sis, don't worry too much. I won't let her hurt Chen Chu. I've always felt something was off about this Lin Yanqi." Lu Ziyan gripped Luishan's arm tightly and said, "Then we need to figure out a plan quickly. We absolutely can't let Chen Chu get into danger." Luishan nodded and said, "Right. Let's go talk to father first and see if he has any good ideas." The two immediately went to Lu Yenshan's office, where Lu Ziyan recounted Lin Yanqi's situation to her father in meticulous detail. After listening, Lu Yenshan's expression grew grave as he said, "This is no trivial matter. We must take effective measures to protect both Chen Chu and the UAV technology." Subsequently, Lu Yenshan decided to convene a family meeting. The meeting took place in a spacious conference room. Lu Yenshan sat at the head of the table, with Lu Ziyan and Luishan seated on either side. His gaze unwavering, Lu Yenshan addressed his children. "Lin Yanqi's case concerns the security of our military district. We must handle this with utmost caution." Lu Ziyan declared with unwavering resolve. "Father, we absolutely cannot let Lin Yanqi succeed. We must protect Chen Chu at all costs." Luishan also declared his stance. "Father, I will fully support your decision and protect Chen Chu at all costs." Lu Yenshan nodded and said, "We must closely monitor every move Lin Yanqi makes, but we must also be mindful of our methods. We cannot alert the enemy prematurely. Simultaneously, we must reinforce security measures at the military zone to ensure the drone armor technology is flawless." They meticulously discussed the specific action plan, covering troop deployment, surveillance enhancement, and coordination with Chen Chu's team. Upon receiving Lu Yenshan's orders, Wang Meng immediately led a squad of soldiers to covertly guard Lin Yanqi. They skillfully installed surveillance equipment around her residence, maintaining round-the-clock monitoring of her every move. Wang Meng personally directed the soldiers' operations, his expression stern as he instructed. Everyone must maintain the highest level of vigilance. Do not overlook even the slightest suspicious detail. Lin Yanqi sensed the changes in her surroundings but chose to remain silent, continuing to observe how the situation would unfold. She understood her actions were restricted, yet she pondered her future choices. Chen Chu's team intensified intelligence-gathering efforts targeting the A3 nations in Eagle Sauce. Employing various advanced technical means including intercepting enemy communications and analyzing satellite imagery, they spared no effort to gather more intelligence on the adversaries. Team members worked day and night, leaving no stone unturned. On one occasion, while intercepting enemy communications, they encountered severe signal interference. Undeterred, the team worked tirelessly to find a solution, continuously adjusting equipment parameters. After arduous efforts, they finally broke through the interference and obtained crucial intelligence. Chen Chu, drawing on his wisdom and extensive experience, conducted an in-depth analysis of this intelligence. Seated before his computer, he stared intently at the data on the screen, his brow furrowed as his mind raced. He sought to unravel the enemy's operational plans and vulnerabilities from the complex, tangled web of information, aiming to provide solid, reliable grounds for formulating countermeasures. Throughout this process, Lu Ziyan frequently visited Chen Chu, bringing him food and offering her care. Entering his lab and seeing him tirelessly at work, her heart ached with concern. Chen Chu, you really need to take breaks. Don't worry yourself out, Lu Ziyan said with genuine concern. Chen Chu looked up and smiled at her. I'm fine, don't worry. Thank you for your concern. Lu Ziyan walked over to Chen Chu and handed him a glass of water. Have some water. Don't overwork yourself. Chen Chu took the cup and sipped lightly. Mei Chem, I'll be careful. Their interaction radiated warmth and care, their bond gradually deepening. After a fierce internal struggle, Lin Yanqi ultimately decided to temporarily postpone the assassination mission. She wanted to observe how the situation would unfold further. She began actively engaging with Chen Chu's team, seeking to understand their thoughts and plans more deeply. One day, Lin Yanqi visited the lab and approached a member of Chen Chu's team. I'd like to learn about the technology behind Drone A. Could you explain it to me? The team members were quite surprised by her arrival, but they patiently and thoroughly explained the relevant technical knowledge to her. Lin Yanqi listened attentively, occasionally posing questions. Her motives were complex. On one hand, she sought deeper knowledge about the drone suit. On the other, she hoped this approach would help her integrate into the team and explore new avenues. As time passed, Chen Chu's team gradually shifted their attitude toward her, slowly beginning to trust her. They discovered that Lin Yanqi possessed unique and innovative insights on certain technical issues, offering valuable suggestions. Though the surface appeared calm, a tense and solemn atmosphere permeated the entire military district. Soldiers intensified their training, significantly enhancing their combat readiness. Defensive fortifications were further reinforced, and all weapons and equipment remained on standby. Faces bore solemn expressions, movements were swift and agile. Everyone was making thorough preparations for the impending crisis. During an intelligence-gathering operation, Chen Chu's team uncovered crucial information about the Triangle nations and the Eagle Squad. Through careful analysis of satellite imagery, they detected a secret enemy unit silently approaching the military zone. Excitedly, members of Chen Chu's team exclaimed, "This is a crucial breakthrough. We must report it to Commander Lu immediately." They immediately relayed the intelligence to Lu Yenshan, who decided to convene an emergency meeting. The meeting unfolded in an atmosphere of intense tension. Lu Yenshan sat at the head of the table, addressing the officers before him. "We've just received critical intelligence. An enemy secret unit is moving toward us. We must prepare for battle." The officers responded in unison. "Commander, rest assured. We will spare no effort to defend the security of this military district." They discussed detailed combat deployments and countermeasures in depth, deciding to launch a preemptive strike to disrupt the enemy's plans. Following the meeting, the entire military district entered a state of heightened alert, standing ready for the enemy's arrival.